Xia Yu's first half of life had been smooth sailing until, without warning, fate flipped him back to the very beginning. But seriously, did he really have to come back this early? It seemed destiny loved playing tricks. Those who had once left fleeting yet unforgettable impressions on his life people had never gotten the chance to truly know due to timing, circumstance, or missed opportunities were now showing up far sooner than expected. The stubborn, aloof, rising voice actress. The mysterious, gentle owner of a little cake shop. The energetic, free-spirited online friend had chatted with for 10 years. And the cool, capable, and sharp-witted senior classmate. This wasn't some dramatic love, triangular quadrangle. It was simply a story that began by chance and would quietly unfold into something warm. A journey of healing, connection, and quiet companionship. Chapter 1. Why did I come back? Late summer. The cicadas sang loudly in the trees. Sunlight filtered through the locust leaves, so bright it hurt to open one's eyes. It was in this setting that Xia Yu realized had been reborn. Had read plenty of web novels back in his past life. Had tried all the classic poses, shouted every possible name system. Supreme being, but nothing happened. Clearly, he had no golden finger, no cheat codes, no divine assistance. At least give me a heads up, Xia Yu muttered under his breath. Before his death, his parents were still alive, and his career had just begun to take off. He had neither a tragic backstory demanding vengeance, nor a glamorous youth worthy of legend. By all accounts, he was the least likely candidate for a second chance at life. So why was he sent back? After reluctantly accepting the reality of his rebirth, Xia Yu looked around. A bumpy dirt road wound ahead. At its end stood a few scattered houses, where several elderly villagers sat side by side under eaves, chatting idly. Great. Had been reborn too early. This place was on the outskirts of the city, technically more like a rural urban fringe. In 2000, most small Chinese cities looked like this. Even downtowns struggled to develop, let alone the periphery. It had the faintest outline of urban life, but structurally, it was still countryside. His parents had been traveling merchants, constantly on the move across the country, rarely home. As a result, Xia Yu had spent his entire elementary and middle school years here, raised by his grandparents. He glanced down at his thin arms and legs, confirmation enough. Most of his childhood had unfolded right here. Later, the area would be demolished and rebuilt. Even in his past life, had sometimes felt nostalgic for that lost, irretrievable childhood. Fina's soft voice called out. He turned. A little girl stood behind him. Though not far away, the glare of the sun made her features hard to discern. Squinting, Xia Yu frowned. She looked as if she had just crawled out of a garbage heap, her hair matted with grime, her face smeared with dirt. Hardly someone to inspire affection. What was her name again? Xia Yu strained to recall. His soul belonged to a man 20 years older, and most childhood memories had faded, but this grimy child? He remembered her clearly. The girl noticed his frown. His silence struck her as disdain. She didn't care. Instead, she hurled the stone in her hand straight at him, then vanished into the woods. Xia Yu instinctively stepped back. The pebble hit his calf weakly, harmlessly, but it jolted a name from his memory. Gu Shui. Son preference was rampant here. Rumor had it Gu Shui's mother had been trafficked into the village, possibly bought by Gu Shui's father, and gave birth to her soon after. Village gossip offered many versions, but the most widely accepted one went like this. When Gu Shui started elementary school, her mother used picking up her daughter as an excuse to escape, leaving Gu Shui behind forever. Her father was no saint, addicted to smoking, drinking, and gambling. Had only purchased a wife to produce a male heir. Sons could work the fields, after all. When a daughter arrived instead, he was bitterly disappointed. And because his wife fled under the pretense of fetching Gu Shui, all his rage fixated squarely on the girl. Any bad mood meant beatings for her. Of course, these were just rumors, but the fact that Gu Shui had been abandoned, that was undeniable. As for why she kept throwing things at him, Xia Yu couldn't remember at all. He recalled her mainly because of that suffocating family situation, and because, in the future, she would become a business partner of his. It was hard to imagine this filthy, bedraggled child growing up to be that cold, aloof voice actress with a uniquely crisp tone. But back then, they'd barely interacted. Brushing dust off his clothes, Xia Yu headed home. He needed to pin down exactly when he was. A vague sense of time wasn't enough. Though his memories were hazy, muscle memory led him effortlessly to his house. You're back. His grandmother, Li Tsulan, sat in a reclining chair in the front yard, soaking up the sun. Xia Yu blinked, dazed. After a long pause, he replied, "Yeah, I'm back." He walked into the hall and spotted a calendar hanging on the wall still featuring the recently concluded Olympics. Very period specific. August 21st, 2008. Xia Yu sighed. Neither the timing nor the location of his rebirth was favorable. He didn't play the lottery. He barely followed soccer. He vaguely recalled some meme like I'd bet 30 million Germany wins, but had no idea which year or match it referred to. Had never studied lottery patterns, even scratch cards were rare for him. Forget predicting winning numbers. Truth was, he was just an ordinary guy. Average looks, average grades, average life. Sure, he knew housing prices would skyrocket and a pandemic would ravage the world, but right now, he was broke. Penniless. Just a kid. Still, Xia Yu refused to give up. He went to his desk, grabbed paper and pen, and began brainstorming. Cost and identity, he underlined these two words repeatedly. They were key. His first thought was to plagiarize future web novels, but he quickly dismissed it. Even though Head read tons, he only remembered broad plots. Details? Long gone. And good stories needed detail. Plus, writing novels took too long and was wildly unstable. 2008 was the dawn of commercial web fiction. Ghost blows out the light, and those Ming Dynasty stories were still serializing on Tianya. The industry was about to explode, but not yet. Thud! A clump of mud splattered against the window, startling him. He turned just in time to see a fleeting figure disappear. It was Gu Shui again. Annoyed, Xia Yu rushed outside, but she was already gone. What's wrong with you? Can't you act your age? Li Tsuelon scolded as he burst from his room. Nothing, Grandma, Xia Yu said helplessly, not revealing the truth. Just saw an old classmate. I wanted to say hello. You're just like your grandfather. Neither of you gives me a moment's peace. Li Tsuelon rose from her chair and headed to the kitchen. Go check the field, see why your grandpa hasn't come back yet. Xia Yu nodded, then fetched a rag to clean the window. On his way out, he spotted a magazine lying on the courtyard recliner. His eyes lit up. An idea struck him. Chapter 2. Wait, I still have to go to school? You might not be ready to write full-length web novels, but short pieces? That was doable. His father, eager to prove he cared about his son's education, had always stocked the house with literary magazines. Readers, Yilin, Youth Digest during middle and high school. Xia Yu could always grab one from a corner whenever he had free time. This habit made him popular at school while teachers confiscated classmates' magazines one by one. Xia Yu kept pulling fresh ones from thin air. For bored, stressed students, these magazines were emotional lifelines. Xia Yu knew this was the last golden era for print magazines. Soon, the internet would crush them. But right now, magazines and newspapers still held real sway. And what do they love most? First, heartwarming parable short tales with moral lessons, perfect for student writing material and approved by parents as educational. Second, emotional dramas and celebrity gossip feeding the public's appetite for drama. Best of all, these pieces were quick to write, stable in demand, and paid well. Readers especially was flush with cash. A single long feature could cover half a family's monthly expenses. Of course, that was rare, but what else could a middle schooler do? He wasn't picky. After cleaning the window and clarifying his plan, Xia Yu prepared to look for his grandfather only to see the old man ambling back, hands clasped behind his back. Ran into that Gu Shui girl on the way back, Xia Weihua said casually, grabbing a stool as he watched Xia Yu set up a table in the yard. Gu Biao's daughter? Li Tsuelon placed the last dish on the table. Didn't Gu Biao lose money again yesterday? I heard Gu Shui cried all night until dawn. Xia Weihua sighed deeply, shoveling rice into his mouth. I heard she stole buns from the steam bun shop. When the staff came to complain, Gu Biao kicked her so hard she dropped her knees right there. The beating was brutal. Gu Biao only cares if his own bell is full, Li Tsuelon said bitterly, her appetite gone. Poor Gu Shui. Xia Yu ate in silence, absorbing their words, unaware of the slight movement behind the earthen wall behind him. But Xia Weihua, facing that direction, caught it. He subtly signaled Li Tsuelon to drop the topic. Lost in thought about potential submissions, Xia Yu decided to cast a wide net. Submit to multiple magazines. He had plenty of ideas, and more importantly, time to waste. As usual, Xia Weihua cleared the dinner table. But tonight, all three had eaten little. The conversation had soured their appetites. Xia Yu, eager to start writing, rushed off. Leftover food filled the bowls. Old woman, Xia Weihua called toward the house. We can't save this. No fridge idle spoil overnight. What do we do? Li Tsuelon replied from inside. We'll have to throw it out. Xia Weihua quietly stopped his grandson, who was wiping the table. Take this bowl and put on the back of the earthen wall. Grab an extra pair of chopsticks from the kitchen. And keep it quiet. Xia Yu peeked into the bowl. Tonight's leftovers mixed together. Puzzled but obedient, he carried it out. As he neared the wall, he saw Gu Shui curled up in the shadows, trying to hide. But it wasn't dark, yet her hiding was futile. Now understanding his grandparents' earlier hints, Xia Yu softened. Hungry? he asked gently. Gu Shui said nothing, just glanced at him through tangled bangs, her eyes unreadable. But Xia Yu clearly saw the swollen bruise on her left cheek. Recalling dinner talk, he knew exactly where it came from. I saved this for Yino once touched it. Seeing her ignore him, he bit back further words. He knew sounding patronizing would backfire. So he simply set the bowl on the wall and left. He had worked to Dano, need to stand there like a warden watching her eat. Take it or leave it. Back in his room, he dug out stacks of magazines. Readers, Youth Digest, even a couple of story collections. After flipping through them, he confirmed the trends hadn't changed. Emotional drama and inspirational tales still ruled. And for story collections, after decades of reading web novels, he knew a thing or two about crafting punchy, viral hooks. 2 days flew by in a blur of writing, eating, sleeping, and drafting nonstop. Li Tsuolan proudly declared, "My grandson's finally grown up. Doesn't need reminding to study, sits at his desk all day, working hard." Delighted, she bought meat at the market to encourage him, unintentionally giving Gu Shui her first taste of meat in weeks. Like clockwork, Gu Shui began appearing behind the earthen wall at every mealtime. And like clockwork, Xia Yu placed leftovers on the wall, retrieving the empty bowl an hour later. All of this happened with his grandparents' silent blessing and gentle orchestration. Li Tsuolan now deliberately cooked extra. Where once leftovers were occasional, now every meal had plenty to spare. Then, on the morning of September 1st at 7:15 a.m., as Li Tsuolan shook him awake, Xia Yu suddenly froze. He had to go to school. Wait, what about his homework? He frantically flipped through his backpack and pulled out 2 blank exercise books. Oh no! Chapter 3. A lesson for her. The school is situated a mere 20-minute walk from my home. Although the middle school curriculum is somewhat unfamiliar to Xia Yu, it is by no means insurmountable. Having pursued education all the way to a doctorate in my previous life, I possess a solid understanding of study methodologies. Consequently, during class, Xia Yu rarely paid attention, instead dedicating his focus to revising manuscripts. The middle school that Xia Yu attended was determined by district zoning, and he chose one near his grandparents' home. Presumably, the school aimed to actively support the national policy of 9 years of compulsory education. The cafeteria provided subsidized lunches, and one could eat as much rice as desired, aptly reflecting the words of his homeroom teacher. One might not eat well, but one would certainly eat enough. Situated in an area where urban and rural environments converge, the school had a rather mixed atmosphere. Middle school students were divided into elite and regular classes, yet many managed to gain entry into the elite classes through connections. Thus, even Xia Yu's class 9 of the 3rd year was not comprised solely of obedient students. "Shall we go for lunch?" Luo Yongqiang asked, darting in front of Xia Yu as soon as school ended in the morning, gesturing with his chin. "Aren't you still studying so hard, buddy?" Xia Yu and Luo Yongqiang shared a strong bond. Having attended the same school from middle school through university, their connection never severed. Their exam rankings were usually quite similar. Seeing Luo Yongqiang's youthful visage now evoked a sense of nostalgia in Xia Yu. Luo Yongqiang waved his hand dismissively. "Have you really lost your mind studying? I was wondering if Su Yan's summons to the office today really knocked you off your feet. Come on. If we can't make it, let's just give up and stop fixating on your math." Su Yan was Xia Yu's middle school mathematics teacher, one of the few first-tier mathematics instructors in the school. Despite being in her 50s, her temper remained fierce, instilling fear in many students. Throughout the morning, Xia Yu had kept his head down revising, only to be summoned to the office by Su Yan, who scolded him for not paying attention in class. "Su Yan scolded me because of you," Xia Yu retorted, snapping back to reality and finding comfort in their familiar banter. "You say I failed to fulfill a father's responsibilities, letting you run wild all summer without doing your homework. Scram." Luo Yongqiang recognized that Xia Yu was in a relaxed state and playfully hooked his arm around Xia Yu's neck. "We haven't seen each other in ages. Let's head to the convenience store for some snacks, my treat." "Come on, buddy, you must be rich," Xia Yu exclaimed, immediately showering Luo Yongqiang with praise. "Rich man, treat me to 50, let's see your worth." Thus, the two of them strolled shoulder to shoulder towards the cafeteria. However, their tardiness, compounded by a detour to the convenience store, resulted in a dearth of available seating upon their arrival. Luo Yongqiang glanced around and spotted an empty table. Though it bore dishes of food, it was devoid of company. He quickly urged Xia Yu to sit down. Before long, Luo Yongqiang's smile faded. He finally understood why the table was vacant. Gu Shui, seemingly oblivious to the gazes of others, approached directly, a bowl of soup in hand. The swelling on her face had yet to subside, and there were 2 visible wounds near her eyes. Her hair remained disheveled, just as it had been the last time they encountered her. Setting aside the unappetizing quality of the school cafeteria's offerings, Gu Shue's disheveled appearance had already diminished any appetite they might have had before even starting their meal. At a table meant for four, the most distant position was undoubtedly diagonally opposite to Gu Shue, while the remaining seats were either face-to-face or side-by-side with her. Luo Yongqiang found himself in a quandary. Switching seats now was a formidable challenge due to the crowded cafeteria, with only this small corner appearing spacious. As for the reason for its emptiness, Xia Yu remained silent, choosing to sit beside Gu Shue and allowing Luo Yongqiang to occupy the seat opposite him. Xia Yu perceptively noticed Gu Shue's eating motion falter for a moment before she resumed her meal with an air of nonchalance. Despite the multitude of topics Xia Yu and Luo Yongqiang could discuss, the presence of a young girl rendered their conversation awkward, prompting them to lapse into silence and eat quietly. "Can you really sit beside her so naturally?" Luo Yongqiang queried, skeptical as he made his way back to the classroom after finishing his meal. "You've come this far. Will you really turn around and switch seats?" Xia Yu remained noncommittal to Luo Yongqiang's lament, finding the situation not as dreadful as he had imagined. "Have you truly forgotten?" Luo Yongqiang halted, just 2 steps away from returning to class. "Didn't Tishi throw stones or mud at you a couple of days ago? You encountered that too?" Xia Yu asked, puzzled, as he had been unaware of the circumstances, having only experienced it on the day of his rebirth. He had been preoccupied with his writing and had established a tacit agreement with Gu Shue regarding food, allowing the matter to fade into obscurity. It appeared that Luo Yongqiang had also faced a similar incident. "I am truly exasperated by your foolishness," Luo Yongqiang exclaimed, raising his hands in frustration. "Last week, when we went to buy buns, we caught Gu Shue stealing steamed buns from a vendor. The shopkeeper asked if we knew her, mentioning she had been pilfering from there for several days. And you still dare to sit with her? Is this her way of exacting revenge on us?" Xia Yu was taken aback. He had no recollection of such an event, but he distinctly remembered the casual chatter at the dining table, where Gu Shue's punishment had been linked to her theft. "I believe so. Otherwise, she's from class 7, and we're from class 9. There's no way we'd be involved," Luo Yongqiang reasoned. Xia Yu paused in contemplation. "Are you aware of Gu Shue's family situation? I've only heard whispers, which is why I hesitated to sit beside her." Luo Yongqiang scratched his head in annoyance, despite knowing he had acted rightly. The knowledge of Gu Shue's severe beating filled him with guilt, leading him to overlook her stone throwing. Xia Yu had not held Gu Shue accountable even without the background, and now that he understood the context, he was even less inclined to argue the morality of the situation. However, he decided it would be wise to inform his grandmother to prepare a bit more for dinner, as Gu Shue could manage her lunch now. During the midday break, a brief nap at his desk served as a sufficient rest. In the afternoon, unencumbered by Su Yan's supervision, Xia Yu unabashedly revised his manuscript. He found that with each lowering and raising of his head, an entire class would pass. This cycle repeated 4 times until the school day concluded. Xia Yu intended to visit the post office, and after checking his drafts and stuffing them into envelopes, he had wasted some time. Just as he stepped out of the classroom, he overheard a group of students exiting together. "That Gu Shue is utterly disgusting," a girl's voice rang out. "I can't even remember the last time she washed her hair. I find her repulsive too," another boy chimed in, mentioning that it was rumored she had been beaten by her father just the day before for allegedly stealing. "Why don't we teach her a lesson, so she remembers not to disgust us here?" declared the leading girl loudly. "At lunchtime, she sits alone at a table. Isn't that revolting?" Hearing their voices fade into the distance, Xia Yu, who had been about to put on his backpack, paused and sighed as he stuffed the envelope into it. He turned and walked toward the office. While other teachers might be oblivious, there was one teacher Xia Yu was quite familiar with. She would undoubtedly take action regarding this matter. Chapter 4. A glimpse of oneself. When Su Yan and Xia Yu arrived, they were still a step too late. Gu Shue had been discarded in the muddy rice field by the roadside. Xia Yu watched as Gu Shue attempted to rise repeatedly. Yet the thick mud clung to her like countless hands, intent on keeping her trapped in that mire forever. Surrounding her were only mocking voices. A group of people splashed water and hurled mud, and just as Gu Shue managed to stand, she was knocked down again, falling back into the sludge. Before Xia Yu could react, Su Yan had already shouted sharply to stop them. It was hard to imagine that a man nearing 50 could exude such force. He strode over with unyielding authority, frightening the 5 perpetrators into immobility. Su Yan seized each of them by the ear, lining them up one by one. Gu Shue likely never anticipated her situation would take such a turn. There she sat, a mud-stained figure in the field, motionless, while the lush crops around her failed to lend a hint of brightness to the scene. Xia Yu approached the edge of the field, gazing into Gu Shue's eyes, which sparkled yet were frigid. A child of merely 10 or so should be in the age of innocence and romance, yet at this moment, Her gaze held a fierce resolve to take everyone down with her. Xia Yu remained silent, extending his hand. Gu Shui ignored him, returning his gaze with an equally cold stare. Dinner was ready. Xia Yu contemplated many words, whether tender reassurances or feigned empathy, yet in the end, he uttered only 5 brief words. Gu Shui appeared taken aback by Xia Yu's response, momentarily frozen, and the suppressed madness in her eyes diminished somewhat. After a long pause, Gu Shui attempted to stand again, then knelt down, taking 2 steps forward before rising once more, yet again kneeling, moving a step ahead. She staggered to her feet once more, realizing she was so close to the bank, yet it felt so distant. In a moment of disorientation, her balance faltered, threatening to plunge her back into the mire. Xia Yu reached out and caught her, slowly guiding her out of the rice field without uttering a word. Firmly holding her arm as they walked towards Su Yin, Xia Yu contemplated washing Gu Shui off, but ultimately abandoned the thought. Su Yin was well aware of these 5 students, 3 boys and 2 girls, who lingered at the school gate every day after class, loitering like delinquents. Although Su Yin only taught mathematics to the 9th grade, she was the homeroom teacher for the 7th grade next door, and the presence of these 5 students, who were not all from her class, infuriated her immensely. I will handle this matter with utmost seriousness. Su Yan's voice pierced through the air, laced with an undeniable anger. In her view, a person could be foolish or lazy, but they must never be malicious. I will call your parents. Right now? Immediately. Su Yin cast a glance at Xia Yu and Gu Shui, who stood silently nearby, their thoughts concealed. Perhaps it was the rare emotional tone in Su Yan's voice that prompted the swift arrival of 5 parents. The situation was uncomplicated, easily articulated in just a couple of sentences. Once all 5 parents had gathered, Su Yin merely stated, "Your precious children have been bullied. You may deliberate on how to address this." At that moment, Gu Shui's muddy appearance was laid bare before everyone, and Xia Yu deliberately refrained from using the nearby clean water for a brief wash, anticipating this very instant. Some of the mud had already begun to solidify under the setting sun, while the still wet sludge dripped slowly from Gu Shui's hair and arms, leaving small muddy imprints on the ground, reminiscent of an unfinished clay sculpture. Very well, Teacher Su, one father, seemingly chosen as the spokesperson, wiped the sweat from his brow and spoke with an ingratiating tone. "We will certainly discipline our child upon our return. As for that Gu Shui," Xia Yu interjected. "Ah yes, classmate Gu Shui, we shall help her clean up shortly." The man glanced at Xia Yu and continued in a similarly sycophantic manner towards Su Yin. We will also provide classmate Gu Shui with a new set of clothes. Teacher Su, when I went to rescue classmate Gu Shui, it seemed she had fainted in the mud. I called her several times before she responded," Xia Yu continued. "I heard that such situations can be quite dangerous. Shouldn't Gu Shui be taken to the hospital for a checkup?" It was evident that Xia Yu did not intend his words solely for Su Yan's ears. This was understood by all present. Yet, the insight displayed by a student like Xia Yu prompted Su Yin to regard him with newfound respect. "Ahem, indeed. We will certainly take classmate Gu Shui to the hospital for an examination. We will cover the expenses. We are quite concerned about her well-being," the man said, wiping his brow again, though this time he did not look at Su Yin but rather at Xia Yu, who had just spoken. "Teacher Su, do patients generally require supplements for a quicker recovery?" At this juncture, he took advantage of his position, feigning ignorance. "Enough. You should clean Gu Shui up, take her to the clinic, and then compensate her family with a new outfit along with some tokens of apology," Su Yin interjected, halting Xia Yu's pretense. If this matter were reported, it could potentially lead to expulsion from school for them. A private resolution among the parents was preferable. Generally speaking, the school would not take such a severe stance, especially given the 9-year compulsory education policy. They would be reluctant to address it seriously, as it would amount to a scandal. At most, a warning regarding suspension might be issued. Su Yin was clearly prioritizing Gu Shui's welfare. Very well, very well." The man nodded eagerly in agreement, then turned to confer with the other parents. Finally, a modestly dressed woman approached, stating her intent to help Gu Shui clean up before taking her to the clinic. "Go ahead," Xia Yu remarked, noticing Gu Shui's lack of response, and gently nudged her. "Dinner will be waiting for you tonight." Gu Shui cast a lingering glance at Xia Yu before following the woman away, leaving only Xia Yu and Su Yin standing together. "I didn't realize you were so thoughtful," Su Yin remarked. Su Yin observed the parents leading their children away, casting a glance at the now quiet Xia Yu, and spoke. "I am immensely grateful for Teacher Su's willingness to assist. Otherwise, I would have been left merely as a bystander." Xia Yu expressed that the matter did not significantly pertain to him, emphasizing that it was primarily Su Yin's readiness to advocate for justice. "What made you think I would intervene in this situation?" Su Yin continued, turning back to the school, having left in haste earlier, with his belongings still there. Why not consult your homeroom teacher? Is it simply because there are students from class 7 involved? Xia Yu replied. I believe Teacher Su would not allow such matters to transpire unchecked. Unable to articulate further, he vaguely added, Teacher Wang's temperament is too gentle. I fear it would not intimidate them. Do you all truly find me so formidable? Su Yan glanced back at Xia Yu, his voice rising slightly. Xia Yu instinctively shrank back, offering a compliment. That was not my intention. However, Teacher Su, having taught for so many years, undoubtedly carries a certain authority. Su Yan, clearly amused by Xia Yu's evident flattery, chuckled in response. If you come to my class again with your head down, I shall ensure you witness the authority I have cultivated over these years. Xia Yu awkwardly laughed as he bid farewell to Su Yan, needing to head to the post office. Had it not been for the unexpected disruption caused by Gu Shue's situation, he would have already completed sending his letters and be on his way home. Yet, ignorance was bliss. Knowing yet remaining indifferent was not in his nature. I suppose it's somewhat of a favor to myself, Xia Yu mused with a smile. Chapter 5. First encounter upon returning home. Xia Weihua was already engrossed in a game of chess, having brought along a stool. Li Chuilan, noticing Xia Yu's arrival, hurriedly reheated the dishes before rushing out to meet her friends for mahjong. Thus, Xia Yu found himself alone in the courtyard, dining solitary. He rummaged through the house for a magazine and, while eating, engaged with its contents, finding no tedium in his solitude. The television signal at home was often poor, and Xia Yu lacked the patience to wait for it to stabilize, preferring to sit in the courtyard with his magazine. Is this Gu Shue's residence? A figure leaned through the gate, and upon looking up, Xia Yu recognized it as the woman who had mentioned taking Gu Shue for a wash before heading to the clinic. This is not Gu Shue's home, Xia Yu replied, puzzled, as Gu Shue should have been with her. If they were together, why come here? Then, realizing it pertained to dinner, he understood that Gu Shue must have directed her here. The woman's expression turned curious, and she slightly shifted to allow Gu Shue to step forward, marking Xia Yu's first sight of her in a pristine state. Her silky black hair flowed elegantly, her profile sharp, and her nose straight. However, her exposed arms bore numerous bruises, and a wound at the corner of her eye was concealed by a bandage. Her demeanor was devoid of the previous hostility, appearing tranquil as if nothing had transpired. Dinner was Gu Shue's first utterance to Xia Yu, though her words were remarkably succinct. I apologize for the inconvenience, Auntie. I was pressed for time this afternoon and didn't manage to introduce myself. I am Xia Yu, a friend of Gu Shue's. Sometimes, when her father is busy, he entrusts my grandparents to ensure Gu Shue has her meals at my home. Xia Yu quickly devised a set of explanations. Otherwise, Gu Shue's declaration of this place as her home could easily lead to misunderstandings. If not clarified, rumors could spread rapidly. I apologize. Our child has caused trouble for your family. The woman did not dwell on Xia Yu's words. It was too late to provide Gu Shue with a new set of clothes. A few of us parents rummaged through some old garments to make do for the time being. The doctor mentioned that there was nothing serious, just a need to pay attention to her nutrition moving forward. Thank you for your trouble, Auntie. Upon hearing this, Xia Yu felt a sense of relief wash over him. The villagers were almost all aware of Gu Shue's frequent beatings. Xia Yu worried that if this continued, it might lead to serious issues. It was fortuitous that they had the hospital checkup, just to be safe. Presently, Xia Yu could do little for Gu Shue, so he offered assistance as best he could, seeking solace in the act. If there is nothing more, I shall return home. I still have children to care for. The woman efficiently turned and departed, leaving Gu Shue and Xia Yu standing in place. Gu Shue kept her head lowered in silence, while Xia Yu, who considered himself not particularly introverted, found himself at a loss for words. You sit there, I will serve the rice. Xia Yu did not intend to pursue further conversation. Earlier, when he had served the rice, he noticed there was still a considerable amount left in the pot. Evidently, Li Tsulan had once again cooked too much. Gu Shue nodded and turned to sit on Xia Yu's stool, causing him to pause momentarily. This young lady truly did not regard him as an outsider. However, upon seeing the various bruises on Gu Shue's frail arms, a result of prolonged malnutrition, he could only sigh. The two had little to converse about. As Xia Yu observed Gu Shue silently consuming her meal, he felt reassured in his instincts. Presently, Gu Shue resembled a wary little creature, flinching at the slightest sound. Yet, the stark contrast to her previous reckless defiance was striking. It hardly seemed as though they were the same person. Thank you, came a faint voice from Gu Shue's direction, causing Xia Yu to pause mid-action while serving the dishes. He replied, acknowledging her gratitude without intending to emphasize his modest act of kindness as any form of heroic rescue. After all, he had been raised by his grandparents. and thus his values were inevitably shaped by them. He had merely done a good deed within his capabilities. The atmosphere grew silent once more as they continued their dinner. Reminiscent of their quiet midday meal, Gu Shui, perhaps ravenous, kept her head down, steadily feeding herself. Xia Yu, having seen enough, set down his utensils and remarked, "Eat slowly. There's more if you need it." Upon hearing this, Gu Shui moderated her pace. Although not devouring her food, the rhythm of her eating remained swift. Xia Yu picked up the magazine he had carelessly tossed aside and returned it to the room. When he emerged, he found Gu Shui had laid down her chopsticks. Looking at him with an empty gaze, Xia Yu glanced at the table, noticing that all the bowls were spotless, devoid of remnants. "Did you not eat enough?" Xia Yu paused, taken aback by Gu Shui's intense gaze fixed upon him, mistakenly believing she was still hungry and desired another bowl. Gu Shui shook her head, her large eyes blinking with a myriad of emotions. Conflicted, hesitant, reluctant, and finally, relieved. It seemed as though Gu Shui had made a significant decision. As she retrieved an object from her pocket to present to Xia Yu. Upon receiving it, Xia Yu discovered it to be a rather inexpensive hard candy. The wrinkled candy wrapper clearly indicated that it had been crumpled numerous times since it had been acquired. Where did this come from? Xia Yu recalled the incident when Gu Shui had stealthily taken a bun from the food stall to satisfy her hunger, prompting him to inquire about it. Even if the question might sting a little. "A woman gave it to me," Gu Shui replied softly. "Thank you, I really like it," Xia Yu said as he accepted the candy. In front of Gu Shui, he unwrapped the candy, revealing a slightly melted red sweet. A testament to the excessive handling it had endured. As he popped it into his mouth, the cheap flavor of watermelon candy flooded his senses. Watching Gu Shui's eager eyes fixed on him, or rather on his mouth, he could sense her curiosity about the candy's taste. He turned and made his way indoors. Recalling that Li Tsuelan always kept a jar of candies filled with treats brought by Xia Yu's parents during their visits, Li Tsuelan would consistently store them in one jar. And each year, during festive gatherings, she would offer Xia Yu some sweets from that collection. After a prolonged search, Xia Yu finally retrieved 2 milk candies. Emerging to find Gu Shui standing there, seemingly at a loss, much like a robot awaiting its next command. "Take these home," Xia Yu suggested, aware that there was little left for them to discuss. He handed the candies to Gu Shui, reminding her to consume them promptly, as milk candies were prone to melting if held for too long. Gu Shui nodded, and as she walked away, the milk candies were still tightly clutched in her hand. Noticing this, Xia Yu chose not to comment further, waving goodbye to Gu Shui before turning to tidy the table. Today marked the submission of his first manuscript, and he knew that the earliest response would come next week at the soonest. Until then, to be honest, Xia Yu felt rather uncertain. However, there was little he could do. The only course of action was to diligently attend to the tasks at hand. Chapter 6. A modest success. "You did quite well on this exam," Su Yin remarked, donning her glasses as she meticulously reviewed Xia Yu's mathematics paper. After placing her reading glasses back in their case, she lifted her gaze to Xia Yu, who stood beside her. The reason Xia Yu found himself in the office was that he had, rather conspicuously, failed to pay attention in class the previous week. Although he had shown some restraint during Su Yan's lectures, he still found himself occasionally distracted, with his disinterest practically written across his face. Naturally, this caught Su Yan's attention. Moreover, due to the situation with Gu Shui, Su Yan had become aware that Xia Yu was not as straightforward as he appeared, prompting her to scrutinize him more closely during this semester's examinations. She was prepared to deliver a stern reprimand upon seeing his results. It was not merely because Xia Yu had subtly remarked on her strictness. It was simply a reflection of her strong sense of responsibility as a dedicated teacher. Standing beside Su Yin, contemplating the topic at hand, Xia Yu noticed Su Yin speaking. Coming back to reality, he hurriedly replied, "Not at all. It is entirely due to teacher Su's excellent guidance." Although Su Yin verbally resisted Xia Yu's praise, the smile that graced the corners of her lips betrayed her true sentiments. Su Yin returned the examination paper to Xia Yu and casually inquired, "Has Gu Shui been bullied by those few individuals again?" Though Su Yin posed the question nonchalantly, it stemmed from her newfound understanding of Gu Shui's situation. While ignorance may have been bliss in the past, now that she was aware, she felt compelled to extend a helping hand. "I don't know," Xia Yu replied honestly, acknowledging that he was not well acquainted with Gu Shui. Ever since their lunch at the cafeteria, Gu Shui had only been seen during dinner, regularly appearing behind her family's earthen walls. "I shall visit her home for a check-in." Su Yin pondered before making a decision. This was the source of Xia Yu's confidence in approaching Su Yin with her teaching prowess. She could easily secure a position at a more prestigious institution for a higher salary, yet she chose to remain here. The reason was simple yet noble. She had graduated from this very place, and her own teacher was here, supporting Su Yin all the way to university. Bidding farewell to Su Yin, Xia Yu felt a deep respect for her. However, he harbored a strong disdain for her request to meet after school, akin to a boss demanding a meeting after hours. As a result of Su Yan's impromptu meeting, Xia Yu left the school much later than usual. Once outside, he spotted a familiar figure. Gu Shui was crouched across the street, clad in her school uniform, her hair still unkempt, her large eyes darting about, seemingly searching for something. Upon seeing Xia Yu, Gu Shui sprang to her feet and dashed toward him. Before he could inquire about anything, she triumphantly produced a crumpled piece of fruit candy from her pocket. Where did you get that? Xia Yu felt compelled to clarify the source of the candy. If Gu Shui had indeed stolen it, the only stance he could adopt was to refuse to partake in it, subtly expressing his disapproval. It was a reward from Teacher Su, Gu Shui explained softly upon hearing Xia Yu's question, adding, "You said you really liked this candy." So this little girl had been waiting at the school gate, oblivious to the fact that he had been detained by Su Yin in her office for a while before returning to the classroom to organize his notes. Leisurely walking out afterward. "You've been waiting all this time?" Xia Yu asked, accepting the candy and gazing at the familiar crumpled sweet in his palm. "Had I not appeared, would you have continued waiting here? I could have given it to you at dinner," Gu Shui replied gently, her tone unwavering. "I was watching the entrance, and I noticed everyone who came through. It was only in your absence that I kept waiting." This foolish girl had been standing at the school gate, waiting for nearly an hour, solely to present him with the candy at the earliest opportunity. Xia Yu found himself at a loss for words as he peeled away the sugary coating under Gu Shui's expectant gaze. The saccharine flavor melted in his mouth. And perhaps it was merely a psychological effect, but he perceived this candy to be significantly sweeter than the last. The two strolled home in a leisurely manner, walking one after the other, enveloped in a comfortable silence that seemed to tacitly affirm their way of being together, rendering any awkwardness non-existent. As they approached home, Gu Shui faced a dilemma. Logically, she should appear behind the earthen wall of Xia Yu's house. What was she supposed to do? Hide behind the wall and wait for dinner? Xia Yu, noticing the conflicted expression on Gu Shui's delicate face, understood her thoughts. It was impractical to have her eat behind the wall as they had done before. Entering the house was the natural course of action. After all, as a friend visiting, it was only fitting that she stay for dinner. "I insist you come in," Xia Yu said. If they were both adults, his words might have been interpreted with ulterior motives. However, given the circumstances, Xia Yu expressed little interest in bean sprouts. Recognizing that Gu Shui's nutrition had been lacking over the years, leaving her stature without advantage, merely accentuating her frailness. At the dining table, Gu Shui became somewhat reserved, primarily due to Xia Weihua and Li Chuilan continuously serving her food. This effectively disrupted her eating rhythm, leaving her with little choice but to focus on the rice in her bowl. Gu Shui felt alien in such an atmosphere, as her limited experience had never encompassed the concept of family. Though there was a dining table at home, Gu Biao always adhered to the philosophy that one person's fullness sufficed for the rest, and the notion of a family chatting and dining together had never occurred. The only lively moments in that household were marked by her cries when she was punished. The idea of someone serving her food was foreign. She had exhausted all means just to avoid starvation. Dinner unfolded amidst the casual banter of Xia Weihua and Li Chuilan. While Gu Shui stared blankly at Xia Yu as he cleared the table, she wished to lend a hand but was halted by Li Chuilan, standing indecisively, unsure of what to do. "Oh dear, this girl doesn't even know how to tidy up after herself," Li Chuilan mused, taking the opportunity to scrutinize Gu Shui. Her words laced with concern for Gu Shui and discontent towards Gu Biao's neglect. "When was the last time you took a bath?" Xia Yu asked nonchalantly while wiping the table. If his memory served him correctly, it had been nearly a week since Gu Shui was bullied. Gu Shui fell silent for a moment. Then, a hint of embarrassment creeping in, she recalled, 5 days ago. Xia Yu paused in his task, realizing that since that day, she had not bathed, not due to a child's insensitivity to dirt, but rather because children at that age are particularly sensitive to their surroundings. Before Xia Yu could respond, Li Chuilan seized Gu Shui's hand, guiding her toward the bathroom for a thorough cleaning. Thus, Gu Shui was pulled along. Just as Xia Yu placed the tidied table back in the corner of the front hall, voices wafted in from the courtyard. Shortly after, Xia Weihua, who had been sitting outside reading the newspaper, entered with a beaming smile, handing Xia Yu several envelopes. Xia Yu had a fair idea of their contents. Chapter 7. An attempt. Xia Yu sequentially opened the envelopes, each containing minimal content, a check and a notification. A cursory glance at the notification revealed that his manuscript had been accepted, accompanied by a prohibition against submitting elsewhere without permission. Yet, Xia Yu's primary concern lay with the check that had arrived. The manuscript fee was, as he had anticipated, modest, just a little over 400 yuan. Perhaps it was due to his status as a novice author, leading to a conservative compensation standard. Nonetheless, Xia Yu was unperturbed. He was not in immediate need of funds and preferred to take things as they came. The path before him seemed to be unfolding successfully, and 400 yuan constituted a substantial sum for a middle school student, especially in a time when prices had yet to soar. Carefully, he tucked the check away. Lacking a bank card, he used his grandfather's identity. This arrangement was a secret shared only between the two of them, unbeknownst to his grandmother. His grandfather had a rather lenient approach towards him, respecting Xia Yu's opinions on most matters, unless his grandmother intervened. This fostered a strong bond between the grandfather and grandson. As Xia Yu emerged from his bedroom, he observed Li Zuolan drying Gu Shue's hair. Gu Shue sat quietly on a stool, her small head swaying gently in rhythm with Li Zuolan's hands. Upon noticing Xia Yu, Gu Shue ceased her movements, her large eyes fixated upon him, twinkling with unspoken thoughts. Despite Xia Yu's lack of interest in children, the intensity of her gaze made him somewhat uneasy. After a moment's contemplation, he retreated into Li Zuolan's bedroom, skillfully locating the candy jar and retrieving 2 milk candies. Upon his return, he found Li Zuolan busily lecturing Gu Shue on hygiene, advising her to bathe daily, how to wash dirty clothes, and the proper use of soap. This was the first time Li Zuolan encountered someone who merely rinsed off with water when bathing, and treated clothing with a casual splash. Her heart ached at the sight of the bruises on Gu Shue's face, prompting her to continue her lengthy discourse. Almost wishing to adopt Gu Shue as her own granddaughter, Xia Weihua stood nearby, packing snacks and fruits into a bag. At last, Li Zuolan concluded her tirade, affectionately patting Gu Shue's small head before instructing Xia Yu to escort her home. Xia Yu began to understand the origins of his overly accommodating nature, as Xia Weihua refrained from allowing Gu Shue to carry anything, directly handing the bag to Xia Yu and instructing Gu Shue to help herself should she finish. With a glum expression, Xia Yu accepted the bag and obediently stood at the door, awaiting Gu Shue's departure. Gu Shue was unaccustomed to such effusive hospitality from Xia Yu's family. She knew how to deal with malice, gritting her teeth and enduring it. But this unreserved kindness left her at a loss. She could only nod in response to Li Zuolan's concerns, which to Xia Yu seemed like mere repetition. With Gu Shue leading the way and Xia Yu following, they traversed the village from its entrance to its end in silence, neither uttering a word. Xia Yu was at a loss for conversation, while Gu Shue's upbringing had instilled in her a habit of reticence. Xia Yu had only heard about Gu Shue's family situation, but had never truly visited. Upon his arrival, he discovered that reality was far more dire than he had imagined. The walls were constructed from a mixture of mud blocks and red bricks, with straw added for stability. The earthen house had a small hole for a window, the glass so obscured that it was impossible to see through. Gu Shue cautiously pushed open the dilapidated wooden door, which emitted an unpleasant creaking sound. The interior was starkly furnished, a bed, a table supported by only 3 legs, with a quilt spread beneath it. Xia Yu surmised that this was where Gu Shue slept, as her clothes were strewn across the bed. "Why are you so late returning today?" A hoarse voice came from behind Xia Yu. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on the bag he was holding. Gu Shue remained unresponsive, perhaps accustomed to the situation, choosing not to speak. Turning around, Xia Yu beheld Gu Biao's appearance. Although he was a head taller, the toll of tobacco and alcohol had ravaged his physique. His skin was dull, his eyes sunken, radiating profound fatigue and helplessness. "Uncle Gu, I am Xia Yu," he introduced himself, sensing Gu Shue's reluctance to speak. Gu Shue was bullied by some classmates a few days ago. Today, their parents came to the school to apologize, which delayed her. "And what does that have to do with you?" Gu Biao replied, followed by a series of heavy coughs. After taking a drag from his cigarette, he seemed somewhat better, showing little concern for the 2 children before him. "What do you have in the bag?" "It's related to my teacher Su Yan, who is handling this matter. She needed to be present during the apology, so she came with me." Xia Yu stumbled slightly over his words, but quickly added, "The apology took longer than expected. On the way back, I found that dinner was being prepared at my home, so I invited Gu Shue to stay for a meal. The bag contains gifts from my grandparents for her visit." Xia Yu's account was a mix of truth and fabrication, yet it held no glaring inconsistencies, merely rearranging the events of the past few days into a coherent narrative that, aside from the parties involved, would withstand scrutiny. Gu Biao's cold gaze bore into Xia Yu, causing an unsettling feeling within him, though he could not fathom the reason behind such scrutiny. He feigned ignorance, smiling back at Gu Biao. After a moment of silence, Gu Biao walked directly into the house, lying down on the bed without turning back, stating, Put away your things. You may leave now. Gu Shui, who had remained silent, took the bag from Xia Yu's hands and, with a resigned demeanor, walked to the corner of the room to place it down. Her obedient submission stirred an uncomfortable feeling within Xia Yu. He gestured for Gu Shui to come over, while Gu Biao continued to face the wall, indifferent. Quietly, Xia Yu retrieved 2 pieces of candy from his pocket and slipped them into Gu Shui's clothing. It felt akin to the thrill of courting a daughter in the presence of her father. Well then, Uncle Gu, I shall take my leave, Xia Yu said politely, hoping to avoid any misstep that might bring Gu Shui further distress. Unable to offer any assistance to Gu Shui, Xia Yu could only adapt to Gu Biao's unpredictable temperament, which was well known among the neighbors for his arbitrary outbursts against his daughter. Thus, he chose to refrain from lingering. As Xia Yu stepped outside, an inexplicable urge compelled him to glance back, whereupon he spotted Gu Shui standing alone at the doorway, gazing at him. Upon noticing Xia Yu's turn, she momentarily appeared taken aback before promptly raising her arm to wave him farewell. Xia Yu responded with a smile and a wave, yet as he turned away, his thoughts took a different trajectory. If given the chance, he wished to assist Gu Shui in escaping her current circumstances, though Xia Yu never denied his ordinariness. He pondered the significance of merely continuing his mundane existence upon returning yet again. Chapter 8. An unfounded aversion. Life unfolded in a rather uneventful manner, with Xia Yu consistently sending and receiving letters. The remuneration from the editorial office was certainly generous, yet the scrutiny of submissions was equally stringent. While some of his pieces were rejected, Xia Yu remained undeterred, merely adjusting the format and submitting to another publication. Though the financial reward was not substantial, it was preferable to receiving nothing at all. As for the pieces that truly found no takers, he meticulously organized them, as they were the fruits of his labor, each word painstakingly crafted. Xia Yu had grown familiar with most of the postal workers, as individuals like him who regularly sent and received letters were a rarity, especially for a middle school student. Ah, little Xia is here to send a letter again. I checked for you over the past couple of days, but there were no letters for you. Uncle Wang, who was sorting through the mail at the entrance, looked up and smiled at Xia Yu, then noticed the girl trailing behind him. Gu Shui is here too. Thank you, Uncle Wang, Xia Yu replied with a nod, accustomed to having Gu Shui in tow, unfazed by the whispers that circulated around them. Fortunately, neither he nor Gu Shui paid heed to such matters. Xia Yu understood that most of those people would soon be out of reach after graduation, while Gu Shui's carefree nature rendered her indifferent. As Xia Yu went about his usual routine of mailing letters, Gu Shui dutifully squatted at the entrance, observing Uncle Wang at work. Ever since Gu Shui had partaken in dinner at Xia Yu's home, she no longer had to retreat to a corner to eat as she did in the past. Now, she accompanied Xia Yu home, returning to her own house only after finishing dinner. It seemed Gu Biao had tacitly accepted this arrangement, displaying an indifferent attitude toward Gu Shui's well-being. She was easy to care for, having no particular dietary restrictions and relishing whatever was offered. Although Xia Yu's family was not affluent, they could certainly manage to provide for a young girl. Under Li Zuolan's attentive care, Gu Shui transformed from her previously disheveled appearance. If one overlooked the fierce glint in her eyes during altercations or her voracious eating habits, she appeared to be a frail and demure young lady. Hey, it seems your inspiration is inexhaustible. I feel as though you are constantly sending letters. Xia Yunfeng, ever the extrovert, sauntered over, disregarding the height difference as he casually draped an arm around Xia Yu's neck and inquired, honestly, are you even human? Or have you transformed from some sort of monster? Xia Yu was overwhelmed, unable to lift his head, as if everyone shared his plight. With his mediocre writing skills, he was destined to be relegated to the pages of a third-rate tabloid, earning a meager fee while leading a life of mediocrity. Xia Yunfeng, slightly older than Xia Yu, maintained an amicable relationship with him, primarily due to his complete lack of pretension. He was entirely unfazed by Xia Yu's sarcastic remarks, smiling as he playfully pressed against Xia Yu's arm, inquiring if the esteemed writer might grace their newspaper with a couple of quality submissions. Xia Yu rolled his eyes, perplexed at how he had attracted the attention of this tabloid journalist. Ever since Xia Yunfeng learned that Xia Yu had been submitting work to multiple magazines with substantial remuneration, he had set his sights on recruiting Xia Yu as the lead writer for his newspaper. Xia Yunfeng co-owned the publication, balancing the roles of both owner and journalist. With the financial backing of investors, he had praised Xia Yu's recent work, particularly a suspenseful novella that had left a profound impression on him, and he was eager for Xia Yu to contribute to his paper. Xia Yunfeng proposed creating a dedicated section for Xia Yu's novel, contingent upon its quality. No inspiration, Xia Yu calmly replied, noticing the grip on his arm suddenly loosen. He looked up to see Gu Shui glaring fiercely at Xia Yunfeng, her hand tightly clutching his arm. Xia Yunfeng sheepishly released his hold, hastily explaining to Gu Shui that he was merely joking and had not applied any real pressure. As he sought Xia Yu's endorsement, Xia Yu reassured Gu Shui, acknowledging that while he had read Xia Yunfeng's articles and found them lacking in brilliance, the topics were approached from unique angles, often delving into the darker aspects of society. Xia Yu struggled to comprehend Xia Yunfeng's choice to forsake the role of a respectable publisher in favor of a perilous career as an investigative journalist. Was it his passion for the craft that constituted his existence, or merely the impetuousness of youth? Although Xia Yu referred to Xia Yunfeng's newspaper as a third-rate tabloid, it had garnered a reputation in the surrounding area, particularly because of Xia Yunfeng's sporadic updates that, when they occurred, significantly boosted sales. As Xia Yunfeng rubbed his arm, marked by Gu Shui's grip, he exchanged a knowing glance with Xia Yu, questioning the nature of their relationship. Xia Yu preferred not to dwell on the topic, aware that he could elaborate extensively, but that would be rather lacking in emotional intelligence. Instead, he deftly shifted the conversation, mentioning that he indeed had a piece he was considering submitting to their newspaper. Xia Yunfeng's interest was piqued, eagerly asking if Xia Yu had further ideas, promising the highest fee for a piece of comparable quality to his suspense novel. It's not a novel, it's about current affairs, Xia Yu clarified, adding that he only had a rough outline at the moment, but would prioritize submitting it to them once completed. It is acceptable. Allow me to inform you that despite our amicable relationship, do not attempt to deceive me with subpar drafts, sighed Xia Yunfeng with a hint of disappointment. I did not expect you, at such a tender age, to possess an understanding of current affairs. Rest assured, should you craft an exceptional piece, it will undoubtedly bring acclaim to your publication. With a wave of his hand, Xia Yu signaled that he had completed his correspondence and was ready to escort Gu Shui home for dinner. Upon returning, he might be subjected to Li Tsuelon's nagging, who would chide him for spending his days idly with Gu Shui. I eagerly anticipate the masterpiece from the esteemed Xia Yunfeng replied, also waving goodbye. Their encounter today was merely serendipitous. The matter he had been investigating was quite complex, entangled with numerous implications. If he were to pursue it further, he might find himself in peril. Thus, he approached the situation with caution. After several days of deliberation with his partner, he had yet to reach a conclusion regarding the continuation of the investigation, which is why he had come to clarify matters today. Will my grandmother take me as her goddaughter? Gu Shui suddenly inquired on their way back. It was merely a rationale I conveyed to Xia Yunfeng to prevent any unwarranted speculation, Xia Yu instinctively explained, his mind still preoccupied with thoughts of Xia Yunfeng. After all, our relationship may indeed appear peculiar to outsiders. Gu Shui fell silent upon hearing this, and after a prolonged pause, murmured, is it truly so strange? Xia Yu, engrossed in his thoughts, did not catch her soft utterance. Adolescents tend to be sensitive and prone to overthinking. Others may perceive Gu Shui in various ways. She can dismiss their ridicule and bravely stand against their bullying, yet Xia Yu holds a unique place in her heart. He had once confided in her that they were friends. The simple term strange pierced Gu Shui's heart like a thorn. She had never felt self-conscious before. Her primary concern had always been survival. However, things had changed now. Gu Shui suddenly found herself inexplicably disliking, without reason, the person she had become. Chapter 9. Suspension of classes in the blink of an eye. The weather transitioned into autumn. The occasional chill of the autumn breeze brushed against her cheeks, invoking a sense of longing for the warmth of summer. Xia Yu and Gu Shui were not in the same class. They typically returned home together after school, or rather, Gu Shui followed Xia Yu. However, since Xia Yu had remarked on the peculiarity of their relationship, Gu Shui had quietly increased the distance between them. She carefully concealed her burgeoning self-doubt, yet it was akin to a seedling in the soil. Once it began to grow, it spiraled out of control. Sometimes, after school, she would watch Xia Yu frolicking with his classmates, or see him chatting with his family at the dinner table. That tender seedling, like a sprout reaching for sunlight, thrived wildly in the corners of her heart. Xia Yu was deeply engrossed in preparing Xia Yunfeng's article. To be frank, it was his first experience writing such a theoretical piece, and it was quite a struggle. In truth, upon meeting Xia Yunfeng, Xia Yu had already formed some thoughts. Gu Shui's situation was not something that could be resolved overnight. Setting aside the challenge of separating her from Gu Biao, even if that were accomplished, Xia Yu had to contemplate Gu Shui's future living arrangements. He could not simply expect her to survive independently in society at such a young age. The most favorable outcome would be to locate Gu Shui's mother, who would treat her with care and affection. Considering Gu Shui's future, if the possibility of Gu Shui's mother willingly continuing her upbringing can be explored, it should be pursued, especially in the absence of Gu Biao. Following this line of thought, it is indeed challenging for Xia Yu to find Gu Shue's mother. Since he is unable to do so personally, he can certainly enlist societal resources. Xia Yu quickly formulated a plan, contemplating that the concept of targeted poverty alleviation could be of assistance given Gu Shue's family circumstances. This grand theory is necessitated by the trends of the times, and Xia Yu need not worry about its influence. Hasn't that girl Gu Shue been around you for quite a while? Uncle Wang, who was sorting mail at the door, remarked to Xia Yu. The last time you came to send a letter, she was squatting at the entrance watching me work. Xia Yu paused slightly at these words, pondering that he had not provoked her. Furthermore, Gu Shue had been present during dinner in the past few nights, so he brushed it off. However, matters soon deviated from Xia Yu's expectations. Gu Shue had not appeared for dinner for 3 consecutive days, though there had been similar incidents before. Her absence from school was also notable. During class, Xia Yu deliberately made an excuse to visit the restroom, but instead, he leaned against the window of Class 7, swiftly scanning the room, only to find Gu Shue's seat conspicuously empty. Strangely enough, 2 other desks in Class 7 were also unoccupied. Finally, after school in the afternoon, Xia Yu cornered Su Yin in the office under the pretense of inquiries, presenting her with 5 questions while waiting for most of the surrounding teachers to leave. Su Yin eventually interrupted Xia Yu's barrage of questions, stating, "There's no need for such circumlocution. Your mind is clearly elsewhere." Upon hearing Su Yan's words, Xia Yu decided to drop the pretense and smiled. "Indeed, Teacher Su, you are quite perceptive. I was wondering why Gu Shue hasn't been attending school lately. You seem quite concerned about her," Su Yin responded, donning her glasses and casting a sidelong glance at Xia Yu. "Indeed," Xia Yu nodded. "Life has not been easy for Gu Shue, and I wish to help her in any way I can." Su Yin was taken aback by Xia Yu's candid response, which disrupted her subsequent inquiries. Pretending to remain composed, she took a sip of water and decided to create a suspenseful pause. She got into a fight with the 5 individuals who bullied her last time at school, Su Yin disclosed, mentioning that all 6 were given suspensions and sent home for investigation. "Fought," Xia Yu echoed with a frown. Based on his understanding of Gu Shue, she was certainly not the type to instigate trouble. "Why? Because of you," Su Yin replied, elongating the last word with emphasis. "What?" Xia Yu, even if he had his head in the toilet, would not have connected this incident to himself. Was this what it meant to have a 100 involvement in the matter? The situation, though roughly explained, was not overly complex. Due to Xia Yu's recent closeness to Gu Shue, it provided an opportunity for the resentful 5 to spread rumors about their relationship. Xia Yu was aware of this, but had never paid it any mind, while Gu Shue had maintained her silence. This almost default attitude has further fueled such remarks, until the rumors escalated to the point of insulting Grandpa and Grandma Xia, with accusations that Gu Biao is the offspring of Xia Weihua's youthful indiscretions, and that Li Tsulon bore Gu Biao out of infidelity. More repugnant still, Su Yin withheld further details. The 5 individuals deliberately repeated these rumors in front of Gu Shue daily, until she could no longer restrain herself and finally raised her fist. Upon hearing this, Xia Yu's expression darkened, yet his reason remained unshattered by rage. Instead, he inquired, "Is the circulation of such slanders regarding my grandparents extensive? I have meticulously investigated the rumors. Currently, it appears these tales are intended to provoke Gu Shue. Only those 5 have been reciting them in her presence, and they have not spread further. However, the most widely circulated topic remains the nature of your relationship." Su Yin, observing Xia Yu's anger tempered by composure, breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "I understand. Please trouble Teacher Su to hand over the recent assignments Gu Shue has missed." Xia Yu paused in silence before continuing. "I am grateful to Teacher Su for safeguarding our family's reputation and preventing these rumors from proliferating." Su Yin dismissed the gratitude, retorting, "You're putting on a serious facade now. Who doesn't know how you usually flatter others?" Xia Yu countered, "That may be so, but this matter truly troubles Teacher Su." He recognized that most teachers would prefer to avoid such issues and would not typically address the rumor's aftermath. Yet Su Yin was the first to investigate the extent of their dissemination. It was evident that he was protecting both himself and Gu Shue. "Our persimmons will soon ripen. I'll bring you some to taste." The notion of having persimmon trees at home was merely a pretext for Su Yin to accept his offer. "Enough. Stop delaying my departure," Su Yin said while rummaging through the desk for the assignments. "Let me tell you, even if you 2 are entirely innocent, once rumors take root like this, it's impossible to defend yourselves. In the future, you must act with greater maturity." "Understood," Xia Yu nodded, aware that his vengeful disposition would not allow this matter to resolve so simply. "By the way, take these to Gu Shue." Su Yin retrieved some study supplies from his drawer and handed them to Xia Yu. I often see her struggling to assemble even a complete set of stationery. If she can manage to excel, please deliver these to her as my gift. Gu Shui is truly fortunate to have a teacher like you. Xia Yu quickly accepted the items, cradling them in his arms, saying, I have always admired your teaching ethics, Teacher Su. Get out of here. Su Yan laughed, swatting his hand. Stop with the flattery. I feel for that little girl too. If you dare to misplace these items, be ready for me to deal with you in class 9. Teacher Su, I'll bring you persimmons tomorrow. Xia Yu organized the items carefully and stepped out of the office, cradling them in his arms. Chapter 10. An unfathomable flutter when Xia Yu arrived at Gu Shui's doorstep. He was surprised to find the door locked. Straining to peer through the glass, he vaguely discerned a figure curled beneath the table. It was not difficult to guess who it was. Xia Yu gently tapped on the glass, hoping to catch Gu Shui's attention. The figure shifted slightly, seeming to be momentarily dazed, before slowly making its way over. Together, Xia Yu and Gu Shui exerted effort to finally open the window. As the soil around the window gently cascaded down, it became evident that it had not been opened for quite some time. It was then that Xia Yu discerned the appearance of the person before him. Gu Shui's hair was disheveled, with strands clinging to her tear-stained face, slightly curling from the moisture. Her eyes were swollen and red, the remnants of unshed tears still visible around her orbits, revealing a profound sense of fear and helplessness. Her once youthful complexion now bore a pallid hue, and a barely perceptible tremor lingered at the corners of her mouth. Her attire was disarrayed, evidently tugged in haste, marked by splotches of dried tears. Her face and body were marred with horrifying wounds. A conspicuous scratch adorned her cheek, swollen and streaked with blood, as if drawn by some sharp object. A bruise lingered at the edge of her lips, indicating a severe blow. Numerous scratches of varying depths crisscrossed her arms. Some scabbed over while others oozed droplets of blood. A noticeable contusion on her knee revealed raw, tender flesh beneath the torn skin. The trails of tears and the wounds unmistakably indicated that Gu Shui had just recently endured a beating. Xia Yu opened his mouth, yet no words emerged, his heart twisting in pain. Instinctively, he reached out his hand. Gu Shui, equally instinctive, shut her eyes and hunched her shoulders, clearly frightened by the prospect of further violence. After a prolonged moment of silence, feeling a gentle grip on her arm, she dared to open her eyes. Xia Yu felt even more distressed, silently cursing Gu Biao, while meticulously examining Gu Shui's injuries. Adhesive bandages would be of no use. Only gauze paired with medication would suffice. The risk of infection loomed large, and a fever would be the least of their concerns. Wait for my return, Xia Yu whispered, gently patting Gu Shui's head and advising her to close the window. He turned to return home for medicine, recalling his own childhood mischiefs that often left him with scrapes and minor wounds. And thus his home was always stocked with remedies for such injuries. In his haste, he had left his backpack with Gu Shui, so he grabbed another bag and hurriedly rummaged through the medicine cabinet. The iodine and antiseptic had expired, but the gauze and alcohol remained usable. Just as he stepped outside, an inexplicable memory of Gu Shui offering him candy crossed his mind. He swiftly turned back, rummaging through the candy jar, and stuffed several treats into the bag. Breathless, he raced back to Gu Shui's home, only to find the door unlocked. A jolt of apprehension surged through him, for it was likely that Gu Biao had returned. A quick glance revealed that the backpack at the entrance had vanished. Gritting his teeth, Xia Yu approached the door and knocked. Is Uncle Gu home? I came to see Gu Shui. He endeavored to keep his voice calm, devoid of any emotion. Come in. Gu Biao's hoarse voice responded from within, allowing Xia Yu to step inside. Gu Shui was seated at the table, eating what appeared to be the remnants of Gu Biao's meal. Gu Biao lounged on the bed, smoking a cigarette, the haze obscuring his expression. Is that backpack yours? Gu Biao continued, insinuating that Xia Yu had already visited and knew he was absent. Why did you leave the backpack and walk away? Upon my arrival, I discovered that Uncle Gu was absent from home. It then struck me that Gu Shui had recently been involved in a brawl. Uncertain whether her injuries had been treated, I placed my backpack down here to fetch some gauze and alcohol. Xia Yu organized his thoughts. Within the backpack lay the assignments and various school supplies that Teacher Su had asked me to bring. Teacher Su remarked on Gu Shui's diligent study habits and expressed genuine concern for her well-being. With a scoff, Gu Biao dismissed Xia Yu's words, seemingly indifferent, yet casually inquired, do you know why Gu Shui got into a fight? Xia Yu was indeed aware of the reason from Teacher Su, but he was uncertain whether Gu Biao was privy to it. After weighing the pros and cons, Xia Yu chose to feign ignorance, responding, I asked Teacher Su, but she did not disclose anything to me. She didn't tell you? Gu Biao chuckled darkly, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Xia Yu. Xia Yu felt an inexplicable animosity emanating from Gu Biao, and although the reason eluded him, He opted to trust his instincts and distance himself from him as much as possible. Noticing that Gu Shue's wounds appeared untreated, he added, "I have everything packed. Let me show Gu Shue how to use it." Attempting to ignore Gu Biao's gaze, he shifted the topic. "The light in here is rather dim. I will take Gu Shue outside to apply the medicine. Hey, are you done eating? Stop dawdling over the leftovers. If you can't finish, just get out." Gu Biao scolded Gu Shue. "If I ever hear of you fighting again, I won't even feed you the scraps meant for the dogs." Silently, Gu Shue set down her bowl and hobbled to the door, glancing back at Xia Yu, seemingly puzzled as to why he did not follow. Observing the lifelessness in her eyes, Xia Yu felt a heavy silence envelop him. With a forced smile, he waved at Gu Biao, saying, "Uncle Gu, we will just be at the door applying the medicine. It won't take long." Gu Biao did not respond, lighting another cigarette and diverting his attention from Xia Yu. Only then did Xia Yu grab the bag, preparing to accompany Gu Shue outside. He rummaged through his backpack. Before leaving school, he had boiled a kettle of water, which had now cooled. First, he carefully cleaned Gu Shue's wounds, then gently applied iodine to the affected areas, followed by a light dressing with gauze. Although the task was not overly complicated, Gu Shue bore numerous wounds, especially a severe one on her knee, where fresh blood seeped from the tender flesh beneath. Gu Shue silently observed Xia Yu as he crouched before her, tending to her injuries. The stinging pain from the alcohol contrasted with Xia Yu's gentle ministrations, his breath brushing against her skin like a tender caress. A wave of warmth washed over her, and her head grew heavy with fatigue, beckoning her to sleep. "The wounds are not too severe. They should heal relatively quickly," Xia Yu reassured her, his voice a soft murmur. In her drowsy state, Gu Shue, caught in a moment of reverie, saw a shadow of Li Tsulan in Xia Yu. Instinctively, she whispered, "Grandma." "What's wrong? Missing Grandma?" Xia Yu was taken aback, not expecting Gu Shue to harbor such deep feelings for Li Tsulan. "Grandma has been wondering why you haven't come to dinner these past few days." However, as Gu Shue instinctively began to explain, she abruptly halted. Believing that Xia Yu was unaware of the rumors and wishing to shield him from their detrimental impact on his spirits. "I understand," Xia Yu replied gently. "You can come without hesitation. My grandmother has always regarded you as her own granddaughter. She has set aside food for you these past few days and sent me to check on you." Gu Shue trembled. Having refrained from tears during the fights and enduring sleepless nights due to her wounds without shedding a single drop. Yet, at that moment, the tumult in her heart compelled her to weep openly. Xia Yu sighed, allowing her to cry until she had exhausted her emotions, softly patting her back to help her regain her composure. Chapter 11. An eye for an eye. 6 individuals, including Gu Shue, were suspended for 2 weeks, affording Xia Yu the opportunity to address the rumors. Gu Shue's situation could no longer be postponed. It was imperative to extricate her from this suffocating environment promptly. "Let us treat this as an experiment. Speak honestly. Have you and Gu Shue been bullied?" Xie Yunfeng inquired earnestly as he handed a medical report to Xia Yu. "That is why I sought your assistance," Xia Yu confessed, nodding in acknowledgement. If silence was misconstrued as weakness, he had no qualms about escalating the matter. With the evidence of mild depression documented in the hospital, the situation was nearly assured. Acquiring this was not arduous, Xie Yunfeng remarked, raising an eyebrow. Surprised by the peculiarity of Xia Yu's request, "I had thought you intended to teach those bullies a lesson." "Unnecessary," Xia Yu shook his head. "Such actions would only mire me in trouble. This suffices." "What about the article?" The piece Xia Yu submitted to Xie Yunfeng was not about precise poverty alleviation, but rather a cautionary note on new forms of campus violence. To speak candidly, it was a standard piece on current affairs, yet, as you know, there were no major news stories in our vicinity, Xie Yunfeng admitted. "Several journalists have caught wind of it. They have been hovering around your school for interviews these past few days. It is encouraging that journalists are interested," Xia Yu nodded. Although the names in the article were disguised, the locations and school names did not require concealment. Having reached this stage, the groundwork was almost complete. "By the way, could you procure a voice recorder or a tiny camera for me?" Xia Yu pondered, realizing he currently lacked the means to acquire such items. However, as an investigative journalist, Xie Yunfeng should find it relatively easy. "I can't shake the feeling that you do not resemble a middle school student," Xie Yunfeng remarked, stroking his chin in puzzlement. Sensing an ulterior motive at play, "I will compensate you fairly for it. I can accept a slight markup." Xia Yu did not engage with Xie Yunfeng's jest, but redirected the conversation, stating, "I will also pay for this medical report." "Fine. I know you are assisting Gu Shue." Xie Yunfeng waved dismissively. Although Gu Shue often appeared downcast around him, she was not someone to be trifled with. He considered the medical report as his contribution to helping her. The two bid farewell, as Xia Yu intended to visit Gu Shue and remind her of certain matters. Today was Sunday, and Gu Shui would be returning to school tomorrow. If all went well, the torment she had endured should soon come to an end. The following day at school, Xia Yu was not in a hurry. Arriving early held no significance. As anticipated, shortly after he completed his morning reading, the homeroom teacher, Wang Haiyang, stood at the classroom door beckoning Xia Yu to step outside. Xia Yu, please accompany me to the principal's office. Wang Haiyang's voice remained calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. Understanding the situation, Xia Yu obediently followed him. He had not brought his medical records, as doing so would seem overly deliberate. Ideally, they would not be necessary. However, should the need arise, he could always return to retrieve them, albeit with the inconvenience of an extra trip. This was Xia Yu's first visit to the principal's office, which was immaculate and orderly, featuring a long black wooden table and a wall lined with filing cabinets. Aside from 2 potted plants adding a touch of greenery, the room was sparsely furnished. Nevertheless, it was rather bustling, with 7 students present, including Xia Yu. Alongside Su Yin and Wang Haiyang, the once spacious office felt somewhat cramped. Ah, Teacher Wang, you have arrived. Chen Moruan, who had been engrossed in a newspaper, looked up and greeted them with a smile. Xia Yu recognized the newspaper at once. It was undoubtedly the Jianghua Evening News, published by Xie Yunfeng. And you must be Xia Yu, correct? There's no need to feel anxious. You may call me Teacher Chen. I would like to ask you a few questions. Chen Moruan continued, maintaining a friendly demeanor. Of course, Teacher Chen, Xia Yu nodded, uncertain of Chen Moruan's temperament, but resolved to respond as necessary. Recently, an article in this newspaper was quite well written, discussing the issue of campus violence. Chen Moruan remarked, picking up the newspaper and glancing quickly over the article. Regrettably, our school was mentioned, and not in a favorable light. The portrayal was rather negative. The room fell into a tense silence, with no one daring to speak, seemingly accepting that this would be a dialogue between Xia Yu and Chen Moruan. While such matters were not exceedingly grave, the mere fact that it had been reported indicated that someone had disclosed the information. As Chen Moruan analyzed the situation, his gaze shifted towards Xia Yu. I have consulted several individuals involved, and they all claimed not to have participated. Thus, I thought I would inquire with you as a last resort. It was I who spoke up, Xia Yu admitted succinctly. If there are concerns, one can certainly communicate with the school. Both Teacher Wang and Teacher Su are diligently addressing this matter. Chen Moruan paused, adding, moreover, both parties have received appropriate consequences. Why escalate this further? Teacher Chen, however, my situation has not been resolved. Xia Yu interjected, his emotions surging. I have done nothing wrong. I merely sought to befriend Gu Shui. Yet I must endure such slander behind my back. Even Gu Shui has suffered due to my involvement. Gu Shui silently observed Xia Yu's back. From her perspective, she had always been the one receiving care. Xia Yu exhaled deeply, as if attempting to calm his turbulent emotions. Initially, he believed that the innocent would always be vindicated. Yet the rumors had escalated to the point of insulting his grandparents. The mere thought that they were being defamed because of him filled him with an overwhelming sense of guilt. Lowering his head, he continued, my grandfather, upon hearing these rumors, has been too upset to eat, and my grandmother has recently become reluctant to step outside, all because of these unfounded allegations. Xia Yu, after rubbing his eyes, felt that at this juncture, shedding a few tears was only fitting. Yet, despite the urge, he found himself unable to cry, merely reddening his eyes and feigning a sorrowful demeanor. The tales of his grandparents were undoubtedly fabricated, yet they could not be disproven. Naturally, Xia Yu asserted whatever he deemed fit, particularly as he belonged to the just side of the argument. Chen Moruan likely did not anticipate the torrent of words that would suddenly erupt from Xia Yu, plunging the office into a profound silence. Xia Yu discreetly prepared to cast a glance at Gu Shui, only to be intercepted by Su Yin along the way. According to Su Yan's investigations, the rumors had not circulated as broadly as one might fear. However, he could not guarantee that they would not spread further, which is why he refrained from immediately sharing his findings with Chen Moruan. So what were Xia Yu's intentions? Wang Haiyang interjected from behind Xia Yu, his expression remaining inscrutable. Did he desire an apology from those 5 students? Xia Yu understood Wang Haiyang's insinuation, signaling that he should not push too hard. A simple apology would suffice, avoiding an escalation that might lead to an unsatisfactory conclusion. I request that those 5 students who spread rumors reflect on their actions and apologize to both me and Gu Shui during the flag-raising ceremony next Monday. This was the minimum standard Xia Yu had envisioned from the outset. If it came to the end of the 3rd year, he would accept transferring schools. After all, he had done so before. However, Xia Yu also had to consider Gu Shui's feelings. Very well, let it be settled thus. Chen Moruan nodded, effectively bringing this conversation to a close. Chapter 12. A promise to keep life seemed to have returned to a predictable routine. Gu Shui raised her gaze to the locust tree before her, where yellowing leaves began to quietly descend with the cool autumn breeze. She reached out and caught a falling leaf, staring at it in a daze. She was unsure of her own feelings. How had she celebrated the national day in the past? Gu Shui had no recollection, and it would be more accurate to say that her childhood felt somewhat laughable in its thinness. Yet this year felt different, as an impulsive individual had intruded upon her life. What was that phrase again? I could have endured the darkness if I had never seen the light. Gu Shui recalled that she had pinned it at the top of her exercises. Why did he come to mind again? Gu Shui furrowed her brow slightly. Upon learning from her grandparents that he would not be here during the holiday, but would be visiting his parents, she found herself grappling with a vague, indescribable emotion. If he were here today, he would likely be at the post office sending a letter, Gu Shui mused. He would be at the counter, while she would be squatting at the entrance, watching Uncle Wang sorting the mail. After all, they were friends, just as he had stated in the principal's office. They were pure, innocent friends. Following this line of thought, she recalled the scene of those 5 individuals reflecting on their actions during the flag-raising ceremony. The principal had never spoken at such events before. Yet, on this occasion, he participated fully. Gu Shui did not look at the principal. Instead, she turned to observe Xia Yu from class 9, who was dozing off. She felt a flutter in her heart, reminiscent of the time Xia Yu had applied medicine to her. It was an emotion she had never experienced before. Gu Shui shook her head, attempting to dispel the thoughts of him. Yet she pondered, with the holiday coming to an end, why had he not returned? She contemplated this question for an extended period, and the conclusion she reached made her heart flutter with unease. What was so captivating? Even a leaf could draw such rapt attention? A familiar voice echoed in her ears, prompting Gu Shui to abruptly raise her gaze toward its source. She stared blankly at the approaching Xia Yu. Here, a gift for you, Xia Yu said, extending a beautifully wrapped gift box. May I open it? Gu Shui inquired softly as she accepted the box. Of course, it's your gift, Xia Yu replied with a nod. She watched as Gu Shui delicately untied the bow on the gift box, gently pulling it open to reveal a dark green fountain pen nestled inside. Observing Gu Shui's affectionate handling of the pen, Xia Yu couldn't help but chuckle. He harbored no ulterior motives towards Gu Shui. With Li Tsolan and Xia Weihua treating her like a beloved granddaughter, Xia Yu unconsciously accepted the role of an additional brother. Thank you, Gu Shui said, carefully placing the pen back in the box before returning it to Xia Yu. But I have nothing to give you in return. I cannot accept it. Xia Yu was taken aback by Gu Shui's unexpected response, having never considered this aspect. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, how about this? You give me that leaf. I wish to see what type of leaf could command such your attention, treasured as it is. This. Gu Shui instinctively stuffed the leaf into her pocket when Xia Yu's sudden words interrupted her thoughts, then retrieved it. It was merely an ordinary leaf, its value utterly disproportionate to that of the pen. Let this leaf serve as a pact. In the future, Gu Shui, you must grant me a request, all right? Xia Yu mused, recalling the potential brilliance that lay ahead for her, recognizing her investment potential. All right, Gu Shui acquiesced without further hesitation. The words of not wanting to cause you trouble lingered unspoken, as her swift agreement surprised Xia Yu. However, he found relief in not needing to elaborate further and chose to think no more on it. Shall I take my leave then? Xia Yu waved goodbye, mindful of his need to visit the post office and not wanting to linger too long. If all went smoothly, he could present the article on precise poverty alleviation to Xie Yunfeng. This piece was not merely a means to elevate his own profile. Xia Yu was confident in its potential impact, though it required time to resonate. Most importantly, to completely extricate Gu Shui from the clutches of scoundrels like Gu Biao. The only solution was to strip him of his parental rights. Regrettably, things did not proceed as hoped. It was evident that Xie Yunfeng had not arrived at the post office. Xia Yu was aware of Xie Yunfeng's address, which he had previously shared, suggesting that for any manuscripts, one could visit his home directly. According to Xie Yunfeng, he did not receive mail, but only collected it from the post office. Xia Yu was somewhat surprised by Xie Yunfeng's level of trust, but the address was quite distant, requiring passage through 2 towns. With no taxis available, Xia Yu opted for a motorcycle taxi outside the post office, making his journey somewhat easier. Once again, after a series of inquiries, Xia Yu navigated through winding streets to locate a narrow alley. Within this alley, there was but one household, leading him to conclude that this must be the residence of Xie Yunfeng. Contrary to his expectations, Xie Yunfeng's home was far more modest. Despite being a partner responsible for the labor in their venture, it was difficult to envision a newspaper proprietor residing in such a secluded and unassuming place. Xia Yu knocked on the door, which was opened by a young girl, a stranger yet unperturbed by his presence. May I ask whom you are looking for? She inquired, her voice gentle and unhurried, exuding a sense of calm. Are you Xia Yunfeng's sister? Xia Yu glanced at the address once more, confirming he had not erred, and pondered silently. Hello, I am here to see Xia Yunfeng. Standing at the threshold, he remained still, while the girl partially concealed herself behind the door. Rather than feeling intrusive, Xia Yu found this to be a proper response to an unfamiliar visitor, and thus took a polite step back. You are looking for my brother? His assumption was indeed correct. The girl before him was Xia Yunfeng's sister. However, her expression suddenly turned cold, and she abruptly shut the door, leaving Xia Yu momentarily stunned. This unexpected turn of events surpassed Xia Yu's anticipations, and he hesitated to knock again, sensing it would be inappropriate. As dusk approached, he realized that lingering here for too long could complicate his journey home. Just as Xia Yu exited the alley, he spotted Xia Yunfeng preparing his motorcycle, exhaustion evident on his face. How did it come to this? Upon closer inspection, Xia Yu noticed multiple bruises adorning Xia Yunfeng's visage. A glance at his knuckles revealed severe abrasions, clearly the aftermath of a recent altercation. Ah, it's nothing, Xia Yunfeng remarked upon seeing Xia Yu, his expression brightening. The fact that Xia Yu had found his way to his home signified the presence of a manuscript. Otherwise, he would have been evading him. Xia Yunfeng dismissed Xia Yu's concern with casual indifference. Are you here to deliver the manuscript? Xia Yu shrugged. I arrived only to find you absent and met with a closed door. Since Xia Yunfeng seemed unwilling to elaborate, Xia Yu decided to follow his lead. But fortune smiled upon me. I ran into you right as I left. Have you had dinner? Xia Yunfeng continued, evidently not wishing to pursue that line of conversation further. I haven't tea. Shall we grab something to eat at the alley's end? Sounds good, Xia Yu nodded, seizing the opportunity to inquire about a matter he had previously been entrusted with. The two quickly found common ground and headed to the end of the alley in search of sustenance. This is the place, Xia Yunfeng declared, halting before a noodle shop. The noodles here are simply exquisite. Xia Yu glanced up at the sign, EU Noodle House, presumably named after the proprietor. The establishment was modestly decorated yet impeccably clean, inviting diners to sit down and enjoy a meal. Madam, 2 bowls of noodles, can you handle spicy? Xia Yunfeng casually engaged with the shop owner, soon learning that Xia Yu did not favor spicy food. 1 bowl without spice and 1 normal, please. I haven't eaten in ages, I'm absolutely starving. The weariness on Xia Yunfeng's face seemed to vanish. Xia Yu observed the flush of excitement on Xia Yunfeng's countenance, sensing an unusual exuberance. At that moment, the restaurant was relatively empty, allowing Xia Yunfeng and the owner to engage in familiar conversation. Xia Yu made no effort to interject, listening as the two engaged in casual conversation. The noodles were indeed exquisite, and the prices were quite reasonable. The proprietor, Wang Yiyun, was in the prime of her youth, her slightly round face lending her an adorable charm. According to her, she had plunged directly into society after graduating from junior high, navigating the challenges of life to earn some money. With her parents' health deteriorating, she decided to open a small shop here. Xia Yunfeng worked diligently to keep the conversation flowing, showcasing his skills as an investigative journalist honed over the years. Wang Yiyun's laughter had not ceased since Xia Yunfeng entered, suggesting a familiarity between them that seemed to span considerable time. You all continue enjoying your meal. I must attend to some new customers, Wang Yiyun said, interrupting Xia Yunfeng's animated discourse as she noticed 2 more patrons arriving. Xia Yunfeng glanced at Xia Yu, who had already finished his meal, and then looked at his own plate of mixed noodles, which had congealed into a sticky mass. He wolfed it down hastily. Eating so quickly? Wang Yiyun asked from the kitchen as Xia Yunfeng approached the counter to settle the bill. Is it not enough? I can make you more. Of course not. It's just that your noodles are too delicious, Xia Yunfeng replied with a smile, promptly paying the bill. He saw Xia Yu waiting by the door and hurried out of the noodle shop. So how was it? The noodles were quite good, weren't they? Xia Yunfeng inquired from behind Xia Yu. I told you this place serves the best. The underlying intention of Xia Yunfeng's praise was not merely about the noodles. Xia Yu did not refute the latter part of his statement, but shifted the topic. By the way, did you manage to get that miniature camera or voice recorder I asked for last time? What nonsense are you spouting? What do you know about matters of the heart? Xia Yunfeng retorted, somewhat displeased, before explaining, I looked into it. There are very few that meet your specifications, and they don't come cheap. Price is not an issue. Xia Yu replied nonchalantly. He could afford such gadgets. However, I need something discreet, without any light or sound alerts when in use, and certainly no charging notifications. You understand, right? What on earth are you planning? Xia Yunfeng frowned, having initially thought Xia Yu required these items for personal security, but now realizing it was something entirely different. Are you aspiring to be an investigative journalist too? Just help me get a set, starting with the camera and remember, it must be miniature. Xia Yu had no intention of divulging his plans to Xia Yunfeng. It seemed pointless. Take a look at this draft. If it's satisfactory, just send it out. Xia Yunfeng took it, recalling that the last political piece Xia Yu had provided was, to be frank, rather mediocre in both theme and intention. Had he not noticed that Gu Shui might have been bullied at school, such a piece would have likely been dismissed. However, this time was entirely different. Setting aside the quality of the writing, the concept alone was striking. Xia Yunfeng was confident it was an exceptional article, one that would certainly attract attention from higher-ups. Did you write this? He asked incredulously. Are you really just a junior high student? You didn't skip the soup while crossing the Naiha Bridge back then, did you? The article is signed with our names. Xia Yu chose to disregard Xia Yunfeng's boisterous outbursts, yet observing Xia Yunfeng's reaction prompted him to adopt a more subdued demeanor. Xia Yunfeng read the manuscript twice, expressing his astonishment. I am beginning to believe in prodigies. You were born for this. Deductions for the payment would be made from the manuscript fee, and should any deficit arise, he would contact Xia Yu to cover the difference. Xia Yu paid no heed to Xia Yunfeng's sentimentality, as the hour was late and he needed to return home. I'll take my leave now. I'll reach out to the post office later. You know my usual time for sending letters. It's not a good time to head back. Allow me to escort you, Xia Yunfeng offered, feeling a sense of responsibility due to their manuscript dealings. Surprisingly, Xia Yunfeng rode his bike with remarkable integrity, refraining from any reckless acceleration, with the lights set to their brightest, ensuring a smooth journey to Xia Yu's residence. Back already? Gu Shui exclaimed, recognizing the sound of the motorcycle halting outside. She dashed out, her gaze fixated on Xia Yu, completely overlooking Xia Yunfeng, who awkwardly raised his hand to greet her. You rascal! Xia Yunfeng shot a meaningful glance at Xia Yu disembarking, noting the stark contrast in Gu Shui's appearance compared to their first encounter. The transformation was not solely superficial. It encompassed deeper changes as well. Do not forget the favor I requested of you, Xia Yu said, returning the helmet to Xia Yunfeng, who executed a stylish turn before departing with a nod. Xia Yu's eyes flickered as he contemplated the necessity of having a means of transportation, otherwise, his range of activities would be severely limited. You haven't left yet? He inquired, furrowing his brow. Although it was not late, the autumn evenings descended swiftly into darkness. Moreover, the streetlights in the suburbs flickered unpredictably. Tonight, luck seemed to be against them, with not a single light illuminating the path, making the already uneven road even more treacherous. Perhaps this was why Xia Yunfeng had driven so cautiously. I'll head back now, Gu Shui replied softly. Her intention straightforward. She wished to catch a glimpse of Xia Yu before departing, which was why she had waited until now. Let me walk you home, Xia Yu sighed, concerned for her safety in the dark. What if she tripped on her way? He retrieved a flashlight from inside, only to discover that his grandparents were not at home. Thus, he took the keys and secured the door. Are you home alone? Xia Yu queried, turning on the flashlight, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Yes. My grandfather went out to play chess earlier, and my grandmother left not long ago to play mahjong with two others, Gu Shui replied, dutifully trailing behind Xia Yu. Their family typically dined early, and Xia Weihua and Li Zuolan likely did not anticipate Gu Shui's late departure. They had merely reminded her to lock the door upon leaving, trusting that both had keys, which allowed them to leave with peace of mind. Though Xia Yu was tempted to ask why Gu Shui had not returned home, he refrained. Perhaps for her, that place was not truly home. Gu Shui gazed at Xia Yu's silhouette, a sudden wave of emotion swelling within her heart. The scarred wound on her knee brushed gently against the fabric of her clothing, inciting a tingling itch and causing her heart to race. Lost in thought, Gu Shui failed to notice the potholes in her path and suddenly lost her balance. Before she could make a sound, she toppled to the side. Watch where you're going. Xia Yu, quick of reflex, grasped Gu Shui's arm. This girl had been eating well lately. He stumbled slightly, realizing both of them were about to fall to the ground, and gritted his teeth, wrapping his arms around Gu Shui and turning to take the brunt of the fall. In his embrace, Gu Shui felt a rush of warmth and softness. Chapter 14. Misguided education. Initially, Gu Shui's nutrition had been lacking, compounded by a melancholic disposition that rendered her frail. However, now that her nutrition had improved and her mindset shifted, her transformation was undeniably significant. Only Xia Yu, who spent every day with her, seemed oblivious to the change. Yet, Xia Yunfeng noticed at once that Gu Shui was utterly different from before. Suppressing the inexplicable fondness swelling within him, Xia Yu patted Gu Shui's back, signaling her to rise. Gu Shui appeared momentarily dazed, remaining still in his embrace. Xia Yu cleared his throat. Get up. What were you thinking while walking? Perhaps to conceal his earlier thoughts. His tone unexpectedly bore a hint of emotion. Did you not see the potholes on the road? Startled, Gu Shui scrambled to her feet, only to see her head bowed as she apologized to him. Along with her words, her knee met the ground as she knelt gracefully. Is kneeling the fashionable way to apologize now? Under the pale moonlight, a boy stood while a girl knelt. It was a scene that would surely raise alarms. You get up. Xia Yu quickly bent down to help her up, but Gu Shui was so astonished by her own actions that she stammered incoherently. Her mind was still in a fog, and for a moment, even the words of reproach eluded her. Stubbornly shaking her head, she did not accept Xia Yu's assistance, merely whispering her apology. I forgive you, but could you please stand up? Xia Yu held a flashlight in one hand while gently urging Gu Shui upward with the other. Gu Shui seemed resolute, and Xia Yu found himself unable to simply pull her up. All right, he sighed, if you don't get up, I might just have to join you down there. Gu Shui lifted her face, her expression tinged with confusion, just as Xia Yu followed up with, do you really want to bow to each other as if we were a married couple in public? Her cheeks flushed crimson at the implication, and in the moment before Xia Yu could act, she swiftly stood up, fearful that if she took too long, he might indeed carry out the jest. Who taught you to apologize like this? Xia Yu continued walking, the moon veiled by a soft layer of clouds. To prevent another mishap, Xia Yu turned on the flashlight. Silence enveloped them, the atmosphere growing heavy. The girl behind him trembled slightly. Xia Yu keenly sensed he had misspoken. Before he could redirect the conversation, Gu Shui spoke up. Her voice somber, every time I'm about to be punished, I kneel on the ground and wait. After uttering those words, her dignity lay in tatters. In her logic, wrongdoing warranted punishment, and punishment necessitated submission. Thus, kneeling in moments of error became an instinctive response. The reason she had not provoked him earlier was rooted in a heart-wrenching rationale. She awaited his hand to mete out her punishment. Xia Yu opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. For Gu Shui, dignity held little significance, survival overshadowed all. Confronted with Gu Biao's tyranny and brutality, her only recourse was to yield and endure. However, Xia Yu occupied a unique position in Gu Shui's heart. She feared that clinging to her fleeting dignity might cost her his presence, prompting her to hesitate momentarily before kneeling to apologize, even at the risk of having her dignity trampled by him. I'm sorry, were the only words Xia Yu could manage, as he remained unsure of what else to convey. It's all right. I didn't get punished for my mistake this time, and I owe you my thanks. Gu Shui smiled, seemingly indifferent to the situation. Yet, only she understood that the seedling in her heart was fervently absorbing nourishment, causing her heart to ache. The two remained in a front and back formation. Yet a sense of estrangement began to blossom between them. Gu Shui, Xia Yu slowed his pace, transitioning from trailing behind to walking alongside her. Gu Shui, momentarily distracted, instinctively looked up at him, inadvertently meeting his gaze. We are equals. You have the right to demand an apology when I err. Xia Yu inhaled deeply, acknowledging that regardless of our status as classmates, friends, or something more, if my words upset you, you are entitled to seek my apology. The clouds dispersed beneath a gentle breeze, allowing the moonlight to cast a silvery glow. Gu Shui could clearly see Xia Yu's eyes, each reflection revealing her own image. Respect is mutual, Xia Yu articulated slowly, carefully organizing his thoughts. I erred, thus I apologize. You may graciously accept my apology rather than simply accommodating me. So I'm sorry. Gu Shui. Xia Yu bowed his head. Can you forgive me? Gu Shui stared blankly at Xia Yu, her heart suddenly devoid of pain, replaced by a familiar, indescribable flutter. The seedling within her finally encountered the longed-for rain, blooming and bearing fruit. The fruit was not bitter but rather sweet, a manifestation of dignity. It represented the dignity shattered by reality over the past decade, buried in a corner, a child's simple desire to be regarded as a person, not as a thief, a bastard, or something filthy. Gu Shui realized her voice trembled as she coughed heavily, wiping away the moisture in her eyes before continuing. I forgive you. Good. Xia Yu nodded with a smile. I've discovered that your voice is quite melodious. Perhaps you could pursue a career in that direction in the future? Really, truly? Gu Shui echoed Xia Yu's words, astonished. My voice is melodious? Yes, perhaps you could work in voice acting or something similar. The two continued forward, no longer in a front and back arrangement, but naturally walking side by side. Can I really? Gu Shui gazed at Xia Yu, feeling as though her words lacked any distinctive quality. She was under the impression that it was Xia Yu who was offering her comfort. She reminded herself to have confidence. Xia Yu came to a halt, looking at Gu Shui with a smile. I'll leave you here. You can manage the rest of the way on your own, right? Only then did Gu Shui realize they had almost arrived at her home. Nodding slightly, she continued forward but couldn't help but glance back at Xia Yu. Noticing her gaze, Xia Yu waved cheerfully and pointed to the ground, signaling her to watch her step and avoid falling again. The wooden door creaked with an unpleasant sound as Gu Shui peered into the house, finding it empty, which indicated that Gu Biao had not yet returned. She exhaled in relief and gently closed the door behind her, only to see Xia Yu still standing in place, seemingly ensuring she had entered before turning to leave. Bathed in moonlight, Gu Shui could not see clearly, but was certain that Xia Yu had been watching her return home. She rubbed her chest, murmuring softly, "How itchy." Chapter 15. A living person in autumn rain brings a chill. The biting autumn wind carries with it the cold rain. Several days of continuous downpour had caused a sharp drop in temperature. Outside, the rain pattered softly, while inside the classroom, the rustling of papers persisted. Just after the National Day holiday, the school wasted no time in organizing the monthly examination. The teacher responsible for drafting the test seemed intent on refocusing the students after their break, creating an exceptionally challenging paper. It was rumored that this time it was a joint examination, with multiple schools involved in the grading process, leading to a delay in the announcement of scores and rankings. As usual, Xia Yu eagerly anticipated a response from his classmate Li Hua. Glancing at the time, he realized he still had ample opportunity. Twirling a pen, he began to contemplate recent events. Xie Yunfeng had informed him that the issue with the miniature cameras had been resolved, but he was currently very busy and instructed Xia Yu to retrieve them himself. The plan to rescue the soldier, Gu Shui, was quite idealistic. However, when it came to discussing the finer details, Xia Yu found himself at a loss. What was Gu Shui's stance? Where was her mother now? Was that article truly beneficial? If Gu Shui's mother could not be reached, what would Gu Shui do after severing ties with Gu Biao? Xia Yu methodically listed all the questions he could think of, prioritizing them by urgency. This was the most effective way for him to think amidst the chaos of his thoughts. The bell signaling the end of the exam interrupted his contemplation, and he passed his answer sheet forward. Watching the teacher collect the papers, he noted the nods of approval from two instructors. The students in the examination room erupted in chatter as they exited, buzzing about their plans for the upcoming two-day break. As Xia Yu tidied his desk, Luo Yongqiang approached with a despondent expression. "I'm doomed. I might drop out of the top examination hall." Leaning over, Luo Yongqiang noticed that Xia Yu's answer sheet was filled with dense writing in the blank spaces. However, it was so densely packed that he couldn't discern the content at a glance. Wasn't this the English exam? Luo Yongqiang pondered, bewildered. It was indeed quite challenging. Xia Yu nodded. The first examination hall consisted mainly of the top 50 students in the school. A moment ago, Xia Yu had seen a girl sitting at the front of the hall, her face clouded with disappointment as she packed her bag to leave, indicating she had not performed well. Enough of that. How about we play doubles at the internet cafe tonight? Luo Yongqiang suggested, pursing his lips. As he stepped out of the classroom to grab an umbrella, he spotted a girl hurriedly approaching them. "Forget it. Pretend I didn't say anything." Luo Yongqiang discerned the newcomer, finding it difficult to reconcile the visage of this strikingly beautiful girl with her previously disheveled appearance. "I presume you are about to indulge in sweet nothings with Gu Shui. I shall refrain from being a third wheel." "No, what nonsense are you spouting?" Xia Yu once again corrected Luo Yongqiang's misconceptions, reiterating that they were merely friends. "Can you entertain a semblance of normalcy in your thoughts?" Yes, friends, purely platonic friends." Luo Yongqiang waved his hand dismissively. Setting aside Xia Yu's demeanor, the fact that they were inseparable after school, with Gu Shui rushing over the moment the exam concluded, was telling. One must acknowledge that the distance between the fourth examination room and the first was considerable. What a farce. With Xia Yu defending Gu Shui, compelling her 5 bullies to publicly apologize at Monday's flag-raising ceremony. Who would believe in their innocence? Gu Shui observed the exchange quietly, standing demurely beside Xia Yu. Who could have imagined that this tranquil girl fought with such fervor, recklessly exchanging blows? Bidding farewell to the conspiratorial Luo Yongqiang, Xia Yu raised the umbrella, and they ventured into the curtain of rain together. "Are we still going to the post office tonight?" Gu Shui inquired. "This weekend is dedicated to exam preparations. I lack inspiration, so I want to be going," Xia Yu replied, shaking his head while mentally calculating when he might visit Xie Yunfeng's home. However, prior to that, Xia Yu recalled the first question he had written on his exam paper. "Gu Shui, may I ask you something?" Xia Yu decided to inquire directly. Given the gravity of the matter, he needed to ascertain Gu Shui's unequivocal stance. Should she display even the slightest reluctance, he would conceal the exam paper in his pocket, ensuring no one else would learn of it. "What is it?" Gu Shui tucked a strand of hair blown by the wind behind her ear, her earlobes delicate and pale like pearls. "Do you wish to escape this environment?" To be frank, Xia Yu felt a twinge of anxiety. It was not an exaggeration to say he was meddling in her life. Although he harbored a degree of confidence, he ultimately lacked complete assurance. Leave your father. Gu Shui appeared taken aback by Xia Yu's sudden query. I have been seriously contemplating this matter, he continued, handing the umbrella to Gu Shui as he retrieved his neatly folded exam paper from his pocket. He located the section he had organized and began drafting a response to Li Hua. The paper was densely filled with potential questions and answers he anticipated encountering. Gu Shui accepted the exam paper, silently scrutinizing it. Xia Yu's handwriting was exquisite, bold strokes revealing that he had practiced diligently. During his university years, he had deliberately joined a calligraphy club, albeit with less than noble intentions. Nonetheless, he had indeed cultivated a beautiful penmanship. When did you begin planning this? Gu Shui unfolded the exam paper further, glancing at the other sections. The English exam was scarcely adorned with letters, predominantly filled with Chinese characters. From the moment I came to see you after you were suspended. Xia Yu noticed Gu Shui struggling to manage the umbrella with one hand while flipping through the exam paper with the other, and he reclaimed the umbrella. Gu Shui trembled slightly, recalling her circumstances on that fateful day when Gu Biao had been informed of her involvement in a fight, leading him to deliver a swift kick to her knees. Even the teacher who communicated the news was taken aback. After the teacher departed, I found myself ensconced in a routine so familiar that it bordered on monotonous. I closed the door, my foot inadvertently kicking against the wall, followed by a flurry of slaps and punches. A barrage of invectives erupted, interspersed with vile insults aimed at a mother I could hardly recall. I felt a pang of guilt. I knew I had inadvertently prompted her to revisit painful memories. Some things, if left unexamined, could be conveniently ignored, sparing one from the agony of recollection. Gu Shui shook her head and continued to inquire, including questions about my acquaintance with Xia Yunfeng and the submission of articles. Were these all part of your plan? Not entirely, I confess candidly. My meeting with Xia Yunfeng was purely serendipitous, yet the article submission was indeed orchestrated by me. Thank you, Xia Yu. Gu Shui neatly refolded the test paper, her tone remaining unvarnished. It was so subdued that I momentarily suspected she might abandon the plan. Yet her next words dispelled that notion. You make me feel as though there are still people in this world who genuinely consider my well-being. Gu Shui gazed at the profile of Xia Yu. An overwhelming urge surged within her to rush forward and bite him, seeking solace for her inexplicable impulses. Does this imply your consent? I interpreted Gu Shui's words as an affirmative response. I anticipated a few more probing questions, bracing myself for her potential disdain. Gu Shui nodded, observing my astonished expression, which elicited a smile from her. Indeed, she had acquiesced, yet she felt compelled to ask more questions, perhaps even more incisive ones. However, she relinquished that thought, for he made her feel like a person, a living, breathing individual. Chapter 16. Outing, Part 1. On Sunday, the sky was clear, and the breeze was gentle. Xia Yaoyao finally seized the opportunity to hang the clothes outside. With a plethora of garments, she also needed to hang the freshly laundered sheets, which proved to be a considerable challenge given her stature. Let me assist you. I observed Xia Yaoyao straining to reach, and I decided to lend a hand. Thank you. Brother Xia Yu. She expressed her gratitude politely, separating the sheets from the remaining clothes in the basin. I'm truly sorry to trouble you, Xiaoxia. Xia Yunfeng's grandmother, seated in the living room, watched the duo busy at the door and hurriedly expressed her thanks. Age, alas, renders one less capable. With her mobility hindered and Xia Yunfeng often away, it had become commonplace for the young Xia Yaoyao to shoulder the majority of household chores. Not at all. I reassured her with a smile after hanging the sheets. They say having an elder in the home is akin to possessing a treasure. Even the small silverfish scallion pancakes your grandmother made for lunch are worthy of adoration. Oh dear, oh dear. Xia Yunfeng's grandmother beamed, her laughter infectious. Xia Yaoyao, too, smiled softly at the side. Throughout that brief afternoon, her grandmother's laughter was unceasing. He possesses a remarkable ability to empathize and consider others' perspectives, Xia Yaoyao reflected, recalling how, upon their first encounter, she had cowered behind the door while he had politely stepped back before addressing her. It seemed that not all of Xia Yunfeng's friends were ruffians. Perhaps my attitude towards him had been somewhat harsh. Well then, Grandma, I shall take my leave. I watched as Xia Yaoyao carried the basin back inside, deciding against following her. Leaving so soon? Aren't you going to stay and play a while longer? Grandmother Xia Yunfeng warmly insisted. That boy Yunfeng hardly ever comes home, and he doesn't even know when his friends visit. Why not wait for him to return and have a chat before leaving? No, Xia Yu quickly waved his hand. The silverfish pancakes you made are delicious, and I will certainly come to visit you again next time. All right. When you come to Grandma's house next time, I will make them for you again. This rare feeling of being needed brought great joy to grandmother Xia Yunfeng. If it weren't for her difficulty in walking, she would have wanted to stand up and see Xia Yu off. Xia Yu gently urged her to stay seated before finally stepping out of the alley. In just one afternoon, Xia Yu gained a fresh perspective on Xia Yunfeng. He was a young man embedded in a rough crowd, surrounded by dubious friends, and showed little regard for his family. That group of dubious friends often came to borrow money under the pretense of being Xia Yunfeng's acquaintances. Thus, when Xia Yu first encountered Xia Yaoyao, her attitude was entirely understandable. Even that morning, when she had expressed her intent, this young girl had regarded him with evident hostility. Had it not been for grandmother Xia Yunfeng's invitation for him to enter, he might still be sitting at the entrance of the alley waiting for Xia Yunfeng to return. Xia Yu speculated that Xia Yunfeng had likely not disclosed his identity as an investigative journalist to his family, given the high risks associated with the profession and the understandable desire to spare them from worry. Upon returning home, Xia Yu unwrapped his package, and Gu Shui's little head quietly peeked over. With school out for the weekend, Gu Shui's lunch was being taken care of at Xia Yu's home. As Xia Yu gazed at the miniature camera in his hand, a pang of regret flickered in his eyes. Not only had he not received a single penny for his report on precision poverty alleviation, but he also owed Xia Yunfeng 2 mystery novels. Although referred to as a miniature camera, it resembled a small flashlight. According to Xia Yunfeng, it maintained excellent video quality while pursuing battery longevity. Most importantly, it was designed to blend in, functioning just like a regular flashlight, perfectly aligned with Xia Yu's requirements. Xia Yu meticulously perused the instruction manual, finding no operational difficulties. A full charge, insertion of the memory card, and a press of the switch were all that was needed for it to function properly. He decided to test it out to see how well it performed. Gu Shui? Xia Yu tilted his head to look at her, noticing that the little girl seemed lost in thought. Are you listening, Gu Shui? Their eyes met, and Gu Shui quickly averted her gaze. What's wrong? She tucked away her private thoughts and indicated that she was indeed paying attention. It seems this comes fully charged, Xia Yu remarked, raising the device. Just in time for us to head to the city and test its capabilities. Great. Gu Shui eagerly nodded, her usually tranquil eyes now sparkling with excitement, as if ripples had disturbed a still pond. She couldn't quite articulate what she was anticipating. Was it a brief escape from this place? Or perhaps the company of Xia Yu? Perhaps it was a combination of both. Then let us set off now. I'll go inform my grandparents. Xia Yu chuckled at Gu Shui's barely contained excitement as he stood up to retrieve some money from the living room. Gu Shui and I are going to the city, he announced while accepting the money from Li Tzuolan, walking out alongside Gu Shui. We probably won't be back for dinner, so no need to wait for us. The two of them walked side by side towards the bus station, with Xia Yu contemplating what to do in the city when they would return, and even what to have for dinner. He knew he needed to have a rough plan in mind. This is the instinct of Xia Yu, to devise a plan before undertaking any task. Gu Shui, however, was not burdened with such thoughts. The excitement within her was palpable to Xia Yu. She followed him into the vehicle, observing as he inserted 2 coins, leading her towards the rear of the compartment. 1 coin each, right? Gu Shui's chatter was unusually abundant today. Trailing behind Xia Yu, she inquired incessantly, even tugging at him excitedly upon spotting a small dog dozing by the roadside through the window. Yes, 1 for each of us, Xia Yu affirmed, patiently addressing her myriad of naive questions. He explained that for special cases, such as buses equipped with air conditioning or double-decker buses, the fare was indeed 2 coins. There are double-decker buses? Gu Shui asked incredulously, her imagination conjuring an image of 2 buses stacked atop one another. Her grasp of common knowledge was astoundingly limited. Despite having read about such things or having received related education, true understanding often eludes unless one has experienced it firsthand. Gu Shui was precisely that way, to her. The outside world was a realm of endless novelty. It was only during this outing that Xia Yu witnessed her childlike demeanor. Her usual cool detachment melted away, revealing a vibrant enthusiasm. Well, if we have the chance, let us give it a try, Xia Yu suggested, nodding. This was the bus station's starting point. And with only 3 passengers aboard, including the driver, he decided to activate his camera, directing it towards himself and Gu Shui, playfully nudging her as she gazed out the window. Come say hello to the camera, he urged, smiling at the slightly bashful Gu Shui. He continued, today is October 13th. Sunday. My classmate Gu Shui and I are heading downtown for some fun, and she seems quite eager for this outing. Gu Shui pouted, aware that her excitement might be a tad excessive. Yet she could not contain herself. The joy of venturing out, combined with the thrill of being with him, made it impossible to suppress her smile. All right, smiling more isn't so bad, is it? Xia Yu chuckled as he turned off the camera. It was still not yet 2 o'clock, and there was ample time ahead. Xia Yu knew precisely what their outing entailed. Chapter 17. Outing, Part 2. One can only say that a city is indeed a city. Although, up until Xia Yu's rebirth, this place was merely a struggling third-tier city. It stood as the most bustling center of Huai City, teeming with a vast flow of people. Where shall we go first? Xia Yu asked, standing with Gu Shui on the overpass, gazing down at the ceaseless stream of traffic below. I don't know, Gu Shui replied, leaning closer to Xia Yu. Surrounded by towering buildings, with a park visible in the distance. The overwhelming influx of information left her momentarily dazed. Shall we explore them all ahead? Xia Yu suggested. Not truly expecting Gu Shui to decide where to go, he merely sought her input out of courtesy. If she had a preference, that would be splendid. If not, he had already made arrangements. Though there was no concept of a comprehensive shopping mall at present, a bridge spanned 4 different shopping centers, showcasing a diverse array of offerings. From clothing and household goods to jewelry and electronic toys. A wave of nostalgia washed over Xia Yu as he instinctively activated the camera. With the focal point remaining on the girl who was curiously observing her surroundings. The two strolled leisurely, occasionally addressing the queries posed by Gu Shui. Although they made no purchases, neither felt the slightest tinge of boredom. Everything is quite expensive here, Gu Shui remarked, sticking out her tongue as she leaned closer to Xia Yu and whispered about a beautiful hairpin she had seen, one that her penniless self could only admire from afar. Xia Yu chuckled. This was merely an ordinary gift shop. Though a hairpin priced over 20 yuan seemed a bit extravagant, its exquisite design, adorned with irregular pearls, made it worth the cost. Are you hungry? Shall we head to the pedestrian street for a meal? Xia Yu suggested, glancing at the sky where the sun was retreating behind towering buildings, indicating it was time to dine before returning home. All right, Gu Shui obediently followed Xia Yu, her gaze drifting to his dangling right hand, and then to a nearby couple entwined in each other's arms. A bold thought suddenly flashed through her mind. As Xia Yu surveyed the shops lining the street, he contemplated that since they had ventured out, they ought to indulge in something unique, yet not too pricey. Lest Gu Shui feel guilty. Shall we have grilled fish? Xia Yu asked, turning to find Gu Shui deep in thought, her head bowed. Huh, sure, she replied, raising her small face, realizing she had yet to figure out a straightforward way to hold his hand. Never mind, let us just eat. The restaurant was impeccably clean and bustling with patrons, requiring the two to wait briefly for a table. Once seated, Xia Yu obtained the menu, per usual, inquiring about Gu Shui's preferences. Gu Shui, however, was preoccupied with the prices, murmuring her disappointment at how costly everything appeared. Let us order a grilled fish. Since neither of us enjoys spicy food, let us skip the spice. We can also add some enoki mushrooms, baby bok choy, and meatballs, Xia Yu decided, handing the menu to the waiter. Is it fun? He asked as he unwrapped the utensils and sanitized them with boiling water from the teapot. Engaging in casual conversation with Gu Shui. It's fun, she nodded, feeling a happiness she had never quite experienced before. Her mind slightly dizzy from the vibrant surroundings that challenged her perceptions. There are even more splendid places out there, Xia Yu observed. Noticing Gu Shui had accidentally burned herself again, he offered her his utensils, taking hers in return. If you study hard, you will certainly witness even more beautiful sights in the future. Okay, Gu Shui nodded, appreciating his admonitions as manifestations of his care for her. The food arrived swiftly and was quite delectable, affirming the adage that you get what you pay for. Both were thoroughly satisfied with their meal. As night descended, the city donned a shimmering cloak of lights. Shall we head home? Gu Shui asked, trailing behind Xia Yu, clutching a bottle of AD calcium milk. Watching him glance around curiously. And there's this, Xia Yu said, producing a miniature camera from his hand. I remember there's a computer city nearby. As he politely inquired for directions, Gu Shui recalled the purpose of their outing. Approaching closing time, the computer city was largely deserted. The two casually entered a shop of their choice. Xia Yu feigned a concern about his SD card, seeking to borrow a card reader and computer available there. If it malfunctions, one can simply select another SD card here. The boss has no objections, and once he is assured of Xia Yu's proficiency, he steps aside, allowing Gu Shui to approach. The footage is indeed quite clear, capturing everything from their interactions in the car to Gu Shui's bewildered explorations in the mall, even including their dinner of fish that evening. Xia Yu, satisfied with the quality, decides not to argue over pricing with Xie Yunfeng. He prepares to format the content, intending to recharge it for future use. It's quite well shot, isn't it? Deleting it would be a shame, the boss remarks. Having watched the entire footage from behind Xia Yu remains silent, yet Gu Shui comprehends his earlier intent and interrupts his actions, looking at him with a pitiful gaze. She too wishes to retain this video. Once you two are together, you can revisit it. It could serve as a delightful memento of your romance, don't you think? The boss continues with a grin, eager to make a sale. Although he harbors doubts about the longevity of young love, he sees no harm in indulging in a bit more conversation to secure a transaction. A blush creeps onto Gu Shue's cheeks, her eyes still pleading. All right, boss, I'll take a USB drive from you. Xia Yu sighs, unable to voice his refusal as he sees the desperate longing in Gu Shue's eyes. He transfers the contents from the SD card to the USB drive, then clears the card. Gu Shue carefully stows away the USB drive, frequently reaching into her pocket to reassure herself of its presence, which amuses Xia Yu. As they sit in the car, the crowded bus radiates heat, prompting Gu Shue to open the window, allowing her hair to dance in the breeze. She attempts to tuck her hair behind her ear, only for the wind to touzle it again. Use this, Xia Yu offers, extending a hairpin adorned with pearls that glisten under the streetlights. Gu Shue recognizes it as the hairpin she admired earlier that afternoon. Since when did you buy this? We were together all day? Gu Shue queries, puzzled. You exited that store to use the restroom, Xia Yu recalls, a smile breaking through. When you returned, you mentioned that the faucet in the mall's restroom was broken. Don't bring that up. Gu Shue exclaims, her face flushing crimson. She values her dignity. Xia Yu explains it was a sensor-operated faucet, requiring one to place their hands beneath it for it to function. With her delicate fingers, Gu Shue playfully pinches Xia Yu's cheek, the pearl hairpin nestled at her temple. She has never felt life to be so splendid. Chapter 18. A special transformation. As the initial fervor wanes, one may understand internally, yet still struggle to accept it. The purity of emotion should not be tainted by other influences, particularly monetary ones, as such matters can distort both parties involved. Indeed, Xia Yu speaks of the passion for writing. He has been acutely aware of the 2 articles he owes Xie Yunfeng, and as October draws to a close, he has only sketched a rough outline. He could easily fabricate a future mystery design to satisfy the requirement, yet his conscience would not allow such a compromise. If he is to undertake this task, it must be done to his own satisfaction. This dilemma weighs heavily on him, as he constantly contemplates how to devise a plot twist and shape the characters. Every individual's behavioral logic must align with their character. Even Luo Yongqiang, who has refrained from venturing online these past few days, has confined himself to his home, pondering over his manuscript. Fortunately, Providence rewards the diligent, and Xia Yu gradually begins to infuse life into the outlines he has sketched. The preparatory work has been extensive. Now he merely awaits the opportune moment to unleash his creativity. Inspiration floods in, and Xia Yu, in a fervor, writes with fervent intensity, oblivious to the passage of time. Upon completing the final sentence, he lifts his gaze. The sky darkens, signaling the approach of evening. Is this how you always compose your manuscripts? Gu Shue observes as Xia Yu stretches his weary neck and shoulders. Almost instinctively, she approaches and begins to massage his shoulders. Xia Yu feels his body tense momentarily before relaxing into her touch. His heart races, yet he strives to maintain an air of nonchalance in his response. Not usually. It's just that inspiration struck this time. As he savors the gentle pressure from Gu Shue's delicate hands, he closes his eyes in contentment. Xia Yu has grown accustomed to Gu Shue's presence in his bedroom. Previously, her time spent at home was often marked by discomfort, but since meeting Xia Yu, her holidays found purpose in retreating to his room to read. Her grandparents, regarding her as their own granddaughter, have expressed no objections. After all, they do not oversee her choices. Even if they had concerns, what could they do? Gu Shue remains quiet in the study, and Xia Yu has no quarrels with her presence. The atmosphere falls into a silence once more, distinct from the earlier focused quietude, now tinged with an undercurrent of intimacy. Xia Yu feels an increased tension in his body. Gu Shue, too, is not faring much better. This is her first overt display of affection, and she silently chastises herself for her impulsiveness. A sharp intake of breath escapes Xia Yu as discomfort takes him by surprise. Gu Shue immediately softens her grip, apologizing with a hint of embarrassment. Both are awkward, their exchanges reminiscent of their initial acquaintance. Xiao Xia, Xiao Shue, dinner is ready. The voice of grandma breaks the stillness, allowing both to exhale in unison. Li Zuolan prepares the meal. Gu Shue serves the rice. Xia Yu sets the table, while Xiao Weihua fetches the stools. Their actions flow with a familiarity, as if 4 individuals had always belonged to this household. In contrast to the past, when Gu Shue would eat in silence, she now engages in conversation about the recent happenings until the topic shifts to the recent joint examination. Li Zuolan squints her eyes, directing her gaze towards Xia Yu, who is absorbed in devouring ribs. She has always placed great importance on his education. Though the content of his studies eludes her understanding, her admiration for learning remains unwavering. Xia, whereas your report card from the joint exam 2 weeks ago, based on her understanding of Xia Yu. His reluctance to discuss an exam typically signals poor performance. She suspects he has hidden the results again. Have the results been released? Xia Yu spits out a bone and glances at Gu Shui, who is busy serving food. He genuinely remains unaware. His homeroom teacher, Wang Haiyang, is notoriously indifferent. He leaves students to glean information for themselves. Even during the previous Friday's break, he had not mentioned the results. The school rankings have been released, but the joint examination rankings have yet to be announced. Gu Shui set down her chopsticks and hurriedly dashed to Xia Yu's bedroom, retrieving a report card from her tattered backpack. Previously, Gu Biao showed little interest in such matters, and Gu Shui was unaware of whom this report card was meant to impress. Now she understood. Like presenting a treasure, Gu Shui handed a small slip of paper resembling a report card to Li Tsuolan. The report card displayed her current ranking alongside her previous one, revealing a remarkable advancement of 80 places, propelling her from the 4th examination room to the 2nd. Excellent. I knew that diligent study would yield rewards for you, Xiao Shui, Li Tsuolan said, affectionately ruffling Gu Shui's hair. The warmth and pride in her tone were unmistakable. My results haven't come out yet, Xia Yu replied, shaking his head. Given his homeroom teacher's nature, it was highly probable that the joint examination rankings would be posted together in the classroom once they were available. Unlike Su Yan, who printed out both the school and joint examination rankings and meticulously cut them for each student in his class. During high school, it was common to analyze a report card for nearly half a class period. Sitting in the back row often provided the opportunity to keep a copy of the entire class's performance. Don't let one stroke of good fortune make you complacent, especially since you did well in the last monthly exam, Li Tsuolan admonished Xia Yu. She was aware of his good performance last month, which led to a more relaxed approach this month. Had he truly regressed, the situation would be different. Xia Yu could only nod in agreement. Casting a resentful glance at Gu Shui averted her gaze, pretending that the topic had not been initiated by her. After dinner, as per usual, Xia Yu tidied the table while Gu Shui washed the dishes. The elderly couple went for a walk, encouraging Xia Yu and Gu Shui to finish their chores and get some exercise, as being cooped up at home would only lead to weight gain. With nothing else to occupy his time, Xia Yu retrieved the manuscript he had been working on that afternoon. After torturing himself for more than half a month, he found satisfaction in the intricacies of each plot twist, each having its corresponding foreshadowing. Are you not done yet? Gu Shui inquired, lifting her apron and leaning over to examine the manuscript. I've finished writing. I'm just checking for any typos, Xia Yu replied, looking up to find Gu Shui's profile strikingly beautiful, her high nose bridge and soft yet defined features reminiscent of a ray of sunlight in the morning, warm and bright. However, what puzzled Xia Yu was why Gu Shui's face grew increasingly flushed as she stared at the manuscript, her color deepening to the point where it seemed to extend towards her earlobes. He pondered the content he had written and found nothing inappropriate. Eventually, Gu Shui could no longer maintain her composure, standing up abruptly and exclaiming, I'm heading home, leaving Xia Yu bewildered, yet he chose not to dwell on it. Having finally completed one piece, there was still another to write, and the thought of this filled him with despondency. He resolved to visit the post office tomorrow to seek out Xie Yunfeng. If he was not there, he would have to deliver the manuscript to his home. Contemplating the distance between them, Xia Yu earnestly considered the matter of transportation. Chapter 19. The differences between them. It was still Sunday, still a sunny day. I apologize for the interruption, Xia Yu thought, wanting to sigh, but holding back for fear that the elderly person before him might misunderstand. Feel free to sit, Xiaoxia. Grandma will wash some fruit, she said. Xie Yunfeng's grandmother was exceedingly warm-hearted. Originally, Xia Yu intended to simply deliver the manuscript and depart, but he was unexpectedly met with the realization that only Xie Yunfeng's grandmother was at home. Consequently, he found himself welcome to stay. No, please remain seated, Grandma. I shall handle the washing, Xia Yu quickly interjected, concerned that she might stumble and injure herself. He rose and approached the fruits he had brought along. Having previously enjoyed a delightful lunch here, Xia Yu felt it was only proper to come bearing gifts this time. He had procured some oranges and pears, considering the presence of an elder in the household. The oranges required no washing, and after much deliberation, he peeled the pears and sliced them into small wedges before presenting them. Oh, how thoughtful of you, Xia Yu, Xie Yunfeng's grandmother remarked, easily perceiving his kind intentions, which elevated her regard for him even further. The more she observed Xia Yu, the more she appreciated him. If you would like an orange, Grandma, I can peel one for you, Xia Yu offered with a smile, continuing to engage in light conversation with her. He occasionally chimed in to demonstrate his attentiveness. It was evident that the elderly lady had not enjoyed such an open and lively exchange in quite some time. The topics varied widely. And had it not been for the mature soul residing within Xia Yu, the conversation might have faltered long ago. As the afternoon sun began to wane, Xia Yao returned from her grocery shopping and paused at the sight of the two in the living room. Yao, you're back. Xia Yu just brought something for Yunfeng, and I invited him to chat for a bit, her grandmother explained before Xia Yu could speak. Xia Yu greeted Xia Yao and offered her some of the peeled oranges as a gesture of friendship. Hello, brother Xia Yu, Xia Yao replied sweetly. Although her gaze was fixed on the fruits on the table. Grandma, you know your blood sugar is unstable. You shouldn't eat these, she said. A hint of urgency in her voice. Grandma hasn't eaten. A guest brings fruit into the house. Surely, one must be hospitable, came the calm response from her grandmother. Xia Yu noted that she had consumed only half an orange throughout the afternoon, leading him to believe that the fruit he had chosen was not to her liking. However, it soon became clear that her reluctance stemmed from her blood sugar concerns. Xia Yu was also mindful of her mobility issues, hoping that this was not the sole reason. I shall take my leave now, he declared as he observed Xia Yao entering the kitchen and glanced outside, realizing how much time had slipped away. Why not stay for dinner? After listening to my ramblings all afternoon, you must be quite hungry. Her grandmother's gentle voice prompted Xia Yu to hesitate slightly in his departure. Not at all. Conversing with you has been most enlightening, but it is quite late, and returning home is inconvenient. Xia Yu declined once more, recalling that he had not mentioned to his family that he would be dining out, lest he be accused by Li Salon of gallivanting. Very well, Yao. Please see your brother off, her grandmother called to Xia Yao in the kitchen. Before Xia Yu could refuse, she emerged with a cheerful expression, looking at him warmly. I appreciate your company, Yao, Xia Yu remarked, sensing she had something to say. The two walked out of the alley. And it was only then that Xia Yao began to speak. Brother Xia Yu truly excels at empathizing with others, immediately discerning my desire to question him. Xia Yao still wears a cheerful expression, while Xia Yu is taken aback that her first inquiry would be this. Fortunately, he is at a loss for how to respond. Thus, I shall be forthright. What exactly does my brother do? I refuse to believe he has truly descended into a life of delinquency. Only then does Xia Yao reveal her intent. Although she feels a twinge of regret, she has seen the item Xia Yu delivered, a piece of writing. After a moment of silence, Xia Yu reflects that Xie Yunfeng has not divulged anything to their family, evidently for his own reasons, and thus, she cannot recklessly disrupt this secrecy, even if the person before her may already possess the answer. Can't you just tell me? Xia Yao tilts her head, pondering whether he chooses not to speak, cannot speak, or is simply being considerate in safeguarding her brother as concealment. Xia Yu perceives that the young lady before him possesses a level of insight that seems somewhat excessive, utterly unlike a typical middle school student. Very well. Since brother Xia Yu is reluctant to disclose details, I shall embark on my own investigation. Xia Yao sighs softly, concluding that her only option is to engage with the unsavory characters her brother has associated with. Even if danger arises, she can only halt her thoughts. Xia Yu interrupts her musings, feeling a headache coming on. I am not entirely sure about Xie Yunfeng's specific occupation, but I can assure you that he works at a newspaper, not among ruffians, so there is no need to pry information from those thugs. Oh, I see. Xia Yao realizes that Xia Yu is still withholding significant information, yet she refrains from pressing further. Brother Xia Yu, you must visit my home again. Grandmother truly adores you. I have not seen her so joyful while conversing with anyone in quite some time. Determined, Xia Yu resolves that he will only meet Xie Yunfeng at the post office moving forward, resolutely avoiding his home, with a meticulous little sprite residing there. Who could endure it? If his brother remains absent, the household consists solely of an elderly person and a young girl. Should danger arise, Xia Yao resumes her soft soliloquy. And although she speaks quietly, it is ostensibly meant for Xia Yu's ears alone. I shall return next Sunday. Xia Yu exhales deeply. Xia Yao is far more challenging than Xie Yunfeng, both in her observational skills and her ability to discern thoughts. It's settled then. I will prepare small silverfish scallion pancakes for brother next week. Satisfied that she has achieved her goal, Xia Yao does not linger, accepting that if he is unwilling to speak, she will eventually learn more through continued interaction. Brother Xia Yu is truly wonderful. I also like brother Xia Yu. She must ascertain what her brother is truly engaged in, whether he is still investigating events of the past. Watching Xia Yao retreat, Xia Yu squints, recalling the conversation he had with the elderly person earlier, which felt more like an interrogation than a casual chat, leaving him somewhat uneasy. Xia Yu harbors his own uncertainties, still unaware of the whereabouts of Xie Yunfeng and Xia Yao as parents, as if the family deliberately avoids mentioning their existence. Suddenly, He recalls Gu Shui, who, despite appearing aloof and quiet in front of others, reveals her true nature, a charmingly simple and endearing girl, once one gets to know her. Compared to Xia Yu, Xia Yu managed to sell to Gu Shui while having Gu Shui count the money for her. Being a bit foolish has its advantages. Xia Yu shook his head and turned to head home. Chapter 20. Bold speculations during the Monday flag-raising ceremony. Xia Yu watched Principal Chun deliver an impassioned speech. As the results of his own academic performance were finally revealed, he ranked first in the school and seventh in the joint examination. As this was the first joint examination for the third year of middle school, the school placed great importance on the results. Thus, the weekly flag-raising ceremony also served as an awards ceremony. However, as Xia Yu glanced at his rewards, a multifunctional, collapsible desk lamp, an exquisite thermos, a thickened sheepskin notebook, a certificate of achievement, and 200 yuan in his pocket, he felt somewhat underwhelmed. Next month, we will have another joint examination. I hope all students will continue to strive for excellence, as the rewards will be even more substantial than this time. Xia Yu exhaled deeply, relieved that it was finally over. Did you really secure the top spot, Xia Yu? Luo Yongqiang approached him as everyone headed towards the teaching building, incredulously questioning while draping an arm over Xia Yu's shoulder. Yes, dinner tonight, Xia Yu replied, feeling little excitement. He was well aware of his school's standing. The top 5 spots in the joint examination had mostly been claimed by the neighboring affiliated school, and several prestigious institutions had not participated this time. I'll treat. All right. Luo Yongqiang, initially brimming with excitement as if he himself were the one who topped the grade, began to murmur. Why does your calm demeanor suggest that receiving the top position affects you less than when Gu Shui comes to congratulate you? Would your expression differ if she were here now? Get lost. Xia Yu sighed, knowing that this fellow was incapable of uttering anything wise. The entire day, he felt akin to a rare animal in a zoo, being called upon by various teachers to answer questions. Even the usually stern Su Yin regarded him with a smile. Wang Haiyang offered a few brief reminders before dismissing the class, and the two exited the classroom. What are the plans for tonight? Luo Yongqiang inquired. Observing Xia Yu standing naturally by the back door of Class 7, his lips twitching. It seemed absurd to claim they were merely innocent friends. Who would believe that? First, let us drop off our things at home. How about eating at that big eatery? Xia Yu had already devised a plan. The one at my doorstep? Luo Yongqiang pondered, acknowledging it was indeed a good choice, affordable and popular among local students. I haven't had that little yellow fish in ages, Xia Yu nodded, realizing he hadn't been there since the start of the school year. Back when we used to pull all-nighters at the internet cafe, we always ate there. Luo Yongqiang shot a disdainful glance at Xia Yu, lamenting, it's a pity someone now forsakes his brother for beauty, and we don't go to the cafe anymore. Spare me the barking unless you're paying for dinner tonight. Xia Yu was reluctant to engage in such discussions with Luo Yongqiang. Fine, whatever the boss says goes. Luo Yongqiang shrugged, hearing the commotion from Class 7, indicating that school was over. Gu Shui stepped out, instinctively glancing towards Class 9, only to find it empty. Before turning her gaze towards this side, the ice and snow had melted. Though her expression remained unchanged, the aura she exuded felt different. Her brows and eyes softened, and the joy in her heart could not be concealed. Luo Yongqiang believed that dinner necessitated the consumption of 2 additional fish. He did not anticipate that Gu Shui would be absent from the evening meal. Presenting herself, Gu Shui approached with a swift, deliberate gait, retrieving a piece of candy from her pocket. Has Su Yin distributed candies again? Xia Yu inquired, tilting his head, and without hesitation, he unwrapped it and popped it into his mouth. It was the same inexpensive watermelon flavor. Indeed, I have made considerable progress this time, intentionally selecting your favorite watermelon flavor. Gu Shui remarked, observing Xia Yu savoring the candy, contentedly standing by his side. Are there any other snacks? Will you partake? Although she had nothing to offer herself, she yearned to share whatever she could with him. No, thank you. We will have dinner shortly, Xia Yu declined. Luo Yongqiang felt an urge to assert his presence. He suddenly realized he was no longer hungry. Initially believing Gu Shui to be the third wheel in their camaraderie, he recognized that he was, in fact, the interloper in this relationship. Tonight, I shall order 10 skewers of little yellow fish, Luo Yongqiang declared vehemently, gesturing to affirm his existence. Just you wait, dog Dao. As they prepared for the evening gathering, Xia Yu explained to the perplexed Gu Shui that they would first return home to drop off their belongings. He shrugged as he observed Luo Yongqiang's despondent retreat from the classroom. Oh, by the way, Teacher Su mentioned that the high school entrance examination is approaching and that we are to begin evening self-study sessions starting tomorrow. Gu Shui suddenly recalled the announcement from before school ended, her spirits sinking. She recognized that Su Yin had the student's best interests at heart. He even waived the self-study fees, wholly devoted to ensuring their success. However, this also meant she would once again return home alone after class, that solitary feeling flooding back like a tide. What time will it run until? Xia Yu mused, not dwelling excessively on the matter. It was merely evening study, not a boarding situation. School dismisses at 5:40. Allowing an hour for dinner, starting at 7 and continuing until 9, Gu Shui replied, her voice muffled, genuinely discontented. Though it may be a bit rushed, it is still manageable. Xia Yu contemplated that if he had a vehicle, he might even return home for dinner, or perhaps he could discuss matters with Li Zuolan, taking advantage of this opportunity of being first in the grade. What? Gu Shui, feeling downcast, did not catch Xia Yu's musings. I could also study in the classroom. After all, I write drafts at home too. Xia Yu decided not to share his plans with Gu Shui, reasoning that it was still in the early stages, and that greater expectations often led to greater disappointments. They would return home together later that evening. Yet, how to approach Li Zuolan? Xia Yu pondered, as she held the purse strings. Riding a motorcycle seemed impractical. Even if he pleaded, she would never permit him to ride something she deemed dangerous. Moreover, he was still growing, so buying a smaller size would be unwise. Most importantly, he lacked the funds. However, he resolved to explore the possibility of an electric bike online later. Gu Shui shivered slightly, stealing a glance at Xia Yu, who was still lost in thought. Did he harbor feelings for her? Gu Shui could not suppress the notion. It was the only explanation for his kindness towards her. She had considered other possibilities, yet none made sense. What about her grandparents? Gu Shui tilted her head, contemplating. Their care for her was undoubtedly sincere. If she connected this with her earlier reasoning, it could imply that her grandparents viewed her as a prospective granddaughter-in-law. Gu Shui gently patted her face, sensing a slight increase in temperature, which made everything fall into place. Stealing a glance at Xia Yu, who stood tall and possessed a pristine countenance, she couldn't help but notice the innate tranquility that radiated from him. What should her response be? A rosy hue crept along her cheeks, her earlobes gradually flushed, and even her neck bore a delicate pink tint. Gu Shui? Xia Yu, noticing the commotion, turned to her flushed visage. What's the matter? It's not that cold, is it? You shouldn't be freezing like this. Are you feeling unwell? Good. Gu Shui suddenly blurted out, causing Xia Yu to momentarily freeze in surprise. Could it be that she was truly unwell? No, I meant to say, I meant that it would be wonderful if you were willing to wait for me. Gu Shui quickly scrambled to clarify, her words tumbling over each other. But she managed to redirect the conversation. Although Xia Yu found her behavior somewhat peculiar, he refrained from probing further, content as long as she was not ill. He shifted his thoughts to how he would approach Li Zuolan about borrowing the car. Chapter 21. Attending class, uninvited joyful tidings invigorated Li Zuolan. Upon learning that her grandson had achieved the top rank in his grade, her ailments seemed to vanish. No more back pain, no more leg fatigue. Even her luck at mahjong had improved. At the market, the vendor enthusiastically called out about the fresh bok choy just harvested that morning. How did you know my eldest grandson placed first in his grade? Li Zuolan beamed, purposely speaking loudly. Oh my, that is truly remarkable. The vendor chimed in. With such achievements, he'll surely attend a good high school, pursue a prestigious university, secure an excellent job, and marry a wonderful wife. Li Zuolan, you'll be living the good life. This flattery brought a radiant smile to Li Zuolan's face as she proudly lifted a live cushion carp she had specifically purchased for her grandson to nourish his mind. Let us add some white radishes for soup. They were just brought in this morning and are still dewy. The vendor continued, presenting 2 radishes for her approval. All right, I'll take 2 of those, and some bok choy as well, Li Zuolan declared, traversing the market like a victorious general. Pleased that her mahjong friends were all aware of her grandson's academic triumph before she made her way home. Oh dear, he has to study until 9 o'clock. She lamented, feeling for her grandson's late hours. She commenced preparations, ensuring she wouldn't delay the evening soup. Last night, Xia Yu had informed the elders that he and Gu Shui would be attending evening study sessions and would not return until 9. Though Li Zuolan verbally supported the school's decision, her heart ached for her grandson. This prompted her to buy a cushion carp from the market. Regarding Xia Yu's mention of acquiring a means of transportation, Li Zuolan pondered seriously and resolved to discuss it with his parents. Lacking knowledge in this area, she felt it prudent not to make hasty decisions. If Xia Yu were aware that Li Zuolan intended to consult his parents, he would have simply called them directly. It was not merely a matter of confidence, it was a certainty. In his previous life, Xia Yu had treaded far and steadily. Largely influenced by his parents, his mother's meticulousness and his father's thoroughness were traits he had absorbed well. Most importantly, one must receive ample love and respect within the family. This is why Xia Yu treats others with such gentleness and strives to lend a helping hand, hoping to make this imperfect life a tad more beautiful. Perhaps it is a touch naive. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the school bell rang in his ears. Xia Yu gathered his books, aware that he would be staying here for an additional 2 hours. Neglecting to eat would surely upset his stomach. He exchanged greetings with his classmates on duty, informing them that he would lock the door later. He then made his way to class 7, knowing full well that Gu Shui, that silly girl, would be waiting at her desk, hungry. As he stepped outside to grab a bite, Gu Shui, upon hearing the sound, looked up in surprise. She had been pondering what Xia Yu might be doing at that moment, never expecting him to approach her. "I'm not hungry," she shook her head. Having received too many favors in the past, 3 hours was nothing she could endure. "Just eat a couple of bites. This isn't good for your stomach." Xia Yu, of course, discerned her thoughts. "What would you like to eat? I'll bring it for you." "No need," Gu Shui insisted. "I really am not hungry." "Then I'll bring back some noodles. While everyone else quietly studies, you can slurp your noodles loudly in the classroom and let them not follow your example," Xia Yu chuckled. Turning to leave, seemingly eager to bring this scene to fruition. "Xia Yu." Gu Shui quickly rose from her seat, worried that he might actually leave to fetch food. She hurried out of the classroom, only to find Xia Yu waiting at the door. "Let us go. I haven't eaten anything at the school gate yet," he smiled. "Let us start with the first shop." The first shop turned out to be a noodle house. Gu Shui ordered a small bowl of shredded pork noodles, while he opted for a small bowl of chicken noodles. The taste was quite delightful, likely considering the surroundings filled with students. The seasoning was just right, and even the portion size was generous. "Tomorrow we shall try the place next door," Xia Yu remarked, savoring a sip of the broth, which was quite pleasing. "What is next door?" Gu Shui inquired, her mouth full of noodles, stammering slightly from the heat. It's a rice dish," Xia Yu recalled, the unique name of the place finally coming to mind. "What is that?" Gu Shui let out a small breath, adjusting her hairpin before continuing to eat her noodles. "I'm not sure," Xia Yu admitted, "but we'll find out tomorrow." "All right," Gu Shui replied, beginning to look forward to the next day. Upon returning to the teaching building, they found a classmate already quietly reading in class 7, donned in large round glasses. Upon seeing Xia Yu and Gu Shui return together, he was momentarily taken aback, losing his train of thought. "All right, call me when self-study is over," Xia Yu politely greeted the boy before entering class 9, where he found it completely empty. He turned on the lights and walked back to his seat. "Gu Shui, did you come back with him?" the bespectacled girl asked incredulously. "He wouldn't wait until self-study to walk back with you, would he?" "Yes," Gu Shui replied, reverting to her usual quiet demeanor. She nodded briskly and retrieved her books from her desk. Her recent English exam had been average. Listening was indeed her weak point. "How romantic. Why can't my boyfriend be like that?" The girl sighed deeply. Gu Shui's transformation had been evident to the entire class 7. Her metamorphosis from an ugly duckling to a graceful swan had astounded everyone, and her exam rankings had been on a steady rise. It seemed she was beginning to understand the answers. "Gu Shui, your progress is remarkably swift, and your transformation is so profound that it can hardly be attributed to anyone else." Gu Shui nodded silently. Her assumptions were indeed correct. Her relentless efforts were indeed inspired by him, though her reasoning was misplaced. She merely yearned to draw closer to him, even if just by a fraction. "You're still here?" Su Yan initially assumed that the student on duty from class 9 had carelessly neglected to turn off the lights. As he approached, he discovered there was another person inside. Hello, Teacher Su." Xia Yu stood up to greet Su Yan, explaining, "My grandparents have been quite busy lately, leaving me with nowhere to go. So I've been studying in the classroom until I return home this evening." "Really?" Su Yan regarded Xia Yu with suspicion, feeling that the timing was somewhat uncanny. He had just announced the evening study session for class 7, and now Xia Yu's grandparents were preoccupied? "Take a stool to class 7. I'll be explaining a few problems tonight." Su Yan contemplated. It was evident that Xia Yu, ranked first in the grade, must have been diligently studying in private. Thus his willingness to attend the evening session was reasonable. "Isn't that inappropriate?" Xia Yu hesitated, wanting to refuse as he still owed a piece of writing. He had just felt a rare surge of inspiration in the empty campus, and now he was to be summoned away? "Hurry up, you big oaf, stop dawdling. I'm not charging you." Su Yan turned to retrieve the papers from his office, instructing, "In 5 minutes, I'll start explaining. You take the stool in there first." 2 minutes later, Xia Yu entered the classroom with a stool, noticing the attention directed at him, and couldn't help but chuckle. "I'm here to audit the class." Chapter 22. Reluctance. One can only say that even among elite classes, disparities exist. It is hard to fathom how Wang Haiyang became the homeroom teacher of such a distinguished class. Xia Yu examined the test paper in his hands. There were only 5 questions, handwritten by Su Yan and then printed for each student. 2 fundamental questions and 3 advanced ones, mostly reflecting the material covered in recent classes. Su Yan meticulously explained all 5 questions before retreating to his office for a rest. Strictly speaking, the school did not permit evening study sessions. So this spontaneous gathering for self-study was entirely voluntary. Indeed, Su Yan did not charge the students, and thus it did not constitute a financial transaction, merely extending the class a bit longer. The remainder of the time was genuinely self-study, with no teacher present, and everyone engaged in their own activities. Xia Yu rose quietly, maintaining a semblance of calm as he exited Class 7 under the watchful eyes of his peers, returning to Class 9. The stark emptiness of the classroom sent his creativity into a fervent dance. Glancing at his schedule, Xia Yu recalled his agreement to visit Xia Yu on Sunday. Since he was going there anyway, he might as well complete the final article he owed. He began by contemplating the plot outline, planning the scenes, and then sketching the character profiles, as if he were rehearsing for a stage play. Xia Yu filled the pages with thoughts predominantly centered on the conceptual framework. It was not until someone sat beside him that he was jolted back to reality. School's over. Gu Shui perched beside Xia Yu, her arm casually brushing against his. She herself was unaware of where she found the courage. Perhaps it was seeing Xia Yu sitting alone in the desolate classroom, or perhaps the earnest expression on his face. Regardless, she had taken the initiative to draw closer. Already? Xia Yu stared incredulously at the time. It truly was 9 o'clock. His train of thought was interrupted, and his inspiration ebbed away like the receding tide. Xia Yu, unfazed, neatly gathered the scattered sheets of paper on the desk. Upon exiting the classroom, he observed the scattered figures of Class 7, with the office lights still aglow. 2 individuals were engaged in casual conversation, primarily led by Gu Shui, with Xia Yu responding. At some point, their roles seemed to reverse, with Gu Shui taking the initiative. Xia Yu, noticing that Gu Shui hesitated to move forward, sensed her internal turmoil, which had plagued her sleepless nights in recent days. She yearned for answers, yet was terrified of what those answers might reveal. Xia Yu turned to Gu Shui, questioning her reluctance to proceed. Gu Shui opened her mouth, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Did she even deserve to voice them? If the answers were not what she hoped for, could they maintain their current relationship? With her mind a tempest, Gu Shui hesitated. What's wrong? Craving a grilled sausage? Xia Yu glanced around, noting a small stall conveniently located across from where Gu Shui stood. The enticing aroma wafted through the air. As a couple shared a moment in front of the stall, Gu Shui's silence was interpreted by Xia Yu as shyness, prompting him to scratch his head and approach the vendor, ordering 2 sausages. Spotting rice cakes and vegetarian chicken, he ordered those as well. Trailing behind Xia Yu, Gu Shui observed the rice cakes bobbing in the hot oil, mirroring her own tumultuous emotions. Which should we eat first? Xia Yu asked, extracting a grilled sausage and offering the container to Gu Shui. She took a satisfied bite, though fried foods were not the epitome of health. They provided a comforting balm in the brisk autumn air. Gu Shui reached for the rice cake, but found herself shamefully retreating. Xia Yu, sensing her hesitation, prompted, What's the matter? Gu Shui, instinctively touching her hairpin as if drawing strength from it, finally mustered the courage to say, I want to discuss something with you. What is it? Xia Yu, also grabbing a rice cake, savored the sweet bean sauce that spread across his palate. This coming New Year, would you be able to come to my house? I have something for you. Gu Shui was uncertain of what she could possibly offer Xia Yu, yet she craved the opportunity. Sure. Although Xia Yu was puzzled by the sudden shift to the topic of the new year, he recognized that this young lady had something significant to communicate, albeit she was inexplicably hesitant. Was she preparing a New Year gift? Wasn't he at a tad premature to consider such things? Xia Yu pondered, yet he mentally included this matter in his plans. Thank you. Gu Shui's sudden smile brightened her face, the chill of late autumn unable to extinguish the warmth at the corners of her mouth. Xia Yu was momentarily taken aback, his gaze dropping as he retrieved the last piece of vegetarian chicken from the container. Upon returning home, before even setting down his backpack, his grandmother emerged with a bowl of fish soup. The steaming mist dissipated the autumn chill, warming him from mouth to stomach, then radiating to his limbs. Xia? Your father's on the phone, his grandfather's voice called out, prompting Xia Yu to rise and take the call. Gu Shui's eyes followed Xia Yu as he walked away. Hello? Dad. Xia Yu took the phone from his grandfather's hand. I hear from Grandpa that you're considering a mode of transportation. Have you found anything suitable? The steady voice on the other end inquired, measured and unhurried. No. Grandma definitely wouldn't allow me to ride a motorcycle. I'm still pondering it, Xia Yu replied honestly. But I don't want a bicycle. In recent years, electric bikes had proliferated, and with the recent lifting of restrictions, many in his vicinity were riding them. The voice on the other end paused, seemingly contemplating. How about this? I'll discuss it with your mother, and we'll arrange to have one delivered to you. Sounds good. Xia Yu nodded slightly. There was no need for pleasantries between father and son. He then inquired, where's mom? A feminine voice interjected, oh, finally thinking of your mother? It was evident she had been eavesdropping. I thought you two would hang up right after your chat, but it seems you can still remember your old mother. It's been a while since I've heard your voices. I miss them. Xia Yu chuckled, noticing the sudden silence on the other end. Ah, you. Sweetening your words just because I bought you something. Someone must be guiding you from behind. The woman broke the silence. I heard from Grandma that you ranked first in your grade for the joint examination, 7th overall. Yes, I was lucky. Several prestigious schools did not participate, Xia Yu replied, nodding gently as if his mother were truly speaking to him in person. Well, look at you, still knowing how to be modest? The gentle voice paused, seemingly interrupted by something, before a steadier voice continued. All right, we have matters to attend to here, so let us wrap this up. If all goes well, it should arrive next week. Xia Yu nodded, but before he could speak, the call was already disconnected. He opened his mouth, then fell silent again. Chapter 23. Is she trying to deceive me? Xia Yunfeng had seemingly vanished into thin air. Xia Yu gazed at the manuscript on Xia Yunfeng's desk, which had been given to him last week and now lay quietly in place. You mean he hasn't returned for an entire week? Xia Yu frowned. He only knew that Xia Yunfeng was an investigative journalist, but the specifics of his work remained a mystery to him. Has anyone else entered this room besides today? Yes. Xia Yao nodded, her voice tinged with a sob. In the past, no matter how busy he was, my brother would always return home for dinner. But this time is different. What on earth is he doing? Wait a moment. Is this little girl trying to deceive me? A thought flickered through Xia Yu's mind. He scrutinized Xia Yunfeng's bedroom once more, finally resting his gaze on the manuscript. The words were clear under the sunlight. Xia Yu picked up the paper and gently crumpled it. I'm sorry, I don't know. He shook his head, now convinced that Xia Yao was indeed deceiving him. He decided to play along and let her believe he was genuinely unaware. Where was the flaw? Just as Xia Yu was about to exit the bedroom, Xia Yao's voice emerged from behind, filled with confusion and disbelief. I printed a copy of the manuscript, even replicating the creases perfectly. Although my brother came back once in the past few days, he took the manuscript and left. What? I don't understand. Xia Yu feigned ignorance. Didn't you tell me Xia Yunfeng hasn't returned for a week? Xia Yu, you're so bad. You clearly saw through my ruse. Xia Yao pouted adorably, clearly annoyed, still pretending to be confused. The weather this week had been quite pleasant. Although the nights were slightly chilly, the midday sun was fierce. Xia Yu turned around to see the little girl still fiddling with the manuscript. The paper on the desk had been continuously exposed to sunlight, and therein lay the issue. The paper appeared too new. Ah, Xia Yao understood, letting out a sigh like a little adult. Xia Yu, you are so annoying. Trying to play along and deceive me. You were the one who deceived me first, Xia Yu replied helplessly, shrugging as he exited the room. I told you, Yao. You can't fool him. The gentle voice of my grandmother wafted in from the doorway, as the weather today was splendid, and she basked in the sunlight outside. It seems, dear grandmother, you are quite aware. Summer, you felt somewhat powerless to voice his thoughts. Is she here merely to amuse herself at my expense? After all, I, too, wish to discern what my eldest grandson is up to. Yunfeng is reluctant to share, so we resort to this roundabout method of inquiry. With a peaceful smile, grandmother gazed contentedly at Summer Yu, while little Xia felt a twinge of grievance. Fortunately, Yao had just bought some silverfish for lunch. I have already agreed with my brother, Summer Yu, that I will take charge of the cooking today, so you may rest, grandmother. Xia Yao emerged from her room, holding the manuscript she had brought today, and leaned over the table to peruse it. Yao harbored no malice. She simply sought to understand what her brother was engaged in. Grandmother reclined in her rocking chair, watching Summer Yu, who went to fetch a chair to chat with her. I understood, and Summer Yu nodded, rising to get a chair and sitting beside the elderly lady. Yet I remained uncertain. He chuckled. Yunfeng provided you with the address to deliver the message, which in itself reveals his stance. Grandmother's smile remained, but I truly feared he might tread the same path as his parents. What do your uncle and aunt do? Summer Yu expressed his curiosity about the family. My son is a police officer, and my daughter-in-law is an investigative journalist. Both are rather worrisome, grandmother replied, her face still bearing a smile, though devoid of joy. 3 years ago, they had stumbled upon a case. Summer Yu's smile faltered, and he instinctively glanced towards the living room, where Xia Yao was also looking in their direction, her eyes lacking the usual warmth. How perilous could a case be that caught their attention? Yet, no one could dissuade them. Grandmother coughed lightly, stating that once Yunfeng and Yao were sent to me, She lost all contact, which was truly heartless. Summer Yu felt at a loss for words of comfort. In the years when the old man was still alive, Yinfeng had attempted more than once to seek out his parents, now that the old man was gone. And Yinfeng had graduated from university. Who could rein him in? Grandmother pulled at the corners of her stiff mouth, apologizing for burdening little Xia with such heavy matters. It was a relief for her to express these thoughts, lightening her heart somewhat. Summer Yu shook his head, while Xia Yu quietly set down her manuscript. Her voice thick with emotion as she announced, "I will go prepare the meal. I will do my utmost to keep an eye on Xia Yunfeng." Summer Yu spoke softly. "Little Xia, your thoughtfulness reassures grandmother greatly." She affectionately ruffled Summer Yu's hair, advising him not to take it too much to heart. It was their decision, and naturally, they must bear the risks that come with it. "By the way, Yao mentioned that you were writing a mystery novel." Grandmother, noticing the weight in Summer Yu's heart, shifted the topic. "Well, I do not have many hobbies. I simply enjoy putting pen to paper to weave stories," Summer Yu admitted, revealing that he had no formal training, relying solely on his passion. "Then allow me to share an intriguing case with you," Grandmother said, her eyes half closed in contemplation. Despite her demeanor, she had previously managed case files at the police station. "Very well," Summer Yu nodded, finding solace in the prospect of a diversion. However, it wasn't long before his thoughts shifted again. Grandmother narrated with a steady cadence, rich in storytelling, yet she would occasionally pose questions to herself, inquiring about inconsistencies in the narrative or whose testimony might be flawed. Xia Yu, previously lounging in a somewhat relaxed posture, now sat upright, his demeanor reflecting an increasing attentiveness to every word spoken by his grandmother, savoring each phrase to ensure he could keep pace. "Xia Yu, you would indeed make an excellent police officer," she remarked with a twinkling smile as she sipped water, which Xia Yu had poured moments earlier. Such perceptiveness alone was a skill that many would take years to cultivate. Xia Yu, with a humble smile, noticed the commotion emanating from the kitchen. "Grandma, Xia Yu brother, dinner is ready," came the familiar voice of Xia Yu, seemingly having adjusted her emotions. "Grandma, I will serve the food," Xia Yu said as he rose, tidying the chair he had moved, washing his hands, and entering the kitchen. "Be careful, Xia Yu brother, it's hot over there, and there's a cloth," Xia Yu pointed out with a gesture. The dinner was simple, 2 dishes and a soup, accompanied by the pancakes prepared by Xia Yu. This meal was designed to accommodate grandma's blood sugar levels, avoiding high salt and high oil foods. The ability to transform such a simple meal into something delectable was a remarkable skill, one that Xia Yu greatly admired in Xia Yu. "Hee, as long as Xia Yu brother enjoys it, that's what matters. Here, this is also quite delicious," Xia Yu said, serving him some vegetables. "I'm sorry for the incident this afternoon. I shouldn't have deceived you, Xia Yu brother. I sincerely apologize." Who could resist such charm? Xia Yu pondered as he held his bowl. With such cunning at her age, how would she fare as she matured? Chapter 24. Extra point. Xia Yu and Gu Shui had nearly finished sampling the shops at the school gate, with today being the last. However, Xia Yu frowned at the bowl of rice noodles before him, which was claimed to be authentic Xinjiang fried rice noodles, yet the flavor was overwhelmingly strong. It tasted akin to cafeteria fast food, spicy, yes, but also exceedingly salty. It was no exaggeration to say that one mouthful of noodles warranted 3 cups of water. Gu Shui's petite face scrunched up in distaste. Though she was not picky, this was simply inedible for her. Forget it, Xia Yu interjected, halting Gu Shui's attempts to shovel more into her mouth. If she couldn't eat it, then there was no need to force it, surely. The fault lay with their choice of dining. Glancing over at the adjacent table, he observed 4 girls sharing a single bowl of noodles while ordering 4 bowls of rice. They divided 1 bowl of noodles among themselves, pairing it with rice. Such waste. Gu Shui gazed longingly at the noodles in her bowl, in her mind. Nothing should ever go to waste as long as it was edible. "How about this? Let us order 2 bowls of rice for ourselves," Xia Yu suggested. Considering the impracticality of switching to another restaurant and the time required to place a new order, he decided it best to simply finish what they had. Both of their bowls remained largely full. Xia Yu would rather endure hunger than consume this. "All right," Gu Shui nodded, watching as Xia Yu ordered 2 small bowls of rice. Pairing carbohydrates with carbohydrates, Xia Yu felt his blood sugar rising uncomfortably. "I want to be able to attend evening study session." As they exited the shop, the lingering taste in their mouths prompted them to buy 2 bottles of soda from the nearby supermarket. "You head back to school first," he suggested. When asked why they didn't purchase the drinks at the noodle shop, Xia Yu simply wished not to contribute further to their revenue. All right. Gu Shui thought to inquire further, but restrained herself. She wanted to appear obedient, not wanting to leave Xia Yu with the impression that she was overly inquisitive, though she felt a pang of disappointment. I'll come to pick you up later. Xia Yu twisted open one of the bottles and handed it over. Then opened another to rinse his mouth, finally regaining sensation in his tongue. Drinking milk or soda would only intensify the taste lingering in his mouth. I'll go fetch the car. Is it here? Gu Shui responded swiftly, realizing that the electric bike they had discussed the previous week had indeed arrived. She took the initiative to explain her whereabouts. Xia Yu's actions made Gu Shui's heart race once again. It can only be said that everything Xia Yu did now seemed to earn him points in her eyes. Well, if it's sent via large logistics, it won't be delivered to our home. We must pick it up at the logistics point. Xia Yu recalled the location mentioned in the phone call last night, which was quite far from here. It likely required traversing the entire city, and he wondered if he could ride the electric bike back. Please be careful. Gu Shui nodded, watching as Xia Yu walked towards the bus station until he became a mere dot in the distance before she turned back to school. Hey Gu Shui, are you the only one returning today? The bespectacled girl reading at the door spoke up, noticing Gu Shui's solitary return. Where's Xia Yu? He has something to attend to. Gu Shui replied, reverting to her usual succinct demeanor. In truth, compared to her initial silence towards others, her willingness to respond now represented a significant change. Interpersonal interactions can indeed transform individuals. So, you're going back alone today? The bespectacled girl expressed a hint of regret. She had no particular hobbies but enjoyed shipping this pair. He'll come to pick me up in the evening. Gu Shui entered the classroom, leaving the bespectacled girl wearing a contented expression. Another successful ship. The girl, distracted from her studies, followed Gu Shui into the classroom. With the upcoming monthly exam, she needed to strive for excellence, hoping to secure a spot in the first examination room so she could take the test alongside him. Her English skills were still lacking, particularly in listening, where the pace was too swift for her to keep up. For the first time, Gu Shui experienced the essence of affection. Her own experiences taught her that one must take initiative to attain what one desires. Both food and opportunities are fleeting. Where might Xia Yu be at this moment? Gu Shui opened her book, though her thoughts were far from the pages. Xia Yu was currently at the post office, primarily due to an important figure making an appearance there. It's been a while since I've seen you collecting mail. Xia Yu entered the post office and sat opposite Xie Yunfeng. You weren't home when I visited 2 weeks ago. Recently, I've discovered a big catch, Xie Yunfeng noted, closing the letter in his hands. Busy? Is there danger? Xia Yu recalled the words Xie Yunfeng's grandmother had previously shared with him. It's merely fishing. What danger could there possibly be? Xie Yunfeng chuckled, though the fatigue etched on his face was unmistakable. I've seen someone pulled into the river while fishing. Xia Yu observed the forced bravado in Xie Yunfeng. Be cautious, your grandmother worries about you. I knew she would understand what I was doing since I asked you to deliver the letter, Xie Yunfeng replied with a nonchalant smile. What did she talk to you about? Some unpleasant past, Xia Yu responded vaguely, reluctant to delve deeper into sensitive wounds. Did she really tell you all of that? Xie Yunfeng sat up, genuinely surprised. Are you busy today? Xia Yu was prepared to discuss matters with Xie Yunfeng, intending to chat on the way to retrieve the car. Not busy, just take me to the city. Aside from picking up the letter, I have no other plans. Xie Yunfeng stood up. What do you need to go to the city for? To collect the car. Xia Yu also rose to his feet. The large logistics delivery could not be managed, so he had to retrieve it himself. Are you really that affluent? Xie Yunfeng gazed at Xia Yu incredulously. Oh right, Gu Shui is still at your place, isn't she? I'll just take a taxi. Xia Yu quickened his pace. Hey, there is so much we haven't discussed. Xie Yunfeng followed closely. Why did your grandmother mention this to you? Xia Yu found it perplexing. Gu Shui was merely a middle school student, and he was certainly not a deviant. Why did she keep insinuating an improper relationship between them? At that moment, he completely forgot that he, too, was in middle school. He recounted some details, primarily stating that his grandmother had broached the subject, and he hadn't probed further. However, he added, what matters to you is equally significant to them. Sitting in the back seat, Xia Yu pulled his hood up. Worrying them serves no purpose. Xie Yunfeng did not share this sentiment. I can manage the situation just fine. Aimless speculation can overwhelm a person more than explicit concerns. One often succumbs to the tyranny of their own imagination. Xia Yu refrained from saying much, but felt compelled to heed his grandmother's request to counsel Xie Yunfeng. Noticing Xie Yunfeng had fallen into silence, Xia Yu cleared his throat and continued, you might consider revealing how long you're likely to be occupied. No need for excessive detail. But transparency can bring a sense of peace to those at home. The biting cold rendered Xia Yu mute. He took a few breaths of the frigid air and allowed Xie Yunfeng to ponder alone. He realized that no amount of elaboration would be of any use. He wondered what Gu Shui was up to. Was it the case that she hadn't performed well on her last English exam? What was the reason again? Oh right, she mentioned her listening skills were lacking. Did they have a tape recorder at home? Chapter 25. Openly seeking to take advantage of you, they traversed the city and finally halted at the entrance of Huaizhou Great World. As the logistics hub of Huaizhou City, it sprawled over a considerable area. At times like this, Xia Yu longed for a smartphone, whether for its calling capabilities or its location services. Unfortunately, the mainstream still leaned towards flip phones like Nokia. Trucks moved incessantly, and as Xia Yunfeng and Xia Yu rode from the east to the west, they eventually discovered the location. It turned out to be an electric bike. Xia Yunfeng watched as Xia Yu leisurely emerged on the bike. Given his size, he was already quite substantial for an electric vehicle. I thought it was a motorcycle, he mused. Now you need a license to ride a motorcycle. Xia Yu glanced at the dashboard, reassured by the ample battery life, though he was unsure of how far it would take him. I'm not of legal age yet. I can't ride. Let us head back. Xia Yunfeng turned his bike around. They conversed along the way, with Xia Yu inadvertently divulging quite a bit, though the topics were trivial, leaving him feeling somewhat unsettled. He surmised that his sister and Xia Yunfeng must get along famously. Xia Yu checked the time. It was 8:15. Just in time to return and pick up Gu Shui. The ride back was mostly silent. Riding side by side was perilous, and speaking while riding one behind the other was inconvenient, so they focused on their cycling. Take care. Xia Yunfeng halted and waved goodbye, parting ways at the intersection. He planned to return home to discuss matters with his grandmother, finding Xia Yu's words quite reasonable. Xia Yu nodded, exhaling warmth into his hands. The cold of the night left his hands reddened. Afterward, I also need to purchase a helmet and gloves, perhaps 2 pairs. My backpack is still in the classroom. Having parked the bike, Xia Yu prepared to return to retrieve it. Although I do not intend to study upon my return, it is important to maintain the demeanor of a student. Otherwise, Li Zuolan will once again chide me for behaving frivolously, as if I were not a proper student. Just as I rose, I noticed Gu Shui approaching, carrying 2 backpacks. Her expression was rather neutral, yet Xia Yu could sense her mood. It seemed to be quite good. I had locked the classroom door and closed the windows. Gu Shui handed a backpack to Xia Yu, and seemingly by accident, their hands brushed against each other. Xia Yu took the backpack and hung it on the bike. Why is it so cold? Gu Shui furrowed her brow, her tone infused with genuine concern for Xia Yu. She placed her small hands over his, clumsily rubbing them together. Was this an inappropriate advance? Xia Yu felt a moment of confusion, as if he were being taken advantage of. Gu Shui sensed the warmth emanating from their hands, understanding that if she was to feign concern, it must be done thoroughly. Reluctantly, she released her grip. Xia Yu sat on the bike, aligning perfectly with her height. Their gazes met, and Xia Yu perceived only candor, an unmasked desire to be closer. A straightforward wish to hold his hand. As he regarded the girl before him, he realized that perhaps he was the one who had benefited from this encounter. Surely, it must be his own impure thoughts leading him astray. Climbing onto the bike, he prepared to head home. Xia Yu adjusted his position, and Gu Shui made an effort to cross over the seat, leaning against his back. Be careful. Xia Yu glanced back at Gu Shui, feeling that something was amiss about her demeanor today. Gu Shui's voice drifted softly from behind, her arms encircling his waist as she leaned in closer. Though both were bundled in thick clothing, it felt inconsequential. With a backrest and his slow pace, there was little risk of falling. It's cold, Gu Shui murmured. Her face nestled against Xia Yu's back, seemingly genuinely afraid of the chill. What more could Xia Yu say? Her small hands resting on his waist felt earnest. He could only reflect on how unguarded Gu Shui was with him, and he must not betray this trust. As they neared home, Gu Shui willingly released her hold on Xia Yu, as if nothing had transpired between them. Xia Yu halted, and Gu Shui adeptly dismounted, taking his backpack and entering the house ahead of him. Is this the electric bike your father chose for you? Xia Weihua stood at the door, aware that Xia Yu was to retrieve the vehicle today. Yes, Grandma can also use this for grocery shopping. It's quite similar to a bicycle, Xia Yu replied, standing in the yard with Xia Weihua, who took a turn riding the bike. It truly was convenient and effortless, technology transforming lives. After a brief ride, Xia Weihua nodded in approval, adding, however, I still prefer my electric tricycle. It can carry more. Variety is beneficial, Xia Yu smiled. This electric bike can travel quite far. I'll take a look at the manual shortly. He had returned from the city and had barely used half the battery. The more he assessed it, the more satisfied he felt. Xia Yu retrieved the charger from beneath the seat, preparing to fully charge the bike. The realm of personal mobility has significantly expanded, allowing one to leisurely stroll through the city without a care in the world. Gu Shui emerged, balancing a bowl in her hands containing a few meatballs, presumably the late-night snack prepared by Li Zuolan. She deftly picked one up with chopsticks and offered it to Xia Yu. You haven't used chopsticks before, have you? Upon learning that the chopsticks were new, Xia Yu felt at ease and opened his mouth to bite into the meatball. Gu Shui also picked one up and popped it into her mouth. Hey, Xia Yu frowned, sensing something was amiss with Gu Shui today. What's wrong? She inquired, her eyes reflecting confusion. I've used this pair of chopsticks. You should fetch a new one, Xia Yu insisted with a furrowed brow. It's fine. I don't mind the dirt, Gu Shui retorted nonchalantly, reaching for another meatball. I've rummaged through trash bins. I've eaten far worse. Her words softened Xia Yu's heart, reminding him of a previous visit when Gu Shui had eaten leftover food from Gu Biao. Perhaps it was in such an environment that she had developed her misguided notions. Gu Shui, sharing chopsticks is not only unhygienic but also contradicts moral principles. Xia Yu articulated carefully. You must understand that there should be a boundary between men and women, and even among close friends. One must be mindful of the distance between genders. Gu Shui stared at him in silence for a moment before turning back into the room, only to return with a new pair of chopsticks. She handed a meatball to Xia Yu with the fresh chopsticks, and after watching him eat it, she reluctantly began to eat with her previous ones. Is my behavior too conspicuous? Gu Shui felt a twinge of regret, realizing she had let her pride get the better of her. Xia Yu's wariness towards Gu Shui was minimal, having spent so much time together. He was aware of her many knowledge gaps. Although textbooks mention the distinctions between genders, they do not elaborate as specifically, allowing Xia Yu to find reasons to excuse Gu Shui's behavior. However, the same could not be said for Xia Yao, who had initially left an impression of being quirky, thus leading Xia Yu to question whether she was deceiving him. The levels of trust varied between the two, naturally influencing Xia Yu's demeanor. Most importantly, Xia Yu held no romantic inclinations towards either of the two. Had he entertained such thoughts, it would have been akin to stepping into a realm of folly. Chapter 26. An acknowledgement in disguise. The monthly examination in November arrived as scheduled, yet this time it was not a joint examination. According to Su Yan, the joint examination had been postponed to coincide with the final exams in January, which most middle schools would partake in. Once again, he and Li Hua envisioned a bright future, with Xia Yu offering his 37th exhortation for Li Hua to study English. As he flipped through the exam paper, he meticulously reviewed it from start to finish, discovering nothing amiss apart from thickening a few options on the answer sheet. As the bell rang, Xia Yu collected the papers from the back row and handed them to the supervising teacher in front of him. The two teachers nodded in acknowledgement, and the classroom erupted into a cacophony, filled with whispers of answers being exchanged. How did it go? Are you confident enough to remain seated? Luo Yongqiang, despite not performing well this month, still held his position in the top examination room. Just SOSO, Xia Yu replied, as he typically preferred to avoid boasting. Securing his exam paper, the two exited in succession, noting that there seemed to be an issue in the second examination room, which was only now beginning to collect papers. Xia Yu peeked inside and saw Gu Shui in the middle, passing her exam paper forward while her gaze remained fixated on the doorway. As their gazes met, Xia Yu nodded gently, his brows curving in a charming smile that illuminated his features. We are not merely friends, Luo Yongqiang remarked, observing the interaction between the two with a hint of exasperation. Am I also a part of your little play? Xia Yu, indifferent to the comment, deftly shifted the topic. I heard there's talk of demolition around here. Yes, I've heard as well, Luo Yongqiang responded, nodding. They say they're planning to build a university town. Across from the school, there exists a university campus, and in his previous life, the school had finally ascended from a second-tier institution to a first-tier one. Rich guy, Xia Yu sighed, acknowledging the inevitable. This individual came from a family that owned a hotel, and with the impending demolition, an avalanche of wealth would surely descend upon him, especially since he was the sole heir. Xia Yu recalled how, during his entrepreneurial beginnings, a portion of his initial capital had been borrowed from him. Who knows if it's true? Luo Yongqiang waved dismissively. Let us see if he retains this nonchalant attitude when the compensation for the demolition comes through. But if the area is demolished, where will we be allocated housing? Luo Yongqiang pondered aloud. It certainly won't be in some remote wilderness, right? Xia Yu understood that while the southern part of the city wasn't exactly a desolate backcountry, it remained rather uninhabited. 2 decades hence, it would flourish into a vibrant locale, boasting a multifunctional shopping mall and the best 2 high school campuses in the entirety of Huai Prefecture, along with various other urban establishments that would eventually attract a crowd. However, that was 20 years into the future, not the present. Most likely, Xia Yu concurred, his gaze drifting to Gu Shui as she emerged from the examination hall. The trio descended the stairs to return home. Wait, I also want to purchase an electric bicycle, Luo Yongqiang exclaimed, exasperation evident in his expression as he looked at the two. And you call me rich guy when you already have a vehicle? Come on, just plead with your father. Your uncle will surely buy you one. Xia Yu was aware of Luo Yongqiang's family dynamics. His parents were divorced, and his father indulged him greatly. "Let's go," Xia Yu urged, quickening his pace as Gu Shui wrapped her arm around his. Originally, they had planned to venture into the city today, but with nightfall approaching, they decided to postpone until tomorrow. Xia Yu reflected on his schedule. He truly needed a pair of gloves. In the past, he had deemed it bothersome and would wash his hands in cold water during winter without drying them, resulting in painful and itchy frostbite. Such a trivial matter as a pair of gloves was not worth enduring self-inflicted torment due to laziness. Experience teaches one, indeed. "All right," Gu Shui replied, having no objections. The sense of security that this person provided her was beyond words. She would even willingly assist him in counting money if he were to sell himself. Upon reaching home, Gu Shui remarked, "It must be cold. Let me warm you up." As they disembarked, she sought to advance their intimacy further. "Classmate Gu, let us maintain a respectful distance between the genders," Xia Yu sighed, wondering if she lacked fundamental emotional awareness. It felt akin to raising a daughter. "Fine," Gu Shui replied, slightly displeased, yet she recognized that whenever Xia Yu addressed her with the term classmate, he was engaging with her in a serious manner. How does one even teach this? Xia Yu pondered, his head spinning, realizing he lacked the standing or authority to educate Gu Shui on matters of the heart. Watching her retreating figure as she headed home, he decided to take things one step at a time. After dinner, Gu Shui rinsed the dishes and hung up her apron, drying her hands thoroughly. Xia Yu offered her a warm towel, suggesting she cover her hands for a moment before putting it away, lest she suffer from frostbite. Gu Shui nodded and sat quietly beside Xia Yu, covering her hands. "Xia, your father's calling," Li Zuelan shouted from the yard. "Oh, all right," Xia Yu replied, standing up to answer the phone while the elders strolled slowly in the yard, seemingly unbothered by the cold. Xia Yu took the call and returned to the living room. "Hello? The car should have arrived," he said, his voice steady, as it always was in his memory. "Yes, it has arrived and works perfectly." Xia Yu managed a few words. Although the father and son shared a good relationship, their communication was sparse. To avoid the awkward silence, he asked, "Dad, what are you up to?" "I just finished dealing with some matters and thought I'd check in since the car should be here," the male voice replied, tinged with a hint of helplessness. His wife across the line was clearly amused, finding the father-son exchange entertaining. Gu Shui couldn't help but chuckle. In her impression, Xia Yu was always calm and composed, rarely displaying such embarrassment. "Is there someone next to you?" The male voice paused, noticing the activity on the other end. "Yes. Gu Shui is beside me. I'll ride her home shortly." Xia Yu was candid, knowing his parents were aware of Gu Shui's presence. All right. You two won't get much chatting done anyway." A gentle female voice replaced the male one. Xia Yu recognized his mother had taken the call. "Mom." "Oh, my dear son," the woman replied cheerfully, but then shifted her tone. "Is Xiao Shui nearby? I'd like to have a word with her." Xia Yu noticed Gu Shui's smile falter, her eyes wide as she looked at him, uncertain. Hello? Mom. Hello? Auntie," Gu Shui stammered, her mind racing. Hands clutching the phone tightly, her ear pressed against it. "Hello, Xiao Shui, I'm Xia Yu's mother." Xia Yu is undoubtedly eavesdropping. "So you should tell him to step out so we can have a private chat." Xia Yu rolled his eyes, picked up the car keys from the table, and gestured to Gu Shui before heading outside. The elders had finished their exercise and were returning to the living room. After about 20 minutes, Gu Shui finally emerged, her footsteps quickening. Xia Yu lay back on the lounge chair, gazing at the moon, observing Gu Shui's expression. Though he was oblivious to their conversation's content, he could tell she was in high spirits. "What did you talk about?" he asked, curious. "Auntie asked me not to tell you," Gu Shui replied with a light laugh, the moonlight casting a delicate veil over her features, accentuating her charm. "If you're not going to say, then I won't pry," Xia Yu said, moving to push the bike, unaware of the longing in her eyes. Watching Xia Yu's retreating figure, Gu Shui recalled her aunt's words. "Remember to come over for the new year. I'll prepare a red envelope for you." "Does this mean I have been acknowledged?" Gu Shui murmured to herself. Chapter 27. Soliloquy. On Saturday, Gu Shui arrived at Xia Yu's house early. "Xiao Shui is here. That boy Xia Yu is still asleep," Li Zuelan said with a smile as she opened the door. "Good morning, Grandma," Gu Shui greeted the elder politely. "I'm not in a hurry. I must have come too early." Gu Shui felt nothing but gratitude towards the elderly couple, unsure how to repay their kindness. She decided to keep this favor in her heart for the future, hoping to find an opportunity to reciprocate. Li Zuelan prepared breakfast for Xia Weihua in the morning, and now fatigue washed over her. After exchanging a few words with Gu Shui, she returned to her bedroom to catch up on sleep. Gu Shui surveyed the empty living room and glanced at the tightly shut door of Xia Yu's room. A sudden impulse surged within her. Would a stealthy peek go unnoticed? Her heart raced with anticipation as she tiptoed to Xia Yu's door, holding her breath as she slowly turned the doorknob. The room was shrouded in darkness, and Gu Shue's eyes gradually adjusted to the dim light. This was not her first visit to Xia Yu's bedroom. In fact, she was well acquainted with every detail of his space. Xia Yu's breathing was steady, indicating he was deeply asleep. Standing at the bedside, Gu Shue noted his tranquil posture, clutching a pillow with half of his face buried within it. A blush crept across her cheeks, her thoughts wandering to uncharted territories. She longed to do something, yet fear of waking him stifled her courage. Resigned, Gu Shue settled on the edge of the bed, resting her chin on her hand, captivated by his presence while listening to the rhythm of his breaths. Time slipped away, and she found herself unable to tire of gazing at him. In a dreamlike state, Xia Yu sensed someone standing before him, murmuring incomprehensible words. Gu Shue? He mumbled as he groggily opened his eyes, the warmth of her breath brushing against his face. Gu Shue emitted a soft cry, realizing that Xia Yu had awakened without any prior indication. Had he heard her words? Overwhelmed by embarrassment, she sprang to her feet, but having crouched for too long, her legs wobbled from insufficient blood flow. Darkness enveloped her vision as she began to topple backward. Though still drowsy, Xia Yu reacted swiftly, reaching out to grasp Gu Shue's arm with a firm grip, preventing her from falling. Gu Shue stumbled onto the bed with a thud. Ouch! Xia Yu winced, feeling the unexpected weight of her landing. Thankfully, she landed on his upper body. Had it been lower, a hospital visit would have been inevitable. Gu Shue felt lightheaded, her eyes closed as she took a moment to regain her composure. The room was silent, save for their synchronized breaths. Are you all right? Xia Yu gently patted her back. Gu Shue remained silent, quietly rising from the bed. I'll step out while you get dressed, she said, avoiding his gaze. Xia Yu watched her leave the bedroom in silence, exhaling deeply. This was not mere self-admiration. He had observed Gu Shue's recent behavior, recognizing her feelings. However, they were both so young. Would pursuing anything further not render him a mere beast? Moreover, had she truly discerned the difference between gratitude and affection? The imbalance in their emotions could eventually lead to significant complications. Once dressed, Xia Yu yawned and opened the door to find Gu Shue awkwardly seated on the sofa. I'll freshen up. Did Grandma not leave any food for me? He mused, glancing at his grandmother's door, which seemed to indicate she was asleep, having not emerged despite the earlier commotion. In the kitchen, just a moment. I'll heat something up, Gu Shue offered as she rose to head towards the kitchen. Seated at the dining table, Xia Yu slowly gnawed on a piece of corn, savoring the moment. Gu Shue sipped her soy milk delicately while casting a furtive glance at Xia Yu. It's all right. I bear no grudge about this morning, she murmured. Xia Yu could hardly tolerate the timid way she regarded him and replied curtly. What troubled Gu Shue was not his response, but rather whether Xia Yu had overheard her musings. She believed he remained oblivious. If he had known, his demeanor would surely differ. Yet, it was also possible he was merely feigning ignorance, unwilling to engage with her. As this thought crossed her mind, a shadow of despondency dimmed her gaze, and a sense of inadequacy began to creep into her heart. Xia Yu finished the last bite of corn and discarded the cob into the trash. Sensing the girl's melancholic mood, he was perplexed by the scant information at hand. Opting to divert the conversation, he suggested they leave a note and return in the afternoon, planning to have lunch in the city. Gu Shue nodded and retrieved paper and a pen from Xia Yu's room. While his handwriting was brief and unadorned, hers was meticulous and elegant. Once they were ready, Xia Yu pushed the cart, and as they boarded, he tilted his head, signaling Gu Shue to join him. Her gentle hand brushed against his shoulder and then traveled down to his back, ultimately encircling his waist. He contemplated asking her to let go but hesitated and ultimately relinquished the thought. Xia Yu found it difficult to articulate his feelings towards Gu Shue. Did he like her? It seemed not quite so. Perhaps it was more akin to a sense of pity. Conversely, what sentiments did Gu Shue harbor towards herself? He pondered, suspecting it might be gratitude or a form of dependency. What to do next? Seizing the opportunity of a turn in the road, he stole a glance at the back seat, where she appeared lost in thought. He decided to take things one step at a time, as no clear strategy emerged. Did you hear anything this morning? Gu Shue inquired, fully aware that the likelihood of a favorable answer was slim, yet she still clung to a flicker of hope. What did I hear? Xia Yu responded, perplexed, wondering what the girl had said while he was asleep. Gu Shue could not see Xia Yu's expression, making it impossible to discern whether his confusion was genuine or feigned. Nevertheless, it provided her with a modicum of comfort. Did you hear me chatting with Grandma in the living room this morning? She asked me to wake you up, which is why I went to your room. In truth, she often slept through Saturday and Sunday mornings without breakfast. Xia Yu recognized her deceit, but chose not to probe further. He considered the possibility that Gu Shui had arrived early today, and Grandma had indeed requested her to wake him for breakfast. Gu Shui seemed to have confirmed something, and her demeanor relaxed, evident in the gentler grip around her waist. Upon entering the city, Xia Yu navigated to Drum Tower from memory. What do they sell here? Gu Shui queried from behind, uncertain about yet another unfamiliar place. The Drum Tower was roughly divided into two zones. The front area primarily featured daily necessities, while the rear street was lined with bookstores, offering everything from magazines and novels to educational materials, clothing, sundries, and various bookstores, Xia Yu explained. Securing the cart by the roadside, with no novels left to read at home, he planned to select a couple of books from the store. After all, it was a rare outing. Merely purchasing a helmet and gloves seemed overly trivial. Seizing this opportunity, he intended to replenish the bookshelf. Gu Shui, meanwhile, resumed her exploration, curiously tugging at Xia Yu's sleeve. Is that a temple up there? As Xia Yu nodded, he noted that there was a temple on the second floor of the Drum Tower. Its efficacy remained uncertain, yet during the New Year festivities, throngs of people flocked there to light incense and make wishes. Shall we take a look? Xia Yu observed the curiosity in Gu Shui's eyes. Is that all right? Gu Shui turned to Xia Yu, awaiting his affirmation. Let us go, Xia Yu replied, casting a glance. Chapter 28. Patience is a virtue with palpable excitement. Gu Shui stepped into the main hall, only to be startled. For golden-bodied arhats glared fiercely, while the central Buddha statue emanated a serene countenance. Surrounding deities exhibited various expressions. Some bowed their heads, others smiled, some remained calm, and a few appeared solemn. Directly facing the Buddha, 3 cushions lay on the floor, alongside a wooden table adorned with an incense burner. Smoke swirled, yet no one chanted scriptures. The Buddha statue, towering nearly 5 meters high, compelled every visitor to gaze up in reverence and admiration. Xia Yu, which one is seated in the center? Gu Shui tugged at Xia Yu's sleeve, whispering her inquiry into his ear. I'm not certain. Perhaps it is Shakyamuni Buddha? Xia Yu replied, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Amitabha or the medicine Buddha could also be possibilities, but I recall that the one at the main entrance is Maitreya Buddha. Gu Shui gazed upward, seemingly overwhelmed by the grandeur. It was neither a holiday nor a special occasion, and especially for a morning visit, the temple was devoid of other visitors besides themselves. The temple, evidently managed by someone, prompted Xia Yu to glance around. Indeed, he spotted an elderly man seated at the back, surrounded by stacks of gold paper shaped into ingots and an assortment of sandalwood incense. Shall we light some? Xia Yu inquired of Gu Shui. She shook her head. The two wandered politely, exiting in silence. Gu Shui exhaled deeply, speaking softly to Xia Yu as if wary of being overheard by the deities behind them. I hardly dared to breathe in there. It felt so solemn. Xia Yu chuckled at her demeanor. What's wrong? Do you actually believe in this? Of course not. Gu Shui replied, leading the way. It's enough to maintain a heart of respect. No, Gu Shui halted, turning to gaze earnestly at Xia Yu. If they were real, why would there still be suffering in this world? I simply want to believe. Gu Shui smiled, her tone softening. I feel you are here to save me. Xia Yu was momentarily taken aback. The speaker may be carefree, but the listener perceives meaning. Was it possible that such an intersection, absent in a previous life, had manifested in this one? What nonsense are you spouting? Xia Yu shook himself free from the reverie, nearly being led astray by this young woman. Even without me, you would surely emerge from this shadow. No one remains in the depths forever. As long as you keep moving forward, all paths lead upwards. While the reasoning held true, walking alone was indeed a daunting endeavor. Gu Shui mused aloud, continuing her forward stride. Had she also been reborn? A fleeting thought crossed Xia Yu's mind, quickly dispelled. If that were the case, the narrative would be woefully trite, akin to the uninspired musings of a second-rate author. Xia Yu held disdain for such cliches. As the two descended the stairs and continued their exploration, they passed through the department store area, where Gu Shui suddenly halted at the entrance of a shop. Xia Yu, are all the items inside just 2 yuan? Gu Shui listened intently to the announcements echoing from the store's loudspeaker. A small portion costs merely 2 yuan. Yet it is merely an enticing gimmick. When Xia Yu first encountered this as a child, he too believed it, only to realize upon paying with the divine light stick that it was indeed just a minor part priced at 2 yuan. Observing Gu Shui, whose gaze was affixed to the shop's interior, Xia Yu couldn't help but chuckle. How could this possibly resemble a rebirth? Let us explore inside, for we have ample time at our disposal. As they entered the shop, everything without a price tag was 2 yuan, though regrettably, most items were marked with prices. To alleviate any pressure Gu Shui might feel from waiting on him, Xia Yu also wandered around, perusing the merchandise. The shop was filled with children's picture books and inexpensive trinkets, and Gu Shui continued to examine this and that, thoroughly engrossed in her exploration. He had yet to find a divine light stick, but if one truly existed, perhaps he would purchase it to reminisce about his childhood. Exiting the shop, they pressed onward. Wait, I recall there being a bookstore here, Gu Shui exclaimed as Xia Yu beckoned her into an alley. Following him, she soon discovered a dilapidated shop nestled within the alley. The interior was entirely consumed by towering stacks of books, leaving only a narrow passageway. The 3 rooms were crammed with books piled high, reaching the ceiling. The shopkeeper seemed neglectful, with many books strewn about on the floor. If not for the handwritten sign by the entrance, Gu Shui might have mistaken it for a place collecting junk. Cell phone bookstore, Gu Shui read aloud. Ah, within books, one finds a house of gold. Within books, one discovers beauty. Xia Yu nodded at the shopkeeper, who was seated at the entrance reading, and ventured into the bookstore. Gu Shui followed suit, glancing around at the diverse array of genres on display. The aesthetic could be described in 2 ways: high emotional intelligence, imbued with a sense of historical gravitas; low emotional intelligence, tattered and worn. Goodness, they have this. Xia Yu's eyes sparkled as he forcefully extracted a book from the pile. Unfazed by the dust, he casually brushed it off and began to read intently. Noticing his deep focus, Gu Shui decided to explore the other 2 rooms. How to capture a man's heart. Gu Shui found herself rooted to the spot. Upon re-emerging, she saw Xia Yu at the counter, holding a bag. Did you find anything you wished to purchase? He inquired as she stepped out. No, I was merely browsing magazines. Gu Shui replied, shaking her head as if caught in a guilty act. Her cheeks flushed a rosy hue, though whether from embarrassment or the heat, she could not tell. Very well, Xia Yu did not press further, his interest piqued more by the contents of the bag he clutched. 5 books for 20 yuan. 5 books, regardless of thickness. It all depended on the elder's mood. It was this unique pricing strategy that left a lasting impression on Xia Yu regarding the bookstore. Are we continuing on? They emerged from the alley. The drum tower was not particularly spacious. If one insisted on walking the entire length, it could be traversed in half an hour. Though such an endeavor would be excessively tiring. What else lies ahead? Gu Shui queried, feeling somewhat fatigued, primarily emotionally drained. The book had discussed numerous matters pertaining to what should transpire between couples. However, her predicament was still at the very first step. She had yet to take that initial leap. Flushing with embarrassment, she realized that none of the insights gleaned were applicable to her situation. Passing through the bookstalls, they reached the end where some clothing was being sold. Xia Yu had little recollection of that area. Let us not go there. Gu Shui shook her head, the sun hanging high in the sky. Although it was already late autumn, the sunlight still made her break into a light sweat. The 2 turned to make their way back. After having lunch, they would purchase the necessary items and return home. Is there anything you wish to eat? Xia Yu inquired, seeking Gu Shui's opinion. Gu Shui shook her head. She was accustomed to eating whatever was available, and when left to her own devices, her little mind often faltered. Essentially, it stemmed from a lack of experience, something Xia Yu understood well. Despite his low expectations regarding Gu Shui's responses, he continued to ask her, believing that gradually, she would develop her own judgment. Patience was essential. If urging could resolve issues, most matters would be easily managed. Gu Shui turned back to look at Xia Yu. What is the matter? I don't know. I feel as though you are murmuring about me. Have I been discovered? What have you been murmuring? I was musing about what we would have for lunch. I'm fine with anything. Chapter 29. I have an idea. On Sunday, Xia Yu slept until noon. It's time to wake up, Gu Shui said gently, wanting to ruffle his face but fearing she might startle him. Grandma wants you to wash up and have lunch. All right, Xia Yu replied in a dull tone, clearly still half asleep, responding out of instinct. You go out first. I need to change. You just coaxed me out 5 minutes ago. Gu Shui chuckled at Xia Yu's reluctance to rise, finding it a rare sight. Upon hearing Gu Shui's unrelenting exposure of his behavior, Xia Yu had no choice but to sit up, yawning, signaling his intention to get up. Only then did Gu Shui step outside. Why am I so tired? Xia Yu murmured quietly, fully aware of the reason. He had spent the entire night writing, and even after sleeping until now, he had only managed 6 hours. Although he had promised Xia Yu to visit Grandma whenever he had the time, Xia Yu truly did not wish to engage in a battle of wits with the eccentric Xia Yu. Moreover, knowing Xia Yunfeng's family circumstances, it was rational to keep his distance. After pondering for a while, he thought perhaps he should skip this week's visit. If he went every 2 weeks, then every 3 weeks thereafter, he could ultimately sever ties. It wasn't a matter of being heartless. Xia Yu considered himself an ordinary person. He lacked confidence in assisting someone like Gu Shui, let alone tackling the more intricate issues concerning Xia Yunfeng. The very thought of such troubles, which had yet to arise, made him feel guilty for wanting to stay away. After all, He had once received care from Xia Yu, whether it was for medical cases, cameras, or even manuscript fees. Everything Xia Yu had done was beyond reproach. "What's the matter?" Gu Shui asked, having washed the dishes and accepting the towel Xia Yu handed her. Sitting beside him with a troubled expression. "Is it that evident?" Xia Yu was taken aback. Gu Shui could certainly see through him, having kept her gaze fixed upon him, thus noticing everything clearly. "I'm all right. It's just a matter of 1 plus 1 equating to 2. It may require some asking, but the answer is quite apparent." Gu Shui described in a peculiar manner. "No, it's just that I got stuck while writing last night, and still Haven T figured out the continuation." Xia Yu did not tell the truth, fabricating a lie to cover his thoughts. Gu Shui nodded, standing to hang the towel back. "Are we not going to Xia Yunfeng's house today?" Gu Shui returned to her seat, aware that for the past few Sundays, Xia Yu had been delivering manuscripts to Xia Yunfeng's home. He had already fulfilled his obligation to provide the overdue articles, and unless something unforeseen occurred, he should not need to go again. Nestled on the sofa, Xia Yu felt a lingering unease. Gu Shui pressed her lips together, cognizant that the miniature camera was quite costly, though she was unaware of the exact price. It had remained in use thus far, which was fortunate. This indicated that Gu Shui had not endured any further abuse, a rather pleasing notion. "Hello, is this Xia Yu's home?" A somewhat familiar voice echoed from the yard. The voice was reminiscent, calling out to her as Xia Yaoyao. How did she come to find this place? A thought flickered in Xia Yu's mind. While Xia Yunfeng knew the address of his residence, how did Xia Yaoyao acquire that knowledge? Upon stepping outside, it was indeed Xia Yaoyao standing at the entrance. "Is brother Xia Yu home?" she inquired, her smile broadening upon seeing him. "Xia Yaoyao, do you have something to discuss?" Xia Yu regarded her unexpected visit with caution, particularly given her gentle demeanor. "Brother said that the 2 suspense novels you submitted received a positive response and expressed a desire to continue collaborating with you." Xia Yaoyao's expression turned formal, as if they were engaging in a business discussion. "May I ask if Mr. Xia Yu is interested? Shouldn't this matter be addressed by Xia Yunfeng?" Xia Yu furrowed his brow, feeling discomfort at the abrupt and distant manner of her speech. "All right, I understand. I will provide a response to Xia Yunfeng after careful consideration." "What's with that?" Xia Yaoyao pouted, and at the moment Xia Yu turned away, she voiced her discontent. "You were the one who referred to me as Xia Yaoyao first and kept your distance." "Apologies, I owe Xia Yaoyao an apology." Xia Yu hadn't expected her dissatisfaction stemmed from such a childish reason. With a smile, he turned to face the young girl once more. Her little mouth puffed up, tempting him to pinch her cheeks. Xia Yu felt that distancing himself was becoming increasingly difficult. "Call me Yaoyao." Xia Yaoyao corrected him with a hint of annoyance. Yet her face quickly lit up with a smile. Given Xia Yu's willingness to amend his mistake, she decided to forgive him this time. The young girl possessed a remarkable charm, being both whimsical and understanding. He marveled at how such a personality could be nurtured. "All right, Yaoyao. I must inform you that I currently lack inspiration. If I wish to maintain quality, my timeline may be unpredictable." Xia Yu spoke candidly. "It's all right. I'm not concerned about that," Yaoyao replied, her focus shifting to another matter. The conversation between the two inevitably attracted Gu Shui, who had been seated in the living room. As she emerged, Xia Yaoyao turned her gaze towards her as well. "What a beautiful sister," thought Xia Yaoyao. "What a delightful little sister," Gu Shui mused. "This is Xia Yunfeng's sister, Xia Yaoyao." Xia Yu introduced them to one another, initially believing that their paths would not intersect. He was surprised that Xia Yaoyao had come seeking him today. "This is Gu Shui, a close friend of mine." Xia Yaoyao noticed that Gu Shui blushed slightly upon hearing Xia Yu mention their close relationship, transforming her previously indifferent expression into one brimming with life, akin to a celestial being in the heavens infused with the warmth of earthly existence. This revelation brought a smile to Xia Yaoyao's face, yet left Xia Yu with a sudden pang of unease. What was this girl up to? After the two became acquainted, there was no need for the 3 of them to remain in the yard. Xia Yu suggested they move inside to continue their conversation. "Oh." Xia Yaoyao observed that there were 2 water glasses on the table, not disposable cups for guests, but rather ordinary household glassware. While this did not clarify their relationship, it did hint at certain truths. The smile on Xia Yaoyao's face grew even brighter, while Xia Yu's inner turmoil intensified. Seated on the sofa, Xia Yaoyao occupied the left, Gu Shui on the right, leaving a space in between. Xia Yu raised an eyebrow and turned to retrieve a chair to sit across from them. "Isn't there a free spot here, brother Xia Yu?" Xia Yaoyao teased, patting the empty space beside her. Although Gu Shui remained silent, her gaze was filled with confusion as it drifted towards Xia Yu. "I'm too large to fit in the middle," he replied, sensing that sitting in between might provoke complications, trusting his instincts. He decided to continue the conversation that had been interrupted earlier. "So, Yao Yao, what is it that you truly care about? At this, Xia Yao feigned tears, saying, Brother Xia Yu, you clearly know everything, yet you still acted that way. Now do you wish to deny it? Yao Yao had been eagerly waiting at home for Brother Xia Yu to visit, but in the end, it was merely her unrequited longing. What a perplexing situation this was. Both were taken aback by Xia Yao's sudden display, yet they tacitly refrained from intervening. Xia Yu was curious to see what other tricks she might unveil, while Gu Shui simply trusted Xia Yu, confident that he was not that kind of person. Most importantly, with her affections laid bare before him, Xia Yu had shown no reaction. Gu Shui felt no sense of competition. Was their relationship truly as platonic as it appeared? Xia Yao pondered, observing Gu Shui's unresponsive demeanor. Yet, if there were truly no feelings involved, her behavior seemed even more peculiar. Faced with the lack of engagement, Xia Yao stuck out her tongue and retracted her somewhat exaggerated performance. What is this? No reaction at all, she muttered, though both heard her clearly. Her acting is too theatrical, they thought in unison. I believe in him, two voices echoed simultaneously, as Gu Shui noticed the surprised stares of the other two. Xia Yu is not that kind of person. I believe in him, she repeated, her cheeks flushed, yet striving to maintain her composure. How adorable, was the simultaneous thought that surged in both their minds. What an intriguing turn of events. Xia Yao never anticipated that this would be the reason behind Gu Shui's conviction. You place such trust in me? Xia Yu mused silently. Sister Gu Shui and brother Xia Yu truly shared a remarkable bond, Xia Yao observed with a hint of admiration, scrutinizing their expressions. Compared to Xia Yu's calm demeanor, the blush on Gu Shui's face was creeping towards her earlobes. No way, Xia Yao thought in disbelief. All right, enough of this, she concluded. Xia Yu halted Xia Yao, who was intent on further probing. What was the matter? It pertained to the remuneration for those 2 mystery novels. Xia Yao retrieved an envelope from her coat pocket and handed it to Xia Yu. She had come specifically to deliver the payment to her elder brother. There's no need for that. The payment for those 2 pieces was merely a debt incurred after asking your brother for a favor, Xia Yu replied, shaking his head and refusing the envelope. You should take it back, Yao Yao. Xia Yu understood the implications behind settling the payment for the 2 stories. It was a gesture of goodwill. Xie Yunfeng wished for Xia Yu to consistently contribute to his newspaper, and this was his way of expressing sincerity. However, Xie Yao, somewhat anxious, insisted, but brother said if I bring it back myself, he would spank me. Xia Yu, please accept it. If you don't, he will surely think I have failed in my duty and punish me. Even if you give it to me, I will use the money to buy something to return it. Xia Yu knew that she was merely putting on an act. If Xie Yunfeng dared to spank Xie Yao, he would likely find himself in a precarious situation as well. Rather than becoming a useless gift, cash was far more practical. Xia Yu was neither in need of money nor desirous of accumulating favors from so many people. The goodwill he garnered through financial means might not be easily exchanged in the future. Gu Shui silently rose, perceiving the hypocrisy of the two, and decided to wash 2 apples in the kitchen, slicing them before presenting them. When she emerged, the two had finally ceased their dispute, indicating that Xia Yu had prevailed. Naturally, Gu Shui handed one to Xia Yu, only for him to intercept the gesture with his hand. She too was subtly testing the waters. Xia Yu understood Gu Shui's intentions. Why? Xia Yao's eyes flickered with confusion. She could comprehend an identity switch between the two. Yet Gu Shui's overt affection for Xia Yu was met with rejection. I must come often in the future, Xia Yao mused, relishing the nuances of truth. By the way, she was an ardent fan of Xia Yu's mystery novels, as his intricate designs thrived on subtle details. Well then, Xia Yu, I shall take my leave, Xia Yao declared, returning the payment to her pocket, increasingly intrigued by Xia Yu's character. I shall escort you back. Xia Yu also stood, having not visited his grandmother in quite some time. That would be wonderful, Xia Yu, they replied, following him as he pushed the cart. Be careful on the road. Gu Shui observed Xia Yao nimbly getting into the vehicle, devoid of ulterior motives, unlike herself. Yet, the next moment, her thoughts shifted. Xia Yao had wrapped her arms around Xia Yu's waist. Xia Yu gently brushed Xia Yao's small hand away, exasperatedly stating, I ride slowly. There's a backrest, so you won't fall. Having not turned back, he remained oblivious to the cunning glimmer in Xia Yao's eyes, while she noticed the changing expressions on Gu Shui's face, from sunny to cloudy and then back again, further validating her suspicions. Xia Yao's confusion deepened. She yearned to understand what had led to such a situation between them. However, posing direct questions seemed futile. Investigation was the only course of action. By the way, thank you, Xia Yu, for enlightening my brother, Xia Yao said, once again encircling Xia Yu's waist. Her tone light and cheerful. My grandmother and I both understand that we cannot persuade my brother, but his willingness to speak with us is far better than concealing matters, which only serves to heighten our worries. This must refer to the incident when Xia Yu took him to retrieve the car. Xia Yu reacted swiftly. As long as it was useful, that sufficed. He did not swat away Xia Yao's little hand again, as the action was rather unsafe. The journey was smooth. And before Xia Yu could bring the vehicle to a complete stop, he heard Xia Yao calling out loudly towards the house, "Grandma, Brother Xia Yu and I are back." Upon entering, they found Grandma seated in the living room, engrossed in a newspaper prominently titled Jianghua Evening News. "Little Xia has arrived," she said, removing her reading glasses to clearly see her visitors, and greeted them with a warm smile. "I thought you wouldn't come this week. Let me go wash some fruit for you." Observing this, Xia Yao prepared to head to the kitchen. "I've always wanted to come," Xia Yu said, walking over to Grandma and gently pressing her down with a smile. However, he hesitated, recalling that he had no manuscript to share since he had been preoccupied with preparations last week, feeling somewhat guilty about possibly taking advantage of their hospitality. "Yao should take a break too. I didn't bring a manuscript today, so I have no right to eat," he teased lightly, also stopping Xia Yao's actions. Grandma thought that she had kept him chatting for too long, possibly making him unhappy, and her smile grew even broader. "Little Xia, you are always welcome here. Whenever you choose to come." "Not at all, Grandma. I'm genuinely interested in the cases you discuss. They are quite enlightening for me," Xia Yu replied sincerely. If we set aside the occasional questions, many cases are indeed fascinating. The two cases he is currently writing about in his novel bear some resemblance to the ones Grandma spoke of. "Oh, by the way," Xia Yao interjected, pulling out an envelope containing his manuscript payment from her pocket. "Brother Xia Yu didn't take it, so I gave it to Grandma. If he returns and scolds me, Grandma, you must protect me. Just keep it." "Little Xia," Grandma insisted, firmly placing the payment in Xia Yu's hands. "Grandma, I truly cannot accept this," Xia Yu replied with a wry smile, genuinely wishing to avoid further obligations. "I already owe Xia Yunfeng 2 manuscripts. I wish to visit you openly and respectfully. If I accept this, I would only be able to sneak in through the window in the future." Their laughter broke the tension, and they no longer dwelt on the matter. Xia Yu let out a long breath, reflecting on how truly kind Xia Yunfeng's family was. How could he distance himself from this connection? Chapter 31. Do you enjoy the rain? The end of November brought with it a continuous drizzle. Just past 6 o'clock. The surroundings were enveloped in darkness. The moon hung high in the sky, its faint glow obscured by the fine rain. Gu Shui exhaled warmth into her palms and remarked to Xia Yu, "This winter is truly quite cold. How about some noodles for dinner tonight?" Xia Yu asked, glancing up at the sky for Gu Shui's opinion. "Sounds good," she replied obediently, nimbly stepping under Xia Yu's umbrella. The canopy shielded them from the rain, creating an atmosphere around them that felt consistently warm and clean. Gu Shui despised the rain. The memory of herself, breathless and running through the downpour without an umbrella, remained vivid, often accompanied by the struggle to find something edible amid the deluge. When she was younger, Gu Biao would sometimes bring her leftover food. But as she entered junior high, he became increasingly lost in gambling and alcohol. Gu Shui found herself scouring the house for any remaining edibles, tossing everything into a pot without a thought for expiration dates, boiling it longer if it was difficult to swallow, and then mechanically forcing it into her mouth. Where did the leftover food come from? Naturally, it was what Gu Shui had intentionally saved for herself. One need not finish every meal, for the timing of the next remains uncertain. Thunder rumbled outside as Gu Biao returned home with a gloomy expression. To win and indulge in leftover food was a luxury. To lose and escape punishment was a stroke of fortune. Regrettably, Gu Biao seldom tasted victory. Thus, tears mingled with the rain, creating a sorrowful symphony that marked the passing day. Rain can indeed be a nuisance. Xia Yu folded his umbrella and pushed open the shop door, allowing Gu Shui to enter first. They found a table, and Xia Yu began to complain. Gu Shui chuckled lightly. "What is amusing?" Xia Yu questioned, puzzled by her laughter. "Indeed, rain can be a bother," Gu Shui replied, emphasizing the word rain with a playful twist. "Oh, a homophone joke," Xia Yu realized, joining her in laughter. Steam enveloped them as a gentle drizzle fell outside, while the interior exuded warmth and tranquility. Conversations flowed between the patrons, seamlessly intertwining until silence enveloped them, broken only by the slurping of noodles, a cycle repeated whenever inspiration struck. Gu Shui found her disdain for the rain waning. "By the way, our class should be starting evening study sessions soon. More specifically, the advanced class will commence next week. Given Teacher Wang's temperament, I doubt he would voluntarily impose such a tedious requirement," she mused. "I quite appreciate his laissez-faire approach. It allows me to write freely during his lessons. I suppose it's because you're the top student, Xia Yu remarked modestly. Just average, third in the world, he replied with a smile. Still holding the first place in the recent monthly examination. I was in the first examination room as well, Gu Xuan noted, her progress steady and unwavering. Akin to a seed sprouting vigorously when conditions are just right. When she explained problems, Xia Yu found her understanding immediate. Had he not tested her resolve, he might have believed she had undergone a rebirth. Impressive, he praised, affectionately ruffling her hair. Not too tall, Gu Shui retorted, though she remained still, content in his touch. They rose to return to school. Xia Yu settled into the empty classroom, preparing to tackle an exam paper before resuming his writing. Lacking any extraordinary abilities, he felt his advantage stemmed merely from his height. Writing served as a hobby, a means to fulfill a reborn individual's obligations. Yet he understood what truly mattered at this moment. 2 hours passed in a flurry, and Xia Yu glanced at the time, ready to step out for a cup of hot water while awaiting Gu Shui's dismissal. Upon resuming his seat, the floor grew noisy with the bustle of students. Gu Shui nodded to her classmates, bidding farewell, navigating her way to Class 9 with practiced ease, her gaze fixed on a point until Xia Yu appeared. Approaching him, she naturally took the water cup, adhering to the laws of thermodynamics as the cup's warmth transferred to her cool hands. Be careful, it's hot. Okay. Exiting the school gate, the rain showed no signs of abating. Xia Yu reluctantly retrieved a rain poncho from beneath his seat. Gu Shui nestled under the poncho, wrapping her arms around him, her head bowed to listen to the gentle patter of raindrops. Beneath the protective cover, she felt secure, her resentment toward the rain dissipating, replaced by an ambiguous warmth of emotion. Xia Yu, it's raining, she mused, a thought echoing the notion of love encompassing all, even the rain. Considering the inclement weather, it is only fitting to escort Gu Shui home first. There remains a considerable distance to her residence. This evening, the streetlights shine brightly, making it safe for Gu Shui to walk alone. However, she is apprehensive about Gu Biao's potential reaction upon seeing her. Reluctantly, Gu Shui steps down and accepts the umbrella from Xia Yu's hands. Xia Yu pauses, puzzled by Gu Shui's call for him. I seem to quite enjoy the rain. She murmurs softly, as if this were a scene in a film where a resonant thunderclap would drown out her untimely confession. Unfortunately, it is merely a light drizzle today, and she lacks such an embellishment. Rain complicates everything. I do not like it. After a moment of silence, Xia Yu declares, almost as if to express a profound realization. No worries, I will make you come to like it. Gu Shui braced herself for this response. Although her heart ached, she felt no disappointment. Gu Shui, I believe we need to talk. Before Xia Yu could finish, Gu Shui had already turned and fled with the umbrella. The fluidity of her motion caught Xia Yu off guard, leaving him uncertain of how to react. He thought he ought to pursue her. Many misunderstandings arise from a lack of essential communication, which, while often dramatized in literary works, is a reality they face. Thus, Xia Yu parked and chased after her, feeling cumbersome in his raincoat. Noticing his pursuit, Gu Shui unconsciously slowed her pace. We can talk, he called out, rain splattering against his face. She offered him a tissue to wipe it away. My feelings will not change, Gu Shui stated firmly, her dark eyes reflecting her resolve. I like Xia Yu. Her declaration stifled any further response from him. To question whether she truly understood what it meant to like someone would be a profound disrespect to this young girl. It's too late today. Let me think about it tonight, and we can discuss it tomorrow, shall we? Xia Yu resolved to contemplate the matter, recognizing that ineffective communication could lead to impatience from both sides. Then why did you chase after me? Gu Shui questioned, perplexed by his actions. To express my feelings. I care about you, Xia Yu replied earnestly. I genuinely need time to think, but I fear that not pursuing you may breed further misunderstandings. Gu Shui smiled helplessly, the pain within her waning. It was this gentleness that ensnared her, leading her to make a hasty decision that evening. The moment she spoke, she regretted it, yet felt a flicker of anger at Xia Yu for extending an olive branch. Fine, I will wait for you, she responded, turning to continue her walk, albeit with a more measured pace. Chapter 32. A brief respite due to the absence of a monthly exam. Friday evening study sessions proceeded as usual. Wang Haiyang rarely offered reminders, but he announced the commencement of evening classes the following Monday. As Gu Shui stepped out of the classroom, she spotted Xia Yu waiting by the back door of Class 9. Unexpectedly, they shared a tacit understanding, both preferring to wait for one another at the rear entrance. Xia Yu approached silently, feeling somewhat lacking in confidence despite knowing he had done nothing wrong. What shall we have for dinner? Gu Shui asked, feigning casualness. The unnatural tension between the two was palpable, even to Luo Yongqiang. During their lunch, he exerted great effort to lighten the mood, yet his attempts yielded little success. He even found himself questioning whether he had quarreled with Gu Shui during class. In a strict sense, it would have been better to argue. At least there would be a clear right and wrong. But in this case, who was right and who was wrong? Dumplings or wontons? Xia Yu pondered for a moment. Gu Shui nodded, exhibiting her characteristic indifference toward food choices. Their brief exchange concluded as they exited the classroom, and the sense of discomfort began to fester. Gu Shui, Xia Yu began, I was thinking about dinner last night. Don't say that. I still want to have dinner, Gu Shui interjected, placing a hand on Xia Yu's arm. Tell me when we get back after school. Both harbored unspoken answers within. The dinner remained awkward, the return home felt unnatural, and their parting was equally strange. Having read the English text thrice, Xia Yu still found himself bewildered by its content. With a sigh, he recognized his thoughts were elsewhere. He pulled out a blank sheet of draft paper and began to contemplate. Last night, lying in bed, he had been unable to derive any conclusions. Now, he had the time to sort through his thoughts. Instinctively, he glanced at the time before heading to the tea room to fetch water. Waiting for Gu Shui to finish her class. The bell rang, and the sounds of merriment from the adjacent classroom filled the air. Gu Shui entered class 9. Stiffly taking Xia Yu's water cup, her hands mechanically covering it. She too had struggled, unable to complete the large problems on her math exam in the past 2 hours. Her mind was a chaotic whirlwind, leaving her unable to articulate her thoughts. Let's wait a bit before leaving, Xia Yu suggested, offering the draft paper to Gu Shui. Without looking, she seemed to anticipate its contents. I want to look at it, she declared, closing her eyes and gripping the water cup tightly, unwilling to accept it. Gu Shui, Xia Yu's tone softened. Avoiding this won't resolve our issues, will it? Gu Shui silently opened her eyes, feeling a twinge of annoyance at her clear-sightedness. The first line read simply, I'm sorry. I want to look anymore, she responded, her voice quavering as she shut her eyes tightly once more. Xia Yu sighed, having anticipated her reaction. Let us just go, he suggested, noticing her demeanor of rejection, akin to an ostrich burying its head in the sand when faced with danger. Taking the initiative, Xia Yu grasped Gu Shui's wrist. She did not resist, lowering her head as they closed the classroom windows, turned off the lights, and finally shut the door behind them. Are you feeling calmer now? They reverted to their original arrangement, one in front of the other, though with a subtle difference. He held her wrist. Came Gu Shui's muffled reply. Gu Shui, you're still young, Xia Yu stated, prompting immediate irritation from her as she stood tall in defiance. How am I still young? I meant, we are both just students, he clarified, casting a glance at her. Acknowledging her growing maturity. That's also about age, Gu Shui countered, lacking confidence. I can understand your feelings for me, Gu Shui, and I share similar sentiments toward you. Xia Yu's next statement emboldened her as she grasped his hand in return. However, it is precisely for this reason that I cannot agree, he said as they reached the car. Why not? Gu Shui questioned, struggling to comprehend his stance. There are numerous reasons, such as my inability to discern the nature of my feelings for you, and whether I can truly take responsibility for your emotions. Most importantly, there exists an imbalance between us, intertwined with familial, ideological, and educational factors. Such inequality in matters of the heart can lead to mutual suffering. Although we are both novices in love, I find myself more mature. I cannot embark on this relationship as I would playfully engage with Gu Shui. If I were to agree, I must bear the consequences. While I could easily manipulate Gu Shui, given my psychological and emotional advantages, I must question whether this is truly right or acceptable. Can you comprehend this? Though it may seem shameless to say, my rejection is indeed a form of protection for you, stemming from my genuine concern. Perhaps we should revisit this topic when we stand on equal footing in the future. Yet, despite all I've said, I still find myself rejected, Gu Shui murmured softly. Gu Shui, you do not grasp the essence of my words, I know. Gu Shui lifted her face and interrupted me loudly, her eyes misty, declaring, I understand. This time in the car, she did not wrap her arms around her waist. I felt a sigh building within me, reflecting on whether I had been too harsh in my tone. Often, good intentions can lead to misunderstandings that yield adverse results. Take me back, came Gu Shui's voice from behind. Her intuition warned her that she might have misconstrued my intentions. I said I want to go back, she said, her voice trembling, tears threatening to spill anew. I stopped the car and stepped out to face Gu Shui, who sat inside with her head bowed. Droplets of sorrow falling onto the seat. It must be my failure to express myself clearly, I thought, embracing the fragile girl before me, whose frailty tugged at my heartstrings. My shoulder became damp as she continued to sob. You may find it difficult to understand now, but in the future, you will surely grasp the meaning of my words, I said, retrieving a tissue from my pocket to wipe away her tears. My refusal stems from my deep care for you. Though she offered no reply, her tears had ceased. Do you remember that leaf you gave me? I recalled our promise from the National Day holiday, where Gu Shui had agreed to grant me a request. Can I redeem it now? Gu Shui was momentarily taken aback, but eventually nodded. All right. Then I hope you can remain as you were, and let us pretend these past few days never occurred. I spoke gently. Gu Shui pondered for a moment. She replied, a muffled sound emanating from her chest. I did not expect her to fully comprehend my intentions. For now, it was paramount to extricate her from this environment. The core conflict remained unresolved, and other matters must be set aside for the moment. As I returned to the car, I noticed her arms encircling me from behind. You said you wanted things to stay the same, she murmured, her voice heavy as she leaned closely against me. Grandma made soup tonight. Will you have some? Yes. I responded. Then let us return home for soup, and afterward, I shall take you back. Gu Shui remained silent, yet the arm encircling her waist tightened further. If it tightened any more, I might just stick out my tongue in protest. Chapter 33. Perhaps I should express myself. Xia Yu generally preferred to visit the internet cafe in the early morning. There were numerous reasons for this choice. The most significant being that this time of day attracted the fewest patrons and offered the utmost tranquility. Although he merely transcribed the content from paper, the serene atmosphere was undeniably conducive to his writing. Additionally, this was typically a time when surveillance was minimal. As he was still underage, accessing the cafe required special arrangements. After exchanging pleasantries with the cafe owner, he navigated through familiar paths to a secluded corner. With no one around, it was the perfect setting for him to type away. In stark contrast, a nearby area buzzed with activity. It appeared to be a gaming studio engaged in virtual labor for profit. Xia Yu donned his headphones and typed swiftly, barely pausing. As he struck the final period, he glanced at the time, noting that he still had ample minutes remaining before his designated logout. He saved his article onto a USB drive and allowed his gaze to wander across the desktop. His infrequent visits to the internet cafe were justified. The next 2 decades would witness an explosive evolution in gaming. The quality of games was ever-changing, and the thought of indulging in them now felt somewhat unacceptable. Surely, he wouldn't resort to playing on websites like 43.99. However, it was indeed too early to conclude his session, and his attention was drawn to an icon, Crossfire. Xia Yu typically refrained from spending money on games unless absolutely compelled. At present, he had yet to cultivate the habit of spending, and his account was quite rudimentary. Similarly, he had few friends on his account. Only Luo Yongqiang and another individual he considered an online acquaintance, Xiang. They had first met during a gunfight on a transport ship. Xia Yu narrowly triumphed in their duel, prompting the other party to insist on a rematch, which resulted in them competing for an entire afternoon. The outcome of that match eluded his memory, but it did culminate in gaining a new friend on his account. To his surprise, that point was lit up. Xia Yu raised an eyebrow. He vaguely recalled that this individual was indeed a gaming enthusiast. From their initial encounter in Crossfire, they had also ventured into DNF, QQ Speed, and subsequently into League of Legends, PUBG, and even mobile games. While he dabbled in various games, he often remained superficial in his engagement, except for this friend, who had accompanied him through the transition from browser games to online games, and finally to mobile games. He harbored a strong suspicion that this person was affluent, as he invested generously across various titles and exhibited commendable skills. However, his temperament was less than amiable, frequently interacting through chat without ever using a microphone, thus demonstrating remarkable typing speed. Before Xia Yu could respond, the other party initiated interaction. Xiang, care for a couple of rounds? Yulua, sure. Xiang, it's quiet at this hour. Want to practice our shooting? Yulua, sounds good. As they entered the match, they barely exchanged glances before being eliminated by an opposing hunter with a single shot, a golden Alaska that had only been released last month. Xia Yu couldn't help but smirk. This guy was indeed wealthy. Although his physical capabilities were at their peak, it seemed that reaction times were intricately linked to one's awareness. Xia Yu shook his head, refocusing on the match. Xiang, have you regressed this much? Despite their alternating victories, Xia Yu typically relied on his ability to read the map to secure wins. He often triumphed by taking the initiative, either by anticipating his opponent's position or by adopting a defensive crouch. In truth, I have rarely triumphed in a duel against firearms. Yu Luo remarked. I am getting older. There are things beyond my control. Xia Yu acknowledged the truth in his words. How old are you? Asked Xiang. In my 30s. Replied Yu Luo. Is that so? Xiang responded. And you? I am in my senior year of high school, came the reply. Xia Yu remained uncertain of the veracity of their conversation, yet it seemed that in the realm of the internet, truth and falsehood held little significance. The duo transitioned to the demolition mode, the map being the classic Dust 2, a true battleground for their skills. Xia Yu preferred this strategic contest over mere reflexes, relishing the collection of information, psychological assessments, and executing the simplest eliminations from the most unexpected positions. As the B site was detonated, the attackers emerged victorious. Your heart is quite devious, Xia remarked. It's called strategy, Yu Luo countered. Satisfied, Xia Yu stretched and typed in the chat. I'm logging off, Yu Luo announced. So soon? Xia responded. I have to support my family, came the reply. Very well. As he stood to settle the bill, he intended to visit the printing shop, but unexpectedly encountered Gu Shui. Oh, what brings you here? Xia Yu inquired, surprised, as he had not informed his grandparents of his whereabouts. I knew you would be here, Gu Shui replied, lifting her delicate face with a smile that hinted at a touch of pride. I also know you plan to visit the printing shop next. Such intelligence could have made her a fine detective, he mused. In truth, her reasoning was not difficult to deduce. It stemmed more from habitual patterns. After all, he would surely visit Xia Yunfeng the following day. I'm going to see Xia Yunfeng tomorrow. Will you accompany me? I shall not, Gu Shui instinctively replied, hesitating before shaking her head. Their relationship was rather ordinary, and she felt an innate reluctance towards social interactions. Furthermore, remaining in Xia Yu's room had its merits, as his grandparents often shared amusing tales of his mischievous childhood. As they approached the parking area, they spotted a casual figure sauntering toward them. Before Xia Yu could raise a hand, Luo Yongqiang had already noticed them. What a coincidence! Are you two here to surf the web? He inquired, scratching his head in confusion. Is this a date? A date at an internet cafe seems peculiar. Please do not project your exceedingly low emotional intelligence onto me, Xia Yu replied, correcting Luo Yongqiang's misconception with a hint of exasperation. We merely encountered each other by chance. Besides, what brings you to the internet cafe at this hour? It was customary for Luo Yongqiang to sleep until the afternoon. The nighttime checks have been strict lately. I made plans with a few friends yesterday, he chuckled. How about a couple of rounds together? Xia Yu exchanged glances with Gu Shui. No. Gu Shui has a long journey ahead. I shall see her off. He declined, yet feeling that he had not spent much time with Luo Yongqiang lately, added, I'll join you after I drop her off. If you're still at it, I'll tag along. All right. Luo Yongqiang waved and turned to enter the cafe. Gu Shui sat in the car, her arms wrapped around Xia Yu's waist. Am I interrupting your chance to deepen your bond with Luo Yongqiang? She queried from behind, her thoughts equally perceptive. Not really. What do you call it when two boys go to an internet cafe to enhance their bond? Xia Yu was taken aback by Gu Shui's description. To clarify, I am male and have an affection for females, so please do not spread rumors. What I mean is, if I weren't here, would you two have gone to the cafe by now? Gu Shui felt it was her fault, as if she were hindering Xia Yu's social interactions. Perhaps, but I would rather resolve matters before relaxing. Xia Yu remained oblivious to the concerns weighing on the young girl. Well, why don't you finish printing and return to the cafe? I can walk back. Gu Shui bit her lip, realizing that her actions were indeed a source of trouble for Xia Yu. Understanding her sentiment, Xia Yu contemplated for a moment and replied, forget it. I would prefer to go back and sleep. His voice carried on the wind. Thanks to you being here, otherwise I would have to concoct an excuse to leave. Gu Shui recognized that Xia Yu was trying to comfort her. Xia Yu likes you, she murmured softly. Xia Yu turned to check the traffic and did not catch what Gu Shui had said. Now is not the right time. Gu Shui understood that they had agreed not to revisit their previous discussions, and rushing towards a conclusion would yield no benefit. He felt he was still young, and thus needed to first alter this perception. Chapter 34. His abilities a rational discourse ensued regarding what had shaped Xia Yao's character. Xia Yu pondered deeply. Does Yao have something on her face? Xia Yao, engrossed in reading the latest manuscript, inquired with her head lowered. No, I'm just bored and casually looking around. Xia Yu replied, averting his gaze. Oh dear, it really is quite impolite to leave brother Xia Yu out, Xia Yao remarked, setting aside her manuscript. Why don't you chat with brother Xia Yu for a bit? It's fine, I will take my leave. Xia Yu declined the interaction. This girl was exceptionally adept at leveraging her advantages. Once entrapped in her conversational rhythm, escaping would prove challenging. Don't. Xia Yao put on a face that suggested she would cry if he left. If you go, I will tell grandma that you bullied me. What shall we talk about? Xia Yu sighed, rubbing his forehead. Let us discuss the relationship between sister Gu Shui and brother Xia Yu. Xia Yao finally revealed her intentions. Ever since Xia Yu's visit began, she had been plotting for this moment. Initially, when Xia Yu intended to leave upon learning that Xia Yunfeng had taken grandma for a checkup, Xia Yao had detained him with the excuse that she would soon return. Friends. Although much had transpired in recent days, the outcome remained unchanged. They were still friends. Oh, Xia Yao tapped her finger on her lips. So sister Gu Shui is still infatuated. No. Do you even understand what liking someone means at your age? Xia Yu raised an eyebrow. Do you know what unrequited love is? Don't underestimate my age. I have ample experience. Xia Yao proudly puffed out her small chest in defiance of Xia Yu's skepticism. No worries. The future looks promising, perhaps. I suppose I need to have a serious talk with Xia Yunfeng about your emotional education, Xia Yu remarked, somewhat surprised, having not perceived this side of her before. No. Brother Xia Yu, what are you thinking? Xia Yao's cheeks flushed. What I mean is, although I have never been in a relationship, I have read extensively. I may not have eaten pork, but I have seen pigs run. I must inform Grandma that instead of studying, she spends her time indulging in frivolous matters. Summer Yu skillfully diverted the conversation. Let Grandma thoroughly inspect your bookshelf. I apologize, Brother Summer Yu. I promise never to chatter aimlessly again. Xia Yao's expression turned sour. They exchanged knowing smiles, both aware that the other was merely feigning. Speaking of which, Brother Summer Yu, does your article contain the contents of the documents Grandma mentioned last week? Xia Yao pointed to a specific spot. Indeed, sometimes crafting suspense can be quite enjoyable, though establishing character motivations can be rather tedious. Summer Yu candidly admitted that he often found himself amused while devising the murderer's motives. Not at all. I find the motivations in these pieces quite acceptable. Xia Yao reflected, especially the last one. The 3 consecutive twists were truly unforgettable. There is one more aspect, though. I wrote it rather obscured. The afternoon sunlight streamed into the living room, as they playfully nudged one another, lazily sprawled across the sheets of paper on the table, engaging in light-hearted conversation. It was only when the voices at the door echoed through the room that they realized how long they had been chatting. Grandma, the doctor mentioned that you should be mindful of your mental state due to your age. Your blood pressure and blood sugar are stable now, but you must avoid emotional upheaval. When have you ever seen Grandma in a state of agitation? As they entered the living room, Xia Yunfeng noticed another person present. What are you doing here, you rascal? Delivering a manuscript to this busy man. By the way, do you remember that political piece you wrote earlier? Xia Yunfeng recalled something and motioned for Summer Yu to follow him to the bedroom. There are some matters we need to discuss. Did it have an impact? Summer Yu's bedroom had not changed since the last visit, and he was too indifferent to notice any subtle differences. He pulled a chair from beside the bed and sat down. Your article has garnered attention. Although somewhat unexpected, it was not shocking. So, does this mean I need to meet with you in person? Summer Yu pondered. Could his career possibly commence at this moment? Director Chi, I am eager to advance. A professor in this field wishes to make your acquaintance. Xia Yunfeng tidied the table, intending to use your article as a foundation for a paper. No need to feel nervous. You two will converse over the phone. What an honor that would be. Summer Yu relaxed entirely. Indeed, given my capabilities. The content was rather superficial. There exists a beauty akin to gold adorned on the outside, yet tattered within. So, when are you available? Xia Yunfeng inquired, clarifying that he would merely facilitate the introduction, as the article bore no credit to him, which he felt undeserving of. Generally, I have time on weekends. Summer Yu thoughtfully considered his recent schedule. What is the professor like? He is nearing retirement. Xia Yunfeng reminisced, a rather gentle old man named Lu, who teaches at the university. I never imagined a professor would take notice of your lowly publication. Summer Yu jested, quite amusing, Xia Yunfeng. Get lost. Xia Yunfeng chuckled in jest, unaware of who consistently shows up at my house to deliver manuscripts. The winter days are fleeting, transitioning from the setting sun to the rising crescent moon in what feels like no time at all. It's time for dinner. Xia Yao's little head peeked in from outside the door. Let us depart after dinner, Xia Yunfeng suggested politely. It was rather late, and returning home would be inconvenient. Xia Yu also stood up, offering a polite refusal, as he was merely there to deliver his manuscript. Each time he delivered a manuscript, he ended up staying for a meal, creating the impression that his intentions were not entirely pure. However, there was dinner prepared for him by his dear sister, Xia Yao, who insisted that it would be a waste if he did not partake. Although Xia Yu considered making an excuse to leave without informing his family, Xia Yao quickly countered. It's no trouble, you can explain everything to them later. She unabashedly sold out her brother, Xia Yunfeng. Xia Yunfeng cast a peculiar glance at his sister. While he recalled that she was always gracious and polite, she had never before extended an invitation to friends to dine at their home. Moreover, he found it amusing that his brother would so readily agree to her request. All right, Xia Yu, stay for a bite before you leave and have a chat with Grandma. The grandmother interjected from the living room. It seemed that even in his grandmother's eyes, Xia Yunfeng's status was not as elevated as he had presumed. At this moment, Xia Yu experienced a subtle understanding of Gu Shui. He surmised that she might share similar sentiments when interacting with her grandparents, who were so warmly enthusiastic that it was almost overwhelming. What method did you employ? Xia Yunfeng whispered to Xia Yu, a hint of incredulity in his voice. Why do I feel like an outsider here? Perhaps it is a genuine heart, Xia Yu mused, reflecting on his own weeks spent engaging in little more than conversation. How peculiar, Xia Yunfeng murmured, following along. But during the meal, he began to grasp the sentiment behind it all. Their home had not been this lively in ages. Observing the harmonious interactions at the dinner table, with laughter resonating from Xia Yaoyao and their grandmother, he realized that this was indeed a unique ability. Chapter 35. A turning point on Monday, due to the entire third-year cohort being required to attend evening study sessions. The cafeteria had specially opened a few windows to serve meals. Shall we dine at the cafeteria? Luo Yongqiang suggested as he and Xia Yu exited the classroom. Let us ask Gu Shui, Xia Yu replied, contemplating the idea. He felt pleased knowing that Gu Shui had recently formed a bond with her friend, the bespectacled girl. With Luo Yongqiang included, it seemed Gu Shui was beginning to establish a circle of friends. As Gu Shui and her friend waved goodbye and approached, Xia Yu felt a mixture of emotions about her actions. Have you started to find me bothersome? Gu Shui retorted, though her tone held no real annoyance. You ought to have your own friends. Dining together could strengthen your bonds, Xia Yu explained, aware that Gu Shui was not truly upset. We are both boys and seldom engage in conversations of a more feminine nature. No, Gu Shui shook her head, understanding the implication behind Xia Yu's words. Yet, given the limited time they had together during school hours, she was reluctant to squander the hour they had for dinner. Where shall we eat tonight? Xia Yu inquired, respecting her wishes and refraining from further persuasion. I'm fine with anywhere, Gu Shui thoughtfully replied. Another sign of her growth, Xia Yu noted. Although the outcome remained unchanged, Gu Shui was no longer blindly following. She was beginning to think for herself, which was truly commendable. It is not in vain to frequently seek Gu Shui's opinion, as it proves to be quite beneficial. It evokes a sense reminiscent of parental wisdom. Shall we head to the cafeteria then? Luo Yongqiang finally seizes an opportunity to interject into their conversation, having grown accustomed to his role as a near third party. He is not without friends. Yet Xia Yu possesses an odd demeanor that leaves one feeling strangely at ease in his presence. Even in silence, one is perpetually considered. As the trio made their way toward the cafeteria, they halted at the school gate, where Gu Biao stood smoking. Noticing the imperceptible tremor of the person beside him, Xia Yu took the initiative to gently clasp Gu Shui's hand, while Gu Biao remained oblivious. Uncle Gu, Xia Yu resolved to approach and greet him. Avoiding him was impractical, as Gu Shui would inevitably return home in the evening. It was better to resolve matters at hand, as unforeseen circumstances could arise. Gu Biao ignored Xia Yu, his eyes, concealed beneath disheveled bangs, fixed on Gu Shui, rasping, "Come here. Go fetch Su Yan," Xia Yu whispered to Luo Yongqiang, then continued forward, leading Gu Shui. Truth be told, he should not have come, but the sight of Gu Shui rendered him uneasy, prompting him to proceed cautiously. What business is it of yours? Gu Biao shot a glance at Xia Yu, his tone revealing no discernible emotion. Gu Shui is unwell. Teacher Su Yan asked me to take her to the school clinic, which is why I am with her, Xia Yu fabricated effortlessly. Humph, she doesn't look unwell to me. Gu Biao inhaled deeply from his cigarette. Did the school give you money for this? Is that so? Xia Yu pondered, then surmised it might be a class incentive set by Su Yan. Gu Shui had performed admirably in recent exams, likely earning a cash reward. That was earned by my own merit, Gu Shui interjected, her voice trembling yet resolute. Stop wasting my time. Are you trying to separate us? Gu Biao barked, raising his hand as though to strike Gu Shui. With frantic thoughts, Xia Yu stepped between them. Adopting a serious expression as he addressed Gu Shui, "It is Gu Shui. Why are you being so unreasonable? Why not confide in Uncle Gu?" Gu Biao likely did not anticipate this turn of events, his hand freezing midair. Xia Yu continued his admonishment. Uncle Gu has already taken great care of you. You should show some understanding. He endeavored to buy time, yet still, Su Yan's presence was nowhere to be seen. Enough. You two, stop your prattling. Did you hear me? Hand over the money. Gu Biao brusquely shoved Xia Yu aside. I need that money to make more money. Gu Shui, silent, retrieved 50 yuan from her pocket. Is this all? Have you stashed away more, you little brat? Gu Biao scrutinized Gu Shui with suspicion. Uncle Gu, this is a class reward established by teacher Su Yan, hence the modest amount. Xia Yu interjected, striving to clarify, as it was not yet time to confront the situation. Humph, if I find out you've hidden anything, you'll see how I deal with you. Gu Biao growled menacingly before turning to leave, clearly in haste to acquire the money. Gu Shui remained mute, her head bowed, lost in thought, before turning to walk back. Xia Yu once again took Gu Shui's small hand, and although Gu Shui was held captive by his grasp, she ceased to resist. You summoned me here merely to witness the two of you hand in hand? Su Yan finally arrived, witnessing the couple clasping hands in plain view. An irritation creased his brow. Look at Gu Shui. Allow me to explain things to teacher Su Yan. Xia Yu gently squeezed Gu Shui's hand, signaling her to wait, and conversed with Luo Yongqiang aside. Luo Yongqiang could only steal glances at Gu Shui. He was oblivious to the unfolding events, yet dared not speak. It felt as if they had reverted to their initial meeting, cold and withdrawn. It was perplexing how Xia Yu had managed to melt the protective ice surrounding her. Their conversation was brief, and Su Yan found himself powerless against Gu Biao's actions. As a mere teacher, he could provide little assistance. In the future, I shall transform the reward system into educational supplies. Su Yan sighed, never anticipating such a predicament. It is truly commendable that teacher Su is willing to look after Gu Shui. Xia Yu wished to sigh as well, but continued. May Gu Shui request leave from evening study. She mentioned experiencing stomach pain, and I shall escort her to the hospital. This was entirely Xia Yu's unilateral decision, and Gu Shui's demeanor hardly suggested she could focus on her studies that evening. Very well, Su Yan nodded, refraining from probing whether Gu Shui truly felt unwell. Upon returning, Xia Yu was welcomed by Luo Yongqiang, as if he were a beacon of hope. Gu Shui expressed discomfort, and I have secured her leave. I shall take her to the hospital. Approaching Gu Shui, Xia Yu grasped her small hand again. You should go eat first, and also request leave from Wang Haiyang, stating that I have a fever. Luo Yongqiang nodded, though he remained unaware of the full context, recognizing that it was not the time for inquiries. Ignoring the gazes that followed, Xia Yu led Gu Shui out of the school gates, and at last, Gu Shui spoke, her voice laced with an unmistakable rasp and bitterness. Where to? I do not know. I am still contemplating. Xia Yu handed Gu Shui the helmet and gloves, which she donned in silence. It seemed Gu Shui longed to express a desire to escape this place, yet when she opened her mouth, she found herself at a loss for a destination. The world appeared boundless, yet she felt ensnared in an inescapable confinement. Let us wander aimlessly then. Xia Yu understood her sentiment and started the vehicle, steering them towards the city. Chapter 36. Cherish the present. Huai, a first-level Chinese character pronounced Hui, originally denotes a river name, also known as the Huai River. Thus, Huai Water Park in Huai City is constructed alongside the water, meandering forward. With no definitive destination, Huai Water Park seemed a pleasant locale. Gu Shui followed Xia Yu as they alighted from the vehicle, embarking on a purposeless stroll. Children in the park frolicked and played, their laughter echoing all around. Parents held their children's hands, the little ones adorned with cartoon balloons tied to their wrists. The disparity among people felt vast. Xia Yu began to regret coming here, pondering if the park was indeed an appropriate choice. Are you hungry? Xia Yu inquired. Not at all, Gu Shui replied succinctly. Then let us continue walking. Xia Yu was uncertain how to comfort Gu Shui, resorting only to actions to convey his sentiments. Why? What? Gu Shui, rarely initiating conversation, caught Xia Yu unprepared, failing to grasp her meaning. Why must you concern yourself with me? Gu Shui found herself perplexed by Xia Yu's treatment of her. If it was affection, her feelings had already been declined. What, then, could he possibly desire from her? Xia Yu was momentarily struck dumb by Gu Shui's inquiry. Such inexplicable kindness indeed raised suspicions. Conscience, he finally concluded after a pause. Conscience? Gu Shui echoed softly, then scoffed. Perhaps it is pity. From an external perspective, it certainly seemed that way. Xia Yu could not discern the subtle differences. He wished to elaborate, but was interrupted by Gu Shui. So what am I to you? Just a dirty little dog on the roadside that you help out of kindness? Gu Shui glanced at the nearby children frolicking, the streetlights in the amusement park failing to illuminate this corner, creating a divide between light and darkness, as if separating two worlds. Some children basked in the affection of their parents, while others were left abandoned, suffering from their circumstances. Xia Yu noticed the imbalance in Gu Shui's mindset, her sharp words serving as evidence of this. A great kindness could feel like a great grievance. His unsolicited goodwill placed pressure on her. Yet it also confirmed her intention. She wished to repay him, but was uncertain how. This much was certain. It was definitely not the case. Xia Yu chose to embrace this part of her sharpness. Intense collisions were not impossible, yet situations often veered towards extremes, and he lacked confidence that it would unfold positively. However, if it was due to my own presumptuous arrogance that I have wronged you, I apologize. A silence enveloped them. I'm sorry, Gu Shui spoke again, accompanied by a surge of impulsiveness within her heart. She chose to indulge this impulse, feeling that if he could accept her sharpness, he should also be able to accept her capriciousness. She gently released the warmth of his hand, the strength from her impulse allowing her to grasp his wrist. Rising on tiptoe and colliding with him forcefully, In her evident fluster, the young girl failed to control her strength. Little romantic sentiment was born. Only the pain of their lips meeting. Oh dear, the youth of today truly lacked decorum, remarked two passing aunties disdainfully. Gu Shui, however, paid them no mind, her cheeks flushing an even deeper shade of crimson. After a long moment, their lips parted. Xia Yu smacked his lips, finding it somewhat sweet. Pervert. Gu Shui noted Xia Yu's reaction, her face aflame as she playfully pinched his waist. Yet, midway, she eased her grip, fearing she might hurt him, and instead began to gently rub. Now I have reason to treat you better, Xia Yu replied with a light-hearted smile. In truth, it had always been his own self-righteousness regarding feelings. The disparity between them was a product of his one-sided perceptions. The young girl before him had demonstrated her intentions through her actions. She had liked him first. She felt like the loser, her position inferior, but she did not mind. Really, Gu Shui laughed at Xia Yu's words, her initial reaction surprisingly one of amusement. Her heart warmed, and the previously flickering streetlights in the park shone brightly once more. Xia Yu took Gu Shui's small hand again, his tone returning to its usual gentleness. Now I must take responsibility for you, even though I am the passive party. Who asked you to take responsibility? Gu Shui retorted, her heart a tumult of emotions she could scarcely articulate. Yet the smile at the corners of her lips hinted at a glimmer of clarity. So, Gu Shui, you must be accountable for me. Xia Yu chose not to unravel the tension. No, you rejected me before. Gu Shui turned her face away defiantly. I don't want you either. All right, Xia Yu sighed, feigning disappointment, and indeed noticed the small hand in his stiffen. Have you given up so soon? Gu Shui thought, determined to uphold her dignity as a girl. Then I shall wait for Gu Shui's forgiveness, Xia Yu remarked, observing Gu Shui's fierce glare directed at him. Yet he continued with a smile. I wonder if Gu Shui would join me for dinner, allowing me to express my apologies. Humph, let us see how you perform. Gu Shui realized Xia Yu was teasing her, pouting in irritation. They turned to walk back, the atmosphere markedly altered. Although I know it sounds cunning, I still wish to express that the money was intended for a gift for you, Gu Shui said softly, revealing the true source of her emotional turmoil. I believe I have already received a splendid gift. Then you are quite easy to please. On the contrary, it is so precious that I am at a loss for how to reciprocate. There is no need for repayment. What if I also present you with a gift? Who would care? Xia Yu glanced at the time. It was just past 8:15, and the night market near the park was bustling. Shall we grab a bite? The local snack stall seemed lively. I want to eat rice cakes. All right. Despite not understanding Gu Shui's sudden craving for rice cakes, Xia Yu acquiesced. Gu Shui pressed her lips together, withholding an explanation. She couldn't very well admit that her previous attempt to confess had been misinterpreted by Xia Yu as a mere desire for rice cakes, and now she sought retribution. She was not a childish person. They strolled from the entrance to the exit of the night market. Xia Yu holding a bowl of 8 treasure porridge for Gu Shui in one hand, and a pancake in the other. Gu Shui cradled her food box, skewering a takoyaki ball and popping it into her mouth, then offered another to Xia Yu. In the box was a fresh skewer that Xia Yu tilted his head at, ignoring. Having already kissed, why are you still concerned about this? Gu Shui muttered, extending the skewer further. If you don't eat, I am even less likely to forgive you. Xia Yu reluctantly opened his mouth, feeling as though they should have established their relationship, yet without any clear declaration. What was this? A secret romance? Gu Shui's face lit up with a smile as she playfully took a bite of the pancake in Xia Yu's hand, raising an eyebrow at him triumphantly. Is this girl a bit too bold? Xia Yu's lips twitched, in the vibrant glow of the neon lights. Amidst the unceasing sounds of lively vendors, Gu Shui felt as if the world had contracted to a small corner. As long as she was by his side in that moment, it was enough. Xia Yu noticed the longing in Gu Shui's eyes, placing the pancake back into the bag and switching it to his other hand, allowing his free hand to grasp the young girl's hand once more. Cherishing the present moment, both thought simultaneously. Chapter 37. Magical Girl and Monster. It seemed as though something had been resolved, yet nothing had truly changed. Gu Shui rested her chin on her hand, pondering. The impulsiveness of that night felt like a dream, as they returned to their previous manner of interaction. The only change is that she can confidently hold his hand. Gu Shui, what kind of line should be drawn between points C and D? The sudden question interrupted Gu Shui's reverie, prompting her to instinctively rise. She feigned contemplation, thoroughly examining the problem. A vertical line. Very well, but do not lose focus. Please sit down. Su Yan urged Gu Shui to take her seat. Her academic performance had improved remarkably, and if this trend continued, there was hope for her to strive towards the best high school in Huaizhou City. Su Yan was particularly attentive to Gu Shui due to her family circumstances. He did his utmost to support her, whether it be with the allocation for underprivileged students or covering the costs of evening study sessions. With a hint of narcissism, he saw a reflection of himself in Gu Shui. As the school bell rang, Su Yan sternly maintained classroom discipline, determined to complete the explanation of the problem. Gu Shui noticed Xia Yu passing by the front door. As per usual, he would wait for her at the back door. A smile threatened to break on her lips, but Su Yan's watchful gaze forced her to suppress it. Is there something going on between you two? Luo Yongqiang asked Xia Yu, his eyes filled with suspicion. What could possibly be going on? Xia Yu replied, taken aback. Was this kid really that perceptive? It's just that, I don't know how to put it. Luo Yongqiang struggled to articulate. It felt like there was a sense of testing between you two in the past, but that seems to have vanished recently. Yes. I previously suspected she was a magical girl, Xia Yu remarked, impressed by Luo Yongqiang's keen intuition. Now that he was certain, there was no need for further probing. I thought he was a monster, so I was testing him too. Gu Shui approached and stood beside Xia Yu. Now that she was certain, there was no need for further testing. Then what kind of monster am I? An ugly monster, Luo Yongqiang scoffed, rolling his eyes. Here we go again, he thought. Turning to head towards the cafeteria, the two continued to debate whether a magical girl's perspective could determine a monster's beauty or ugliness. While Luo Yongqiang increasingly felt like a third wheel, the cafeteria was indeed packed, with only a few scattered seats available, and finding a table for three was a challenge. After a brief wait, they finally secured a table, only to discover it was occupied by the group of delinquents who had previously clashed with Gu Shui. Who knew how 5 people managed to sit at a table meant for 4? Their struggle was likely akin to finding an available table for 3 in a bustling cafeteria. Hey, Gu Shui, the leader of the girls greeted her, as all 5 of them lowered their heads and walked past with their trays. Wow, they even call you Gu Shui now, Xia Yu remarked, a hint of surprise in his voice. What is next? Dominate Class 7, unify the 9th grade, and ultimately become the school bully? I don't know, maybe they've been subdued? Gu Shui speculated uncertainly. It was true that these 5 seemed to regard her with a newfound reverence. To be honest, she felt a twinge of gratitude towards them. Had they not whimsically attempted to bully her, she might never have met Xia Yu. Just kidding, there was no way Gu Shui could forgive that group. However, her resentment wasn't particularly deep. All right, I'll hold the spot. You two go get some food, Luo Yongqiang said as he settled down. I'm starving. The 3 of them gathered for a meal, maintaining their usual arrangement. Gu Shui and Xia Yu sat shoulder to shoulder, while Luo Yongqiang occupied the seat opposite Xia Yu. Why does the food in the cafeteria seem increasingly unpalatable? Luo Yongqiang lamented. Xia Yu cast a cursory glance at Luo Yongqiang's plate, noticing that too much water had been added to the steamed rice. Mine is quite tasty, Gu Shui offered, attempting to share some of her food with Xia Yu. Xia Yu noticed that Luo Yongqiang's eyes were nearly popping out of their sockets. In all his recollection, he had never seen Luo Yongqiang's eyes widen to such an extent. Enough of this, Gu Shui, Xia Yu said, pressing her hand down in a resigned manner. Just eat your meal. Oh, Gu Shui pouted, then lowered her head to continue eating. It was akin to a child receiving a long-desired toy, inevitably wanting to share this joy with others. Gu Shui didn't have many friends, and Luo Yongqiang was barely one, so naturally, she wished to flaunt her delight. How can you expect me to eat when the food is already so dreadful? Luo Yongqiang exclaimed in despair. Do those two not even attempt to conceal their antics? Is there no justice? No law? A quality response. The cafeteria soup is free. You could fill up on that, Xia Yu remarked, watching as Gu Shui took another helping from his plate, feeling somewhat helpless. I'm really foolish, Luo Yongqiang mumbled, disenchanted, as he ate in a desultory manner. Gu Shui stifled a laugh. After finishing their meal, the trio made their way back, and Luo Yongqiang tightened his coat against the chill. Why is it so cold? He exhaled, only to notice Gu Shui had slipped her small hand into Xia Yu's pocket. This is never-ending, is it? Luo Yongqiang thought, feeling a bit vulnerable as he contemplated where to dine alone in the future. All right, we're nearing the academic building, Xia Yu said, withdrawing Gu Shui's hand, prompting her to shift from behind him to his side. Whose class do we have for evening self-study today? It's Friday. Xia Yu still needs to wrap up his draft. Su Yan's math class, he replied, feeling resigned. Due to Gu Shui's situation, Su Yan had been paying extra attention to Xia Yu, well aware of their current relationship. However, since they typically occupied different classes, Su Yan had no opportunity to catch them together. As anticipated, Xia Yu, what line is drawn between point C and point D? The median line, he answered. Take your seats. Xia Yu genuinely dared not lose focus in Su Yan's class, as she would call on him at the slightest lapse in attention. 2 hours passed swiftly, and the bell rang. Su Yan raised her voice to maintain order, stating she still had one question left to discuss. Xia Yu glanced at the final question. realizing that to finish explaining it would take quite some time. While Su Yan managed the classroom's discipline, she continued her explanation, ultimately extending the class for nearly 10 minutes just to complete the first question. All right, it seems none of you are focused on your studies. It's as if you're here for my sake, Su Yan remarked, casting a critical glance at the subsequent 2 questions. Let us end it here for today. School is dismissed. As he packed his bag, Luo Yongxiang huddled together with a few others. If their relationship had been merely cordial, he might have considered whether he had upset Luo Yongxiang during dinner, but among brothers, such concerns were unnecessary. After all, isn't the essence of brotherhood to jest and tease one another? Xia Yu shrugged, indifferent. Before his rebirth, this individual had never missed a single birthday banquet from the time of his marriage until the birth of his child, and was constantly subjected to face-to-face mockery alongside his daughter. I just saw Luo Yongxiang. Why didn't he come out with you? Gu Shui offered the hot water she had just prepared. It's nothing. Someone is just envious, Xia Yu replied as he accepted the cup, and the two walked forward side by side. Envious? Envious of what? Gu Shui was momentarily taken aback. Envious that a certain monster has captured a magical girl. Xia Yu chuckled. Isn't it the other way around? What do you mean? Isn't it the magical girl who caught an ugly monster? That trope is out of style now. Being a magical girl is a high-risk profession. What do you mean? You will understand in due time. Chapter 38. The drop rate is quite high booting up. Entering the password, typing away. Having stayed up a bit late last night, his mental state this morning was not particularly vibrant. Stretching his stiff neck, he noted that there was still some time before he had to log off. Considering his current state, he hesitated before moving the mouse away from the CF icon. Just then, QQ blinked, and Xia Yu noticed someone had sent him a message. Xiang, are you coming online? Xiang, it's no fun playing alone. Come join me for a couple of rounds. They had long been QQ friends, but Xia Yu could only log into QQ from an internet cafe. Yu Luo, I was too exhausted from taking care of the child last night. I'll be logging off soon. Xiang, what? You're barely in your 30s and already feeling this way. Yu Luo, you'll understand when you reach this age. Are you playing DNF? Xiang, are we doing a party run or PK? Never mind, I'll log in first. With only a vague memory to guide him, Xia Yu logged into DNF. Grateful that his account password had remained the same since childhood, otherwise, he might not have been able to retrieve it. DNF had been a game he played alongside Luo Yongxiang, who was quite diligent in playing, so his login frequency was relatively high, making his account appear decent. Yu Luo, let us do a party run. I'll just go with the flow since I haven't played in ages. Xiang, sure. It seemed his partner was not overly concerned about the specifics of the game, merely valuing the companionship. Xia Yu didn't think too much of it and casually selected a recent popular dungeon. DNF was a game where spending money could enhance one's power, creating joy through expenditure. However, the extent of that enhancement was subject to luck. Xiang, being a heavy spender in this game, evidently had significantly higher damage output than Xia Yu. With a strong player leading, he could comfortably take a back seat. As a monster let out a tremendous roar, a plethora of materials dropped. Xia Yu raised an eyebrow as an unfamiliar, yet oddly familiar item appeared on his screen. It was unfamiliar because he had never encountered it in his previous life until he quit playing, yet familiar because he had seen it many times online. Yu Luo, an item dropped. Xiang, yawning JPG, what did you get? Yu Luo, screenshot JPG. In the center of the screen lay a deep purple great sword, its blade housing a blue eye that blinked intermittently, with red and blue guards on the hilt, adorned with a skull as decoration. Xiang. A flurry of notifications caused Xia Yu's computer to chime incessantly, prompting him to mute the device in exasperation. Xiang, what kind of luck do you have? Did you really just drop the demon sword Apophis? As the rain fell, Yu Luo inquired, do you want me to give it to you? The other party seemed taken aback by this turn of events, and even QQ fell silent for a few seconds. This item had always appeared to be valuable, yet lacking a market, akin to the gun skins in CSGO. While some were highly speculated, genuine buyers were essential. As someone who seldom played DNF, Yu Luo found no personal utility in it, and selling it raised concerns about being deceived. However, gifting it to this rare friend seemed acceptable. Before their rebirth, the two were merely gaming companions, bonded by a friendship that promised to last for decades. Thus, Xia Yu regarded it as an advance on future camaraderie. Xiang responded, are you serious? Yu Luo confirmed, I have sent you an email. Xia Yu, of course, was a man of his word. Yu Luo added, all right. It's time to log off. Caught at the last moment of the billing process, the internet cafe was quite rigid with its timing. Had he any other options, he would not have chosen to surf the web there. As Xia Yu pushed open the door, the biting cold rushed in. After printing his documents, he rode his bicycle home. Gu Shui sat quietly in the living room, engrossed in a book, occasionally glancing towards the door. Once Xia Yu steadied his bike, Gu Shui emerged from the living room. Why aren't you inside? It's freezing out here. Xia Yu shook his hands and stamped his feet. Despite wearing a helmet and gloves, the chill of the wind inevitably seeped in. Gu Shui reached out, interrupting Xia Yu's movements, and expertly began to rub his hands to warm them. With you doing this, I truly feel like I'm being violated, Xia Yu chuckled, clasping Gu Shui's hand in return, the warmth of his palm dispelling the cold. Who would believe that? Gu Shui shot a glance at Xia Yu, but did not withdraw her hand. I believe you, he said. What does that matter? The subjective experience of the parties involved should be a crucial part of the evidence presented. Now that you're holding my hand, you're the defendant. Thank you. Am I not allowed to be the victim? A coerced victim. Their banter continued, devoid of any real significance, yet both found joy in it. For Gu Shui, the impulsiveness of that evening held profound meaning, and she felt content. It seems like it's just the two of us for lunch. Xia Yu recalled his grandparents' admonitions from yesterday. A young man was getting married, and his grandparents seemed to know the parents, so they had gone to celebrate. They had left him some money, yet given the cold weather, Xia Yu had no desire to dine out. So, Gu Shui, seemingly lost in thought, felt her cheeks heat visibly. I warn you, I still haven't forgiven you. What are you thinking about? Xia Yu playfully tapped her forehead. What I mean is, how about we cook for ourselves at noon and avoid going out? What shall we eat? Gu Shui covered her forehead, which had been tapped, her eyes brimming with tears as she asked. Let me see. Xia Yu ventured into the kitchen, surveyed the surroundings, and decisively suggested, how about some noodles? I'll stir-fry a couple of dishes. Though his culinary skills could not compete with a restaurant chef, he considered himself competent enough, having often experimented with ingredients while following online videos during solitary meals. Gu Shui assisted nearby, her chopping skills somewhat clumsy, yet Xia Yu didn't mind. What mattered was her involvement. As steam rose in the kitchen, the two busied themselves, and Gu Shui stole a glance at Xia Yu, who was earnestly focused on cooking. With a whisper of soy sauce, Xia Yu murmured to himself, adding a touch more into the dish. An ineffable emotion blossomed in his chest. Xia Yu. Upon hearing Gu Shui's voice drifting from his shoulder, Xia Yu instinctively turned his head. A warmth brushed against his lips. I've taken the chopsticks and noodles out, Gu Shui casually remarked before hurriedly exiting. Another ambush? Xia Yu reflected, sensing nothing but a fleeting softness. When he returned with the dishes, he found Gu Shui, resembling a quail, silently slurping her noodles. Gu Shui. Gu Shui did not lift her gaze, unaware of where her earlier courage had come from. Could you at least greet me next time? I feel like I've missed out on something. Observing Gu Shui's reluctance to meet his eyes, Xia Yu realized his plan for a counter-ambush might fail. Gu Shui let out a short huff, unclear if it was an agreement or not. Sitting back across from her, Gu Shui finally dared to lift her head to pick at her food, yet her gaze stubbornly avoided Xia Yu. You enjoy both food and play. Xia Yu expressed disdain for Gu Shui's behavior. Do you have anything to say, defendant? Gu Shui remained silent, focusing on her meal, her face growing increasingly flushed. The defendant admits to the charges. The defendant has something to say. Gu Shui finally spoke. The defendant may proceed. The defendant dares to do it again. Bold. Do you not fear the law? Drag him out and behead him. They both laughed simultaneously. Chapter 39. Yao Yao knows not. Although Xia Yunfeng claimed he was merely the intermediary, where was he? Yao Yao was oblivious. Xia Yao expressed her confusion as well. Despite Xia Yunfeng occasionally revealing what he intended to do recently, he had said nothing this time. Aren't you worried? If worrying were useful, Yao Yao would truly have no need for concern. Dejected, Xia Yao slumped into a chair, alone at home today. Where's Grandma? Xia Yu realized he had misspoken. Grandma went to the hospital for a checkup. She mentioned the weather has been fluctuating, and she was uncertain about her medication. Did you not accompany her? Grandma asked me to stay home and focus on my studies. Xia Yao's spirits further sank as she leaned on Xia Yunfeng's desk. Why does everyone look down on me for being unable to do anything? She muttered, glancing at the empty desk. Xia Yu observed her homework, noting that the young girl's handwriting was neatly crafted, reflecting a glimpse of her character. Elegant yet meticulous, her formulas were well organized, aligning with one aspect of Xia Yao's personality. Yao Yao, your grades are impressive, Xia Yu remarked, noticing her despondency and attempting to change the subject. In mathematics, there are hardly any mistakes. Of course, Xia Yao proudly huffed. Yao Yao has consistently ranked at the top of the class. With a keen mind and an understanding nature, Xia Yu was not surprised by Xia Yao's achievements. After a brief exchange, Xia Yu rose to leave. Xia Yu giggled. Don't go. Stay and chat with Yao Yao. It's so boring being home alone. Xia Yao pouted, sensing Xia Yu's intentions. She caught him off guard with her words. Xia Yu cast a peculiar glance at Xia Yu, seizing the opportunity to survey her figure. He noted the absence of certain attributes. Brother Xia Yu, your gaze is rather impolite. Xia Yu, feeling embarrassed and indignant, embraced her non-existent softness. My apologies. Xia Yu promptly replied. Yao has yet to mature. There will surely be opportunities in the future. However, this Yao shall not forgive you. Xia Yu's embarrassment only intensified at Xia Yu's candor. I believe in you. Yao, Xia Yu casually remarked, showing no intention of departing. What an infuriating tone. Xia Yu murmured as she picked up her pen once more. By the way, brother Xia Yu, how has your relationship with sister Gu Shui progressed recently? Xia Yu found himself momentarily speechless, a rarity that Xia Yu keenly seized upon. Is there new progress? She inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Not particularly. Xia Yu attempted to quell her eager spirit. Just focus on your studies. It sounds like Sister Gu Shui has been rejected, she speculated. You're partially correct. But not entirely, Xia Yu admitted, recalling that the two had indeed faced rejection about half a month prior. How did you arrive at that conclusion? He asked, rubbing his forehead. Just a wild guess, Xia Yu replied, her tone remarkably assured. Xia Yu found it difficult to assert the purity of their friendship, especially since they had shared intimate moments. Their relationship could be classified as a couple's, yet Gu Shui stubbornly refused to acknowledge it. But, brother Xia Yu, what methods did you employ? Xia Yu resumed the conversation, her assignment on language arts requiring merely a mechanical application of reading templates. Why is Sister Gu Shui so enchanted by you? She recalled the words, I believe in him, which bore significant weight. According to the tropes of novels, such declarations typically followed a tumultuous event. Xia Yu's imagination was now rife with fantasies. Such a beautiful word as trust should not sound so unappealing. Xia Yu corrected her. Perhaps it is simply that she perceives your allure as lesser than her own. What? Brother Xia Yu, please never speak to me again. Xia Yu huffed, pressing down with her fingertip, smudging the pen's tip with ink. Xia Yu had not erred in his observation, having spent ample time together. They could easily discern each other's thoughts. After a moment of silence, Xia Yu broached another topic. Then why have you been avoiding Sister Gu Shui's advances? Xia Yu withdrew a book from the shelf, momentarily pausing at her words. Did you not say you wanted me to stop talking to you? Oh, I meant I don't want brother Xia Yu to speak to me, but I can still converse with you, Xia Yu playfully clarified, her tongue sticking out adorably. Perhaps it's due to my own misguided arrogance. Xia Yu reflected on his previous thought process, finally understanding the source of Gu Shui's anger and impulsiveness. Had she not broken the stalemate, he might still be lost in an unfounded sense of superiority, stubbornly believing in their inequality. Xia Yu had never considered such a mindset to be erroneous, and thus had never curbed it. Gu Shui was also grappling with her own self-righteous arrogance until that day when her emotions erupted in an unbalanced state. Xia Yu found herself perplexed by this seemingly nonsensical reason. Summer Yu chuckled, not intending to elaborate, simply wishing to convey to Yao the complexity of emotions. Is that so? Xia Yu echoed, her understanding of such matters relying solely on novels. Yao, grandmother is back. Their conversation was interrupted by the sound of her grandmother's voice from the living room. Hastily, they rose and walked into the living room, where they found her grandmother categorizing the vegetables in her hands. Little Xia is here too. You can finally enjoy a meal at grandmother's today after delivering your manuscript. She greeted them with a warm smile. The elder had great trust in Summer Yu. Then my manuscript fee might need to be slightly reduced. After all, I can exchange it for a meal with grandmother, Summer Yu jested, playfully mimicking Xia Yu's actions and sorting the dishes. That rascal Yunfeng dares to do so. If he cuts your fee, tell grandmother, and I shall teach him a lesson, she laughed, her fondness for the young people growing with their engaging conversation. Glancing outside, the sky was dim and overcast. It would be inappropriate to leave immediately after grandmother's return. It seemed that this meal was inevitable. After chatting with grandmother for a while, mostly about Summer Yu's daily life, he answered her questions as they arose, until a voice rang out from the kitchen. Summer Yu go, come serve the rice. Xia Yu's voice was clear, reminiscent of jade lightly clinking against one another. Summer Yu stood and entered the kitchen, where he found Xia Yu elegantly pouring the dishes from the pot. It smells wonderful. Of course, Yao's cooking is excellent. At this compliment, Xia Yu twirled her little hips in delight, clearly pleased by Summer Yu's brief praise. Once the meal was ready, Summer Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment at being a guest, and thus he continued to lavish praise upon the food. Xia Yu's eyes sparkled with joy. Chapter 40, Cold, Part 1. This year seemed particularly cold. After entering December, the temperature ceased to fluctuate and steadily declined. For the past few days, mornings and late nights had remained below freezing. Xia Yu set up his bike and took a corn cob from his bag, savoring the sweetness of the fruit corn, though he preferred the more traditional glutinous corn. As he finished one side of the cob, Xia finally appeared in the biting wind. She sniffled, deftly retrieving an egg from Xia Yu's bag. Caught a cold? Not sure, she replied honestly, noting that her home was not drafty, yet it certainly lacked warmth. Let us visit the school clinic at noon. Oh, it's nothing. Be good. All right. Xia bent down to grab the bag and settled behind Xia Yu. He finished the remaining corn as they made their way to school. The bag contained little more than an egg, a corn cob, and a bottle of milk. Typically, Xia ate quite quickly, yet today she had half a corn cob left when they arrived at school. With little appetite, Xia carefully stored away the corn, preparing to heat it in the microwave at the cafeteria for lunch or dinner. Xia Yu remained silent, placing the back of his hand against her forehead. It proved futile. Xia's delicate face was cold, chilled by the wind. Do you feel anything else? Xia Yu inquired as he withdrew his hand. No, perhaps I'm just simply not hungry. Xia replied, shaking her head, though she was aware that she was being deceitful. Occasionally, her nerves twitched, and she felt a bit lightheaded, perhaps due to a restless night's sleep. She wished not to burden him. Let's see how it goes at noon, she suggested. The two parted ways, returning to their respective classrooms. Coughs echoed throughout the class, with many succumbing to colds. Her desk mate had consumed an entire pack of tissues that morning, leaving his nose sore from constant wiping. Luo Yongqiang had taken the day off, having felt faint from a fever the previous night, yet stubbornly insisted he was fine. Xia Yu, unable to bear it any longer, approached Wang Haiyang to request a leave for him after school, then went to escort Luo back. After the morning classes, they headed towards the cafeteria. Where's Luo Yongqiang? Xia asked, breaking the silence. He must have collapsed, Xia Yu replied, observing the young woman before him. Her cheeks flushed. The classroom was stifling with the windows closed. Noticing Xia Yu's gaze, Xia explained, let me feel your forehead. What are you, a pervert in broad daylight? I meant my forehead, she clarified. What on earth was this girl thinking? Xia Yu mused, though he understood she was merely jesting. He pressed the back of his hand against her forehead. Are you trying to take advantage of me? Get lost, Xia retorted, pouting in mild indignation. Your temperature seems a bit high. After lunch, we should head straight to the school clinic, Xia Yu said, retracting his hand and comparing his forehead's temperature with hers. I feel fine, Xia protested, attempting to resist. You don't feel well, Xia Yu interrupted, bewildered by the mindset of some individuals, including Luo Yongqiang and Xia. If one is ill, why endure it? What is the purpose? Self-deception. Xia hardly consumed any of her lunch, and Xia Yu deliberately slowed his eating pace. But when he looked up, he saw Xia still frowning at her bowl of rice. Enough, if you can't eat, just leave it, he said, preventing her from shoving more food into her mouth, which resembled a tragic figure preparing for a gallows. It feels wasteful to leave it uneaten, Xia lamented, though she was reluctant to waste it. Throwing it up is even more wasteful. It certainly won't serve as animal feed, Xia Yu remarked as he stood to return the tray to the recycling station. Ugh, Xia grimaced at his description, yet she ceased her insistence and followed him to return the tray, albeit with hesitant movements, akin to a child sneaking about while committing a misdeed. She felt that placing so much food in the recycling area was akin to a crime. The school's infirmary was quite rudimentary. It appeared to be two repurposed offices attached to the administrative building. Xia obediently tucked the thermometer under her arm and sat on the bed, observing Xia Yu conversing with the doctor. When had he begun chatting with the doctor? He seemed capable of engaging anyone in conversation. Xia tilted her head in contemplation, arriving at a conclusion. Perhaps this is the source of his charm. He always notices the subtleties, using them as a segue into the rhythm of conversation he excels at. Could you please pass me the thermometer? The doctor recalled his duties only after being prompted by Xia Yu. He inquired about Xia's condition, explaining that the low fever caused by her cold was unlikely to be influenza, advising her to rest. Is it acceptable not to take medication? Xia Yu asked, watching as Xia donned her coat and adjusted her hat. It depends on the situation. If the condition persists this evening, you may take some fever-reducing medicine. The doctor, wary of being vague and leading them to misunderstand, reiterated several scenarios, including severe fever, reduced fever accompanied by a sore throat, or frequent nasal discharge. Xia Yu diligently noted these details, expressing his gratitude as he exited the school infirmary. I feel much better. Xia began to speak, but was interrupted by a cough. Xia Yu shot her a sidelong glance, hoping she truly felt improved. Unfortunately, when they met that evening, Xia was already experiencing a runny nose. Her cheeks remained flushed. clearly indicating that her fever had not subsided. I knew it, Xia Yu remarked, retrieving a packet of tissues from his pocket and handing them to her. Gu Shui remained silent, feeling as though her earlier words were now coming back to haunt her. Let us go? Where to? The pharmacy. Our school doesn't carry these medications. How do you know that? The doctor mentioned it during our conversation at noon. How come I didn't know? Considering Gu Shui's fever, Xia Yu resolved not to argue with her. He navigated to the pharmacy based on memory, where a promotion for buying medicine included a complimentary egg was posted. After confirming the dosage and effects with the staff multiple times, Xia Yu finally proceeded to pay. The doctor advised taking it after meals, he said, handing the bag to Gu Shui. Let us find something to eat outside shortly, and you can take your medicine then. Okay, Gu Shui replied softly. It would be disingenuous not to feel touched by his attentiveness, especially since he was the first to do so. Don't feel burdened. After all, you're my girlfriend, Xia Yu remarked, sensing her concern, deciding to lighten the mood with a bit of playful banter. Well, my girlfriend has a headache, and a hug might help alleviate it. Gu Shui smiled, stretching out her arms, a gesture that spoke volumes. Contrary to his expectations that she might turn her face away and stammer something like, "Who is your girlfriend?" This response was quite delightful. Xia Yu embraced Gu Shui, who was still feverish, her body radiating warmth. Xia Yu. I like you. I like you too. Chapter 41. The Cold, Part 2. The good news is that Gu Shui is recovering rapidly. At least today she appears much more lively. Her appetite seems to have returned as well. The bad news is that Xia Yu could not escape the experience of Gu Shui's discomfort from the previous day, feeling it acutely himself. Luo Yongqiang returned to school today, resuming his classes, and coincidentally encountered Xia Yu riding in with Gu Shui. They dismounted and walked together towards the bike shed. Xia Yu was bundled up tightly, wearing a mask. Is it influenza, or just a cold? Luo Yongqiang, having slept the entire day, was now full of energy. I'm not sure, Xia Yu replied succinctly. His throat remained perpetually parched, and even the act of drinking water offered no relief, causing Xia Yu to refrain from speaking much. It wouldn't be that I infected you, would it? Gu Shui's petite face bore a look of concern, attributing her discomfort to the embrace they shared the previous night. She appeared eager to take action, yet was at a loss as to what to do. Were it not for Xia Yu accompanying her to procure medicine, she would have endured her ailment in silence, as she always did. From this perspective, her swift recovery seemed justifiable. Impossible, she mused. Everyone around us is catching colds. Especially someone who didn't even show up yesterday. All right, Gu Shui explained at length. While I speak, you can manage just 3 words, huh? Get lost. Look at your boyfriend's blatant favoritism, Gu Shui. If you were 65 meters tall, weighed 85 kilograms, and possessed both beauty and a good figure, I might treat you differently. All right, no more theatrics, she conceded. The two slipped into their familiar banter until Xia Yu succumbed to a fit of coughing. Gu Shui promptly patted his back, though her touch lacked force. It's just a sore throat, he reassured her, as they reached the entrance of their classroom, thus parting ways. Throughout the morning, the sounds of coughing rose and fell like a symphony, with Xia Yu contributing a few notes to the chorus. He observed his deskmate using an entire pack of tissues over the course of the morning, gaining a visceral understanding of the biological theory that the human body is composed of 70% water. Xia Yu, who had been wrapped in a mask all morning, was equally uncomfortable. Removing it exposed him to the biting cold, compelling him to don it once more. What a mess, Luo Yongqiang remarked as he and Xia Yu exited the classroom, his laughter devoid of mercy. Xia Yu, suffering from a sore throat, felt too weary to engage in retorts. Still feeling unwell? Gu Shui inquired with concern, imitating Xia Yu's earlier gesture by placing the back of her hand against his forehead. Lacking a frame of reference, she was unable to gauge his temperature accurately. Xia Yu shook his head, signaling that he was all right. By the way, I saw the weather forecast indicating potential snowfall soon. Luo Yongqiang interjected. Xia Yu paused, recalling that this year had indeed witnessed significant snowfall. When will it happen? He asked, coughing a couple of times. Probably between late December and early January, Luo Yongqiang reminisced. The memory returned vividly. Snowfall had commenced in January and lasted nearly half a month, even leading to transportation paralysis. With the new year approaching, the significance of returning home for the holiday was irreplaceable for many in the country. A confluence of factors made that year particularly memorable. Seems I ought to make a phone call, Xia Yu pondered, considering it prudent for his family to stock up on essential supplies. What are you thinking so seriously about? Luo Yongqiang queried, puzzled. I'm wondering if our school will close due to the snow. It was nearly a foregone conclusion, as the snowstorm that year had left a lasting impression primarily because the school had granted an early vacation by nearly a month. Looks like I've truly lost my mind, Drifting into daydreams, Xia Yu shrugged, choosing not to elaborate further. Upon entering the cafeteria, the three of them waited briefly before finding a seat. Xia Yu, lacking an appetite, carried his bowl of noodles back to the table. Gu Shui observed as Xia Yu methodically stuffed pieces of food into his mouth, while Luo Yongqiang had nearly finished his meal. Yet Xia Yu still had a considerable amount left. Gu Shui slowed her eating pace. I am not full. I shall take a stroll to the convenience store. Upon finishing his meal, Luo Yongqiang noticed that the two were still far from done and signaled that they need not wait for him. Rising to head towards the recycling area. Is it uncomfortable? Not particularly. I just lack an appetite. Xia Yu took another sip of soup, the warmth soothing his throat significantly. Why don't you take a leave like Luo Yongqiang? Tomorrow, I can go to school by myself. This was the only way Gu Shui could think of to assist Xia Yu, by not causing him any inconvenience. It's nothing serious, just a dry cough. Xia Yu spoke the truth. He neither had a runny nose nor a fever, likely a consequence of riding his bike in the recent cool breeze. Am I truly so useless? Xia Yu found it perplexing that the conversation shifted in such a direction and gently ruffled Gu Shui's hair. Then shall I teach you to ride later? That way, when I am unable to ride, you can take me instead. Gu Shui's mindset was not something that could be altered in an instant, and Xia Yu could only seek this method to alleviate her feelings of inadequacy. All right. Gu Shui quickly agreed, eager to do something for the weakened Xia Yu. Xia Yu committed this matter to memory, and soon they had nearly finished their meals. After school in the evening, Xia Yu noticed Gu Shui's eagerness. What is this? Do you wish to learn now? Gu Shui nodded vigorously. It's rather late. It wouldn't be wise to risk any accidents. Xia Yu reassured her. For safety's sake, let me ride, shall I? Very well. Gu Shui nodded regretfully. Tonight, my grandmother's specially made rock candy pear soup, and Xia Yu served a bowl, sitting in the courtyard to watch Gu Shui practice riding. Unable to deter her any longer, Gu Shui eagerly volunteered to give it a try. The electric bike was not too high, and if it became unstable, she could support herself with her legs. After giving her a few simple instructions, Xia Yu stepped inside only to return and find Gu Shui riding quite adeptly on her own. Truly, if this were a novel, she would be the main character, Xia Yu mused. Taking a bite of the pear in his bowl, the soft flesh and mildly sweet flavor soothed his throat's discomfort. How is it? Gu Shui rode steadily to Xia Yu's side, already dissatisfied with the low speed. You're doing wonderfully, but do be cautious. Xia Yu praised her. Hee, tomorrow I will take you along, all right? If she had a tail, it would surely be spinning like a propeller behind her. Very well. Xia Yu did not wish to dampen Gu Shui's enthusiasm. The road to school was relatively smooth. Allow me a sip. I haven't had any yet. Gu Shui leaned closer to speak. Serve it yourself, Xia Yu evaded, holding the bowl aside. What is this? Are you disdainful of me? Gu Shui's little face tightened. Her voice tinged with a pitiful tone, saying, after just a few days, you've begun to find faults with your girlfriend. Will I soon be cast aside? I have a cold, don't overthink it. Xia Yu suppressed Gu Shui's deliberate act, but she sidestepped him and playfully tapped his cheek. One hand held the bowl, so Xia Yu refrained from making any sudden movements. The girl's laughter was light and airy, reminiscent of a stream flowing over stones in the mountains. Like a butterfly, she entered the room, leaving Xia Yu in a state of daze. Chapter 42. Deepening emotions. The joint examination in December arrived as anticipated, and the three of them made their way to the examination hall. Gu Shui, at this rate of progress, I believe you will soon surpass Xia Yu. Luo Yongqiang encouraged Gu Shui. I've been displeased with this guy for a long time. He acts recklessly just because he ranks first in the grade. What? Is she ranked 0? Xia Yu rolled his eyes. So confident, yet still the top student? Luo Yongqiang retorted. No. As long as I don't fall out of the top ranks in the examination, it counts as success. Xia Yu feigned modesty, though the three of them understood the true meaning behind his words. I made a mistake last time, fine, but if I drop out of the top ranks this time, I'll take the consequences, Luo Yongqiang asserted firmly, though he had said the same in November. Another ploy to trick me into treating you, Gu Shui interjected, listening to their banter, as she generally refrained from participating in such brotherly banter. Xia Yu took a seat as soon as he entered, casually glancing at Luo Yongqiang, who, in frustration, made his way to a position at the back right of the examination hall. Gu Shui was amused by Xia Yu's childish antics and greeted him before heading to her seat in the middle column. The difficulty of this joint examination was relatively moderate, even verging on simple, given the numerous schools involved, which resulted in a smoother exam paper. Filling out the English answer sheet. This time she didn't assist Li Hua, but instead invited Han Mimi to host a study session at her home. All right. Engaging in academic pursuits doesn't require me to be summoned, does it? The bell rang, signaling the collection of the answer sheets. Today's monthly exam also implied that there would be no evening study session this Friday, since the entire school had begun evening study sessions. The absence of one on Friday held special significance for the students. Gu Shui rummaged through Xia Yu's jacket pocket for the keys, as she had been riding her bike home lately. Aside from the mornings when she had to eat breakfast and confidante ride, she had consistently volunteered to take the lead in driving. She felt a sense of accomplishment in finally being able to do something for Xia Yu, which heightened her enthusiasm. "Why don't you hold on to me?" Gu Shui, donning her helmet, complained as she shifted slightly backward. "It's unsafe, and there's a backrest," Xia Yu firmly corrected her, noting that his physique was considerably larger than hers, making it unsafe if she were to hold on. "Fine," Gu Shui bit her lip, rationality telling her that Xia Yu was right, yet her emotions yearned for the warmth of being embraced. "Are you angry?" Xia Yu noticed Gu Shui was riding in silence, not uttering a word. No, Gu Shui's voice was icy, akin to the temperature of the weather. Xia Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Although he couldn't see Gu Shui's expression, he could roughly guess it. "What are you laughing at?" Gu Shui asked stiffly, unable to comprehend the hidden humor in his previous statement. "I find your sulking demeanor quite adorable." Xia Yu leaned back, reflecting on how 3 months ago, he would never have imagined this scene unfolding. "Humph, 3 months ago, I was still being bullied." Gu Shui fell silent for a moment before responding. She had yet to realize how effortlessly she was revealing her softer side to him. "Oh, how I wish I could have embraced the Gu Shui from that time." Xia Yu's tone was tinged with regret. The pitiable, yet feigned strength displayed by Gu Shui was truly heart-wrenching. At that time, he lacked the courage. And now it felt too late. Gu Shui shot a glance at Xia Yu, ultimately deciding to take the initiative herself. However, the thought of daring to ask at this moment filled her with trepidation. What if, in a fit of anxiety, he were to bite her? She was certainly not a dog. It was more akin to being a cat. "What? Do you expect me to revert to my former self to interact with you?" Xia Yu had no inkling that this would mark the inception of a future nightmare, as Gu Shui would frequently employ this tactic against him. "Never mind. I merely feel a touch of nostalgia. 3 months ago, it was you, and now it is still you." Xia Yu halted Gu Shui's suggestion, asserting that he cherished the essence of her being, not merely a specific version of her from a particular time frame. She was merely a fleeting glimmer, not the entirety of who she was. What a predicament, Gu Shui mused. Wasn't this quite the contrast? What was that wooden demeanor just moments ago? Upon returning home, Xia Yu exited the car. Gu Shui clutched the hem of her garment, while Xia Yu cast his gaze down upon her. His eyes, revealing a sense of detachment and indifference, momentarily bewildered him, though the icy facade melted away in the next instant. "Is this the version of me at this moment?" Gu Shui queried, retrieving her keys from her pocket, playfully offering them as if they were candies. The frost in her gaze began to thaw, yet her demeanor remained stubbornly resolute. "Is this still me?" "Enough of this." Xia Yu hastily restrained Gu Shui, surprised he had never noticed how adept she was at acting before. "Are you feeling shy?" Gu Shui's lips curled into a rare smile, having seldom witnessed Xia Yu in such a flustered state. "Then, if I were to call you brother Xia Yu once more, how would you respond?" Xia Yu clutched his heart. Those 4 words felt like an invisible hand grasping his very soul, causing his heartbeat to falter for a moment. "Enough of this. It's cold outside." Xia Yu retreated into the house as if fleeing, suggesting they eat dinner first. Gu Shui followed him inside, still holding onto the hem of his attire. "Little Xia, little Shui are back." Grandma was in the living room, preparing dinner as she observed their entrance. "Xiao Xia, why is your face so flushed?" "It's terribly cold outside. The wind," Xia Yu deflected, ignoring Gu Shui's muffled laughter behind him. After dinner, Xia Yu escorted Gu Shui home. She impulsively embraced him. "Brother Xia Yu, where are you taking me?" "Sister, I call you sister. Spare me, please." Xia Yu genuinely felt a twinge of fear. This role-playing game was still too advanced for him. "So you enjoy this sort of thing?" Gu Shui remarked from behind him. "Wait, what are you imagining with Xia Yao? Our acquaintance is solely due to Xia Yunfeng. Please don't project your sordid thoughts onto me," Xia Yu replied helplessly. Gu Shui tightened her grip on his arm, triumphantly humming. She was merely jesting. She had trusted him then, and she would trust him now. Upon returning home, Xia Yu received a phone from his grandmother. After some contemplation, he decided to call his mother, realizing that appealing to emotions was more effective with her. "Hello? Mom? What is going on? Why are you calling at this hour?" The familiar voice emerged from the other end. "Mom, it's me," Xia Yu began. "Are you busy?" "Oh, it's Xia Xia. As the year draws to a close, matters abound, and it is an unavoidable circumstance. No worries, I merely inquired when you would return this year. What is the matter? Do you miss your parents?" Xia Yu could not articulate that the heavy snowfall at the year's end made returning quite a troublesome affair. He recalled a year when the two of them drove back, taking a full day and night. He could only employ this emotional appeal to see if it might persuade them to return early. Silence fell on the other end of the line. Xia Yu understood that this tactic was generally effective. His parents, who spent most of their time away from home, felt a sense of indebtedness towards him. Xia Yu, however, did not share this sentiment. Perhaps it was this very reason that he had been praised for his maturity since childhood. All right, your father and I will finish our tasks and return shortly. Good. Xia Yu continued. I saw the weather forecast indicating a strong cold front, which might result in extensive and sustained snowfall. Please take care. No problem, just leave the things there. The dialogue was interrupted by a knock at the door. Xia had some matters to attend to, and they would talk later. All right, Mom, you both take care. Once Xia Yu heard the busy tone on the phone, he set his mobile back down. He needed to prepare some living supplies while planning and getting ready for the day. Unlike other reincarnators who returned to create monumental events, he wondered if his own return was perhaps a waste. Xia Yu pondered aimlessly. Chapter 43. Thus, I am fond of him. Xia Yu was uncertain whether the advantages of reincarnation had been squandered. At least the experience gained was quite useful. But how is this even possible? Xia Yao leaned over the table, watching Xia Yu accurately pull 2 tens from the deck of cards. Although she had called for a stop, how did Xia Yu know where the second 10 was located? Gu Shui remained silent, lost in her thoughts. Xia Yunfeng chuckled, not exposing the trick, and continued reading his magazine. Essentially, it was merely a small trick from magic, a force selection. Such a trick is only interesting the first time. Repeating it too often will easily reveal the secret. It was also due to his incessant talking during the shuffling that had deliberately guided the two to follow his line of thought. Xia Yu briefly explained the principle and demonstrated it for them. Oh, I see, Xia Yao exclaimed, as if discovering a treasure, and began to mimic the routine. There was no particular skill involved. It was simply a matter of logical reasoning. Today is Saturday, and Xia Yunfeng brought Xia Yao to his home to play. Xia Yunfeng sought him out regarding a paper, while Xia Yao insisted on accompanying him. He seriously suspected this little girl was trying to evade her homework. It can only be said that even the most obedient children have a desire to escape from assignments. They had agreed on discussing the paper. At the end of this month, Xia Yunfeng would help coordinate a conversation among the three of them. Although the likelihood of assisting Gu Shui was minimal, Xia Yu still agreed, considering it a serendipitous opportunity. By the way, it seemed that the professor's surname was also Lu. Disregarding this pun, he turned back to find Gu Shui and Xia Yao thoroughly engrossed in their card game. Xia Yu signaled for them to look over, flipping his wrist to produce a magic wand from his hand. Before either of them could react, Xia Yu gestured with his hand, indicating that he held nothing. Then with a flick of his wrist, he produced a magic wand. This was not born of some childish whim, but rather a result of having little to entertain himself at home. How had he spent his time in the past? Yes, frequenting the internet cafe with Luo Yongqiang. He offered the candy in his hand to the two of them, signaling to Xia Yunfeng if he wanted some. He certainly had a knack for charming the ladies. Xia Yunfeng had clearly seen Xia Yu conceal the candy in his hand just moments ago. Ignoring Xia Yunfeng's teasing, Xia Yu successfully drew Xia Yao's attention with this simple trick, prompting her to exclaim that she wanted to learn it. Xia Yu demonstrated twice more, watching as the two girls clumsily attempted to hide the candy between their thumb and palm. What a bother, Xia Yao muttered. Her hands were too small to properly conceal the candy, making it easy to spot the flaw. Gu Shui's situation was only marginally better. It appeared that neither of them would master the trick. Perhaps they could try something like chalk instead. Xia Yu reassured Xia Yao, promising to teach her something new the next time they met. Meanwhile, Gu Shui's gaze remained fixed on Xia Yu's hands, noting their fair and slender fingers. Xia Yunfeng, aware of the time, stood up to take Xia Yao home. Why not have lunch here before we leave? Xia Yu suggested out of politeness. Hee. Then I won't hold back, Xia Yao replied, seizing the opportunity. All right. Don't be a nuisance, Xia Yunfeng said, finding himself at a loss with his quirky sister. Shall we go out for lunch? Is Grandma not at home? Xia Yu picked up on Xia Yunfeng's implication that they wouldn't be returning home for lunch. Grandma is in the hospital. Her blood pressure was unstable last week, so she decided to stay for observation, Xia Yunfeng explained. Xia Yu noted this information carefully. Then let us have lunch here, Xia Yu concluded, as it would just be him and Gu Shui, making it a more lively affair. His parents had gone out to eat, the reason for which was unclear to him, but in the countryside, there always seemed to be a reason to gather for a meal. You too, Xia Yunfeng said, casting a peculiar glance at them, but before he could speak further, he was interrupted by Xia Yao. All right, I can help too. Xia Yao was intrigued by the idea of friends gathering to cook and share a meal, her naturally lively disposition coming to the fore. The kitchen was small, and only Xia Yu and Xia Yao knew how to cook. As mealtime approached and quality became a priority, Gu Shui and Xia Yunfeng could only wait in the living room for the food. What is going on between you two? Xia Yunfeng finally seized the opportunity to ask, having little knowledge about Gu Shui. What? Gu Shui didn't quite grasp his question. Are you two dating? Xia Yunfeng asked rather bluntly. Yes, Gu Shui nodded, her expression betraying little change. Xia Yunfeng's face shifted, revealing a hint of surprise. While he had yet to find a girlfriend, Xia Yu had already embarked on a relationship. The disparity between people was stark. Xia Yu must have put considerable effort into courting her. Xia Yunfeng was certain that those magic tricks were honed during Xia Yu's pursuit of Gu Shui. Even the scripts regarding school bullying and the use of a camera, Xia Yu's mind was clearly agile. No, I'm the one pursuing him, Gu Shui replied. Gu Shui's next statement left Xia Yunfeng utterly astonished. She did not perceive this as a shameful matter. Rather, she felt a sense of pride in her determination to pursue her goals. What? Xia Yunfeng asked incredulously. It was not that the two were mismatched. His rigid impression of Gu Shui was still anchored in the image of her encased in ice for self-protection. He could not fathom how such a facade could conceal her ability to pursue someone. Gu Shui, however, did not shy away from the truth and briefly explained to Xia Yunfeng that Xia Yu was currently only providing content for him, and in her eyes, Xia Yunfeng was also trustworthy. Especially since she had received his assistance in the past, all of this had been conveyed to her by Xia Yu. Xia Yunfeng cast a complex glance at Gu Shui, then looked towards the kitchen, where he could see Xia Yu chopping vegetables and laughing with Xia Yaoyao. This kid, he murmured, realizing the true purpose of the miniature camera. I have friends who are lawyers, Xia Yunfeng remarked. Xia Yu's implication was that he should consider how to live after leaving him, a matter still unresolved. Gu Shui declined Xia Yunfeng's kind offer, asserting that the timing was not right. I never realized he was so thorough in his considerations. Xia Yunfeng expressed his surprise, having just grasped the situation. That's why I like him, Gu Shui said, a subtle smile gracing her lips. What are you two chatting about? Xia Yu inquired casually as he brought out a dish of stir-fried garlic shoots with meat. Nothing much, Gu Shui replied, rising to assist Xia Yu in the kitchen. Brother, how come you don't help out? Xia Yaoyao's voice echoed from within. Coming, Xia Yunfeng responded, chuckling to himself. Realizing it had been a long time since he felt so relaxed, he watched Xia Yu serving soup, gaining a newfound appreciation for this person. Chapter 44. No guard up on Sunday morning. Xia Yu was unceremoniously dragged from his warm bed by Luo Yongqiang to head online. Do you have any idea how long it has been since you participated in our gaming sessions? Luo Yongqiang lamented. Not that long, I suppose, Xia Yu replied, feeling somewhat guilty. Luo Yongqiang led Xia Yu to a corner of the internet cafe, where 3 classmates were gathered. What are we playing? Xia Yu yawned. Let us play Crossfire, Luo Yongqiang declared, already donning his headset and launching the game. Xia Yu logged onto QQ and joined the game. To describe it, playing games with friends felt akin to fulfilling a communal obligation. He mustered his energy to accompany Luo Yongqiang for over an hour in this shooting game. But his mental fatigue led to sluggish reflexes, often resulting in him being eliminated. Are you even capable? Luo Yongqiang asked, turning to the yawning Xia Yu. The lamentation in his tone resembled that of an unsatisfied widow inquiring about your capabilities. All right, I will take charge, Xia Yu asserted. Determined to uphold his dignity as a man, even if it was merely in a digital realm. With unwavering focus, Xia Yu analyzed the map. And once he took over command, the team's performance dramatically improved. Initially unperturbed by the opposing team, the change in leadership brought about a significant tactical shift. Compared to Luo Yongqiang, who merely charged forward with reckless abandon, Xia Yu's strategies appeared astutely cunning. After successfully executing a stealth maneuver during the 3rd round, the opposing team promptly retreated, clearly indicating they were playing as a coordinated group. MD, your gameplay is quite despicable, Luo Yongqiang exclaimed. Can't you face the competition with integrity and win the match like I do? That's called strategy. Can we please refrain from glorifying such reckless, brainless suicidal charges? Xia Yu reclined back, noticing someone had messaged him. He gestured for them to continue, then opened QQ. Xiang, do you have any idea how much I've sacrificed waiting for you to come online these past few days? Yulua, what is going on? Why does everyone speak so gravely? Xiang, do you know how much that magical sword is worth? And you just gave it to me? Yulua, it's worth around 4,000 to 5,000, I suppose. Xia Yu hadn't specifically searched, but that value seemed accurate. Xiang, you knew and still gave it to me? Yulua, we've been playing together for so long, it's worth that much. Xia Yu's true sentiment was that their connection spanned over a decade, albeit they were not yet familiar enough. However, in the online realm, one hardly knows anyone. Xia Yu felt no obligation to consider the feelings of the person on the other side, and didn't need to explain himself at length. Clearly, Xiang was taken aback by Xia Yu's words. Just as Xia Yu was about to immerse himself back into the game, another message arrived. Xiang, we don't know each other, do we? Yulua, obviously. Xiang, do you realize that I've kept QQ open on my phone just to wait for you to come online? Yulua, what? Well, thank you. Xia Yu raised an eyebrow. At this time, smartphones weren't particularly advanced, but even feature phones could access QQ. Xiang, never mind that. Let us play a couple of rounds once you're online. Xia Yu glanced at Luo Yongqiang, who had resumed shouting orders for others to charge ahead. Yulua, I'm already online. Xiang, which game? Yulua, Crossfire. Xiang, alright, I'll wait. So, he had a computer at home? Xia Yu began to form a clearer picture of this affluent player's wealth. Before long, Xiang's account lit up just as Luo Yongqiang's match concluded. Who is this? Luo Yongqiang leaned over. An online friend, Xia Yu replied, pulling Xiang into the game. Is it a male or female? An online friend. Do you believe he is female? There are girls who play Crossfire? I don't believe it. As the host, Luo Yongqiang initiated the match once the teams were relatively balanced. To ensure equal numbers, Xia Yu voluntarily joined the side with more solo players. Xiang followed suit, thus forming a team. Without voice chat, and feeling too lazy to type, they proceeded to play independently. Seriously, do you guys have cheats on your side? Luo Yongqiang complained, having just been eliminated in one shot. Who is so audacious as to engage in a gunfight in the middle lane? Xia Yu glanced over. It was Xiang holding the middle lane. After some strategic thinking, Xia Yu decided to approach from behind, catching them off guard. Luo Yongqiang soon understood why the opposing players had previously exited the game in frustration. Stop peeking. Xia Yu admonished Luo Yongqiang. Can I peek if I'm dead? Luo Yongqiang, still disgruntled, challenged Xiang in the middle lane again. Instant kill. Enough, enough. Luo Yongqiang lamented, his spirit thoroughly crushed. He hadn't scored a single kill in the middle lane. Shall we log off? Xia Yu found himself longing for his small bed. How long had he been playing? Luo Yongqiang glanced at the time and mused that at least they had played until lunchtime. What to play though? Xia Yu resolved to accompany his friends in a game of DNF today. Luo Yongqiang pondered for a moment. As the year-end approached, there were indeed numerous DNF events. One by one, they logged in, while Xia Yu engaged in conversation with Xiang on QQ. Yulua, are we playing DNF? Xiang, why not? Yulua, the one I was battling against you has his Dao heart shattered. I need to change the battlefield to reclaim my honor. Xiang, alright then. I haven't had much chance to try that magic sword yet. Yulua, haven't you tried it in battle? Xiang, didn't I mention I'm in my senior year? Where would I find the time to play? Yulua, are you really in your senior year? Xiang, why would I lie to you? There's no benefit in that. Yulua, then let me ask you, how is the eccentricity of an ellipse represented? Xiang, I don't know. Why are you asking that? Xia Yu was taken aback. Could it be that this fellow really was in his senior year and didn't he know this? Xiang, I'm online now, where are you? The group gathered in the lobby, and Xiang's magic sword naturally garnered much attention. Xiang, someone actually asked if I'm selling it. Yulua, how much? Xiang, he kept raising the price to 10,000 when he saw I wasn't selling. Yulua, be careful not to get scammed. That's clearly a hefty markup. There are no fools on the internet. Even Xia Yu felt his heart race at the sight of such a price. Xiang, of course I want to sell it. I'm not short on money. Xia Yu smirked. That reasoning was unexpected yet reasonable. Originally, team configurations in the game were quite pivotal. But having a whale in the party suddenly made the setup much more flexible. After a morning of gameplay, they had gathered a considerable amount of materials, but alas, luck no longer favored Xia Yu. He and Xiang exchanged blows in the arena, only to find that skill could not compensate for the disparity in stats, especially since he lacked experience. Xiang, alright, I'm logging off. I haven't even freshened up since we started. Yulua, sure, let us play again when we have the chance. Xia Yu removed his headphones to find Luo Yongqiang intensely focused on enhancing his equipment. With a sudden, soft crack, his gear beautifully shattered. Luo Yongqiang clutched his heart and slumped into his chair. Laughter erupted among the group, filling the internet cafe with a lively atmosphere. My equipment! Luo Yongqiang cried out in despair, drawing the attention of everyone in the cafe. Tinkling laughter followed. It was evident that many recognized what game he was playing. Xia Yu rose to settle the bill, not personally acquainted with him. Chapter 45. A wonderful group of people. The anticipated snowfall was replaced by torrential rain. Xia Yu, needing to venture out in this weather, couldn't he help but lament his misfortune. Come on, you've already made plans with them. Gu Shui tilted her head, observing Xia Yu's reluctance. She couldn't comprehend why someone who usually appeared so mature and composed displayed such childlike behavior in certain situations. However, it did lend him a sense of authenticity. You wouldn't understand. In weather like this, One ought to curl up at home, sipping hot tea and jotting down a few notes. Xia Yu grumbled, yet his body was honest enough to fetch an umbrella from the living room. As the two stepped outside, Xia Yu shivered from the biting cold wind. Perhaps you should head back, he suggested, hoping to persuade Gu Shui to forego their outing. The rain is quite heavy. Absolutely not. I wish to accompany you, Gu Shui replied, shaking her head. She understood Xia Yu's purpose for venturing out this time. Even if she could not be of assistance, she felt it necessary to express her stance. Sometimes, one's attitude can hold significant weight. He had aided her, and she ought to reciprocate with gratitude. Even if it was merely by his side, it was a manifestation of her sentiment. Finding a taxi on a rainy day proved challenging, and Xia Yu found himself longing for the convenience of future ride-hailing apps. Gu Shui observed as Xia Yu engaged in conversation with the driver, deliberating the potential earnings of a day's work in a taxi, and whether the rain was a boon or a bane for such endeavors. This further illuminated Xia Yu's social adeptness. With a gift for the visit in one hand and the umbrella in the other, Xia Yu gestured for Gu Shui to knock on the door. Hee. I knew big brother Xia Yu would arrive at this time, Xia Yao exclaimed as she opened the door, beaming with delight. Gu Shui has come too. Xia Yao was even more surprised, pulling Gu Shui into the living room. Xia Yu followed suit, folding the umbrella as he entered. Little Xia has arrived, his grandmother remarked, sitting in the living room with a newspaper, noticing the unfamiliar yet lovely girl Xia Yao had brought in. Who is this? She inquired, having heard their differing surnames, suggesting they were not siblings. Gu Shui, my girlfriend, Xia Yu responded candidly, causing Gu Shui to blush while Xia Yao's eyes sparkled with excitement. What a beautiful young lady. Xia Yu, you must treat her well, his grandmother remarked, though she refrained from saying more, simply urging him not to let it interfere with his studies. Xia Yu nodded, placing the visiting gift on the table. You're just in time. Everyone has been waiting for you. Hearing the commotion, Xie Yunfeng emerged from his bedroom, signaling Xia Yu to follow him. Xia Yu acknowledged his grandmother with a nod and proceeded into the bedroom, closing the door behind them. The three engaged in discussion for nearly 4 hours, during which Xia Yu inevitably revealed some of his future speculations. Unable to rely solely on theoretical knowledge, he resorted to practical examples to elucidate his viewpoints. Professor Liu, seated opposite him, was consistently astonished by Xia Yu's seemingly utopian ideas, finding it hard to envision a refined elder expressing himself with coarse language in moments of excitement. However, this inadvertently bridged the gap among the trio, as Xia Yu had presumed that someone of Professor Liu's age, studying Marxist philosophy, would be an antiquated figure. Little Xia, some of your ideas are remarkably actionable. Professor Liu's voice resonated from the phone. It would be splendid to assist you, Professor, Xia Yu humbly replied. The conversation predominantly revolved around the two of them, with Xie Yunfeng preoccupied with his own matters after initially setting the stage. I will organize the points we discussed this afternoon. We can converse further when time permits, Professor Liu concluded, initiating a brief farewell before he hung up. As Xia Yu returned the phone to Xie Yunfeng and prepared to leave, Xie Yunfeng detained him. What level of assurance do you have regarding that girl, Gu Shui? He inquired, setting aside the correspondence at hand. To be frank, my confidence is rather limited, Xia Yu admitted, momentarily taken aback. Surmising how Xie Yunfeng had come to this understanding, I am acquainted with a few lawyers, yet even Xie Yunfeng refrains from making overly confident assertions. His collaborations with them have been limited to a mere couple of instances. If the opportunity arises, I shall not hesitate to utilize it. Xia Yu did not dismiss Xie Yunfeng's goodwill, but the pressing issue at hand was how to locate Gu Shui's mother and whether she would be capable of caring for her. Do you possess any means to do so? After a moment of contemplation, Xie Yunfeng found himself at a standstill, pondering where to commence the search for the elusive Gu Shui's mother. The next time Gu Biao takes action, we could directly strip him of custody rights and seek Gu Shui's mother through judicial channels, Xia Yu suggested subtly, as this seemed the most logical course of action he could conceive. However, it remains uncertain whether she would be willing to assume custody of Gu Shui. Xie Yunfeng concurred with this approach and continued to ponder. If all else fails, my parents could adopt Gu Shui as foster parents, as she is now 15 and capable of making some decisions. Xia Yu raked his fingers through his hair. This path would serve as a last resort. Quite thorough in your considerations, I see. Xie Yunfeng realized his previous concerns were unwarranted. This young man had indeed contemplated various angles, some of which he had not even discussed with Gu Shui. Naturally, how else would I dare to act? Xia Yu replied with a slight smirk. Very well then. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, do let me know, and I shall see if I can assist. With that, Xie Yunfeng rose, and the two exited the bedroom in succession. Upon opening the door, they found Gu Shui engaged in conversation with her grandmother, albeit somewhat awkwardly. Have you finished? Xia Yu looked up. Having just heard about how Gu Shui had been pushed into a muddy field by 5 individuals and subsequently rescued by Xia Yu. What are you discussing? Xia Yu attempted to join the dialogue. Oh, just chatting about little Shui's daily life. The grandmother replied with a warm smile, gently patting Gu Shui's head. Xiao, you must treat her well. Certainly, Xia Yu responded, though unaware of the specifics of their conversation. It seemed to be quite pleasant. As it happened, it was time for dinner, and the suggestion arose to dine at the grandmother's place. We did not mention returning home for dinner. Xia Yu instinctively declined. This does not concern you. Grandma wishes to treat little Shui. The grandmother interjected, casting a glance at Xia Yu before smiling and taking Gu Shui's hand. Would it be all right for you to have dinner here tonight, little Shui? I will prepare the meal myself. Gu Shui looked at Xia Yu for support, uncertain of how to respond. Is this not a rather swift decline in my standing? While it does indicate that the CF family no longer views her as a stranger, the speed of this shift is rather alarming. Would this lead to sharing a table with Xie Yunfeng in the future? If Grandma is cooking, I suppose I shall shamelessly follow along for a bite, Xia Yu said with a smile, gently squeezing Gu Shui's small hand as a prompt to agree. All right, thank you. Grandma, Gu Shui managed to nod, albeit bewildered. Oh dear, there's no need for such formality. The grandmother beamed at Gu Shui's address, slowly making her way to the kitchen with her cane. By the way, I noticed the weather forecast indicates increasingly extreme weather, with potential snowfall lasting for some time. We should stock up on provisions, Xia Yu remarked to Xie Yunfeng. Recently, under the pretense of indulging his cravings and desiring to learn to cook, he had persuaded Li Tsolan to accumulate a substantial supply, while privately he had also procured a significant amount, all of which was stacked in a corner of the living room, as the current weather posed no risk of spoilage. Xie Yunfeng nodded, unsure if he truly comprehended. Chapter 46, Christmas Eve. The first snowfall hastily arrived, seizing the tail end of December. The delicate flurries resembled a premonition of what lay ahead. Initially, everyone presumed it to be an ordinary light snow, a thought that crossed Xia Yu's mind with a hint of mischief. Gu Shui shot him a perplexed glance. What had prompted this sudden delight? The two had ventured out for dinner that evening, with Xia Yu claiming he was weary of the school cafeteria. It also afforded them the chance to admire the snow. In the Zhanghuai region, snow was still welcomed before it disrupted daily life. Luo Yongqiang wisely refrained from tagging along, lest Xia Yu devise a means to expel him. Xia Yu pivoted, taking Gu Shui's hand as they entered a supermarket. Gu Shui watched in astonishment as Xia Yu purchased 2 apples, each priced at double the usual rate. Here, Merry Christmas Eve, he said, handing both to Gu Shui. She paused, suddenly realizing that today was, in fact, Christmas Eve. Instinctively, she intended to offer one back to Xia Yu, only to grasp his reasoning for giving her 2. Merry Christmas Eve, Gu Shui returned 1 apple to him. Xia Yu accepted it with a smile as they exited the supermarket. What shall we have for dinner? He inquired. Wontons, perhaps? Gu Shui desired something warm, though her heart felt quite warm already. Boss, 2 large bowls of wontons, Xia Yu called out upon entering the shop. They found a seat. The wontons here were thin-skinned and generously filled. While such a description may not do justice, it sufficed to know the establishment offered great value. Why buy apples? Gu Shui surveyed the surroundings, noting a couple nearby with fresh flowers. What do you mean, why? ISNT at Christmas Eve? Xia Yu was momentarily taken aback by Gu Shui's naive question. I meant to say, those expensive apples could have bought something else. Gu Shui refined her expression, considering that the price of 2 apples could have covered a small bowl of wontons. What else could we buy? Xia Yu countered. Gu Shui pondered, absent-mindedly stroking the apples, unable to think of alternatives. It's about the sense of ritual, Xia Yu chuckled, pulling out 2 napkins to wipe the table. See, you can't think of anything else to buy. Gu Shui pursed her lips, mimicking Xia Yu's actions to wipe the table. I certainly recognize it may not be worth it, but it provides a unique emotional value. Xia Yu nodded in gratitude as the boss brought over their wontons. With that emotional value added, it becomes more worthwhile. Emotional value? Gu Shui echoed. Indeed. Are you not pleased to receive a peace apple on Christmas Eve? Xia Yu added a hint of jealousy, sometimes craving the novelty of different experiences. I am happy. Gu Shui reflected on her feelings from earlier, still feeling quite joyful. Then, that is sufficient. Xia Yu beamed as he took a bite of wonton, only to cover his mouth from the heat. Gu Shui chuckled, unsure if it was due to Xia Yu's antics or the warmth in her heart. However, Christmas Day is tomorrow, and we do not celebrate at home. Xia Yu sipped the sour soup, finding it pleasantly mild. Shall we venture into the city for New Year's Day? Gu Shui's eyes brightened, nodding eagerly. After their meal, they strolled back, Gu Shui cradling the apple in her hands. Aren't you going to eat it? Xia Yu had already consumed half of the apple. Although it was expensive, it was rather sweet. Gu Shui shook her head, and Xia Yu said nothing further. The bespectacled girl reciting by the door noticed the apple in Gu Shui's hand, the pattern on it giving her a hint. Is that a peace apple from Xia Yu? Gu Shui nodded, her previously concealed thoughts finally recognized. Satisfied, Gu Shui realized that such ostentation might not be appropriate, so she tucked the apple away. For this group of third-year students, Christmas Eve seemed to hold little significance. The faint sounds of writing around her suddenly made Gu Shui comprehend the essence of ritual. Xia Yu patiently guided her to save her life. Gu Shui found herself unable to solve this problem. When the test paper switched to chemistry, she couldn't recall the first reaction equation. After revisiting the formula for iron smelting in a blast furnace, she finally regained her focus. Suddenly, she understood why love could be distracting from studies. With a resigned sigh, Gu Shui acknowledged that she had been daydreaming. After school that evening, the delicate snow continued to fall outside. Students around her bustled about without umbrellas, experiencing the chill of the winter solstice. Xia Yu contemplated for a moment and decided to open his umbrella, just as he had in the afternoon. 1 or 2 colds will teach them a lesson, he remarked. Gu Shui stepped under the umbrella. Aren't you going to enjoy the first snow of this winter? Xia Yu shifted the umbrella slightly closer to him. Not interested. Gu Shui shook her head and inquired. Look around. No one else is using an umbrella. You stand out like an oddity, young and unaware of the value of health, only to gaze at the sky and weep in later years, Xia Yu replied, shaking his head. Besides, I have the umbrella. It would be a pity not to use it. Gu Shui sometimes found it difficult to understand Xia Yu's train of thought. Then I will accompany you, she declared, realizing that Xia Yu did not follow the script she had envisioned. She was indifferent to his approach and insisted on altering the narrative to one of her own design, proclaiming, I will be the oddity, sharing your umbrella. Xia Yu glanced at Gu Shui, bemused by her unexpected flair for cheesy lines. Oh dear, does brother Xia Yu not like it? Hey, don't mimic Yao Yao when speaking to me, Gu Shui pouted. Calling you Yao Yao sounds quite affectionate. What will you call me next, darling? Xia Yu couldn't help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? Gu Shui attempted to adopt a stern expression, striving to appear fierce. In truth, it was futile. She discovered that she had no defenses against him. I laugh because you are jealous, Xia Yu said as he adjusted his helmet. Your emotions are becoming increasingly rich. I am not jealous, Gu Shui insisted as she donned her gloves. All right, shall I bestow upon you a special pet name? Xia Yu did not dwell on this question but continued to tease her with another. What do you wish to call me? Gu Shui shot him a sidelong glance. Honestly a bit curious. Xia Yu thought Gu Shui would shyly hinder him from speaking, but her prompt acceptance left him momentarily speechless. Little Snow? He suggested, tilting his head in contemplation, realizing that there seemed to be no particularly fitting nickname. No, only my grandmother and other elders can call me that. Gu Shui felt that Xia Yu was trying to take advantage of her. Then how about Snowy? Xia Yu proposed plan B. Forget it, just call me Gu Shui. Gu Shui shivered slightly, understanding the sensation Xia Yu had just experienced. 2 individuals sat in the car, with Gu Shui riding her bicycle today. Xia Yu leaned back in his seat, contemplating recent events, meticulously reviewing to ensure nothing was overlooked. He pondered when his parents would return this year. Their brief reunion during the National Day festivities had been fleeting, and to claim he did not miss them would be a blatant falsehood. Perhaps it was this very sentiment that made him place such value on companionship and affection. How about I stop calling you Ayu? Gu Shui mused, still caught up in her previous train of thought. Forget it. It seems we are both averse to romance. Xia Yu snapped back to reality, mercilessly mocking her. You might as well be like my little Shui. Gu Shui, her teeth gritting in irritation, questioned her own judgment in developing feelings for him. Chapter 47. Shall we purchase another pair of shoes? As the year-end approached, the man had completely thawed, accompanied by the festive sounds of wishing you prosperity. Gu Shui led Xia Yu into the bustling mall. The atmosphere was alive with shoppers preparing for the new year, a vibrant sea of red surrounding them. The heating was quite intense, prompting Xia Yu to remove his coat. Seeing this, Gu Shui followed suit, revealing her graceful figure as she handed her coat to Xia Yu. He wore a black hoodie beneath, while she donned a muted yellow sweater, a combination that felt mismatched. Considering the exorbitant prices of down jackets during this season, and the necessity of purchasing such items off-season, they had to make do with more affordable options. Thus, the most practical gifts would be sweaters or hoodies. And Xia Yu began to contemplate how to persuade Gu Shui to buy herself a new piece of clothing. With a gentle yet firm grip, he stopped Gu Shui, who was deep in thought as she walked ahead. What's wrong? She queried, turning back in confusion. The surrounding apparel shops held no interest for her. I want to check out some clothes, Xia Yu replied, carefully avoiding directly stating his intention to buy her something, lest she feel burdened. All right, Gu Shui acquiesced, returning to Xia Yu as they ventured into a clothing store together. As they strolled through the aisles, Xia Yu discreetly observed Gu Shui while envisioning the garments he held being worn by her. How about trying this one? Xia Yu suggested, presenting a white sweater to her. He then turned to a nearby sales associate, inquiring, "Hello, do you have any styles that would suit her figure?" Me? Gu Shui held a black and white gradient hoodie, its ink-like transition captivating her. She thought it would look quite appealing on Xia Yu. However, before she could voice her thoughts, Xia Yu interrupted her. "Yes, I think this one would suit you perfectly. Oh my, this handsome gentleman certainly has an eye for fashion. This sweater is this year's latest style." The sales associate chimed in enthusiastically, having picked up on the conversation. Gu Shui was whisked away by the associate, leaving Xia Yu to admire the hoodie she had chosen. While it was indeed attractive, he noted it lacked warmth. Before he could select another item, he saw Gu Shui returning, guided by the associate. Her natural beauty, akin to a pure lotus, was accentuated by the pristine white sweater, untainted by the chaos of the world. Her inky black hair cascaded over her chest, adorned with a pearl hairpin that framed her face. In that moment, Xia Yu truly grasped the essence of the term white moonlight. "What do you think?" Gu Shui felt a tinge of shyness under Xia Yu's unabashed gaze. "This is the one," he decisively declared, having already noted the price. "You need not change out of what you're wearing. Just have that previous item wrapped up for us. Handsome, our store is having a New Year's promotion. It's an additional discount when you purchase 2 items." The sales associate responded with a cheerful smile, relishing the prospect of a straightforward transaction. What exactly is the additional discount?" "On the foundation of an original 20 discount, there is another 20 off." Summer Yu calculated in his mind, acknowledging that the savings were indeed substantial. Even slightly pricier items could yield a new piece at a discounted rate. Although it seemed that purchasing an additional item did not genuinely result in savings. Let us take a look further. Summer Yu politely declined the sales associate's well-meaning suggestions and turned to Gu Shui. Gu Shui was evidently still grappling with the recent complexities of the situation. She was bewildered as to why she suddenly possessed an extra piece of clothing, having intended to buy for Summer Yu. "And what about you?" Gu Shui inquired, noticing Summer Yu's gaze. "I was just teasing you. I wanted to buy it for you," Summer Yu revealed, dropping the pretense since she was already aware. "Well, you could have just told me directly," Gu Shui murmured. "If I had told you directly, would you have agreed?" Summer Yu mimicked Gu Shui's usual demeanor. "You would have just said, 'Oh, as long as the clothes are wearable, I'd rather buy some food.'" The previously silent sales associate chuckled at Summer Yu's words, causing Gu Shui to blush. It was indeed something she would say. "What is your relationship?" The sales associate, trained to maintain professionalism, typically refrained from smiling unless unable to resist. Initially, she assumed they were a couple, but now they resembled siblings. "My girlfriend," Summer Yu smiled, accustomed to being frugal, even needing to coax her into buying clothes. "Oh dear, you are truly fortunate. Handsome," the sales associate laughed. "And this beautiful lady is fortunate as well, to have such a caring boyfriend." Gu Shui's blush deepened, creeping toward her ears. She was adamant about not purchasing another item, and Summer Yu, unable to sway her, reluctantly chose another piece for himself. After much deliberation, he ultimately purchased a khaki sweater, similar in style to Gu Shui's, at her suggestion. Summer Yu had initially intended to exchange it for his original sweatshirt, but Gu Shui insisted that he wear it too. Upon exiting the store, the sales associate marveled. "You two truly resemble a couple in matching outfits. Even though they were not designed as couples wear, you have certainly created that impression." It could only be said that the earnings rightly belonged to her. Gu Shui glanced down at her sweater, growing fonder of it with each passing moment. No one is immune to the allure of beauty. It was merely that Gu Shui had not had the opportunity before. "Let us go? We should buy some snacks at the supermarket." Summer Yu held the shopping bag containing their clothes. "Oh, okay." Gu Shui followed suit, unable to resist taking Summer Yu's hand. "Summer Yu." He responded upon hearing Gu Shui call his name. "Even if you hadn't bought me clothes today, I would still take your hand." Summer Yu was perplexed by Gu Shui's logic. What did the two matters have in common? What I mean is, I like you not because you buy me things, but because you are kind to me, and I can feel that, Gu Shui explained. She believed that Summer Yu had always been right in saying that emotions should be expressed rather than left for others to interpret. Silence only breeds misunderstanding. So, Summer Yu still did not comprehend. Gu Shui thought, how could this person be so dense? "Bend your head down. Let me explain it to you." Xia Yu lowered his head in compliance, his lips gently enveloped. Gu Shui evidently summoned immense courage. In the past, she would only dare to act covertly in secluded places. Yet this time, She boldly pressed her lips against his in full view of others. Both appeared somewhat flustered, and after a brief moment of lingering, they swiftly parted. Thus, even if you do not buy me clothes, my affection for you endures, and at this moment, my feelings overflow. Gu Shui contemplated using her clothing to wipe her lips, but hesitated, opting instead to use the back of her hand. Truly, if you wish to kiss me again, please do inform me in advance. It's not that I am unwilling. Must you always resort to ambushes? Xia Yu expressed a hint of dissatisfaction. Up to this point, they had shared only 3 kisses, and he felt deprived of the experience each time. Let's see how it goes, Gu Shui said playfully, tugging on Xia Yu's hand as she led him toward the supermarket ahead. By the way, I believe you need a pair of shoes. Xia Yu resolved to savor the moment. After all, the effort he expended writing and earning money was all for this very instance. No, we might as well buy some food. Gu Shui did not look back. She was well aware of Xia Yu's intentions. You want me to get them myself? Don't you? It's not that I'm unwilling, yet I seem to be the one initiating every time. Gu Shui gritted her teeth, reminding herself to maintain some modesty befitting a young lady. Feeling the softness in her hand, Xia Yu began to earnestly contemplate how to procure a pair of shoes for Gu Shui. Chapter 48. On the way to school, the 3 days of New Year's passed swiftly, and when Xia Yu finally rose from his bed, he could hardly believe it. On the first day, he had ventured out with Gu Shui to explore the city. The second day was spent idling away at Xie Yunfeng's place, and yesterday? Oh, yesterday. He had been dragged by Luo Yongqiang to surf the internet. Outside, the wind howled and the snow fell incessantly. 3 days of snowfall had begun to take its toll. Abandoning the idea of biking to school, Xia Yu set off on foot toward Gu Shui's home. Before reaching their usual meeting spot, he spotted Gu Shui slowly making her way toward him. Why aren't you wearing a hat? Xia Yu chided as he placed a hat on her head. Hee. I was afraid you wouldn't see me coming this way. Xia Yu retrieved breakfast from his pocket. This morning, Li Zuolan had prepared steamed buns with eggs. The two continued their journey to school, the warmth of the buns contrasting sharply with the biting cold wind. It's snowing heavily, Gu Shui remarked as she accepted the gloves typically used for biking from Xia Yu, now bundled up snugly. If it keeps up for another couple of days, we should be able to enjoy a break. Xia Yu surveyed the road, which had already reached 1/3 of the height of car tires. Traveling will become inconvenient if it continues like this. Gu Shui did not seem overly enthusiastic about the prospect. Does that mean we won't see each other often then? But according to the weather forecast, this snowfall is expected to last quite a while. Xia Yu finished the steamed bun. The egg had already been peeled by Li Zuolan, allowing for immediate consumption. He observed Gu Shui as she stuffed the egg into her mouth. With her chewing, breathing became a task for her nose. 2 plumes of white vapor escaped from her petite nostrils. Ha! Xia Yu laughed so hard that he nearly dropped the milk he was holding. It was not his intention to cause trouble. Yet Gu Shui's adorable demeanor was simply irresistible. Stop laughing. Gu Shui, aware of his amusement, blushed and playfully reached out to swat him. Xia Yu, concerned that Gu Shui might catch her breath with sudden movements, chose to remain still, allowing her to act freely. Light as a feather and lacking in strength, only the vapor from her nostrils thickened. Xia Yu couldn't help but laugh uncontrollably. When Gu Shui applied more pressure, she predictably choked. Leaning forward, she took a sip of the milk from Xia Yu's hand to recover. Here, you can have this box of milk, Xia Yu remarked, indicating his disinterest. Gu Shui averted her gaze, unwilling to engage with him. Are you upset? Xia Yu pondered whether he had indeed gone too far with his jokes. No. Gu Shui replied with a sidelong glance. I merely feel a bit embarrassed. She wasn't genuinely angry, yet she preferred not to let Xia Yu guess her thoughts. She vividly recalled the words he had spoken to her that rainy night. Communication is the key to resolving issues. Oh, what do you mean by embarrassed? Xia Yu said, wrapping his arms around Gu Shui from behind, burying his face in her neck. This is merely playful banter between young lovers. Is that the reason you two are so affectionate at the school gate? A familiar voice, laced with a hint of sternness, startled them. They turned around to find Su Yin standing behind them, adjusting her glasses, her gaze sharp and penetrating. Hello, Teacher Su, Xia Yu stammered, breaking the silence with an awkward greeting. Gu Shui followed suit. The piercing look in Su Yan's eyes remained, compelling Xia Yu to continue his explanation, albeit hesitantly. Well, we're still a fair distance from the school, right? So you don't dispute that you two were being affectionate? Su Yan approached them. Since we're not on school grounds, we shouldn't have to abide by school rules, should we? Xia Yu's voice trailed off. Realizing that feigning ignorance would only tarnish Su Yan's impression of him, he contemplated a different angle to navigate the situation. And why are you both still in your school uniforms, then? I followed you both the entire way. A cold sweat broke out on both their brows as they hurriedly recalled their actions during the journey. All right, while on school property, I expect you two to behave. If I catch you misbehaving, you can be certain that detention and a call to your parents will follow, Su Yin remarked, unable to suppress a laugh at their sheepish expressions. We usually keep to our respective classes. We're model students, Xia Yu chimed in, attempting to ingratiate himself. Teacher Su, do you eat eggs? A protein boost in the morning is beneficial for mental acuity. No thanks, you can have them, Su Yin replied curtly, casting a disapproving glance at Xia Yu. She knew he had been looking after Gu Shui, and under the circumstances, it would have been odd if they weren't involved in each other's lives. The road was slick, and the trio proceeded with caution. You two needn't be so stiff. And didn't you say that milk was meant for Gu Shui? Su Yin inquired, observing the pair who appeared as timid as quail. It seemed evident that she had indeed accompanied them for a while. I was just joking. She doesn't tea like strawberry flavor, Xia Yu chuckled, pulling out a box of plain milk from his pocket to offer to Gu Shui. He was indifferent about what he drank. The strawberry flavor was merely a promotional gift. As the year-end approached, supermarkets often ran promotions, offering a few boxes of select flavors with the purchase of a case of milk. So you too. Su Yin trailed off, her expression turning peculiar. It's nothing. I've rummaged through the trash can, so I'm not concerned about that, Gu Shui interjected. Perfectly timed to add a touch of drama. Su Yin remained silent as Xia Yu took a sip of milk. The lingering taste of egg yolk still evident on the straw. It seemed a waste to discard it. Xia Yu finished the last of it and then explained. Never mind. I just can't comprehend you young folks. Su Yin glanced at the two, generally indifferent to their romantic entanglements, as long as they did not disturb her peace. Upon entering the teaching building, Xia Yu and Gu Shui maintained a discreet distance. Luo Yongxiang hurried from behind, patting Xia Yu on the shoulder. Why haven't I seen you two embracing on your way up today? Su Yin, walking ahead, predictably turned to observe the trio. Your eyes could be donated to someone in need. Xia Yu had reason to suspect Luo Yongxiang was being deliberately provocative and quickly defended himself. Are you trying to tarnish my reputation in front of Teacher Su? Gu Shui and I share a relationship that is completely innocent. Only then did Luo Yongxiang notice Su Yin on the second floor of the staircase, scratching his head and chuckling awkwardly into silence. Gu Shui stifled her laughter. Indeed, they were innocent, but that was only because they were no longer pure. You two, behave yourselves. Su Yin was too weary to engage with these love-struck middle schoolers. When she first started her career, she would have earnestly advised them, but now, she regarded such matters with indifference. Attempting to control them too strictly would likely backfire. The obstinate ones might even see it as a test from fate, believing they must overcome trials to reach true love. Su Yin viewed this mindset as sheer folly. The trio nodded obediently, waiting for Su Yin to enter her office before proceeding on their way. So you're plotting against your friend, are you? I'll treat you at the shop at noon. Good brothers. But if it exceeds 10 yuan, I want to pay. Let us see if the shop has a combo for 9 yuan and 9. Chapter 49. Are the parents coming back? Continuous snowfall had paralyzed transportation in Huai City for days. Under pressure from the weather, the school announced a suspension of classes. After enduring the 38th round of mockery from Li Tsuolan, Xia Yu reluctantly accompanied her to buy groceries. Having spent only a few days at home, he was already at the point of being loathed by everyone. There were no dogs in the house, just Li Tsuolan finding new ways to criticize him. The market was sparsely populated, and fresh vegetables were hard to come by. Such was life in the suburbs, but fortunately, their pantry remained relatively well stocked. So expensive? Li Tsuolan frowned as she haggled with the vendor. Are you trying to take advantage of the situation? Circumstances are difficult with transportation at the moment. The vendor replied amiably but succinctly, his meaning clear. Xia Yu stood in the corner with a basket, watching as the two argued over whether or not to include extra garlic with the scallions. Spending all day cooped up at home, what good is that? I asked you to come out to get some exercise. Li Tsuolan was feeling disgruntled after losing the argument and was not pleased with her son's demeanor. What kind of posture is that? Show some youthful vigor. Xia Yu nodded meekly, understanding that reasoning was futile when Li Tsuolan was in a bad mood. It was wiser to remain silent and endure the cold. After wandering aimlessly without purchasing much, they began their journey home. It must be said that the young man possesses a certain cleverness. Just a few days ago, he brought home an assortment of vegetables for no particular reason. Li Tsuolan cast a sidelong glance at Xia Yu, noting that their household was not lacking in provisions. With a refrigerator at home, the concern of food spoilage was no longer an issue. Xia Yu felt that not having a refrigerator was indeed quite inconvenient. Fortunately, it was winter. Had this problem arisen in the summer, it would have been far more troublesome. Li Tsuolan conceded that a refrigerator was indeed quite essential. Once the demolition was finalized, they would equip their new home accordingly. Are they really going to demolish this place? Xia Yu asked, momentarily taken aback. His understanding of the timeline for the demolition was rather vague, and he would not be residing in the new home post-demolition, but rather in the city area. Occasionally, his parents would visit, or his grandparents would come to see him, but for the most part, he spent his time alone. This line of thought made him feel somewhat pitiful. It should be around spring next year, Li Tsuelon replied, expressing uncertainty. The recent negotiations had not been particularly pleasant, as the locals believed that the demolition price could be higher. This sentiment was understandable. After all, their home was not large, and one could hardly blame them for seeking a fair profit. Upon returning home, Li Tsuelon directed Xia Yu to tidy up the corner of the living room where the ingredients were stored. The sound of a ringtone echoed through the living room as Li Tsuelon retrieved her phone from her pocket. Hello? Mom? What's wrong, Chi? She raised her voice, placing the phone on speaker. Xia Chi, she had deliberately chosen that single character from the dictionary, deeming it clever. Recent heavy snowfall has made it inconvenient for me and Yu to return to Jiangzhou, but we will strive to be back before the new year. Yu was her mother's pet name, her full name being Yu. Xia Yu also found his maternal grandparents' names quite ingenious, and he agreed that his mother indeed possessed a gentle and harmonious demeanor akin to jade. All right, please travel safely on your way back. As Li Tsuelon sorted through the ingredients from that afternoon, she was surprised to find that many of Xia Yu's purchases had good shelf life. Is Xiao Xia not on break? I thought schools in Jiangzhou had already closed for the holidays. Xia Yu interjected. I'm right here. Your mother and I will return as soon as possible. In the worst-case scenario, we may have to drive back, Xia Qi said with a hint of resignation. Feeling it was rare to hear from Yu that her son missed her, yet circumstances prevented their return. No worries, but according to the weather forecast, the snowfall will persist for quite some time, and the trains will likely be suspended for a while. Xia Yu contemplated for a moment before suggesting. If you do drive back, the earlier, the better for safety's sake. With ample time, it won't be too exhausting. He paid homage to the legendary driver Xia Qi, who had driven for 2 days and nights from Jiangzhou to Huaizhou. After his father returned, he had eaten dinner and slept for an entire day. All right, Yu and I will gather some New Year's supplies and drive back. Xia Qi concurred. Mom, is there anything we need to buy for the house? Your good son has filled the corners with his recent purchases. Li Tsuelon replied somewhat exasperatedly. Let us buy some beef and mutton. They are hard to come by here. Understood, came the prompt response from the other end. We should be back around the 16th or 17th, just in time to celebrate the small new year. Xia Yu calculated the time and realized that the new year was fast approaching, with only a short time left. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Li Tsuelon was preparing lunch, while Xia Yu and Xia Weihua swept the snow from the courtyard. Currently, I can only maintain my family's standing through household chores. Xia Yu sadly estimates that if he were to remain cooped up at home every day, he would likely be unceremoniously kicked out by Li Tsuelon. During lunch, the three of them gathered to eat, and Xia Yu inquired about the relocation plans from Xia Weihua. Essentially, the details would be finalized after the new year, with the transition to the resettlement housing in the southern part of the city around June. The timing aligns perfectly with his past life, coinciding with his high school entrance examination in June of next year, which would take place in the urban district. The conversation, for reasons unknown, shifted to Gu Shui. Why hasn't Xiao Xue come over to eat at our house lately? Li Tsuelon asked Xia Yu. She has her own home, Xia Yu replied helplessly, noting that with the snowfall and holiday, it would be unreasonable for Gu Shui to visit frequently. I hope nothing has happened, Li Tsuelon expressed her concerns, genuinely regarding Gu Shui as her own granddaughter. Can't you wish her well? Xia Weihua interjected, his tone dismissive of Li Tsuelon's worries. Do you not understand that misfortune can stem from careless words? I understand, Li Tsuelon shot Xia Weihua a glance. Xia Yu quietly focused on his meal, refraining from voicing his opinions during the occasional disputes between the elderly couple, an act that could easily lead to a united front against him. By the way, are you and Xiao Xue dating? Li Tsuelon cast a glance at the quietly eating Xia Yu, having long wished to ask this question. Both of their gazes turned toward him. Xia Yu hesitated but ultimately decided to speak the truth, knowing that the elderly couple was relatively open-minded about early relationships. The main reason for his confidence was that it had not hindered his studies. For how long? Xia Weihua, adopting a curious tone, inquired, displaying no disapproval, merely a desire for gossip. A little over a month, Xia Yu calculated the time, suddenly feeling that the latter half of this year had been quite fulfilling. Yet, the initial spark had simply stemmed from a whim to write. If you're dating, you must take responsibility for the young lady, do you hear? Li Tsuelon was quite aware of Gu Shui's situation. When Gu Shui visited, Xia Yu was usually absent, and Li Tsuelon would chat with her. It was not easy for a young girl to have such a father. All right, Xia Yu nodded, realizing that he should indeed visit Gu Shui's home. He hoped that Gu Biao would refrain from acting erratically during this period and simply get through the new year peacefully. Chapter 50. Why is this water so sweet? Xia Yu held a gift for his visit, wrapping himself up warmly. My girlfriend, he silently chanted to himself, summoning the courage to step outside. Although the sanitation department of Huaizhou City worked tirelessly day and night, it could not compete with nature, and the roads were rather difficult to traverse. He slowly made his way to Gu Shue's house, encountering few pedestrians along the way. As he knocked on the door, an inexplicable nervousness washed over him. It might have been due to the thought of having taken the young lady away, or perhaps the fact that he had not seen Gu Shue for quite some time. Gu Shue opened the door and appeared momentarily taken aback upon seeing him. Is Uncle Gu not home? Xia Yu peered inside, observing that Gu Shue's home was quite modest, hardly able to conceal anyone. He hasn't been home for 2 days, Gu Shue responded, her tone laden with complexity, as she had never encountered such a situation before. Then why not come over to my place? Xia Yu frowned, instinctively assuming that Gu Shue was hesitant to trouble him. After all, I am his daughter. Gu Xuemin bit her lip. Although she was reluctant to acknowledge it, the truth remained unchanged. The snow had accumulated on Xia Yu's hat, and it was only then that Gu Xuemin realized he was still standing outside the door. She quickly stepped aside to let him in. I thought I would have to stand out here forever, Xia Yu chuckled, brushing the snow off himself. I'll pour you some hot water, Gu Xuemin promptly offered. Feeling quite awkward, as it was the first time someone had come to her home as a guest. There are only 2 cups on the table, Xia Yu remarked, glancing at them. Mine, Gu Xuemin turned her face away, drink if you want. Why is it so sweet? Xia Yu exclaimed in surprise after taking a sip. I didn't add anything. Gu Xuemin was puzzled by his reaction and looked down at the teapot, trying to discern something from it. Oh, it turns out this is the cup Gu Xuemin usually uses, Xia Yu laughed, realizing why it tasted so sweet. You're such a pervert. Gu Xuemin's face flushed with embarrassment as she finally understood. Hey, don't hit. Don't hit. Xia Yu quickly caught her as she rushed towards him. They embraced, and Gu Xuemin nestled into Xia Yu's arms, reluctant to move. I've been a bit worried these past couple of days, which is why I stayed at home. Gu Xuemin explained, her voice muffled against him. How have you been eating? Xia Yu was genuinely concerned, having scanned the room and noticed the lack of food supplies. I occasionally cook. Whatever leftovers I have, I just throw them together, and it's edible once cooked, Gu Xuemin said softly, feeling a bit embarrassed. Xia Yu held her tighter, feeling a pang of sympathy. I remember I have a food container. I brought it over these past few days. We can eat together. Xia Yu expressed understanding and support for Gu Xuemin's situation. No, I've managed this way all along. Gu Xuemin was reluctant to have Xia Yu running around for her. You are my girlfriend. If I don't treat you well, who else should I treat well? Xia Yu shrugged, feeling indifferent, as he too was often at home and burdened by the disdain of others. Xia Yu, lower your head. Gu Xuemin could hardly contain her impulse. Xia Yu immediately understood, realizing that this time the young girl knew to remind him. It felt like cotton candy, yet not overly sweet, like clouds, yet not excessively soft. Such were Xia Yu's feelings. Wait, why is this little girl sticking out her tongue? Xia Yu's eyes widened as he saw Gu Xuemin shyly gazing at him, yet she did not stop. After a moment, their heavy breaths intertwined, forming a bridge between them. Where did you learn this? Xia Yu steadied his breath, having nearly lost control of his rhythm moments ago. What? Don't like it? Gu Xuemin wiped her mouth, her cheeks still flushed. I read it in a book. Do you like it? Xia Yu inquired, being honest about his feelings. Which book teaches this? White Deer Plain. Gu Xuemin pondered for a moment. Truly a classic. Xia Yu reflected. After sitting on the bed and chatting for a while, they heard a knock at the door. Is Gu Biao back? The thought inevitably crossed their minds. Gu Xuemin stood up to open the door while Xia Yu went to grab a gift, preparing to feign that he had just arrived. Feeling a bit guilty, he thought. Are you Gu Xuemin? The voice at the door was sharp, akin to nails scraping against a blackboard. I am, she replied. Gu Xuan nodded slightly, her demeanor tinged with caution as she did not recognize the 3 individuals at the entrance. Very well, you shall accompany me. The male voice carried an air of flippancy. Xia Yu sensed something amiss and quietly approached the table to activate the camera. What is happening? He inquired as he positioned himself beside Gu Shue. That scoundrel has a son? The red-haired youth expressed confusion at Xia Yu's sudden appearance. I hadn't heard of that. Are you searching for Uncle Gu? Xia Yu frowned, bluntly stating that anyone associated with him was likely to be of dubious character. However, the trio consisted of one with red hair, one with green, and another with yellow. What a peculiar sight. A traffic light? He mused. That good-for-nothing is still at the gambling den. Watch closely, kid. That fool owes a fortune. He even wagered his own daughter. Though Xia Yu had braced himself for the worst, he was nonetheless taken aback by the absurdity of reality, which which often surpassed fiction. Surely you do not believe this has any legal standing, he remarked, all the while contemplating his strategy. The bad news was that there were 3 adversaries. The good news was that they appeared to be nothing more than ruffians. The worst-case scenario would involve a physical confrontation, which Xia Yu could not guarantee would end in victory. Furthermore, with the camera recording, he needed the assailants to strike first for him to claim self-defense. Oh, had I known, I would not have activated the camera, he lamented. I care not for your legalities. Having lost my daughter in a gamble, I have come to reclaim her. Today, I am taking her, said the man, reaching for Gu Shue's arm, only to be intercepted by Xia Yu. Let us discuss this at the police station. If there is a genuine issue, we shall follow you, Xia Yu suggested, testing the strength of the red-haired youth. Fortunately, he seemed to fall on the weaker side of normality. Had he not engaged in vigorous exercises? Damn it, how dare you be so insolent? The shrill voice of the red-haired youth rose to a piercing pitch, akin to a swona. With that, he swung his other hand forward. What are you two just standing there for? Xia Yu, of course, was not one to hold back. He raised his arm to block the attack, producing a dull thud. A swift kick landed on the red-haired youth's calf, causing him to lose his balance and collapse to the ground. The green-haired youth reacted swiftly, yet Xia Yu, sensing the need to evade, found his body slow to respond. He turned, bracing himself for the sweep of a leg, enduring the pain as rationality dictated that he must press forward to avert a defensive stance. Capitalizing on his thicker attire and weight advantage, Xia Yu retaliated with a punch, sending the green-haired youth sprawling on the slick, snowy ground. All 3 were clad in loafers. Were they not cold? Was this footwear a matter of faith? Very well. You wish to engage, do you? The yellow-haired youth erupted in fury, his focus entirely on Xia Yu. Witnessing Xia Yu's decisive action, Gu Shue followed suit, landing a powerful punch to the yellow-haired youth's waist. Gu Shue possessed considerable strength. Otherwise, she would not have earned a reputation for taking on 5 opponents single-handedly, especially when targeting the inherently vulnerable midsection. With 2 of the 3 temporarily incapacitated, the red-haired youth could hardly fathom their downfall at this juncture. After all, the gambling den's patrons had assumed that sending 3 small-time thugs to intimidate a single girl would suffice to coerce her compliance. Xia Yu acted decisively, taking the initiative once again, which allowed him to gain the upper hand. He retrieved the earlier document from the pocket of the red-haired man and examined it closely. Chapter 51, The Police Station. Although the contents of the document bore no legal significance, his experience from watching television dramas suggested that those involved in illegal gambling operations were seldom to be trifled with. Thus, he concluded that reporting to the police was the prudent course of action. Neither he nor Gu Shue possessed mobile phones, and the 3 ruffians were devoid of any belongings. Leaving them behind would serve little purpose. The 3 exchanged harsh words and supported one another as they departed. Are you still in pain? Gu Shue inquired. Having noticed that Xia Yu had been struck moments earlier, she gently caressed his back through the fabric, feeling a pang of empathy. I'm fine, Xia Yu replied, shaking his head. He instructed Gu Shue to lock the door, and the 2 of them returned home. Xia Yu grabbed a camera from the table, deciding it was better to have it on hand, regardless of its potential utility. Once back at home, Xia Yu removed his coat, revealing a bruise on his back. Li Zulan, alarmed, struggled to articulate her thoughts and hurried to find some ointment, while Xia Weihua remained composed, listening attentively as Xia Yu recounted the events of the morning. Xia Yu voiced his thoughts, and Xia Weihua concurred that involving the police was indeed the best option. Having an adult presence at home provided a sense of security, a feeling that someone would stand by them even when the sky seemed to be falling. Should he perhaps learn some self-defense techniques? He felt a twinge of shame, realizing that this was his first experience engaging physically with another person. Xia Yu noticed Gu Shue approaching with the medicine, intending to take it from her to apply himself. Turn around, she insisted, her expression darker than the medication itself. Observing Gu Shue's troubled demeanor, he obediently turned away and lifted his shirt. He felt like a protective creature. As the 3 of them focused on the bruise, Gu Shue's small hands were cool, her touch gentle, as if she feared causing him pain. The snow fell heavily, preventing police cars from entering. 2 officers could only approach on foot. Who made the report? Inquired the older officer, while the younger one appeared to be learning the ropes from him. Xia Weihua stood up and reiterated Xia Yu's description of events. Xia Yu quickly lowered his shirt, retrieving the document from his pocket and extracting the SD card from the camera, handing both to the auxiliary officer. You ask how I know? Well, it's written on the clothes, he said. The footage contained recordings of the earlier altercation, likely capturing the appearance of the 3 men. Xia Yu found them quite recognizable, as they moved along the street reminiscent of traffic lights. At this moment, Xia Yu's mood was light enough to jest, but the two officers exchanged perplexed glances. The thorough preparation seemed almost as if they were conducting a sting operation. The involved parties need to accompany us for a more detailed understanding of the situation, the lead officer said after a moment of silence, acknowledging the complexity of the matter and the absence of the other parties involved. It would be more efficient to bring them to the police station for further investigation. Xia Weihua nodded, signaling Xia Yu to follow. Gu Shui, you should stay here with your grandmother, he instructed. Who says I'm staying home? I'm going too, Li Tsuolan interjected, already dressed. Don't worry, little Shui. Grandma is here. Gu Shui felt a wave of dizziness. The sight of her family confronting the situation together left her feeling somewhat lost. The vehicle could not accommodate so many individuals, the auxiliary officer meekly stated. You stay at the scene and observe if any ruffians show up, the senior officer instructed. If they do, be sure to inquire about the situation. Understood, the auxiliary officer replied, his face a picture of sorrow as he departed. In truth, the procedure was far simpler than Xia Yu had anticipated. The officers spoke with courtesy and even exchanged a few light-hearted jokes with him. Naturally, Xia Yu seized upon this opportunity and soon found himself engaged in lively conversation with several young officers. Despite Gu Shui's earnest attempts to steady herself, her heart thudded uncontrollably in her chest, and her hands and feet trembled with cold. Xia Yu, noticing her distress, felt no hesitation in embracing her in front of everyone. Laughter filled the police station, echoing with warmth. Shall we have dinner once we're done here? Xia Yu asked gently, sensing Gu Shui gradually calming in his embrace. After all, she was still a child. No matter how composed she appeared, the complexities of the world could be daunting. Gu Shui nodded, finding comfort in Xia Yu's presence, which bore a pleasant scent, a blend of the strong medicinal aroma from Yunnan Baiyao, softened by a soothing warmth. She felt her body begin to warm. Embarrassed, she eventually extricated herself from Xia Yu's embrace, though she held onto him tightly. Xia Weihua and Li Tsuolan had also emerged, while Officer Sun, who was reading the SD card, had completed recording all the contents. Young lady, may I ask you a few questions? Please try not to be nervous, Officer Sun said. Crouching in front of Gu Shui, his tone clumsy yet gentle. Gu Shui glanced at Xia Yu, and seeing him nod in encouragement, she finally agreed. What is your father like? Officer Sun inquired. He noticed additional content on the SD card, and, after consulting with others, decided to address this matter as well. I will step outside for a moment, Xia Yu said, wishing to withdraw. Although he was aware of Gu Shui's general situation, discussing such heavy topics would undoubtedly reopen old wounds. Gu Shui had never wished to share the more tragic aspects of her life with Xia Yu. As it pertained to the fragile pride of a child, Gu Shui pressed her hand against Xia Yu, forcing a smile before recounting a segment of her childhood. The questions posed were one Xia Yu preferred not to revisit, as they were anything but pleasant memories. Yet, as he exited the police station, he understood that Gu Biao's custody rights would not only be revoked, but he would also face additional repercussions. However, for Gu Biao, who was already in debt, this did not seem entirely detrimental. We will contact Gu Shui's mother and get back to you, Officer Sun said, departing with an expression still marked by indignation. You need not worry about the rest. Just take good care of your girlfriend, he added. At that moment, nodding or smiling felt inappropriate. And Xia Yu responded with a firm tone. Of course, if I do not treat my girlfriend well, who else would I treat well? All right. Laughter erupted within the police station, accompanied by playful teasing. You've made it obvious. Li Tsuolan shot Xia Yu a stern glance. How embarrassing. Oh, by the way, that auxiliary officer, Xia Yu suddenly recalled. Oh, there has been so much going on that I forgot. The leading officer suddenly had a revelation. Perfect. I shall go pick him up, and you all can accompany me back. He held a profound respect in his heart for the dedication of that auxiliary police officer. This afternoon, we shall return to gather your daily necessities, he continued, turning to discuss with Gu Shui as they exited the vehicle. We will not stay there for now. I am quite uneasy. Gu Shui nodded in agreement. The information overload of the day had left her instinctively inclined to heed the decisions of those she trusted. It was evident that Xia Yu was that person for her. Were there a system for gauging affection, it would surely indicate a full measure of regard. Xiao Shui and I shall share a room, Li Tsuolan pondered before assigning the sleeping arrangements. Xia Yu, you will share your bedroom with your grandfather. Their home was a standard 3-bedroom apartment, and soon, when his parents returned, they would require another room. Xia Yu had no objections to this arrangement. No need. I can sleep on the sofa, Gu Shui insisted, unwilling to impose. Just do as I say. Xia Yu gently ruffled Gu Shui's hair, suggesting they treat it as a normal occurrence. Gu Shui nodded vacantly. Her mind was in a fog. Chapter 52. When will you respond to my love lunch was quite sumptuous, a gesture from Li Tsuolan to welcome Gu Shui. Gu Shui forced a smile, exerting all her energy to converse with her grandparents as if nothing was amiss. The elderly couple, rich in life experiences, understood that no matter how warmly they acted, Gu Shui could not easily revert to her previous, more natural state. You should still share a room with Xia Yu, Li Zuolan decided after some thought, believing it best for the two younger individuals to stay together. If Gu Shui were to share a room with her, she might not even find sleep that night. Is that so? Xia Yu asked incredulously. You and Gu Shui? Yes, but you must bring the sofa from the living room into your room. You will sleep on the sofa, Li Zuolan responded nonchalantly. Although she often expressed dissatisfaction with her grandson, she knew him well, having raised him herself. Xia Weihua agreed with this arrangement. He believed that Gu Shui currently placed her trust solely in Xia Yu. Regardless of what transpired that day, she would first look to him. What do you think, Gu Shui? Xia Yu inquired, seeking her opinion. I will listen to my grandmother, Gu Shui replied. Having no strong feelings either way, she would have been indifferent even if it meant sharing a bed with Xia Yu. All right, Xia Yu nodded, assured that he could sleep anywhere as long as he could rest. Having had a late lunch, Xia Yu glanced at the clock and noted it was already 3:30. Let us go? He observed Gu Shui, who seemed lost in thought, gazing into the distance. Oh, okay. They donned their outerwear, and Xia Yu retrieved an umbrella from the living room before braving the wind and snow outside. He gathered his toiletries and some personal clothing, pulling out a prepared note to contemplate if there was anything else to bring. Carrying a small suitcase, once used by Xia Qi for business trips, he stepped into the stark whiteness outside, which mirrored Gu Shui's own inner clarity. What was she now? An orphan? Yet her parents were alive, merely missing. What would her future hold? Pursuing education? And then what? Finding a job to sustain herself? More importantly, how should I repay the Xia family? A multitude of questions tangled in her mind. Gu Shui compelled herself to think. She could not rely solely on Xia Yu for everything. She needed to possess her own discernment. As Gu Shui opened the door, the house appeared desolate. There was little to carry away. She had only a winter coat, while the remaining sweaters were remnants of the past, some too small to wear comfortably, which she could discard. Awaiting a moment when Gu Biao might be in a good mood to gift her another. As her belongings gradually filled the suitcase, Gu Shui realized that her possessions could only occupy a small space. A mere suitcase sufficed. I wonder what you were thinking. I couldn't inquire at home. But can we talk now? Xia Yu sat on the bed, assisting Gu Shui in folding clothes. I don't know either, Gu Shui replied, biting her lip. There are so many matters. I cannot discern which ones truly require my attention. Then let us write them down one by one and sort them by urgency, Xia Yu suggested. And thus they began to articulate their concerns, jotting them on paper. Gradually, their tangled thoughts unraveled, and Gu Shui's heart began to calm. As for what the future holds, Xia Yu glanced at the final question. It cannot be worse than it is now, can it? He pinched Gu Shui's cheek playfully, assuring her, I will always be here for you. On that last inquiry, he pinned down that Xia Yu would forever accompany Gu Shui in resolving her challenges. Feeling as though a heavy burden had been lifted, Gu Shui's eyes brimmed with tears. She collapsed into Xia Yu's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably, as if she wished to expel the anguish from within. Her whimpers resembled those of a wounded creature, her head brushing against Xia Yu's chin. The grievances, insults, and struggles she had endured over the years, even the arduous task of maintaining her studies, were merely attempts to fill the void of resentment within her. She wished to survive, fueled by hatred, until an opportunity arose to release that bitterness. Yet now, it seemed there was someone who could accept her animosity. As her sobs gradually subsided, Gu Shui lifted her face. I love you, she uttered, her voice hoarse. Xia Yu was momentarily taken aback. The term love bore a weight far heavier than like. Previously, Gu Shui had only smiled and expressed affection with the word like, a sentiment Xia Yu was willing to embrace. However, love carried a much greater significance. You are still young. Xia Yu instinctively wished to correct Gu Shui, feeling somewhat at a loss with the gravity of her declaration. I know, Gu Shui interjected, silencing his response. She broke through her own reservations, greedily seeking to connect with him. As her breaths grew heavier, noticing her desire for more, Xia Yu gently pushed her away. This is the boundary, Gu Shui. He spoke earnestly. I have no intention of playing with your feelings. That is why this boundary is non-negotiable. We are still merely in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. What about other aspects? Gu Shui replied, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Which aspects are you referring to? Xia Yu was momentarily stunned. The aspects you did not reject. Gu Shui moved closer again, familiarity breeding comfort as she consciously synchronized her breathing with his. Do not squander your innate talent for learning in this manner, Xia Yu thought to himself, wishing to voice his frustration. However, The relentless assault from the opposing side left him no room for contemplation. As he ventured outside, darkness had enveloped the surroundings, the streetlights flickering uncertainly. "Your lips seem a bit swollen," Gu Shui remarked with unrestrained mirth, her burdens momentarily lifted, basking in an indescribable exhilaration. "And yet you dare to criticize me?" Xia Yu retorted, gingerly touching his own lips. "How much better is your situation? Pray tell." "Hee hee," Gu Shui replied, lifting her suitcase while observing Xia Yu secure the door. "If Grandma inquires, I shall blame you." Gu Shui irresponsibly shifted the blame onto Xia Yu. Xia Yu gazed at Gu Shui in disbelief. Is it really that dark now? However, he realized that if they proceeded in this manner, it was highly likely they would not be able to share the night together. Gu Shui recognized a new dilemma. What excuse can we offer? First, I shall sleep on the sofa, Xia Yu corrected her, and secondly, it won't take long for me to recover. Next time, could you perhaps exert a little less force? No way, Gu Shui dismissed Xia Yu's correction. Regardless, I will find a way to sneak onto your sofa tonight. I shall discuss with Grandma about you sharing a room with her. What do you take me for? You think I have no impulse at all? Then I shall secretly slip out of Grandma's room and into yours. Is Grandpa merely a decoration? Xia Yu rolled his eyes, genuinely believing it necessary for Gu Shui to share a room with Grandma. He was just a normal person, not a saint. If he were to act impulsively and make a mistake, there would be no opportunity for recompense. All right, I understand. You are protecting me, Gu Shui said, her smile slightly waning. If I did not truly love you, how could I engage in such self-deprecating behavior? Xia Yu opened his mouth, wanting to respond, but finding himself at a loss for words. When will you respond to my love, rather than merely to my fondness? I believe then I shall have succeeded, Gu Shui declared, her suitcase in tow, her words dissipating into the wind. Chapter 53, Spicy. Xia Yu awoke to find Gu Shui still asleep. Instinctively reaching for the alarm clock by the bedside to check the time, he was met with emptiness. It dawned on him that he was on the sofa. Cautiously shifting positions, he gazed at the ceiling, the memories of the previous night resurfacing gradually. Gu Shui was merely fierce in words. In reality, she had lingered in the living room throughout the night. Xia Yu, overwhelmed by fatigue, found himself on the verge of sleep on the sofa. In a haze, he caught sight of a shadow stealthily entering the room. After that, he lost track of what transpired, awakening to the present moment. Struggling to rise, he felt the softness of the sofa had left his back aching. Xiaoxia, Mommy's home. A commotion arose in the living room, causing Xia Yu to pause in his dressing. Shortly after, he heard the sound of his door being opened, accompanied by his mother's murmuring, "Why is there no one in the living room at this hour?" Xiaoxia, he felt inexplicably anxious. Despite having done nothing wrong and having slept soundly on the sofa. "Where's your grandma?" Yu instinctively glanced towards the bed, opening and closing the door repeatedly, as if verifying something. Gu Shui was roused from her slumber by the persistent sound of the door opening and closing. Blinking in a haze, she propped herself up and observed Xia Yu dressing, instinctively murmuring, "I'm so tired. What is going on, Xia Yu?" Her voice was hoarse and languorous, evoking a myriad of thoughts. Mom." Xia Yu looked at his mother, her expression shifting from perplexity to astonishment, ultimately culminating in a look that he could not decipher. "Darling, your son is about to face some tough love," Yu remarked, closing the door behind her. "My parents have returned," Xia Yu explained to Gu Shui, who was still in a daze. Gu Shui tilted her head, gradually coming to the realization. "Uncle and Auntie are back?" Her expression transformed from bewilderment to shock, merging into a countenance that mirrored Xia Yu's confusion. "What is happening? Why does everyone look as if they are grappling with convoluted sentences? It's already noon. I'll step out first. Please get dressed and join me," Xia Yu said as he slipped on his shoes, recalling his mother's earlier murmurs. Upon exiting, he found his parents seated in the living room, both wearing grave expressions. Li Tsuelon quietly sipped water across from them. Having been awakened by Yi Yu's voice and emerging from her bedroom, Xia Weihua remained blissfully asleep, undisturbed by the commotion. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Xia Yu took a seat and began to elucidate the circumstances, first clarifying the fact that they were all sharing the same household, before employing a reverse narrative technique to recount the events of the past 3 months. Fortunately, having penned articles for 3 months, he could articulate his thoughts with clarity and conciseness. "I'm off to prepare lunch," Li Tsuelon declared, distancing herself from Xia Yu as she headed to the kitchen. Initially taken aback by Yi Yu's description, Xia Qi had assumed his son had committed some grievous act. However, upon learning the full context, he calmed down and instead engaged Xia Yu in a discussion about what to do next regarding Gu Shui. Xia Yu welcomed the opportunity to converse about these matters, pouring out his thoughts like a bamboo tube spilling beans. On the very first day of their reunion during the new year, father and son were not exchanging pleasantries, but deliberating the weighty matters of life, albeit concerning another's. Xia Yu noticed a small head peeking shyly from Xia Yu's bedroom. Having only heard Gu Shue's voice over the phone before, she was now finally able to see her in person. While a voice may not always align with appearance, there was undoubtedly some connection. Instantly, Xia Yu recognized that the voice on the phone belonged to this young girl. Xiao Shui, she called, gesturing for her to come closer. Gu Shue's heart raced with nervousness, a sensation markedly different from their previous conversation. This time, it was a natural tension stemming from the significance of their positions. Observing that Xia Yu and Xia Qi were still engrossed in discussion, Xia Yu took the initiative to join Gu Shui in the bedroom, harboring questions of her own. Her considerations had been overly idealistic. Xia Qi ruffled his son's hair, acknowledging his efforts. He believed that while his son's overarching strategy was sound, he lacked attention to detail, resembling a venture into the unknown. Nevertheless, fortune smiled upon them as they navigated through the challenges to achieve the desired outcome. Xia Yu rose to freshen up, remarking that he hadn't consumed a drop of water, and his throat felt as if it might ignite. Today, the dinner table appeared somewhat congested, and as a guest, Gu Shui found herself the center of considerable attention. "Auntie, I truly can't eat anymore," Gu Shui weakly interjected, attempting to halt Xia Yu's efforts to serve her more dishes. "Oh, just eat a little more so you won't be hungry this afternoon. In a bit, Auntie will take out the beef we bought to thaw. How about we have beef for dinner? I would prefer lamb." Xia Yu noted the presence of lamb among the items they brought back. "You don't want that," Xia Yu countered Xia Yu's suggestion. "Auntie, let's stick with lamb for dinner," Gu Shui insisted, steeling herself. "I want to eat it too." "All right then, I'll see how to prepare the lamb in a moment," Xia Yu responded readily. "Can one still reside in this household? Aren't they the sons of the family?" "Enough of that. Look at your expression," Xia Yu remarked. Having noticed Xia Yu's stiff demeanor, "I brought back lamb rolls for you, which were meant for hot pot tonight. Do you still want lamb?" "You know I've always preferred beef," Xia Yu replied cheerfully, believing that lamb rolls would be far more delectable when cooked in a hot pot than large chunks of lamb. "It must be blood-related, there's no doubt about it. Look at you." Xia Yu cast a disdainful glance at Xia Yu, warning him not to gobble everything in one go, but to save some for the new year. A parent knows their child best. Without a reminder, Xia Yu would devour it all at once. "You ought to exercise. Haven't you gained weight again this winter?" Xia Qi finally seized the opportunity to join the conversation. Not too bad, Xia Yu chuckled awkwardly. It was an undeniable fact that he struggled to control his appetite. Was it truly a fault to relish good food? "Oh, by the way, is it all right if Xiao Shui sleeps with Annie tonight?" Xia Yu shifted the topic, directing her gaze toward Gu Shui. "Sure," came the quick response from Gu Shui, though she felt a sudden stiffness. Earlier, Xia Yu had merely inquired about her recent circumstances and had not asked how Xia Yu and Gu Shui had met. In past phone conversations, Xia Yu had simply referred to her as a good friend. During that hurried call, Xia Yu had daringly speculated that their relationship was at most ambiguous, never imagining they would end up sharing a room. "Then I can sleep with Dad?" Xia Yu saw no issue with that. He too believed it inappropriate to share a bed with Gu Shui. "Who else would you like to sleep with?" Xia Yu scrutinized Xia Yu, perplexed by what had transpired yesterday. How could Li Tsuelan arrange for the two youngsters to share a bed without fearing potential complications? Xia Yu chose to lower his head and focus on his meal. Speaking too much could lead to misunderstandings, and it was far more practical to simply eat a few more bites. Chapter 54. Let that girl go. After several consecutive days of heavy snowfall, the roads had become nearly impassable. Xia Yu held Gu Shui's hand as they made their way slowly to the police station. As the year-end approached, the police were reluctant to work overtime during the holidays, swiftly identifying the locations of illegal gambling operations and raiding them all at once. There was no dramatic shootout with criminals, nor any tales of undercover escapes. Not even a ripple of unrest ensued. Merely 2 days passed from the confession to the conviction. Today, Gu Shui had been notified as a family member to identify the detained. For gathering to gamble, Gu Biao was fortunate to be merely detained. However, with multiple offenses, he would likely face several years of confinement. Xia Qi and Xia Yu remained at home, strategizing on how to extract the car, allowing Xia Yu and Gu Shui to depart first. With a phone at hand, they could remain in contact at any moment. Upon stepping onto the main road, one might occasionally glimpse a vehicle or two gliding slowly by, yet not a single taxi could be seen. In recent days, I have conversed with my mother about various matters, to the point where she scarcely recognizes her own son. Xia Yu initiated the conversation, noting that Gu Shui is gradually becoming integrated into this family, which is indeed a positive development. Gu Shui understands the intentions behind Annie's actions. as Xia Yu had confided in her. The primary reason this family has forged a connection with Gu Shui is due to Xia Yu serving as the vital link between them. For both parties to swiftly acclimate to one another, it is only natural that the connecting thread must endure some discomfort. Xia Yu is aware of this. Having received explanations from Xia Qi in private, Auntie is quite curious about how the two of us became acquainted. Gu Shui continued, stating that she had been completely honest. How do you think we met? Xia Yu himself was quite eager to learn how Gu Shui perceived their introduction. I confessed that I was caught for stealing buns from a shop, and it was you who reported me. In retaliation, I threw stones at you. And that is how we met. Gu Shui was not attempting to elicit pity. Rather, this was simply the truth. Their relationship had indeed blossomed from such childish antics. Fortunately, she did not hold a grudge. Otherwise, she would have lost her boyfriend. Xia Yu felt a pang of empathy at this thought. Thank goodness I didn't hit you. Otherwise, I would have lost my girlfriend as well. Gu Shui echoed Xia Yu's tone. After walking for over half an hour, they finally arrived at the police station. Under the guidance of the staff, they entered in an orderly fashion. When it was Gu Shui's turn, Xia Yu was unable to accompany her. However, given the circumstances, he accepted that unexpected events could still occur. Following this meeting, it was highly likely that the father-daughter relationship would remain strained. When Gu Shui emerged, Xia Yu was engaged in a phone call, his expression unreadable, leaving him unable to gauge her emotions. Just then, Gu Shui approached him, and he did not shy away. She overheard that he was speaking with Uncle Xia. My dad said they have just come out and asked us to wait here for a while. Xia Yu advised them to exercise caution before ending the call. Gu Shui nodded and settled next to Xia Yu quietly. Aren't you curious about what I discussed with him? Gu Shui inquired, gazing at Xia Yu. Am I allowed to listen? Xia Yu had initially refrained from asking, suspecting the conversation contained unpleasant language. Family matters should remain private, and he preferred not to pry further. You no longer care about me. It seems I can listen. Xia Yu felt relieved, but noticed that Gu Shui's clothing buttons were misaligned. Just as he was about to adjust them, the young girl suddenly pressed her warm, soft cheek against his palm. The heating was quite strong, making his hand feel warm. He apologized to me and uttered a torrent of sweet words, begging for my forgiveness. Gu Shui had never witnessed such a pleading demeanor from Gu Biao. He had always been a figure of violence that she wished to forget. Thus, I cannot forgive him. There was no satisfaction in retribution, and she could not even feel joy. Gu Shui struggled to find reasons to absolve him. Yet she could not truly recall the vicious curses she had once conjured during every beating. There is no need for forgiveness. Let her go. That little girl who counts her bruises before sleep. Xia Yu took over the conversation, offering comfort as he gently pinched Gu Shui's cheek. I will be here for you. You could have replaced me with your girlfriend, gaining even more affection. This requires a correction of your perception. You are an independent entity, never a mere vassal to anyone. Xia Yu babbled on, only to be silenced by Wen Ruan. However, the moment was fleeting. Gu Shui sat back down, casting a glance toward the door. How verbose. No. I've noticed a hint of rebellion in you lately, Gu Shui. Has the rebellious phase arrived? Xia Yu attempted to continue speaking, but was swiftly hushed by Xia Yu. What is the matter? Are you bullying little Shui? Xia Yu had his back to the door, whereas Gu Shui noticed during the kiss moments ago. A look of grievance appeared on Gu Shui's face. Xia Yu stepped forward, shielding Gu Shui behind her, and seized Xia Yu, swiftly subduing him. Ahem, just joking. Xia Yu obediently followed Xia Yu and Gu Shui toward the exit. It's a rare occasion to go out. We discussed it and decided to head to the city for lunch, returning later in the evening. Xia Yu spoke without turning her head, addressing Gu Shui. What shall we eat? Xia Yu inquired from behind. Does little Shui have any cravings? I'll defer to uncle and auntie. Gu Shui seemed to comprehend what her mother might feel. There is a disdain when close, yet a profound affection from afar, coupled with an understanding of one's child. Gu Shui witnessed Xia Yu's defeated demeanor, unable to express his anger. Xia Yu held Xia Yu firmly in check. Xia Qi remained in the car, having not exited, as it was a temporary stop and someone needed to stay behind. The group boarded the vehicle, with Xia Yu and Gu Shui taking their seats in the back. Gu Shui discreetly placed her small hand in Xia Yu's palm, only to have it evaded. Do not speak to me. Xia Yu turned his face away. He wasn't genuinely angry, merely teasing her. I'm sorry, please don't be upset. Gu Shui glanced ahead, where the two were discussing lunch options, then leaned closer to Xia Yu, whispering softly in his ear. As they leaned in, Gu Shui's long hair conveniently shielded Xia Yu's ear, resembling a secret kiss upon his cheek. All right, it's actually just that. Ahem. Xia Qi, observing through the rearview mirror, cleared his throat to indicate he had noticed. Gu Shui lowered her head, not expecting that her earlier boldness had been witnessed by Xia Qi, causing her heart to race. Noticing the pink tint gradually spreading across her ears, Xia Yu glanced at the rearview mirror to confirm that Xia Qi was focused on the road, then reached out to pinch Gu Shue's earlobe. Gu Shue felt a wave of softness envelop her, nearly toppling onto Xia Yu. I do not oppose your romance, but please be mindful not to let it affect your studies, Yi Yu stated without looking back. Both were startled, only to hear the continuation of Yi Yu's words. We can understand the flirtations typical of young couples, yet one must remain aware of the setting. Yi Yu remarked softly, and son, you better behave, or I shall not hesitate to break your legs. Xia Yu was drenched in sweat. This was the undeniable authority of a mother. Yi Yu, invincible. Chapter 55, I will always be by his side. Gu Shue stood helplessly as Yi Yu gestured toward her, draping one garment after another upon her. Try this one on. Little Shue, Yi Yu suggested, presenting a high-neck sweater for Gu Shue to change into. Gu Shue once again expressed her lack of need for new clothing, yet was still pushed into the changing room by Yi Yu. She already possessed a white sweater, the one purchased previously at the mall. With your taste, huh? Yi Yu scoffed at Xia Yu's aesthetic judgment. Hey, isn't Gu Shue stunning in it? Xia Yu protested, asserting his taste, claiming that the sales clerk had praised his discerning eye. That's because little Shue looks good in anything. Besides, that sweater won't keep you warm in winter. I want to even bother discussing the quality and fibers with you. Yi Yu conveyed her strong disdain for Xia Yu's choices. Unbeknownst to them, Xia Yu had also bought a khaki top for himself, without considering its length before purchasing. A cropped jacket hardly conceals the shirt beneath, and it is simply unappealing. Laughter echoed from the changing room, where Gu Shue stood. Wrong, Mom, you choose. Gu Shue relented decisively, returning obediently to Xia Qi's side. Xia Qi raised an eyebrow. Having overheard their earlier conversation and deemed it necessary to elevate Xia Yu's shopping standards, recognizing that as the child matures, personal preferences in clothing must be acknowledged. He refrained from interfering in matters of taste, aware that his views differed from his son's, so long as Xia Yu was not embarrassed. After selecting a pair of high-top, thick-soled white shoes for Gu Shue to endure the winter, he added a long-down jacket to her collection. Gu Shue was reluctant to purchase anything more, which prompted Yi Yu to scrutinize Xia Yu. Is this the only pair of blue fleece-lined jeans you have? No, I find these quite comfortable, Xia Yu replied, glancing down at his trousers, unaware of any issue. Huh, let us buy you 2 more pairs, Yi Yu retorted, uninterested in conversing with someone of such poor taste. What sort of person pairs a red coat with blue pants? Shouldn't you consider replacing that jacket? Yi Yu recalled that Xia Yu had worn his down jacket for 2 years and wondered if it had become too small. No, this one fits well. And I like it, Xia Yu insisted, feeling inexplicably belittled. Is there a problem with my outfit? He asked, looking at Gu Shue. She shook her head. Holding modest expectations for her clothing, warmth was her primary concern. Now it was Xia Yu's turn to change. Although Yi Yu verbally criticized her son, she was quite meticulous in her selections, insisting that any suitable options be tried on by him. Can we not exhaust the sales staff? Xia Yu wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling fatigued from changing clothes. Can't you refrain from being overly generous? Xia Qi shot a glance at Xia Yu, reminding him that it was the sales clerk's job. Listen to your mother and take those pants to try on. Xia Yu entered the changing room once more, unable to discern any difference between the newly selected pair and the one he had just removed. This one will do, Yi Yu concluded. Why not the previous one? Xia Yu inquired, puzzled. The fit around the waist is different. Didn't you notice any change when wearing it? Yi Yu replied, exasperated by her son's lack of awareness. Xia Yu reflected for a moment and shook his head. Yi Yu, uninterested in further conversation, found her son's ignorance frustrating. Unfazed by the lack of attention, Xia Yu eagerly discussed the specific differences with a nearby sales associate. Gu Shue glanced down at her small white shoes, which she had not changed back into, and then at her beige down jacket, before following Yi Yu to the checkout. Auntie, how much for these? Gu Shue mustered the courage to ask. Yi Yu was momentarily taken aback by Gu Shue's words, but quickly regained her composure. Her tone retained the gentle warmth reminiscent of their heartfelt conversations over the past few nights. She glanced back at Xia Yu, who was still engaged in animated discussion with the sales assistant, and her smile faltered slightly. Did you know that Xia Yu was not always this vivacious as a child? What? Gu Shue did not grasp Yi Yu's thoughts. Xia Yu was quite introverted when he was younger. When his father and I were away, he was isolated by his peers in elementary school, Yi Yu reminisced. Gu Shue understood all too well the weight of such experiences. Yes, after we returned, we constantly accompanied Xia Yu, even transferring schools twice in between. And then, after the first transfer, he changed his demeanor, eagerly trying to fit in, only to be subjected to bullying and manipulation. Gu Shui felt a tightening in her heart, suddenly gaining insight into why Xia Yu had always been so proactive in forming friendships with her. There was no choice but to transfer him again. This time, he enthusiastically sought friends, and fortunately, he genuinely made some. That is wonderful. Gu Shui sincerely rejoiced for Xia Yu. The issue lies here. It seems he views making friends as a task, akin to studying for exams, a mere component of a score. By the time graduation arrived, he had not maintained contact with any of them, as if he had completed a chore that no longer required his attention. Xia Yu took a breath, continuing her thoughts. While other children gathered during winter and summer vacations or holidays, he remains cooped up at home, engrossed in the magazines his father subscribed to. He may perceive socializing as an exhausting endeavor, Gu Shui speculated. Perhaps, but aside from you, there's also that boy Luo Yongqiang. You two are among the few who can genuinely encourage him to invest time in nurturing relationships outside of class. Xia Yu was unaware of the Xie family, as Xia Yu had not mentioned them. Gu Shui was momentarily lost in thought, casting another glance at Xia Yu in the distance, who had reverted to his usual quiet demeanor, now imbued with an air of loneliness. Do not take it too much to heart. What I mean to convey is that the affection I hold for you is not solely because of your friendship with Xia Yu, but rather because I see echoes of his past self in you. Xia Yu completed the transaction and playfully pinched Gu Shui's cheek. Let us head back. Even if you two were to part ways for any reason in the future, I would not say much about it. However, for now, I implore you to look after him. I love him. Though Gu Shui's cheek was being pinched, her tone remained resolute. I will certainly be by his side. Little girl, what do you understand? Xia Yu's actions were interrupted by Gu Shui's declaration, and after a moment's pause, she resumed her playful teasing. Gu Shui felt a twinge of discontent, thinking she was too young. What's the matter? Why do you look at me with such an odd expression? Xia Yu struggled to articulate his feelings, but it felt akin to a dirty dog on the roadside being noticed, evoking pity. Why do I liken myself to a dog? Xia Yu dismissed the unfounded thought. It's nothing. Gu Shui shook her head. Meanwhile, Xia Yu and Xia Qi were perusing clothing ahead, and she took the initiative to grasp Xia Yu's hand. Xia Yu scratched his head, feeling that the air of pity around him had grown heavier. Chapter 56. Is he guarding against me? This big fellow has a television at home, albeit with limited channels. Occasionally, Xia Yu would glance at it when curiosity struck, but most times, he preferred to peruse a magazine. It was not a matter of feigned sophistication. Having experienced the visual quality of the future, he found the present somewhat intolerable. He might as well sneak off to an internet cafe, where the variety of entertainment was far richer. Let us replace the television when we move, Xia Yu and Xia Qi discussed. Sure, Xia Qi replied, peeling a peanut. Moving such a hefty item was indeed cumbersome. Go on, don't leave me stuck with it. Li Zuolan shot Xia Qi a glare. Why throw it away if we can still watch it? We'll decide when the time comes. Xia Qi opted not to provoke either side. He missed his son. If Xia Yu were here, he would surely draw attention like a magnet. Achoo! Xia Yu sneezed in the bedroom. Caught a cold? Gu Shui looked up, still with a bit of homework left. No. Xia Yu shook his head, continuing to focus on his assignments. Since Gu Shui arrived, neither had done any homework during what was supposed to be the last vacation of their middle school years. The workload was self-evident. An early holiday meant an early return to school. Xia Yu sorrowfully estimated that unless something unexpected occurred, he would never finish that thick workbook. The spring festival gala has begun. Xia Qi called out to the two buried in their studies. Xia Yu and Gu Shui emerged. This year, the Beijing Olympics had been successfully held, heralding a time of flourishing prosperity and rapid development. Xia Yu could only lament his youth. Otherwise, he would have eagerly immersed himself in the entrepreneurial wave. He only watched the skits and magic acts during the gala, as everyone else was engrossed. And he didn't wish to disrupt the ambience. As the familiar tune of Unforgettable Tonight played, Xia Yu realized that his first year of rebirth had officially passed. Reflecting on the past 6 months, he had earned a little money and met several individuals he could never have encountered before his rebirth. He had even picked up a girlfriend. Xia Yu couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. All right, everyone, let us head back to sleep. We'll rise early tomorrow morning for breakfast together, Xia Weihua announced, having nearly dozed off. The songs and dances had been so soothing, the perfect lullaby. Xiaoxue, you'll share a room with Xia Yu tonight. Xia Yu, please move the sofa from the living room, Xia Yu directed. Tomorrow, Xia Qi needed to rise early, so it was best to let the younger generation rest well. It was also convenient for them to receive red envelopes together, saving Xiaoxue the embarrassment of asking. Xia Weihua and Li Zuolan had already returned to their room, followed by Xia Yu and Xia Qi, who washed up before retreating. Gu Shui turned to Xia Yu, who was still busy arranging the sofa. You wash up first. I'll set up the sofa and join you soon, she said, catching Xia Yu's gaze. All right. Gu Shui nodded. When Xia Yu returned from washing up, he found Gu Shui washing her feet, her slender calves and delicate, glistening toes catching his eye, causing her to curl up slightly in shyness. I've prepared the hot water. You can just use it, Gu Shui said, her cheeks flushed, turning her face away from him. Oh, okay. Xia Yu snapped back to reality and began his own routine. Will we really be able to sleep together tonight? Xia Yu pondered seriously. Once the water boiled and the kettle was filled, he finally returned to his room, contemplating whether to visit Xia Yunfeng's home tomorrow. I failed to pay attention to the situation on the bed. Turning off the light, Xia Yu experienced a brief moment of blindness. Relying on memory, he settled onto the sofa, only to be caught off guard as he bent down, feeling an unexpected lift at his rear. Are you trying to crush me? Came Gu Shui's ethereal voice from the sofa. No, how did you end up here? Xia Yu responded incredulously, turning back. Tonight, you take the bed, and I will occupy the sofa, Gu Shui declared. I feel too guilty. I wish to sleep on the sofa to alleviate it. Xia Yu pondered for a moment and found her reasoning somewhat valid. When life becomes too comfortable, one tends to seek ways to inflict self-torment. And he could empathize with that. Gu Shui curled up on the sofa, gritting her teeth. Despite her own hints, she remained as stiff as a log. However, it was not unexpected. The two sleeping on the sofa would inevitably feel uncomfortable, and she planned to sneak back to Xia Yu's bed later. Meanwhile, Xia Yu was still deliberating whether to bring a gift to Xia Yunfeng's house, and if he might receive a red envelope. Lost in thought until he noticed some movement on the sofa. What are you doing? He asked, alert. He was no saint. He would surely err when tempted. I need to go to the bathroom, Gu Shui replied coldly. Is he wary of me? That big oaf. Gu Shui fumed inwardly. Oh, I can't. I need to turn the light back on. Xia Yu was puzzled by Gu Shui's sudden anger. Had she already realized that lying on the sofa was uncomfortable? Shall we switch places? He suggested, having just warmed his blanket. The door creaked open, and Xia Yu's vigilance slightly waned. When she returned, he closed his eyes, preparing for sleep, believing this would minimize the chance of mistakes. The bedroom door softly clicked shut. A small figure, bringing the cold from outside, burrowed into his blankets. Her tiny hands first striking his face, then groping around before covering his mouth. If you shout, I'll tell Andy you insisted on sleeping together. Gu Shui's voice echoed from his chest. Is there no justice in the world? Xia Yu stiffly nodded, and only then did Gu Shui release her grip. An eerie silence enveloped the bed. Did you wash your hands after using the bathroom? Xia Yu broke the silence, having contemplated this since being silenced. Gu Shui's small hands were devoid of moisture, which unnerved him. I didn't go? She retorted fiercely, peeking out from under the covers and gently nudging his chin with her head. Then, can the esteemed Gu Shui allow the little one to leave? Xia Yu awkwardly shifted his body, knowing the little one would certainly keep this matter close to her heart. Not a chance. If you want to leave, can I not hold you down? Gu Shui had been prepared to be dragged out by Xia Yu since entering. She realized he was just as stubborn beneath his exterior. Xia Yu fell into silence. He indeed had the strength to toss Gu Shui aside, yet the softness in his arms was undeniably captivating. Hold me for a while, Gu Shui requested, gazing up at Xia Yu. Do you truly think I possess no desires at all? He challenged, peering into her eyes, where he could see only his own reflection. I didn't notice, Gu Shui replied defiantly. Xia Yu lowered his gaze, determined to make this little girl aware that he was not to be trifled with. The warmth enveloping him grew increasingly intense, and he noticed the glimmer of tears in Gu Shui's eyes. Xia Yu gradually regained his composure, realizing that this girl was, in fact, afraid. Her fleeting impulse had spurred Gu Shui, yet her momentary bravery had ensnared her in a predicament. All right, Xia Yu sighed, acknowledging that the House of Commons had once again seized the narrative. What's wrong? Are you frightened? Gu Shui was unwilling to concede defeat. Foolish girl. Gratitude is not expressed in this manner. Xia Yu ruffled Gu Shui's hair with a mix of exasperation and affection. However, like a stray cat expressing its gratitude, she could only roll over and expose her belly, allowing her benefactor to stroke her. Gu Shui's eyelashes trembled in the darkness. Gu Shui, let us have a conversation. Xia Yu interjected, determined to clarify matters today. Otherwise, Gu Shui might foolishly believe that his rejection stemmed solely from her youth. All right, that is a primary reason, but it cannot be the only one. Gu Shui observed Xia Yu's grave demeanor for the first time. In their previous exchanges, when he addressed her as Gu Shui, his eyes had always sparkled with mirth. This time, however, there was nothing but solemnity. On the first day of the new year, you are still young, and your worldview has yet to take shape, Xia Yu said, shifting his hand from Gu Shui's waist to her back. It is all too easy to make immature decisions. Gu Shui longed to counter, but found herself devoid of a valid argument. Yet, a perfect counterexample existed at that very moment. I am delighted to have your affection. But love is a different matter entirely. It is far too burdensome, Xia Yu explained to Gu Shui, as much for his own sake as for hers. Although he recognized the irresponsibility of his words, he admitted that he was not yet capable of shouldering the entirety of another's existence. Gu Shui's eyes dimmed momentarily, and she averted her gaze from Xia Yu. He insisted she meet his eyes. You too, your future has only just begun. It is simply because you have yet to mature that you are still so young. In such an environment, you strive to grow like a tender sapling. Imagine if you were in a better situation. When you reach your coming of age, or perhaps even later, you will flourish, and when you look back, you will confidently reflect on the past and say it was merely a time of insufficient sunlight and moisture. Tears streamed down Gu Shui's face uncontrollably. His unwavering conviction in her future glimmered as brightly as a star. She could not envision what the future held. Yet someone believed wholeheartedly that she would reach the other shore. At that time, when I speak to Gu Shui, perhaps she will tilt her head and say, Xia Yu, you are mistaken. Xia Yu gently wiped away the tears from the corners of Gu Shui's eyes. Perhaps by then, you will no longer hold me in regard. That will not happen. Gu Shui interrupted him firmly. Why does everyone believe the future is subject to change? You think so, and so does Xia Yu. Why can't we confidently declare that some things will remain constant? Very well, I hope that by then, neither of us has changed. Xia Yu chose not to dwell on the matter with Gu Shui. He gazed into the darkness behind her, uncertain of what he should do in this new life. Gu Shui gently bit Xia Yu's lower lip, drawing his attention back to her. Gu Shui, will absolutely not allow that. Her voice was filled with determination. Even if you change, I will ensure you return to who you were. All right, Xia Yu chuckled softly. Let us rest. Tomorrow morning heralds a new year. Xia Yu propped himself up with his arm, returning to the sofa to rest. Gu Shui held him tightly, reluctant to let go. I told you. Hold me for a while, she insisted, stubbornly resisting any movement from Xia Yu. She sensed that if he stirred now, it would signify a transient togetherness for them. Destined to part once again. Xia Yu nodded, embracing Gu Shui's shoulders. Xia Yu. It feels like something is pressing against me. Xia Yu's face flushed. Despite his noble words, his body's instincts were inescapable. All right, something might truly happen. He hurriedly got up, the cold air outside providing a momentary clarity. Upon his return, he found Gu Shui had already fallen asleep, and he wearily sank into the sofa. Early the next morning, Xia Qi arose early to light incense. Yi Yu went to the kitchen to reheat the dumplings prepared the night before. Li Zuilan and Xia Weihua prepared red envelopes. While the two younger members of the family remained asleep, Yi Yu knocked on the door. Receiving no response, she gently pushed it open. Yi Yu surveyed the two. Noticing something amiss. Xia Shui is awake, she exclaimed with a tender tone, then playfully patted Xia Yu's face. Xia Yu admitted he had not managed to feign sleep. He had awakened at the knock, but his mother's method of waking him was rather difficult to assess. Happy New Year, Mom, he said, opening his eyes. You thought I wouldn't notice you pretending to sleep? Yi Yu laughed, fully aware of how her son looked while sleeping. Gu Shui stirred, embraced by Yi Yu. Happy New Year, Mom, she echoed, still dazed, following Xia Yu's lead without much thought. Hey, get dressed and come eat, Yi Yu said brightly, ruffling Gu Shui's hair before heading to the kitchen to serve food. Did I call you by the wrong name just now? Gu Shui felt a slight warmth on her body, glancing at Xia Yu, who was getting dressed. It's just a matter of time, Xia Yu replied nonchalantly, teasing Gu Shui. She felt herself heating up. After Xia Yu finished dressing, he went to the bathroom to wash up. The living room was filled with the scent of sandalwood, instantly evoking the festive atmosphere of the new year. Are you waiting for me? Gu Shui paused, washing her face. Noticing Xia Yu standing at the bathroom door, Xia Yu nodded, indicating they should pay respects before breakfast. Gu Shui quickly washed her face and followed him. Happy New Year, Dad and Mom. Xia Yu smiled, sharing auspicious words. He found no burden in the ritual. Life sometimes requires such formalities to distinguish the uniqueness of the new year. Xia Qi and Yi Yu presented the red envelopes, which Xia Yu accepted. So thick. Xia Yu felt the envelopes, touched by the gesture. Gu Shui echoed Xia Yu's greetings, altering her address to aunt and uncle. Happy New Year, Grandpa and Grandma, Xia Yu said, turning to the other side. Gu Shui need not change her address for this. After receiving 4 red envelopes, the 2 younger ones gleefully sat down to eat. Breakfast was simple. Xia Yu had only taken a few bites when the sound of firecrackers echoed outside. From Xia Weihua to Xia Yu, their family had always been a single line, lacking relatives to visit. Instead, there were lively exchanges with neighbors, joyously wishing each other well. Xia Yu joined in the festive greetings, opting not to accept any red envelopes. When financial matters come into play, interpersonal relationships become rather cumbersome. It is perhaps better to remain on the surface, which has its own merits. Gu Shui sensed the familiar aloofness emanating from Xia Yu once more. Despite his politeness, there was an unmistakable lack of warmth. After a lively morning, Xia Yu and Gu Shui retreated to their home to open their red envelopes. Each received 4, with Xia Yu's being the most substantial. Xia Yu decided to leave hers for last. The amounts were not extravagant, just 200 yuan each. He glanced at the envelope from his mother, which contained a stack of 10 yuan notes. Disheartened, he counted them. It amounted to exactly 200. Peering over at Gu Shui, he noticed her envelope held a stack of 50 yuan notes, totaling 500. Shall we exchange? Gu Shui offered her envelope. No need. Keep what your mother gave you. It's good to have some cash on hand for emergencies. Xia Yu could only admire Xia Yu's playful manipulation of her son. Was it merely for her amusement? Xia Yu seemed to believe that her son was there to be teased. Since he had matured, he had never quarreled with his family. Xia Yu secretly wished that Xia Yu would express some frustration, feeling that his obedience was a tad excessive. One could only hope that Xia Yu would continue to think this way in the future. However, with such a significant sum, Gu Shui was unsure where to place it. Perhaps we could keep it with you? She suggested. Let us tuck it into your backpack for now. Later, I can buy you a wallet. Xia Yu placed the money into the drawer of his desk, where some loose change also resided. There had been no snowfall in recent days. I am going to pay a New Year visit to Xia Yunfeng's home. Would you like to join? Gu Shui hesitated for a moment before nodding. Mom, I'm heading out to wish a friend a happy New Year. Xia Yu called out, pondering what would be most suitable to bring along. Take your phone. But don't play for too long, Xia Yu advised, assuming he was off to see Luo Yongxiang and not giving it much thought. Xia Yu nodded and wheeled out the electric scooter from the courtyard. Do you really need to ride to Luo Yongxiang's? Xia Yu wondered inwardly. Chapter 58. A call from Gu Shui's mother. Xia Yu continued to signal Gu Shui to knock on the door. She shot him a glance but complied and knocked obediently. Xia Yao's voice was as piercing as ever. Coming, she exclaimed, opening the door and pleasantly ushering them inside. Happy New Year, Grandma. Xia Yu greeted her grandmother as he entered the living room. Gu Shui followed suit, having already exchanged greetings at home. This time, her words flowed smoothly. Oh dear, you two arrived so unexpectedly. I haven't prepared any red envelopes. Grandma beamed widely, quickly rising to fetch some from her bedroom. No, Xia Yu interjected, wanting her to sit down. I truly did not come merely for the red envelope. I wanted to see you. The heavy snow has blocked the roads for days, and I haven't had the opportunity to visit. Traditions must be upheld. Grandma feigned a stern expression, unable to persuade her otherwise. Xia Yu supported her as they headed to the bedroom. Has there been progress? Xia Yunfeng inquired of Gu Shui. Yes, she nodded, feeling increasingly at peace with the situation. She gradually began to comprehend Xia Yu's perspective. What once seemed like an insurmountable obstacle now appeared as just a slightly taller hurdle. Something she could look back on and smile about. When Xia Yu returned with Grandma, Gu Shui had already shared most of the recent events with the two of them. Would it be alright if I conducted an interview? Xia Yunfeng suggested, seeing it as a promising topic. You must make a proper payment to Gu Shui, Xia Yu jested. Grandma has already given you a red envelope. Xia Yunfeng shot a sidelong glance at Xia Yu. What I gave was New Year's money. Yours is for work. They are not the same. Grandma shot a glare at Xia Yunfeng. Do not bully Xiao Shui. No, it's fine. Gu Shui waved her hands repeatedly, her cheeks flushing as she finally tucked the red envelope into her pocket. Thank you, Grandma. Gu Shui bowed to her grandmother. Ah, Grandma smiled, gently patting Gu Shui's head. Will you stay for lunch? Xia Yao glanced at the time and extended the invitation. It's only the first day of the new year. If I eat here, my mother will surely scold me, Xia Yu replied with a laugh. What about Sister Gu Shui? She can always eat here, right? Xia Yao turned her gaze to Gu Shui. Xia Yu wanted to speak, but reconsidered, realizing he could not speak on Gu Shui's behalf, and opted to let her respond. No, Yao, if you don't mind, I'll come back to eat in a couple of days, Gu Shui said, looking at Grandma. Is it alright if I visit you again in a few days, Grandma? It was said without reservation. If Yu had been standing here, she would likely have assumed these words came from Xia Yu. Just then, Xia Yao, wanting to continue the conversation, suddenly realized, are you and brother Xia Yu living together? Her gaze fixated on the two. What is wrong with that? Is there a problem? Xia Yu, finding nothing peculiar, explained, Gu Shui is temporarily staying at my home, sharing a room with my mother. Oh, Xia Yao chuckled. Just then, Xia Yu's phone buzzed in his pocket. Seeing it was his mother calling, he checked the time, realizing it was probably time for him to return for a meal. Then Gu Shui and I will come back in a couple of days, Xia Yu answered the call. And indeed, it was a request for him to come home. She also said I was roaming around with Gu Shui. After a brief conversation, Xia Yu hung up the phone, exasperated. Well, Grandma, Gu Shui and I are heading back now. All right, be careful on the way, Grandma said. Xia Yao stood to see them off, giving Gu Shui a hug before turning to head home. Your family is truly wonderful, Gu Shui remarked from the back seat of the car. Yes, that's why I said we should visit Grandma on the first day of the new year. Xia Yu replied, allowing Gu Shui to enter the house while he secured the car. Given the inclement weather and infrequent use, it was wise to disconnect the battery for protection. Why did you two take so long at Luo Yongqiang's? Yu inquired, taking a bite of the cold dish. Stubborn as the people from Jianghuai, they insisted on having a cold dish on the table even in the cold. It wasn't Luo Yongqiang. He can come later in the afternoon, Xia Yu clarified. It was another friend. Having more friends is always good. Though Yu was somewhat surprised. She refrained from pressing further, as more pressing matters were at hand. Her earlier question had merely set the stage. How did you and Gu Shui end up swapping blankets this morning? The attention of those at the dining table focused on the two, and Xia Yu felt a cold sweat break out. This was indeed his oversight. Last night, Gu Shui had intended to sleep on the sofa, and he had taken the blanket to his bed, resulting in an unexpected situation where they merely swapped positions without returning the blankets. Auntie, I felt my blanket was a bit warm, Gu Shui proactively explained. Xia Yu and I just switched for a moment. The air conditioning was a bit too warm at night. Xia Yu shot Gu Shui a strange look. Had she become so adept at weaving lies? He, too, found no fault in his own conduct, as he was equally skilled at fabricating tales. Yu squinted at Xia Yu, fully aware of her son's temperament. But the current atmosphere suggested that nothing serious had transpired. In the evening, Auntie will replace your quilt. The one you brought over is rather worn out. Noticing that Yu had ceased her inquiries, Xia Yu finally felt at ease to pick up his chopsticks. The dining table at home lacked rigid formalities, allowing for casual conversation. Suddenly, Xiaoqi recalled something. Xiaoxue, are you aware if your home is slated for demolition? Gu Shui lifted her face. The confusion evident on her features, genuine and unfeigned. It's all right if you don't know. It's likely to be part of the larger project. Xiaoqi, too, was somewhat invested in his son's girlfriend, often gleaning bits of information about Gu Shui through Yu. Thank you, uncle. Although Gu Shui had no clear concept of the situation, expressing gratitude was certainly within her grasp. Well, I'll discuss it with you shortly, Xiaoqi replied. Accepting her thanks. Xia Yu, you should listen too. It's beneficial to engage with societal matters. Oh sure. This revealed Xia Yu's relative inexperience. Despite his attentiveness and thoughtfulness, there would always be oversights or unconsidered aspects. If the compensation for Gu Shui's demolition were to arrive, would it be allocated to Gu Biao or Gu Shui? And what if Gu Shui had no bank account to manage it? Xia Yu could hardly fathom such complexities. Having an adult in the home certainly provided a sense of security. After lunch, the family gathered in the living room to discuss the demolition. With nothing else to do on the first day of the new year, and with shops closed, they could only chat at home. Suddenly, Xiaoqi's phone rang. Hello? Is this Mr. Xiaoqi? A stranger's voice emerged from the other end of the line. Xiaoqi glanced at his wife and, to demonstrate his openness, set the phone to speaker mode on the table. It's me, he replied. Recently, I received a call from the police station inquiring if I am Gu Shui's mother. The atmosphere around them grew tense in response to the revelation. Xiaoqi acknowledged her with a hum, indicating he was listening. They informed me that Gu Biao has lost custody due to incarceration and inquired whether I would like to exercise that right. I have a general understanding of the situation. Xia Yu found the woman's speech painfully slow, making the air feel thick with tension. However, I am currently in the capital and cannot come due to the weather. I would appreciate it if Mr. Xiaoqi could take care of Gu Shui for a while. Certainly, just call this number when you arrive in Huaizhou. Gu Shui is being well taken care of, Xiaoqi responded. The woman on the line repeatedly expressed her gratitude before the call ended, leaving everyone to gaze at Gu Shui. Chapter 59. Is my fate to sleep on the sofa? Gu Shui herself was at a loss to articulate her feelings. Perhaps it was fear. The capital, huh? Xia Yu broke the silence, attempting to alleviate the pressure on his girlfriend. Your mother can't be someone of great significance. Can she? Yu shot Xia Yu a disapproving glance, dismayed by the inappropriateness of his question in such a somber atmosphere. It's fine, if not. Xiao Xue can stay here. We have the demolition matters to attend to. Li Zuelan reassured Gu Shui. The young lady has her own judgment. Let us not burden her. Xiao Weihua remained calm. Let us first engage with the situation, Xia Qi suggested, rubbing his temples, primarily considering Xiao Xue's feelings. I need to think. Gu Shui instinctively glanced at Xia Yu, who returned her gaze with an encouraging smile. Take your time, no need to rush. Yu embraced Gu Shui, who obediently leaned into her. We are all here. Since the minor festival, the snowfall had ceased to be fierce, now merely a sporadic flurry, suggesting that transport might soon resume in the coming days. Yet, if Gu Shui truly left with her mother, would they be embarking on a long-distance relationship? Wasn't that a bit premature? In the afternoon, Xia Yu had intended to take Gu Shui to pay New Year's respects at Luo Yongqiang's home. But Gu Shui's lack of enthusiasm forced him to go alone. Luo Yongqiang was squatting at the door setting off fireworks. The sound of fireworks had become a rarity in later years. The two of them sat at the entrance, watching the colorful explosions light up the night sky. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Shui had shared something with her parents, as they had allowed her to sleep in the same room with him that evening. Xia Yu, as was his habit, pushed the sofa into his bedroom and tidied up the clutter atop it. Was he destined only to sleep on the sofa? He lamented internally, hoping fervently that such a future would not come to pass. Let us just get a good night's sleep tonight, all right? Xia Yu said, turning off the light and glancing at Gu Shui on the bed. If you come over again, be careful, I might get angry. Watching Gu Shui inch her way closer, Xia Yu reclined on the sofa. Just as he tucked himself under the blanket, he heard Gu Shui call out to him. Xia Yu, what's wrong? I can't sleep. Keep me company for a bit. Go ahead. Xia Yu relaxed, thinking that the young lady had likely learned to be more prudent. I told Annie everything. What did you say? Everything that happened last night. Really? Xia Yu was taken aback, suddenly understanding why Xia Yu had looked at him so pointedly during dinner. So, it seemed he had managed to sneak a plate of lamb rolls without anyone noticing? Perhaps he should opt for beef next time. What did my mom say? She said I was shameless. Gu Shui's voice was muffled, with a hint of suppressed sobs. Xia Yu frowned. This did not align with his impression of her mother, yet Gu Shui's tears seemed genuine. Rising from the sofa, he approached Gu Shui's bedside. Wishing to comfort her, Gu Shui reached out, clutching his pajama top and pulling him towards her with force, causing him to lose his balance and tumble onto the bed. Huh, so easy to deceive, Gu Shui chuckled triumphantly. You came over on your own accord. Gu Shui, Xia Yu enunciated slowly, realizing this young girl had played him twice. You are manipulating my feelings. Well, I'm leaving anyway, so I might as well indulge a little, Gu Shui replied, her eyes dimming. Xia Yu found himself uncertain whether she spoke truthfully or not. Absolutely true. If it were a lie, I would never see you again, Gu Shui insisted earnestly. That sounds serious. It must be true. What do you mean? Xia Yu resolved to trust her for now. Have you spoken to your parents? It's cold outside. Come in, Gu Shui patted the bed. All right, the truth has been revealed, Xia Yu sighed, resignedly covering himself with the blanket. Knowing he would likely have to wash his face with cold water to regain composure later, Gu Shui indeed nestled closer. This winter, she seemed to be faring well, her soft, warm hands feeling delightful. Though typically concealed by thick clothing, after 2 nights of contact, Xia Yu could discern how rapidly Gu Shui had matured. He decided to stop pondering, lest he feel compelled to wash his face again. Gu Shui sensed that the individual before her was somewhat distracted. Yet she paid it no mind and spoke her thoughts freely. If there are no issues, it would be preferable to follow my mother. Why? Xia Yu, snapping back to attention, found himself in agreement with her sentiment, yet he refrained from voicing it, for it might come across as dismissive. In this situation, Gu Shui appeared more like a guest in someone else's home, often revealing her desire to embark on various endeavors, yet feeling utterly powerless to act upon them. Gu Shui was uncertain how to accept the kindness extended to her, and equally unsure of how to convey her feelings. In her hesitation, she felt she was losing herself. As you mentioned, as long as I remain here, I will always require your care, and I find that unsatisfactory. Gu Shui's voice was muffled. Xia Yu preferred the independent version of Gu Shui. We both cherish that aspect of you. Xia Yu was quick to respond to such morbid topics. Do you also fancy this clingy side of me? Well, though it may be shameless, I indeed find it quite endearing, even more so than your frosty demeanor. Then do you still find me bothersome? Gu Shui playfully nudged Xia Yu in annoyance. You don't understand. It's not that I find you bothersome. It's a matter of attitude. Never mind. I'm too lazy to argue about this with you. Gu Shui pursed her lips. She is my mother. I must interact with her regardless. It simplifies matters for everyone. No one finds you troublesome. I know, but I wish to be able to point out your mistakes one day, Xia Yu. Oh, like what? We will all change. Xia Yu fell silent for a moment. Gu Shui did not seem to be sulking. She genuinely wished to step away, for this kindness weighed heavily upon her heart. What is the matter? Can't bear to part with me? Gu Shui laughed as she playfully ruffled Xia Yu's cheek. Xia Yu felt no embarrassment, joking instead, though he felt a sense of relief that his daughter was growing up and would eventually leave. Get lost. Who is your daughter? Gu Shui huffed, playfully exerting her strength. Is it possible that you, a weirdo, actually like this? No, what on earth are you watching every day? Xia Yu winced as he escaped her grasp. I read those magazines. Gu Shui pointed to the bookshelf. What about all that youthful melancholy and urban romance? Could you not read something more substantial? Huh. You took it from your own bookshelf. Haven't you read it too? Gu Shui retaliated. The logic was sound, yet Xia Yu felt a sense of defeat. He truly could not win against this little imp. This tactic of shared vulnerability was cleverly employed. Where had the initially aloof Gu Shui gone? As he pondered whether he had spoiled her, wondering how he could face the elders of Jiangdong, he noticed Gu Shui wrapping her arms around his shoulders. What is up? You haven't given me a kiss today. Do you really think I'm without fire? Heh, you have the heart of a thief, but lack the courage. Gu Shui leaned in to kiss him. Xia Yu. Will you wait for me? Sure. Chapter 60. I wish to share something similar with you in the past. Travel was slow, and letters were far apart. A lifetime was only sufficient to love one person. However, times have changed, and it is now quite convenient. Xia Yu took Gu Shui to an internet cafe to register an account. The cafe owner was remarkably diligent. Opening for business on the second day of the Lunar New Year, Xia Yu initially intended to take Gu Shui there on a whim, not expecting to find it open. After discussing the disembarkation time with her boss and settling the payment, Gu Shui made her way to the corner. She followed closely behind Xia Yu, observing as he powered on his computer. I will assist you in registering a QQ account, Xia Yu explained. When we part ways, this will be our means of communication. Gu Shui nodded in understanding. She was aware of this, yet she had no familiarity with such technology, having never attended computer classes in primary or secondary school. She found that both software and hardware in her suburban area fell short of those in the city center. What would you like your username to be? Xia Yu asked, pulling Gu Shui's chair closer so they could both peer at the computer screen. What about you? Gu Shui tilted her head to look at Xia Yu. Yilu, he replied. This username was chosen purely for its phonetic resemblance to his own name. Yilu, meaning rainfall, just like his name, Xia Yu, which also relates to rain. Gu Shui cradled her head in her hands, feeling a bit blank as they were about to create a username. She recalled a name that was somewhat similar to Xia Yu's. How about Dongji? She suggested, referring to the winter solstice. Xia Yu pondered this and mentioned other names like Xiaoxue and Daxue. Shuangjiang. Gu Shui's eyes sparkled. Shuang correlates with snow, and Jiang complements fall. All right, when is your birthday? March 7th, she replied. That's not far off, Xia Yu remarked, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Gu Shui responded nonchalantly, as birthdays held little significance for her. Then your password will be the capitalized first letter of your name, followed by 1993037, Xia Yu instructed. Without a pen, he took a photo with his phone to remember the details. When it came to selecting an avatar, Xia Yu scoured the internet for an appropriate one. In a time where non-mainstream styles prevailed, finding a conventional image proved challenging. Gu Shui sat in Xia Yu's lap, focused on selecting an avatar. Xia Yu gently massaged her slender waist, but she remained absorbed in her task. This one, she exclaimed, having found a suitable image. Xia Yu glanced over. It depicted a white Persian cat tilting its head towards the screen, its azure eyes strikingly beautiful. Hold on a moment, he said, logging into his own account. Gu Shui caught sight of Xia Yu's avatar. Who is that? She inquired, noticing the image of the male protagonist from Natsume's Book of Friends, who was gently cradling a cat. Natsume Takashi, Xia Yu explained, referring to a character from an anime. Oh, Gu Shui nodded, unable to fully grasp the reference, but committing the name to memory. She wondered if this was one of his interests. Xia Yu entered Gu Shui's account information and sent a friend request, beckoning her to join him. Click this, then select agree, he instructed as Gu Shui complied. The computer emitted a cough-like sound, startling her. That's just a notification for when a friend comes online, Xia Yu chuckled, reassuring her that the computer was functioning normally. Send me a message? He suggested, inviting her back into his embrace. Gu Shui extended a finger from each hand and awkwardly tapped the keyboard. Did it go through? Xia Yu's account vibrated, producing a series of beeping sounds. See, now we can chat here. Even if one of us is offline, we can leave messages, and the other can reply upon seeing them. The notifications continued to chime. I didn't send anything, Gu Shui said, her expression one of confusion, as she hadn't initiated any action yet. Perhaps it's just a friend, Xia Yu speculated. Xia Yu cast a glance at his account. Unsurprisingly, it was his friend with a penchant for online gaming. Happy New Year, Xiang messaged. Xia Yu paused, having only just logged in, and his friend seized this moment to reach out. Happy New Year, Yuluo replied. Are you coming online? DNF has a new event. Shall we play a couple of rounds? This was indeed in line with his preconceived notions of his friend's gaming addiction. Perhaps in a few days. It's inconvenient today. Yuluo responded. Oh, then I'll play alone. Although the nuances of emotion could often be miscommunicated through mere text, Xia Yu inexplicably felt a sense of indebtedness. A casual acquaintance met through gaming. He turned to clarify things to Gu Shui, even though she had not inquired. It was better to provide a clear explanation. After all, attitude matters significantly. All right, I never doubted you. Gu Shui indeed sensed this attitude, a smile gracing her lips as she lightly tilted her head to tease Xia Yu. Wait, I'll give you an update on my friends list. Xia Yu wore a serious expression. Nothing new, Gu Shui gently tapped him. He didn't mind her jest and proceeded to teach her how to utilize a search engine. The functionality of search engines had become remarkably advanced. Whatever one searched for truly yielded relevant results. Noticing the time, Xia Yu realized it was nearly time to log off, and he guided Gu Shui offline. As they walked home, he found Xia Qi and Xia Yu sitting in the living room, engrossed in a television show. What's this? Have you set up a gaming account for Xiao Shui? Xia Yu nodded. Previously, he had to sneak around to find opportunities to go online. But this time it was legitimate. Yet, it remained technically against the rules. Xiao Shui, come watch some television with Andy. Xia Yu beckoned. Gu Shui complied. While Xia Yu retreated to his bedroom, he realized that the magazines in his room had long been neglected, and he was uncertain of their contents. Having inadvertently influenced Gu Shui was correct. There were indeed some urban romance stories, with the pages filled predominantly with celebrity gossip. The current standards for reviews were quite lenient. Xia Yu organized the magazines, storing those he seldom read at the bottom of the bookshelf, while arranging the ones he frequently perused in a row, alongside the articles he had submitted. Occasionally, when a magazine came with a complimentary issue, he would insert his manuscript within that edition. What should he truly pursue in this second life? Xia Yu earnestly contemplated this question, lying on his bed and absently flipping through the magazines. Gaming? He stumbled upon an article discussing the website 4399, launched in 2002, which received high praise due to its substantial user traffic. Perhaps he could develop a game himself? Xia Yu mused, though he lamented his lack of programming skills, insufficient funds, and the myriad of artistic resources required. Nonetheless, he remained undeterred, slowly contemplating the possibilities. If all else fails, why not recruit university students? Xia Yu chuckled to himself. If the game were simple, it might indeed be feasible. Why was he smiling so mischievously? Xia Yu entered, calling for her son to come for dinner. This is sheer brilliance. Xia Yu had grown accustomed to his mother's teasing. After all, she was his own mother. What could he do but accept it? Last night, you secretly ordered a plate of lamb rolls. Don't eat at lunch today. My dear mother, he lamented, realizing he wouldn't get a meal after all. Xia Yu turned and walked away, while Gu Shui peeked her head out to smile at Xia Yu. What are you laughing at? Laughing at me for snatching your food. Auntie, Xia Yu is bullying me. Gu Shui, your home is lively. It truly captures the festive spirit of the new year, Xia Yu thought with a smile. Chapter 61. The confrontation at the dining table on the 5th day of the new year. It is an auspicious time for worship and travel. After countless days and nights of tireless efforts from the sanitation and transportation departments, traffic across various provinces gradually resumed. Today was the day Gu Shui's mother had arranged to come and pick her up. Are you feeling a bit nervous? Xia Yu gently squeezed Gu Shui's small hand. Despite the restaurant's ample heating, her hands remained icy. Gu Shui nodded. He always seemed to notice her emotions. You two should hold hands when the time comes. It depends on how your future mother-in-law perceives you both, Xia Yu teased, sensing Gu Shui's tension. That's only natural. So, does this mean Gu Shui has passed your mother's test? Xia Yu, understanding the implication, teased Gu Shui further. The warmth in his palm gradually returned. You two have slept together. What more can I say? Ahem, please don't tarnish my reputation. Xia Yu felt that the restaurant was excessively warm. Putting aside last night, during the New Year's Eve and the first day of the new year, you two definitely shared a bed. Mom, how could you eavesdrop? Come on. It's just that your voices were loud enough to reach me through the wall. His palm flushed slightly, just as Xia Yu was about to explain further. He heard voices coming from the entrance. Thank you so much, without you looking after Gu Shui. It's nothing. Gu Shui is quite obedient. The soundproofing was poor, causing their conversation to fade in and out, interspersed with other voices. Where's my granddaughter? A man suddenly burst through the door, scanning the dining table until his gaze landed on Gu Shui. The title suggested he was Gu Shui's grandfather, though his hair was peppered with gray. He appeared quite robust. His forearms and shoulders clearly indicated systematic training and care. It was safe to say that Xia Yu would likely be no match for him in a physical confrontation. To alleviate Gu Shui's psychological pressure, she sat at the innermost part of the table, with Xia Yu next to her, followed by Xia Yu and Li Zuolan, while Xiao Weihua sat on the outer side. This arrangement effectively minimized any potential mishaps. Granddaughter. The man, unable to enter immediately, lamented from across the table. Grandfather hasn't he been around? You must have suffered these past years. All right, I'm not nervous anymore. It's rather surreal. Is it really reliable to follow them? Grandfather. Gu Shui quickly stood up. Having mentally prepared herself while lying in bed last night, she resolved to take the initiative. Hey. The man was increasingly agitated. And if not for the table and chairs, he might have lunged forward. Dad, calm down. Don't scare the child. A woman's voice called from behind. Xia Yu finally laid eyes on Gu Shui's mother. Slightly plump and not very tall, she resembled Gu Shui. Her face bore a friendly smile, giving off an earnest impression. How did she end up with Gu Biao? Xia Yu couldn't help but speculate with a hint of mischief that she might have been a rebellious girl in her youth. The reunion between mother and daughter was devoid of any emotional warmth or joy, instead filled with an air of awkwardness and discomfort. Why are we all standing by the door? Come inside and talk. A voice, belonging to another woman, emerged from behind Gu Shui's mother. The tone reminded Xia Yu of Su Yan, characterized by a swift, precise, and stern expression of emotions. Although it was rather impolite, Xia Yu couldn't help but remark on the woman's height, which was indeed difficult to articulate. The fact that she could so thoroughly shield Gu Shui made him ponder whether Gu Biao was truly responsible for Gu Shui's impressive stature. It seemed he had uncovered the reason for Gu Biao's attraction to her. Xia Qi was the last to enter, pulling the door shut behind him. Thank you all for taking care of Gu Shui. I am her mother, Zheng Wan. Gu Shui's mother did not take a seat, but first bowed to Xia Yu's family. Everyone quickly responded with politeness, and Xia Yu felt a sense of relief. If the situation wasn't a mere act, Gu Shui would have at least been well cared for. I am Gu Shui's grandfather, Zheng Wei. He stood up, speaking through gritted teeth. If it weren't for that beast Gu Biao, I would have surely taught him a lesson. Gu Shui's grandmother, Han Yueme, remained calm, grasping Zheng Wei's arm. Is this the time to lose your temper? Consider the occasion. Zheng Wei's anger subsided into silence. Xia Yu understood well. The emphasis was not on Zheng Wan's identity, but rather on Gu Shui. It seemed Zheng Wan's willingness to return and care for Gu Shui was influenced by her parents. After a round of self-introductions, Xia Yu noticed all eyes were upon him. What is it? Is it against the rules for me to take a sip of water? Is it true that you and little Shui are dating? Zheng Wei squinted, his gaze fixed intently on him. Yes, but how did you know, Grandpa? Xia Yu remained composed, although he had effectively whisked away someone's granddaughter. He had never been responsible for Gu Shui's upbringing. In a certain sense, he felt more assured than Zheng Wei. The police station called to inform us that Gu Shui is currently staying with her boyfriend. Zheng Wei chuckled. I thought it would be someone remarkable, but it turns out to be just a young lad. She is my girlfriend, and I will do my utmost to ensure she is not wronged. Xia Yu discerned the condescension in Zheng Wei's tone. None present could speak on his behalf, and given his age advantage, he felt emboldened to assert himself. Hey, you young man. Zheng Wei attempted to rise, having grasped the underlying implications of Xia Yu's words, which subtly mocked him for failing to properly care for Gu Shui as her grandfather. Is that not humiliating enough? Han Yueme shot a glare at Zheng Wei. Her expression laced with a smile as she asked, when did you become friends with little Shui? Hello, Grandma. We started dating last autumn. Xia Yu smiled back at Han Yueme. Among the three of them, this elderly lady was likely the pillar of support. Ah, very well, Han Yueme responded. Could you share how you two met? Xia Yu nodded, surveying the room and noting that all gazes were fixed upon him. He pondered for a moment before recounting the events from the last few days of last summer's vacation. This time, Xia Yu spoke in detail, albeit modifying certain aspects, such as his initial pursuit of the strong-willed young lady, while Gu Shui had repeatedly declined due to family circumstances. This can be regarded as a subtle maneuver designed by Xia Yu. As Gu Shui becomes increasingly entangled by Gu Biao, Han Yueme finds herself increasingly at a disadvantage. Similarly, by positioning oneself as the initiator, one can also imply sincerity. Yu, having gleaned insights from Gu Shui, realizes that the situation has not unfolded as she had anticipated. A mother knows her child best, and she discerns Xia Yu's intentions with a hint of melancholy. Gu Shui, with a disdainful pout, wishes it were indeed the case. Although she fails to comprehend Xia Yu's reasoning, she refrains from obstructing his intentions. He is still somewhat of a man, at least in contrast to Gu Biao, whose subsequent remarks were abruptly interrupted by Han Yueme's piercing gaze, as he muttered under his breath. Why did you not think of Xiao Shui earlier? Why only now consider bringing her back? Xia Weihua interjected, for when one's grandson is bullied, someone must assume the role of the antagonist. Zheng Wan had only recently returned home after months away, previously claiming to be working independently. Han Yueme, unperturbed by Xia Weihua's forthrightness, patiently explained that had it not been for the call from the police station, they would have remained oblivious to her marriage outside. Is reality truly this surreal? Chapter 62. Interactions beneath the dining table. The tale of Zheng Wan is not particularly intricate. After graduating from school, she sought employment and serendipitously met Gu Biao in Huai Prefecture. At that time, both were youthful, and their emotions rapidly escalated under the influence of hormones. Zheng Wan found herself unexpectedly pregnant and, out of necessity, hastily married Gu Biao before she could even begin to envision a bright future. Gu Biao became ensnared in the depths of gambling. While she juggled childcare and worked to support the household, Gu Biao's behavior worsened, occasionally resorting to domestic violence against Zheng Wan, who became overwhelmed. Any attempt to seek divorce resulted in more severe violence, leading Zheng Wan to ultimately choose to escape, leaving little Gu Shui behind, hoping to stabilize her life before reclaiming her child. Years passed, and Zheng Wan found it challenging to achieve the stability she sought. She concealed her struggles from her family, merely scraping by, and this year, yearning for home, she boarded the train back to the capital. The reason for her prolonged absence was primarily the difficulty in articulating her experiences. Zheng Wan hailed from a well-educated family, with Han Yuemei as a university professor and Zheng Wei as an active military officer. As their daughter, the disparity between her current state and their expectations made her reluctant to return. In less than 500 words, one can encapsulate a decade of a person's life. And Xia Yu couldn't help but feel a twinge of sentimentality. Though not a case of abduction as rumored, the act of abandoning Gu Shui was indisputable. "I know I owe my daughter much," Zheng Wan said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I do not expect your forgiveness, but I hope to accompany you for a while longer before you come of age." Gu Shui maintained a stoic expression. To be frank, her recollection of this woman was faint, and any emotional resonance was difficult to conjure. She attempted to muster a smile, but failed. She had endured great hardships. Should she remain here to bear the weight of it all? The silence seemed to press down upon them, as if trying to compel one of them to yield under the pressure of unspoken words. "Annie, please, let us eat first," came the gentle reminder. Xia Yu reluctantly took the opportunity to respond to Zheng Wan's remarks, noting that Gu Shui often displayed a lack of expression, possibly due to her previous limited interactions with others. Zheng Wan seated herself and cast a grateful glance towards Xia Yu. It had indeed been a challenging journey for Auntie over the years. However, I have some inquiries. Will Gu Shui accompany you to other cities? Xia Yu chose his words with caution, aware that he was the only one capable of broaching such topics without sounding overly aggressive, as others might. "I would like Gu Shui to stay with me." Zheng Wan hesitated before replying, explaining that there was currently a lack of consensus within the family regarding this matter. While her parents wished for Gu Shui to settle directly in the capital, Zheng Wan aspired to venture out and strive a little longer. Little Shui is already in her 3rd year of junior high. Without a stable environment, it would be a pity for her to squander her otherwise excellent academic performance. Xia Yu stated delicately, yet his meaning was unmistakable. Moreover, Gu Shui now harbored her own ambitions. "Let my granddaughter speak for herself." Zheng Wei could not bear to see his daughter subjected to verbal pressure and interjected, "You, a mere child, understand what? Can you simply express someone else's opinion?" "Apologies, Grandpa. Though it may seem rude, I believe I possess more standing and conviction to assert my role in caring for Gu Shui," Xia Yu replied with measured composure. "Yet, our intentions are noble. We hope for Gu Shui to have a better life, and I trust him." Gu Shui finally spoke, acknowledging that while Xia Yu considered his own interests, she too felt the need to protect him. "I will heed Xia Yu's advice." "All right, Xia Yu, mind your words." Xia Qi interjected. This was the advantage of having adults to support you. While ostensibly advising Xia Yu, it was clear who Xia Qi was truly backing. "I warned you. If you continue speaking, you may return home alone." Han Yuemei frowned at Zheng Wei before turning to Xia Yu with a smile. "Grandma believes Gu Shui can come live with us." "In the capital?" Xia Yu sought clarification, reiterating her statement. "Yes. We have a house in the capital and can directly enroll Gu Shui in the local education system," Han Yuemei elaborated, her response evidently well considered. Xia Yu found himself somewhat perplexed by this topic. Prior to his rebirth, he had never even had a girlfriend, and matters concerning children's education and residency felt exceedingly distant. However, observing Xia Qi and Yi Yuyu's expressions, it seemed there were no significant issues at hand. Thus, there would indeed be no problem for little Shui to reside there. Xia Qi nodded, adding that if all went smoothly, Gu Shui might even benefit from various preferential policies, which would be far more advantageous than competing with others in Jianghuai. "Nevertheless, we should still consider little Shui's opinion," Yi Yu remarked, having been attentive to Gu Shui's presence. While this young lady seemed to be listening earnestly, she likely understood little. They could discuss it further once they returned home. Just as the dishes arrived, they shifted their conversation to their daily lives, facilitating mutual understanding. The atmosphere warmed, with the two children huddled in a corner whispering to one another. Do you think I should leave? Gu Shui tugged at Xia Yu's sleeve and asked him. To be honest, I feel reluctant. Xia Yu noticed the soup being brought their way and first served Gu Shui a bowl. Yet I believe your grandparents are quite good people. You still defend him despite his jabs? Gu Shui replied as she accepted the bowl. Concern for you is only natural, especially since his daughter has already experienced it once. One cannot simply stand by and watch their granddaughter stumble into the fire pit due to ignorance. Although somewhat displeased, Xia Yu could empathize. Are you then a fire pit? Gu Shui inquired, a soft chuckle escaping her lips as she gazed at Xia Yu. I feel as though I am of little importance to your grandfather now, given that he has successfully ensnared his granddaughter. Xia Yu lowered his gaze to sip his soup. I believe the two of us together would not stand a chance against him, Gu Shui whispered discreetly. I think you will fare well. But I would undoubtedly be reduced to a mere ball, Xia Yu replied, somewhat touched that this girl was already contemplating ways to assist him against her grandfather. It was a delightful spectacle indeed. Every action of the two youngsters at the dining table was keenly observed by Han Yueme. Gu Shui's expressions were quite animated. Whether she was being coy or feigning anger, it was evident that Gu Shui did not possess a cold demeanor. In other words, his previous words were intended to console Zhongwan. She held a favorable view of Xia Yu, not only for his composed demeanor during their earlier conversation, but also for his rare ability to consider the emotions of those around him at such a young age. He adeptly caught his daughter's words, sparing her the embarrassment, and swiftly adjusted his emotional tone in communication with both her and Zheng Wei, an impressive feat. How about this? Xia, since you have a winter break, why don't you join us for a trip to the capital? Han Yueme proposed. If Gu Shui finds it difficult to adapt, could you lend her a hand? It feels a bit like entering the capital as a hostage. Xia Yu dismissed the thought. Grandma, that may not be entirely appropriate. He instinctively sought to decline. Consider it a favor for your grandmother, just a few days of fun. The expenses will all be covered by me. Would you take Gu Shui around the capital? Han Yueme had carefully contemplated this decision. Knowing that arrangements for Gu Shui needed to be made during the winter break, and the matter concerning Gu Biao could not simply be overlooked, given her husband's character, which she understood all too well. Xia Yu's participation would also allow him to assess whether his granddaughter had truly encountered the right person. He glanced at his parents, who had already planned to take Xia Yu out during the winter break. The capital seemed quite appealing. I have never liked taking advantage of others, Xia Yu remarked, noting that her son dining out with others might leave him feeling insecure. Coincidentally, there were also matters to attend to in the capital. Xiaoqi had not considered this aspect. He merely thought that going there would signify their stance. If Gu Shui was intent on remaining here, they could still take good care of her. That would be splendid, Han Yueme smiled. The Xia family communicated with utmost propriety, especially when addressing issues, united in their approach. They supported their child, which made Xia Yu's character appear less surprising. Chapter 63. This little girl is undoubtedly putting on an act. As the days passed, Xia Yu's understanding of Zheng Wan and her family deepened. Zheng Wan indeed harbored a sense of indebtedness towards Gu Shui, and her interactions conveyed an air of seeking to please. Gu Shui, however, found this obsequiousness quite uncomfortable, yet she had acquired an invaluable skill from Xia Yu, communication. Gu Shui actively engaged in conversation with Zheng Wan, candidly expressing that her relationship with Xia Yu was characterized by such familiarity. There was no need for them to tread carefully. Although she could not yet call her mother, she felt immense gratitude for Zheng Wan's kindness towards her. Zheng Wan was taken aback. She genuinely believed that Gu Shui harbored resentment against her. Observing the two women conversing on the bed, Zheng Wei's opinion of Xia Yu improved somewhat. As a soldier with a straightforward demeanor, he found it perplexing to grasp why Gu Shui resisted him so vehemently. Ultimately, Gu Shui revealed that it stemmed from Xia Yu's poor attitude. Sighing at this realization, Zheng Wei felt a twinge of frustration. How could Xia Yu be so well regarded in his granddaughter's eyes? He lamented. That is because you dote on your granddaughter excessively, Han Yueme interjected. Casting a sidelong glance at Zheng Wei, young Xia merely retaliated because of your blunt remarks. I have yet to see him speak to me in such a manner. In the army, who would dare speak to me that way? Zheng Wei retorted defensively. If that young man knew my rank, you wouldn't dare? Han Yueme interjected sharply. Let me make it clear. I do not concern myself with how you speak to others. But if you attempt to assert your authority in our presence, Han Yueme's admonition was cut short by Zheng Wei's persistent apologies. A knock on the hotel room door interrupted them, prompting Han Yueme to rise and answer it. Grandma, I am here to take Gu Shui home for dinner, Xia Yu said politely, standing at the threshold without intruding into the room, merely smiling at Han Yueme. It's cold outside. Come in and warm up before you leave. Han Yueme invited, allowing Xia Yu to enter. He nodded and stepped inside. Gu Shui still felt a bit reluctant to stay with Zheng Wan and the others. She preferred returning home for dinner and sleep, coming back during the day. Her stated reason was her unwillingness to part from Xia Yu's family, wishing to spend more time with Li Zuolan and Xia Weihua before leaving. In truth, they had spent so much time together that they were at a loss for conversation. Initially, due to their unfamiliarity, the atmosphere between Zheng Wan and Gu Shui had been quite frosty for a prolonged period. "Hello, Auntie." "Hello, Grandpa." Xia Yu greeted the other two. Zheng Wan eagerly invited him over, and whenever Xia Yu was nearby, the atmosphere became much more harmonious. He always managed to find a topic of shared interest, gradually transitioning to another engaging subject. They conversed for quite some time without feeling bored. "Gu Shui is growing increasingly fond of her aunt," Xia Yu remarked playfully, settling beside Gu Shui. "You know, back when I was pursuing Gu Shui, I could capture everyone's attention with just one statement," he added, showcasing his charm. Gu Shui maintained a serious expression and replied, "What use are these things? It would be better to buy something to eat." Mimicking Gu Shui's tone, Xia Yu elicited laughter from those present. "I won't pay you any attention," Gu Shui pouted, gently nudging Xia Yu, who accepted her playful rebuke with a smile. Zheng Wei watched enviously, wondering when his granddaughter would ever act affectionately toward him. "By the way, due to the weather this year, school is starting early, which means our time in the capital will be brief," Xia Yu recalling Sanchi's instructions before their departure. "Could you please finalize when we will return to the capital, Grandma?" "Any time would be fine," she replied. Han Yuemei was somewhat taken aback. "I'll go inquire shortly. If all goes well, it could be tomorrow." "Xiao Shui, are you willing?" Zheng Wan instinctively embraced Gu Shui. Gu Shui nodded, having struggled to find the right moment to speak. "My grandparents and my mother have taken such good care of me. I have no reason to be willful, do I?" Zheng Wan, her eyes brimming with tears, was overwhelmed. This was the first time Gu Shui had called her mother. All right, Zheng Wei chuckled, patting Xia Yu's shoulder with enthusiasm, as if to ease some tension. "I no longer oppose your relationship with Xiao Shui. What are you saying?" Han Yuemei shot a reproachful glance at Zheng Wei, quickly halting his gestures. "What are you doing? Look at how you're treating Xia Yu." Xia Yu forced a smile, suppressing the pain in his shoulder while contemplating when he should start exercising. He didn't aspire to be a fighter, but at the very least, his physical fitness needed to keep pace. He thought about how, if it came down to a confrontation, he wished to maintain his human form rather than turn into a mere ball. "Then tomorrow morning, I will bring Gu Shui over." Xia Yu patiently waited for everyone's emotions to settle before he spoke again. "If all goes smoothly, we will set off in a couple of days. I will step out and ask now." Zheng Wei had already begun putting on his coat. "Without an ID, Grandpa, your inquiries may yield little result." Xia Yu spoke tactfully, noting that today was not a particularly special occasion, and flight tickets should not be overly scarce. "How could I be unaware?" Zheng Wei, unwilling to lose face, cleared his throat and insisted, "I simply have a habit of exercising in the evenings. I can't stay cooped up at home." Xia Yu chuckled, not exposing his bluff, bidding farewell politely as he took Gu Shui back home. "It has been decided. If all goes well, we will head to the capital in the next couple of days," Xia Yu remarked as he served some dishes. "I have never been on a plane. It was somewhat embarrassing, having traveled by air with packages, but never for himself." At the dining table today, there were just 3 of them, as his father's elementary school friend was getting married. Yi Yu was unfamiliar with the friend, and Xia Yu disliked noisy environments, thus they did not attend. "Xiao Shui, don't be afraid. Ani will be there to support you," Yi Yu said with a smile, serving Gu Shui some food. "If you face any grievances, we can always come back." Although sly, Gu Shui had always wanted to call her Ani Mom. She wiped her tears, somewhat influenced by Zheng Wan's earlier sentiments. This gentlewoman was the first to make Gu Shui experience maternal love, a person who would converse with her tenderly and accept her with a smile. She had never regarded her as a nuisance. Instead, she treated her with sincere kindness. It was an emotion somewhat different from that shared with Xia Yu, yet remarkably similar. Yi Yu quickly embraced Gu Shui, using a tissue to dab away her tears. "Hey, didn't you call me that during the New Year?" Yi Yu teased Gu Shui. "If Ani truly wants you to call her mom, it would hold a different significance." Gu Shui understood Yi Yu's implication, her face flushing slightly. "Mom." Though shy, Gu Shui managed to utter the word. Now, it was Xia Yu and Yi Yu who found themselves at a loss. Yi Yu glanced at Xia Yu and responded. Xia Yu felt he had underestimated Gu Shui. This young lady surely had her moments of pretense, undoubtedly possessing a hidden depth. Chapter 64. I came to find you in any case. Gu Shui was temporarily residing on the other side of the capital. Xia Yu accepted the paper cup, bringing an end to his 2-day sojourn in the capital. Is Sister Gu Shui not coming back? Xia Yao inquired, resting her chin on her hand. The matter of relocation might necessitate Gu Shue's return, but for now, that is indeed the case. Life has not been easy for Xia Yu in the past. Yet now she has managed to see the light at the end of the tunnel. Grandmother appears quite open-minded about it. So you and Sister Gu Shue are in a long-distance relationship then? Xia Yu's perspective was rather unique as she turned to Xia Yu. Communication is quite convenient nowadays, be it through phone or the internet, so it is manageable. Since returning from the capital, the absence of the young Gu Shue by his side has made it rather challenging for Xia Yu to focus on his writing. Perhaps it is merely psychological, but life feels somewhat mundane. What about Xie Yunfeng? Xia Yu deftly shifted the topic, unwilling to linger on this one. I don't know. He hasn't returned in a few days, Xia Yu replied, shaking her head. Worrying would be futile. Neither she nor grandmother could sway Xie Yunfeng. We can't always keep tabs on him. It's impossible, much like his father. No amount of persuasion seems to work. Grandmother leaned back in her chair. But Yunfeng is generally steady in his actions, so there should be no cause for concern. Grandmother. Xia Yu hastily rose to fetch warm water, while Xia Yu helped grandmother steady her breath. Oh dear, this old body of mine just doesn't cooperate, grandmother coughed. Please, grandmother, don't speak for now. Take a few sips of water to ease your throat, Xia Yu said, his concern evident. As one ages, even minor ailments can lead to more severe consequences, particularly since grandmother has issues with blood pressure and blood sugar, which require careful attention. Oh, by the way, Xia Yu recalled, retrieving a gift he had brought from the capital. This is a device for measuring blood sugar and blood pressure that I found. As he explained, he began to unwrap the packaging. It appeared quite user-friendly. While in the capital, both he and Gu Shue had considered bringing back some souvenirs. They had explored the city and picked gifts for Gu Shue's few friends. This must be quite valuable, grandmother remarked as she gradually regained her composure. Not too expensive. I earned it from Xie Yunfeng, Xia Yu joked, indicating that the other items in the gift box were for Yao Yao and Xie Yunfeng. The device was compact and straightforward. Xia Yu demonstrated its use, noting that aside from a small prick to measure blood sugar, the rest of the operation posed no difficulty. Xia Yao covered her face but peeked through her fingers at the blood on Xia Yu's fingertip. It doesn't hurt, he assured her as he placed the test strip on the device's sensor. The normal range for fasting blood sugar is between 39 and 61. Xia Yu glanced at the device, confirming it was within the acceptable limits. Grandmother, you can check your blood sugar 2 hours after meals, or measure your blood pressure each morning. The manual outlines the appropriate ranges. All right, grandmother said, taking the device to examine it closely. By the way, Xia Yao can use it too. No way. Xia Yao shook her head vigorously, resembling a rattling drum. Though she understood it wouldn't hurt, she could not accept the thought psychologically. Well then, grandmother, I shall take my leave, Xia Yu declared, sensing that the conversation had reached its conclusion. After visiting in the morning and discussing Gu Shue, it had already turned to noon. Stay for lunch before you go, grandmother insisted. No longer. I mentioned I would return home for lunch when I went out. Xia Yu deceitfully declared that his parents were returning to work in the next couple of days, and he would accompany them for a while. In truth, after his parents returned from the capital, they made a detour to Jiang City, while he came back alone. There was no particular reason. He simply felt it inappropriate to continue mooching meals. Well, next time he visits his grandmother, he must ensure to finish his meal before departing. Upon hearing this, his grandmother ceased her insistence to keep him longer. Now, with no one in the back seat to chat with, he felt quite unaccustomed. Could it be that he was also suffering from love-induced distraction? Xia Yu pondered this question for a while and arrived at a definitive conclusion. His behavior could be deemed as deep affection. After lunch, Xia Yu found himself in his bedroom, catching up on homework. He roughly estimated that writing through 2 sleepless nights should suffice to complete his assignments before school commenced. As for practice calligraphy, he believed spending a morning outside was quite cost-effective. Although he missed the 2008 Olympics, he now had the opportunity to witness the water cube and the bird's nest post-event. The capital thrived with prosperity. The contrast between the aged charm of the old city and the towering edifices of the new district was striking. Evoking Dickens' words from A Tale of Two Cities, it was the best of times, it was the worst of times. His fingers unconsciously rubbed the pen barrel as he earnestly contemplated what he could accomplish amidst the tides of this era. Unfortunately, after half a year, he had made little progress. Most of his plans remained unfeasible. Sighing, he resumed his homework until he heard a faint sound from the window. Luo Yongqiang leaned against the glass, grinning and mouthing whether he wanted to go to the internet cafe. Xia Yu prided himself on his strong willpower and shook his head to indicate he would not go. Luo Yongqiang pulled out some money from his pocket and pointed at himself. Xia Yu understood. Luo Yongqiang was offering to treat him. All right, let's go. 3 days without sleep should not lead to sudden death. How much homework have you completed? Luo Yongxiang inquired from the back seat. About the equivalent of a corpse. Xia Yu replied. That's about the same as me. At worst, we'll be two in the corridor's elegant seating. Both knew they were joking. The likely outcome would be a lamp, a pen, a night spent, a lifeless body, and perhaps a miracle. Upon entering the internet cafe, Xia Yu instinctively logged into QQ. The rapid notifications chimed. Xiang, are you there? I have a question. It was rare to see this gaming enthusiast not seeking him for a game. So Xia Yu gestured for Luo Yongxiang to start a match while he replied to the message. Xiang, do you think earning money from gaming has potential? Xiang, honestly, I believe my skills could allow me to take on tasks for others, and I've also researched farming in World of Warcraft. I think there's merit in this path. You Luo, aren't you in your senior year? Xiang, I can't manage it. I don't want to continue studying. Xia Yu pondered for a moment. He was reluctant to meddle in another's life. It could easily lead to unappreciated efforts or even resentment. You Luo, based solely on the experience of someone in their 30s, unless you come from wealth. My advice is to find a university to attend. Xiang, have you gone to university? The rain falls. Graduating from Jiangxing University, what of it? Indeed. Xia Yu graduated from Jiangxing University before his rebirth, having progressed from a master's to a doctorate in the bustling metropolis of Shanghai. He could hardly be deemed a liar. Xiang, Jiangxing University? Are you in Jiangxing? Xia Yu paused, wondering if the other party was also in Jiangxing. The rain falls. Currently, I am not working there. Xiang, then where are you? The rain falls. Huai Prefecture. Xiang, Jiangxing is not far from Huai Prefecture. I will come to find you and book a train ticket right away. Huh. Xia Yu was momentarily taken aback, forgetting even what he intended to type next. Chapter 65. Are you serious? The rain falls. Calm down first. How do you know I am not deceiving you? Xia Yu typed and deleted messages repeatedly, anxious that he might delay the purchase of the ticket. Xiang, then let me ask you, are you lying to me? The rain falls. I am indeed deceiving you. Xiang, it's all right, I don't mind. At worst, I will take a trip to Huai Prefecture and find a secluded spot to drown myself. Why the sudden surge of resentment from the other side? Xia Yu's eyelid twitched. If he really drowned, would the police trace the chat records and deem him an accomplice to suicide? Would he be sentenced? The rain falls. Enough of your theatrics. What exactly has transpired? Xiang, why would I tell you if you are deceiving me? I am going to Huai Prefecture tonight to find a suitable river to drown in. The rain falls. I am in Huai Prefecture. Xiang, had a quarrel with my father and want to run away from home. Xia Yu raised an eyebrow. To be frank, such extreme emotional expressions often reveal the character of a person. Although it is difficult to evaluate without knowing the full context, stereotypes tend to hold true. The rain falls. Please calm down. I need to understand the entire situation to responsibly offer you advice, do I not? Xiang, I have already bought the ticket. I am at the train station. Xiang, image. JPG, indeed, it is today's train ticket. It departs at 4:30 p.m. and arrives in Huai Prefecture at 7:30 p.m., not fabricated. Xiang, when I arrive, you come to pick me up, and we can talk slowly. Xia Yu suddenly remembered that this fellow seemed to have QQ on his phone. What is with this urgent demeanor? The rain falls. I have matters to attend to today. Xiang, no worries. If I cannot wait for you today, I will find a river to drown myself. And you will see me in the news then. Xia Yu frowned. He truly despised being threatened, especially with one's life. He had a good temperament. But should a good person be held at gunpoint? The rain falls. Then go ahead and drown. Xiang, are you angry? The rain falls. Do not jest about disregarding your own life. Such threats are of no use to anyone other than those who love you. The rain falls. I can come to pick you up tonight, but prepare yourself for the possibility of being deceived. Impulsive emotions may lead you to mistakenly believe you are invincible, but once the adrenaline fades, you will have to confront the mess left behind by your rash decisions. The rain falls. I will be waiting for you at Huai Prefecture train station at 7:30 p.m. Xia Yu exhaled deeply. Ultimately, he was still afraid that he would make an impulsive decision to jump into the river and end his life, revealing his softer side. As for being deceived, Xia Yu had contemplated it, yet his outward identity was that of a middle-aged man in his 30s, with the enemy in the light and himself in the shadows. It was still possible to retreat quietly upon recognizing danger. Xiang, I'm sorry. After a prolonged silence, the other party sent a brief apology. Yulua, think it through and then return. Have a good talk with your parents. Xiang, no. I must go over. I need them to see my stance. Yulua, then it's settled for 7:30 in the evening. I will meet you at the station. Xiang, thank you. The other party fell silent, while Xia Yu slumped in his chair, deep in thought. The youth addicted to the internet had quarreled with his family and decided to run away. trusting an online acquaintance to navigate the world alone. Huh, either he is a fool, or the other party is. Finished chatting? Luo Yongqiang tilted his head to ask Xia Yu. Xia Yu nodded and followed Luo Yongqiang into the room. His mind wandered as he played for a while until dinner time arrived. Let me tell you, in that last match, I single-handedly faced 5. Luo Yongqiang boasted about his final defensive game. Huh, if it weren't for that package being dropped on the way, my teammates wouldn't have rushed to snatch it. Xia Yu had nearly eliminated 3 opponents before finally delivering the package, only to be surrounded and beaten to death at the drop-off point. It was indeed a valiant effort. But why such chaos occurred was best left unasked. After parting ways with Luo Yongqiang near the internet cafe, Xia Yu declined his offer for another round and took a taxi to the train station. He realized he had no idea what the other person looked like. In fact, Xia Yu had deliberately chosen this route. On one hand, he was testing whether the other party truly lacked common sense by not inquiring about his appearance. And on the other hand, he was safeguarding himself. Xia Yu remained convinced that he had been foolishly deceived. Time slowly passed, and he arrived at the train station at 7:40, standing there until 8. Apart from a girl sitting in a corner diagonally opposite, wearing a mask and a hat, the crowd had dispersed, and still, he did not see Xiyang. It seemed he had been played for a fool. Xia Yu prepared to turn back home, planning to block and delete Xiyang upon his return. The girl in the corner took out paper and pen from her backpack and began to write vigorously. The living room was quite small, nearly empty. The characters were written large enough for Xia Yu to see clearly. Out of curiosity, he glanced over. Yulua, where are you? It was as if a thunderclap had struck. Xia Yu rubbed his eyes to confirm that it was not a hallucination induced by the rice noodles he had consumed earlier. The gaming partner he had nearly a decade ago, renowned for his sharp tongue and swift reactions, was revealed to be a girl. Despite the shock, Xia Yu approached her. Xiyang? The girl froze, her eyes sparkling brightly beneath the hat. Yulua? Although being called by his online name was embarrassing, Xia Yu nodded nonetheless. Didn't you say you were a middle-aged uncle in your 30s? Xiyang spoke quickly, her voice clear and bright. I told you I was just kidding, Xia Yu said, feeling a bit awkward despite his usual thick skin. How old are you? Xiyang pressed persistently. 16. High school freshman? 8th grade. The young lady across from him suddenly burst into laughter, then became audacious, removing her hat and subsequently her mask. What a surprise. She was just a little brother engaging in a public display of affection with others. It was at that moment that Xia Yu truly beheld the visage of Xiyang. Her jawline was elegantly sculpted, gently elevated, and her cheeks were full yet firm. If Gu Shui was a celestial being untouched by the dust of the world, then Xiyang was undoubtedly a rare beauty among mortals. As for Xia Yao, she was not part of this discussion. Huh, I wonder who was shouting about jumping into the river, Xia Yu remarked sarcastically. Let me help someone recall what she said this afternoon. I'm starving. Let's find a place to eat. Xiyang stretched languidly, shouldering her bag and preparing to leave. What does the little brother want to eat? The sister will treat you. Where are you staying tonight? Xia Yu inquired. I don't know. I just came over impulsively. She replied, moving forward with a carefree demeanor, seemingly oblivious to any sense of apprehension about the future. Then, let us head to the city to eat. There are plenty of restaurants and inns there. How much money do you have? Xia Yu mused, unintentionally explaining, still grappling with the aftermath of Gu Shui's situation. Why does a child think so much? Xiyang turned to Xia Yu, observing his serious contemplation, and playfully nudged him. Sister, I'm not in a hurry. So why are you? Xia Yu stumbled slightly from the nudge, surprised by her strength. When you sleep on the overpass tonight, listening to the incessant flow of traffic below, I hope you won't be anxious. If I can't find a place, I'll just go home with you, she retorted. Have you considered what you're saying? It doesn't matter. Just tell them I'm your girlfriend. You are in your senior year. Even if you're of age, I am not yet an adult. Generally speaking, you should be in trouble. How boring. I'm hungry. Let us take a taxi to the city. Chapter 66. In any case, I no longer wish to study though Xia Yu had already eaten in the afternoon. He was willing to indulge in another late-night snack, given someone was treating him. The bustling commercial street was alive with crowds, and Xiyang tugged Xia Yu into a hot pot restaurant. It's the season for hot pot, she said cheerfully, her sparkling eyes fixed on Xia Yu. What are you thinking about? You've been quiet since earlier. I'm contemplating the likelihood of being deceived, Xia Yu sighed, unwrapping the plastic from his utensils. You look as if I am the one who has stealthily escaped, all alone. Such a clever little boy, Xiyang mumbled. But I still don't know your name, little brother. It dawned on them both that they had yet to learn each other's names. Xia Yu. Hello. I am Lu Shiran. She extended her hand, and Xia Yu hesitated for a moment before shaking it. Though their touch was brief, he felt calluses on her fingers. Are you an athlete in badminton? Xia Yu asked instinctively. How did you know? Lu Shiran was taken aback, her disbelief evident. I sensed the calluses on your middle and ring fingers, yet there were no significant friction marks on your palm, Xia Yu explained, pouring himself a cup of hot water and gesturing to her to do the same. Is that all it takes? Lu Shiran mused, absent-mindedly stroking her knuckles. Your lack of knowledge regarding the representation of an ellipse's eccentricity suggests that your foundational understanding is rather limited, especially at this stage of your education. Given that you are in your senior year, it is reasonable to assume that you might be an athlete. Xia Yu presented additional arguments, albeit they were merely coincidental validations that could be traced back rather than serving as substantial evidence. Furthermore, your quick reflexes in the game corroborate this notion, Xia Yu remarked while sipping his tea, indicating your considerable sensitivity to visual dynamic processing. How intriguing, Lu Shiran mused, reflecting on Xia Yu's reasoning. It is no wonder he could devise the insidious strategy of having 4 players rush while one sneaks to steal the package. Is your quarrel with your parents solely due to your academic performance? Xia Yu shifted the topic. Allow me to clarify. I do not have a mother, only my father. Lu Shiran corrected Xia Yu's misunderstanding. My apologies, I was unaware of your familial situation. So, you argue with your father over your grades? Yes. He insists that I do not study diligently and merely play video games at home. Lu Shiran rested her chin on her arms, her face partially concealed, leaving only her expressive eyes gazing into the distance lost in thought. While this posture is indeed quite feminine, it hinders the serving of dishes. And I assume you have already wiped up the water you spilled with your sleeve. You might as well forget discussing femininity with someone like you. Lu Shiran retorted indignantly as she straightened up. Seizing the opportunity, the waiter placed the hot pot on the heating table, casting a grateful glance at Xia Yu. So, your aim is to earn money through gaming to prove yourself to him? Yes. Didn't you mention you had a successful run with a magic sword last time, raking in over 5,000? Not to mention DNF. I have seen studios making money in World of Warcraft as well, Lu Shiran elaborated with evident enthusiasm. Others operate studios with initial capital for stockpiling or reselling. With a larger workforce, there is more money available, making it easy to manipulate prices and create monopolies. Xia Yu explained. However, while it is not impossible to earn money through hard work, your approach is inefficient. Individual players are often subjected to price undercutting and may be absorbed by studios. You seem to possess a considerable understanding of this matter. Don't tell me you also aspire to earn money through grinding? Lu Shiran appeared somewhat taken aback. Isn't this rather evident? Xia Yu sighed. And this is merely a rudimentary concept. If you genuinely wish to pursue this, how will you secure a stable clientele? Will it all rely on luck? Although materials do not have an expiration date, understanding which items are appreciating and which are depreciating requires analysis. I do not know. Lu Shiran realized she had been thinking too superficially. Forget it. You should return to your studies. Once you genuinely gain admission to university, you will have ample time to experiment and learn through trial and error. Xia Yu waved his hand dismissively, placing the ordered lamb rolls into the pot. How can you be so certain that being in university will grant you more time? Lu Shiran retorted defiantly, as she was currently in a rebellious phase, desperately attempting to deny parts of the conversation to validate her own position. Once you are in university, there will be no one like a homeroom teacher to supervise you. Will you truly rely on your self-discipline to study? Xia Yu shot Lu Shiran an incredulous glance while continuing to prepare the lamb. As long as you don't get into trouble, no one will bother you. Have you ever attended university? Lu Shiran took a bite of the lamb, her eyes sparkling. But she countered with a protest. Have you never eaten pork or seen a pig run? Really? What benefit would I derive from deceiving you? None at all. That settles it then. Why does a child ponder so much? Lu Shiran still felt somewhat unconvinced and sought a sense of superiority in age. You are simply not thinking deeply enough, my dear Lu sister. Xia Yu, without thinking, remarked that just by your ignorance alone, daring to come to Huaizhou, one can already glean what sort of person you are. What do you understand? I am quite capable, you know? Lu Shiran retorted, her cheeks flushing with indignation. Don't underestimate me. Even 5 of you together might not stand a chance against me. Xia Yu regarded Lu Shiran with skepticism regarding her assertion. Furthermore, my athletic ability is quite commendable. I am at the level of a second-tier athlete. Seeing Xia Yu remain silent, Lu Shiran became smug, asserting that few could catch up with her when she runs, especially at the train station where police maintain order. If I encounter any trouble, I would simply call the police. That shows you have some sense. Xia Yu was not inclined to debate the safety of her actions, feeling neither obligated nor positioned to do so. So, how long do you plan to stay in Huaizhou? I'm not sure. I'll leave when I feel like it. Lu Shiran pondered for a moment. The physical exams for athletes should be in March, right? Xia Yu had only occasionally skimmed through magazines and did not have a clear impression of such matters. Aren't you a middle school student? How do you know these things? This is why I say you should think more before acting. It's January now, and you have 2 months left. Xia Yu had already indulged his appetite, and, feeling somewhat full, decided to stop. To be frank, Lu Shiran was indeed quite beautiful. Or else Xia Yu would not have bothered to assist her in contemplating matters. However, he would not exhaust himself in comparing and analyzing to find a suitable path forward. Even if you excel in sports, academic subjects are indispensable. If you had a solid foundation from the past 3 years, one-on-one tutoring might yield some possibilities. Enough of this. I came to ask whether there is a future in my brick-moving endeavors, not to seek your assistance in getting into university. In that case, my answer is there is no future. Lu Shiran sagged in her chair like a deflated balloon. Regardless, I have no desire to continue my studies. Chapter 67. The youthful pighead will not dream of a wealthy young lady. Lu Shiran was indeed wealthy. Not only was her bag likely a Gucci, but her spending habits also reflected a disregard for prices, indicating she was certainly a rich girl. She epitomized the youthful, pig-headed boy who would not dream of a wealthy young lady. Over the past few days, I accompanied Lu Shiran around Huizhou. The lively girl often displayed a cheerful demeanor, occasionally exhibiting intimate gestures, such as linking arms or posing for selfies cheek to cheek. Xia Yu found himself quite unaccustomed to this. Upon realizing that his gaming endeavors were futile, he vowed to devise a novel way to earn money, persistently urging Xia Yu to brainstorm alongside her. I maintain my stance. Focus on your studies. Xia Yu sat on the sofa, watching Lu Shiran scrolling through her phone on the bed. Besides this, what other advice can you offer? I am asking what other ways there are to make money besides moving bricks? Lu Shiran exclaimed in frustration, having been incessantly lectured about the merits of diligent study and the ease of university life. This relentless chatter was inexplicably irritating. Why did everyone deem her chosen path as erroneous? Aside from academia, she felt utterly lost, observing the silence of the boy across from her. It dawned on Lu Shiran that he was merely a middle school student. Recently, he had been mulling over numerous thoughts, and she had subconsciously regarded him as an equal adult. Perhaps she was even somewhat reliant on his insights. Online, she could candidly acknowledge her mistakes, as both parties existed within a virtual realm. However, in the tangible world, Lu Shiran discovered that the word sorry lodged in her throat, unable to escape her lips. Xia Yu exited quietly, closing the door behind him. Lu Shiran put down her phone, the iPhone gifted to her by a woman on her birthday last year, a device that allowed her to access information in a manner unlike her previous functional phones. Yes, her parents were in a blended family. Her father was a university professor, and after the passing of her biological mother, he remarried a strong-willed woman who had a child the same age as Lu Shiran. The crux of the issue lay here. Why was that child so exceptional? No matter how hard Lu Shiran tried, she could never measure up to her, except in sports where she excelled. In academics, she was utterly overwhelmed. Fueled by a sense of competition, she trained relentlessly in sports, made efforts to socialize, and delved into the realms of the internet and gaming, striving to excel even in those areas. Yet, she received no words of encouragement from her father, only reprimands for her perceived lack of diligence. Why not take a look at her? That child studied diligently, did not burden her parents, and preferred to quietly read at home rather than frolicking with a group of wayward friends. Indeed, her own companions were labeled as such, while her internet and gaming pursuits were dismissed as frivolous. Although her dedication to sports held some merit, it was still an act of desperation due to her academic struggles. The impulse to meet this unacquainted online friend stemmed from a seemingly casual remark he made. Perhaps she could consider it an advance on future friendship. Among the multitude of friends she had made, he was the first to offer her a gift without her having to initiate. Moreover, it was of considerable value. Lu Shiran covered her face, the weight of despair once more enveloping her, as jealousy, which had clung to her for over a decade, brushed against her ankles. She felt like an utter failure. Without pulling up her blanket, Lu Shiran drifted through time in a daze until she heard a knock at the door. Her eyelids felt heavy, and she struggled to peer through the peephole. Xia Yu stood at the threshold, still engrossed in the manuscript he held, summoning all her strength. Lu Shiran pressed down on the doorknob, and as Xia Yu looked up, he saw her staggering towards him. She felt feverish in his embrace, her voice barely a whisper. "Why are you back? What have you been doing while I was gone?" Xia Yu gently touched her forehead, immediately discerning that her temperature was alarmingly high. "I just took a nap," Lu Shiran replied, her voice hoarse, her lips glowing a vibrant red. "Sister, are you not aware that your window is open?" Xia Yu gazed incredulously into the room, recalling how she had opened the window herself that morning, expressing her discomfort with the air conditioning. In her arms, there was no sound, Lu Xiran's breathing was heavy. He carried Lu Xiran back to the bedside, ensuring the doors and windows were secured before activating the air conditioning. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he called the front desk, requesting a room card for himself, lest he be unable to re-enter. After explaining the situation, Xia Yu rose to descend the stairs to retrieve the room card and, incidentally, to procure some medicine. Suddenly, a hand grasped his wrist. "Please, don't go." Lu Xiran managed to open her eyes, though devoid of her usual vigor and confidence, revealing a profound attachment and unease. "I promise I won't leave. I'll fetch the medicine and return to keep you company, all right?" Xia Yu instinctively adopted the soothing tone he had used to comfort Gu Shui. "Really?" Lu Xiran inquired. "Yes, our little Xiang is the strongest, isn't she? I'll return immediately after getting the medicine." They sealed their promise with a pinky swear. Xia Yu smiled as he linked his pinky with hers. Only then did Lu Xiran seem reassured, a content smile gracing her lips as she closed her eyes once more. Once Lu Xiran had drifted back into slumber, Xia Yu gently withdrew his pinky from her grasp. It appeared that her fever was a result of catching a chill. He first acquired the room card from the front desk before inquiring about the possibility of ordering dinner, specifically some congee. The hotel was indeed of high standard. Readily agreeing to the request, provided it wasn't too late, they could simply notify the front desk via the hotel phone. Upon returning with the medicine, the room was bright. Lu Xiran lay half reclined on the bed, perusing the manuscript Xia Yu had brought back. "Feeling a bit better?" he asked as he placed the medicine down. "What's this?" Lu Xiran lifted the paper in her hand. "I see you haven't abandoned your aspirations of bricklaying. I happen to know a boss at an internet cafe who has rented a corner to establish a studio. The contents here are from my afternoon discussions with him." Lu Xiran examined the manuscript, filled with handwritten notes, many adorned with Xia Yu's personal annotations, including doubts and estimates. The hurried script, though swift, was not messy, offering a pleasing aesthetic at first glance. It resembled the notes of that individual. Lu Xiran shook her head, refraining from further contemplation. "Since you're awake, I'll notify the front desk to prepare the meal. A bit of congee, and then taking the medicine should help. A good night's sleep later will surely improve your condition." Xia Yu resumed his seat on the sofa. "About this morning, I owe you an apology." "What?" Lu Xiran replied. "For what happened earlier today, I'm sorry. It's all right. You already apologized when I arrived. I still recall some of it from when I was feverish." "Did you say something about our home?" Xia Yu interrupted her. "That was merely a figment of your fevered imagination. Was the pinky swear also a fantasy? Do you truly remember? What benefit would I gain from deceiving you?" "None at all." Lu Xiran chuckled. "You've learned well from those online boys. You certainly have a knack for charming girls." Despite the lingering blush on her cheeks, she exuded an alluring charm. Chapter 68. Experiencing a different life. Lu Xiran's illness passed swiftly, perhaps attributed to her athletic constitution, as some among her peers could still perform slide tackles on tigers. At least today, watching her engage in bricklaying, she appeared quite lively. Indeed, children often disregard advice, and one must personally engage to truly understand. The studio owner, however, was quite accommodating and readily agreed to allow Lu Xiran to experience a day there. Xia Yu nestled in a corner, diligently completing his assignments, occasionally glancing at their interactions. Most of the sounds were shouts from the gaming group or jargon that was beyond his comprehension. Neither he nor Lu Xiran played World of Warcraft extensively. The day commenced at 8 in the morning, with a modest lunch of boxed meals from the internet cafe, followed by a brief respite before continuing. They toiled until 6 in the evening, and in a gesture to welcome Lu Xiran, they extended their session until 10 o'clock. The market was favorable today. Several materials I had wagered on had appreciated to varying degrees, all of which I sold. Thus, "Miss Lu, please accept the 100 yuan you earned today." It seemed promising. Yet it also depended on the duration of work and fortune. "What do you think?" Xia Yu inquired, stuffing his assignments into his backpack as he observed Lu Xiran slumped beside him. "I believe I shall never wish to play World of Warcraft again," Lu Xiran replied, her voice barely above a whisper as she struggled to rise from her chair. "My eyes ache, my hands hurt, and my back is in pain." Xia Yu messaged Gu Shui on QQ before logging off. Meanwhile, the studio owner was still contemplating what to pursue the following day. Xia Yu waved to the owner with a smile. The owner nodded and continued scribbling in his notebook. The two of them took a taxi back to the hotel, where Lu Xiran flung off her shoes and nestled into the bed, reluctant to move. "Why don't you urge me to return to my studies?" Lu Xiran muttered from beneath the covers. "You never listen, so why should I persist?" Xia Yu replied while boiling water. "I have always offered suggestions as a friend, but I am not in a position to lecture you." Such a pretentious act for a middle schooler, Lu Xiran scoffed. Realizing that her only advantage over Xia Yu lay in her height and age, she stood slightly taller than him. at about 175 centimeters compared to his approximate 173. Future prospects were long, yet presently, she was indeed taller. Will we go tomorrow? Xia Yu mused, finding the idea of finishing his assignments at the internet cafe quite appealing. He could listen to music and peruse chats with Gu Shui. Han Yueme also had a computer at home, though Gu Shui seldom used it. Her reasoning was that she felt awkward monopolizing the computer to chat with Xia Yu right after being at someone else's home. She wanted to integrate into that family. Xia Yu was indifferent, engaging in casual conversation with Gu Shui. Not going, Lu Shiran turned over, feeling the weight of her previous position constricting her chest. I want to go back. Xia Yu chuckled softly. What are you laughing at? She retorted, feeling somewhat homesick despite knowing it lacked resolve. This was Lu Shiran's first independent venture into an unfamiliar city. Occasionally, when Xia Yu returned home for dinner, Lu Shiran had no choice but to wander the city in search of food, feeling a sense of disconnection that made her uncomfortable. Perhaps you should speak with your father. He only wants what is best for you, Xia Yu suggested, noting that the water had boiled. He poured a cup for himself and another for her. He cannot truly oversee your life indefinitely, yet you are still quite young, or rather, not yet self-sufficient. You don't understand. He is incredibly stubborn, Lu Shiran asserted. Sitting upright and moving beside Xia Yu, pressing down on him to take the cup of warm water he had just poured. In a strict sense, this could be considered an act of impropriety. Xia Yu felt a soft touch and tilted his head to evade it. You little rascal, Lu Shiran chuckled, pinching Xia Yu's cheek. As of now, I still don't have a boyfriend. You are the first male to engage with me in such a manner. Ha, you athletes. Xia Yu retorted, casting aside his preconceived notions. You. Lu Shiran felt insulted. She pressed her forehead against his, her sparkling eyes fixed on him. I cannot speak for others, but I assure you, your sister is utterly innocent. Indeed, Xia Yu managed to break free. What must I do for you to believe me? Lu Shiran exclaimed, her eyes reddening with indignation. Had her recent warmth towards him been perceived as inappropriate? Observing her expression, Xia Yu realized he had indeed misspoken, his stereotypes and stubbornness leading him to a grave error. Deep down, he also harbored a sense of disdain for Lu Shiran's pursuits, influenced by the inherent arrogance of Chinese students. Yet, did he not also possess a similar air of pretension himself? I apologize, Sister Shiran, Xia Yu gently nudged back. Their foreheads touching, I spoke out of turn. The tension in Lu Shiran's expression melted away, replaced by a flicker of confusion in her eyes. It's good that you recognize your mistake. In a flurry, she grabbed a cup of water, leaving a mark from her teeth on it. Next time you look down on me, I truly will sever ties. Understood, Xia Yu replied, feeling relieved. By the way, have you spoken to your family about your recent plans? No, Lu Shiran admitted, nervously setting down the cup. I simply mentioned I was traveling to clear my mind and would be back in a few days. I didn't answer your calls. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door, followed by a woman's voice. Lu Shiran, I know you're inside. Our parents are quite worried about you. Come out so we can talk. My sister. Lu Shiran exclaimed incredulously. How did she find me here? What have you been spending money on these days? Xia Yu quickly responded. A bank card, Lu Shiran answered, as if it were obvious. Do you realize how long it's been since you last returned home? Counting today? 5 days, I suppose. Are you not aware that bank cards can track your spending? I wasn't. Lu Shiran slowly began to grasp the situation, sweat forming on her forehead. Congratulations, Miss Lu, Xia Yu said with insincere praise. Where should I hide now? Behind the curtains or under the bed? Stop it. We are both innocent, Lu Shiran insisted, though her trembling frame betrayed her as she stood to open the door. Sister? Lu Shiran forced a strained smile, which shattered the moment a male voice emerged. You are living here? The man pushed the door open with force, surveying the room until his gaze fell upon Xia Yu, quietly seated on the sofa, sipping water. Xia Yu was unsure how to present himself, seeking a demeanor that appeared natural. Yet, the man's voice seemed oddly familiar. Look at you, Lu Shiran. Instead of focusing on your studies, you've taken to sneaking out and meeting men at hotels. Haven't you? The man clutched his chest, visibly distressed. The woman behind him quickly patted his back in reassurance. The man's hair was grizzled, yet his posture remained erect, exuding an undeniable aura of authority as he spoke. The woman, appearing gentle and demure, seemed to bear the marks of considerable age. It was evident that the policy encouraging late marriages and childbirth had been thoroughly implemented. Summer Yu surmised that the man was likely Lu Shiran's father. Although the woman's identity eluded him, had Lu Shiran not mentioned her mother's passing? As for the expressionless young lady, Summer felt a sense of familiarity but set aside these musings as he stood up with natural ease. Greetings, uncle. My name is Summer Yu, a friend of Lu Shiran from Huai Prefecture. He hesitated momentarily before deciding to address him as uncle. Friend? The man scoffed. I perceive you are merely one of her idle companions who congregate online to play games, devoid of any serious pursuits. I wonder what means you employed to deceive my foolish daughter into coming here, and what your intentions might be. Instantly branded. Summer began to comprehend why Lu Xiran sometimes exhibited exuberance, coupled with inexplicable impulsiveness. It seemed her father's influence loomed large over her. I kindly ask you to remain calm. Uncle, let us converse at a measured pace, shall we? Yes, Zhong Yuan. The young man appears quite composed. Let us sit down and discuss, the woman interjected, attempting to defuse the tension. Wait, Lu Zhongyuan. Chapter 69, Different Family Backgrounds. At last, Summer understood why the man's voice struck a chord of familiarity. Professor Lu? Upon hearing this address, Lu Zhongyuan paused, recollecting the young man's self-introduction. You are the one who previously engaged with me on the topic of precise poverty alleviation, Summer Yu? Yes, that is correct, Summer affirmed eagerly, nodding. He had not anticipated that Lu Xiran's father was Lu Zhongyuan. This revelation was indeed a pleasant surprise. However, he could not help but wonder if the age gap between the father and daughter was rather considerable. The sofa in the room was insufficiently spacious. Lu Zhongyuan and the woman occupied one side, while Summer faced them alone, leaving the two young ladies to perch on the bed. Lu Xiran gritted her teeth and squeezed herself next to Summer. Can we refrain from causing further chaos? She signaled with her eyes. No way. If you remain seated alone while I hide at the back, what distinguishes that from cowardice? Lu Xiran shot back defiantly. Their silent exchange was misconstrued by Lu Zhongyuan as flirtation, provoking an agitation that threatened to resurface. The woman, noticing Lu Zhongyuan's temper on the brink, took the initiative to speak. I am Tang Wanrong, Lu Xiran's mother. Hello, Aunt. Summer rose promptly. Lu Xiran had mentioned her mother's demise. Thus, this maternal figure was unmistakably a specter of the past. Nevertheless, she had meticulously concealed the creases at the corners of her eyes with foundation. Though the passage of time was still evident. It's quite all right, she reassured. Xiran merely mentioned she was going out to clear her mind. Yet after several days of silence and discovering her spending records here in Huai Prefecture, we hurried here. Tang Wanrong explained, Young Summer, you understand. Our inability to reach her by phone left us in a state of anxious despair, which is why Zhong Yuan's temper flared somewhat. I can certainly empathize, Aunt. Xia Yu nodded slightly. My acquaintance with Sister Xiran was purely coincidental, having met online. She believes that the prospects of the internet are quite promising, yet she lacks direction. Upon hearing that I possess some experience, she approached me for advice. Lu Xiran cast a sidelong glance at Xia Yu, thinking to herself how this person was full of fabrications. Merely a distraction, Lu Zhongyuan remarked disdainfully. However, Xia Yu countered with a smile. That may not be entirely accurate. If you are interested, Uncle, I would be delighted to discuss this matter further with you. Auntie, would you like to converse about how you are considering this? Tang Wanrong interjected with a smile. Her intent not merely to engage, but to ascertain the truth of Xia Yu's claims. If he were indeed spinning tales, he would hardly articulate them with such clarity. Very well, let us begin our discussion on the internet. Xia Yu contemplated, having once dreamt of soaring to great heights on the wings of the internet's burgeoning success. Yet, he lamented that he possessed no substantial endeavors to attract attention, aside from perhaps chewing on a lighter, which would hardly garner traffic, let alone monetization. Thus, he reluctantly relegated it to a backup option. Nonetheless, he occasionally pondered over it, and when the moment called for it, Xia Yu was prepared to express his thoughts. He gestured for Lu Xiran to hand him paper and a pen, and while sketching a mind map, he elucidated his ideas. Xia Yu spoke for an entire afternoon. Lu Zhongyuan maintained a stoic demeanor, while Tang Wanrong's eyes sparkled with increasing interest. The young girl seated by the bed leaned closer to observe the contents on Xia Yu's paper. Xia, how exactly does this traffic translate into revenue? Tang Wanrong inquired, and Lu Zhongyuan cast a surprised glance at his wife, noting that she had already shifted into work mode. There are numerous methods, Xia Yu explained. The most fundamental principle is that traffic represents viewership. Auntie, consider this. As long as sufficient people are watching you, whether through product promotion or advertising, substantial profits can be realized. Furthermore, by generating traffic for the platform, there arises a mutual benefit wherein the platform seeks to maintain a favorable relationship with you. Though Xia Yu was not a professional in the field and spoke quite plainly, the advantage lay in the clarity of his thoughts, easily grasped by others. Tang Wanrong nodded in agreement. Being in the building materials business, she recognized that the offline market had reached saturation. After all, Jiangcheng had a limited population. Securing business deals required extensive travel. Consequently, Sister Chiron contemplated whether she could also attract such an audience and on which platform this foot traffic could be drawn, akin to ancient storytellers seeking lively locales to captivate listeners. Xia Yu leaned back against the sofa, feeling somewhat uncomfortable as Lu Chiron leaned too closely. Wait. Lu Chiron was on his left, who was on his right. Xia Yu exchanged glances with the person beside him, seeing himself reflected in her eyes. Oh, I forgot to introduce her. This is my daughter, Tang Qingqian, currently a senior at Jiangqing No. 1 High School. Tang Wanrong suddenly recalled, hastily making the introduction, having instinctively overlooked her daughter's presence due to her typically low profile. At last, Xia Yu understood why he felt such familiarity. The reason he had joined the calligraphy club during university was for this very person. She had served as the club's president in her junior year, and thus he had eagerly approached her to establish a connection. Regrettably, Tang Qingqian, known for her aloof demeanor, shunned social interactions, leading to a cessation of communication between the two after a brief period of acquaintance. Yet, a perplexing question lingered. Why was she unaware that Tang Qingqian had an elder sister named Lu Chiron? The more Summer Yu pondered the past, the more questions arose, until he was interrupted by a voice beside him. Your handwriting resembles mine quite a bit. Tang Qingqian's exquisite visage remained impassive, but her words sent a jolt through Summer Yu's heart. Of course, practicing 20 pages daily is not without purpose. I was meticulously taught by Tang Qingqian herself, first in regular script and then in cursive. What an honor that is, Summer Yu replied with a faint smile of relief. Just then, Lu Chiron, visibly displeased, interjected, disrupting their fleeting conversation. The sight of Summer Yu and Tang Qingqian together stirred an inexplicable discomfort within her. It was, in truth, a sense of protectiveness over something she felt was hers, especially since that something was associated with her most formidable rival. All right, enough of this. At this hour, I suppose you haven't had dinner yet, have you? Why not join us for a meal and continue our discussion afterward? Tang Wanrong proposed. Summer Yu was about to decline when a sharp pain at his waist made him realize Lu Chiron was looking at him with a threatening gaze. I truly appreciate your insistence, Aunt, he conceded with a nod. I happen to have some unfinished thoughts. From the moment they descended the stairs, Tang Wanrong engaged Summer Yu in discussions about the feasibility of various ideas. Summer Yu considered her points earnestly. Her mind was vibrant, yet regrettably, the current technological infrastructure was inadequate. In simple terms, the internet's development was still in its infancy and required more time to mature. Oh my, Summer Yu. You are merely a high school student, yet you contemplate these matters so thoroughly. I have learned a great deal today, Tang Wanrong remarked. After a brief silence at the dining table, Summer Yu awkwardly responded, Aunt, I am still in middle school, preparing for the entrance exam next June. Tang Wanrong chuckled awkwardly, casting a slightly altered gaze toward Lu Chiron. Lu Chiron noticed that everyone's attention was fixated on her, including her sister, with whom she often clashed. Why is everyone looking at me? I merely came over to discuss matters pertaining to the internet, Lu Chiron asserted, her confidence wavering. Had it not been for Summer Yu's remarkable insights today, she would have struggled to articulate her thoughts. What nonsense. A young girl venturing alone into a foreign city. Thankfully, Summer Yu is a good person, otherwise you might have been easily deceived. Lu Zhongyuan chastised, his disappointment in his daughter palpable. How will you ever mature? As a university professor myself, and your mother being a high school teacher, why can't you grasp these lessons? You squander your time daily. This is beyond excessive. You are my only daughter. If something were to happen, how could I explain it to your late mother? Lu Chiron's eyes glistened with unshed tears as Lu Zhongyan showed her no leniency, disregarding her feelings in front of his friends. Instinctively, she stood up, yearning to escape, but was halted by someone beside her. Summer Yu was all too familiar with such scenarios. He had adeptly navigated the complexities surrounding Gu Shui. Thus, he felt a measure of confidence in managing this situation. Xia Yu offered a comforting smile to Lu Chiron and organized his thoughts before speaking. Uncle Lu, I have spent some time with Sister Chiron over the past few days, and I can somewhat surmise why she is reluctant to return. Humph. I believe she simply needs a good talking to, Lu Zhongyuan interjected with a cold snort, still feeling apprehensive. However, it cannot be said so lightly. The excellence that you, Annie, and Miss Tang Qingqian embody places immense pressure on Sister Chiron. This year, with the upcoming college entrance examination, various factors have led to her somewhat imbalanced state of mind. Noticing Lu Chiron's gaze, Xia Yu gently squeezed her hand, convinced that comforting Gu Shui would be equally effective for Lu Chiron. Tang Qingqian observed this scene but remained silent, her demeanor cool and detached. Uncle Lu, being well-versed in Marxist philosophy, you surely understand that everyone has a fear of difficulty. Sister Chiron, under duress, is compelled to find a path suitable for herself. Thus her attention has turned toward the internet. It seems she is unwilling to take the initiative to learn. In the past couple of days, Sister Shiran has experienced various lifestyles. Look, yesterday she earned 100 yuan in a game. Here are the results of our discussions from yesterday, Xia Yu said, handing a sheet of paper to Tang Wanrong. Though it is not a substantial amount, it indicates that Sister Shiran is genuinely contemplating her future. She is not jesting with her life. Though she feels a bit lost, one must inevitably engage in trial and error. No one begins on the right path from the outset. Xia Yu continued, after all, practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Perhaps, Uncle Lu, you must also accept your child's weaknesses. No one is omnipotent. I have heard that Sister Shiran is a second-tier athlete. I believe if she applies herself diligently, there is hope. Xia Yu presented his final argument. Moreover, Sister Shiran expressed this morning her desire to return to her studies. At the very least, she wishes to attain a foundational education to adapt to society more swiftly. Lu Shiran widened her eyes in surprise. While she could tolerate Xia Yu taking advantage of her, she was taken aback by his casual boasting on her behalf. Although she harbored such thoughts, she had not voiced them yet. If this understanding leads to genuine progress, Lu Zhongyuan nodded with some satisfaction, pleased to hear his daughter express a willingness to return to her studies and fulfill his late wife's wishes. Furthermore, Sister Shiran's sensitivity necessitated that Uncle Lu pay more attention to her emotions, for her current demeanor could be perilous. Xia Yu shifted his stance, feigning alliance with Lu Zhongyuan, suggesting Sister Shiran's impulsive nature ought to be tempered. Indeed, her temperament is too impetuous. Lu Zhongyuan agreed with a nod, instinctively regarding Xia Yu as one of his own. I will communicate more with her. I cannot allow this child to drift. Tang Wanrong was astonished. Could this truly be a mere middle school student? Such communication skills could not possibly be cultivated without 2 decades of navigating society. She glanced at her daughter, who was expressionless and staring down, seemingly lost in thought. Without even considering Xia Yu's earlier communication and perceptive abilities, she felt assured enough to place the company in her daughter's hands. Tang Qingqian observed Xia Yu and Lu Shiran secretly playfully grappling under the table. You dared to speak ill of me. Who is impulsive? Lu Shiran exclaimed indignantly, pinching Xia Yu's hand. Xia Yu, feeling the pinch, retaliated by gripping her hand firmly. Lu Shiran exerted a slight force to pull away, then playfully swiped at him with clawing hands. Xia Yu, naturally, sought ways to restrain Lu Shiran, and though their faces remained impassive, they were engaged in quite a lively skirmish beneath the surface. The conversation shifted to Xia Yu, who was preoccupied with tasks at hand, responding to inquiries as they arose. Where do you plan to attend high school? Tang Wanrong inquired. Huaizhou No. 1 High School should pose no problem, Xia Yu replied, his smile momentarily faltering. How did this little girl manage to squeeze his hand with her legs? That sounds promising. My aunt is a graduate of Huaizhou No. 1 High School, Tang Wanrong chuckled. Could I have your mobile number to discuss internet-related matters in the future? I'm afraid I don't have a phone. Annie, Xia Yu managed to maintain his smile, pondering whether her grip was simply too strong or he was too weak. However, I do have QQ contact with Shiran, and we can communicate through that. This seemed to satisfy her, and she relinquished her request. Shiran has benefited from your care. I hope you can continue to look out for her. Not at all. Xia Yu seized the moment when Lu Shiran's name was called, and she momentarily stiffened, allowing him to withdraw his hand politely. I often find myself under Shiran's care as well. Lu Shiran noticed Tang Qingqian observing their playful tussle with keen interest, feeling an inexplicable sense of pride, which only fueled her enthusiasm in their banter. Xia Yu, unfortunately, could hardly savor his meal amidst the commotion. When do you and Auntie plan to take Shiran back? Xia Yu asked, holding a cup of tea in his right hand while his left remained ensnared in Lu Shiran's pocket, unable to escape her playful grip. Perhaps tomorrow. It seems difficult to secure a ticket home today, Tang Wanrong mused, pondering over her daughter's unusual seriousness. Xia Yu observed as Lu Shiran's hands momentarily ceased their playful assault, then resumed. Shiran has a solid foundation. With some focused efforts, she stands a good chance. However, she might benefit from one-on-one tutoring in her academic subjects. Do you think I don't wish for that? She simply resists, Lu Zhongyuan interjected. This time home, Shiran should fare better. She explicitly stated that if she doesn't T-pass, she will give up gaming. Xia Yu didn't mind taking a jab at Lu Shiran, reasoning it was ultimately for her benefit. If she possesses such resolve, it might be plausible, Lu Zhongyuan mused, his expression lightening somewhat. Feeling Lu Shiran's gentle grasp on his left hand, he decided to let her playfully tease him. Why is my daughter so quiet today? Lu Zhongyuan wondered, noticing that Xia Yu had been the one articulating her sentiments. Is that how you feel, Lu Shiran? Yes, Lu Shiran instinctively nodded, flustered by being singled out. Then let us strive for a few more months, Lu Zhongyuan said, smiling upon receiving his daughter's affirmation. Xia Yu let out a long sigh of relief. This matter had finally reached a conclusion. Chapter 001. Side Story. Gu Shue's Perspective. As light as willow catkins in the wind. Hello. May I speak with Miss Gu? A male voice resonated from the other end of the call. Yes, this is she. Gu Shue activated the speakerphone, quietly sitting in front of her vanity mirror. The moonlight streaming in at an angle, serving as the sole illumination in the room. On March 7th, this coming Friday, we kindly request your participation in the upcoming live preview. Please arrive on time. Understood. At the appointed time, you may proceed directly to the company, where the front desk staff will guide you. I am Xia Yu, participating as a game producer in this live preview. We may need to review the script together then. I apologize for disturbing Miss Gu's rest in the late hours. No worries. The phone fell into a busy signal, and Gu Shue gazed at her reflection in the mirror. Exquisite and beautiful, yet devoid of anger. March 7th seemed to carry a significant weight. In the darkness, Gu Shue pondered, relishing this environment. The night enveloped her in a sense of security, a primary reason she chose to be a voice actor. Here, she could remain behind the scenes, quietly following directions while articulating sounds. Gu Shue? Zhengwan gently pushed open the door. What is it? Gu Shue turned to her mother, who had abandoned her in her weakest moments, yet welcomed her back during her most lost times. Gu Biao was causing a ruckus at the doorstep again. Hasn't he had enough yet? Only in these moments did a genuine smile tug at Gu Shue's lips, though she herself could not pinpoint its origin. Years ago, she had nearly faced death, and now, the opportunity to release that pent-up animosity had finally come. The image of herself, breathless, clutching a kitchen knife in self-defense, lingered in her mind. The blade had not merely been aimed at Gu Biao, but also reflected a myriad of other emotions that gradually faded in its wake. Despite the generally strained relations with her neighbors, fortune favored her that day. A neighbor, alarmed by the commotion, had called the police amidst the bloodshed. 3 of her ribs had been broken, her head was bloodied, and her body bore no unscathed flesh. Yet, Gu Biao was left in a state of disarray. Contemplating this, a sense of satisfaction welled up within Gu Shue. What to do? Zhengwan felt helpless regarding Gu Biao's behavior. There was little that could be done beyond scolding him a few times. That man merely laughed, adopting a nonchalant demeanor, as if he were only there to demand money. Gu Shue rose to her feet. Gu Biao continued to wail at the door, and the security personnel were utterly powerless against such a man. My daughter left me half dead, and now she refuses to support me, Gu Biao lamented, seated on the ground, catching his breath before continuing his cries. Gu Shue, how cruel you are. Have you forgotten your father now that you have gained some fame and fortune? With a forceful kick, Gu Shue struck the man, who fell back, continuing his wails. She's attacking her father. Is there no one to intervene? Is there no sense of justice? Just as Gu Shue prepared to strike again, Zhengwan firmly held her back. Gu Shue, we still have a life to live. Perhaps we should just give him some money to let him go. Another kick. Gu Shue glared coldly at the man and then glanced at Zhengwan. After all, she had raised her, and some words were unavoidable. Bills fluttered away like leaves in the wind as Gu Shue turned to leave. I knew it. My dear daughter would never abandon her father, Gu Biao exclaimed, clumsily gathering the scattered money with one hand, a smug grin spreading across his face. A sleepless night enveloped Gu Shue, and as soon as she closed her eyes, the haunting image of her younger self emerged, brandishing a knife against her own reflection. The emotions of fear, resentment, and despair etched deeply into her gaze. With a long exhale, Gu Shue swallowed 2 melatonin tablets, compelling herself to drift into slumber. Tomorrow held tasks yet to be defined, though their significance eluded her. Yet, to simply exist could never be deemed erroneous. She yearned solely for survival. That could never be wrong, could it? Gu Shue snapped back to reality, meeting the gentle smile of the man across from her. Miss Gu, you seem rather out of sorts, distracted from the script, he observed. No matter. As long as there are no errors during the recording. Whispers flitted through the air, despite her childhood experiences rendering her hearing less acute. Gu Shue discerned their words. Indeed, she feels so cold. When I brought her over, her expression was chilling enough to frighten me. Do not dwell on it. Please, everyone, take a break. Let the recording studio staff rest as well. We shall resume shortly, the man declared, setting aside his script. Boss, you're quite the easygoing one. Remember, renting equipment is charged by the hour. A bold employee chuckled at Xia Yu. No worries, the plan was to book for the entire day. Everyone deserves a respite. And I am rather fatigued myself, Xia Yu replied, requesting 2 afternoon tea sets. Apologies, today is Miss Gu's birthday, yet we still have her here for recording. Was March 7th truly my birthday? Gu Shui paused, instinctively reaching for the cake from Xia Yu's hands. Boss, this cake you bought is delicious, an employee exclaimed. Where did you get it? I believe it's from Yao Yao Bakery, Xia Yu shouted back. Remember to tell the owner my name for a 20% discount. Is that how you managed to get kickbacks? Another chimed in. Laughter erupted in the room, and even Gu Shui found herself momentarily uplifted by the jovial atmosphere, a smile breaking through her usual demeanor. How did you know it was my birthday, Mr. Xia? She inquired, when signing the contract. I came across a photocopy of your ID. I merely noticed it by chance, Xia Yu replied warmly. However, Miss Gu, you must take care to rest. Your eyes are so beautiful, yet they are shadowed. Gu Shui instinctively touched the corners of her eyes. Indeed, her makeup today was heavier than usual, primarily to conceal her dark circles. Thus, I prepared a cake, initially intending to wait until after the script was done, but as the moment is ripe. Why not seize it now? Xia Yu produced a handful of candles, as though performing magic. 2 staff members wheeled in a grand 3-tiered cake. Oh, thanks to Miss Gu's birthday, the boss finally treats us to an upgraded afternoon tea. Yes, indeed, we are grateful, Miss Gu. Enough, as if I regularly mistreat you. She retorted playfully. The heartless capitalist. Xia Yu, shedding any semblance of authority, joined the cheerful chaos as they inserted the candles. Miss Gu, how old are you now? 18. Forever 18. Wait a moment, let me calculate. Oh, boss, are you secretly figuring out the age of that young lady? How inappropriate. Gu Shui quietly observed until a birthday hat adorned her head. With a click, the lights dimmed. Now make a wish. Xia Yu beamed with pride. The 26 candles on the cake flickering, casting a warm glow upon their faces. In Gu Shui's eyes, she glimpsed joy, her own reflection, and a certain radiant, indescribable light shimmering in his gaze. Unable to resist, she felt an overwhelming urge to draw closer, though she struggled to suppress her impulse. I made my wish. Gu Shui closed her eyes, then opened them again, extinguishing the candles. Pop, this cake is meant for eating. Don't smear it on my face. What a waste. Ah, who just slapped my face? Xia Yu's anguished cry echoed in the darkness. No, don't topple the cake. Messing up someone else's studio means compensation. In the shadows, only laughter and playful scuffles resounded. Gu Shui, adorned with the birthday hat, dipped her finger into a bit of cream, lightly brushing it against her lips. The sweet, rich flavor melted on her tongue, caressing her soul. Miss Gu, save me. The corners of her mouth gradually lifted. Perhaps the story of the two had only just begun. Chapter 70. The unchanged interactions. The price of standing outside for a day countered the unfinished winter break homework. It's hard to say if it was worth it. At least, no parents were involved. Suyin only knew that Gu Shui had suddenly withdrawn from school and had specifically pulled Xia Yu into the office to inquire about the particulars. Oh dear, now I'm all alone again. Luo Yongqiang chuckled beside Xia Yu. Gu Shui has gone to the capital. Aren't you going to follow her? It's not as if they broke up. They can still chat on QQ or similar platforms. Can you refrain from saying foolish things? At least I won't have to witness your daily display of affection. Clearly, this was mere jealousy from someone who hadn't found a girlfriend. Forget it. I'm in a good mood today. I'm not keen on arguing with you. Let us head to the supermarket. I'll treat. What? Are you so happy that we've separated? Xia Yu grumbled, puzzled by his friend's sudden generosity. Don't you know? The village distributed gold bars. Luo Yongqiang grinned with satisfaction. Having seen the compensation money in his bank account for the first time, he began to harbor a vague awareness of his family's wealth. Xia Yu caught on to what Luo Yongqiang meant. When do you plan to move? Before April or May? At least that's the notice I received. Where are you planning to buy a house? I have no idea. They haven't charged it to my card. Haha, you're the only one. It's only a matter of time before it's yours. Hey, I'm treating at the internet cafe tonight too. After standing all day, I need a break. You go ahead. I still have class tomorrow morning. Xia Yu expressed his inability to stay awake, wishing it were Thursday or Friday. Today was only Monday. Alas, there's nowhere to spend money. Luo Yongqiang lamented. You really don't understand this kind of loneliness. Let him gloat. There was no way to refute him. As evening study came to an end, Xia Yu instinctively glanced toward Class 7, catching the opportunity for Luo Yongqiang to tease him. Fine, let us go online. Xia Yu couldn't bear Luo Yongqiang's triumphant demeanor any longer. Oh, have you come to a realization? Xia Yu remained silent, tilting his head to signal Luo Yongqiang to get in the car. The internet cafe in the evening buzzed with activity, making it nearly impossible to find a seat. Each person sought out a vacant spot, and Xia Yu settled next to the studio's owner. How's business today? He greeted while putting on his headphones. Lost some money. The materials I invested in have not risen, but rather dropped, so I have no choice but to hold on to them for now, the owner candidly replied. He was forthright, clearly articulating the situation to Xia Yu. The previous visit from that young girl, who came to experience life, had been the most profitable day in nearly half a month. Is that so? Xia Yu responded while booting up his computer. As soon as he logged into QQ, a flurry of notifications erupted on his screen, prompting him to hastily adjust the volume. Frostfall. Xia Yu, I must tell you, today has truly opened my eyes. Sunshine. Xia Yu, just wait. If it weren't for you insisting that I wouldn't pass, I wouldn't be this exhausted today. Both noticed their online presence. However, most of the chatter was contributed by Sunshine. She typed swiftly, while Gu Shui remained in the slow-paced realm of one-finger typing. It was evident who would respond first. As Gu Shui's slow replies allowed Xia Yu to shift his focus to Lu Shiran, who was berating him. The majority of his conversation with Gu Shui revolved around her trip to the capital. Today marked the first day of her new school year. Although the education system in the capital felt somewhat alien to her, she was striving to adapt diligently. As for Lu Shiran, she relentlessly vented her frustrations. From the afternoon training session to the evening tutoring, leaving no instructor unscathed in her lamentations as a senior. Frostfall, I really missed you today. I instinctively wanted to wait for you after school. Xia Yu hesitated momentarily while typing, as Lu Shiran, across from him, was bombarding the chat with emojis, ignoring her. The realization that he was not alone and feeling uneasy warmed his heart. Raindrop. Me too. Earlier today, when I passed by the back door of Class 7, I instinctively paused and got mercilessly mocked by Luo Yongqiang. Frostfall. In April, my mother and I will return to Huaizhou. Will you wait for me? Raindrop. Yes. I will await your return. Frostfall. Then I'll go wash up. Don't stay too late at the cafe, or I'll tell Andy. As the other party logged off, Xia Yu gazed at the now-grayed Persian cat, momentarily lost in thought. Sunshine, where did you go? Just a second ago, we were chatting. And now you're gone. Raindrop. Don't bark. Is your resentment already this high after just one day of study? Sunshine. Fine. When I was in Huaizhou, I kept calling her sister Shiran. Now that I'm not there, you want me to stop barking? Lu Shiran, on the other end, was flushed with anger, questioning for whom she was putting in all this hard work. If she truly failed this year, she might have to repeat a year, which would be tolerable. But how could she still play games with him? Had their bond faded so quickly after just 2 days without gaming? Anger coursed through her. Raindrop, my assessment is that you haven't learned enough, and you should ask Qin Qian for some extra lessons. I believe she would be far more effective than those tutoring teachers. Sunshine, huh? How do you know about Tang Qingqian's grades? Wait, when did you two start communicating behind my back? Xia Yu suddenly realized that he and the other person were hardly acquainted, their only interaction being a brief exchange on that day. However, he had indeed spent some time in her company. Yu Luo remarked, hence, I encourage you to engage your mind. Qin Qian is a student at Jiangcheng High School, undoubtedly excelling in her studies, especially as she is also a senior. Given that you are peers in this academic endeavor, consulting her should yield fruitful results. You may certainly inquire of me, and I shall impart whatever knowledge I possess to you. Tang Qingqian stood beside Lu Shiran, her tone composed. Wait, when did you position yourself behind me? And why are you observing my conversation with Xia Yu? Furthermore, what brings you to my room? Lu Shiran exclaimed, startled, as questions tumbled forth like a barrage of arrows. Just a couple of minutes ago, your conversation was rather intriguing, but father has summoned us for our evening routine. Tang Qingqian replied succinctly, devoid of superfluous chatter. Understood. Inform my father that I am not gaming. I shall be there shortly, Lu Shiran urged, warily ushering Tang Qingqian out. As she exited, Tang Qingqian gently closed the door behind her. Xiang interjected. Why do you refer to her as Qingqian Jia with such familiarity? What about me? Besides you, it's merely a dog bark. Shouldn't you also address me as Shiran Jia? Yu Luo retorted. Consider this issue only when you possess half of Qingqian's intellect. This exemplified their usual dynamic. Despite their casual interaction, the natural familiarity remained intact. As anticipated, another round of graceful banter ensued, and Xia Yu could easily visualize the exasperated expression on the other side. Lu Shiran. If you do not come out soon, father will become upset. Tang Qingqian's voice resonated from the living room. I'm coming. Lu Shiran grumbled as she finally closed the window, feeling significantly relieved after venting her frustrations onto Xia Yu. He understood her sentiments and provided her with the necessary feedback. Most importantly, conversing with him allowed her to drop her guard, revealing her less presentable side. And he reciprocated in kind. Hearing Lu Shiran humming in the bath from the bathroom, Tang Qingqian's gaze flickered, and she unusually took the initiative to enter Lu Shiran's room. Chapter 71. Fainting Tang Qingqian acknowledged that her actions were rather unethical, yet her curiosity proved insatiable. However, she felt no pangs of conscience. She simply deemed her actions wrong. She employed the moral compass instilled by her parents to assess the situation, remaining indifferent to the implications. She thoroughly scoured their chat history, delving back to the initial exchanges between them. A brief analysis revealed that their conversations lacked any real logic, encompassing daily shares, game screenshots, and even playful banter. Tilting her head, she logged into her QQ account, copied her QQ number, searched for him, and sent a friend request. Meanwhile, Xia Yu glanced at the time, just about to log off, when he noticed a friend request notification. The system's default penguin avatar bore no signature, and the username was simply Tang Qingqian. The friend verification message read, "I am Tang Qingqian." Xia Yu was momentarily taken aback, but ultimately clicked to accept. "Hello," she typed. Yu Luo commented, "Does Qingqian Jia have something to discuss with me at this hour?" Tang Qingqian sat in front of her computer, contemplating. She herself could not articulate why she decided to add him. Perhaps it was due to Lu Xiran's incessant flaunting of new toys that piqued her curiosity, prompting her to seize the opportunity to play with them while the original owner was absent. "Tang Qingqian, it's nothing." Her perpetually indifferent response left Xia Yu somewhat bewildered. Years ago, when he endeavored to befriend her, their exchanges were similarly terse. Despite his frequent attempts at interaction, her replies, though prompt, were notably restrained. Even when he suggested outings, his carefully curated entertainment options elicited little to no reaction from her. Tang Qingqian maintained a demeanor of cool detachment, akin to that of a stranger. He found himself unable to fathom her thoughts, ultimately leading to a gradual cessation of their interactions. Yu, then, it's nothing. I shall take my leave, Sister Qingqian." Tang Qingqian, all right. It felt almost like a game of manipulation. Though Xia Yu found it curious, he harbored little resentment. After all, those were matters of a past life. Now, he had a girlfriend. While Tang Qingqian was undeniably beautiful, his beloved Gu Shui was exceptional in her own right. Nay, she was unparalleled. As he approached Luo Yongxiang, who was still engrossed in a heated gaming session, he inquired, "Heading back?" Luo Yongxiang removed his headphones, asking, "You returning?" "Yes. If I don't head back soon, I might face the wrath of a belt for dinner," Xia Yu replied, nodding, noting the time. It was already 11 o'clock. "All right," Luo Yongxiang said as he exited the room, swiftly shutting down his computer. "Why haven't I seen you online? I was chatting with a friend and couldn't concentrate on gaming." "Is it Gu Shui? You know that. You really are something else. Coming to the internet cafe and not gaming, but instead chatting with your girlfriend. How disloyal to the cafe." Xia Yu smirked, mounting his bike to drop Luo Yongxiang off before returning home. The living room was enveloped in darkness, while the bedroom remained illuminated. "Why are you back so late?" Li Tsuelon asked from her bed, as Xia Weihua snored beside her. Luo Yongxiang's family was undergoing relocation, and he had returned from an exuberant night out after grabbing a late-night snack. Xia Yu had prepared his explanation beforehand. "Oh, very well. Go wash up and head to bed." Li Tsuelon waved her hand, reminding him to turn off the lights and lock the door upon exiting. Xia Yu nodded, having already locked the door when he returned. After washing up, he lay in bed, wide awake. The raucous shouts from the internet cafe still echoed in his ears, subtly inspiring him. He donned his pajamas and sat at his desk, writing fervently until dawn, feeling a tinge of fatigue set in. Dressed for the day, Xia Yu ventured to the morning market for a quick bite. "Hey, Yao Yao." He approached to greet Xia Yao Yao, unexpectedly encountering her there. "Xia Yu, what brings you here?" Xia Yao Yao, sporting conspicuous dark circles under her eyes, forced a smile as she spoke. "I woke up early and couldn't fall back asleep, so I came here for breakfast." "Are you getting breakfast for Xie Yunfeng and Grandma?" The morning market, situated between two towns, bustled with activity, particularly along the lively breakfast street. However, it was in the opposite direction of the school. Had it not been a whim, Xia Yu would not have found himself here. "In recent days, my elder brother has yet to return home, and our grandmother has been struggling to find restful sleep. Today, after a rare moment of respite, I learned from her that she craved some soy milk, prompting me to venture out to purchase breakfast. Upon receiving the soy milk, Xia Yao Yao began counting out the money from her pocket. "And you?" Xia Yu inquired, following along to buy the soy milk. "Me? What about me?" Xia Yao Yao, somewhat puzzled, responded. The dark circles under her eyes were quite pronounced. She too ought to prioritize her rest. Xia Yu gently tousled Xia Yao Yao's hair. For who could resist such an endearing sight? At least, Xia Yu found himself utterly captivated. "All right," Xia Yao Yao obediently nodded, her heart lightened by the recognition and encouragement of her efforts. Setting aside her usual whimsical thoughts, Xia Yao Yao's obedient demeanor was truly charming. "Let us go?" I shall escort you home. Thank you, Brother Xia Yu, Xia Yu replied graciously, placing the purchased items into a lunchbox to shield them from the chill of the spring breeze. As we approached the entrance of the alley, we spotted our grandmother seated by the door, glancing around anxiously. You frighten me, she exclaimed, hastily rising to approach us. Xia Yu halted the bicycle, took the lunchbox from Xia Yu's hands, and she dashed towards her grandmother. Do you know how terrified I was when I woke up and did not see you? Grandmother's voice trembled. Next time you go out, remember to leave a message. Of course, grandmother, Xia Yu nodded. Brother Xia Yu brought me back. Xia Yu pushed the bicycle closer. Navigating the alley was cumbersome, so he opted to walk it instead. Good morning, grandmother. I happened upon Xia Yu at the morning market while buying breakfast and decided to escort her home. You are truly a bother, Xiao Xia, grandmother said. But before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly swayed and fell backwards. Grandmother, Xia Yu gasped, reaching out to support her as best as she could. Xia Yu swiftly abandoned the bicycle, causing the lunchbox to tumble to the ground, and in that critical moment, he caught grandmother before she fell. Yao, call for emergency assistance. I will assess grandmother's condition, Xia Yu instructed calmly, sitting cross-legged on the ground to use his body as a cushion while employing basic first aid knowledge. Truthfully, he could discern little. Her breathing was somewhat rapid, and he could not feel her heartbeat. This uncertainty only heightened his anxiety. If it were a complication, it could prove troublesome, as he lacked the necessary medical knowledge. Xia Yu dashed out like a gust of wind, frantically relaying their address. Xia Yu comforted her while ensuring the call remained connected, following the dispatcher's instructions after articulating the symptoms. You should accompany them to the hospital. I will tidy up the house and join you shortly. I have a car. He reassured Xia Yu as they watched grandmother being loaded into the ambulance. All right. Xia Yu understood that this was not a moment for weakness, her voice trembling yet resolute. After propping the bicycle up, he noted that the soy milk and buns had spilled onto the ground. So he quickly tidied up and returned the items to Xia Yu's home. He locked her house and, upon returning home, found Xia Weihua eating breakfast. Momentarily taken aback by Xia Yu's presence, briefly recounting the morning's events, they hastily set off for the hospital. Chapter 72. Everything will get better. It was merely a consequence of insufficient sleep that led to unstable blood pressure, the doctor solemnly advised, emphasizing the need for more rest and a reduction in high-salt and high-fat foods. Fortunately, this time they had escaped serious issues should a similar incident occur again. The outcome may not be as favorable. Thankfully, the situation regarding grandma turned out to be a false alarm. In comparison to several dreadful scenarios that had been contemplated, this was the best possible outcome. Xia Yu finally laid her burdens to rest and began to weep softly by the bedside. I will go buy some breakfast. What would you like? Xia Yu noted several breakfast shops nearby during his earlier visit. Xia Yu shook her head, indicating that she had little appetite. Yao, please do not wear yourself out. Have a little something to restore your spirits, Xia Yu coaxed gently. Only then did Xia Yu nod. I will eat a little. Thank you, Brother Xia Yu. Xia Weihua went to the hospital's front desk to settle the payment. The outpatient department was quite a distance from the inpatient wards. Unable to ride his electric bike inside, Xia Yu had to walk to the bike shed to retrieve his vehicle, having also experienced a sleepless night. He felt averse to greasy and salty foods after recalling the doctor's advice, so he chose a few light dishes to take back. It suddenly struck him that he needed to submit yesterday's assignment today. Oh no, disaster. While quietly sitting beside Xia Yu and nibbling on steamed buns, Xia Weihua called his grandson to request a leave of absence. Yes, I truly appreciate Teacher Wang's understanding. The child woke up this morning to find an acute case of urticaria and needs to see a doctor at the hospital. Brother Xia Yu, are you not going? Xia Yu inquired. At this hour, I would only arrive late. It would be better to request a half-day leave. What about you? Do you need to take a leave? Xia Yu replied. Yes, my reason is that my acute urticaria has also flared up. Xia Yu nodded repeatedly and approached Xia Weihua to ask for his assistance in requesting leave. There were no instruments nearby, but even if there were, she probably wouldn't understand them. According to the nurse, it appeared there was no danger. The fainting spell was merely a transient episode brought on by emotional agitation and lack of sleep. The professional terminology was beyond her comprehension. However, everything seemed stable with grandma, prompting Xia Yu to seize the opportunity to catch up on sleep during the free morning hours. He dozed off until noon, only to be roused by Li Tsuolan for lunch. I wonder if that girl Yao has eaten yet? Xia Weihua recalled the timid Xia Yu who had called him grandpa in the morning, a dutiful and obedient child. What elder wouldn't cherish such a disposition? Let me save a portion in a lunchbox. I will take it to see if she has eaten, Xia Yu replied. Who is Xia Yu? Li Tsuolan asked, finally curious. She only knew that Xia Yu had gone out this morning to buy breakfast and had done a good deed. Xia Weihua was not well informed either, and Li Zuelan had learned even less from him. She had never heard Xia Yu mention this person before. She only knew from Xia Weihua's descriptions that her grandson was quite attentive and helpful, suggesting a close friendship. Otherwise, he typically steered clear of troublesome matters. She was a playmate from elementary school. Xia Yu wished to keep the details of his writing endeavors private, driven by an inexplicable sense of embarrassment. Having encountered her coincidentally during breakfast that morning. As a brief aside, Gu Shui remained steadfast in upholding her principles. Just as Xia Yu has refrained from divulging to Xia Qi and Yi Yu what he has discussed. Thus far, only Xia Weihua is aware of his grandson's daily activities. Do you still have childhood friends? Li Zuelan expressed skepticism towards Xia Yu's claim. Recalling from her experiences at parent-teacher meetings that Xia Yu had no friends from elementary school during his junior high years. At the very least, he had a few classmates from other classes with whom he maintained a cordial relationship. Xia Yu realized that Li Zuelan had misunderstood Xia Yaoyao's age. However, this misunderstanding was perhaps for the best, as it meant their interactions would remain limited. After preparing his lunchbox and backpack, Xia Yu rode his bicycle to the hospital. Although it was mealtime, the inpatient department was unusually tranquil. A few patients dined at their bedsides, sharing their midday meals with family members. The hospital often appeared to be perpetually crowded, though it was possible that Grandma's condition was not severe, allowing her to be placed in a ward for less critical cases. Xia Yaoyao sat quietly beside the hospital bed. Upon hearing the door creak open, she turned to see Xia Yu gazing at her. A faint smile, though tinged with effort, graced her lips, yet it was sincere. Have you had lunch yet? Xia Yu inquired, raising the lunchbox. Not yet, she replied. Here, I brought you something from home, he said as he found a chair and settled beside her. Is Grandma feeling any better? The nurse had visited twice and assured them that there was no cause for alarm. It seemed that Grandma's recent lack of rest was the issue, and she would likely awaken by afternoon. Let's eat lunch first. It shouldn't get cold, Xia Yu urged. Xia Yaoyao opened the lunchbox and took small bites. Thank you, Brother Xia Yu. If it weren't for you today, I truly wouldn't know what to do. Her gratitude was genuine. She had been overwhelmed by events throughout the morning and had not found the opportunity to express her thanks. There's no need for such formality. You've taken care of me and Gu Shui before. It is only right that I tend to you now, Xia Yu reassured her. However, Xia Yaoyao's eyes dimmed as she longed for her errant brother. Despite any grievances, they remained family, interdependent, and united. Xia Yu sensed he had misspoken and sought to amend his words. I worry for my brother too, but I also want to know where my parents have gone, Xia Yaoyao said, setting down her chopsticks, tears brimming in her eyes. So, I silently hope my brother can uncover something. Large tears rolled down her cheeks. Am I a terrible person? I should be sharing this burden, yet I let my brother bear it all while I pretend to know nothing. You are not to blame. Yaoyao, no one is at fault. Xia Yu gently embraced her. The young girl had spent the morning in fear, now facing the reality of a once happy family alone. Bearing immense psychological pressure, Xia Yaoyao sobbed softly against his shoulder, her kindness making her fearful of disturbing those around them, her sniffles barely audible. I am here. I will stay by your side during this time, Xia Yu promised softly. While he could not assume full responsibility for Xia Yaoyao's circumstances, he could provide her with brief companionship. After finally calming Xia Yaoyao's emotions, Xia Yu rummaged through his backpack to retrieve magazines, novels, and even some snacks he had brought along. Xia Yaoyao understood that Xia Yu was concerned she might feel bored. When she arrived, she had brought nothing with her, possessing only her grandmother's mobile phone. I will attend class in the afternoon, and I shall return after school in the evening, Xia Yu advised. Xia Yaoyao obediently nodded. Watching as Xia Yu hurriedly slung his backpack over his shoulders and exited, she opened a magazine, yet found herself unable to absorb a single word. Her mind was inevitably flooded with the worst of imaginings. However, Xia Yaoyao forced herself to think ahead, endeavoring to prepare for any potential eventualities. Tears threatened to spill from her eyes once more. She sniffed, shutting her eyes to stave off the tears. It's all right, Yaoyao, everything will be fine, she murmured softly, attempting to steady her trembling voice. Chapter 73. I support Yaoyao's thoughts. As the evening study session concluded, Xia Yu hurried to the hospital again. The ward was relatively tranquil, occasionally punctuated by footsteps in the corridor. Her grandmother, wearing reading glasses, perused the magazine she had brought, while Xia Yaoyao quietly slumbered beside her. Xia Yu approached softly, and upon seeing him, her grandmother smiled warmly. Has your condition improved at all? He inquired. Much better, she replied clearly, her breath steady. The doctor suggested I stay for further observation. I may have to spend the next few days here. That is reassuring, given the circumstances regarding health. It is wise to exercise caution, Xia Yu concurred with a nod. This morning, I was fortunate to have you, Xia Yu. Without you, I wonder how I would have fared today, her grandmother remarked. Yao Yao is quite resilient, Xia Yu noted, gazing tenderly at Xia Yao's serene, sleeping visage. She is far more sensitive than Yunfeng. I'm unsure if that is a blessing or a curse. Her grandmother looked at Yao Yao, her eyes brimming with affection. However, I feel at ease with her by your side. Xia Yu paused, unsure of his grandmother's implication. I need to remain in the hospital for a week. In the past, Yunfeng would be at home when I was hospitalized, but this time is different. I wish to ask if you could look after Yao Yao for a while. His grandmother turned her gaze to Xia Yu. I know you previously cared for Xiao Xue for some time. Could you do the same for Yao Yao? Stay at my house. Xia Yu was taken aback. Yao Yao wishes to be at home, but I would prefer her to stay with you for a while. I cannot bear to leave her alone. If you trust me, that is acceptable. I have a spare guest room. Xiao Xue used to sleep there. Xia Yu contemplated and agreed. Yao Yao, time to wake up and return home. He gently nudged her, noting how deeply she was asleep. It was understandable, although her sleep duration might exceed his. The psychological pressure she bore was incomparable. Xia Yao made a soft snuffling sound, murmuring in her dreams, before finally opening her eyes, still heavy with sleep. He had anticipated that she possessed such an endearing morning habit. Brother Xia Yu? Xia Yao, still lingering in the memory of her brief nap during dinner, was startled by Xia Yu's presence beside her. Yes, come home with me. I will take you to school tomorrow morning. I don't want to. I want to go back to my own home. Instinctively, she glanced at her grandmother. Grandma, didn't I say I could take care of myself at home? Do not be willful. Previously, Yunfeng was here, but now you are the only one at home. How can you expect Grandma to sleep soundly in the hospital? Grandma feigned a stern expression, yet spoke with an emotional undertone, questioning whether you distrust your brother, Xia Yu. No, I don't. But Xia Yao's words came out in hesitant fragments as she struggled to articulate her feelings, but ultimately surrendered to silence. Xia Yao was on the verge of tears, the glimmer of unshed tears sparkling in her eyes, filled with self-reproach for her helplessness. She wished to shield Grandma from worry, avoid burdening Xia Yu, and even hoped to locate her brother, yet felt utterly powerless, merely a young girl who had just entered junior high. It seemed to me that Yao was waiting for her brother. After all, there had been no news from Xie Yunfeng, and she longed to remain at home for his return. Xia Yu spoke up, believing this to be the true reason behind Xia Yao's reluctance to go to her own house. If Grandma were not present and she accompanied Xia Yu to his home, how would Xie Yunfeng know where they had gone upon returning to find their home locked? Though going to Xia Yu's house would undoubtedly be more convenient for everyone, Xia Yao held firm to her own principles. However, she felt incapable of realizing this conviction, believing that voicing her thoughts would alter nothing, save for instilling a sense of doubt in the already established outcome. This was the reason behind her hesitation. Xia Yao gazed blankly at Xia Yu. Grandma, too, remained silent, internally agreeing with Xia Yao's thoughts. After all, Yunfeng was her child as well. Even before Xia Yao articulated it, Xia Yu had already perceived her sentiments. Then I respect Yao's feelings. I have an electric bike, and there should still be time, Xia Yu smiled, confident that he had guessed correctly based on her demeanor. I can also bring Yao to visit you regularly, Grandma. Little Xia, your thoughtfulness and ability to care for others will undoubtedly lead you to achieve great things in the future, Grandma remarked, feeling persuaded by his words. This outcome primarily benefited both herself and Yao, implying that Xia Yu would need to manage a more hectic schedule between 3 locations. Grandma expressed her gratitude, entrusting Yao to his care over the next few days. Xia Yu's kindness was easily exploitable, potentially leading to him suffering greatly. And Grandma pondered whether this ability of his was a blessing or a curse. It's all right. I'm looking forward to Grandma's discharge, so she can make me some spring onion pancakes with silverfish, Xia Yu chuckled, playfully stating that he would want to. All right. Grandma nodded with a smile, aware that Xia Yu was trying to comfort her. As the ward's rest period approached, Xia Yu took Xia Yao home. Don your helmet and gloves. It will be quite chilly riding at night. He handed her the gear previously used by Gu Shui. Xia Yao accepted it and gently leaned against Xia Yu's back. Thank you, Brother Xia Yu, for being willing to do this. Her voice floated from behind him. I think I'm beginning to understand Sister Gu Shui now. Xia Yu paused, a hint of concern in his tone as he added, Sister Gu Shui specifically told me before she left to take good care of you. Really? Xia Yao could hardly believe it. How fortunate she must be. Now, don't overthink it. I can feel how well you treat me. And isn't it only natural for me to reciprocate that kindness? He. Brother Xia Yu, you are truly wonderful. It is done, once again. I have been captivated by a mere phrase. He. Xia Yu, amused by Xia Yu's antics, found her earlier unease evaporating with just a couple of his words. Tomorrow morning. I plan to visit the morning market for breakfast. What would you like to eat? Xia Yu pondered his plans for the next day. No need for me. I shall have breakfast at home and head straight to school, as it's not far from my residence. Xia Yu attended the same middle school as he did. Albeit the school implemented a staggered dismissal schedule, causing the timetables of the third and first years to diverge. The third-year students not only finished their classes later than their first-year counterparts by 20 minutes, but also had evening study sessions. Furthermore, since they were in different teaching buildings separated by a playground, Xia Yu had rarely crossed paths with Xia Yu. Do not jest. I promised my grandmother I would take good care of you. If she finds out I let you walk to school alone in the morning, she might sneak something extra into my pancakes. Then I'll just have 2 buns. Xia Yu chuckled at Xia Yu's imaginative scenario, dismissing the notion that her grandmother would act in such a manner. All right, Xia Yu replied. Remember to lock the door when you return home tonight, regardless of who knocks. Do not respond. If you encounter any trouble, just call me. You have my grandmother's number, right? Xia Yu nodded obediently. My grandmother gave me the phone. She said she wouldn't need it in the hospital and would use the hospital's phone if necessary. After class in the afternoon, wait for me in the classroom, and I will accompany you to the hospital before returning to my classes. After evening study ends, I will come to pick you up. Isn't that too troublesome? Xia Yu thought to herself that she could manage to go home alone, but the prospect of visiting her grandmother stirred her heart. It's no trouble at all. The round trip will only take about 40 minutes, quite quick. But what about your dinner, brother Xia Yu? Xia Yu suddenly realized. In homage to the legendary high school students of Zhonghua, I shall have a pancake for dinner and a little something extra after evening study. Xia Yu jested, though the underlying bitterness was something only the high school students of Zhonghua could truly comprehend. Chapter 74. Thinking of each other at 6:15 in the morning, Xia Yu struggled to rise from his bed. Why are you awake so early? You haven't even had 7 hours of sleep, have you? Xia Weihua inquired, puzzled. Having returned home close to 11 the previous night, Xia Yu had washed up and completed the unfinished homework, resulting in his sleep falling short of 7 hours. I wish to visit the morning market for some breakfast. I am feeling peckish, Xia Yu chuckled, refraining from mentioning Xia Yu. Will you return after buying breakfast? No. I will head directly to school. I never realized my eldest grandson had such enthusiasm for studying, Xia Weihua remarked, though he did not press further. He had always held Xia Yu to standards of conduct, leaving academic matters beyond his purview. After purchasing breakfast, Xia Yu carefully navigated through the alley and knocked on the door. He deliberately remained silent, curious to observe Xia Yu's sense of caution. Honestly, why are you so quiet? I must check through the peephole, Xia Yu complained as she opened the door, then turned back to continue her morning routine. The young girl, clearly just awakened, had yet to tie her hair up, appearing less vibrant than usual, infused instead with a blend of languor and meekness. I merely wish to assess your vigilance, Xia Yu explained as he entered. I am still quite young and certainly not foolish, came Xia Yu's voice from the bathroom. Brother Xia Yu, what do you take me for? Would you like it warmed up? I feel a bit chilly from the breeze. Xia Yu went to the kitchen to retrieve 2 bowls and a plate, filling them with the porridge and buns he had purchased. No need. They are too hot to eat anyway, Xia Yu said, tying her hair up and approaching Xia Yu. Then let us eat quickly. We must head to school soon. All right. The two sat side by side, and Xia Yu adorably yawned, only to realize Xia Yu was beside her, hastily covering her mouth with her hand. How did you sleep last night, Yu? Quite well. Although I had some worries, I still managed to drift off, she replied. I thought you might be scared alone. Xia Yu paused her eating, her tone becoming complex. I was a bit scared, but mostly I was worried. I am alone at home now. My grandmother is in the hospital, and I have no idea what my brother is doing. The peaceful days seem to have vanished in an instant, leaving me all alone. So, have you decided to come sleep at my house? Xia Yu, sensing he had broached a sensitive topic, jokingly attempted to change the subject. Xia Yu playfully nudged him with her shoulder, giving him an admonishing glance. Brother Xia Yu, you're being inappropriate. I will tell Sister Gu Shui. No, please spare me. Since she had woken up early, Xia Yu had even tidied the table before heading to school. Xia Yu noticed a bag in the corner, glancing at it to see it contained some daily necessities. She did not need to worry during lunch, but the evening would be quite rushed. If luck were not on her side, and there were too many red lights on the way, she would likely end up without dinner. Before he could devise the optimal route, he found Xia Yu waiting for him at the classroom door after school. The 9th graders were dismissed 20 minutes later than the 7th graders, and it appeared that she had been waiting there for quite some time, clearly looking forward to visiting her grandmother. Brother Xia Yu. Xia Yu waved as she saw him emerge from the doorway. Isn't it true? You know you and Gu Shui are in a long-distance relationship, right? Are you cheating? Luo Yongxiang's expression was peculiar. It hadn't been long since he had become involved with someone else. A dog cannot spit out ivory. Xia Yu scorned Luo Yongxiang's sordid thoughts. She is just my friend's sister. She is merely my sister, Luo Yongxiang said with a wink. My sister says purple is very charming. This was from the album Custom released by Su Song this year. Get lost. Go eat at the cafeteria. I have some matters to attend to. Xia Yu was disinterested in explaining himself to such a person. Someone with a depraved mind sees everything in a lewd light. Xia Yao politely waited for the two to part before approaching. Brother Xia Yu, please walk me home. Her first sentence caught Xia Yu off guard. Huh, aren't you going to see your grandmother? He asked in surprise. But if I do that, you won't be able to have dinner, Xia Yao said, tugging at his arm to lead him outside. After all, she couldn't be willful, could she? To be honest, when he first saw Xia Yao waiting for him at the door, he felt somewhat uncomfortable. From his perspective, her waiting seemed more like a pressure. However, it now appeared that he had misunderstood her intentions. Does Brother Yu think that Yao Yao is urging you? Xia Yao lifted her face with a smile, knowing all too well that without clarification, Brother Yu might misinterpret her intentions, leaving her unable to exonerate herself. It dawned on her that Xia Yao was equally sensitive to emotions. Summer Yu gently ruffled Xia Yao's little head. Are you truly not going? I'm not going. If Grandma has something urgent, she will surely call me. Xia Yao resolutely shook her head. She had made up her mind, even though she had prepared everything last night. But perhaps we should go today, just to see if Grandma needs anything during her stay. Once we ascertain that all is well, we can arrange another visit. What do you think? However, Summer Yu had a change of heart, recalling the bag in the corner from this morning. Oh dear, Xia Yao thought, feeling an unexpected mixture of emotions. Brother Yu, with your kindness, I wouldn't know how to repay you. Just don't chase me away when I come over for dinner afterward, Summer Yu joked, sensing that his goodwill had inadvertently placed pressure on Xia Yao. Unless you do something terribly outrageous, I absolutely want tea, Xia Yao assured as she climbed into the car. Summer Yu first took her home, and Xia Yao promptly headed to the corner of the living room to retrieve the bag. Did you pack towels and a water cup? I've taken care of everything, she replied. Fortune was on their side as they encountered green lights all the way, arriving at the hospital in merely 20 minutes. You go in. I'll grab a bite nearby and return to school. I'll pick you up later tonight, Summer Yu said as he handed the bag to Xia Yao and turned to leave on his bike. A seemingly trivial remark from Xia Yao put Summer Yu on high alert. Whether an overreaction or not, he knew he had to maintain a careful distance between them. Gu Shui served as a cautionary tale. It wasn't that she was undesirable, but the context had shifted. Now that he had Gu Shui, he had to shoulder the responsibility. I hope I am just overthinking, he mused. Summer Yu nibbled on something nearby before hurrying back to school. Time was indeed tight. But if it was merely a round trip, he felt it would be manageable. As he calculated the time, his pen danced across the page. With less than 6 months until the high school entrance examination, the atmosphere in the several key classes was tense. Time trickled away beside him, and the bell for evening study rang, bringing a semblance of noise to the surroundings. He wondered what Gu Shui was up to at that moment. Summer Yu paused, packed his bag, and made his way to the hospital. Chapter 75. What am I even saying? Due to the monthly exam on Friday, evening study was, as usual, cancelled. This time, students from grades 1 through 3 were simultaneously tested, with teachers from different grades assigned to monitor. The rationale behind this, according to Luo Yongxiang, was to rigorously check for cheating. Teachers from the same grade would show no mercy. It appeared that Xia Yao was part of the duty group for the week. When Summer Yu arrived, he found her in the hallway, diligently cleaning the classroom windows with a cloth. Just a bit more, and I'll be done. Noticing Summer Yu approaching, Xia Yao quickened her pace as she explained, It's nothing. I don't have evening study tonight either. Would you like me to assist you? No need. Brother Yu, just find a spot to sit, he replied, surveying the classroom. Including Xia Yao, there were 6 students in total, 4 boys and 2 girls. Yao, should I take out the trash? However, if you go now, you might need to make another trip. No worries. I have the strength. Thank you, Li. You are truly impressive, Xia Yao said with a polite smile. It's nothing, it's nothing. The boy referred to as Li blushed with excitement and dashed down to take out the trash. Yao Jia, I've finished cleaning the trash over here. Yao Jia, I'm going to mop the floor. Yao Jia, I will tidy up the table. Xia Yao assumed the role of a big sister, responding to everyone and occasionally directing them. Even her polite encouragement spurred the 4 boys into action. Xia Yu, observing from the side, couldn't help but smile. This concealed affection was all too evident to others, and he doubted Xia Yao was oblivious to it. Yet, Xia Yao was undeniably charming. and her delicate sensibilities were a formidable influence on the budding hearts of these young boys. What are you thinking about? Xia Yu leaned closer. Are you secretly speaking ill of me? Just pondering about poor Tom, who is being toyed with, Xia Yu chuckled. You're all so childish. And I have no intention of toying with them. Xia Yu was well aware of their dynamics. I merely noticed that complimenting them made them eager to work. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother speaking. TSK, TSK, TSK. Yao Yao is not that kind of person. Xia Yu stood on tiptoe and playfully bumped Xia Yu's chest. Xia Yu noticed the spark in Li's eyes dimming as he approached, carrying the trash can. Yao Yao Jia, who is he? Li stammered, voicing his confusion. My cousin. Xia Yu replied. My brother, Xia Yu added, casting an annoyed glance at Xia Yu. He's my older brother, just like family. Xia Yu pursed his lips, surprised by his esteemed position in Xia Yu's heart. Although he claimed that Xia Yunfeng held a lowly status, in Xia Yu's eyes, he was undoubtedly of significant standing. He felt a pang of humility for receiving such honor. Oh, Li nodded in relief, the light returning to his eyes. What, cousin? Xia Yu mumbled, giving Xia Yu another playful nudge, this time softer, almost like a gesture of affection. How come I didn't know I had a cousin with the surname Xia? Then what should I say? I can't very well call you my uncle, Xia Yu replied helplessly. I don't share the Xia surname. A brother is a brother. No further justification needed. Xia Yu's voice grew quieter, and Xia Yu couldn't quite catch her next words. Perhaps there were none. After wrapping up the last bits of cleaning, Xia Yu left with Xia Yu amidst farewells. Are we going to see Grandma tonight? Xia Yu inquired as he walked ahead. Since delivering daily necessities to Grandma on Tuesday, he hadn't visited the hospital again due to exam preparations starting Wednesday. Yes, Xia Yu nodded, also planning the evening's activities. This demonstrated their shared inclination to strategize before acting. Xia Yu even took it a step further, meticulously detailing the plans in her mind. How about we eat at my place first, and then we can go to the hospital afterward? Xia Yu suggested, having thought of this plan from the outset. Or maybe Yao Yao could cook tonight to treat big brother Xia Yu. Xia Yu proposed an entirely new plan. Recently, it has been her brother, Xia Yu, who has been busy preparing breakfast, and she feels somewhat guilty about it. Well, is there enough food at home? Xia Yu replied, I have no objections. But I must inform them at home that I won't be having dinner there. Shall we go shopping now? Xia Yu estimated that they indeed lacked sufficient ingredients. As they strolled through the market, the benefits of being able to cook became apparent. At least they could ponder how to handle the ingredients while considering what to prepare for dinner. Xia Yu's culinary skills surpassed Xia Yu significantly. He could ensure the flavors were acceptable, but the presentation and aroma left much to be desired. However, Xia Yu excelled in ingredient pairing, having often concocted meals during his solitary days. Should we grab a few shrimp? They should taste delightful when stir-fried. The two stood in the seafood section, discussing whether to add some seafood to their dinner. I'm not sure how to handle them, Xia Yu admitted, sticking out her tongue. She had a vague idea that the shrimp's intestinal tract needed to be removed, but she wasn't entirely certain. Perfect, I can assist. Otherwise, I would seem utterly useless. Xia Yu chuckled. Neither of us eats much. Let us just buy a few to sample. Xia Yu took charge of selecting the shrimp while engaging in conversation. And Xia Yu adorably negotiated prices, charming the vendor so much that he happily gifted them 2 small crabs. Truth be told, they weren't particularly appetizing. But as they were free, neither had any objections. These should be steamed for about 5 or 6 minutes, Xia Yu mused, eyeing the crabs tightly bound in the bag. That sounds about right. We don't eat seafood often at home because of Grandma, Xia Yu replied, peering in. If you're cooking, I can help you taste the dishes. While she couldn't guarantee much, she was confident in assessing doneness. Shall we buy this much? Xia Yu inquired. We wouldn't be able to finish more, Xia Yu said, lifting the bag. Xia Yu admired Xia Yu's shopping style, though he bought only a small quantity. The variety was rich. The most dreaded phrases for any cook are anything is fine or whatever works. Yet Xia Yu could accurately suggest what to eat. Shopping with you is truly enjoyable, Xia Yu remarked. Do you want me to help you take out the trash too? Xia Yu joked, referring to a certain classmate, Li. You think too poorly of me, Xia Yu retorted, holding the bag and only able to express her dissatisfaction through words, although her smile was unmistakably bright. They playfully jostled each other on their way home, and Xia Yu headed to the kitchen with the bag. I'll let them know I'm home, Xia Yu called out. All right, I'll wait for you at home, came Xia Yu's voice from the kitchen, stirring an inexplicable flutter in Xia Yu's heart. He vigorously rubbed his face to dispel his emotions before finally grabbing his keys and heading out. Meanwhile, Xia Yu covered her flushed face in the kitchen. What on earth had she just said? Chapter 76. Responding to trust on Sunday, Xia Yu awoke at 6:15, unable to help it. A new biological clock seemed to have formed. The previous night, he had felt utterly exhausted just past 11:30, hastily wrapping up his manuscript before climbing into bed. Besides accompanying Xia Yu for a stroll around the city, it seemed he hadn't accomplished much else. He yawned while staring at the ceiling, preparing to head to the internet cafe to finalize his manuscript. Organizing the manuscript is one aspect. Conversing with Gu Shui about recent events is another. In mid-February, during that transitional period of warming yet still chilly weather, the willows along the banks of the Huai River begin to sprout hints of green. After finishing the last sip of soy milk, I tossed the cup into the trash bin by the internet cafe entrance. Arriving this early, the owner has already become quite familiar with Xia Yu. It's still 2 hours? Very well. Xia Yu nods. Today is Sunday, and at this hour. It's only 7 o'clock. Likely Gu Shui is still asleep. Sending a message unilaterally shouldn't take much time. I log on to QQ. And although there are numerous messages, my primary concern remains the gray Persian cat. Lu Xiran is online, so her status is understandably active. However, what truly surprises me is that penguin avatar. Tang Qingshan consistently sends me a message each day asking if I'm available. How to put it, it feels rather peculiar. The avatar is also gray, so I prioritize responding to the more pressing matters. Gu Shui's messages are still from yesterday, with one stating, "Have you been busy this past week? Make sure to reply when you log on." Scrolling up reveals mostly Gu Shui sharing snippets of her daily life and expressing her longing for me. I somewhat grasp the difficulties of a long-distance relationship, where emotions lack timely feedback, often leading to a gradual disconnection between the two. I quietly reply to each message from Gu Shui, beginning with the topic of Xia Yunfeng's disappearance, including visiting my grandmother, caring for Xia Yu, and the recent midterm examination matters. Xia Yu elaborates in detail. As Gu Shui trusts me, and I must reciprocate that trust. The window shakes, and I notice Lu Xiran has messaged me. "Xiang, alright. You're online, but 1T reply to me, huh? Yulua, up this early? Studying?" Xiang, annoyed JPG. "Xiang, I'm an athlete. I have to get up early for training." Even through the screen, I can sense the frustration on the other side. "Yulua, then good luck." My response is brief. As I still finish the little essay for Gu Shui. "Xiang, did you see the previous messages?" "Yulua, what?" "Xiang, my dad wants to chat with you." A question mark appears over my head. Lu Zhongyuan? Scrolling through the chat history, I finally find amidst a sea of complaints that Lu Zhongyuan has nearly completed his paper and wishes to discuss it further. "Yulua, I've had some things to attend to this week, so I haven't had the opportunity to come to the internet cafe, but I should have time after this week. Next Saturday and Sunday should be fine." "Xiang, alright, can I have your number? I'm off to training now. We'll talk later." I provide Xia Weihua's number, but there's no immediate response. I don't mind, as I prepare to start writing. Just as I finalize the first paragraph, I hear a notification sound in my headphones. "Tang Qingshan, are you there?" "Yulua, what is up? Qingshan Jia?" "Tang Qingshan, nothing much." I feel a twinge of annoyance. Is she seeking amusement at my expense? "Yulua, if there's nothing else, I need to focus on my work." As I prepare to close the window and concentrate, a message from her arrives. "Tang Qingshan, then you get busy. I'll reach out to you once you're done." Xia Yu found himself utterly perplexed by the thoughts of the other party. After some contemplation, he decided to respond politely with a simple good. Last night, he had only sketched an outline, and now he needed to revise it. As he meticulously reorganized the structure, the sound of notifications echoed once more. Ignoring them at first, Xia Yu was taken aback by the relentless influx of messages. Upon reopening QQ, the gray Persian cat icon transformed to white. "Frostfall, I had a hunch you would be at the internet cafe today, but isn't it a bit early? Raindrop, I need to fetch Grandma with Yao at noon, so I want to wrap things up quickly to avoid procrastination. Frostfall, is Grandma alright? Raindrop, it's nothing serious. The doctor said it was just due to lack of sleep and emotional stress." Frostfall, oh, how I wish I were in Huaizhou. Gu Shui sighed deeply at her computer, well aware of Xia Yu's candor. Yet, she was all too familiar with the care he provided for Yao. "Raindrop, don't be silly. Take care of yourself first. How's your broadcasting major going?" Earlier, she had noticed Gu Shui enrolling in an interest class. According to her, Han Yueme wanted Gu Shui to have a hobby. She had chosen a broadcasting class, justifying it by stating that Xia Yu said her voice was lovely. Xia Yu was surprised that a casual remark had stuck with her for so long. "Frostfall, I haven't started yet. I'm going to class at 10. When I visited last week, it felt quite formal and serious. To be honest, I'm a bit nervous." Raindrop, see, if only you were in Huaizhou, you wouldn't have such educational resources. Frostfall, but you're in Huaizhou, though it felt morally questionable. The situation with Xia Yu instilled a sense of urgency in Gu Shui. Suddenly, Her words became more daring and bold. Raindrop, has Yao Yao's situation put pressure on you? After mentioning his care for Xia Yao that week, Xia Yu braced himself for an interrogation from Gu Shui. Yet he was surprised when, despite her anxiety, she refrained from probing further. Frostfall, yes. A smile crept onto Gu Shui's lips. He remained astutely aware of her emotions. Raindrop, it's just this week. Grandma will be discharged today. Frostfall, I understand, but I still feel a bit anxious. When I return in April, I must make it up to you. Raindrop, all right, what do you want? Frostfall, if I tell you, can it still be called a compensation? I'll bring you a gift when I come back. Raindrop, then I must prepare seriously. Frostfall, hee hee, I'm off to class now. Await your girlfriend's return. Raindrop, stay safe on the road. Frostfall, okay. As the Persian cat icon dimmed, Xia Yu gazed at the screen, trying to recollect his interrupted thoughts. Xiang, I'm exhausted. Xiang, image JPG. In the photo, Lu Shiran leaned on her knees, catching her breath, yet beaming with a radiant smile. Raindrop, it seems a bit forced. I suggest adding a few more tags before posting it on QQ Space, like settling down 175 athlete, for instance. Xiang, why do I feel like you're becoming increasingly dismissive towards me? Raindrop, let us not pretend we're too familiar, all right? We're just online friends. You're overstepping. Xiang, I'm buying a train ticket right now. Wait for me. Raindrop, stop joking. Xiang, are you scared? Rainfall, aren't you having your physical examination in March? Xiang, indeed. Rainfall, there's only a month left. Shouldn't you feel a bit anxious? Xiang, will you come to watch me during the exam? Rainfall, aren't you afraid of not performing well? Xiang, are you coming or not? Rainfall, if you let me know in advance, I will definitely come. Lu Shiran, holding her phone and grinning foolishly, pauses as Tang Qingqian, who walks ahead, waits for her sister. The photo that made Lu Shiran smile was captured by her. The composition was meticulous, with a striking focus, truly deserving of praise. What is the matter? Why are you laughing so joyfully? Tang Qingqian inquires of her silly sister. Nothing, Lu Shiran replies, concealing her smile as she puts away her phone. Though she and her astute sister often clash, it is only when comparisons arise that the tension surfaces. I'll continue my training. Tang Qingqian's eyes flicker as she silently retrieves her phone. Chapter 77. An unexplainable discomfort. Tang Qingqian, are you done with your work? Xia Yu pauses in his typing, having just finished a conversation with Lu Shiran, only to be interrupted again. Rainfall, no, there's still quite a bit left. Tang Qingqian, so you have time to chat with Lu Shiran? Rainfall, is there something you need, Sister Qingqian? Tang Qingqian, nothing important. Rainfall, may I get back to my tasks then? Xia Yu grits his teeth as he sends the remainder of his message, feeling a mix of irritation and confusion. Tang Qingqian, of course. This exchange leaves Xia Yu with a surreal sensation, a long-lost urge to reach through the internet to connect with her. Yet he feels that anger is unwarranted. This woman has always been this way. Rainfall, Sister Qingqian, just say what you need directly, will you? Tang Qingqian, aren't you busy? Rainfall, I just finished. Tang Qingqian, that was quick. Rainfall, yes. Tang Qingqian, typing with her head bowed, purses her lips. She harbors a thought regarding his description of the internet, but it feels premature. Memories flash in her mind, frame by frame. Not yet the time. Tang Qingqian, about what you mentioned last time regarding the internet. Rainfall, are you interested in that field? Tang Qingqian, yes. My mother also believes the internet holds vast potential. Xia Yu suddenly understands. No wonder Tang Qingqian took the initiative to connect with him. Her persistent messages lately also find a reasonable explanation. Rainfall, does Sister Qingqian have any thoughts on her college major? Tang Qingqian, my mother suggests I study finance. Xia Yu ponders this. It seems that during her university years, Tang Qingqian pursued computer science, diverging from the path of finance, hinting that something must have transpired thereafter. In truth, he knows little about her, mostly driven by youthful restlessness. Rainfall, what do you think about the computer science major, Sister Qingqian? Tang Qingqian, computer science? I'm not sure. Indeed, few high school students in the Zhanghuai region contemplate their university majors. Their primary objective is to achieve higher scores for a wider selection of schools, rarely considering what lies ahead. Xia Yu himself chose his major based on his parents' recommendations. Rainfall, if you're interested, shall we discuss this topic further? Tang Qingqian, sure. Xia Yu smiled through the screen, secretly relishing the feeling of being a mentor. It is, after all, human nature. Their typing was swift, and their thoughts agile. With just a few sentences, they could grasp each other's meanings, even navigating their mutual knowledge gaps by gathering information from the internet for analysis. Xia Yu found himself contemplating the era anew. Yu Luo remarked, in any case, given Qing Qian's achievements, I believe she should consider her future aspirations. Stretching lazily. She sent off her final message. It was 10:30. An early arrival would allow her to lend a hand to Xia Yu. After all, one can't simply dine for free. Tang Xingqian also took a moment to ease her stiff neck, glancing at her phone, which showed less than 20% battery life. This was the first time she had used her phone for such an extended period while out. All right, my phone is about to die. Let's chat next time, Tang Xingqian said, reluctantly shutting off her phone. The black screen reflected her delicate features, yet her gaze lingered on her own lips. Was she smiling during the conversation? No, perhaps she was merely anticipating their next exchange. Before she could sort through her thoughts, her silly sister's voice rang out beside her. What is going on? Why are you smiling so happily? Lu Shiran approached, suspicious, trying to sneak a peek at Tang Xingqian's phone screen. Nothing. Tang Xingqian replied with an air of nonchalance as she tucked her phone away. Lu Shiran felt a sense of déjà vu, squinting her eyes as she retrieved her own phone from another pocket. Logging into QQ with practiced ease, she discovered the other person's avatar had turned gray. Had she guessed wrong? Tang Xingqian was well aware of Lu Shiran's thoughts and felt a twinge of pride, a thrill akin to a secret indulgence. All right, my training has concluded, Lu Shiran said, dismissing further speculation. In her view, they were still anchored in their last meeting in Huaizhou. Let's head home for dinner. Tang Xingqian had no objections. After all, it was Tang Wanrong who had encouraged her to accompany Lu Shiran, and she was merely following orders. Lu Shiran stowed her water bottle back in her bag, her fingers dancing across the screen as she engaged in a one-sided virtual conversation with the now-muted avatar. The two sisters were of similar height. Tang Xingqian glanced at Lu Shiran, noticing her typing and surmising who she might be chatting with. Could a one-sided conversation be so lively? Tang Xingqian found it perplexing. Xia Yu shared her confusion, despite setting his QQ to invisible. How could Lu Shiran still seem so triumphant? Nevertheless, he decided against responding, as he still had some unfinished writing to complete. After a thorough review of his work to ensure there were no errors, he glanced at QQ once more. Gu Shui had yet to come online. With a hint of regret, he settled the bill before riding over to Xia Yu's place. When did he start considering this place as Xia Yu's home rather than Xia Yunfeng's? Xia Yu pondered this serious question as he gently pressed the doorbell. I'm here. Xia Yu's cheerful voice echoed from within. The energetic girl was quite endearing. Hey, I told you Xia Yu would be arriving soon. I'm cooking, and we'll be eating shortly. Xia Yu smiled adorably, stepping aside to let Xia Yu in. Allow me to lend a hand. It feels rather awkward to receive without contributing. Xia Yu entered the kitchen, the aroma of braised beef brisket wafting from the clay pot. Xia Yu did not decline, seamlessly joining in the culinary endeavors. Is this amount sufficient? Xia Yu gestured toward the bowl of rice. It's more than enough, Xia Yu replied, nodding. I have a modest appetite. In truth, the rice in the pot was just enough for 2 servings. Today, Grandma will be discharged from the hospital. Should I bring a bag or something? Xia Yu mused aloud while eating, discussing logistics with Xia Yu. It would be convenient to bring back Grandma's recent living necessities. Taking a taxi is quite easy, especially since it has been rather chilly this spring. After a moment's contemplation, Xia Yu suggested, I'll deliver it to you. And then you and Grandma can take a taxi back. All right, Xia Yu responded, meeting his gaze. What is it? Xia Yu inquired, noticing her fixed stare. Is there rice on my face? Nothing, Xia Yu replied, lowering her eyes and continuing with her meal. After finishing, Xia Yu washed the dishes in the kitchen while Xia Yu searched for a suitable bag in the living room. Xia Yu's small hands were flushed from the cold. Spring water still biting. Wrap your hands with a towel. It would be troublesome if you get frostbite. Xia Yu handed her a warm towel he had prepared. Surprised, Xia Yu accepted it, enveloping her small hands. When Gu Shui came to my house for dinner, she felt embarrassed to eat for free and voluntarily took on the task of washing the dishes. Xia Yu recalled an amusing incident. She was too shy to use the hot water at my place, so she gritted her teeth and used cold water instead. What happened next? Xia Yu inquired, settling beside him. After that, every time before a meal, I would boil a kettle of hot water for Gu Shui to use for washing the dishes. That is how my habit of using warm towels began, Xia Yu reminisced fondly. A strange discomfort stirred within Xia Yu, prompting her to change the subject with a smile. Let us take a break and head to the hospital. After all, there are discharge procedures to attend to. All right, Xia Yu replied, oblivious to the unease in her tone. Chapter 78. Gu Shui's birthday. February in Huaizhou was marked by persistent rain. Today is March 7th, a Saturday, and also Gu Shui's birthday. Traveling from Huaizhou to the capital, even by plane, was quite affordable. Furthermore, with no holidays in sight, flight tickets were readily available. Yes, I should arrive at the capital's airport around 2 o'clock, Xia Yu informed Zheng Wan over the phone. You young people are so romantic, Zhengwan replied, her voice tinged with nostalgia. I've booked tickets for the movie Kung Fu Panda at 4 this afternoon. I believe you youngsters would enjoy it. Xia Yu expressed his gratitude repeatedly, as it felt somewhat overwhelming to have someone else's mother assist in arranging a date with her daughter. Let us dine at Auntie S' house in the evening. We place great importance on Gu Shue's first birthday celebration, and it would be perfect for you two to spend time together afterward while we prepare at home, Zhengwan pondered aloud. But just to clarify, you both are still children, so please don't act impulsively. Of course, Auntie, I understand, Xia Yu assured her. That is all I needed to say. I won't interfere with your relationship, nor can I. I can see Gu Shue's feelings for you, but you both are not yet equipped, Auntie. I can assure you of that, Xia Yu interjected earnestly. All right, I feel quite reassured about you, Xia. Zhengwan sensed the significance in the other person's words through the telephone. After the call ended, she proceeded to the station. She had been preparing this surprise for quite some time. In mid-February, Lu Zhongyuan reached out to her, mentioning that after completing a paper on targeted poverty alleviation, he had some additional insights he wished to discuss with her. It was evident he was looking out for her. These thoughts could have easily been organized and published by Lu Zhongyuan himself. Naturally, Xia Yu would not squander this goodwill and devoted himself wholeheartedly to the preparations. He spent nearly the latter half of February on this endeavor, all to ensure he would not delay his meeting with Gu Shue in early March. Lu Zhongyuan was rather averse to using online chat tools, insisting on communicating via phone. Additionally, with the impending high school entrance examination, evening study sessions were extended until 9:40 p.m., leaving Xia Yu no time to visit an internet cafe, as he was utterly swamped. Just yesterday, he finalized the paper and sent it off to Jiangqing. Indeed, Lu Zhongyuan even resisted submitting an electronic version of the manuscript. This year, it appeared that due to heavy snowfall, the physical education examination had been postponed, seemingly until early April. Lu Xiran was quite displeased. Each day's delay meant an additional day of training for her. She called to complain incessantly, her words flowing like a stream. While Xia Yu was sorting through recent events, he suddenly recalled the mysterious disappearance of Xie Yunfeng. According to Xie Yaoyao, it was the first time Xie Yunfeng had vanished for such an extended period without a word. In this age of advanced communication, the lack of news was indeed disconcerting. However, reporting a disappearance seemed impractical, as the conditions did not warrant it. He hoped no trouble had befallen him. Sighing, Gu Shue gazed at the movie screen, her heart heavy. March in the capital was shrouded in a persistent drizzle. On March 7th, Saturday, it was her birthday. Her mother mentioned she had to work overtime, hurriedly handing her a movie ticket before rushing out. It seemed her grandparents also had their own commitments, leaving the house empty. Yet, none of this mattered. What truly weighed on her mind was the gray avatar. He had not been online for 2 weeks, and her messages had vanished into the abyss, receiving no response. The last time such a situation occurred was during Xia Yaoyao's incident. Despite her efforts to reassure herself not to overthink, a sense of anxiety lingered in her heart. Gu Shue cast her gaze down at the round panda on the movie ticket. She had heard of it. Kung Fu Panda. It seemed the latest release was the Mandarin version from the previous year. However, at that time, she had not yet met Xia Yu and had felt quite alone. The cinema was sparsely populated, her seat somewhat secluded, surrounded by empty spaces. She pondered the meaning behind her mother's gift of a movie ticket. Was it a birthday celebration for her? And what of Xia Yu? Did he not know it was her birthday? Had he forgotten to give her a call? Well, it seemed he only mentioned her birthday in passing when registering for a QQ account, so it was understandable he might not recall. In truth, she did not care much either. Gu Shue sought to absolve Xia Yu, convincing herself that this reasoning would bring her peace. Hello, is there anyone beside you? She instinctively asked, but the words caught in her throat. With utmost caution, she lifted her head, fearful that the phantom whispers of midnight, which she had experienced countless times, might dissolve in the light of the projector. The glimmer of laughter sparkled in the other's eyes. It has been a while, Gu Shue. It was as if spring shoots had suddenly broken through the frozen earth. What brings you here? Gu Shue's excitement rendered her somewhat incoherent. No, how did you know I was here? Wait, Summer Yu, it's been ages. She had envisioned countless scenarios in which they might meet. Yet all that remained was this clumsy encounter. I came to celebrate your birthday, Gu Shue. Summer Yu chuckled as he settled beside her. Can you guess why your aunt chose today to gift you a movie ticket? Gu Shue's eyes glistened with tears, her voice catching in her throat. Is this your way of winning me over? Summer Yu produced a tissue from his pocket, gently wiping away the tears from her cheeks. After several months apart, Gu Shue had blossomed into an even more graceful figure. Yes, she nodded, her eyes brimming with tears. I noticed you hadn't replied to my messages for 2 weeks. I thought you no longer wanted me. I've been swamped. I wanted to call you, but with the extended study hours. I feared I would disturb your aunt's rest, so I refrained. Summer Yu chuckled softly at Gu Shue's words as the screen flickered to life, revealing a chubby panda bustling about in a noodle shop. Shall we discuss things outside after the movie? As the panda tumbled into a vat of noodle soup, scattered laughter erupted in the theater. Gu Shue glanced around. The sparse figures in the back row seemed entirely engrossed in the film. Leaning forward, she nestled into Summer Yu's embrace. The softness enveloped him, and with a sigh, he wrapped his arms around her. First, the seats in the cinema were not designed to support the weight of two, and secondly, there were cameras overhead. After this movie, I want to be returning here. Will you? No, I'm headed back to Huai Prefecture tomorrow. Summer Yu did not grasp Gu Shue's implication. What I mean is, I don't care. Her warm lips brushed against his, the scent of jasmine filling the air in the darkness. Summer Yu gently patted her waist, signaling her to cease. Not enough yet. Gu Shue's opening remark caught him off guard. You haven't even stuck out your tongue. Could you be a bit more mindful of your image? The cinema cameras have night vision. I already stated that once this film is over, I want to be back. One must aspire to be a superstar. Summer Yu leaned back, breathless, pondering how embarrassing it would be if this ever came to light in the future. So what if I was with my husband then? Gu Shue retorted defiantly. They would say we have a great relationship. After months apart, her boldness made Summer Yu's heart race. Behave yourself. I promised your aunt I would. Only then did Gu Shue settle back into his embrace. Chapter 79, Call Me. Summer Yu thumped his back. Is this age not suitable anymore? Gu Shue shot him a disdainful glance, yet she still held onto his hand tightly. Enduring an entire movie like this is no easy feat. I'm not made of iron. Summer Yu countered, I've noticed you've become bolder. This girl, while watching a film, couldn't keep her hands to herself, transitioning from his face to his neck. If he hadn't held her firmly, she might have ventured beneath his shirt. What? Can't my boyfriend be touched? Gu Shue leaned closer, greedily burying herself in Xia Yu's embrace, inhaling deeply. Is it truly so stifling living in the capital? Xia Yu, resigned, allowed Gu Shue to indulge in her actions. Those days when you didn't respond to my messages felt incredibly oppressive. Gu Shue's muffled voice emerged. I was genuinely busy. Remember? I published an article on precise poverty alleviation with Xia Yu, he explained as they casually selected a cafe, where Xia Yu patiently shared the events of the past few months with Gu Shue. So, Xiang is actually a woman? Gu Shue squinted at Xia Yu. Why do you care about that? Xia Yu responded with exasperation. Thank goodness you mentioned it first. If I had discovered it upon my return in April, you would have been in serious trouble. Gu Shue huffed, secretly reassured that there was likely nothing between them, for otherwise, Xia Yu would not have spoken so openly. How is Grandma's health? Gu Shue shifted the topic. Since Xia Yunfeng's abrupt disappearance, her condition had visibly deteriorated, but the past 2 weeks had been busy, leaving no time to visit her. After being discharged from the hospital, Xia Yu had only dined at Xia Yaoyao's home once and had refrained from visiting since, primarily because Xia Yunfeng was absent, and he felt no reason to intrude excessively. One must maintain the decorum of a guest. Outside, the rain pattered softly as Gu Shue recounted her recent life in the capital, contrasting sharply with Lu Shiran's outlook. She expressed gratitude for everything around her, rarely voicing complaints. And an unwavering certainty stirred within her. A faint silhouette of the future began to emerge. Xia Yu reflected, marveling at how this young seedling had finally received the nourishing rain and sunlight it needed. Gu Shue gazed at Xia Yu, her smile deepening, and playfully pinched his cheek. Are you even listening? You seem lost in thought. I am listening. It's just that I find you particularly beautiful right now. The young girl was momentarily struck speechless, struggling to recall what she intended to say next. It's getting late. We should head home, Xia Yu remarked as he checked the time on his phone. His suitcase was still stored at the mall's front desk, as he had come directly from the airport via the subway. Where will you stay tonight? My mother suggested I stay at your place. Sleep with me? How could that be possible? My intention was to find a hotel near your home. Gu Shue's house had 3 bedrooms, likely leading her to share with Zheng Wan, while Xia Yu would take Gu Shue's room. It felt rather strange to sleep in a young girl's bed. Thus, a more convenient arrangement seemed preferable. Why spend that money? I don't mind, and besides, how about I secretly sleep over at your place tonight? Do you truly want your grandfather to find out? Gu Shue's expression turned somewhat troubled as she pondered while boarding the subway. Then perhaps you should find a hotel, and I can sneak out to meet you later. If you want me dead, you could just say so. There's no need for such roundabout methods. Xia Yu couldn't help but admire Gu Shue's reasoning. We've arrived. Gu Shue lifted her gaze. Exiting the subway station, the light rain continued to fall, and Gu Shue stubbornly insisted on opening an umbrella. Xia Yu, unable to dissuade her, reluctantly compromised with his luggage. It seems quite busy at home today. I wonder if my mother and the others are finished. As Gu Shui explained, she opened the door, revealing a pitch-black interior. Xia Yu cast a doubtful glance at the door of the master bedroom, noting that while the other doors were slightly ajar, this one was firmly shut. It seemed that Gu Shui had not yet finished her tasks, and with a hint of resignation, she smiled, understanding their busyness. Really? Xia Yu stowed away her suitcase and raised her voice slightly. Auntie, Gu Shui and I are back. I already mentioned that my mom isn't home, Gu Shui exclaimed, her eyes widening as the master bedroom door swung open, light spilling forth to illuminate a corner of the living room. Zheng Wan emerged, pushing a birthday cake, followed closely by Han Yueme and Zheng Wei, all wearing beaming smiles. Colorful streamers burst forth from the confetti cannon, cascading into the living room with a loud pop, showering the two girls with vibrant ribbons. Happy birthday, Gu Shui! Xia Yu retrieved the carefully chosen birthday gift from her pocket, a silver ornament shaped like a ginkgo leaf, with delicate veins intricately carved to reveal the subtle engraving of the first snow. After perusing several malls in Jiangqing, she had settled on this moderately priced piece that conveyed her heartfelt intentions without being overly extravagant. The craftsmanship had taken a significant portion of the cost. As she fastened the bracelet around Gu Shui's wrist, it shimmered beautifully under the light. Xiao Xia called me before coming back. Zheng Wan approached, placing a paper birthday hat atop Gu Shui's head. Gu Shui leaped into Zheng Wan's embrace, who enveloped her gently. All right, Xiao Xia traveled quite a distance to be here, and she hasn't eaten a bite yet. She must be starving, Han Yueme remarked, moving towards the dining table and beckoning everyone to join. They gathered around the table, with the younger generation seated inside. After a few months of interaction, Gu Shui had seamlessly integrated into the family, shedding her previous reserved demeanor and even playfully serving Xia Yu dishes. I always wanted to do this, Gu Shui whispered to Xia Yu, playfully sticking out her tongue. Now I can serve you as well. Xia Yu chuckled, understanding her sentiments. The lively dinner concluded with cheerful chatter around the table. Later that evening, Xiao Xia would be staying with Xiao Shui. Will you be all right sleeping with your mom? Zheng Wan inquired, looking at Gu Shui. No need. I'll just stay at a hotel for the night. It won't cost much, Xia Yu declined. You two are already this close. Why the shyness? Zheng Wan teased. Xia Yu accepted the jest with a sense of resignation, grateful for Auntie's trust, which he felt compelled to reciprocate. I must say, Xiao Xia's demeanor is quite reassuring. Zheng Wei nodded in agreement. Does this young man think he can sleep in my granddaughter's bed? Not a chance. A boyfriend? Not even that. Anyone who dares will have to face the consequences. As Xia Yu still needed to find a hotel, the post-dinner chit-chat did not linger for long. With several universities nearby, accommodations were plentiful, and he requested Zheng Wan's assistance in securing a room. Have you grown distant from Auntie? Is this the way to play with Xiao Shui while keeping finances clear? Zheng Wan feigned a stern expression. That is not my intention, but I have troubled Auntie enough already, Xia Yu replied. No worries, I'll take Xiao Shui back home. Gu Shui discreetly slipped a note into Xia Yu's pocket before following Zheng Wan home. What is this? A rendezvous location? Countless thoughts flickered through Xia Yu's mind as he unfolded the note. Call me. 11 o'clock tonight. The number is 134. Xia Yu chuckled softly, realizing that the little girl had been tinkering with this in her bedroom before leaving. Chapter 80. Thus, I had no choice but to confront him, observe my past, and share in my spring. Understand my obscurity, and grant me the dawn of spring. The voice was melodious, akin to the gentle sound of jade beads falling upon the heart, leaving behind traces of resonance. It was not until the surrounding applause erupted that Xia Yu came to his senses. Gu Shui wore a smile as she took a bow and exited the stage. This was the surprise that the little girl had prepared for him. Initially, he had intended to accompany Gu Shui through the morning under the pretense of a trial class, only to find himself coincidentally attending the reading week of the broadcasting course. Each participant presented their prepared content, be it original or excerpted. Even stand-up comedy was welcomed, as long as it did not exceed 5 minutes. Gu Shui had composed a beautifully crafted essay. On the surface, it was a tale of rain and snow, but its deeper meaning was one that only the two of them understood. Were eyes capable of speaking? Xia Yu mused that they indeed might be. Her gaze remained fixated on him from the audience, emotions brimming within her eyes. Xia Yu reflected that such an implicit yet straightforward declaration was quintessentially Gu Shui. What do you think? Gu Shui returned to her seat, sitting closely beside Xia Yu. Exquisite prose. Gu Shui pursed her lips, sensing that this was not the answer she desired. I thought of it last night, during their late-night phone call, while Xia Yu fell into a deep slumber. She found herself restless in bed and decided to rise and prepare a new manuscript. Accompanied by Xia Yu's steady breathing, Gu Shui quietly penned each word. What an accomplished talent, Xia Yu remarked with a smile, feeling somewhat at a loss for words. Liking someone felt too insipid, yet loving too burdensome. As the school bell rang, the two of them walked out hand in hand. What shall we have for lunch? Xia Yu inquired eagerly. I am open to anything. However, things have changed. I am now the guest, so it is your turn to decide what we shall eat. You have a flight to catch this afternoon, so let us opt for something light. Gu Shui contemplated seriously, her hair gently swaying in the spring breeze. She deftly removed a hair tie from her wrist and fashioned her hair into a ponytail. Do I look good? Gu Shui asked, shaking her head playfully at Xia Yu. Absolutely stunning. Though both phrases were idiomatic, this answer pleased Gu Shui, eliciting a smile from her lips. They strolled about, but ultimately, it was Xia Yu who chose the restaurant. The little girl wanted to try this and that with him, but her indecision made it difficult to settle on a choice. When the fish soup was served, a white mist wafted up, and Gu Shui tucked her bracelet into her pocket. My mother says bracelets easily tarnish and discolor. So I put it away, she explained, noticing Xia Yu's gaze. That was indeed my oversight, Xia Yu admitted, having not considered that. When is your flight? At 3 in the afternoon. I will take you back and then head to the airport. How rushed? Xia Yu checked his phone. It was already 12:30. But I still got to see you, did I not? It has only been 2 months since we last met, yet it feels as though an eternity has passed. Surely, it cannot be that exaggerated. Oh, but it is. My greatest joy each day is sitting before the computer, sharing with you the events of my day. Have I truly missed so much in these past 2 weeks? Although, most of it consists of my trivial musings. Gu Shui said this with a hint of embarrassment, admitting that on days of monotony, she often hesitated before the screen, unsure of what to express. She wrote and deleted several passages, ultimately questioning whether to share them with Xia Yu. I cherish your musings, but there is no need for such insistence, as if you were delivering a report. Xia Yu remarked, setting down his chopsticks and gazing at her. Yet, I fear, Gu Shui did not avert her gaze. Sighing, Xia Yu's exhalation tightened Gu Shui's heart. He stood up, leaving his seat to sit beside her. He finally comprehended why Gu Shui had orchestrated this surprise. Her essence remained unchanged. Still the introverted and lonely girl she had always been. She was forcing herself to be bold, striving for excellence. Eager to prove to Xia Yu that his trust had not been misplaced. You are too tense, Xia Yu said, gently pinching Gu Shui's cheek, only to find little flesh to grasp. I love you. You may repeatedly seek my affirmation, and I shall always respond. His words glistened in Gu Shui's eyes with unshed tears. Blinking rapidly, she fought back the urge to cry. Regardless of whether your future is radiant or ordinary, I will remain by your side, assisting you in resolving your challenges. Do you remember the contents of that paper? Gu Shui recalled that afternoon when they discussed their future at a table missing a leg, with snow swirling outside, mirroring a child's bewildered heart. Yet, he stayed with her, gradually gathering materials to construct a shelter from the snow. Do you love me? All her panic, insecurity, anxiety, and dependence condensed into that singular question. He paused, his heart sinking slowly. Gu Shui immediately regretted uttering those words, realizing she should not have impulsively shifted half the responsibility onto him. It is not love, Xia Yu began, wiping away the tears in Gu Shui's eyes. I have always found this word to be heavy. I may not possess the capacity to bear another's love, but for you, I feel I can attempt it. Gu Shui longed to smile, yet the lingering bitterness in her throat was undeniable. Under the fermentation of emotion, it transformed into sweetness. Hello, may I assist you with anything? A polite attendant approached, having observed the interaction, perceiving Xia Yu as a cad who had wronged Gu Shui. Unaware of the label affixed to him, Xia Yu declined. What about this young lady? Does she require assistance? The attendant ignored Xia Yu entirely. No, it's fine. Gu Shui noted Xia Yu's gloom and smiled through her tears. If you need anything, just call for me. Only then did the attendant depart. Xia Yu lamented, feeling unjustly accused, as the attendant had shot him a fierce glare before leaving. Well, who told you to speak so breathlessly? Gu Shui picked up her chopsticks once more and selected a piece of fish from her bowl. This is your compensation, she declared, pushing her bowl towards Xia Yu. My bowl is across the table, he remarked, attempting to return to his seat. No, sit beside me, Gu Shui insisted, pulling him back. Then I must retrieve my chopsticks. He replied. What about the chopsticks? Gu Shui pondered for a moment, but before she could speak, Xia Yu interrupted her. Enough, that's unsanitary. They had not ordered much. Yet an unexpected interlude had transpired. At the front desk, Gu Shui encountered the same waitress as before. Miss, a man like that is not worth your time. The waitress sneered, casting a disdainful glance at Xia Yu, who continued to eat, leaving the bill for the woman to pay. Indeed, he only brings me frustration. Gu Shui concurred. If it's unsuitable, just leave. The The waitress attempted to offer further advice. No, what if he goes out to harm others? Gu Shui chuckled as she observed Xia Yu still consuming the fish he had yet to finish. The waitress was momentarily flummoxed by Gu Shui's response, her mind overwhelmed. So I must play the victim and confront him. Then, Gu Shui mused, lightly striding back with the bill in hand. Chapter 81. Ineffective communication breeds impatience. When Xia Yu spotted Xia Yao standing outside, he was taken aback. The young girl, having noticed him exiting the classroom, approached with a cold demeanor. What is the matter, Yao? Is there something you need? Can't I seek out my brother Xia Yu without a reason? She retorted, clearly waiting for him, making it evident that this was no mere coincidence. What if it is just a coincidence? He countered, sensing something peculiar. What is going on? It's been a while since we've seen each other, and you've suddenly changed your style. Having spent considerable time with Xia Yao, Xia Yu had a fair understanding of her thoughts. It was likely that she was using this as an excuse to subtly express her discontent. But when had he ever provoked her? Rather than becoming irritated, he played along with her line of questioning. Well, I must say I was quite fortunate today. May I join you for dinner? She had likely been waiting for him since school, presumably having not eaten yet. All right. Xia Yao nodded and took the lead. Reluctantly, he followed. Where did you go last Saturday and Sunday, brother Xia Yu? She asked. I was in the capital celebrating Gu Shui's birthday, he replied. He could tell her mood had noticeably soured, as evidenced by her quickened pace. Xia Yu had to hasten his steps to keep up with her. What about the week before? The week before? Xia Yu recalled clearly that he had spent the day at the bookstore researching. With the internet not yet advanced and lacking AI assistance for gathering information, he had no choice but to scour the shelves for relevant material. He spent the entire day there, returning home only to collapse into bed and sleep. You studied at the bookstore? Brother Xia Yu, you're so diligent. Because I needed to prepare for something quite important. Was this the reason why Xia Yao had not seen him or received any replies from him in the last 2 weeks? Her attempt to defend him was abruptly interrupted by Xia Yao, who seemed somewhat brusque. Did Xia Yao come looking for me? Why was I unaware of it? Xia Yu was momentarily stunned, yet this was not the time for contemplation. He hastily followed after Xia Yao, only then noticing the glimmer of tears in her eyes. What is there to cry about? He remarked with a hint of helplessness. Who could have known that Xia Yao's tears would cascade uncontrollably? The young girl herself recognized her own emotional turmoil, lowering her head as she walked ahead, leaving large droplets on the ground. Carefully, he grasped her arm. What is it? Her voice was hoarse, and perhaps feeling self-conscious about its sound, she quietly cleared her throat. If you keep walking forward, you'll bump into a utility pole. Xia Yu was at a loss as to where he had erred, with no apology in sight. He missed Gu Shui immensely. At least she had the capacity to express her emotions. Xia Yao lifted her gaze, and indeed, just a couple of steps ahead was the utility pole, accompanied by a little dog boldly marking its territory. Silently adjusting her position, Xia Yao continued forward. Thank you, brother Xia Yu, she murmured softly. Though Xia Yu caught the words, his heart eased slightly. At least it indicated that Xia Yao was willing to communicate. Let's south eat at this place. He pulled her along, pointing towards the wonton shop, which was known for its ample servings and good reputation. Xia Yao managed to stifle her tears and followed him into the shop. Oh, it's been a while since you last came. The owner greeted Xia Yu warmly. Yes. Xia Yu nodded. How has business been lately? It's been too long since I had your wontons. I truly miss your culinary skills. Hee. The owner chuckled joyfully then. Noticing Xia Yao behind Xia Yu, he blurted out without thinking, still 2 large bowls? Huh, why not the usual? Xia Yu thought. Damn it, you tricked me, dog owner. I'm never eating here again. He forced a smile, turning to Xia Yao. Are you having a large bowl or a small one? I'll just have the small bowl, Xia Yao replied, raising her head, a hint of polite smile gracing her features. However, her eyes were still slightly red, revealing traces of her earlier distress. Really? Just moments ago you were on the verge of tears. How could you change so swiftly? Then let us have 1 large and 1 small. The shop was nearly empty, and before they could engage in conversation, their wontons arrived. The uncle's skills are truly remarkable, Xia Yao praised after taking a bite. Of course, the owner beamed at her compliment. Xia Yao's kind words dazzled the shopkeeper, who hurried to the kitchen to fetch 2 tea eggs. They were complimentary, for who could resist such heartfelt praise from her? She spoke in detail about the ingredients and preparation. The more she feigned nonchalance while chatting, the more uneasy Xia Yu felt. As new customers arrived, the owner regretfully attended to them. Yao? Xia Yao, taking small bites of her wontons, looked up at Xia Yu upon hearing his voice. If you don't act a bit more normally, I might be frightened. But I am perfectly normal. No, I genuinely had no idea you had sought me out these past 2 weeks. I have been quite busy with important matters. Xia Yu understood, admitting that she had been a bit willful earlier. Like a roly-poly toy, there was no handle to grasp firmly. In this manner, the refusal to communicate was laden with an almost sarcastic tone. Rare emotions stirred within Xia Yu, prompting him to lower his head and resume his meal in silence. The two dined quickly in the stillness, and Xia Yu rose to settle the bill. Xia Yu insisted on paying for her own meal. Yao, Xia Yu emphasized, his tone slightly firmer. Xia Yu froze momentarily, silently stowing away her wallet and turning towards the exit. No, this is not right, Xia Yu realized, as emotions deepened through a series of coincidences. His desire to pay was a gesture of reconciliation, not the prelude to yet another misunderstanding. This contradicted his initial intention. His goal should be to resolve the conflict, not exacerbate it. Without the luxury of time to ponder whether this was an appropriate place for conversation, Xia Yu assertively grasped Xia Yu's arm. She halted, attempting to pull away but finding herself unable to escape his hold. Boss, may we sit here for a moment? The proprietor nodded, and Xia Yu guided Xia Yu to a corner. Yao, shall we discuss things one by one? The other remained silent, yet quietly sat beside him. There was enough to converse about, beginning with the recent events. He expressed that his intention to pay was rooted in a desire to communicate with her, to seek an opportunity for dialogue. This was the art of conversation. He did not shift the burden of communication onto either party, but rather articulated his own needs, effectively circumventing Xia Yu's resistance. Furthermore, he clarified the reason for his lack of response. He had been engrossed in preparing a significant paper, one introduced to him by her brother, and had been preoccupied with it, hence his early departures and late returns. His grandparents had not informed him of a recent visit from a friend, which hindered his ability to reply, rather than a refusal to do so. Xia Yu emphasized the role of Xie Yunfeng in this context, subtly attributing responsibility to an absent third party. Such intricacies of communication were at play. As anticipated, Xia Yu no longer appeared resistant to dialogue. Chapter 82. I crave scallion pancakes with silver fish. Since his grandmother's discharge from the hospital, Xia Yu had not visited Xia Yu. From his perspective, he was merely busy. Frequent visits to others' homes seemed inappropriate, whether for genuine reasons or trifles. However, this was perceived differently through the lenses of his grandmother and Xia Yu. After sharing a dinner as a gesture of gratitude, did his absence signify disdain for the meal? Or was it an expression of estrangement? Perhaps even contempt? The liveliness exhibited at the dinner table could merely be a facade of politeness, especially considering Xia Yu's generally mature demeanor, which made it difficult not to view him as an adult. Rather than indulging in aimless speculation, it was more prudent to seek confirmation in person. Thus, Xia Yu decided to visit Xia Yu. Only Li Chuilan was home, who informed her that Xia Yu had already left. Xia Yu spent the afternoon conversing with the elderly lady, but ultimately returned empty-handed. A week later, she visited Xia Yu's home once more. However, Xia Yu had flown to the capital to celebrate Gu Shue's birthday. After 2 fruitless attempts to find him, doubt and suspicion grew, making it seem as though he were intentionally evading Xia Yu. Thus, the events of this evening unfolded, with Xia Yu standing at the classroom door, yearning for answers. For an entire week, Xia Yu's care for her felt genuine, as he willingly endured some discomfort to look after her. Yet, Xia Yu found herself bewildered by his sudden aloofness. She could conjure countless justifications for his behavior, but only his own words could validate any of them. Alas, he merely stated he was preoccupied with something significant. Well, after all, the matter was indeed important. But what of Gu Shue? Was she more important than herself? Indeed, she was, for she was his girlfriend. As this realization washed over her, Xia Yu felt deflated, only to be roused by the shopkeeper's call. This was a place frequented by him and Gu Shue for meals. Thus, it dawned on her that she was merely a source of trouble for others, caught in her own unrequited feelings. In moments of utter helplessness, laughter often emerges, and so Xia Yu laughed. Having listened quietly to Xia Yu's recent experiences, Xia Yu understood well. Xia Yu was not like Gu Shue. Gu Shue's living environment rendered her somewhat oblivious to emotions, even clumsy in her expressions. She communicated openly with Xia Yu through words and actions. In contrast, Xia Yu had endured multiple upheavals in her family, forcing her to mature and contemplate the emotional intricacies of adult relationships. When Xie Yunfeng resisted communicating with their grandmother, it was Xia Yu who endeavored to restore warmth to their home, until Xia Yu intervened, alleviating some of the tension. This was why Xia Yu could affectionately declare Xia Yu to be like an older brother to her, holding a significant place in her heart. I crave the little scallion pancakes that Yao makes, Xia Yu remarked. Humph, I want to make them for you, Xia Yu retorted, momentarily taken aback before quickly recovering. Then I suppose I must seek out Grandma to make them for me. Well, off you go then. All right. The two rose in unison. Their brief exchange dispelled any misunderstandings. This was the unique rapport shared between Xia Yu and Xia Yaoyao, both attuned to the subtle meanings behind each other's words. There was no need for explicit clarity. Subtlety held its own charm. I'll walk you home, Xia Yu offered, trailing behind Xia Yaoyao. No need, I can walk back alone. But doesn't my elder brother Xia Yu have evening study? I still have time. Then I shall trouble you, elder brother Xia Yu. This time, her words bore no underlying emotions, as the young girl smiled and leaned closer. Not angry anymore. Xia Yu chuckled, gently pinching Xia Yaoyao's nose. Hee. As long as we clarify things, it's all good. Yaoyao is so obedient, never giving elder brother Xia Yu any trouble. Xia Yaoyao allowed Xia Yu's playful gestures as they made their way home. Xia Yu noticed that many nearby shops had closed for the night. This cake shop has closed too, he mused. Yes, they must begin dismantling from this side. Their blueberry cake was so delicious, Xia Yaoyao recalled, suddenly remembering. So, will elder brother Xia Yu also be moving away? Yes, probably around May, Xia Yu estimated. Oh, the young girl responded glumly. Cycling is quite convenient. Especially since I often visit Yao Yao. I fear that my grandmother and Yao Yao might look down upon me. How could that be? Xia Yao Yao interjected urgently to correct him. Xia Yu contemplated speaking but ultimately refrained, recognizing that the host had no such inclination, yet the guest should possess self-awareness. That is for the best. Xia Yu wished not to have the hard-won conversation interrupted by new disputes. Upon arriving home, it was still Xia Yao Yao who opened the door, while Xia Yu patiently pushed the bicycle inside. Grandma, Yao Yao is back. Xia Yao Yao exclaimed with a high-pitched tone. Little Xia is here as well, isn't he? Grandma smiled as she emerged from the living room. Grandma, you already knew? Xia Yu followed her in and glanced at the time, noting there were still about 10 minutes left. Of course. This is the first time Yao Yao has called out to me so enthusiastically in these 2 weeks. Xia Yao Yao's face flushed with embarrassment as she stole a glance at Xia Yu. Their eyes met, and the young girl hurriedly walked inside. No wonder Yao Yao had seemed so aloof when she first saw me. It turns out she had been rehearsing at home for the past 2 weeks. Xia Yu entered the house with a smile, maintaining his composure. Xia Yunfeng previously introduced me to a professor who, while writing, had some other inspirations and asked for my assistance in organizing them, which is why I have been preoccupied. Xia Yu explained, his reasoning this time being more justifiable. After all, if things went awry, Xia Yunfeng might also face difficulties, so he prepared with great seriousness. Oh dear, with the exam approaching. Why is Yunfeng assigning you such tasks? Xia Yu engaged in a few more exchanges before glancing at the time again. Grandma, I must return for evening study. I will visit you again during the holiday. All right, the elderly lady replied joyfully. Wait a moment. Xia Yao Yao dashed out, fearing that if she was too slow, Xia Yu would have already departed. What is it? Xia Yu had just donned his helmet. Riding in March still felt somewhat chilly. This is for you. The young girl shyly handed over a small pouch, the words golden list of success embroidered in a crooked manner. Before Xia Yu could take it, Xia Yao Yao hesitated and began to withdraw it. This is too ugly. Perhaps I should stitch a new one. The new one will surely be more beautiful. Xia Yu extended his hand, accepting the pouch from her grasp. He hung it beside his keys, shook it gently, and looked towards Xia Yao Yao. Suddenly, he felt a surge of confidence regarding the exams this year. Xia Yao Yao smiled with delight. Hee, there is also a piece of candy inside. Be sure to take it out and enjoy. Xia Yu nodded, realizing that if he didn't leave soon, he would truly be late. The pouch swayed in the wind as Xia Yao Yao watched him carefully push the bicycle outside. Brother Xia Yu. The cyclist paused momentarily and turned back. Come again, and I will make you scallion pancakes with little silver fish. In March, the spring arrives, and the ice and snow melt away. Chapter 83. Will you come to watch my exam? Generally speaking, Xia Yu's visits to the internet cafe are for serious matters. It is certainly not because Luo Yongxiang insisted he would cover the internet fees. Tossing the iced tea into the corner, Xia Yu took a seat with a bottle of mineral water. Why isn't it cold? Luo Yongxiang complained. The internet cafe doesn't have it. Don't meddle in my affairs. Xia Yu replied while logging into QQ, noticing that the Persian cat avatar was currently dark. Perhaps it was her own promise that instilled confidence in Gu Shui, as the messages received this week were considerably more succinct, no longer lengthy essays. Patiently perusing the texts, Xia Yu refrained from hastily responding. The level of care put into the words was evident within the nuances of the text. Which one to start with? The craving was palpable. Luo Yongxiang appeared quite exhilarated. Let us start with Xia Yu, who hesitated to continue, yet his fingers flew across the keyboard. Which one? Luo Yongqiang leaned in closer, intrigued. Oh, who are you sparring with? The chat box was filled with fragmented characters, the occasional typo not detracting from the emotions expressed. You go first. Xia Yu, acutely aware of being at a disadvantage against Lu Shiran, prepared to muster all his energy. Their exchanges were principled, avoiding personal attacks and curses. Adhering to the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence, they merely engaged in playful banter. Most of it consisted of Lu Shiran's complaints about Xia Yu's lack of response, alongside subtle inquiries about whether he would attend her exam in April. Yulua, when exactly? I should be free in April. Xiang, April 3rd, during the Qingming festival. Yulua, I hope it won't rain then. Xiang, rain? What do you mean? Yulua, perhaps a torrential downpour will ruin my athletic dreams? Xiang, can't you wish for something good for me? Yulua, if you end up crying, should I bring tissues from Huaizhou? Xiang, get lost. If I fail, I'll come to Huaizhou to bother you. To be fair, she might actually do it. Xiang, however, I plan to graduate and travel a bit. Yulua, where to? Xiang, haven't decided yet. Let us wait until after the college entrance exams. Xia Yu paid no mind to Lu Shiran, who was already lost in her own thoughts. Yulua, are you coming to CF? Xiang, sure, but I still have books to read, so I can't play for long. Xia Yu couldn't help but feel surprised. The once outspoken Lu Shiran, who had vocally declared her disinterest in studying, seemed to have vanished. Yulua, all right, let us play for a while and then log off. When Lu Shiran came online, Xia Yu continued to compose his thoughts. Hello? Can you hear me? Lu Shiran's voice was sultry and tinged with a slight crackle, lending a sense of authenticity to her words. You're still chatting with me, right? Who doesn't know what you're usually like? You. Are you just getting cocky because I'm being nice? The tone from the other end returned to normal, a sense of relief washing over him. After playing a couple of rounds without the pursuit of victory, Xia Yu typically refrained from taking command, mostly following Luo Yongqiang and supporting him. Why does this feel so uninteresting? Lu Shiran's murmur drifted from the other side, the screen enveloped in darkness. A subpar gaming experience naturally led to such sentiments. Xia Yu chimed in, having also met a swift defeat, the screen similarly shrouded in shadow. Upon checking the scoreboard, both of their performances were less than stellar. I feel like my skills have regressed significantly. My hands have lost their finesse. Lu Shiran sighed. It's inevitable. Growing older and feeling less capable is quite normal. Shut up. You're the one who is old. I'm only 18. The irate voice of Lu Shiran resonated from the other side. Let us play DNF. It'll be enjoyable. Luo Yongqiang proposed a new idea and directed his inquiry towards Xia Yu. Xia Yu then reiterated Luo Yongqiang's words. Not out of a desire to conceal Lu Shiran's presence, but rather because Lu Shiran was unwilling to connect with Luo Yongqiang via voice chat. Despite having known each other for many years before their rebirth, they had never actually conversed through voice. Their interactions had always been confined to typed messages in the chat box. It has been quite some time since I last logged into DNF, Lu Shiran lamented, as the exasperating sounds echoed in her ears. The activity interface was cluttered, with red dots scattered everywhere. Who could possibly know which one to play first? Lu Shiran scratched her head in frustration. Well, let us just try a few games and see. The pace of updates in DNF was no slow affair. A few of them had not logged in for 10 days or even half a month, and as a result, they had become utterly confounded, barely managing to piece together the latest recommended activities. I can't take it anymore. I feel that reading a book is far more engaging. Lu Shiran's weary voice drifted from the other side. Really? Are you serious? Xia Yu was taken aback by Lu Shiran's strong reaction. You wouldn't understand. When you look at the computer and see countless red dots, you just don't want to click on any of them. Even sitting there in a daze feels interesting at that moment. How have you already transitioned into a state of being 40? Is that it then? Xia Yu, lacking a heavy attachment to the game, viewed it primarily as a form of entertainment. If the game ceased to provide him with relaxation, he would simply pursue other interests. Never mind, we can just keep chatting while I read. What is the point? How can you read while chatting? Xia Yu was perplexed by her thought process. No need to converse, just leave me be. I simply want to stay connected. Are you truly able to focus? Don't worry about it, please, Lu Shiran coaxed. Having long recognized that Xia Yu was someone who responded better to gentle persuasion than to firmness. Fine, just don't blame me later if you can't concentrate. Xia Yu indeed softened. In hushed tones, Xia Yu engaged in conversation with Luo Yongqiang while simultaneously managing his own tasks. The sound of Xia Yu typing filled the air, accompanied by the subtle rhythm of his breathing. Lu Shiran felt her eyelids growing heavier, and in a moment of reverie, she recalled that night when she had a fever, and he had quietly sat beside her, a sense of indescribable comfort enveloping her. Lu Shiran, Tang Qingxian's voice pierced through her headphones. Xia Yu's typing momentarily halted. Uh-huh. Lu Shiran removed her headphones and yawned. If you're tired, you should go to bed, Tang Qingxian suggested, surprised that Lu Shiran, who had claimed she wanted to read, could still fall asleep while reading. She was unsure whether to commend her diligence or criticize her pretense. Perhaps just a 10-minute nap will suffice. Lu Shiran glanced at the clock on her desk. Her thoughts were surprisingly clear at this moment, and she felt unexpectedly alert. Are you still on the voice chat? Tang Qingxian glanced at the computer, where the QQ interface was clearly displayed. Yes. Lu Shiran instinctively considered disconnecting, but then remembered she had done nothing wrong and confidently showed the screen to Tang Qingxian. Xia Yu? Uh-huh. Good afternoon, Qingxian. Xia Yu's voice came through the headphones. Good afternoon. Tang Qingxian cast a vague glance at Lu Shiran, who was busy organizing her books and failed to notice the look. Dad said lunch is ready. Come out to eat. Oh, okay. Lu Shiran nodded. Is Annie not coming back for lunch? Mother is busy, leaving just the three of us for lunch. All right, I'll tidy up and come out. Tang Qingxian then turned and exited, pulling the door shut behind her. Don't stay out too late. You have exams to prepare for. I'm off to eat. Lu Shiran spoke rapidly. Yes, I'll finish up and have dinner at home. A beep signaled the end of the connection. Glancing at the gray Persian cat, I logged out of my account. Chapter 84. Gu Shui is about to arrive at her loyal Huaizhou. The lights of the teaching building flickered between the shadows of the trees, and the bells signaling the end of evening study startled a few sparrows. A solitary figure walked towards the bicycle shed, surrounded by the chatter of fellow students. Xia Yu did not feel lonely, at times. He intentionally avoided the crowd to allow himself a moment of introspection. Let us call it an inescapable phase of youthful exuberance. In late March, the days consisted almost entirely of early mornings and late nights, with the rest consumed by classes. The deluge of responsibilities was overwhelming, leaving even him feeling somewhat fatigued. Upon returning home, he found his grandfather already resting, while his grandmother awaited his return in the living room. Just in time, Li Tsuelan said as she handed him the phone. Who is it? Xia Yu paused, tossing his backpack onto the sofa. It's Xiao Shui. Li Tsuelan advised them not to chat for too long, reminding them to wash up and rest early. She locked the front gate and yawned before heading back to sleep. Xia Yu nodded, and the silence on the other end of the line lingered. What's wrong? Xia Yu asked, closing the door. I missed your voice. Looking at your messages, I can only imagine how you sound. The girl's words were as bold as ever. Didn't I visit you at the beginning of March? But now it's the end of March. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Time truly flies. Hee. April is just around the corner. So, do you plan to come back? Yes, I will return. When? It's not finalized yet. No worries, at least I have something to look forward to. There's nothing I can do. My mother is usually busy, and I can't get a definite time. Gu Shui comforted, though it felt more like she was reassuring herself. Xia Yu, what if I come back in April and find that I've grown taller? Then I guess I should spend more time in the sun. What if I cut my hair short? As long as you are Gu Shui. Gu Shui's laughter rang like wind chimes shattering the moonlight. What if I say I miss you? Then I'll have to tear the pages off the calendar faster. Gu Shui's sentence was cut off gently by Xia Yu. Then I must eagerly anticipate each day in April, just in case I might see Gu Shui hiding behind the earthen wall to surprise me. Oh, you, Gu Shui murmured. Why didn't I think of such a clever idea? Then don't hide behind the earthen wall, otherwise I'll have to circle around it every day after returning home. I'll think of a new hiding place. The young girl's voice carried a hint of frustration, genuinely contemplating this dilemma. The atmosphere fell into a serene silence, yet both felt a profound tranquility. They could share everything or simply enjoy the quiet together. Xia Yu stifled a yawn, a wave of sleepiness washing over him. Are you tired? Gu Shui's voice came through the phone. Yes. Xia Yu began to speak, recounting recent events that had unfolded with an air of simplicity. Nothing of note had transpired, yet he was acutely aware of what truly mattered at this moment. The task of writing had long been set aside. Then you should go wash up, Gu Shui quietly remarked after listening to Xia Yu's narration. The call lingered on the line. A smile involuntarily crept across Xia Yu's lips. In the past, this young girl would have hesitated to end the call. But now she expressed such sentiments. She was increasingly developing her own opinions, which was commendable. It's fine to leave the call open, her voice echoed from the other end. I just want to hear your voice, even if it's merely the sound of your breathing. All right, not much has changed, he replied. Let us keep the call open. For I have no desire to hang up either. The sound of Xia Yu washing up filtered through the phone, while Gu Shui busied herself arranging clothes in her wardrobe. What are you tidying up? Xia Yu inquired softly. I'm organizing some old clothes, she responded. Silence reigned on the other end, save for the sounds of rinsing. It's not much. The sweater you gifted me must always remain on top, lest it lose its shape beneath other garments. Xia Yu paused mid-rinse. And the down jacket and shoes that Annie gave me. Gu Shui continued, her words flowing with a sense of nostalgia, but that sweater holds the utmost significance. Then my mother must be quite saddened, he replied with a chuckle. Indeed, all are important, Gu Shui said with a shy smile. Her eyes drifting to a corner of the wardrobe. She had even brought along her middle school uniform. After all, her wardrobe was quite sparse. And the uniform represented something unique for Gu Shui. At least in school, wearing it would not seem out of place, concealing any ill-fitting or unflattering undergarments. Su Yin had cared for her immensely, even covering the cost of the uniform. This return home would also be an opportunity to visit Teacher Su. In the haste of her departure, many matters were left unresolved. Xia Yu? I'm fine. To leave a thought half-expressed feels almost sinful. If spoken, could it still be deemed a surprise? I've already contemplated what the surprise for you is. I can't sleep tonight, she confessed. Would you like me to lull you to sleep? My broadcasting and hosting class has not been in vain. Does your broadcasting course also teach relaxation techniques? How could that be? I've opened this special session just for you. Such as? For instance, you have no one by your side, right? Xia Yu was momentarily taken aback by her words, switching off the bathroom light before returning to his bedroom. I'm back in my room. Bring your phone closer. Following her instruction, Xia Yu complied, the cool metallic casing brushing against his ear. I love you. Each word resonated with deliberate emphasis, yet bore an unspeakable weight, striking his heart like a hammer. Her tender confessions reverberated softly, expressing her longing. Who said love could not be articulated? I truly cannot sleep tonight, Xia Yu thought, concerned that such sentiments might be detrimental to his heart. I'm feeling quite bashful myself, Gu Shui admitted, her cheeks flushed, curling up in her bed. I can't detect your shyness. You must tell me when you feel bashful. Do you remember that piece about rain and snow? Yes, Xia Yu recalled the conclusion. The snow melts into the soil, transforming into rainwater. If one could warm the chill of snow, one would discover that snow is, in essence, merely rain. A tinge of fear lingers within me. Fear of what? Consider this. The fleeting season where snow and rain coexist is all too brief. Winter, by its nature, yields scant rainfall. When the conditions for snow formation arise, the presence of rain becomes even more improbable. Xia Yu comprehended her subtlety. Recognizing that Gu Shui's apprehension stemmed from her prolonged absence, she feared that rain would forget the visage of snow. Thus, she took the initiative, consistently maintaining her proactivity. Hence, I assert that technology transforms our lives. Gu Shui responded, a bit dazed, failing to grasp the meaning. With the current advancements in technology, we can induce artificial rain. Even snow. Xia Yu paused, pondering that with a mere thought, mountains and seas could be leveled. Gu Shui gently replied, all right, do not fret so much. Xia Yu reassured her, the flight from Huaizhou to the capital is quite swift. Do keep an eye out for the next opportunity when Annie offers you movie tickets. Hee. The girl reminisced about the meticulously planned encounter orchestrated by Xia Yu a fortnight prior, the silver ornament still adorning her wrist. Her inner worries began to dissipate. I shall wait for you in April. The call finally fell into a busy tone, and Xia Yu set down his phone. The moonlight outside shone brightly. Chapter 85. Not knowing is also fine. Twilight crept into the kitchen as Xia Yaoyao exerted a slight force. The knife tip split the eel's spine, gliding along its bones. Only when cut into butterfly slices would it absorb the flavors. Xia Yaoyao murmured softly to herself, a subconscious act born from her focus. Ever since she became aware of Xia Yu's fondness for seafood, she had specifically learned the art of preparing fragrant eel from the uncle at the fish stall at the alley's end. The process is not complicated, yet it demands exceptional knife skills. The oil pot released a wisp of blue smoke, and the doorbell chimed. Xia Yaoyao's hand trembled, causing the eel slices to tumble into the sizzling oil, erupting like golden fireworks. From the living room, she could hear her brother Xia Yu conversing with their grandmother. Judging by the sound, he had arrived bearing gifts once more. Despite her repeated insistence that he need not be so earnest, Xia Yu still diligently prepared thoughtful gifts for every visit, sometimes even crafting small handmade trinkets. It is truly a mystery from where he derives such thoughtfulness. A smile graced Xia Yaoyao's lips, and droplets of sweat formed on her lashes amidst the rising steam. Wiping her brow, she continued to focus intently on the curling pieces of eel in the pot. Yao Yao? Xia Yu's voice, mingled with the sound of footsteps, wafted into the kitchen. Xia Yaoyao dared not turn her head, yet a slight shiver coursed through her neck. Xia Yu carried with him a delightful fragrance of locust blossoms, which bloomed vibrantly in March. As he spoke, he approached, palm turned over, revealing a petite locust blossom nestled in his hand. The flower, pinned to a hairpin, transformed the ordinary black accessory into something unique in that moment. However, her gaze fell upon the brown circular mark on Xia Yu's palm. Uncertain of what to choose as gifts for visiting, she had resorted to a shortcut. Thank you, brother Xia Yu. Yao Yao adores this gift. But please do not delay my cooking. Xia Yao Yao smiled as she accepted it, carefully tucking the locust blossom hairpin into her pocket. Would you like to help? I still have a bit of edamame to shell. I would appreciate your assistance, brother Xia Yu. Seeing the oil pot stabilize, Xia Yao Yao began to prepare the sweet and sour sauce. While preparing the sweet and sour sauce, I accidentally added half a spoonful too much of plum sugar. This revelation emerged after numerous unsuccessful attempts. With a porcelain spoon, I gently stirred the amber-hued mixture, my peripheral vision drawn to the elderly gentleman beside the dining table, who was busy peeling edamame. Engaging in conversation with him, my hands remained in motion. Xia Yu spoke with a captivating fervor, eliciting laughter from the elder with his animated descriptions. Hanging from my waist were keys, along with the pouch I had gifted him, upon which the 4 characters gold list fame were inscribed, albeit in a somewhat crooked fashion. Yet, it had lost its previous annoyance, subtly revealing the endearing clumsiness of a girl. Nevertheless, I felt it prudent to replace it. It would be quite embarrassing if anyone were to recognize it as my handiwork. A thought that filled me with dread. I certainly had no intention of creating another. Finally, the preparation was complete. The remaining edamame was sparse, and Xia Yu worked swiftly. I shivered slightly, nodding as if caught in a guilty act. I cleared my throat, indicating that we still needed one more block of tofu. I pointed to the fresh-looking tofu on the cutting board. How large should it be cut? Xia Yu possessed decent knife skills. However, he had always been rather casual. My own meticulous approach to cooking had influenced him, prompting him to be more particular. Another half-inch to the left, I suggested, adjusting the position of the knife on his wrist and feeling the gentle pulse beneath my fingertips. We busied ourselves in the kitchen, which, albeit small, allowed us to respect each other's space unspokenly. Are we making a dal cabbage tofu soup? Xia Yu noted the prepared dal cabbage nearby. The clay pot is over there. We can use it or not. Yet, perhaps it's psychological, but I believe dishes cooked in a clay pot always taste better. Xia Yu smiled as he revealed my hidden thoughts. Indeed, I replied, biting my lip as I watched him retrieve the clay pot. I see there's still some cabbage. Shall we stew it together? Will we be able to finish it? Then perhaps not, I conceded. Leftover dishes that are reheated repeatedly tend to lose their appeal. It is better to prepare a variety of smaller portions. Do you want to check on the oil pot? Xia Yu's reminder pulled me back to reality as I turned to gaze at the eel fillets simmering in the oil. Some of the fillets had curled into tiny circles. Strictly speaking, I had once again failed. The eel should have been only slightly bent, not curled this way. A sense of disappointment washed over me, as I wished to present him with the very best. It looks quite delicious, Xia Yu remarked, keeping his approach uncomplicated, merely preparing a soup. If this went awry, I would retreat from the kitchen forever, never to touch a knife again. Would you like to try? I picked up a piece of eel, dipping it in the sauce. Xia Yu reached out to take it, but was deftly evaded by my hand. It's hot. My wrist trembled slightly, fully aware that it was merely an excuse. It's delightful. Xia Yu gave me a thumbs up. What type of fish is this? Eel. I relaxed internally, draining the remaining eel fillets. This is the first time I've tasted such delicious eel. Paired with this sauce, it truly achieves a delicate sweetness that is neither cloying nor overwhelming, even possessing a refreshing quality. Xia Yu's praise caused me to smile uncontrollably. Your compliments are making me blush. I'm merely speaking the truth. As Xia Yu answered, he opened the clay pot. The tofu and baby bok choy cooked swiftly, necessitating the early addition of seasonings. Is it a bit bland? He pondered after tasting the broth. Is it? Xia Yao Yao leaned closer, taking a spoon for herself. It's fine. Less oil and salt is beneficial for health. She nodded in agreement. My grandmother and I usually prefer this flavor. The eel strips are made for you. My grandmother cannot eat them. Should I fetch some locust flowers? Serve the rice. All right. Xia Yu smiled, preparing to dish out the rice. Wait a moment. Xia Yao Yao scooped a piece of tofu, and Xia Yu had perfectly timed it. The tofu stood resiliently on the porcelain spoon. Try the taste. Without further ado, she placed the tofu into Xia Yu's mouth. Not bad. Xia Yu exhaled gently. Xia Yao Yao evidently hesitated before feeding herself, lest she burn her mouth. Have you read the book of food from the garden of Sui by Yuan Mei? No, I haven't. That's fine. Just serve the rice, Xia Yu. Xia Yao Yao turned away as if their previous conversation had never occurred. Although Xia Yu was puzzled, he understood that their immediate task was to have dinner, so he refrained from probing further. His intuition suggested that such inquiries would yield no answers. Xia Yao Yao quietly ladled the soup. Who would read the book of food from the garden of Sui? And who would remember a mere piece of tofu? How could one's thoughts be so easily deciphered? Perhaps it was merely an implicit question on his part. Not knowing was just as well. Chapter 86. Long time no see. Xia Yu. It was the plum rain season, with the sky resembling water-soaked rice paper. Xia Yu flicked the umbrella, and raindrops cascaded from its surface, creating delicate silver bursts. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth mingled with the bitterness of camphor leaves. Clinging uncomfortably to the collar of his school uniform, Luo Yongqiang dragged his backpack behind him, listless. The recent exam intensity has been quite significant, and we don't get a break. But surely, after this joint examination, we will have a holiday. Since mid-March, the school had instituted a weekly testing system, with no breaks for regular monthly tests. Only during large-scale examinations was there a rare respite. The two engaged in casual conversation as they passed the office, overhearing Su Yan's laughter. What is happening? Why is she laughing so joyfully? Who knows? I've only seen her smile like that when speaking to you. When was that? How come I didn't know? Every time you ranked first in the grade. Luo Yongqiang lamented the disparity between individuals, realizing it was greater than that between humans and dogs. Despite both attending classes, studying together, and spending time at the internet cafe after school, his ranking did not ascend steadily like Xia Yu's, but rather fluctuated in the mid to upper tier. How does the top student rise in ranks? Of course, it was through scores, gradually widening the gap between the first and second places. The rankings for the joint examination also climbed steadily, which was utterly daunting. Xia Yu ignored him, propping the umbrella against the corridor's tiled floor. He planned quietly for the coming days, intending to discuss matters with his family tonight, as he needed to go to Jiangxing tomorrow to watch Lu Shiran's examination until the test papers were handed out to him. It has been quite some time since I last saw my classmate Li Hua, so I decided to check in on him. Oh, it seems that classmate Han Mimi is returning to her homeland and has asked me to assist Li Hua in composing a letter. The requirements are to convey enthusiasm and to introduce my hometown. Frowning, I realized that this composition would be particularly challenging, as the topic is broad and aimless, likely causing many to falter. As the bell rang, a faint sigh echoed throughout the examination hall. Indeed, it was quite difficult. The complexity began with Section B. Enduring the cacophony of Luo Yongqiang's vehement criticism of the question setters, I returned to my classroom, moving my desk and chair back to their original positions. A shadow flitted past the back door, unnoticed by me. Xia Yu, what answers did you choose for Section D? Would you like to hear them? I hesitated, glancing at my desk mate, who had been subtly competing with me ever since sitting beside me. Go on. DDCCB. With each letter pronounced, my deskmate's face grew increasingly pale. I hadn't comprehended much. Most of it was mere conjecture. Sighing, I figured it would be better to allow him to enjoy his dinner in peace tonight, even if it meant delaying the inevitable judgment, as that was preferable to enduring a day filled with anxiety. Shall we head to the internet cafe tonight? I need to vent my frustrations, Luo Yongqiang declared with indignation. Tonight, a gun king shall be born. All right, I nodded, and the two of us exited the classroom. I had long ceased to glance toward Class 7. Yet occasionally, I would cast a glance at the back door of my own classroom, for Gu Shui would be there. Huh. I halted in disbelief. What the? Luo Yongqiang exclaimed first. Gu Shui? Long time no see, Xia Yu. The girl approached with a smile, her gray school uniform revealing hints of white beneath. This is the surprise I have for you. Ah, long time no see. I regained my composure, a smile forming on my lips. Luo Yongqiang, feeling the pangs of being a third wheel, noted that despite having spoken, no one acknowledged him. You should head back now, I suggested to Luo Yongqiang. All right. He acquiesced, reverting to a listless state. Tonight, a lonely gun king shall be born. When did you arrive? In the afternoon. I got here while you were still taking the exam, and it was Mr. Su who vouched for me to let me in. Mr. Su knows? Everyone knows, except you. I was peeking at you from the back door while moving the desk just now. The girl smiled triumphantly, standing closely beside me. And I'm wearing the white sweater you gifted me. Gu Shui tugged at the collar, yet my gaze inadvertently fell upon her delicate collarbone. Aren't you hot? I averted my eyes. Warm, but not due to the sweater. Hey, you too. The presence-challenged head teacher finally intervened, approaching in an exasperated manner. You too, come with me. We exchanged glances and obediently followed. Xia Yu, you should be focusing on your studies now. The head teacher recognized me, after all. As I was the consistently top student in the grade, it would be odd if he did not. And you? Which class are you in? Gu Shui, a student of Class 7, was under the guidance of her homeroom teacher, Mr. Su Yan. With a straightforward demeanor, Gu Shui spoke up. Mr. Su, the director of education, accompanied by two individuals, entered the office, and as expected, Mr. Su was busy grading papers while Wang Haiyang had already clocked out for the day. The two stood to the side, resembling quails in their unease. "What's the matter?" Mr. Su inquired, setting down his stack of papers with a hint of curiosity. "Early romance. I caught them," the director replied. "Mr. Su, it's up to you to handle this." "Very well. Gu Shui, you may as well withdraw from school, Mr. Su retorted. "All right then, Mr. Su, I'll start packing my things to leave." Gu Shui suppressed a laugh, preparing to make her exit. Wait, that's unnecessary." The director quickly interjected. "Mr. Su, we must employ a gentle approach. We cannot be so severe." "It was merely a jest," Mr. Su said, removing his glasses and smiling. "Gu Shui, you've become increasingly cheerful. If it hadn't been for Mr. Su's earlier support, Gu Shui might have faltered long ago." The director was left puzzled, and it was then that Xia Yu stepped in to clarify. The director finally understood why the two students had come so quietly. It turned out he was a part of their playful scheme. "Xia Yu, write a 2,000-word reflection for me, detailing the perils of early romance and your goals for next month's examination," Mr. Su instructed. "Understood." Xia Yu accepted the reprimand without complaint, considering this to be the most favorable outcome. The director nodded in satisfaction, feeling his dignity upheld, and left the office. Gu Shui shared anecdotes from her life in the capital, while Xia Yu quietly wrote his reflection. "Call me this afternoon. If you say you want to see me, I'll know your intentions lie elsewhere." Xia Yu paused, realizing why Mr. Su had been in such high spirits that afternoon. "Not at all. I even brought a gift for Mr. Su." Gu Shui produced a gift box from her uniform pocket, revealing a sleek pin adorned with golden patterns. Mr. Su, unable to decline, acknowledged that his care for Gu Shui indeed warranted such a present. They chatted about recent happenings, Mr. Su's gaze drifting to Xia Yu, who diligently penned his thoughts. "You write with considerable experience. Finishing early is always preferable. It won't inconvenience Mr. Su," Xia Yu remarked. "Hee. You just want to finish quickly to play with Gu Shui?" Mr. Su teased. Xia Yu, caught in the act, offered a sheepish smile in agreement. "All right, hand it over." "Stop delaying my departure," Mr. Su instructed. Xia Yu, comprehending the subtle cue, handed over his reflection. "Off you go," Mr. Su gestured, signaling for them to leave. The pair exchanged smiles and bid farewell in unison. "They are increasingly resembling one another," Mr. Su mused, watching the two as they walked away, before donning his glasses again to resume grading papers. Chapter 87. Bohao. Riding a bicycle in the rain is neither safe nor comfortable. Thus, Xia Yu did not ride to school that day. This implied the two would walk home together. Perhaps it was not such a bad thing. As the evening rain fell, Gu Shui gracefully slipped beneath Xia Yu's umbrella. "It's raining. We needn't squeeze together," he remarked. "I didn't bring an umbrella." Gu Shui, with a facade of nonchalance, concealed the umbrella behind her back, fabricating a lie without the slightest hint of embarrassment. "How did you arrive?" "That's none of your concern." The young girl toyed with the boy's right hand, her delicate fingertips gliding along his elongated joints, suddenly pausing at the base of his thumb. A brown circular mark caught her attention. "What happened here?" Gu Shui furrowed her beautifully shaped brows, carefully examining Xia Yu's hand. "I burned myself while cooking." "It's nothing serious. It will fade in due time." "Is that true?" Gu Shui regarded Xia Yu with a hint of skepticism, her pupils clouded with doubt. "Indeed." In response to her skepticism, Xia Yu felt compelled to elaborate, explaining the excessive proliferation of melanocytes due to heat stress, resulting in an overproduction of melanin, and the epidermis requiring time for renewal and metabolism. "So, we are dealing with the issue of pigmentation?" Gu Shui interjected, her thumb unconsciously caressing the scar's edge, as if she could obliterate that brown mark with her touch. "Yes." Xia Yu nodded, appreciating how Gu Shui could incisively pinpoint the crux of the problem. "Be more careful next time you cook. Isn't it usually your grandmother who prepares the meals?" Gu Shui committed this to memory. The wound was a remnant from a previous cooking session with Yao Yao, nearly a month old. A month? Gu Shui squinted, pondering, resembling a cat poised to catch a mouse in the dark. Today is April 3rd, and if you say it's nearly a month, that indicates it occurred in mid-March? "Ah, so you sought me out only to visit Xia Yao Yao afterwards?" Her nails lightly dug into her palm. "Sherlock Gu, didn't I inform you on QQ that I visited my grandmother's health in mid-March? I even mentioned how much she appreciated the blood pressure monitor you suggested." "Humph. You went to check on your grandmother and also cooked there, didn't you?" Gu Shui recalled the incident, still obstinately huffing. Xia Yao Yao said she was making small silver fish scallion pancakes, but she mismanaged the oil temperature while frying. Xia Yu reminisced about that day, picturing Xia Yao Yao, flustered, holding the pot lid, while the silver fish curled into crescent shapes in the hot oil, the splattering droplets resembling scattered stars. Instinctively, he wrapped her in his embrace as she trembled in his arms. He took a cloth and relieved her of the pot lid, calming the chaotic scene. A scar was left on his hand as the cloth failed to cover completely. The little girl had turned the medicine cabinet upside down that day. The recollection was abruptly interrupted by a pang of pain on his face. I feel heartbroken. Gu Shui stood on her toes, gently massaging Xia Yu's cheek, articulating each word with intent. You claim you've grown taller, yet I fail to see it. Xia Yu diverted the subject. I've grown by a centimeter. Doesn't that count? Gu Shui shot him an incredulous glance. And what about the haircut? I considered it. But upon remembering I would see you, I abandoned the idea. Why so? I wanted to see which style you preferred. This length is quite lovely. Gu Shui's hair cascaded down to her shoulders. Then I shall refrain from cutting it. The distance was not far, despite their deliberate attempts to slow their pace. It proved futile. Zheng Wan and Xiao Weihua sat in the living room, engaged in conversation. Upon seeing the two return, Zheng Wan approached them with a sense of relief. Xiao Shui, you're back. Good evening, Auntie. Xia Yu nodded towards the umbrella, gesturing for Gu Shui to enter the house. Dinner is quite sumptuous. The group gathered around the table, chatting amiably. Is Xiao Shui going with me to view the house tomorrow? Zheng Wan inquired, seeking her daughter's opinion. Gu Shui glanced at Xia Yu. Aren't we going tomorrow? Xia Yu addressed his elders. Xiao Shui's family is in the third phase. Ours has already been drawn. Indeed. It was a silly question. Otherwise, Grandpa and Grandma wouldn't have moved in directly in June. The urban property was rented to avoid dormitory accommodations after being admitted to Huai Prefecture No. 1 High School. Then I'll accompany Gu Shui to take a look tomorrow. Do we have the house keys? Li Tsuilon pointed to the keychain hanging nearby. Perfect. The tiles and such should be laid down by now. You can go take a look. Xia Yu nodded, and Gu Shui followed suit. Dinner passed amidst lively conversation. We'll head to the city first, as our hotel is booked there. Tomorrow, I'll take Xiao Xia to the southern part of the city. Gu Shui trailed behind, casting a reluctant glance at Xia Yu. He smiled and ruffled the girl's hair as he watched them disappear into the rain. The persistent drizzle was indeed uncomfortable, making any task inconvenient. Back in his room, Xia Yu pulled out his recent schedule, ensuring nothing was amiss. Oh no, Lu Xiran's physical examination. Suddenly realizing something was amiss, Xia Yu remembered Gu Shui's surprising revelation was too impactful. He had originally planned to go to Jiangxing tomorrow. This rainfall enveloped the entire Jianghuai region. Perhaps the physical examination would be postponed due to the weather? Well, that seemed unlikely. He had seen videos of examinees running in the rain. He knew better than to deceive himself. If the rain was as fine as today, the examination would proceed as normal. Raking his fingers through his hair, he recalled Lu Xiran mentioning that the weather would clear in 2 days. He wondered if it would end by the afternoon the day after tomorrow, but couldn't he be certain? Xia Yu was only vaguely aware of these matters. Lu Xiran was focused on her preparations, and he hoped that his unexpected changes wouldn't affect her. Wait a moment. Xia Yu suddenly remembered someone who would surely know. Grandma, I'm stepping out. Luo Yongxiang is looking for me. Li Tsuilon nodded, watching as Xia Yu hurriedly grabbed the car keys and donned a raincoat. He plunged into the downpour, riding to the internet cafe. Setting himself to invisible, he noticed that Tang Qingqian's avatar was lit up. Is it not said that heaven leaves no one without a path? Xia Yu sighed in relief as he began typing on the keyboard. Yulo, Qingqian, could you do me a favor? Tang Qingqian, go ahead. The reply came instantly. Yulo, could you please film a video for me tomorrow? It's about Xiran's examination. I have some matters that prevent me from being there, but I promise to watch her examination. Could you assist me in this way? Tang Qingqian, what use will this serve? She didn't grasp Xia Yu's intentions. I'll call tomorrow to let her know I've seen her performance. But I'm preparing a surprise, so I can't appear. I sincerely ask for your help, Qingqian. Xia Yu felt a sense of unease within. This was the best course of action he could conceive. Tang Qingqian remarked, but you still can't come, can you? The bubble of lies will only expand further. What purpose does it serve? Yu Luo added, I purchased my ticket for Sunday noon. If all goes well, I should arrive just as the exam concludes. Tang Qingqian's gaze flickered as she glanced at Lu Xiran, who was slumped on the sofa, seemingly waiting for something on her phone. Now it was clear. She was anticipating news from Xia Yu. Yu Luo requested, could you please keep this from being revealed, Qingqian? Just say you saw me. Observing the hands-clasped expression across from her stirred an unnameable emotion within her. Was it envy or jealousy? Tang Qingqian pressed her lips together and typed a brief response. All right. Chapter 88. A glimpse of clarity. Experiencing the rain during the plum rain season can be a rather romantic endeavor. However, for Xia Yu, it was merely a means to pass the time out of boredom. Resting her chin in her hand, she gazed at the curtain of rain, the grayish-blue canopy parting the downpour. This umbrella was quite familiar to her. Gu Shui spotted the figure sitting by the door and lowered the umbrella slightly. To her surprise, she noticed the pouch hanging from Xia Yu's waist. "Oh," she exclaimed, her tone shifting upon seeing Gu Shui. "Hey, Gu Shui, you're back too?" The youthful exuberance returned to her voice, though only she was aware of the insecurity concealed within those words. "Yes, it's been a while since I last saw you. Yao Yao, how have you been?" Gu Shui smiled, gently ruffling Xia Yao's hair. "Hee, Xia Yu takes good care of me," Xia Yao said casually. "Is that so? And what about Grandma?" Gu Shui's gaze flickered toward Xia Yu. Xia Yu sheepishly closed the umbrella and tapped it against the stone steps. "The humidity has been quite high lately, and the temperature fluctuates. Grandma has been coughing again." Concern welled up in Xia Yao's eyes as she glanced toward the bedroom. "It's nothing serious. Grandma is just coming out. It's an old ailment. Have you seen a doctor?" Xia Yu hurried to assist the elderly woman. "Oh dear. It's just an old issue. The doctor said to take care of my health," Grandma replied, settling into a chair with Xia Yu's help. "Let me check the pot," Xia Yao said, rushing to the kitchen, where the rice cooker displayed a 5-minute countdown. "What are you making?" "It doesn't have a name. It's just a nourishing recipe prescribed by the traditional medicine doctor," Xia Yao explained as she returned. "It seems we're out of loquat honey. Isn't it in the top storage cabinet in the kitchen? You mentioned last week that it was in the way. So I placed it up there," Xia Yu recalled clearly. "Oh, right, you put it there, Xia Yu. That's why I couldn't find it," Xia Yao said, sticking out her tongue apologetically. "But you placed it so high, I can't reach it." "No worries, I'll get it for you." "No need, I'm close by. I'll handle it." Gu Shui stood up, tiptoeing to retrieve the loquat honey from the cabinet. Gu Shui stood nearly 1.7 meters tall, while Xia Yao had yet to reach 1.65 meters. "Next time, don't place it so high. It's quite dangerous to use a stool. Especially since Xia Yu doesn't come often," Gu Shui advised with a smile, her words infused with genuine concern. "All right," Xia Yao nodded in agreement. "Why is it so cold?" Xia Yu suddenly remarked, feeling somewhat underdressed for the day. Ding! The rice cooker emitted a prompt sound, and Xia Yao cautiously opened the steam vent. Once she noticed that the pressure had sufficiently released, she opened the rice cooker. The rising steam carried the bittersweet aroma of goji berries and astragalus. Xia Yao served herself a bowl and added 2 spoonfuls of loquat honey. Watching Xia Yao's busy figure, Gu Shui pondered whether she had been overly sensitive earlier. "Let me bring it over," Gu Shui offered, attempting to make amends, but her silver jewelry inadvertently caught the light. "Sister Gu Shui's silver ornaments are truly beautiful," Xia Yao remarked appreciatively. "Yes, they were a gift from Xia Yu for my birthday," Gu Shui replied, her tone inevitably tinged with amusement. "They are indeed lovely," Xia Yao echoed as she turned back to serve more soup. 1 bowl each. Xia Yu, unaware of the kitchen's earlier commotion, noticed Xia Yao carrying out 2 more bowls. "Yes, there's another bowl in the kitchen for you, Brother Xia Yu," she replied. Reluctantly, Xia Yu stood up to fetch the last bowl, which was brimming and nearly spilling over. "How bitter." Gu Shui scrunched her face in distaste. It's not bad at all," Xia Yu said, taking a sip and finding it surprisingly palatable, with even a hint of sweetness. "Isn't Brother Xia Yu fond of sweet flavors? I added 3 spoonfuls of loquat honey to your bowl. If Sister Gu Shui finds it bitter, she could add a couple of spoonfuls as well," Xia Yao suggested effortlessly. "All right," Gu Shui replied with a smile. "Did you add loquat honey to your bowl, Yao? "No, I actually quite enjoy this subtle bitterness," she responded. Indeed, while it was slightly bitter upon entry, it left a sweet aftertaste. Xia Yu wondered why it felt so cold today, almost comparable to the chill of early winter. "Grandma seems much better after having the medicinal meal," Gu Shui chatted with her grandmother. They discussed their visit to the southern part of the city to look at houses. "It seems like there aren't many people in the southern area?" Xia Yao inquired, glancing at Xia Yu. "Yes, it's just that the city plans to develop that area in the future, but it will take many years," he replied cautiously. "So, Brother Xia Yu, will you be moving to the southern part?" Her curiosity was evident. "Perhaps not, as several reputable high schools in Huaizhou are located in the city center. Living in the south would be quite far," Xia Yu replied, careful not to sound too definitive. "Okay," Xia Yao nodded, though the answer was not what she had hoped for. Still, she hadn't fully clarified what her desired answer was. "Will we have dinner here tonight? If so, I need to go buy groceries." "No need, Gu Shui's mother is here too. It would be quite awkward for her to be alone at my house if both Gu Shui and I are absent," Xia Yu explained. "All right then. I found that cake shop you mentioned," Gu Shui chimed in. "What? The one known for its delicious blueberry cake? I can bring you 2 next time," she offered excitedly. "That sounds great." Gu Shui listened to their conversation, feeling a mix of exasperation and admiration for Xia Yu's gentle consideration. He indeed possesses the ability to attend to everyone's emotions, as he is perpetually accommodating to others. Previously, having been the one receiving such indulgence, he naturally felt delighted. Now, however, his forbearance is extended towards different individuals. It's quite late, Grandma. Summer Yu and I are heading back now, Gu Shui interjected, truncating the conversation. We've chatted for quite a while. It must be tiring for you. Grandma smiled and replied, how could that be? Yet after a whole day on the run. I do feel a bit hungry. Gu Shui chuckled as well, noticing the elder's intent to rise, and promptly moved closer to assist her. The elder entered the bedroom and returned with a box of peach crisps. Take this and enjoy. It was just purchased a couple of days ago by Yao Yao. The two of them declined, but unable to resist the elder's enthusiasm, they remained seated to share the peach crisps. The elder could not partake. So the three younger ones each had two, which was just right. These are delicious, Summer Yu remarked, noting that while peach crisps are commonplace, their preparation demands considerable skill, particularly in achieving the right balance of sweetness and crispness. Yao Yao can prepare some more next time. These are indeed far superior to the peach crisps we shared back in the capital, Gu Shui added, glancing at Summer Yu. The ones in the capital were from a century-old establishment. This encapsulates the story of Summer Yu and Gu Shui, leaving no room for Yao Yao to interject. Shall we take our leave? Gu Shui asked the elder. Yes, yes, be safe on your way, the elder replied. Summer Yu then stood, retrieving an umbrella from the stone pavement, and with a loud pop, unfurled it. Together, they stepped into the curtain of rain. Chapter 89. When will you come to see me? Hello? What is up? The voice of Lu Xiran came through the phone. You sound rather unenthusiastic. Humph. If you had been drenched outside all day and still managed to smile, I would be impressed, Lu Xiran scoffed. Deep down, she understood the reason. She had not seen the person on the other end of the line today. You performed quite well today. What? I saw how you fared on your exam. Summer Yu replied, scrolling through several videos that Tang Qingqian had sent him. Her reliability was evident, even including small details that had not been captured on camera. This aligned well with his impression of her. Though her demeanor was somewhat aloof, she conducted her tasks with meticulous care. Recalling their past competitions, he remembered her calm assurance when faced with insurmountable challenges. It's fine. Everything has been taken care of. Reflecting on this, he felt a sense of reassurance in having teamed up with someone like her. Did you come over? The voice on the other end suddenly escalated, jarring him from his thoughts. Wait, then why didn't I see you? Lu Xiran's tone regained its composure. You complained about going to the track field, tossed your jacket to Qingqian, and even tried to look cool by stepping into a puddle. Stop, stop, you were really there? Of course. If you don't believe me, asked Qingqian. She saw me. Wait for me. The sound of Lu Xiran's footsteps resonated through the phone, followed by the opening of a door. Tang Qingqian. Did you see Summer Yu during my exam? He waved at me then. Tang Qingqian replied succinctly. Then why didn't you tell me? You didn't ask. Lu Xiran felt a pang of frustration. How could her sister possess such low emotional intelligence? The door was closed. You truly came? Then why did you not come to see me? I thought you had been studying hard lately, so I wanted to prepare a surprise for you, Xia Yu replied, somewhat sheepishly, as he himself was unsure of what this surprise entailed. A surprise? You prepared a surprise for me. Of course. Otherwise, why would I have come if not to see you? Xia Yu paused, as raucous sounds erupted from a corner of the internet cafe not far away. Where are you? Why is it so noisy? At the internet cafe. What are you doing there? I haven't found a place to stay yet. So I'm just sheltering from the rain at the cafe. Lu Xiran glanced outside. Thunder rumbled and torrential rain poured down. The day had started off mild, with only a light drizzle, which was why the exams had not been interrupted. He was merely a student, and the cost of his round-trip ticket was likely the extent of his budget, let alone preparing a surprise for himself. Xia Yu's words were veiled, but it was highly probable that he intended to spend the night at the internet cafe. Lu Xiran felt as if a heavy hammer had struck his heart, leaving him speechless. The large raindrops pelted against the window, but Lu Xiran felt as though each drop was striking his heart, creating deep dents within. Only Tang Qingqian accompanied him for the physical examination. Tang Wanrong was busy and seemed to be on an extended business trip. Meanwhile, Lu Zhongyuan subtly looked down upon his choice to pursue sports, preferring to remain at the academy writing papers rather than coming to see him. Yet, there was someone who would take him to experience a different life when he didn't wish to study and would accept his outpouring of emotions, even going to great lengths to prepare a surprise for him. Xia Yu. Lu Xiran felt a tightness in his throat and coughed heavily before regaining his composure. Where are you? I'm coming to find you. No need. Wait until the rain eases a bit, and then I'll find a hotel to sleep in. Absolutely not. At the very least, I want to help you find a hotel where you can sleep tonight. Hey, no, it's pouring outside. What if you catch a cold and it affects your exam tomorrow? Wouldn't that be a grave sin on my part? I came to celebrate with you, not to add to your troubles, don't you think? Xia Yu desperately explained, trying to dissuade Lu Shiran from his intentions. Listening to Xia Yu's flustered attempts to stop him, accompanied by the sounds of others coughing in the background, Lu Shiran felt an even deeper pang of sympathy. Indeed, how reputable could the internet cafe be that he was in? It was merely youthful stubbornness that prevented him from wanting to see Xia Yu in a vulnerable state. All right. Lu Shiran's sudden agreement left Xia Yu momentarily stunned. His flimsy excuses felt pitifully inadequate. Had he managed to get away with it? Then when will you come to see me? Came Lu Shiran's gentle voice. Tomorrow afternoon, once you finish your exam, you should be able to see me right away. Xia Yu roughly estimated the time. Taking a taxi directly from the station to Jiangxing University should just about make it. However, the surprise. He had spent the morning accompanying Gu Shui to the southern part of the city and then checked in on Yao Yao in the afternoon. When would he have time to prepare a surprise? All right, I'll wait for you. Lu Shiran's voice interrupted Xia Yu's thoughts. Then I'll hang up. Xia Yu pondered over what surprise truly meant. If all else failed, he would simply prepare to spend money, for spending could never go awry. Wait, what's the matter? Could you perhaps encourage me with a few words of support? Lu Shiran's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she lifted her gaze, nervously glancing about her empty bedroom. An inexplicable sensation of being observed enveloping her. Well, there's still one more day. Good luck with the physical examination. Lu Shiran's words, though simple, prompted Xia Yu to scroll through the video once more, noticing new details. Are you wearing water-repellent clothing? Most of the raindrops cling to your attire, dripping down the hem. You notice that? I find the rain leaves me damp and uncomfortable. More than anything, my figure is rather appealing, and the fabric clings closely, making me feel uneasy under the gazes around me. Is water-repellent material comfortable to wear? To be honest, it feels no different. Lu Shiran merely wiped her body and donned a jacket before hailing a taxi, relying solely on her well-maintained physique. Avoid wearing water-repellent fabric. The friction during vigorous exercise could lead to abrasions. Understood. Lu Shiran refrained from arguing. Had it been Lu Zhongyuan advising her, she would have certainly engaged in a lengthy debate. And remember to drink some warm water after your run, not too hot. An imbalance in internal and external temperatures can easily lead to illness. Summer Yu's incessant reminders brought Lu Shiran to a moment of clarity. He had once advised her similarly to return to her studies. Why was it that despite the similarity in advice from her coach, she found his words more compelling? All right, it's getting late. Rest early tonight and prepare yourself for the exam tomorrow. It seems it will be drizzling. Then I shall give it my all. Good. Then I wish you the best. The call ended with a busy tone, and Xia Yu found himself lost in thought, staring at his computer screen. He scrolled through their chat history, reaching back to the year they first met. Their conversations had largely revolved around games, with only the past 2 months touching on their lives. Lu Shiran had even sent photographs from when she had left home in anger to live in Huaizhou. They had enjoyed their time on the pedestrian street and at Huaishui Park. Just as he was about to close the application, his gaze lingered on a particular software. What kind of internet cafe would install PS and PR on their computers? Xia Yu sighed in exasperation, feeling it was more of a self-affirmation. Silently, he opened a search engine, hesitating for a moment before typing the first line, Introductory Guide to PR. Chapter 90. The mountains and seas can be calm. The two sat in the airport waiting lounge, and Xia Yu could not help but stifle a yawn. Did you secretly chat with your sister last night? Gu Shui teased, observing the telltale shadows beneath Xia Yu's eyes. How could that be? Xia Yu replied, feeling a twinge of guilt. He hadn't spoken with his sister, but with his older sister instead. Then why do you look so tired? Do you remember Xiang? Did you chat with her at the internet cafe last night? Gu Shui's lovely brows furrowed, her expression turning cold as she realized that without a computer at home, Xia Yu had to visit the internet cafe to connect with that online friend. This implied that after returning home alone around 7 o'clock, he had ventured out to the cafe once more. Xia Yao managed to endure her struggles alone. But what is the situation with this Xiang? Does she truly believe herself to be a free spirit, galloping across endless meadows? No. Today, after completing her physical examination, I intended to gift her something special. This led me to the internet cafe, where I planned to edit a video to congratulate her. I toiled for a full 6 hours. My skills perhaps akin to the future's one-click editing technology. I truly did my utmost. At this moment, the development of Premiere Pro is still in its nascent stage, rendering it quite challenging to navigate. As Xia Yu watched tutorials, he pondered the best way to stitch photographs together, occasionally considering the artistic text and its impact on the video. You should apply it yourself. Gu Shui's irritation lessened somewhat upon hearing Xia Yu's earnest explanation. She retrieved a light blue medicine box from her pocket and tossed it directly to him. Sulfadiazine silver cream. What is it for? It will help diminish the scar on your palm more quickly, Gu Shui explained in a cool tone, though she continued to elaborate. Oh, I can't see it and won't be able to apply it. Xia Yu closed his eyes and leaned toward Gu Shui. A silence enveloped them. Sigh. Gu Shui exhaled softly, finding herself unable to remain angry with him. Extend your hand. Her tone was somewhat brusque. Xia Yu obediently extended his right hand. The cool ointment, upon touching his skin, eased its pressure, and he knew it wouldn't cause pain. You pressed too hard. It hurt. How did I not realize that Auntie could read you so well? Who? Aunt Yi, your mother. What did she say about me? Strangers maintain distance. Acquaintances uphold manners. And familiarity often breeds contempt. Xia Yu found himself momentarily speechless. Xia Yu. Yes? Gu Shui wiped the remaining ointment from her fingertips with a tissue, then placed both hands on Xia Yu's head, compelling him to look at her. You are too kind to many, and I cannot shake off my sense of insecurity. Gu Shui spoke with equal candor. I am quite despicable, forcibly binding you to me with my own vulnerability. Yet I fear that others will employ the same tactics to draw you away. I do not know when I might again stand by your side as inseparable as before. If you were to encounter another girl more pitiable than I, might you not extend your hand to her? And what of me? Would I be cast aside? On this matter, I can assure you that if you, Gu Shui, do not let go, I will never release my grip. And if you do choose to let go, I will willingly seek to hold your hand again. Xia Yu spoke earnestly. Is that so? Gu Shui gazed into his eyes, realizing that within them, she could see only her own reflection. And what if there were another Gu Shui? If she were to say the same, how would you respond? Gu Shui intended to mention Xia Yu, but ultimately reframed her example. I would assist, but I would not relinquish you. No one can compare to you. You are unique. One of a kind, the unparalleled Gu Shui. Despite feeling somewhat uncomfortable under her grip, Xia Yu did not pull away. If I were to see that Gu Shui and merely observe from the sidelines, what then would be the reason for your affection toward me now? As he noticed her falling into silence, Xia Yu placed his hand over Gu Shui's small hand. That year, I sat by the school gate, watching the students pass by, waiting for the person who would place a fruit-flavored hard candy in the palm of my hand. Little did I know, that individual had long since welded the key to my escape route. If someone were to emerge, more deserving of that key, even a fool who would brave the rain just to share an umbrella with me, the lock would have rusted beyond repair. Xia Yu, you interrupted, I declared. I've professed my love for you, not merely a fondness. In this regard, I wish to neither deceive you nor myself. Very well. Gu Shui's eyes revealed her trepidation and unease. She too was afraid. The questions she posed might lead to his annoyance, yet she reassured herself that communication was essential. Just like a burn, some wounds appear superficial while festering beneath the surface. Delaying treatment would only deepen the injury. What are you two discussing? Zheng Wan finally emerged from the restroom, observing the serious demeanor of the pair and attempting to break the tension with small talk. Gu Shui felt a pang of reluctance to leave. She glanced at Xia Yu, gaining a fresh understanding of his audacity. What is there to be reluctant about? Just tell your aunt directly when you arrive in the capital. She'll reimburse your travel expenses, Zheng Wan stated generously. Thank you for your kind offer. But I prefer to use my own money. My affection for Gu Shui should be demonstrated through my own capabilities. Zheng Wan felt a bit embarrassed at this response, while Gu Shui blushed deeply, resembling a steamed shrimp. Why, you don't need to say that, Gu Shui exclaimed, playfully pressing her small hand against Xia Yu's mouth. What's wrong? Don't you like it? Xia Yu's gaze questioned. Who asked you to express it this way? Gu Shui shot him a fierce glare. Yet her eyes soon softened with shyness as she silently nodded. Having always been the one to take the initiative in expressing her feelings, it brought her great satisfaction to know that Xia Yu was now willing to reciprocate his affection for her. It was somewhat disheartening to always be the one making the first move. TSK, Xia Yu's eyes reflected a hint of disdain. Gu Shui glared at him once more. Her cheeks flushed as she lowered her hand. Ahem, youth truly is delightful. Zheng Wan broke the brief silence, awkwardly steering the conversation. Passengers of flight GS6586, please prepare. The airport's electronic announcement echoed in their ears. Xia Yu assisted Gu Shui in organizing her belongings. In truth, there was little to pack, but neither of them was eager to part ways immediately. Zheng Wan took the lead, rolling her suitcase ahead to grant the young couple some privacy. If a girl brings you breakfast, Gu Shui teased, I'll just say I'm lactose intolerant. Xia Yu anticipated that she would still be on that topic, indicating that she had been holding on to it for quite some time. Well, I'm off then. Don't you have anything else you wish to do? See you in summer? I have things I want to do. Their lips met briefly. See you in summer. All right. The young lady, dragging her suitcase toward the boarding gate, did not look back this time. She was aware that someone would be watching her intently. Today, I realized that mountains and seas can be traversed. As I gazed at Gu Shui shrinking into a tiny Xia Yu finally turned to prepare for departure to Jiangqing. Chapter 91. No going. Just applying medicine, Lu Shiran felt that the past 2 months had been nothing short of tumultuous, especially in these last couple of days, which had been exceedingly unlucky. First came the postponement of the physical examination. While that in itself was manageable, the incessant drizzle during the delay was anything but. This morning's torrential downpour rendered the examination impossible, forcing all the events originally scheduled for the morning into a single afternoon. With her inner thighs bloodied and bruised from a previous abrasion caused by her clothing, the vigorous activities today had finally broken the skin. Gritting her teeth, she managed to sprint through the final lap, emerging with a pronounced limp. Surrounding her, others animatedly discussed their plans for post-exam revelries. But Lu Shiran scanned the crowd and found no trace of the person she yearned to see, deepening the gloom in her heart. Tang Qingxian had remedial classes, leaving her to face the examination alone. The tissues she carried were woefully inadequate to staunch the bleeding, and she felt too weary to seek help. With the last half of a tissue pressed firmly against her wound, each step felt like a blade slicing into her flesh. Blood mingled with rainwater, soaking her legs and shoes, rendering her appearance grotesque. After a struggle to clean herself up, Lu Shiran discarded the blood-stained tissues into a trash bin. Her frustration gradually subsided, leaving behind a lingering sense of helplessness. Was her stubborn commitment to sports truly the right path? Why was there no one to support her? It felt as if every choice she made was inherently flawed, as if she had been destined to err from the moment of her birth. Otherwise, her mother would not have been so frail, leaving only her and her father behind. Stumbling out of the gates of Jiangqing University, she noticed that most students were greeted by their parents, their faces alight with the joy of liberation from examinations, engaging in animated conversations that grated against her eardrums. Yes, she too had completed her exam. She should feel lighter. Lu Shiran lowered her head, attempting to muster a smile, but no sound escaped her throat. The cacophony of footsteps surrounded her. Perhaps it was time to pause and reflect on whether she had erred. Had the rain ceased? Lu Shiran realized that no more raindrops were falling upon her. You've worked hard. The voice exuded a gentle strength. Xia Yu? Yes, preparing this bouquet took some time. But I still made it. Xia Yu revealed a bouquet from behind him, a circle of hibiscus embracing a central sunflower. Celebratory flowers. Would you like me to explain their meanings? Lu Shiran accepted the flowers, stunned, as the floral shadows danced before her eyes, the hibiscus symbolizing victory, while the sunflower represented a life turned towards the light. The boy's voice possessed a calming magic, and Lu Shiran found herself lost in a haze, hearing everything yet nothing distinctly. What is that on the sunflower? Oh, that is a surprise I prepared for you. At the center of the sunflower hung a USB drive, containing the fruits of her late-night endeavors. Lu Shiran nodded in dazed acknowledgement. Are you injured? Xia Yu inquired. His brow furrowed as he noticed the thin fabric of her sports attire, the wound on her thigh starkly visible. It's nothing, Lu Shiran snapped back to reality, a wave of guilt washing over her. I knew it, Xia Yu said, offering her an umbrella, his gaze discerning that she had not adhered to the advice of changing her clothes. Lu Shiran instinctively accepted the item, lowering her gaze to carefully examine the wound on Xia Yu's leg. Her eyes seemed to radiate warmth, causing her thighs to feel slightly flushed. Fortunately, she had brought this. Xia Yu retrieved a band-aid from his waist pouch. Shall I do it myself, or will you help me? You do it, Lu Shiran replied, slightly parting her legs to feel his thumb gently press against the band-aid. A tingling sensation surged through her, and she swayed slightly, almost losing her balance, but was steadied by a pair of hands. Does it hurt? It's bearable. Lu Shiran dared not disclose her true feelings. By the way, Xia Yu straightened up, pulling out a small thermos from his bag. What is this? Brown sugar ginger tea. It should be just the right temperature. Hold it and drink. The cup isn't used. Noticing that Lu Shiran was holding flowers with her left hand and an umbrella with her right, he handed the thermos over to her. Sipping the warm tea, they waited for a ride in the rain. Has Qingqianjie not come? Lu Shiran seemed lost in thought, prompting Xia Yu to initiate a conversation. Why do you call her Qingqianjie? I haven't heard you call me anything. Her focus always seemed peculiarly misplaced. All right then, Shiranjie, where is Qingqianjie? What is it to you? Why are you so concerned about her? Lu Shiran cast a sidelong glance at Xia Yu. So, why did Shiranjie end up with a bruise on her thigh? Tang Qingqian has a tutoring class, something related to computers, I believe. She's gone to class. Oh, I see. Xia Yu refrained from asking why she was alone, sensing it was a sorrowful matter. Otherwise, she wouldn't have emerged with her head down. Finally, They managed to hail a taxi, and Xia Yu held the umbrella to let Lu Shiran enter the back seat first. Where to? The driver inquired. Lu Shiran stated the address. The driver was quite talkative, and they engaged in conversation about the recent developments in Jiangxing. Amidst the rhythmic patter of the rain against the car window, Lu Shiran suddenly recalled her mother lying in a hospital bed, the white jasmine flowers surrounding her. At that time, the 6-year-old Lu Shiran had not comprehended why her father, holding the diagnosis, would say it was nobody's fault. The sunflower in her arms felt unexpectedly heavy. The red string of the Chinese knot that Xia Yu had tied around the flower stalk gently brushing against her scabbed old wound as the car moved. Perhaps her mother's departure had rendered her father stubborn and obsessive, lost in the past. But then, why was he seeking a stepmother for himself? The glowing red of the meter flickered against the car window as Xia Yu counted the change, when he heard a barely audible gasp behind him. As he turned, he saw that Lu Shiran's fingers were tightly gripping the flower stalk. The wrapping paper of the sunflower crumpled with fine creases. "I'll get out first to help you," Xia Yu said, not looking back, as he opened the car door and bent down to exit. The driver leaned out with a smile, saying, "What a lucky girl you are, so thoughtful." "Just a friend." Lu Shiran suddenly tightened her grip on the bouquet, her nails digging into the soft fibers of the sunflower's stem. "Just friends," she stated as Xia Yu pressed the umbrella handle into her palm. His shirt brushing against her blood-stained sweatpants, the dusk revealing a faint red hue. "Does he misunderstand our relationship? Let us head home. I'm freezing." Lu Shiran opted not to dwell on the topic. "Then why don't you wear something warmer? Who will bring my clothes during the exam?" A single question left Xia Yu momentarily speechless, as it seemed to subtly poke at his own situation. Theoretically, he should have been present today. "Do you have any ointment at home?" "What? If you don't treat that wound on your leg, it will scar from constant friction." "It doesn't matter. It's not the first time." "So, do you have any?" "No. I'll go buy some." "Now." "Yes. There's a pharmacy near your neighborhood. I just saw it. It's troublesome." "Forget it. Girls should take better care of their bodies. Scars aren't aesthetically pleasing." Xia Yu tucked away the items that were inconvenient to carry and asked Lu Shiran to shelter the bouquet in the hallway from the rain. The gray-blue umbrella once again sliced through the curtain of rain. "Such a little pest." Lu Shiran lowered her head. The pain from the wound on her thigh had diminished significantly. She pulled out her phone to find a message from Tang Qingqian. "Tang Qingqian, where are you?" "Xiang, downstairs." "Tang Qingqian, okay." The chat group on her phone was bustling at that moment, with several friends inviting her out to play. Lu Shiran politely responded to each one. "What are you looking at?" "A friend invited me out." "Are you going?" The ointment in the plastic bag rustled softly. "I can't. I need to apply medicine." Lu Shiran turned and ascended the stairs. Chapter 92. Help me get the towel. When Xia Yu went to buy the medicine earlier, he gleaned a rough understanding of the community's layout. The Jianghuai architectural ensemble, with its gray tiles and white walls, unfolded along the central axis, with the southern side bathed in the glow of countless lights, while the north embraced the bustling market scene. Behind intricately carved windows lay a 24-hour convenience store. Beneath the gabled wall was a community hospital marked by a blue cross, and even the corner eaves perfectly framed the postal savings sign. Most marvelous was the theme park in the southeast corner, which resembled a jade pendant suspended amidst the towering buildings, as seen in the property center S model. Except for the absence of an elevator, which slightly detracted from its value, the decoration and design were undeniably the pinnacle of Jiangxing's architectural achievements around 2010. "Come in. No need to change shoes." The fingerprint lock emitted a crisp click, and the security door opened in response. Xia Yu's gaze unexpectedly collided with a screen adorned with Sioux embroidery, featuring dragons and phoenixes, where golden and silver threads danced with the light. This screen, Xia Yu realized, was the first time he had encountered a screen in someone's home. Lu Shiran leaned against the antique shelf, chuckling. Aunt Tang adheres to the old etiquette of not seeing the meal upon entering, insisting it's impolite to directly see the dining area. It was brought back from Suzhou 2 years ago. It's a unique piece with double-sided, three-dimensional embroidery. The edges of the screen shimmered with floating light and shadow. Once the screen turned, the subsequent scenery eased Xia Yu's heart. Thankfully, although it retained an antique charm, it was ultimately the decoration of an ordinary family, not extravagantly beyond his understanding, thus saving him from embarrassment. "Why are there only 2 rooms?" Xia Yu glanced around. The living room wasn't large, and it seemed a bit cramped for 4 people. "It's just me and Tang Qingqian here. They find it noisy and don't stay here." Lu Shiran's voice echoed from the bedroom. "Well, it seems I failed to appreciate the situation." Before Xia Yu could respond further, Lu Shiran emerged from the bedroom, holding some clothes. "I took a shower. You can look around." Placing the medicine bag on the coffee table, Xia Yu sat on the sofa to organize his waste bag. He realized that the ginger tea in the thermos had been entirely consumed, prompting him to head to the kitchen to wash the cup. The thermos made a soft sound as it rested on the countertop, and Xia Yu gazed at the gleaming kitchenware in astonishment. There were only two possibilities. Either it was meticulously cleaned, or cooking was never done at all. The latter was far more likely. Xia Yu, a girl's voice, wrapped in steam, collided against the tiles. What is it? Xia Yu emerged from the kitchen. I forgot my towel. Can you bring it to me? Are you asking me to fetch it? Xia Yu inquired incredulously, wondering if this was some sort of prank. Stop with the nonsense. I forgot. Where is it? In my bedroom. I casually hung it on the back of a chair and forgot to take it out. As he pushed open the bedroom door, a mint green lace fabric cascaded from the wardrobe's gap. Xia Yu averted his gaze, but stumbled upon a black sports bra tangled on the chair, its delicate straps ensnaring a crumpled t-shirt. As he grasped the towel, he inadvertently knocked over a book from the bedside. It was utterly chaotic. The bathroom's frosted glass was enveloped in mist, with the fragrant scent of orange blossoms wafting through the door. Xia Yu draped the towel over the doorknob and was about to step back when he suddenly heard the soft rustle of fabric. A half-wet arm emerged abruptly from the gap, droplets cascading down the girl's back, tracing the delicate curvature of her spine. 34 to the left 34. Lu Xiran's voice was muffled behind the shower curtain. Xia Yu instinctively shifted half a step, his fingertips brushing against her warm palm. The towel fell to the ground. And through the rising steam, he caught a glimpse of a glimmering, pale figure with water still trickling along her spine, refracting honeyed light beneath the warm glow. 34 Close your eyes. 34 Lu Xiran admonished in a hushed tone, her voice trembling with the sound of water. Xia Yu hurriedly turned away. Yet the warm dampness brushed against his nape. The mirror reflected the silhouette of the girl hastily wrapping herself in the towel, droplets from her hair falling precisely onto his neck. The scent of mint body wash became overwhelmingly pungent, mingling with the unknown rhythm of an accelerated heartbeat. The atmosphere thickened until the doorbell rang. It must be Tang Qingqian. She messaged me earlier saying she would be back. Lu Xiran tried to maintain a casual tone from behind the door. All right, I'll get it. As he heard the footsteps recede, Lu Xiran felt her heart gradually regaining its rhythm. How could she have forgotten her towel? The reason was simple. There were too many clothes in the wardrobe. And in her haste, she overlooked the towel while searching. Wait, what about my bedroom? Lu Xiran's heart skipped a beat. She knew her own bedroom best. That S at the end of my bed. Lu Xiran dared not think further, hastily drying off and dressing before stepping out. The two sat in the living room discussing topics that were beyond her comprehension. Yet, both appeared to be in high spirits, a rare sight of Tang Qingqian engaged in animated discussion. What are you talking about? A wave of dissatisfaction surged within Lu Xiran as she forcefully interjected. You wouldn't understand, Xia Yu began to respond, but Tang Qingqian interjected first. Lu Xiran shot Xia Yu a fierce glare. I wish to listen, please share your thoughts with me. The young lady is indeed challenging to please. Yet having inadvertently glimpsed something I ought not to have, I shall temporarily acquiesce to her whims. I was conversing with Qingqian about the trajectory of internet development. Her studies today have already encompassed certain programming elements, hence my engagement with her on these topics. What specifics, you ask? Do you truly wish to know? Well then, Lu Xiran tossed the towel from her hands onto the sofa and seated herself beside Xia Yu, embodying a defiant demeanor, her well-proportioned thighs exuding an aura of strength. Specifically, I was learning to create Russian nesting dolls using recursive functions today. I have only just begun to grapple with the intricacies surrounding the issue of I within the loop, progressing gradually. As I am but a novice in this domain, Xia Yu candidly admitted that since transitioning to the management tier of the company, he had not engaged with code for quite some time and had grown rather rusty. Hold on. I recognize every word, yet when strung together, I fail to comprehend what you are articulating. Lu Xiran gazed at Xia Yu, bewildered. If you cannot comprehend, you ought to apply the medicine and change into appropriate attire. Wearing merely a nightgown in this weather could lead to an illness. Lu Xiran fell silent, obediently rising to retrieve the medicine from the coffee table, while Tang Qingqian cast a surprised glance at Xia Yu. When did she become so compliant? Usually, even a couple of words from Lu Xiran would elicit a retort, often accompanied by a rebellious spirit. What shall we have for dinner? Xia Yu inquired of Tang Qingqian. Typically, she would dine out with Lu Xiran, as she preferred to make the decision. Tang Qingqian turned her gaze towards Lu Xiran, who was applying the ointment. Let us wait until the rain diminishes. I haven't quite decided yet. Are there ingredients in the refrigerator? There are remnants from when my father cooked 3 days ago, Tang Qingqian recalled. Xia Yu opened the refrigerator, only to find it sadly sparse, with even the tomatoes appearing somewhat wilted. No, if we wish to prepare a meal, We will most likely need to purchase fresh ingredients, Xia Yu concluded, discarding the idea. Oh, you can cook? Lu Shiran's eyes sparkled as she looked at Xia Yu. I suppose I can manage. It won't be inedible. Then you shall cook, and I will assist you. I'll go buy groceries shortly. If you and Qin Qian have no objections, I am indifferent. Lu Shiran glanced at Tang Qin Qian, who nodded gently in agreement. Chapter 93. Awaiting the roses to transform into sniper rifles, the two young ladies were utterly clueless about the art of cooking. Xia Yu, Lu Shiran stammered, her hand gripping the pot lid tremulously like a quail drenched by rain. The soup is about to overflow. Xia Yu pressed down on the broccoli on the cutting board with his left hand, the knife rhythmically striking the surface. Perfect. Now add the washed vegetables, he instructed, sweeping a handful of jade green leaves into a glass bowl at the edge of the counter. The noodles twisted in the boiling water like awakening silver serpents. Lu Shiran, fixated on the noodles, approached the task with trepidation, her fingers delicately pinching the leaves as if defusing a bomb. The first leaf barely brushed the water's surface when the soup suddenly erupted with a sizzling splash, startling her into retreating half a step, knocking over the seasoning rack in the process. The salt shaker rolled across the floor, producing a crisp clattering sound, while Tang Qin Qian crouched down to retrieve it, narrowly avoiding the edge of the cutting board where the ketchup lay. Lower the heat, she advised. Xia Yu was truly impressed by this pair of sisters. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a click as Lu Shiran turned the knob all the way down. The blue flame abruptly retreated into the furnace core, and the soup became as quiet as a child caught in wrongdoing. With a flushed face, she reignited the flame and, in a bold move, dumped half a bowl of vegetables into the pot, causing hot water to splash and produce a delicate sizzling sound against the edge of the pot. Meanwhile, the faint sounds of chopping continued from the other side, where Tang Qin Qian was meticulously cutting a sausage into tiny grains. The cutting board gradually piled high with pink shavings, glistening under the warm light. When Xia Yu turned his head, he caught a glimpse of her biting her lower lip, the blade nearly grazing her fingertips. Qin Qian, if you keep cutting like that, we'll have to scoop the sausage with a spoon, Xia Yu said, both amused and exasperated as he pressed down on the back of her knife. Finally, amidst the chaos, dinner came to an end. The three of them gathered around as Xia Yu began to unpack the ready-made dishes he had bought. Just as he was about to pick up his chopsticks, a knock sounded at the door. Who is it? Lu Shiran muttered, setting down her chopsticks, still yearning to taste the noodles she had poured her heart into. Dad. Finished your exam? Lu Zhongyuan's voice drifted in from the dining area. Yeah. Lu Shiran was at a loss for words. How did it go? The second question irked Lu Shiran. Not bad, I guess. The weather was poor. Don't blame the environment. Others had to deal with it too. Lu Shiran felt a lump in her throat, opening her mouth to say something, but then holding back for reasons she couldn't quite grasp. How about your sister, Qin Qian? She's eating. Did you bring that back from outside? I told you, food from outside isn't clean. Then where should we eat? Can't you learn to cook? Xia Yu was beginning to find it hard to listen, yet he hesitated to speak up. All right, I just came to check on you. I need to head back to school soon, Lu Zhongyuan said as he walked around the screen to see what the two had prepared for dinner. Hello, Uncle Lu. Xia Yu said stiffly, raising his hand, uncertain whether the design of the screen was indeed a good idea. What are you doing here? Shiran's physical exam has concluded, and I came to help her with her things, he replied, but Lu Shiran interrupted him. What about Qin Qian? Isn't she here as well? Tang Qin Qian has a tutoring class to attend, and I have no one to look after her, Lu Shiran said, her gaze fixed on Lu Zhongyuan. So you made dinner yourselves? Lu Zhongyuan approached, noticing that the only dish that looked store-bought was the sauce duck Xia Yu had just unwrapped. Yes, the three of us made it together. Shiran and Qin Qian are quite talented, Xia Yu chimed in. Talented enough to make a mess of the kitchen, Lu Zhongyuan quipped. Where are you staying tonight? He inquired, looking at Xia Yu. No. I'll head back after dinner. I have a ticket for the 9 o'clock bus. I need to attend classes tomorrow, Xia Yu replied. Ridiculous, Lu Zhongyuan whispered reproachfully to Lu Shiran. He couldn't understand why his daughter constantly troubled others, and Xia Yu always indulged her whims. Lu Shiran merely pouted. I'll return to school. Xia, if it's inconvenient for you to get to the station, just call me, and I'll take you there. It's all right, Uncle Lu, you're busy. As the three of them escorted Lu Zhongyuan out the door, Lu Shiran silently returned to her seat. The once lively dining table gradually fell into a tranquil hush, and Xia Yu found it inappropriate to interject in such familial matters. She remembered to check the USB drive hidden within the bouquet. Xia Yu, seeking to shift the topic, inquired, What's inside? Lu Shiran, feeling somewhat despondent, replied, What is it? A short video I edited. You can watch it when I return home later, he responded. All right, she nodded, her enthusiasm waning. Unwilling to delve further into the conversation, dinner was consumed in silence, the patter of rain outside diminishing alongside their voices. I should be heading back now, Xia Yu announced as the clock edged toward 8:15, making no further attempts to linger. Shall I accompany you to the station? Lu Shiran went to fetch her coat from the bedroom. Time was on her side, and with no belongings to carry, taking the subway would suffice. Be safe and call me when you arrive home, Xia Yu advised, nodding in agreement. Setting aside the interruption caused by Lu Zhongyuan, the day had been quite pleasant. Looking down from the windowsill, a grayish-blue umbrella slowly moved out of sight around the corner. Lu Shiran's thoughts drifted back to the bouquet. The computer screen emitted a cold light, somewhat blinding. She quietly inserted the USB drive into her computer and opened its contents, revealing indeed only a single video. A wave of inexplicable anxiety washed over her as a bold hypothesis formed in her mind. His insistence that she wait until he left to view it. Could it be that he found her attractive, possessing a delightful personality and generosity, albeit lacking in household skills? Yet, he excelled in that area. His calm demeanor complemented her vivacity, creating a harmonious balance. True, the age gap was somewhat notable, 3 years. To be precise, but she didn't mind his youth. Why would he dismiss her? Moreover, she needed to contemplate her feelings further, not rushing toward a commitment. The more Lu Shiran pondered, the more her heart raced until a detached voice interrupted her thoughts. Why haven't you opened it yet? You, when did you come over? She stammered. Since you were giggling over there just now. What are you doing? I want to watch it too. Lu Shiran hesitated at first, but after a moment's pause, she nodded in agreement. Ahem, I realized this video lacks an introduction, so I had to record an additional segment. Xia Yu's voice resonated through the speakers amidst the surrounding clamor, which Lu Shiran recognized as being recorded in an internet cafe. July 3, 2008, torrential rain. I encountered an exceptionally skilled opponent in Crossfire, and on a transport ship, he managed to score headshots on me 7 times. Memories surged forth with the sound. Replaying scenes from the past. Their gradual adaptation and tentative exploration of each other's communication styles unfolded, leading to a moment of impulsiveness that took her to Huai Prefecture. He would follow behind, helplessly tidying up the mess, patiently accompanying her as she pondered her dilemmas, and traveling great distances to fulfill a promise. Coming prepared with band-aids and ginger tea. Roses are the sniper rifles, Xia Yu remarked, revealing his ID from Crossfire. Then let us wait for the roses to transform into sniper rifles. Their photographs taken in Huai Prefecture Park began to overlap with images from her exam preparations. Lu Shiran softly acknowledged. Chapter 94. The best in the world. Xia Yu rested his chin on his hand, engrossed in a book, while Xia Yao sat beside him. Her brows furrowed in contemplation. She pushed her assignment towards him. Consider this, if we were to draw a line here. Xia Yao understood instantly and retrieved the assignment. She neatly inscribed her answers on the paper, then lifted her gaze to observe Xia Yu as he read. Their eyes met, but she quickly averted her gaze. Would her brother Xia Yu find it tedious to accompany her like this? Not at all. I came over to play with you, after all. Anything goes, Xia Yu replied nonchalantly, viewing the time spent as merely a way to pass the hours. As exam season approached, Xia Yu exhibited no signs of anxiety. Xia Yao murmured to herself as she organized her work. With the talisman you made for me, I feel reassured. It was sewn by you, not blessed, she added. It's practically the same. Yao's spirit will surely bless me. Is there even such a deity? Have you never heard? In ancient times, there was a deity responsible for adorableness. That is not a valid argument. Xia Yao laughed softly as she tidied her desk, carefully placing her stationery in order. There are still less than 2 months left, she remarked. Indeed. Once the exams are over, we can finally relax, he replied. Do you have any plans? None. I suppose it will be much like now. You always seem to have a plan before undertaking anything. Don't you have one this time? Not everything can be meticulously planned. Besides, aren't you the same? Xia Yu pointed to the sticky notes on the wall, most of which bore her handwriting, listing what the household needed and what meals were to be prepared. Those don't count, she asserted. Habits are formed gradually. At that moment, their grandmother, leaning on her cane, slowly returned and observed the 2 younger generations engaged in cheerful conversation. Yao, have you finished your assignment? Yes, I have. Little Xia has truly been a great help. After all, I can't comprehend those assignments myself, Xia Yao replied. Yao is quite intelligent. She comprehends things quickly. Without me, she would just take a bit longer. Would you like to stay for dinner? No need, there's food left at home. I haven't been returning for meals lately. Grandma says if this continues, all leftovers will belong to me, and I wish to savor something fresh. Xia Yu's humor filled the living room with laughter. Grandma, Yao, I'm back. Xia Yu paused mid-sentence. Brother. Xia Yao dashed outside. After a prolonged absence, Xia Yunfeng finally made his return. Supporting their grandmother, he navigated the doorway while attempting to park his motorcycle. You still know how to come back? You left without a word. Do you have any idea how worried the family has been? Their grandmother scolded. It was a rather hurried affair at the time. But look, I'm back safe and sound. Xia Yunfeng chuckled, unloading 2 cardboard boxes from the back of his vehicle. Xia Yao's concern transformed into excitement. But once the initial thrill faded, she felt a twinge of irritation over her brother's silent disappearance. Who has upset my sister? He wondered aloud, his finger pointing towards Xia Yu. Is it you, Xia Yu? Shall I teach him a lesson? Humph, I like him too much to do that, Xia Yao retorted, her mood shifting too rapidly for her own liking, causing her to speak without thought. All eyes were suddenly drawn to her. During my grandmother's hospitalization, it was my elder brother, Xia Yu, who took care of me, and Yao and Xia Yu are truly the best. Xia Yao, realizing her slip of tongue, immediately sought to amend it in an exaggerated manner. Xia Yu felt a sense of relief. He was nearly startled by the girl's expressive style. What was inside? Xia Yu approached to assist in carrying the boxes. Milk, fruits, and an array of miscellaneous items. Xia Yunfeng carried one box while Xia Yu took another, with Xia Yao trailing behind Xia Yu like ants moving their home into the house. All right, I need to discuss some matters with Xia Yu. Yao? Please tidy up these items. All right. Xia Yao hummed a tune while organizing the things brought back by Xia Yunfeng. After placing the items down, Xia Yunfeng gestured for Xia Yu to enter the house. The moment the door closed, Xia Yunfeng seemed to lose all vitality, collapsing onto the bed. What is it? Disappeared for nearly 4 months? Xia Yu pulled out a chair from beside the desk. Haha, I have uncovered a clue regarding past events. It appears to be quite troublesome. Indeed, I almost didn't make it out. Xia Yunfeng lay back, his arm shielding his eyes. Then don't speak to me. I fear for danger. Are you really not listening? What is it? I knew telling you would give you a heads up. If anything happens to me in the future, you must relay it back home. Stop. I suddenly don't wish to hear anymore. Didn't you say you escaped? I still need to return. Are you mad? Do you not comprehend what kind of life they lead? Can we speak openly without hiding? You are driving me to despair. The case my parents are investigating pertains to a construction materials company. I have heard my grandmother mention this. I have been monitoring this company and discovered that one of its factories has been hiring extensively. And then? The issue lies not here. The problem is that it has been recruiting for over a year. A complex assembly line or high intensity could lead to persistent job vacancies. I have conducted an undercover investigation. This factory has been continually hiring, indicating it must be quite large. Yet, despite the mechanical nature of the assembly line, the employees are remarkably lax, with no uniforms, and they merely hold incessant meetings. A pyramid scheme? No. Didn't you say it was a construction materials factory? It couldn't be a shell company, could it? Haha, you guessed correctly. Xia Yunfeng lowered his arm, gazing at the pale ceiling. The factory's task is to brainwash the recruited employees through pyramid scheme tactics and then deploy them to places like Myanmar and Laos, whether for logging or other purposes. I have yet to investigate the specifics thoroughly. Xia Yu felt a slight throb in his forehead. So, you intend to return? Of course, my parents are investigating this company, and I have grasped some incriminating evidence. Why should I not continue? Xia Yunfeng sat up straight. My parents are missing, and there might be clues available now. So why shouldn't I pursue this? Xia Yu contemplated dissuading Xia Yunfeng from this notion, opening his mouth, but unsure of what to say. Such matters were beyond his comprehension. The alarm is futile. Everything has been meticulously cleaned, rendering any investigation impossible due to the absence of evidence. A heavy silence envelopes the atmosphere as the setting sun casts a gentle glow into the modest bedroom. There is no need for you to overthink. I tell you this simply because you are an outsider, able to accept these realities with a lighter heart. Should I encounter any insurmountable challenges one day? Xia Yunfeng realized the inauspiciousness of such words and quickly spat twice before continuing. If there truly are matters beyond my control, I hope you will look after this side for me. I can see that Yao is quite attached to you, but you are aware that you have Gu Shui, right? His gaze sharpened, revealing a brotherly demeanor. I have always regarded her as a younger sister, and I would never betray Gu Shui. Indeed, I find conversing with you to be much more relaxed. However, I cannot afford to be at ease right now. Then I shall leave it be. After all, Yao acknowledges you as her brother. Xia Yunfeng stretched lazily. Just remember not to betray me. I still have the opportunity to prepare gradually. If you divulge anything, and I am forced to leave in frustration, you must bear half the responsibility for the ensuing danger. Xia Yu longing to curse. was interrupted as Xia Yunfeng abruptly opened the door. Yao Yao, brother is hungry. Oh, very well. Yao Yao will prepare dinner right away. Xia Yu, you should stay here and eat as well. Since Xia Yunfeng's arrival, Yao Yao has noticeably become more lively. The smile that once lingered on her grandmother's lips has not faded. Should I reveal this? Damn it, Xia Yu muttered under his breath. Chapter 95. The menu of the garden. As dusk gathered, Xia Yu sat on the stone threshold, observing the old locust tree across the entrance shed a few white blossoms. The evening breeze, gentle and soft, drifted into a cardboard box at his feet that was filled with magazines. Behind him, 3 such boxes stood in the small courtyard. Silent monuments chronicling the final moments to be carried away. Most of the household items had already been moved, leaving only these magazines and books behind. The throaty rumble of a motorcycle engine grew closer. Xia Yunfeng's old jowling motorcycle turned into the alley with Xia Yao Yao riding pillion. As she dismounted, the Olympic mascot charm on her backpack jingled. Oh, it seems I haven't arrived too late. Xia Yunfeng noticed Xia Yu sitting at the entrance. What brings you here? Upon seeing him, Xia Yu instinctively assumed he was here to announce his readiness for an epic adventure. Yao Yao insisted on coming when she heard you were moving. I couldn't refuse her. Where are you off to, brother? Aren't you heading to the post office? I merely asked you to take me along. Yao Yao's ears turned red from her fib as she gently punched Xia Yunfeng's shoulder. All right. Fortunate timing indeed. You chat with your brother Xia Yu. I must be off. Xia Yunfeng nodded farewell to Xia Yu, the motorcycle turning sharply and departing with flair. Is the post office this way? Is brother Xia Yu leaving now? Yao Yao settled beside Xia Yu, their shadows elongated by the setting sun, crossing over the mottled wall. I have no choice. If I don't leave now, I'll be buried beneath the house, and you wouldn't want your brother Xia Yu sleeping under the ruins, would you? The young girl laughed at Xia Yu's words. It seems we shall meet less frequently from now on. The southern part of the city is not too far from here, and the journey back and forth is not particularly troublesome. However, as the locust flower falls onto her shoe tip, Xia Yao Yao hesitates. Her voice is delicate as the wind scattering the flower's petals. Are there locust flowers in the south? Xia Yu, who is packing the last stack of records of the 9 provinces into a cardboard box, pauses momentarily, his fingertips lingering on the yellowing cover. The roots of the ancient locust tree at the end of the alley have long been ravaged by the demolition team's cement. Yet fragments of white flowers stubbornly tumble into the gaps of the box, as if they yearn to accompany her to the southern part of the city. No, I remember that they only planted phoenix trees over there. Is the balcony of the new home facing south? Xia Yu instinctively glances towards the corner of the wall, now overrun with cocklebur. Once, there hung a hand-painted clay flower pot gifted by Xia Yao Yao. Now, only a few blades of foxtail grass sway in the wind. The property management has stated that external flower racks disrupt the city's aesthetics. He bends down to brush away the dust from the spine of a book. Having heard that the roses in the southern new district bloom vibrantly, there will always be substitutes, won't there? Xia Yao Yao forces a thin smile. Her skirt sweeping across the scattered locust seeds, stirring up tiny motes of dust that dance in the beam of light. Suddenly, Xia Yu comprehends the elusive undertones in her words. Xia Yao Yao's subtlety even prompts him to reflect. He gazes at the girl. There is indeed one thing that is irreplaceable. What might that be? The small silverfish scallion pancakes. The smile at the corners of Xia Yao Yao's lips gradually softens. That truly cannot be replaced. She approaches and takes hold of Xia Yu's right hand, her eyes fixed on the brown spot on his thumb. Yao Yao's skills have improved remarkably. Of course, she has even managed to prepare the challenging eel strands. There are still some imperfections, though. Must they truly shine like those in anime? Xia Yao Yao chuckles softly, retrieving an ointment from her pocket. What is this? Xia Yu already has an inkling of the answer. A mixture of honey and 3-7 powder. The doctor mentioned it is highly effective and poses no harm to the body. The young girl unscrews the ointment, squeezing a small amount onto her white fingers and gently applying it to the wound on Xia Yu's thumb. She rubs slowly, and the wound glistens. It smells incredibly sweet. Yes, the ingredients are rather complex. Since I informed the doctor, I have been waiting until now. Fortunately, it has successfully reached you. Which doctor? The one who has been treating my grandmother's cough, who operates a traditional Chinese medicine shop at the end of the alley and possesses remarkable medical skills. Xia Yu does not recall. It's all right. It doesn't matter if you don't know. However, since Yao Yao is here, I wish to know. Since their accidental meeting last summer due to Xia Yunfeng, amidst various changes, he has truly come to regard this quirky girl as his younger sister. When his grandmother fainted before him, he felt fear and concern, accompanied by tears, yet he bravely faced the situation with quiet determination. Whenever misunderstandings arose, The little girl would take the initiative to come forward, adorably throwing tantrums, each of her words requiring careful contemplation to unravel the hidden meanings. Is that bothersome? Not at all. Because when the misunderstandings are resolved, the little girl would come over with a pitiful apology. She would consider his fondness for sweet treats and learn to handle seafood. The crookedly stitched pouch contained a truly sweet candy. The essence of late spring is perhaps reminiscent of oranges. Hee, if Brother Xia Yu comes again after that, I shall take you to see. I recall that the traditional Chinese medicine shop offers concoctions like sour plum soup, right? Is there none? Perhaps there is. I will inquire for you later. All right. The two conversed slowly, their exchange lacking substantial content, and indeed, scarcely worthy of attentive listening. The only noteworthy information was when Xia Yu divulged his new address to Xia Yu, prompting the young girl to repeat it several times, cherishing it as if it were a treasure. As twilight enveloped the worn edges of her backpack, Xia Yu's fingertips grazed the third tear in the lining. The canvas bag produced a hollow rustling sound, accentuating her increasingly deliberate rummaging. The menu from the Sioux Garden was clearly affixed beneath her ribs and through the cotton linen fabric. She could feel the embossed golden spine. The cadence of her voice lingered in the humid air of late spring, reminiscent of raindrops poised to fall from bamboo curtains. Yellowed pages slipped from the bag, scattering a few locust flowers, which Xia Yu hastily pressed down with her knuckles to contain the fluttering petals. A complete locust flower was lodged at the beginning of the miscellaneous menu, a remnant she had tucked there the previous night while consulting the seasonal chart. Now feeling as hot as the plum wine hidden at the bottom of a rice jar, the young girl, blushing, stammered as if voluntarily revealing her vulnerability. May I take a look? She nodded. When Xia Yu took the book, his little finger brushed against her damp palm, startling Xia Yu into twisting the strap of her bag into a vine-like knot. His page-turning was gentle, as if he were touching the delicate surface of trembling tofu, making the dried locust flower pressed within the page of Minister Zhang's tofu stand out even more. This flower was one he had gifted her for her hairpin, and she felt it held a different significance. Dishes encompass both meat and vegetables, just as clothing has its inner and outer layers. The affluent often prefer vegetarian fare over meat. The vegetarian menu. What about making tofu? The pages suddenly tilted toward her side, and their gazes collided unexpectedly. The wind chimes tinkled, and she saw her flushed face reflected in his pupils, reminiscent of frothy soy milk swirling in a porcelain spoon. I occasionally take a look. Her toes unconsciously brushed against the grass sprouting between the blue bricks. The color is pale and nearly tasteless. Her voice gradually sank into the earth, and the latter half of her sentence, most suitable for harboring secrets, rolled on her tongue before ultimately being swallowed back down, mingling with the fragrance of locust blossoms. Xia Yu abruptly closed the book, stating that tofu truly tests one's culinary skills. He pinched the flattened locust flower, saying, "It appears to be a bland ingredient, yet it harmonizes with every flavor. While it superficially absorbs corresponding tastes, if one were to bite into it, they would discover its purity, untouched by the hues of other ingredients. Perhaps this is why Yuan may favor tofu as well." Indeed, Xia Yu gradually regained her composure. She couldn't ascertain Xia Yu's intentions, yet she seemed to grasp some understanding. Beep beep, the sound of Xia Yunfeng's car resonated outside. Yao Yao is leaving. Yes, see you in the summer. The young girl walked out with a lightness in her step, as if she had set her worries aside. Chapter 96. Like a customer service representative, hello? Xia Yu took the phone from Xiao Weihua and stepped into the bedroom. I've finished my exam. Lu Xiran's voice brimmed with uncontainable pride. I am aware you have completed your exam. What is it? Do you require me to present you with an award? Not at all. Why are you so irritable? You've finished while I am yet to take mine, Xia Yu replied, feeling helpless, fully aware that Lu Xiran was intentionally teasing him, avenging his earlier call to provoke her during the physical education exam. Ha! Lu Xiran's laughter echoed through the receiver. When did you finish? A week later than you. Perfect. I'll be out of town for a few days, exploring Jinling, and then I'll come to see how your exam goes. If you truly have nothing to occupy your time, my suggestion is to review your answers for the college entrance exam. How dull. Lu Xiran replied, climbing into a taxi, the sound of the seatbelt clicking into place resonating clearly. Sister, I'm off to paddle at Xuanwu Lake, then to Jiming Temple to draw lots, and finally, I'll bring you the blessed top scholar cake to celebrate. Did you just hail a cab? Lu Xiran informed the driver of her address, and Xia Yu listened intently. He glanced at the time. It was 5:10. Humph, be moved. I called you the moment I left the examination room. Huh, I only sense your schadenfreude. What are you saying? I genuinely wish to share my joy with you at the earliest opportunity. They both laughed simultaneously. What about Qing Xinjie? What about her? Lu Xiran's smile faded as she pondered why he would bring up another woman while conversing with her. Why should it even be Tang Xinqian? I'm just asking, Xia Yu said, somewhat exasperated, having merely mentioned her casually. She and I are not in the same examination venue. We attend different schools. Oh, very well. Let us agree then. I'll visit you after returning from Jinling. Can I refuse? Certainly not. And what if I chose to remain silent? Driver, please turn right at the upcoming intersection. Lu Xiran suddenly raised her voice, cutting him off. Forget it, my dad is checking in. Remember to send me the address of your examination venue. Otherwise, her tone trailed off sweetly. Do you think I can use your examination number to find your seat? At that moment, Xia Yu regretted exchanging examination numbers with her. The call abruptly ended. He gazed out at the descending sun and suddenly heard his grandmother calling from the living room. Xia Yu. It's a call from Xiaoxue. Feeling akin to a customer service representative, Xia Yu stood up to answer, pressing the phone to his ear, hearing the gentle sound of the other party's breath. Xia Yu. The girl sighed, as if a feather had landed softly on his heart. Yes? What's the matter? I just learned that the middle school entrance exam in the capital only concluded on the 24th. Is it that late? Yes. It seems our meeting will be delayed by another 10 days. But we will eventually meet, won't we? So, have you finished your exam? Yes. Do you want me to come and accompany you? No, the round-trip airfare is quite expensive. Gu Shui was aware that Xia Yu always paid for his own trips, and she felt that such expenditures were not worth it. Depends on the purpose. Like the apple on Christmas Eve? Yes, just like that apple. That simply won't do. Every single word you painstakingly crafted serves a purpose, to see you. I won't allow a single coin to be squandered here. Has the management of finances already begun? Xia Yu. One can discern from the tone alone that the young lady on the other end is blushing. Very well, I shall not go. I will wait for your return. Gu Shui's laughter wafted softly through the air, reminiscent of thawing mountain streams. By the way, I have prepared a gift for you upon my return. Your return itself is the gift. Then the gift shall carry another gift back. The two had not been in touch for quite some time. Their last conversation took place in an internet cafe before the move. It was unavoidable, with exams approaching. Xia Yu had yet to find a cafe in the southern part of the city that would allow him entry. He was fine. Yet he couldn't ignore Li Zuolan's heightened anxiety. Now, at home, he had nothing to do but focus on his studies. Conservatively estimating, he had gained 5 pounds over the past 2 months. Communication was limited to phone calls. Had it not been for the college entrance examination, most schools were on break, rendering daytime chats nearly impossible. My mother needs the phone, so we cannot talk now. Wait for me to return, okay? All right. A kiss? Sure, a kiss. Gu Shui chuckled as she hung up the phone. Xia Yu stared blankly at the 2 phones in his hands, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. Rising, he exited the bedroom, returned the phone, and prepared to ascend the stairs to continue his studies. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. He turned on his heel and opened the door to find Xie Yunfeng standing there. What are you doing here? Xia Yu felt a genuine fear. This guy had tracked him down here. Had he prepared for their 2-week absence? He still had exams to focus on. He couldn't let his mindset be disturbed. What do you mean by that? I merely came to drop someone off. Xie Yunfeng, unfazed by Xia Yu's brusque demeanor, understood why Xia Yu regarded him this way. He had indeed irresponsibly shifted a portion of the burden onto him. A person with a sense of responsibility should not be treated lightly. Stepping aside, he revealed the figure hiding behind him, and Xie Yaoyao's previously bashful smile turned into suspicion. Brother, are you two conspiring behind my back? How could that be? What could I possibly discuss with him? I've delivered you here. You two can chat now. Xie Yunfeng deftly redirected the conversation, and indeed, Xie Yaoyao ceased her inquiries. This little girl has been mumbling for a while, hesitating at the door without speaking. You two should come in. Xia Yu stepped aside to allow them entry. Who is it? Li Zuolan emerged from the bedroom, having heard Xia Yu in conversation and coming to investigate. Hello, Grandma. The young girl bowed in greeting, formal as if it were their first meeting. Oh my, is that you, Yao Yao? Have you come to play with Xia Yu? Li Zuolan beamed with delight. Previously, when she had sought Xia Yu, she had been unable to find him and spent an entire afternoon conversing with the girl instead. With her cheerful and charming demeanor and her perceptiveness, Li Zuolan was quite fond of this young lady. Yes, Grandma, how has your health been lately? Very well, thank you. That is wonderful. Here is a recipe for the fulling and yam porridge that my grandmother usually drinks. I've brought some hard-to-find ingredients for you, which can be beneficial for your health. There is no need for that. Listen, what a considerate child. Which elder would not appreciate such kindness? It is only fitting that I come to pay a visit. Brother Xia Yu often brings gifts when he visits my home, and my grandmother specifically instructed me to bring some offerings as well. Xia Yu and Xie Yunfeng stood to the side, akin to statues. Do you feel this way when I visit your home every day? Xia Yu quietly inquired of Xia Yunfeng. About the same, Xia Yunfeng replied, rather astonished to discover this side of his younger sister. Xiao Xia, quickly pour some water for the two of them. No need, no need. I came simply to deliver something to brother Xia Yu. The young girl, blushing, hesitated no longer and retrieved a new silk pouch from her pocket. The previous one was poorly embroidered, so I practiced again. This one is far more aesthetically pleasing, and it contains nothing inside, nor does it bear any characters. It should be permissible to bring it into the examination hall. Xia Yu reached out to accept it. The vibrant red fabric exuding a festive aura, entwined with golden threads. I have delivered it. Brother, shall we go buy some vegetables? Xia Yaoyao said, her cheeks flushed, gently pushing Xia Yunfeng towards the exit. Are you truly not dining here? Not at all. My grandmother is still waiting for us at home. Very well. Next time you must join me for a meal. I shall prepare it for you. Agreed. Xia Yu gazed down at the silk pouch, admiring the meticulous stitching. Chapter 97. Oh, it turns out to be Yao Yao. Xia Yu tossed his pencil into his pen case, the plastic zipper emitting a crisp click. Outside the examination hall, the camphor trees swayed in the heat, the cicadas' cries mingling with the jubilant cheers of the examinees, surging through the window. With a final glance at the neatly inscribed Li Hua on the essay paper, he suddenly recalled the eternally undelivered English letter, perhaps suggesting to that old friend to learn programming, for the future belongs to the age of AI authorship. Upon exiting the school, Xia Yu immediately noticed him, waving her hand to beckon him over. The couple had returned 2 days prior to the exams, expressing their desire to witness every moment alongside their son. Xia Yu. Xia Yu called, holding up her sunshade beyond the caution tape, her silk shirt stained dark with perspiration. As Xia Yu approached, he saw her pull a bottle of mineral water from an ice bag and press it against her forehead. Your father is in the car, dozing with the air conditioning on, so we should. Xia Yu glanced towards the wisteria arbor at the school entrance, where 2 figures in misty blue dresses whispered in the shadows. Lu Xiran stood on her tiptoes, peering this way, her skirt rippling like gentle waves. Xia Yu followed his gaze, arching an eyebrow. Is that the one from the first day of the new year? Xia Yu was somewhat taken aback that she remembered such a detail. Do not look at your mother with that expression, Xia Yu playfully admonished, giving Xia Yu's head a light tap. That was not necessary, he protested, shielding his head from her playful swat. Do you actually have friends? Xia Yu asked incredulously. I have quite a few, he replied, but very few reached the level of Luo Yongqiang. The last one was Gu Shui, and as for... Xia Yu shot him a sidelong glance, causing Xia Yu to feel a twinge of guilt. A soft chuckle erupted behind them, the light laughter of Lu Xiran resonating through the air. She had just observed the interaction between Xia Yu and Xia Yu from a distance, whispering with Tang Qingqian for quite a while without daring to approach. However, Xia Yu's ruthless demeanor immediately allowed Lu Xiran to discern her personality, one that embraced spontaneity. Hello, Auntie, Lu Xiran beamed, her arms adorned with a vibrant bouquet of Persian daisies and sunflowers. As she placed the flowers into Xia Yu's embrace, her fingertips inadvertently brushed against the back of his hand. Tang Qingqian lagged a step behind, cradling a bouquet of white porcelain flowers adorned with lily of the valley, a silver bookmark swaying delicately among the blossoms. Hello, you two. Are you friends of Xia Yu? He was just saying he was waiting for you. Xia Yu turned to the 2 girls greeting her, noting that their youthful exuberance was on full display. Yet, her intuition suggested that the relationship among these 3 was straightforward. Why, you might ask? Gu Shui had stuttered for a long time when chatting with her, a clear indication of her nervousness and guilt. But these 2 girls were different, displaying an openness towards her, and Lu Xiran and Tang Qingqian were dressed in outfits of considerable worth, leaving Xia Yu puzzled as to what they saw in her unrefined son. I am Lu Xiran, a friend of Xia Yu in Jiangqing. I am Tang Qingqian, also a friend of Xia Yu in Jiangqing. Not sisters? Xia Yu pondered, yet her words continued to follow the conversation. Jiangzhou Jiangqing? Yes, Lu Xiran replied, smiling as she stood beside Xia Yu. Did you come specifically to celebrate with Xia Yu? Yes, he came to see me during my physical examination. Xia Yu, who had been fiddling with the flowers, broke out in a cold sweat. Oh, when was that? During the Qingming festival. You sneaked off to Jiangqing? Xia Yu shot Xia Yu a glare. Yes, didn't you come to visit your parents while in Jiangqing? Xia Yu realized her son was becoming increasingly independent. Such behavior would have been unthinkable in the past, and he would have consulted her first. I was rather rushed, just a day or 2. Where did you spend the night? Xia Yu asked, her brows furrowing, her maternal instincts alert to her son's accommodation situation. Xia Yu quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind before responding, at an internet cafe. Lu Shiran stared at Xia Yu in shock. Her gaze softened further. Yu reached out to tap Xia Yu's forehead. Oh dear, it's my fault for insisting that Xia Yu come accompany me. Lu Shiran chose to shoulder the blame, her eyes sparkling with a valiant spirit as she looked at Xia Yu. All right then. Remember to inform me the next time you come to Jiangxing. I also work in Jiangxing. I run a small business in Jiangxing. Lu Shiran quickly seized the topic. Conversing with Yu. Let us do this. Since your friend is here, let us go out to eat. We should head back to the car first. Yu and Lu Shiran engaged in conversation, while Xia Yu and Tang Qingqian followed behind. As he perused the handwritten messages on the greeting card, Xia Yu initiated a new topic. Sister Qingqian, did you come from Jinling with Lu Shiran? Why do you call me Sister Qingqian? But refer to Lu Shiran simply as Lu Shiran? Ah, indeed. Tang Qingqian's thought process is truly unconventional. Xia Yu pondered for a long while, failing to discern any connection within the context. From now on, you may refer to me as Tang Qingqian. Before Xia Yu could conjure a reasonable response, Tang Qingqian had already spoken. So, did you all come from Jinling together? Well, Lu Shiran returned home, but hadn't he even spent a day before quarreling with her father. My mother asked me to accompany her to prevent any impulsive actions. Why is that? Upon hearing this, Xia Yu felt a twinge of headache. The relationship between this father and daughter was undeniably strained. The father insisted that Lu Shiran calculate her exam scores in advance to facilitate his selection of universities. And then, Lu Shiran was reluctant, asserting that it would not be too late to choose once the results were out. The two were at an impasse, leading to a heated argument. Every family has its own challenges, yet as a student himself, Xia Yu found it easier to empathize with Lu Shiran. Neither party was at fault. Their differing perspectives merely stemmed from varied ways of thinking. Earlier, Lu Shiran had been chatting happily with her mother, but they were now too far apart for Xia Yu to overhear their conversation. Once the group boarded the car, the five of them made it somewhat cramped, prompting Xia Qi to jokingly mention his intention to purchase a vehicle with a more spacious interior in the future. Xia Yu wholeheartedly agreed. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Xia Qi went back to fetch the two elderly members of the family. At the dining table, while waiting for the dishes to arrive, the group engaged in conversation. Whenever Yu asked a question, Lu Shiran would eagerly divulge everything, even to the point where Xia Yu noticed Yu attempting to elicit more information. Yet Lu Shiran remained oblivious, happily sharing more details. Tang Qingqian never initiated conversations, but would speak freely when asked about herself. The sisters began recounting how they met Xia Yu, sharing every detail with unfiltered enthusiasm. Auntie, let me tell you, Xia Yu is quite the rascal. He even tricked me into believing he was a man in his 30s. Lu Shiran seized the opportunity to complain. Yu shot a bemused glance at Xia Yu, who felt a pang of guilt under her scrutiny. Is the uncle in the innermost room? Xia Yu's action of pouring tea halted, as the voice sounded eerily familiar. Yes, Yao, you can just walk straight ahead. All right. Oh, so it's Yao? Wait, who? Chapter 98. It seems the questions have only just begun, brother Xia Yu. Yao brought the top scholar cake. I made it myself. Xia Yao's voice resembled the sound of mint candy dropping into sparkling water. Xia Yu, with the teapot suspended in midair, watched as the young girl approached, carrying a wooden box, her hair shimmering with each step. You made it yourself? Hom. The young girl beamed, taking 2 steps at a time to sit beside Xia Yu. Xia Yu could distinctly sense Lu Shiran tense up, her previously relaxed posture straightening as a result. I should be returning to school normally tomorrow. If I don't bring it today. The scholar cake 1 tea tastes good after sitting for too long. Oh, understood. Xia Yu accepted the wooden box from Xia Yao, feeling its substantial weight. Is Yao also here to celebrate with Xia Yu? Yu noticed Lu Shiran's hesitation to speak. Although she was unfamiliar with Xia Yao, she had just learned the name from her son. Hello, Annie, my name is Xia Yao, the girl said sweetly, her glistening eyes fixed on Xia Yu. Brother Xia Yu and my brother are friends, and I often receive his kindness. Today, when my brother and I came to deliver the scholar's cake, we happened to run into Uncle returning to take Grandma and Grandpa out for dinner, so I shamelessly came along. In just a few sentences, she had conveyed the entire situation. It was I who invited Yao over. After all, she traveled quite a distance, so it would be remiss not to entertain her. Li Tsuelon interjected, taking responsibility. Ah, Yao, hello, Yu said with a smile, sitting beside Tang Qingshan and Lu Shiran. Yao is the friend I mentioned I would visit on New Year's Day. I get along quite well with her brother and sometimes have dinner at their home. Xia Yu explained. And who are these 2 beautiful sisters beside brother Xia Yu? Xia Yao inquired, glancing at Lu Shiran and Tang Qingshan. Hello, I am Lu Shiran. I usually play games with Xia Yu. He finished his exams today, so I came to celebrate with him. I'm Tang Qingshan, a friend of Xia Yu's. Oh, She's my younger sister. She's usually quite aloof. That's just how she is, Lu Shiran quickly added. If only my sister were as lovely as you, Xia Yu replied. If I had such a beautiful sister, I would probably wake up smiling from dreams. Xia Yu's conversational skills were remarkably adept, even surpassing Xia Yu's in some respects. She effortlessly employed her advantages, whether in age or appearance, as engaging topics of discussion. Before Xia Yu had the chance to introduce everyone, the atmosphere had already become quite harmonious, with the young girl subtly steering the conversation. However, it's best to eat the scholar's cake while it's still warm, she murmured. Opening the wooden box, the sweet aroma of osmanthus honey mingled with the fragrance of glutinous rice, wafting through the air. 8 diamond-shaped pastries were neatly arranged. The golden sugar osmanthus shimmering like amber under the light, with edges delicately pressed with cherry blossom molds. Your family can make these? Xia Yu asked, astonished. I borrowed the molds from a cake shop and sought the pastry chef's guidance for quite some time, she replied, concealing the redness and swelling on her arm from Xia Yu. From kneading the dough to every step thereafter, the young girl took it upon herself. She had arrived at the cake shop at dawn, and the pastry chef was very kind, teaching her meticulously until she produced the most beautiful batch by the afternoon. Excitedly, she urged Xia Yunfeng to take her there. Xia Yu first wrapped 3 pieces in a handkerchief from the wooden box and hurried over to Li Salon and Xiao Weiwa. Her smile radiant. Grandpa and Grandma, please have a taste, she said, and upon seeing the 2 elderly accept the pastries, she held the last piece out to Yu. Auntie, please try as well, she said, knowing well how to adjust for the follow-up. Yu was somewhat taken aback. Such pastries were not easily made, and their exquisite quality was akin to that of a craftwork. Xia Yu took out 2 more pieces and handed them to Lu Shiran and Tang Qingshan beside him. Delicious, Lu Shiran exclaimed after just 1 bite, unable to contain her praise. Tang Qingshan, the last time we indulged in pastries at the market, the sugar content was not as meticulously balanced as this. Indeed, the pastries from that establishment were excessively sweet. Even someone like Tang Qingshan, who is not fond of sweetness, found herself savoring a couple more bites. Their tender texture and delicate granularity prevented the confections from becoming cloyingly sweet, clearly reflecting the creator's meticulous efforts. Oh, it appears they utilized osmanthus honey instead of granulated sugar. My brother Xia Yu once told me that the highest praise for a dessert is that it should not be overly sweet. I remember that quite vividly. Did you not save a piece for your brother? Xia Yunfeng and Xia Qi entered, noticing that the pastries in the wooden box had already been nearly devoured. Hee. I'll make some for you when we return. The girl handed a piece to Xia Qi. There were still 2 pieces remaining in the box. 3 individuals had yet to partake. Alas, after such a long journey to bring them, not a single bite was had. Xia Yunfeng teased his younger sister. All right, Yao, you eat this piece. I will share this one with Xia Yunfeng. Just as Xia Yu's fingers grazed the half of the pastry that had been divided, Xia Yao suddenly pressed down on his wrist. The warmth of her palm, dusted with sugar glaze, transmitted a tender sensation through his skin. This was meant especially for you. Her voice trailed softly, her almond-shaped eyes glimmering with the sunlight filtering through the window, warning that if shared with others, the osmanthus honey might become displeased. Lu Shiran, clutching a half-eaten scholar cake, froze in place as the sweetness of the osmanthus suddenly turned bitter on her tongue. She recalled the late-night cue from the previous week for the game disc, now lying in her canvas bag, a burning reminder. The air conditioning vent wafted a refreshing mint aroma. In truth, she had prepared scholar cakes herself. It appeared that her efforts were not as heartfelt as those of others. That wouldn't he do? If Yao didn't get to taste it, the osmanthus honey would likely feel distressed. Xia Yu smiled as he broke the scholar cake, handing half to Xia Yunfeng and keeping the whole remaining piece for Xia Yao. Oh dear, the girl murmured as she picked up the last piece. Here, this is for you. Out of a sense of competition, Lu Shiran retrieved her final trump card from her bag, initially intended for a shared experience at the internet cafe. What? Xia Yu accepted the gift box. Dead Island 2, we were just discussing this game. You managed to get your hands on it? Of course. I had several friends help me. I'll find an opportunity to try it out. I've heard the game's freedom is surprisingly expansive. I haven't played it either, but do remember to share your impressions with me later. I can send the disc back to you then. We can discuss it when the time comes. This topic seemed to pique the interest only of Xia Yu and Lu Shiran. To avoid others feeling out of the loop, the 2 exchanged only a few words. Tang Qingqian's gaze lingered on the game disc, then shifted to Xia Yu, her eyes sparkling. Excuse me, may we have our dishes now? The waiter politely inquired. Oh, certainly. Xia Qi, seated at the outermost edge, nodded. Surely. There can't be any more mishaps during the meal. Xia Yu felt a sense of relief. Despite the brief interaction, The group no longer felt so stiff. However, it was evident that the Xia siblings were more at ease with their grandparents, while Lu Shiran and Tang Qingqian appeared to share a closer bond with Yi Yu. It seemed that the challenges were only just beginning. Chapter 99, Heart to Heart. What do we have for dinner? Xia Yu sat in contemplation on a chair, gazing at the disheveled dining table. Oh right, there were watermelons. No, how could it be watermelons? We were clearly at a restaurant. What had he actually consumed? Yi Yu cast a sidelong glance at her son, finally unable to suppress a laugh. What's the matter? So many people have come to celebrate you. And you're not happy? She chuckled. Xia Yu awkwardly joined in the laughter. His memories were likely muddled from the moment Yao Yao entered. It felt as though he had been struck by an invisible force, leaving only a void in his mind. No matter how he tried to recall, he could not conjure a single image of the earlier banquet. Still pondering the scholar cake Yao Yao made for you? Yi Yu pointed to the wooden box left behind by Xia Yao. Faint memories began to surface. I believe this pastry could be improved. Next time, I shall make something even more delectable. The young girl had been all smiles, bouncing away as she departed. And then, what transpired afterward? Xia Yu was alarmed to find his recollections had inexplicably severed. Look, your two sisters even specially traveled from Jinling to present you with a scholar cake. Yi Yu laughed, gesturing to another area. Another fragment of hazy memory emerged. Perhaps it lacks the heartfelt effort of your sister's creation, but I made a pilgrimage to Jiming Temple. It may hold some merit. Take it. Lu Shiran had handed him the scholar cake from her bag before leaving, albeit with a bashful demeanor. Before Xia Yao unveiled her handmade delicacy, she had believed her own gift was quite commendable, only to have her meticulously prepared sentiment utterly shattered. And then, what else occurred? Xia Yu was terrified to realize there were still no further developments. Mom, please stop teasing me, Xia Yu said, feeling rather helpless. What? You didn't think so much about making friends? The once bustling restaurant now held only Xia Yu and Yi Yu, as the car could not accommodate so many. Lu Shiran and Tang Qingqian could take a taxi to the city, but Xia Yunfeng and Xia Yao could not. Xiaoqi needed to take the siblings back to their grandparents first. Xia Yu opened his mouth, realizing that in the short span of his rebirth over the past 6 months, the moment he decided to write for profit, he seemed to have diverged from his past. All right, my son has grown up. Yi Yu smiled, offering him a peeled walnut. I can peel them myself. Just as Xia Yu intended to refuse, Yi Yu unceremoniously stuffed it into his mouth. I noticed it since last year's National Day. Xia Yu paused in his walnut peeling. When he visited Jiangsheng to see his parents during National Day, he would chat with them in the car, seemingly anxious that the conversation might falter. But this year was different. Yi Yu looked at Xia Yu. You would listen quietly to our conversation, no longer expressing emotional opinions. You seem much more easygoing. Haven't I always been this way? Xia Yu weakly retorted. I know, but you have indeed changed, so I secretly called your grandmother to inquire. Inquire about what? To ask if you were once again bullied like in elementary school, too afraid to tell us. No, indeed. It was not until your grandmother mentioned that you had been spending considerable time with a young lady, Gu Shui, that my concerns were stirred. I felt compelled to send you away for a conversation with her. That day, if I recall correctly, Gu Shui was instructed not to divulge our discussion to me. That young girl is quite attached to you. Without my admonition, she would surely share everything. So, what did you converse about? Gu Shui did not disclose it to you, and neither shall I. However, one thing is certain. Yi Yu paused, her tone tinged with complexity. My son appears to have bypassed his rebellious phase and matured. Is this not a good thing? Yet, is it truly beneficial for him to be so understanding? Will the lack of childhood indulgence and reliance manifest as vulnerabilities in the future? I might be overthinking it. You are my son, and I will always consider your well-being. Yi Yu recalled Xia Yu at the dining table, striving to balance everyone's needs, ensuring that each person felt acknowledged, never allowing the conversation to wane from himself. He could effortlessly recount amusing childhood anecdotes and engage in any topic just to prevent an awkward silence. Xia Yu was equally aware that he was the linchpin of that gathering. However, as the bonds tightened, they inevitably wore on him too. Truly, my mother is remarkable. She has an unwavering love for her son. In response to Xia Yu's seemingly evasive sentiment, Yi Yu playfully tapped him on the head and then ruffled his hair. Perhaps it is Gu Shui's influence that has prompted your growth, but remember, your parents have always held one simple expectation of you. Xia Yu remained silent, fully aware of the answer to that unspoken question. It is for you to be happy. Very well. Xia Yu nodded, feeling an unexpected sense of relief. Since his rebirth, he had been ensnared by an inexplicable anxiety, believing that his return demanded monumental achievements. In truth, perhaps he had returned merely to accompany certain individuals. Feeling much lighter now, Yes. Xia Yu nodded. Then let us shift our conversation to a more serious note. Yi Yu's words caused Xia Yu's expression to falter. I have only heard those three young ladies recount how they met. Now I wish to hear your perspective. Do you truly wish to hear it? Xia Yu's demeanor stiffened. As a mother, I simply desire to understand my child. You need not share if you prefer otherwise. I respect your wishes. With a sigh, Xia Yu recognized the nature of his mother. Before her, he felt utterly transparent. Is it that he cannot conceal anything, or that he does not wish to? In truth, he could discern the distinction, could he not? Is this not a form of reliance or affection in itself? From meeting Gu Shui, to becoming acquainted with Xie Yinfeng, and finally to Professor Liu, Xia Yu conveyed each detail meticulously. At present, it appears there are issues only with Xie Yinfeng. Yi Yu was taken aback to learn that the young man they had dined with was engaged in such perilous work behind the scenes. I am uncertain whether I should inform Yao Yao and her grandmother. Xia Yu rubbed his face, his tone weary. Every time he contemplated this matter, he found himself at a loss. This truly exceeds his experience and capability. My advice, dear, is to refrain from speaking until the appropriate moment arises, Yi Yu suggested delicately. For instance, what would be an appropriate moment? That is something Xia must discern for herself. However, once you articulate it, it becomes the perfect time. Have you ever contemplated entering the clergy? Your words are so veiled. What I mean is, you could shift the responsibility on a mother. And at any moment you wish to voice your thoughts, it would be as if mother is speaking, marking it as the right time. Chapter 100 A Game? June 15th, Internet Cafe. June 16th, Internet Cafe. June 17th, Internet Cafe. June 18th. Xia Yu, how could you have fallen so low? With a rare moment of leisure. Can't you pick up a pen and write? This cannot continue. June 19th, Internet Cafe. Xia Yu received a parcel with a heavy heart filled with regret. However, today he need not visit the Internet Cafe, as he had been studying how to assemble a computer since the start of his vacation, and today, all the components had finally arrived. Is this the memory stick? And what about this? Oh, it appears to be the graphics card. Previously, he had always used a laptop. But his mother's words had inspired new thoughts. He need not confine himself to producing something tangible, for merely experiencing a life previously unattainable would suffice. Li Zuelon watched her eldest grandson assembling the computer with discontent. Couldn't he just watch television? Why must he insist on building one himself? What is that thing that is similar to a television called? Yes, a monitor. Yet, it cannot function alone but requires an array of other components. TSK. What a waste of money. Shall I head upstairs then? Xia Yu eagerly anticipated returning to his room to test the setup. The land from their family's demolished property was quite substantial, having secured 3 apartments in the southern part of the city. However, they had only truly renovated 2. The third, Unit 304, remained undecided regarding its purpose. Thus, it was left unrenovated, merely having the plumbing and electrical systems updated, with tiles laid but no furniture in sight. Currently, Xia Yu was the sole occupant of Unit 303, while Li Zilan and Xia Weihua resided in Unit 203. Go on up. Just know that money is being spent at home, Li Zilan said with a hint of irritation as she waved her hand. Xia Yu sheepishly ascended the stairs. The computer booted up without any issues. Contrary to his expectations, it was a shame to discard all the contingency plans he had prepared. He tossed aside the notes he had compiled for the assembly and rubbed his hands together in excitement to test the computer's performance. He logged onto QQ, where the graduation group was quite lively. Xia Yu scrolled through the chat history, mostly filled with classmates inquiring about outings together. It offered little substance, but he was merely passing the time. Tang Qingqian, are you there? Yu Luo, what's up, Sister Qingqian? Tang Qingqian, call me Tang Qingqian. Yu Luo, all right. The young lady seems to have an obsession with names. Tang Qingqian, I want to play a game. Huh. Xia Yu was slightly taken aback. Yu Luo, Lu Shiran. Give Sister Qingqian her phone back. Tang Qingqian. I said to call me Tang Qingqian, and what does that have to do with Lu Shiran? Yu Luo. I believe only Lu Shiran would be impulsive enough to do something like this. Tang Qingqian. I've been planning this for a long time. This truly resembles Tang Qingqian, and Xia Yu has also taken an interest, preparing to discuss matters with her. Yu Luo inquired, what type of game? Tang Qingqian replied, I am unsure. It has not been finalized yet. Yu Luo asked, how many people are involved? Tang Qingqian responded, currently, just myself. So, it is indeed Lu Shiran on the other side, isn't it? Yu Luo teased, are you feeling stimulated? Tang Qingqian questioned, why do you say that? Yu Luo remarked, I feel it is not in your character. Tang Qingqian countered, then what do you perceive my character to be? Yu Luo replied, at the very least. You would not suddenly propose a planless endeavor like Lu Shiran. Tang Qingqian acknowledged, you know me a bit better then. Yuluo queried. Is this on the computer or the phone? Is it intended to be paid or free? Artistic resources and coding cannot be accomplished by a single individual. Tang Qingxian suggested. Let us keep it simple. We will proceed as easily as possible. Rubbing his temples, Xia Yu found it perplexing why Tang Qingxian would suddenly present such an idea. What was she planning? Yuluo remarked. This involves more than just simplicity. It also pertains to funding and servers. Tang Qingxian insisted. Even the simplest version is not feasible? I wish to create something so basic that even if no one plays it, I want to fulfill my own desire. Can you assist me? Xia Yu was taken aback. This was the first time Tang Qingxian had expressed a need in front of him. He recalled her consistently appearing indifferent. Indeed, the current Tang Qingxian was quite different from his memories. Perhaps some events in the future had led to her more aloof demeanor. Yuluo inquired, what is the reason? Tang Qingxian replied, because of my deceased father. Xia Yu hesitated before the screen, uncertain of what to say, struggling to grasp the meaning behind her words. A lengthy message followed from Tang Qingxian. My biological father was a gentle man. My mother was often busy with work, traveling frequently, and it was he who took care of me. He had no particular hobbies, simply enjoyed playing games. Tang Qingxian continued, when I was little, I would sit in his lap watching him play games. Perhaps it seems trivial to you, but I found great comfort in watching the vibrant screen from his embrace. However, after his passing, I have never experienced that feeling again. She added, when my father was gravely ill, I lay in his arms crying, and he smiled. Pulling out that old Nokia to play a game, controlling a little character to push boxes. He would push and laugh to amuse me. When my mother returned, my father did not come down from the operating table. Tang Qingxian concluded, I want to create a game. A fragment of her past had finally been retrieved by herself. Yuluo responded, all right, I will help you. He asked, what do you need me to do? Tang Qingxian expressed, I believe you have considerable knowledge in this area, which is why I wanted to discuss it with you. Do you have any thoughts? Anything is welcome. Without conditions, I will find a way, as long as I know where the goal lies. Tang Qingxian glanced at Lu Shiran, who was humming while drying her hair. There was indeed another part of the reason that lay with her. Lu Shiran often irresponsibly shifted burdens onto others, particularly Xia Yu, who always indulged her. What is the matter? Lu Shiran noticed Tang Qingxian's gaze and inquired, what is the matter? Nothing, came the indifferent reply. Lu Shiran, somewhat exasperated by her sister's aloof demeanor, acknowledged that she was indeed obedient, having never witnessed her act capriciously or lose her composure. Her politeness bordered on detachment. I'm going inside to play games. Lu Shiran stated as she hung the towel used to dry her hair and prepared to check if Xia Yu had properly set up his computer. She took pride in having contributed to the assembly of the computer. Tang Qingxian said Lu Shiran came looking for you. Xia Yu remarked, momentarily taken aback. Glancing back at the previous topic of conversation. What does that have to do with Lu Shiran? He questioned. This is your issue. Hold on, let me go invisible first. I'll handle your matter, replied Yuluo, cradling a kitten, her gentle smile gradually fading into a pallid hue. All right, let's continue. Otherwise, Lu Shiran will want to play games with me and delay things. Okay, Tang Qingxian responded. Was that truly how Lu Shiran felt at the time? Tang Qingxian recalled the past when she had witnessed the two fighting beneath the dining table. The look Lu Shiran cast her way upon noticing her gaze now made sense. First of all, if it's just the two of us, the game should be as simple as possible, with a setting that is also plain, ideally reusable, Yuluo suggested. It must be a single-player game. We lack the capability to set up a server. As Xia Yu typed, he pondered deeply. While Tang Qingxian watched the screen fill with lines of text, some of which she couldn't even comprehend. Her intuition told her he was analyzing something quite seriously. It reminded her of being cradled in her father's arms, gazing at the vibrant screen, unable to understand, yet feeling content simply to be held. Chapter 101. A heavily stolen emotion. The scene fixed, artistic materials reused, code lenient, and gameplay simple, ideally requiring no internet. There seemed to be a game that met these criteria. Temple Run. Although smartphone technology was still in its infancy, creating games also required time for design. Since the launch of the iPhone 4 in 2010, smartphones had developed in a burgeoning manner. The feasibility was quite high. As his thoughts flourished, Xia Yu endeavored to capture every fleeting inspiration. I think I have an idea. Let me share it with you, Yuluo conveyed. Tang Qingxian stared in astonishment as the chat box vibrated with a flurry of messages. The subsequent segment packed with information even before she had finished reading the previous one. Was this truly just a spontaneous thought? Had he considered such details? Certainly not. This was the result of Xia Yu's habitual contemplation. Tang Qingxian's eyes shimmered as she focused on the story synopsis Xia Yu sent her. The clouds of paradise entwined with a father-s spirit, the angelic wings refracting myriad rainbows. Yet, when the sacred hymn sounded, his gaze was cast toward the mortal realm. I wish to gaze once more. The man clutched the eternal flower gathered from Eden, starlight cascading through his fingers like a gentle rain. He shattered the crystal dome of the temple, traversing perilous peaks forged by the flowing clouds amidst the resounding echoes of pursuit. Thunder cleaved through his feathered garments as he leaped into the river of forgetfulness, cradling an everlasting bouquet, allowing his memories to be washed away into disarray by the infernal waters. Driven by instinct, he ran towards the mortal realm, surmounting countless thorns, mud, and casting aside the myriad obstacles presented by angels and demons, never looking back. Is a conclusion necessary? Xia Yu pondered. The escape from the temple bore no end, as players would perpetually guide their characters onward. Yet now, he was merely a father wishing to glimpse his daughter in the human world. He envisioned the scene, a frail man gently cradling a little girl, exerting all his strength as his fingers clumsily navigated the Nokia keypad, soothing the sobbing child by showing her the pixelated figures on the screen, where a worker was pushing a wooden crate toward the light, a warm golden halo enveloping their intertwined palms. When the monitor's alarm pierced the hospital room, he gave one final push to the virtual wooden box. That eternal stalemate in the last level of the box-pushing game was forever crystallized in his daughter's memory like amber. Perhaps he could design an Easter egg? A delightful surprise for Tang Qingqian. For now, he decided to withhold the Easter egg from her, fearing embarrassment should it fail to materialize. Opening a new document, Xia Yu began to fill in the content for the Easter egg, just as Tang Qingqian needed time to digest the information he had sent her. The chat window fell into a brief silence. Before finalizing the specifics of the Easter egg, another message from Tang Qingqian arrived. Tang Qingqian, so what should we do now? Yu Luo, we can first focus on developing a mobile game based on the iOS framework. If we successfully navigate this initial step, transitioning to Android shouldn't be too late. Tang Qingqian, a mobile game? The box-pushing kind? Yu Luo, something akin to that, though it may be more complex. Tang Qingqian, I'll start learning right away. She transformed back into the familiar Tang Qingqian, decisive in her actions. Once she resolved upon a course, she pursued it unwaveringly. She resembled a machine, governed solely by binary judgments of 1 and 0. Yu Luo, all right, I'll break down the tasks. We can tackle them gradually. Tang Qingqian, let us stay in touch. Lu Shiran has emerged. The other SQQ avatar instantly shifted to monochrome. Xia Yu felt somewhat speechless. Was his conversation with Tang Qingqian not serious enough to warrant such secrecy? He hadn't even set up his computer yet. Would there be any issues? Should he give him a call? Lu Shiran sulked as she sat beside Tang Qingqian. The sisters' relationship had notably softened post-graduation, no longer subjected to repetitive comparisons through Lu Zhongyuan's words. Moreover, Lu Shiran had indeed made allowances for Tang Qingqian. What are you looking at? Lu Shiran inched closer, prepared to withdraw if Tang Qingqian pushed her away, yet emboldened to peek if she did not. This was Lu Shiran's forte, feigning a lack of boundaries in her interactions. However, this tactic had only been employed on Xia Yu before, with Tang Qingqian being the second. It's nothing. Tang Qingqian calmly turned her phone screen towards her, the content on the webpage incomprehensible to Lu Shiran. What is iOS? That system by Apple. Well, what do you intend to create? I wish to develop a game. Huh. Lu Shiran's tone suddenly escalated. You want to make a game? Yes. May I participate? Lu Shiran's eyes sparkled. Knowing Tang Qingqian as she did, she dared to voice her interest, suggesting she had some preparation. What skills do you possess? I can. Lu Shiran stammered for a moment, unable to articulate her abilities. Then what use are you? Lu Shiran was momentarily taken aback, contemplating before finally responding. At the very least, I can assist you with testing. My gaming skills are quite commendable. Do you have any friends in the artistic field? Tang Qingqian recalled her conversation with Xia Yu regarding artistic materials. Yes, I know quite a few art students, albeit they are still learners. That will suffice. Please help me connect with them. If they are suitable, I will entrust this aspect to you. Now, not yet. You can reach out once we finalize the style of artistic materials required. You haven't yet informed me of the type of game. I shall tell you once there is a clearer outline. Lu Shiran, somewhat displeased, pouted and messaged Xia Yu. Xiang, where are you? Haven't you set up your computer yet? You mentioned yesterday that the last package would likely arrive by tomorrow morning, yet here we are at dinner time. And still no updates? Xia Yu, feeling helpless, closed the document. How does Lu Shiran manage to engage in lively conversation while I am merely responding? He adjusted his status to online. Yulua, it's all set up. Xiang, how is it? The graphics card I recommended is quite remarkable. I SMT it? Xia Yu glanced at the case, noting the fan had yet to stir. Naturally, given that he was only working on a document, it would be concerning if the fan activated under such light usage. Yuluo, perhaps. It seems I have yet to reach that level. Xiang, how about trying a few rounds? I feel my skills are returning. Yuluo, isn't that a bit too intense? Recently, I've been gaming at the internet cafe, primarily teaming up with Lu Shiran. Luo Yongqiang visited me the other day, and Lu Shiran was still by my side. The feeling of shared responsibility is becoming increasingly burdensome. Xiang, very well then. Xiang, my sister mentioned she wishes to create a game. Xia Yu's fingers hesitated over the keyboard. Yuluo, oh, and so? Judging by Tang Qingqian's earlier demeanor, it seemed Lu Shiran had hastily severed communication, implying that Tang Qingqian was keen to keep Lu Shiran unaware of the situation. But why then did she mention it to Lu Shiran? Was she attempting to conceal her presence? It does make one wonder why Tang Qingqian often seems to converse with him while intentionally obscuring that connection from Lu Shiran. Xia Yu was uncertain, grappling with whether to disclose his awareness of the matter, and thus opted for a light-hearted diversion. Xiang, I'll handle the artistic aspects for her. Yuluo, you are skilled in art as well? Xiang, am I not allowed to seek help anymore? My friends are not acquaintances for nothing. I know quite a few art students. Unexpectedly, the artistic dilemma that had plagued me has now found a glimmer of inspiration. Lu Shiran, with her slender fingers, typed rapidly on her phone screen. Chapter 102. Do you want me to help you think of words? Tang Qingqian's progress astonished Xia Yu. Lu Shiran had even confided in him that lately she couldn't get her hands on a computer, while Tang Qingqian seemed to be glued to hers. Attending classes and taking notes, practically carrying it even to the restroom. The computer had migrated from Lu Shiran's room to the living room, and she sorrowfully predicted it would soon find its way to Tang Qingqian's room. Such a terrifying attitude towards learning and remarkable initiative. As Xia Yu broke down the tasks, he endeavored to guide Tang Qingqian through the simplest of designs. Yu Luo, look, we need not be fixated on character model design. We can simplify this concept. As long as we identify the upward motion, the character can successfully navigate obstacles. Similarly, the other party invited you to a voice call. Reluctantly, Xia Yu answered, his gaze lingering on the timestamp of their last conversation, 1:17 a.m. Communicating via text was far too slow. A voice call would be more efficient. Indeed, voice calls had become a common practice for them. If memory served, this was already the 6th conversation of over 2 hours this week, and it was only Wednesday. I understand now. This game is practically devoid of difficulty. Tang Qingqian grasped the concept effortlessly. Yes, once I break down all the tasks, I can officially begin preparations. If all goes well, we should have a prototype by this summer. Sounds good. The sound of furious typing emanated from Tang Qingqian's end. Did you tell Lu Shiran that we are working on this game together? Xia Yu pondered before posing the question. No, why? Why not inform her? You did assign her the artistic aspects, did you not? You didn't tell her? The rustling of pages and the scratch of a pen against paper suggested that Tang Qingqian was jotting down notes once again. No, because you've mentioned to her that you're working on a game, but you haven't disclosed that it's with me. I believe you have your reasons. Tang Qingqian's hand paused momentarily. Then let us keep it under wraps for now. Why? Do you need a reason? Indeed. What are you worried about? I'm not worried about anything. Then let us leave it at that. If any issues arise, I will handle them. Xia Yu found it perplexing to understand the underlying reluctance, yet it mattered little. The two shared a clear understanding. They were simply creating a game. Their conversation was interrupted by a knock at the door. All right, let us conclude here for today. We don't have to rush. We can take our time. Xia Yu reassured her, acknowledging the diligent efforts he had observed from Tang Qingqian recently. It had become his routine to log on to QQ as soon as he woke up. Okay, make sure to rest well. I truly appreciate your patience in answering my questions lately. Her words made Xia Yu smile. Could she really express such sentiments now? Rising, he walked to the living room and opened the door. Xia Yunfeng stood at the door with a smile. Who are you looking for? He observed Xia Yu peering around as if searching for something. Is it just you? Where is Yao Yao? What brings you here? Xia Yunfeng grew wary. What was Xia Yu up to? You come alone to seek me. It is likely not for anything good. Xia Yu stepped aside to allow Xia Yunfeng to enter. How astute of you. I am prepared. You could choose to vanish without a word. The two settled onto the sofa, and Xia Yu tossed a paper cup in his direction. What sort of attitude is this? Is this how you treat your guests? Xia Yunfeng fumbled to catch it, hurriedly pouring himself some water from the teapot on the coffee table. If I were to inform grandmother and Yao Yao, you would realize that my current demeanor is quite courteous. He chuckled. Given our relationship, you certainly wouldn't betray me. Xia Yunfeng smiled, albeit nervously. This is a matter for your family, and I cannot pass judgment. I know I cannot dissuade you, but you must consider the consequences. If something were to happen to you, what would grandmother and Yao Yao do? And what of my parents' whereabouts? Are they of no concern? Xia Yunfeng replied. Yet your family's situation is incredibly fragile. An air of heaviness settled between them as they exchanged glances. Both were steadfast in their beliefs. And such matters inevitably lead to no resolution, merely a compromise from one to the other. I long to give up, Xia Yunfeng sighed, reclining on the sofa. Though evasion may be shameful, it often proves effective. I have pondered, should I truly find my parents? I would seize them by their collars and demand to know why they were so selfish, carelessly abandoning Yao Yao and me. Xia Yu silently regarded his despondent expression, understanding that listening was the best approach at that moment. He recognized he was not in a position to offer advice. It was best to allow Xia Yunfeng to come to his own realizations. Today's visit was likely a result of his inner turmoil, having been torn for too long by conflicting emotions. I wish I could just punch them in the face, one for each. And if you don't find them? Xia Yu needed to ensure that Xia Yunfeng had contemplated all possible outcomes. Not found. If they are not found, then so be it. I merely seek closure for myself. I believe everyone is born with a purpose. Suddenly, he recalled the gentle smile of a girl in his mind, seated across from him. Watching him eat with a warm smile, listening to his boasts, occasionally gasping in delight. My purpose must lie therein. Yet, perhaps it was too presumptive. The future stretched long ahead. My life has been thrown into disarray by their arbitrary decisions. Perhaps I need not establish a newspaper, nor scour for news day after day, waiting at the post office for information. In truth, I possess no grand aspirations. Running a small shop would suffice. Living a simple life. However, I cannot help but think that Yao Yao likely shares this sentiment. As her brother, it is my duty to resolve this matter. Xia Yunfeng sank deeper into the sofa, recounting much about his childhood, his parents seldom home. Raised by their grandparents until his second year of high school, when Yao Yao had just entered first grade. His mother had claimed to be busy lately, and thereafter, she never returned. The father resigned from the police department, tirelessly searching for his mother, only to claim he had a lead, yet remained unreachable. During a serendipitous return to university, I stumbled upon Xia Yao Yao awkwardly perched on a small stool, waiting for the noodles in the pot to boil. Xia Yunfeng swallowed the bitterness in his mouth as he recounted this. I inquired about Yao Yao's grandparents. You would never guess, Yao Yao replied. They went to the hospital for a checkup. Today, I am home alone, utterly famished. That's why I thought I would try to emulate how Grandma usually cooks and prepare a meal for myself. The noodles contained nothing but water and flour, and they clung together, refusing to separate while boiling. Yao Yao expressed her desire not to trouble her family, saying, I simply wish to lead an ordinary life. Xia Yunfeng sank deeper into the sofa, gazing at the ceiling, murmuring to himself. I understand now, sighed Xia Yu. I will take good care of Grandma and Yao Yao. Aren't you going to dissuade me? Do I appear as though I could be swayed? If there are real issues, find a way to inform me, and I shall assist as best I can. No need. I owe you too much already. Why would you even share this with me? You could be a bit more indifferent and pretend to be unaware of these matters. The two settled into their respective corners of the sofa, lost in thought while gazing at the ceiling. Your favors are truly burdensome to repay. Quite the windfall, indeed. I could easily scold you for this. Would you like me to help you come up with some words? Chapter 103. The key to room 304. Xia Yunfeng departed with a certain nonchalance. Xia Yu sat in the living room, dismantling code, initially planning to outline today as Easter egg content. After draining his cup of water, he encountered 30 errors in his 15 lines of code. It seemed today was not conducive to programming. Coupled with the oppressive weather, it was hard to muster any enthusiasm. The dull thud of the cup against the solid wood tabletop shattered the stagnant time. At 5:15, as the second hand grazed the Roman numerals, his phone vibrated in his palm, almost as if it had foreseen the moment. So soon? Are you waiting for me? Gu Shui's voice carried a hint of laughter. Bright and clear, reminiscent of wind chimes washed clean by rain. After parting at the airport, Xia Yu realized that expressions of affection should be mutual, especially with someone as proactive as Gu Shui. He felt compelled to reciprocate. In the absence of actions to support it, words can also hold power. Oh dear. I initially thought I had performed poorly on the history exam, but suddenly, I feel much better. Performed poorly? It's just one subject, no big deal. I was just teasing you, trying to lighten the mood. Gu Shui's laughter continued to resonate. Xia Yu, feeling a bit sullen, refrained from engaging further. Yet this indirectly indicated that Gu Shui's emotions and mindset had matured significantly. This morning's exams had concluded, but the school requested we return in the afternoon for graduation photos, which is why I've only just found the time to call you. So you just got off the subway? Yes, indeed. It's a direct route, very convenient. Besides, I wanted to speak with you. Were the graduation photos taken? Yes. I'll send them to you once I return home. I even brought along all the gifts you gave me. On this sweater-wearing day, I am not foolish. I deliberately showcased that pearl hairpin and silver accessories while taking photos. Allow me to reflect on this. Xia Yu's gaze swept across a plethora of red error messages on the screen, suddenly noticing a variable type error on line 14 that he had previously overlooked. He tapped the keyboard with one hand to amend the code. The conversation between the two was rather eclectic. Gu Shui had evidently prepared conversational topics for the past 2 months, seamlessly transitioning from one subject to the next, gradually easing Xia Yu's initially somber mood. Why is there a persistent sound of typing on your end? Gu Shui inquired, shifting the topic over the phone. I just assembled my computer these past few days. Considering your exams, I refrained from mentioning it. Now that I find myself with free time, I'm playing a game with friends. What kind of game? Pressing the enter key, Xia Yu watched as the multitude of error messages vanished significantly. Just as he opened his mouth to respond, he was interrupted by a voice on the other end. Is there a female protagonist? I want to be the prototype for the female lead. Gu Shui's voice was light and cheerful. No, Xia Yu glanced at the Easter egg. The code named Qingqian, which spanned all 15 lines of content. That shouldn't qualify as a lie, considering Qingqian was merely an Easter egg. In that case, is there a narrator? I can handle the narration as well. Do you even know that games can have narrators? Gu Shui's enthusiasm was palpable. I will endeavor to learn about whatever piques your interest. Well, narration can indeed be included. All right then, I shall be responsible for the narration when the time comes. Deal. The two engaged in light banter regarding the game, Gu Shui's voice echoing in the hallway. When I return home, I will message you immediately. I've been waiting for this moment. Hee, a little tease. A little tease, Gu Shui chuckled softly. Now I'm heading home. Her cheerful voice faded from the phone. As she had been lingering downstairs for quite a while, her legs now aching, Xia Yu felt significantly calmer, refilling his teacup and continuing to expand upon his previous thoughts. Suddenly, the chat window was forcibly interrupted by a voice call, and Xia Yu found himself momentarily lost in thought at the sight of Tang Qingqian's name. Had another problem arisen so soon? He answered the call, and Tang Qingqian's slightly fatigued voice came through his headset. Xia Yu, are there any rental apartments available in Huaizhou? Huh, what do you mean? Are you planning to move out? Have you had a disagreement with Lu Xiran? Xia Yu frowned, recalling that during his last visit, only Tang Qingqian and Lu Xiran resided there. No, it's not her. It's my mother. Ah, Aunt Tang. Xia Yu had a favorable impression of Tang Wanrong. Compared to Lu Zhongyuan's quick temper, Tang Wanrong was exceedingly gentle, speaking with a blend of politeness and subtle probing. Their previous discussions about the internet had made this clear. However, she was also concerned about Lu Xiran, which posed no issue. Yes, she asked me to accompany her on a business trip, saying it would allow me to engage with more people and matters in society. As Tang Qingqian spoke, she felt a dull ache in her forehead. Unsure if it stemmed from an afternoon of coding or the lingering tension between mother and daughter. Isn't that quite beneficial? I wish to avoid interacting with her friends. Most of them are a decade older than I, and I find it challenging to integrate into their company. A group of middle-aged individuals exchanging polite flattery holds little appeal for me. I would rather immerse myself in a few lines of code. This young lady certainly speaks her mind, but let us set that aside for now. Why have you chosen to rent a place in Huaizhou? Is it not evident? Since you are in Huaizhou, I can seek your assistance in person whenever I encounter difficulties. Have you forgotten how Lu Xiran was apprehended upon her arrival in Huaizhou? Xia Yu's words rendered Tang Qingqian silent. Perhaps you should engage in further conversation with Auntie. Some matters can be resolved through communication. Share your thoughts with Auntie Tang. I believe she will understand. No, I prefer not to disclose that to her. And why is that? Tang Wanrong does not seem averse to the internet, and she is quite amiable. Conversing with her should not pose a challenge. This is a game between my father and me. It does not concern her. Tang Qingqian's demeanor clearly indicated that she was concealing something, suggesting an underlying story that remained unknown to Xia Yu, though he refrained from pressing for details. Even if everything else were settled, what about the rent? As for my daily life, my red envelope money has remained untouched over the years. Once I select a school, I will simply attend. I am not particular about food. I will eat whatever is available, and instant noodles will suffice if nothing else is present. In essence, I merely seek a tranquil space to engage in my gaming. Tang Qingqian's resolve was unwavering, and upon realizing that his attempts at persuasion were futile, Xia Yu relinquished his efforts. Being overly involved can lead to unnecessary complications. Very well, I will keep an eye out for rental properties in Huaizhou. But that will suffice. I will handle the rest. Hearing those words after a long time brought no comfort, only a sense of resignation. When she truly sets her mind to something, no one can sway her. Xia Yu cast a glance at the key to room 304 hanging on the wall. Chapter 104. What captivates you about Huaizhou? Xia Yu yawned and wearily rose from his bed. The past few days have been nothing short of grueling. During the day, I played games with Lu Xiran and chatted with Gu Shui, while at night, I collaborated with Tang Qingqian on coding. By my calculations, I have scarcely slept for even 8 hours a day. I slapped my face to rouse myself, only to stifle another yawn. I skillfully powered on my computer and logged into QQ. This has almost become an instinctive action upon waking. As expected, the next moment, Lu Xiran's voice call came through. Hello? Lu Xiran's voice crackled with static, lacking its usual vibrancy. Yes, I will freshen up first. Are you just getting up at this hour? Isn't it your dear sister who drags me into coding every night? Sometimes, when we encounter insurmountable bugs, we must scour for information, muttering and deliberating repeatedly. Last night, I genuinely witnessed the moonlight at 3 in the morning and even caught a faint glimpse of an angel's shadow. Xia Yu opened his mouth but ultimately decided against discussing the matter with Lu Xiran, as more pressing concerns demanded his attention. Splashing cold water on his face, Xia Yu settled back at his computer desk. When will the results be released? Uncertain, the announcement did not specify, but it should be around 9 o'clock. At the latest 10. This has been the customary time in previous years. Lu Xiran's voice betrayed a hint of anxiety. If only the score-checking system would crash. She unconsciously bit the straw of her strawberry milk, leaving uneven marks. In the past, she had been indifferent to her grades, but this time was different. Ever since she became aware of someone watching her from behind, Lu Xiran began to care increasingly about her performance. The past few days of intense gaming with Xia Yu stemmed from this anxiety. She dreaded the thought of failing her exams. Setting aside the question of whether she would need to repeat the year, she pondered if she would even have the confidence to game with him again. Would she embarrass herself in front of him? Would she disappoint him? Would he think she would lead him astray? A torrent of questions flooded her mind, which she dared not contemplate further. All right, I have seen your efforts. Hard work is rewarded, and you will surely achieve a favorable outcome, Xia Yu reassured her, sensing the tremor in her voice. He was genuinely unaware of which school Lu Xiran would ultimately attend. After all, in their previous lives, they were merely gaming partners, avoiding discussions about reality. Today's gaming session merely involved taking a leave of absence to work overtime. This understanding was a significant reason they had enjoyed playing together for so long. Let us hope for the best. Lu Xiran coughed gently, attempting to compose herself. Where is Qingchuan? Right beside me, Lu Xiran replied, glancing at her sister, Tang Qingchuan, who was calmly sitting on the sofa, occasionally jotting down notes on her phone. Most of it was incomprehensible to Lu Xiran, seemingly related to game programming. What is the matter? Tang Qingchuan lifted her gaze towards the computer upon hearing Xia Yu call for her. To be honest, Xia Yu's inquiry made her quite pleased. Nothing. I believe Qingchuan is quite composed at the moment. I have verified the answers. There should be no discrepancies, and I have already decided on a school. Which school did you choose? Lu Xiran asked her sister, a hint of surprise in her voice. Huaizhou University. Huh. They both exclaimed in unison. Wait, Qingchuan. Why did you choose Huaizhou University? Before Lu Xiran could voice her thoughts, Xia Yu interjected. What's wrong? Is Huaizhou University not a good option? Huaizhou, a relatively obscure small city, and Huaizhou University, an ordinary undergraduate institution. How could her grades possibly allow her admission there? I don't think I mentioned my score, did I? Tang Qingchuan leaned closer, harboring a lingering curiosity. Xia Yu seemed to know her quite well. The most apparent evidence was his handwriting. During a discussion about the internet with Tang Wanrong, she recognized her own style in his casual scrawl. The last drop of the three-dot water character. Even the unique dragonfly-tapping water signature she had created. She was certain that this form did not exist in any calligraphy guide. She had specifically developed a new writing style at that time. Furthermore, his glance towards her, imbued with a hint of nostalgia and relief, made her increasingly aware of how well he understood her as their interactions deepened. However, she could not recall where she had seen him before. Aunt Tang remarked on the impressive nature of her grades, noting that Jiangxing No. 1 High School was indeed unparalleled in the entire Jiangzhou region. Xia Yu calmly elaborated, attributing his quick response to such matters to Xia Yaoyao's influence. What if I perform poorly? Well, we shall cross that bridge when we come to it. Xia Yu replied, his words impeccably measured. Tang Qingqian sat back down. Lu Xiran glanced at the computer and then at Tang Qingqian, her intuition suggesting that there was something amiss between the two, though she could not quite articulate it. All right, try refreshing the website, she suggested. Xia Yu's gaze lingered on the clock, which read precisely 9 o'clock Beijing time. Lu Xiran took a deep breath and entered her examination admission number into her phone. During the exam, she had found the admission number too lengthy, yet now it seemed rather brief. Xia Yu. What if I do not perform well? What? Have you seen the results? If, can you understand? I said if. If you are unwilling to accept it, then repeat the year. If you choose to give up, begin seeking a suitable school promptly, perhaps even calling your target institutions to inquire about special policies. I recall you have a couple of awards as well. Xia Yu calmly analyzed the situation from the other end of the line, though he verbally professed indifference to her results. In truth, he had spent his idle moments searching for information related to athletic students' admissions. Last night, in a state of half-sleep, he dreamt predominantly of the potential outcomes following Lu Shiran's examination results. For instance, the young girl sobbing uncontrollably or putting on a brave front while claiming not to care. He had prepared various comforting words. Lu Shiran nodded unconsciously in response, as if Xia Yu were truly there advising her. Ultimately, at worst, I shall accompany you for another year of study. Xia Yu's response brought a smile to Lu Shiran's lips as she filled in the last 3 hesitant digits. Xia Yu. I seemed to Xia Yu instinctively held his breath, fearing he had misheard. I did quite well. You scared me half to death, my dear sister. What was your score? For 97. Generally, athletic students are required to achieve a cultural score between 60-70 for second-tier universities, and Xia Yu mentally calculated, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Frankly speaking, he thought, she could choose any university in Jiangzhou. Lu Shiran excitedly flipped through the admissions guide, searching back and forth around her score. Wait. What's wrong? Where's Qingqian? Just as I expected. Tang Qingqian's voice came through the headset. How much? 673. Then Jiang University is practically assured. Xia Yu instinctively remarked. Did I not say I wanted to apply to Hua University? Xia Yu listened in confusion to Tang Qingqian's voice on the other end. What's the matter? Has Hua University offered you funds? Chapter 105. Are you hiding something while speaking to me? What do you see in Hua University? Xia Yu genuinely could not comprehend why Tang Qingqian was so fixated on Hua University. What? Is Hua University off-limits for me? Tang Qingqian retorted. Xia Yu appeared rather certain that he would not attend Hua University. However, with your score, applying to Hua University seems a considerable disadvantage. Why choose it over better options? I find Hua University quite commendable. However, this is my academic standing. The aftermath of Tang Qingqian's interception of Xia Yu is my consideration in selecting a university. I respect your choice, Sister Qingqian. Xia Yu swallowed back his thoughts, acknowledging that he had indeed overstepped. An air of silence enveloped the room. What's wrong? I just realized that with my current results, applying to Hua University is quite promising, he remarked, affirming his positive view of the institution, at least in comparison to others. Lu Shiran, noticing the tension between the two, attempted to ease the atmosphere, but nearly divulged her own thoughts. Sister Shiran, regarding your grades. Xia Yu intended to suggest that aiming for Jiangxing University was also viable, but after a moment's contemplation, he chose to hold back, pursing his lips to interrupt the conversation. What is wrong with my grades? Lu Shiran queried, puzzled by Xia Yu's abrupt silence. Uncle Lu and Auntie Tang must be quite concerned about your and Sister Qingqian's results. Perhaps you should inform them first, he replied, rubbing his temples. All right, he conceded, abruptly ending the call. Glancing at the call duration, he noted it had only lasted half an hour. Such a strong desire for control, Xia Yu murmured to himself. Perhaps the events since his rebirth had unfolded too smoothly, aligning perfectly with his expectations, leading to an inflated sense of control. He had even entertained thoughts of interfering in others' lives, quite perilous. Xia Yu lightly tapped his forehead. He retrieved the code, reminding himself that the tasks for the day remained unfinished, compelling him to focus on his responsibilities. He accessed the conversation history with Tang Qingqian. Both enjoyed sharing significant discussions in their chat for future reflection. Descending for lunch, he was unceremoniously expelled from his home by Li Zulan, who expressed her dissatisfaction with his sedentary lifestyle, accusing him of spending all day eating without engaging in any physical activity. He was merely a young person who buried himself in a computer day and night. With the impending storm, the weather had turned pleasantly cool. Xia Yu strolled around the neighborhood, coming across a vendor selling ice bean paste, and, unable to resist, purchased a box. How could such cold food possibly contain calories? He rationalized, indulging in nearly half the box before returning the remainder to the refrigerator. His recent irregular schedule had indeed taken a toll. Consuming cold food right after exercising could lead to dire consequences, and he had no desire to meet an untimely demise. Moreover, his weight had been surging. If he couldn't exercise, it was best to restrain his appetite. Reviewing his task list, he noted that progress had been remarkably swift. At this rate, he could potentially achieve a prototype by early August. Such rapid advancement was largely due to Tang Qingqian, who promptly began coding upon waking. sacrificing sleep to rectify errors from the previous day. He had never witnessed her relent. Her belief in the merit of hard work was unwavering. While contemplating the task list, a notification from QQ broke the silence. Xiang, Tang Qingqian had a quarrel with Ani Tang. Yuluo? When did this happen? Xiang, this afternoon. My father and Ani Tang came over and discussed university applications at the dining table. Yuluo, it can't be related to her desire to apply to Huai University, can it? Previously, Tang Qingqian had a conflict with Tang Wanrong, and now a new issue arises before the old one is resolved? Xiang, yes. Auntie insists that Tang Qingqian must apply to Jiangxing University. In the future, Tang Qingqian indeed enrolled at Jiangxing University, seemingly due to Tang Wanrong's influence. Yuluo inquired. Did Qingqian refuse, leading to a quarrel between the two? Xiang replied, it wasn't exactly a quarrel. You know Tang Qingqian's temperament. She merely wore a cold expression and remained silent, while Aunt Tang was simply chiding her from the side. Yuluo asked, so what happened next? Xiang continued. Aunt had other matters to attend to, which is why she left after asking me to speak to Tang Qingqian. Yuluo wondered, and what did she say to me? Xiang remarked, you seemed somewhat upset this morning. Lu Xiran's comment surprised Xia Yu. Yuluo questioned, why do you say that? Xiang explained, because it was the first time you actively hung up the phone. Yuluo responded, what am I angry about? Xiang teased, are you hiding something from me while chatting? Xia Yu found himself at a loss for words, staring blankly at a few familiar emojis. Xiang shifted the topic. All right, enough of this. You mentioned wanting to attend Jiangxing University? Yuluo retorted, when did I say that? I'm not even aware that I want to go there. Xiang reminded her. Have you forgotten that you once deceived me about which university you graduated from? Yuluo admitted, Jiangxing University. Xiang playfully remarked, so, should I apply there for you? Yuluo asked, has Uncle Lu discussed this with you? Xiang replied, he mentioned he would consider it once he finishes his current tasks. Yuluo suggested, then think it over. Xiang declared, I've made my decision. I shall apply to Jiangxing University. Xia Yu couldn't help but chuckle. This girl's way of comforting herself was indeed unique. Yuluo acknowledged, I see you're trying to console me, Shiran. She added, there's still plenty of time. There's no need to rush into making a decision about which university to attend. It's wise to have contingency plans in case my first choice doesn't accept me. Lu Shiran lingered on the title Shiran Jia with a smug smile, pleased that she was finally called by that name again. Yuluo pointed out, actually, with your grades, you could also apply to Yin University. I believe the universities in Jingcheng are quite commendable, at least their systems are comprehensive. Xiang remarked, didn't you tell me to think for myself? If I'm to think less, then I'll go to Jiang University. Lu Shiran glanced at her phone, her ears reddening, as she reread the chat history twice, pondering what rationale she should provide if Xia Yu pressed her about her choice of Jiang University. If he had no such intentions, she didn't want to appear foolish. Yuluo added, Jiang University is also quite good, and with your grades, you need not necessarily choose a major in sports. Lu Shiran widened her eyes, skeptical, and glanced again at the messages sent by Xia Yu. They were neither acrostics nor inline poems. They didn't make sense even when viewed obliquely. Yuluo opined, I believe that computer-related fields will flourish in the future. Although civil engineering or architecture are quite in demand now, no industry can remain prosperous indefinitely, and besides, Shiran, you are still a girl. It seems Xia Yu was genuinely helping her analyze her major choices. Frustrated, she tossed her phone aside. Xiang stated, all right, I'll go have a word with Tang Qingqian. Xia Yu paused, observing the message from her, feeling an inexplicable sense of irritation emanating from it. He scrolled up, wondering if he had inadvertently revealed his controlling tendencies once again. Exercise caution in your wording. All suggestions are directed towards her, with ample choices and almost no demands, which must be a product of one's own overthinking. Yuluo, very well. Lu Shiran could not help but pick up her phone again. Noting the brevity of the reply, frustration bubbled within her as she clenched her fist. Chapter 106. Dragon Boat Festival. The midday sun blazed fiercely. Xia Yaoyao sat quietly at her doorstep, meticulously washing the zongzi leaves. The blue stone slab warmed under the sun, her fingertips gliding across the serrated edges of the reed leaves, tracing delicate golden lines in the sunlight. The zongzi leaves, one by one, soaked in the basin, unfurling their bodies as remnants of dust formed tiny stars among the water's ripples. Several zongzi leaves gently spun upon the surface, when suddenly, ripples disturbed the water, bringing forth another reflection. Xia Yaoyao paused, her fingertips pressing against the reed leaf's edge, leaving faint pink imprints. Without lifting her gaze, she could sketch that outline in her mind. It had been quite a while since she last came here to see. The voice of Xia Yu enveloped her in the summer heat. This is the first time I've come after the exams, you know. The two exchanged glances across the water's surface. He had been contemplating what gift to bring to Yao Yao. Suddenly, Xia Yu's reflection shattered as he crouched down, stirring the water. And their reflections intertwined. I thought you didn't tea like the scholar-esque cake she made. How could that be? Xia Yao Yao continued her task. But her attention was drawn to Xia Yu as he retrieved a medicine package from his pocket, reminiscent of the ones their grandmother would receive from the apothecary. A tightness gripped her heart. Is he unwell? Xia Yao Yao focused intently on the package, as if trying to decipher something through the medicine paper. No. Xia Yu realized she had misunderstood and chuckled as he clarified. Yao Yao mentioned a traditional medicine shop at the end of the alley. So I stopped by on a whim and asked the apothecary for a prescription. They indeed gave me a recipe for sour plum soup. A sudden wave of relief washed over her, and Xia Yao Yao finally raised her eyes to shoot Xia Yu a playful glare. What about Xia Yunfeng? Brother? He isn't home? He went to buy groceries. What kind of groceries? He said he wanted meat zongzi, and we had no pork leg at home. So he rode off to get some. And grandmother? She's in the kitchen drying mugwort. Such a sense of ceremony, Xia Yu remarked as he squatted by the basin. Washing zongzi leaves alongside Xia Yao Yao. It was brother who said that it's rare to celebrate the Dragon Boat Festival, so we should have some ceremony to it. Which is why we are busy today. Oh, is that so? I wonder what kind of mindset Xia Yunfeng had when he made such a statement. What's wrong? Xia Yao Yao noticed a hint of discomfort in Xia Yu's tone. Nothing. I was just thinking about whether to try making the sour plum soup today, Xia Yu deflected. Then, once I finish this, shall we head to the kitchen to give it a try? All right. The two worked swiftly, the zongzi leaves glistening verdantly under the sun. Xia Yu followed Xia Yao Yao into the kitchen. Their grandmother noticed their entrance and cheerfully handed Xia Yu an egg. The aroma wafting from the eggshell was inexplicably peculiar. Is this a tea egg, grandmother? It's a garlic egg. A garlic egg? Xia Yu had never heard of such a thing. Well, it's simply boiled with garlic, mugwort, and eggs together, Xia Yao Yao observed as Xia Yu peeled the egg, reaching into his pocket to retrieve a packet of medicine, deftly unwrapping it as she spoke. What did you bring, Xiaoxia? A recipe for sour plum soup. In this weather, sometimes plain water is hard to swallow. Grandma, are we wrapping zongzi now? I've prepared all morning, and I hope we can wrap a couple for Xiaoxia to take back. Just another excuse to eat and drink, she chuckled. It's all right. Grandma is happy. The taste of garlic eggs was peculiar, yet Xia Yu resolutely finished them. I'll help too. Grandma, you should take a break in the living room. I can manage. How can I accept zongzi without contributing? Grandma smiled, stepping aside in the kitchen, observing her two grandchildren working harmoniously. The kitchen sprang to life. Xia Yao Yao deftly maneuvered the zongzi leaves like a graceful bluebird, while the cotton thread twisted around her wrist like a white serpent. Xia Yu attempted to fill the funnel-shaped leaves with glutinous rice, yet it kept spilling out. Unperturbed, he focused intently on Xia Yao Yao's movements, who noticed his gaze and slowed her actions. Finally, the zongzi took shape, not in the usual triangular form, but round and plump, resembling a snowball. Xia Yu chuckled. Preparing to start anew. You need to press the corners tightly, she advised, suddenly wrapping her arms around him from behind, her damp hair brushing against his arm. He caught a whiff of the gardenia scent lingering in her hair. See, like this, she said, applying slight pressure with her fingertips, guiding Xia Yu's fingers to move in sync with hers. The leaves appeared to come alive, obediently conforming to Xia Yu's intentions. At last, he fashioned a lopsided diamond-shaped zongzi. Xia Yao Yao tied it off with a red cotton thread. This is the first zongzi made by brother Xia Yu. It deserves to be commemorated, she remarked, smiling. All right, he replied, retrieving more leaves and recalling Xia Yao Yao's earlier technique. Is there any way to alleviate the calluses on your fingertips? His thoughts meandered unexpectedly as he pondered the hand creams that Xia Yu typically used. He decided he would ask later and buy one for Xia Yao Yao. Would you like me to help you remember how to do it again, brother Xia Yu? She inquired. Noticing his hesitation and assuming he was too shy to ask for help. No worries, I was just thinking how impressive your cooking skills are. Although his movements were somewhat clumsy, they appeared significantly more refined compared to the previous zongzi. Hee, it's nothing complicated, just practice more. After all, eating is a delightful experience, so it deserves careful preparation. The young girl smiled shyly, yet Xia Yu couldn't help but recall what Xia Yunfeng had said to him. He remembered how Yao Yao had clumsily stood on a stool, trying to cook for herself, with no prior experience and a tiny flame, afraid of causing trouble. Why are you zoning out again? Xia Yao Yao complained, as he seemed to drift off into thought once more. Sorry, I forgive you. Outside, the sound of a motorcycle rolling over a manhole cover echoed, and Xia Yu finally placed his zongzi, trembling, into the steamer. Yao Yao, I'm back from shopping. Xia Yunfeng's voice pierced through the living room, momentarily halting their actions. Brother, you took too long. Xia Yu emerged from the kitchen, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. There was no alternative. Delectable meat dumplings naturally required the accompaniment of savory pork leg, and I had scoured several shops for the finest. Xia Yunfeng explained. Well then, let us commence wrapping the dumplings. He was taken aback to see Xia Yu also emerge from the kitchen, a pot in hand. What brings you here? Just came to mooch a meal. Wait, I had intended for you to help with the dumpling wrapping upon my return. Xia Yunfeng glanced at his grandmother and Xia Yu. Once these are steamed, I shall prepare yours. Xia Yu replied briskly. Xia Yu chuckled sheepishly. His original intention was not to vie for dumplings with Xia Yunfeng, but merely to ascertain whether he was still around. Xia Yu. Xia Yunfeng, exasperated, regarded Xia Yu. He had initially planned to create lasting memories with his family before departing. Yet now it seemed both dumplings and memories were slipping away. I could wrap dumplings. Would you like me to prepare a meat dumpling as an apology? Xia Yu inquired cautiously. No need. Let my brother enjoy the meat dumplings alone. I'll wrap him too shortly. Xia Yu accepted the pot from Xia Yu, the aroma of sour plum soup wafting through the living room. Let us wrap together. I wish to taste the meat dumplings too. Xia Yu comprehended Xia Yunfeng's sentiments. Very well. I shall fetch the cutting board to the living room shortly. Chapter 107. Because I am right here in Jiangcheng on a Monday. As the moon hung low among the willow branches, the moonlight cascaded like shards of silver upon the window sill. Tang Qingqian curled up in her computer chair, her pale knuckles hovering above the keyboard, the blue light of the screen casting an almost ethereal glow on her cool visage. She rubbed her weary eyes, the brightness of the screen causing her discomfort. Her gaze lingered on the task breakdown sent to her by the other party. Most of it was handwritten, accompanied by the other party's subconscious annotations. Today's task involved constructing the framework. This section of code can be streamlined, as there are too many invoked variables. Qingqian, you may not have learned this part yet, so let us set it aside for now. The familiar 3 dots beside her name were heart-stirring, reminiscent of holding the other's hand while writing. Since that day, Xia Yu had continued to send her daily task breakdowns, yet the voice calls had ceased. Instead, there was an increase in handwritten notes. The reason given was that it was inconvenient for voice communication lately. Typically, she only needed to execute tasks without excessive contemplation. However, today was different. Feeling a long-lost sense of confusion, Tang Qingqian stared blankly at the code she attempted to write, met with a cascade of error messages. This was a common occurrence for beginners. She need not feel embarrassed, for even I faced similar errors in my coding endeavors. The gentle tone of Xia Yu's earlier encouragement echoed in her ears. Let us revise it together. My skills are also mediocre. The life of a programmer consists of writing code by day and revising it by night. As long as the code runs, that is sufficient. Logically, she should have sent him the error messages she was struggling to resolve and awaited his analysis before he called her. Pressing the print screen key, she unexpectedly found it surprisingly powerful. Had she inadvertently upset him? Tang Qingqian paused momentarily, contemplating the question once more. Lu Shiran yawned as she emerged from the bedroom, noticing that Tang Qingqian was still seated at the computer, not asleep at this hour. Haven't you finished correcting the erroneous code? Today's tasks remain incomplete. Tang Qingqian rarely resorted to falsehoods. In truth, she had no tasks at all today. The person gaming alongside you must be enduring quite the ordeal. Akin to a cyber version of the mythical tortoise maiden, Lu Shiran remarked wistfully. With such intensity, and yet not a penny earned, are you all truly driven by passion? Tang Qingqian glanced at the time, 1:07 a.m. Their latest conversation had extended until 4:23 a.m. Lu Shiran attempted to lean closer to glimpse the identity of the other party, yet Tang Qingqian swiftly shut the interface, leaving only lines of crimson code visible. So much data. Lu Shiran, having absorbed some knowledge, could now barely comprehend the basics, such as the locations and quantities of the errors. You're staying awake just to watch me code? Tang Qingqian shot a glance at Lu Shiran. Just a quick trip to the restroom. I'll be right back. Lu Shiran trembled, rubbing her arms. It has been raining these past few days, and the temperature has dropped significantly. You mustn't catch a chill. Do you think I'm like you? Humph. Lu Shiran quivered as she made her way to the restroom, while Tang Qingqian touched her face. It was indeed a bit chilly. She was clad only in summer pajamas, exposing her delicate ankles, her pale feet unconsciously rubbing together. I'll head back to my room to sleep now. Would you like a blanket? Lu Shiran grimaced while washing her hands. No need. I'll sleep once I finish this bit of work. Very well. Since the other party was insistent, Lu Shiran chose not to press further. She remembered her own past. Freezing in a hotel room, being cared for by Xia Yu. With the bedroom door gently closed, Tang Qingqian canceled the screenshot, preparing to tackle the bugs with her own skills. A series of beeps resonated in her headphones. Who could be messaging at this hour? Half filled with anticipation, half with dread, Tang Qingqian hesitated several times before opening QQ. Yuluo, sorry, I'm not at home today. I left my notes behind. A sense of inexplicable relief washed over Tang Qingqian. Tang Qingqian, it's fine. Yuluo, I managed to supplement some parts this afternoon. I'll send them to you now. Xia Yu hurriedly forwarded the content of the notes, hastily written. Still awake at this hour? Yu, hearing commotion in the living room, ventured out to investigate, only to find Xia Yu, like a thief, engaged in some clandestine activity. Messaging a friend. Which one? Yu raised an eyebrow. Among Xia Yu's friends, only a select few could be deemed as such. Were it not for the presence of Xia Yunfeng among Xia Yu's acquaintances, she would have twisted her son's ear to inquire about his thoughts. Tang Qingqian, the quiet girl at the dining table, still chatting with her at this hour? Is she not sleeping? We've both been preoccupied with various matters lately. Xia Yu disliked discussing future plans prematurely, as it bore too close a resemblance to boasting. Achieve results first, then speak of what has been accomplished. What is the matter? Can't you share this with your mother? Grant your son a modicum of privacy, would you? After a long day, I will bring you over to sleep. Not to disrupt your routine. Yu walked back into the bedroom. Indeed, this is the very reason why Xia Yu mentioned the inconvenience of voice calls. Under Li Tsuelan's complaints, Yu returned from Jiangqing. After assessing Xia Yu's erratic schedule, she decided to take him back to Jiangcheng to stay with his parents for a couple of days. The primary reason, however, was the longing to see her son after such a long time. With exam results about to be released, they planned to enjoy a few days in Jiangcheng before returning to finalize his college applications. Tang Qingqian sent over the erroneous code, and Xia Yu furrowed his brow in analysis. How could this young lady's proficiency have suddenly declined so drastically? Moreover, what does this variable named rain signify? The invocation is riddled with issues. What is this rain? Once defined, it seems to serve no purpose. What was the point of defining it then? Never mind. I'll tackle them one by one. Xia Yu settled down, taking out pen and paper to categorize the errors, explaining each one to Tang Qingqian. A voice call invitation arrived. Declined. Yuluo, it's inconvenient. The workload is heavy, and the weather in Jiangcheng is cold. To resolve matters swiftly, Xia Yu kept his response brief. Tang Qingqian understood. Yuluo, let us first examine this section. Xia Yu clarified the first part entirely, leaving Tang Qingqian some time to ponder, and went to the bedroom to fetch a blanket. It was conservatively estimated that the corrections would take until 2 o'clock. If he wore something too thin in this weather, he would certainly catch a cold. Yuluo, the temperature in Jiangqing has been quite low. Are you dressed warmly enough? Don't catch a cold. Xia Yu hesitated but eventually sent the message. If I'm being overly concerned, so be it. Tang Qingqian might just find me verbose. Tang Qingqian's gaze lingered on the final line of the message sent. Rising from the sofa, she wrapped herself in the blanket. It felt warm, as if someone were holding her. Tang Qingqian, how do you know about the weather in Jiangqing recently? Yuluo, because I'm in Jiangqing. Chapter 108. Why the concealment? As the morning light filtered through the sheer curtains, Tang Qingqian heard the sound of her own hurried breaths in a haze. Opening her eyes, she found herself resting on the keyboard, the computer having long entered sleep mode. Her cheek bore the imprint of a diamond-shaped red mark, akin to an untested electronic seal. Her throat felt as though it were filled with thorns, each swallow accompanied by a piercing taste of rust. She attempted to rise, only to discover her bones felt heavy as lead, and even the strength in her fingertips had evaporated under the fever. The cold, sweat-soaked nightgown clung to her back, suddenly sending shivers coursing through her. Nasal congestion rendered the world a heavy frosted glass, with only the pulsing of the blood vessels at her temples echoing like a small hammer striking. Tang Qingqian managed to get out of bed. Lu Shiran emerged from the bedroom, only to encounter Tang Qingqian trembling as she struggled to stand. Having a habit of daily exercise, Lu Shiran usually inquired about her sister's breakfast before leaving, but she had not anticipated that Tang Qingqian had spent the night sleeping in the living room. Why you? Lu Shiran rushed over, supporting her sister to the sofa. First, have some water. Tang Qingqian forced her heavy eyelids open and noticed the condensation on the glass slipping down its surface. She reached out to catch it, her trembling knuckles producing a delicate sound as warm water splashed onto her hand. Lu Shiran regained her strength, retaining the cup within her grasp. Let me feed you, she offered. A sudden cough erupted, sending waves of coppery sweetness surging through her chest. She curled into a shrimp-like position, her nails digging deeply into her palm until she heard Lu Shiran rummaging through the medicine box. The sharp scent of menthol from the fever patch pierced her nostrils. reminding her of the bone-chilling cold of the balcony tiles she had stepped on barefoot after finishing her coding last night. It's just a game. Why am I exerting myself so much? Lu Xiran furrowed her delicate brows, helping Tang Qingqian lie back on the sofa and tucking the blanket snugly around her. She then noticed the computer was in sleep mode and decided to turn it off first. Tang Qingqian realized something, but the words lodged in her throat, rendering her voiceless. Who are you chatting with so late? Is the other party not sleeping either? That avatar, is it Xia Yu? Lu Xiran incredulously glanced at the QQ name, confirming it was indeed him. Tang Qingqian's friend list was sparse. Besides Aunt Tang and herself, Xia Yu was the only one left. Lu Xiran wanted to turn around and question when they had become acquainted, but Tang Qingqian lay with her eyes closed, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. Forget it. You should rest. I'll go buy breakfast. I noticed we ran out of cold medicine when I checked earlier. I'll return after getting the medicine. Lu Xiran closed the window, unwilling to browse through Tang Qingqian's chat records without her permission. After the torrential rains, the weather turned stiflingly hot. Lu Xiran descended alone, pondering when the two had started communicating. She felt a surge of anger. Why keep such secrets from her? She was also a participant in game development. Why conceal this from her? Taking her phone from her pocket, she noticed the avatar was still dim. Scrolling up, she saw her naive messages about Tang Qingqian wanting to create a game, and perhaps he had laughed when he read them, amused by her ignorance and the way she had been blissfully deceived. Maybe he had played games with him during the day and mocked her at night, claiming she was always goofing off instead of focusing on his and her game. Lu Xiran slapped her face, forcing herself to calm down. For now, she needed to take care of Tang Qingqian and would question him once everything settled. At this moment, Xia Yu was likely still asleep. Sending a message early would only provide him with ample time to concoct excuses. She needed to ask him the truth, the unfiltered reason born from his heart. Xia Yu wearily crawled out of bed, finally managing to dress himself before Yu called out for him. What time did you sleep last night? Yu asked, casting a sidelong glance at her son. Just past 2, he replied. Are you lying to your mother? Yu twisted Xia Yu's ear. I went to bed at 3. A little past 3. You only slept 6 hours? You think your youth will make you invincible? Yu chided. Not really. I usually finish in the afternoon. But I was in the car yesterday. Xia Yu sought to justify himself. All right, your father has already gone to the office. After I finish buying breakfast for you, I will head to work as well. You can catch up on some sleep for a while. Would you like me to order lunch for you? Your son doesn't mention it, and Yu doesn't insist. Privacy is essential between individuals, even between a mother and her son. No need. There are still ingredients at home, right? You plan to cook? If it's insufficient, I can purchase some more groceries. I am somewhat familiar with Jiangqing. Fine. If you need anything, send me a message from the computer at home. All right. Should I buy you a phone? An iPhone, perhaps? It seems it's still unnecessary. My dear mother, there's no need to sing. I'll pick a simple phone for you later. All right. By the way, a package should have arrived, the one you asked me to buy earlier. Xia Yu hasn't actively requested anything for quite some time. Only in June did he ask me to keep an eye out for a particular game, which seems to be an overseas version, causing considerable delays. Has the game arrived? Yes. My dear mother stopped the playful banter. After finishing breakfast, Xia Yu found himself wide awake and skillfully logged onto QQ. No one was online. The silence was somewhat eerie. However, there had been a brief thaw between him and Tang Qingqian last night. They tacitly chose not to mention their previous argument and communicated through code for quite a while. Frostfall. Why do I feel like you've been online these past few days? Rainfall. Because there hasn't been much going on lately. And it's convenient for Miss Gu Shui to reach me promptly. Frostfall. When I return, you'll have things to do. Rainfall. Is it all settled? Frostfall. How about I live with you? Gu Shui's words made Xia Yu shudder slightly. Those 2 nights during the New Year's truly resulted from his unwavering resolve. He had no desire to explore either the 545mm or the 127mm caliber. Rainfall. Stop joking. Frostfall. Where will I stay then? Frostfall. Pitiful JPG. Rainfall. What do you mean? Frostfall. I will probably finish filling out my applications and return. As for when, it depends on when my mother brings me back. Rainfall. Does your mother have other matters to attend to after dropping you off? Frostfall. Yes, it seems I have no place to stay. And I might end up on the streets. Frostfall. No worries, I'll manage. I can scavenge for food, collecting plastic bottles to chat with you online. Xia Yu couldn't help but laugh. Gu Shui was becoming increasingly adorable. Those past experiences were no longer difficult to articulate. Instead, they had transformed into nourishment, becoming an integral part of his journey. The pain had faded, giving rise to new flesh and blood, resulting in a more complete Gu Shui. Rainfall. Then I shall buy boxes of mineral water today. Frostfall. What do you intend to do? Rainfall. I'll attract the little Gu Shui wandering outside. And when she's not paying attention, I'll bring her in. Gu Shui laughed on the other end. Xia Yu always managed to respond perfectly to her playful whims. The other party invited you for a voice call. Xia Yu promptly answered. Xia Yu. Gu Shui's voice was filled with laughter. Yes, I'm here. I truly brought gifts back. I've chosen well. Good. Aren't you curious about what the gift is? I've said it. Your return is the gift. Oh dear. How am I supposed to get through these next few days? Gu Shui complained. Chapter 109. Come here now. Sister will spare you. Lu Shiran gazed at her younger sister, who was sleeping soundly. Get up and have a few bites before going back to sleep. She attempted to nudge Tang Qingqian, but there was no response. Qingqian? Lu Shiran exerted a bit more force, and the lump on the sofa finally stirred. I'm awake, Tang Qingqian murmured, her voice hoarse. First, have some porridge. And later you can take your medicine, Lu Shiran coaxed her. Xia Yu is in Jiangqing. Huh. Lu Shiran paused mid-action. I said, Xia Yu is in Jiangqing. He came with his parents, Tang Qingqian whispered, staring at the ceiling. Why mention him? You should focus on your own matters, you silly. Why are you scolding me? Lu Shiran replied with dissatisfaction, feeling overwhelmed with care, yet being called foolish by Tang Qingqian. Aren't you angry? Angry about what? About how we were playing games behind your back. She had spoken with such confidence back then, yet now felt so guilty. For the first time, Tang Qingqian realized there were issues she could not resolve on her own. I am angry, but not right now, and I believe you should consider things from your own perspective. Lu Shiran fell silent for a moment. As she went downstairs to buy food, she gradually calmed down. Believing this was not in Xia Yu's character. When she had been angry with him, he had still prioritized addressing the issue, bringing her along to experience the hardships of life. There was no need for concealment in such matters. A misunderstanding must have occurred. Emotional turmoil would not resolve problems. Rather, it would only exacerbate them. Silly girl. Tang Qingqian. Lu Shiran felt her composure slipping, determined to disrupt the image of a gentle older sister. I'm sorry. Tang Qingqian's voice was soft, yet it stunned Lu Shiran into silence. What did you say? I said I'm sorry. For the first time, Tang Qingqian confronted her own moral compass. She understood right from wrong, but could not fathom the significance of such insincere pleasantries. The clinking of glasses at the dining table was merely a means to foster cooperation. Beneath the facade of hypocrisy, ulterior motives may lurk. She looked down on such insincerity. Yet, Lu Shiran gazed at her sister in disbelief, as if seeing her for the first time. Her once aloof sister, who appeared indifferent to everything, had taken the initiative to apologize. Tang Wanrong had even privately told her that she had never seen Tang Qingqian yield, urging Lu Shiran to be more accommodating towards her. Obedience and yielding were two different matters. When faced with something she disapproved of, she would stubbornly persist in her course. Why are you apologizing? It was I who asked Xia Yu not to tell you that we were playing games. As for Xia Yu's contact information, I copied it from your QQ account a long time ago when you went to take a shower and added him as a friend. Why? Lu Shiran asked, bemused. Such matters could easily have been shared with her. Because I wanted to play a game, and he seemed quite adept at it. I wanted to chat with him until he came to see you during your physical education exam, at which point I confirmed his gaming skills. Tang Qingqian ultimately swallowed part of the truth. Is this game truly of such significance to you? Well, it concerns my biological father. I wish to create a game in his memory, yet I do not wish for you to know, fearing you might mention it to him. This statement indeed emanated from the heart. What a surprise. Lu Shiran helplessly stroked Tang Qingqian's forehead. I thought you were genuinely emotionally detached. I apologize. That's good. Focus on your recovery, and once you are well again, I shall forgive you. Lu Shiran pinched Tang Qingqian's cheek, and Tang Qingqian allowed the gesture. Could you summon Xia Yu? What for? I wish to apologize to him as well. Alas, this illness has rendered my sister vulnerable, believing others to be hypocritical. Perhaps I am the true hypocrite. Let us eat first. I will help you contact him. Lu Shiran assisted Tang Qingqian in sitting up, observing as she slowly brought the spoon to her mouth while retrieving her phone from her pocket. Xiang, are you in Jiangqing? While rummaging through the refrigerator for ingredients, Xia Yu heard the QQ notification and assumed it was a message from Gu Shui. Yuluo, how did you know? Xiang, my sister possesses her own network of information. Yuluo, come on, it was probably Qingqian who informed you. Lu Shiran's phone was not on silent, and although Tang Qingqian feigned indifference, she subtly leaned closer to Lu Shiran. All right, let me show you. Lu Shiran boldly placed her phone on the coffee table beside the sofa. Tang Qingqian's gaze fixated on Qingqian. She had been forcing herself to equate their titles, yet in reality, Lu Shiran was the true elder sister. How should I respond? Lu Shiran teased her younger sister. Tang Qingqian shot Lu Shiran a glance and lowered her head to silently sip her porridge. Xiang. Indeed, She feels guilty for deceiving me. Can you guess who else has deceived me? Lu Shiran proudly displayed her findings to Tang Qingqian. You are fishing for information. What do you know? It is rare to catch this kid red-handed. Xia Yu frowned at the screen. Deception. Could it be that she discovered the game Tang Qingqian and I have been playing behind her back? Wait, could this golden retriever actually possess some intelligence to outsmart me? No, that shouldn't be. Such a question indicates certainty. Yiluo, which incident are you referring to? I have done so much that I fear I might be implicated. Lu Shiran widened her eyes, incredulous, as she regarded Tang Qingqian. Tang Qingqian could not help but smirk, with kanji spilling from the corner of her mouth. He is probing for information. Tang Qingqian grabbed a tissue to wipe her mouth. Very well. Lu Shiran pouted in dissatisfaction. If you were to say it like that. Tang Qingqian took the phone, contemplated for a moment, and sent a message. Xiang, you have done several things, and she has mentioned a few. She has confided in me. Yiluo, such as? I do not acknowledge fishing for information. Xiang, for example, during my physical examination. Yiluo, huh? To be honest, the act of playing games behind Xia Yu's back was not particularly significant in his eyes, and it was quite easy to explain. However, this matter was truly inexcusable. Yiluo, all right then, I shall apologize, state your demands, and I shall endeavor to compensate you as best as I can. What were you two doing behind my back during the physical examination? Lu Shiran squinted and inquired. After he saw you, he snapped a series of unflattering photos of you during your exercise. Tang Qingqian suddenly realized that she too held a secret about Xia Yu. However, this secret was intricately linked to Lu Shiran. What? Lu Shiran truly lost his composure. Where would he find the energy for facial management while sprinting? In a fit of anger, Lu Shiran snatched the phone and furiously typed on the keyboard. Xiang, you've confessed, haven't you? You're doomed. Upon seeing this response, Xia Yu calmly compared it for 2 seconds. Both had tacitly acknowledged the premise of concealing many matters. Yet the other seemed to suddenly grasp the significance of the physical examination with anger. However, only Xia Yu and Tang Qingqian knew about this physical examination. In reality, there were only 2 matters truly concealed from each other, and the other party had deliberately responded ambiguously. Unless Tang Qingqian was speaking on her behalf. No. Why did these 2 young ladies suddenly unite to confront her? Xiang, come here now, and I will spare you. This was undoubtedly Lu Shiran. Ultimately, it was just her wild speculation. The truth would soon reveal itself. Chapter 110. There will always be bitterness. The subway network of Jiangxing resembled a vibrant dragon vein, with steel serpents exhaling and inhaling throngs of people in the darkness. Xia Yu counted the LED light strips flickering with each station announcement. Recalling how the bus stop at her home in Huai Prefecture always lay dormant amidst the falling sycamore leaves, while here, the escalators incessantly ground away the passage of time. This new first-tier city felt remarkably fragmented. In one moment, the sharp daylight reflected off glass curtain walls, and the next, the fragrance of jasmine wafted from an old tea house. A convenience store that never closed shared the same sky as a shop selling yellowed paper offerings. While the promotional announcements from the mall mingled with the lingering tones of pipa music, the ebb and flow of the crowd surged. And perhaps only someone as idle as herself would pause to observe. In the future, she would likely join this hurried throng. Struggling to extricate herself from the subway, Xia Yu followed her memories. The shadows of sycamore leaves shattered into gold flakes on the asphalt road, and Lu Shiran's high ponytail swayed in the summer breeze. Forming an anxious arc, she was fixated on a golden retriever rolling in a flower bed, her ears twitching slightly. Long time no see. Xia Yu approached, still carrying her seemingly all-encompassing waist bag. Give me your phone. As her fingertips brushed against the other's cheek, Lu Shiran caught the familiar scent of lemongrass laundry detergent. The warm blood coursing beneath Xia Yu's skin pulsed against her icy nails, prompting her to grip tighter. Tang Qingqian said you took a bunch of unflattering photos of me. Lu Shiran pinched Xia Yu's cheek, grinning widely. I don't even have a phone. How could I have taken photos? Lu Shiran was skeptical. She insisted. You took them during the physical examination. It seemed Tang Qingqian hadn't truly revealed the whole story. I used my grandmother's flip phone to take those photos. And I deleted them right after. Deleted them? Yes. All right then. The young lady, dissatisfied, turned to walk away. Even though she knew they were unflattering photos, they were still cherished memories for both of them. Lu Shiran longed to see how she appeared through Xia Yu's lens, only to be told that they had been deleted. However, there remains the USB drive I gifted myself at that time. The photos contained within were likely selected from that collection of unflattering shots. Yet they turned out reasonably well, capturing my vibrant side at the very least. Indeed, with my beauty, it is unlikely that this rascal could have captured anything less than delightful. Xia Yu gazed in bewilderment at the golden retriever beside him, perplexed by its sudden shifts from melancholy to exuberance. Is there such a thing as a midlife crisis at 18? Oh. And Tang Qingqian spent the night on the couch after chatting with that cyber Tianluo girl from across the way. She has only just begun to recover from her fever. Lu Shiran recalled the matter at hand. What about Qingqian? Yes, she stays up every night, secretly donning headphones to voice chat with him. TSK. It often lasts 2 to 3 hours. You have no idea. The messages he sends are lengthy and filled with detailed analyses, complete with thoughtful annotations. As for me, alas, I face pressure for merely playing a game without attending a university. Sometimes, when I message him, he doesn't reply, probably too busy organizing code for her. Well, it seems that both Tang Qingqian and I were discovered playing games behind her back. How pitiful. I was so excited at the time, telling him I wanted to help with the game. Perhaps he was laughing at me from behind the computer, thinking I was utterly clueless. In truth, while Tang Qingqian was revealing the real reason, Lu Shiran's rational mind suggested that this matter should come to a close. Yet, upon truly seeing Xia Yu, a pang of bitterness and a sense of grievance still lingered in her heart. Xia Yu stood helplessly, reaching out to grasp Lu Shiran, who was determinedly moving forward. Shiranjia. Lu Shiran turned to face him. I'm sorry, just those 2 simple words. I had prepared a lengthy explanation, but I believe actions speak louder than words. Is that all you think it takes to appease me? It's not that. Xia Yu produced a small parcel from his waist bag. I haven't even unwrapped it. I just wanted to share this moment with you. What is it? Lu Shiran's attention was indeed captured. In the distance, the golden retriever noticed a fluttering butterfly, bounding across the lawn in pursuit of it. Unwrap it and see. It's a surprise I prepared to celebrate your achievements. Lu Shiran watched as Xia Yu retrieved a small craft knife from his waist bag. What else do you have in there? She asked with curiosity. A small teacup, tissues, lip balm, Xia Yu candidly revealed. Doraemon. Lu Shiran carefully sliced open the parcel. Resident Evil 5? Yes, the American version. Primarily, I can somewhat grasp the storyline, but I don't understand Japanese at all. Lu Shiran flipped through the package. She had wanted this game as well, but had no means to obtain it. Moreover, this game was the first to support cooperative play. Lu Shiran's eyes sparkled with excitement. The golden retriever, following the path of the dancing butterfly, ran towards them, circling around Xia Yu's legs. Xia Yu crouched down, and the dog obediently tilted its face up, allowing Xia Yu to interact with it. My friend has a PS3. Lu Shiran observed as Xia Yu scratched the chin of the golden retriever, inexplicably feeling an itch on her own jaw. That would be splendid, otherwise. I would have to ponder where to borrow a PS3 from. When will you return to Huaizhou? Perhaps after the results are released, which is around July 2nd, right? How do you know that? I'll call you then. If I don't do well, I might borrow your shoulder. Lu Shiran declared proudly, having done her research. Xia Yu merely smiled in silence. So, we have about 3 or 4 days. Will we be able to finish this game? Lu Shiran frowned in contemplation. It should be about right. And in his back, a voice echoed from afar, and the golden retriever reluctantly licked Xia Yu's hand before scampering off. What? Do you want to raise one? Forget it. I can barely take care of myself. The only pet I've ever had since childhood was a goldfish. The kind you catch with a small net? Yes, and each one perished within 3 days of being in my care. Then you should raise something that's easy to care for. There's nothing truly easy to raise. If you choose to keep a pet, you must embrace the responsibility. The two ascended the stairs, the fingerprint lock emitting a crisp beep. Tang Qingqian should be sleeping now, Xia Yu remarked. The teacher's voice echoed from the computer in the living room. To their astonishment, they saw Tang Qingqian seated at the computer, sniffling while attending class. Sister Qingqian, our schedule isn't that tight. It's unnecessary to push yourself like this. I can't sleep, Tang Qingqian replied, glancing at them but avoiding Xia Yu's gaze. You two continue chatting. I'll go to a friend's place to borrow the PS3. Tang Qingqian felt the need to apologize to Xia Yu. Her presence would surely make him uncomfortable, and she genuinely looked forward to playing the game with him. The friend lived nearby, so the sooner she borrowed it, the sooner she could return. I'm off. I'll be back in about half an hour. With a click, the door closed behind her. Chapter 111, Apology Xia Yu. This. Tang Qingqian extended her delicate finger, pointing at the code she had written the previous night. We truly have ample time. There's no need to rush. Take care of your health first. All right. Tang Qingqian paused the lesson and obediently joined Xia Yu on the sofa. Xia Yu was somewhat surprised. He had anticipated that she would insist on finishing her tasks first. Being familiar with the surroundings, Xia Yu retrieved a disposable cup from the cabinet and poured 2 cups of water, placing them on the coffee table. All right, tell me. Why did you end up like this? Coughing interrupted Tang Qingqian as she attempted to speak. Xia Yu gently patted her back and offered her a glass. The girl struggled to swallow the warm water, her throat still aching faintly. Do we have pears or white fungus at home? Tang Qingqian pondered before shaking her head. That's right. Neither of these two can cook. Then I'll steam a couple of pears. By the time I'm done, Lu Shiran will be back to taste them. Xia Yu rose and headed to the kitchen, with Tang Qingqian trailing behind. What? Do you want to learn? Tang Qingqian shook her head, then hesitated before nodding. One could interpret it as the girl's desire to learn. First, wash the pears thoroughly without peeling them, as the skin contains elements beneficial for lung health. Summer Yu spoke while he worked. He made a horizontal incision at the top of the pear, and with a slight twist of a spoon, the core popped out, startling both of them. It had been a while since he last performed this task, and he sheepishly explained his clumsiness. Tang Qingqian bit her lip and extended her hand. Would you like to try? She inquired, nodding in response. Summer Yu handed her another pear. Imitating his actions, Tang Qingqian applied some force, sending the core soaring into the air with a thud against the ceiling. They both chuckled softly, bending down to search for the pear cores that had just flown away. Do we have rock sugar? Tang Qingqian pondered for a moment before nodding. They both crouched in the kitchen, finally spotting a bag of rock sugar in a corner. It's not damp. Summer Yu reminded her that since her throat was sore, she shouldn't add too much sweetness, suggesting just 1 or 2 pieces. He added a tablespoon of water to facilitate the melting of the sugar and replaced the top of the pear. 4 pears in total were neatly arranged in a deep bowl. Once the water boiled vigorously, Summer Yu reduced the heat. It should be ready in about half an hour. The kitchen's overhead light cast a golden halo around Summer Yu's hair as Tang Qingqian observed his focused profile while he examined the snow pears. Her fingertips unconsciously traced patterns on the countertop. Memories, dulled by time, suddenly sprang to life. Her father's trembling wrist as he wrote, the ink blooming on rice paper, and the ginkgo leaf bookmark from Huaizhou University tucked within the pages of a book. All these years, she had buried herself in old texts merely to reconstruct her father's visage from the fading ink. Condensation formed tiny droplets on the glass pot lid as Tang Qingqian watched Summer Yu's busy silhouette, reminiscent of a late night when she had a high fever at the age of 10. Her father had also donned an apron, preparing loquat syrup in the kitchen. The bubbling sound of the clay pot blended with the thick aroma of the syrup. The steam from the steamer blurred her vision, and she pondered once more her unwavering determination to apply to Huaizhou University. Emerging from the kitchen, they returned to the sofa. Does your throat still hurt? Summer Yu asked. Tang Qingqian shook her head. Then why have you been so quiet? He was puzzled by her silence. He couldn't fathom why she would find this amusing. Qingqian, they both spoke simultaneously, then fell silent. You go first, Summer Yu urged. Tang Qingqian gazed at him, her lips moving. I'm sorry. What's wrong? I was too harsh in my words earlier. I apologize. She lowered her head in contrition. Could you share why you want to attend Huaizhou University? I'm not trying to change your mind. I simply wish to understand your reasoning. My father graduated from Huaizhou University. Summer Yu pondered, sensing that her decision was deeply influenced by her biological father. My mother always says to look forward. Tang Qingqian's voice was soft, almost a sigh. However, I want to see the landscapes he once knew. He sacrificed so much for my mother and me. Summer Yu understood her sentiment. Not only do I wish to tread upon the long steps my father once ascended in pursuit of knowledge, but I also yearn to touch the years of his life that were untouched by the ravages of illness. The young man diligently recording data in the laboratory. The spirited scholar at the debate, the individual who had yet to become a complete father. Huaizhou University plans to establish a branch campus in the southern part of the city. Yes, I am aware. I have been following this institution closely. Would you like to accompany me back to Huaizhou? I can show you around the university. Very well. The sound of Lu Shiran returning home resonated from behind the screen, prompting Tang Qingqian to rise and open the door. Suddenly, she realized that the towering walls she had erected over the years had been breached by the audacious individuals who intruded into her life. Much like the fragrant aroma of pears that now filled the room, seeping into every corner unawares. Perhaps I need not hold everything within. What is that delightful fragrance? Lu Shiran entered, cradling a PS3. Why didn't you call me to help you bring it down? It's not heavy. Just in time. The pears should be nearly ready for steaming. Wow, you can steam pears? It's been a while since I last did it. Let me check the kitchen. Lu Shiran placed the items down and sat beside Tang Qingqian. Have you clarified things? Yes. What did you say? Afterward, we will visit Huaizhou University. Lu Shiran's smile faltered momentarily. And then we shall return. Tang Qingqian shot a glance at Lu Shiran. Oh, as long as you explain it clearly. That is sufficient. Lu Shiran's smile returned. However, I wish to rent a place in Huaizhou. I may stay there for a couple of days to observe the situation. Lu Shiran felt a pang at the corners of her mouth. What is wrong with you? Are you unwilling to live with me? Not at all. It's just for gaming. It's ultimately inconvenient at home. You know how my mother is. When her temper flares, no one can persuade her otherwise. How can you say that? Lu Shiran thought to herself. Yet, you need not feel compelled to rent a place in Huaizhou. This is the conclusion I arrived at after deliberation. Whenever my mother sees me at home, she insists on taking me to meet people. And the late-night voice calls disturb your rest. What about me? What about you? I am also part of your gaming team. Are you going to push me out? Tang Qingqian fell silent for a moment. Indeed, she could no longer act in such a manner. Then I shall join you in renting a place in Huaizhou. Let us discuss it later. Chapter 112. The Sunshade, are you drawing the monsters towards me again? Hee hee, your skills are impressive. Lu Shiran laughed, revealing her 2 canine teeth as she sat on the bed. Come on, you simply want me to perish alongside you. Xia Yu helplessly observed as the screen plunged once more into black and white. I didn't anticipate that so many monsters would appear around this corner. Lu Shiran nestled closer to Xia Yu's chair, the sweet scent mingling with her warm breath brushing against his ear. The save interface reflected in her pupils, shimmering like 2 pools of undulating moonlight. Are you not hungry after all this time? A bit. How about lunch? Tang Qingqian had just recovered from a fever. Something light would suffice. The two emerged from Lu Shiran's bedroom, and Tang Qingqian noticed the headphones had been set down. The silver-framed glasses slipped down to the tip of her nose, perhaps due to the weather, causing her cheeks to blush faintly. Xia Yu was aware that Tang Qingqian had a slight myopia, though not severe enough to necessitate wearing them regularly. During their time in the calligraphy club, she sported these glasses, exuding an air of poise and grace. She even wore headphones while reading. Lu Shiran squeezed beside her sister and snatched the water pen from her book, twirling it in the air. Tang Qingqian reached out to reclaim it, her pajama collar slipping to reveal a lonely collarbone. Your screams for the boss could pierce through 3 walls. Tang Qingqian set her book aside, glancing at Xia Yu, who was pouring water into a disposable cup. What are you reading? Xia Yu leaned closer. 100 Years of Solitude. A Nobel Prize-winning work, right? Jose Arcadio Buendia. Why is his name so long and difficult to pronounce? Lu Shiran, sitting closest, could see clearly. Are you just starting? As Xia Yu bent down to pour water, he caught a glimpse of a ginkgo leaf bookmark nestled between the pages, with a genealogy chart, the ink still fresh. Extending a web from the name Jose Arcadio Buendia, Xia Yu had a vague recollection of this name. It seemed the story unfolded through his perspective. It's rather obscure. Tang Qingqian nodded, feeling somewhat drowsy and now even more fatigued. Take your time. When I read it, I even made a character relationship chart. Do you still have it? When I return to Huai Prefecture, I'll check to see if it's tucked in the book. All right. Why is no one paying attention to me? Lu Shiran gazed at the two in confusion. Have you read it? Tang Qingqian shot a sideways glance at Lu Shiran. My brain checked out the moment I submitted my exam paper. Then why are you butting in? Lu Shiran clenched her small fist and playfully pinned Tang Qingqian down. Xia Yu, don't stop me. I want her to see why I'm the elder sister. Suddenly, Lu Shiran lunged at her sister, her fingers poking at Tang Qingqian's porcelain white waist, while Xia Yu quietly observed the playful scuffle between the siblings. All right, Qingqian is still recovering from a cold. Shall we go out to eat? Xia Yu finally spoke, noticing Tang Qingqian's pleading gaze. I don't want to go out. Tang Qingqian adjusted her clothing, revealing her pristine collarbone. But I'm not sure if we have any ingredients left at home. Lu Shiran also adjusted her attire, covering her exposed midriff. The sisters turned their attention to Xia Yu in unison. What am I supposed to do? I can't conjure up food. Xia Yu replied sheepishly. Let us head to the community supermarket and buy some groceries. How does that sound? Lu Shiran looked at Xia Yu with anticipation. I have no objections. Sounds good. The three reached a consensus, and the two girls hurried to their bedrooms to change. Lu Shiran was the first to emerge, her mint green sun protection jacket resembling a refreshing lotus leaf, the wide sleeves revealing her delicate wrist adorned with a shell bracelet. Why are you wearing a shell bracelet? It's just a little charm, $2 each. Doesn't it look nice? Lu Shiran proudly waved her wrist. It's lovely. Hee hee. Lu Shiran beamed like a golden retriever receiving praise. Tang Qingqian followed suit, her medical mask revealing slightly reddened eyes above. The sweltering breeze lifted her linen dress, unveiling the faint azure meridian patterns at her ankles. Descending the stairs, the blazing sun made it nearly impossible for one to open their eyes. Lu Shiran donned her hat, while Tang Qingqian had already prepared and unfurled the sunshade. Summer Yu, accustomed to a carefree demeanor, was about to relish the warmth of summer when he noticed a shadow closely following him. I brought an umbrella. Tang Qingqian's voice, muffled by her medical mask, echoed softly. What about me? Lu Shiran inquired incredulously, glancing at the two. You two can share. Summer Yu generously stepped aside. What's the harm? Lu Shiran leaned closer, and Tang Qingshan, squeezed in the middle, smiled at Summer Yu. We can all fit together. Just as Summer Yu intended to step back, Tang Qingshan gently tugged him to stay put. Let us go? The trio ambled towards the supermarket, as if engaged in a playful game, slowly yet closely huddled together. The cool air of the supermarket clashed with the sweltering heat outside at the automatic doors, prompting Tang Qingshan to neatly fold the sunshade into a slender bundle. The meteorological station issued a thunderstorm warning, and the supermarket's television broadcasted the weather forecast for the day. Is it going to rain? Lu Shiran halted beside Summer Yu. It's fine, just at the doorstep. Summer weather is as capricious as a child's face. Torrential rain can arrive unexpectedly. Pushing the shopping cart, Lu Shiran followed Summer Yu and Tang Qingshan, who walked ahead. Sister Qingshan should replenish her electrolytes. You should drink less too. Summer Yu exchanged the carbonated drink from Lu Shiran's arms for a pack of soda water. The icy condensation clung to the bottle, trickling down his prominent wrist into his sleeve. Lu Shiran pouted, leaning against the freezer to gaze at the contents. Her sun-protective clothing lifting slightly to reveal a honey-colored waistline. But I want ice cream. Suddenly, she pressed her frozen, crimson fingers against the nape of Summer Yu's neck. Ah, then buy it yourself. Summer Yu, jolted by the unexpected chill, cast a resigned glance at Lu Shiran. Is there anything you desire? He asked Tang Qingshan. I don't feel particularly hungry. How about some sauce noodles? Sauce noodles? Yes, with button mushrooms, dried shrimp, pan-fried eggs, and fresh bamboo shoots diced and mixed with mushroom sauce. The fresh noodles, once cooked, benefit from a rinse in cold water for a firmer texture. Tang Qingshan suddenly felt a pang of hunger and swallowed hard. All right. While queuing at the checkout, thunder rumbled ominously outside. Lu Shiran exhaled against the floor-to-ceiling window, tracing lightning with her breath, while Tang Qingshan leaned against the Odin counter to check the list. Summer Yu, looking down to organize the reusable bags, discovered 2 boxes of sea salt ice cream had been inexplicably added to their haul. The three emerged with their bags in hand. Just then, a drop of rain landed squarely on Lu Shiran's head. Oh no, if we don't hurry, we'll get drenched. Lu Shiran looked up at the sky, the sudden dark clouds looming oppressively. The trio hastened homeward, and as they stepped into the building, a torrential downpour unleashed. What luck we have, Lu Shiran remarked with a smile, while Tang Qingshan squinted, her humid breath unable to penetrate the mask, ultimately forming droplets at her lips. You go ahead and carry the things upstairs. Let Sister Qingshan rest a bit. Summer Yu noticed Tang Qingshan's discomfort. All right. Lu Shiran took the items from Tang Qingshan's hands and hurried upstairs with a patter of footsteps. Are you okay? Tang Qingshan nodded, then shook her head, silently leaning against Summer Yu's shoulder. The mask obscured her features, drawing attention naturally to her captivating eyes. Her eyes are truly beautiful, Xia Yu remarked with a smile, diffusing the gradually tense atmosphere. Tang Qingshan rested her temple gently against his shoulder. Outside, the sound of rain fell incessantly, yet within this moment, she found solace in the presence of a dependable companion. Her heart was enveloped in tranquility. Chapter 113, Inquiring about results on July 2nd. Xia Yu yawned as he settled in front of the computer. Should I eat an apple? Yu asked her son, a hint of anxiety in her voice. No. Ask Dad if he wants one. I don't want one either, Xia Qi replied, putting down the admission guide and glancing at Xia Yu. Well, if you two aren't eating. I will, Yu said, unable to remain seated. She rose to fetch an apple from the living room fruit basket, washed it in the kitchen, and cut it into 3 pieces, handing the largest slice to Xia Yu. I said I don't want it, Xia Yu began, but upon seeing Yu's stern expression, he decided to suppress his protest. He was, in fact, a bit thirsty. Satisfied, Yu offered the remaining portion to Xia Qi, who silently accepted it. How much longer? Xia Yu inquired. About 10 minutes. He glanced at the clock, noting it was 8:53. It's actually 7 minutes, he corrected. Close enough, Xia Qi retorted. Determined to avoid a disagreement with Yu, Xia Yu chose to remain silent. The family had not engaged in any activities that day, as both Xia Qi and Yu planned to wait for Xia Yu's results before heading to the office. Xia Qi had even prepared several contingency plans in case his son did not perform well, including taking a day off to cheer him up or rationally discussing potential schools. If all else failed, they could consider another year of study, as they could afford the tuition. Meanwhile, Yu's phone vibrated, revealing a message from Zheng Wan. Hello? Good morning, Auntie, came the voice of Gu Shui on the other end. Good morning, Xiao Shui. Is Xia Yu checking his results? Gu Shui was aware that Xia Yu had gone to Jiangsheng and had spoken with him yesterday. knowing that his parents would likely be by his side during the results announcement. Hence, she had called Xia Yu's phone directly, as she missed her. Yes. Just 2 more minutes, Xia Yu replied, taking the phone and placing it on speaker mode on the table. Feeling nervous? Gu Shui teased, knowing that Xia Yu's parents were nearby, forcing her to temper her excitement. Not really. Xia Yu was still fast asleep this morning. Why would I be nervous? Xia Yu replied. I wonder who couldn't sit still and went to wash an apple from the kitchen, she added. Xia Yu chose not to reveal the truth. Oh, Xia Yu's results are bound to be excellent. I remember he was the top of his class before I left. Gu Shui comforted Xia Yu on the phone. Just to clarify, I remained at the top even after you left, Xia Yu interjected. All right, you're the best. Xia Yu and Gu Shui continued their conversation until a notification popped up on QQ. Xiang invites you to a voice call. Xia Yu quickly disconnected. Logging off from QQ. Luo Yongqiang, probably asking about my results. I'll talk to him later. Is it time? Yes. The atmosphere momentarily grew tense, prompting Gu Shui, sitting on the bed, to sit up straight. 762, Xia Yu began, the figure aligning closely with his own estimation. How much? Stepping aside. Xia Yu took the phone from Xia Yu's hand. Not bad on the exam, right? I believe the cutoff for Huai Prefecture No. 1 High School is around 747? Gu Shui chuckled on the other end of the line, having been attentive to the situation of several schools in Huai Prefecture over the past few days. When do you receive your results? On the 4th. Then I shall keep an eye on the scores from the capital in the meantime. My family has been discussing it for days. That won't do. My analysis is mine alone, even if we arrive at the same conclusion. All right. Gu Shui maintained her cheerful demeanor. Shall I call you at this time on the 4th? A voice call will suffice. I have yet to try the video function. Is it a live announcement? Yes, whether good or bad. I wish to share it with you at the earliest opportunity. Xia Yu and Xia Qi, who were engrossed in studying the admission guide, paused and glanced back at Xia Yu. I haven't turned off the speakerphone. Xia Yu managed to maintain a semblance of calm as he spoke to Gu Shui on the phone. Xia Yu. Gu Shui called out shyly. Goodbye, uncle and auntie. My mom needs the phone. We shall talk later. Gu Shui hastily hung up and curled up on the bed. All right, with this score, Huai Prefecture No. 1 High School should be a certainty. Off to the company you go. Xia Yu gently tapped her son's forehead and took the phone from Xia Yu's hand. After seeing them off, Xia Yu hesitated for a moment before stepping out of the house. Having just ended a call with Lu Shiran, he imagined she was currently in a frenzy. He. Lu Shiran struggled to articulate her thoughts, fists clenched and body trembling. Hanging up so quickly is one thing, but why did she completely go offline? Could it be she didn't perform well? Tang Qingqian appeared remarkably calm beside her. Lu Shiran fell silent instantly. Surely not, given her usual demeanor. In Lu Shiran's mind, Xia Yu had always exuded an air of composure, often accepting things with gentle grace. She found it unimaginable that he would display such emotional agitation. Everyone has moments of faltering and vulnerability, Tang Qingqian mused, finding this hypothesis quite reasonable. So, Lu Shiran took out her phone, scrolling through her contacts thoughtfully. What are you planning to do? I'm calling Auntie. Since when do you have Auntie's number? I got it during our last celebration for finishing the exam. I took the opportunity to ask for it. Are you sure you want to call? At the very least. I can inquire where Xia Yu lives. Offering him comfort in person is better than worrying here. The two sisters held their breath. Hello? Shiran. Yes, Auntie, hello. Driving. Xia Qi cast a surprised glance at Xia Yu, who responded with a resigned expression. Is something wrong? Is Xia Yu there? No, he should be at home right now. We just left the house for the company. Did Xia Yu not do well on the exam? Lu Shiran asked cautiously, her voice tense. No, he scored 762. Huai Prefecture No. 1 High School should be no problem. Oh good. I just sent him a message and noticed he was offline. I thought he must have done poorly. Both sisters released a sigh of relief simultaneously. Perhaps she has gone back to sleep. It was quite early this morning to check the results. All right. Thank you for your trouble, Auntie. It's nothing. Xia Yu hung up the phone, and Xia Qi spoke up. This is the third one, right? Yes. Just now Yao called, specifically using our mother's phone number to inquire. Xia Qi recalled the call he received just as he was leaving. Hello? Mom. What's wrong? Xia Qi asked as he picked up the phone. Has Xiao Xiao's results come out? Li Tsuelan asked from the other end of the line. Yes. I got 762. Everything went smoothly. See, Yao. I told you Xia Yu should be fine. Li Tsuelan said to Xia Yao. Yes. Then Yao can rest assured. Yao placed her belongings down and said, I'll talk to Grandma. I'll have lunch with her. The conversation between the two continued on the phone. All right, you go ahead with your business. When will you bring Xia Yu back? In a couple of days. I'll take him back to fill out his application. Okay. As Xia Qi listened to the busy tone on the phone, He noticed Xia Yu's strange expression beside him. You mean our son? Xia Yu was uncertain about Xia Yu's situation. Since last year's National Day, he seems to have matured a lot and should have his own confidence. I hope so. Chapter 114, Don't Be Narcissistic. Xia Yu followed closely behind Xia Yu, attempting to speak for the third time. The air conditioning in the digital world was set to a chilling level. Yet beads of sweat formed at the nape of his neck. Having finally completed the arduous 600 meters, there remained an even longer section of the department store ahead. This one will do. Xia Yu reached out to grasp the black feature phone on the display stand, only to have his mother swat his hand away. What is the rush? Xia Yu shot him a glare, her fingers gliding over the glass counter. Look, this store offers 2 years of screen damage insurance, while the previous one only provided talk time and data. Of course, we must choose the most advantageous option. She then turned to the sales assistant. Young lady, what is the screen resolution of this model? The concept of resolution was also present in iPhones, which was the brand of Xia Yu's phone. But what resolution does a feature phone require? Leaning against a pillar, Xia Yu observed the exchange between his mother and the sales assistant, his peripheral vision catching the glimmering lights in the jewelry store across from them. It was here that he had purchased a silver bracelet, and the image of Gu Shui's sparkling eyes when she received it suddenly flooded his mind. The warmth spread through his palm, where he had placed his hand cream, which had grown slightly slick. Sometimes, Xia Yu would apply too much, and it would smudge onto Xia Yu's hands, which he did not use himself. Mom, you pick first, I'll take a look at other things. Suddenly, Xia Yu recalled a few cosmetic items on his mother's dressing table, one of which was now right before him. Xia Yu only trusted this brand of hand cream, believing it effective and affordable. All right. Xia Yu was negotiating the discount with the sales assistant when she casually remarked. Xia Yu paused in front of a beige sign. The golden letters of Pekoin shimmered warmly under the spotlight, with shelves displaying hand creams in jade green jars, which, to his recollection, had always been his mother's choice. 34 is the hand cream for removing calluses from fingers. He addressed the approaching sales assistant, unconsciously grazing the burn mark at the base of his right thumb with his fingertips, realizing that he had never properly expressed gratitude to Xia Yu. When Xia Yu drew closer, he was discreetly tucking 2 tubes of hand cream into his pocket. The pale green packaging was reminiscent of the jasmine scent his mother favored, while the light pink tube bore a delicate peach blossom design. There are 2 that will go unused, Xia Yu remarked. The green one is for you. And the pink one? She inquired, narrowing her eyes. It's for a friend. Oh, a friend? That sister duo? You've been visiting their home quite frequently. Is it true that you only brought 1 hand cream? Xia Yu deduced. It wouldn't be Xia Yu, who gifted you the top scholar cake, would it? Yes. It is indeed Yao Yao, he confirmed. Xia Yu gave Xia Yu a gentle pat on the head. On the day you received your results, Xia Yu even called using your grandmother's phone to check on you. Really? I was unaware of this, Xia Yu responded, surprised. That day, he had gone to comfort the irritable Lu Shiran, who was relatively easy to placate once he stroked her hair soothingly. Then, he spent the afternoon reworking code under Tang Qingqian's scrutiny. By the time he returned home, his parents were working late at the office, providing him a rare opportunity to maintain a regular sleep schedule. He didn't mind turning in early. You had lunch at our place, and your grandmother really likes that girl. Xia Yu. Is that so? Xia Yu mused, pulling out the light pink peach blossom hand cream. Could you please wrap up the entire peach blossom set? Xia Yu stared at her son in astonishment at his casual spending. Is this truly my son? He used to compare prices even for a pack of spicy strips. Noticing his mother's gaze, Xia Yu scratched his head and explained, the combination set isn't overly expensive. I just thought of how much the Xia family has looked after me. During the Dragon Boat Festival, I even received some handmade rice dumplings from them. True enough, they gifted you the handmade top scholar cake after your exams. So a token of gratitude is indeed warranted, right? Yes, he affirmed. Xia Yu nodded, feeling considerably relieved. Mom, this is for you. Xia Yu handed her the light green hand cream. So there's a gift for your mother too. Xia Yu accepted it, glancing at the exquisite packaging of the gift box. It seemed that Baike Ling had significantly improved its service quality this year. Mom, aside from the hand cream from Baike Ling, I really can't afford any cosmetics, Xia Yu said helplessly. You're quite observant. I don't use them often. They're all purchased by your father. They continued walking forward, and aside from this spontaneous gift box, they genuinely found nothing else to purchase. Their home lacked for nothing. When will you fill out your application? The school notified us for the 6th at 10 in the morning. Then shall we return on the 5th in the afternoon? Xia Yu hesitated for a moment, ultimately deciding to speak the truth. I plan to check my results with Gu Shui on the morning of the 4th and head back in the afternoon. Why the rush? ISNT today only the 3rd? I made plans with friends to return to Huai Prefecture. Which friends? Yi Yu asked, a flicker of unease creeping into her voice. Lu Shiran and Tang Qingqian. What are they going to Huai Prefecture for? To help you with your application? The relationship undoubtedly transcends mere friendship. No. They mention wanting to visit Huaizhou University. Xia Yu, observing Yi Yu's expression, refrained from disclosing that they were considering renting an apartment in Huaizhou. Yi Yu fell into silence for several seconds before reluctantly expressing her acceptance. The rationale was not entirely unreasonable. She was uncertain about the sisters' academic performance. Yet it was possible their scores were sufficient for Huaizhou University, allowing them to visit in advance. You understand, right? What? Xiaoxue is indeed in the capital, but you must be clear that she is merely in the capital. Mom, your son is not so self-absorbed as to think everyone is infatuated with him. Xia Yu remarked with exasperation. If he truly were a magnet for romance, why had he remained single until his rebirth? Daily taunted by Luo Yongqiang, who would come to his office for afternoon tea and even take some home for his wife and daughter. Nevertheless, that cake shop did indeed produce delicious treats. He had seldom encountered the female owner, as the contract had been signed by a female employee on her behalf. Reflecting on it, the female owner of that cake shop possessed remarkable skills, having cultivated a team that was mutually trusting and cohesively strong. Enough of that. In short, do not be self-involved. As for Gu Shui, it was her clarity in expressing emotions that solidified his resolve. Indeed, Yi Yu nodded in agreement. Considering her son's demeanor, would he truly be so competitive? Furthermore, Gu Shui was maturing rapidly. Previously, she had been quite nervous chatting with him, even somewhat bashful. However, she now exhibited a newfound poise, and he could distinctly sense her burgeoning confidence. With this realization, Yi Yu felt a sense of relief, likely having been overly anxious. Let's go. Turn around, she said, giving her son a light pat on the head. What is it? You haven't chosen your phone yet. We came out today for that purpose. We'll review it again when we return. Mom, I don't want it anymore, okay? This is a reward for your exam. I want to go back on my word. Xia Yu felt despondent. Chapter 115. Gu Shui's academic performance. This was Xia Yu's first time utilizing the video call feature of the new QQ version. He had barely dialed when Gu Shui answered almost immediately. I also have a phone now. You can call me directly. Xia Yu recalled the phone he purchased yesterday and sent her his number. All right, just a moment. I'll adjust the camera. The screen shifted, revealing a beaming Gu Shui on the other end. Is your mother home? Xia Yu inquired, still jotting down notes. Hee. I was supposed to take a leave to accompany her, but I thought it best not to interrupt her work. Once the results are out, I'll inform her. It's fine. I'm here with you. Xia Yu felt a pang of sympathy for Gu Shui's thoughtfulness. Otherwise, how could we be having a video call? Wait, your parents aren't home, right? The girl grinned mischievously but suddenly realized something. Ahem, they're not here. But my mom specifically instructed me to inform her of your results at the earliest. Your mother is truly wonderful. What are you doing? I'm reviewing the score lines for several schools in the capital this year. I merely compiled the data yesterday without creating a table, so I'm looking it over now and making comparisons. You are quite remarkable. Gu Shui had not disclosed that she had nearly everything prepared after the examination. She had already calculated her scores, and the schools were almost finalized. The effort that Xia Yu had invested held a unique significance in her eyes, as they would soon choose schools together. As the clock struck 9, Gu Shui quietly entered her examination admission number, while Xia Yu attentively observed her expression. Xia Yu? Yes? How did you do? Pretty well, about what I expected. At this juncture, there was no need to tease Xia Yu. His sincerity towards her rendered such antics unnecessary. How much? 549. Isn't the full score 570? Yes. Impressive, my Gu Shui, Xia Yu remarked with a smile. Indeed, impressive, your Gu Shui, she replied, grinning. Just a moment. My mother is calling. Gu Shui noticed her phone vibrating. All right, let me speak with her, she said. The two briefly muted their microphones, exchanging glances while their anxious mothers celebrated on the other end of the line. After Xia Yu hung up, Gu Shui's phone continued to ring incessantly, as her mother had called multiple times, prompting her to answer each one. I've been receiving calls from her all this time, Gu Shui remarked as she reconnected her microphone. Xia Yu appeared engrossed in something on his computer. Just a moment, he muttered, deleting the scores from the spreadsheet. With her score, Gu Shui could choose from several prestigious schools in the capital. Now, she could focus solely on the characteristics and advantages of each institution. Gu Shui noticed that Xia Yu had sent her an Excel file. The information was presented clearly, detailing each school's environment, policies, tuition fees, and reputations. Xia Yu had even included his reflections after meticulously organizing the information, with critical points highlighted for emphasis. Gu Shui realized she had underestimated Xia Yu's concern for her. Xia Yu? Yes? Wait a moment, I need to fetch a gift. I intended it as a surprise, but I simply cannot keep it hidden any longer. The girl slipped on her slippers and hurried to her bedroom. Knock, knock. She scampered back out. What is it? A bracelet? Yes, it's a matching couple's design. A couple's design? Mine is custom-made. I had one customized too. The girl beamed at the camera, and like Gu Shui, her bracelet featured a tiny sycamore leaf dangling from it. Moreover, I had it engraved. Although the picture quality was slightly blurred, Xia Yu could still discern the delicate engraving hidden within the leaf's veins. Summer's End. Perfect, I am first snow, and you are summer's end. The appearances of ginkgo and sycamore are quite similar. Gu Shui explained, revealing the thought behind her design. That must have cost quite a bit. The silver itself isn't expensive, but the labor often comprises a significant portion of the price. Well, I've spent all the scholarship money I saved up. Actually, I love you. Gu Shui interrupted Xia Yu's continuation. If you truly do not take me in, I might end up on the streets. Xia Yu chuckled helplessly, bemused by where this girl had learned such tactics. After exchanging a few more words, Gu Shui heard the sound of keys turning in the front door. Mom, how come you're back so soon? Gu Shui asked, somewhat taken aback. Upon learning of your commendable achievements, I thought it would be delightful to celebrate together. In a moment, we shall venture out for a meal. Zhongwan approached, and I instantly recognized it was Xiao Xia. Zhongwan chuckled, declaring that it was evident Gu Shui was currently glued to her computer, conversing solely with Xia Yu. With the holiday upon us, she seemed to do little more than gaze at the screen. Good morning, Auntie, she greeted. In a bit, we will take Gu Shui out to eat. What will Xiao Xia have for lunch? Probably something she cooks herself, came the reply. Xiao Xia can cook? Gu Shui interjected. Xia Yu is quite skilled in the kitchen, and I particularly enjoy his culinary creations. Well, he is quite proficient, so I suppose Auntie can rest assured about Gu Shui staying with you. Has Auntie agreed? Gu Shui blushed, hiding behind Zhongwan. Xiao Shui has been pestering me about this several times. If this continues, it may affect our mother-daughter relationship. You can also sleep downstairs. Grandparents are there, Zhongwan added. We can arrange that later, primarily to avoid disturbing the elders' rest. Gu Shui, still flushed, ended the video call. Lunch was simple, as they needed to catch a train back to Huaizhou in the afternoon. Overeating could lead to motion sickness. Are you coming over later? Xiang inquired. No, let us meet directly at the train station. I'll send you my number, Yu Luo replied. All right. Lu Shiran was also aware of the phone Xia Yu had selected in Jiangcheng. When Xia Yu entered the station, Lu Shiran was seated, engrossed in her phone, while Tang Qingqian, masked, quietly read a book. It seems to be delayed? Yes, perhaps another 10 minutes or so, Lu Shiran responded, showing her phone to the others. What? The first batch of art materials? Today is the deadline. They have sent everything. I've been downloading it at home for ages. And now I have a moment to check. Tang Qingqian closed her book and leaned in closer. How are you feeling today, Qingqianjia? I'm all right, nearly recovered. Though I do cough occasionally. Her gaze remained fixed on Lu Shiran's phone screen. Can we start building the first part of the map content? Tang Qingqian asked Xia Yu. Yes, if the art materials are up to standard, we can commence officially. Unfortunately, I cannot bring my computer, Tang Qingqian lamented. It's fine, even a taut string, if not broken, may become too weary to function. Precisely, Lu Shiran agreed emphatically. Haven't you always been relaxed? Tang Qingqian shot a glance at Lu Shiran. What do you mean? Lu Shiran noticed her sister had suddenly become rather sharp-tongued, and she found herself missing the reticent sibling she had first met. When the announcement finally echoed through the station, Xia Yu, dragging his suitcase, passed by the reflective glass walls, observing the elongated and distorted figures of the three, akin to some prophetic funhouse mirror. Chapter 116. Is room 304 available? The sisters watched as Xia Yu produced his keys. In contrast to Tang Qingqian's indifference, Lu Shiran suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of anticipation. Come in. No need to change your shoes. I'm the only one at home. Xia Yu beckoned, opening the door and, without missing a beat, proceeded to pull open the windows of several rooms. During this trip to Jiangcheng, which nearly lasted a week, the water in the kettle was surely no longer drinkable, necessitating a trip back to the kitchen to boil more. May I take a look around? Tang Qingqian quietly inquired from the sofa, while Lu Shiran, unable to remain idle due to her nature, directed her question towards Xia Yu in the kitchen. Well, if Qingqian is bored, she can use the computer. It's not password protected. Perfect, I shall check for art materials. I've been uncomfortable viewing them in the car. Tang Qingqian replied as she approached the computer desk, where Xia Yu's notebook lay. While waiting for the computer to boot up, she opened the notebook, finding that most of the content revolved around problems encountered during programming. Beneath the annotations marked in red, Xia Yu had also included his own considerations. Most of it pertained to her, as Xia Yu had integrated the daily learning objectives for Tang Qingqian with the task assignments. Having taught Lu Shiran, Tang Qingqian understood that such an educational approach is often the most effective, as it combines theory with practice, indicating that the educator not only possesses a high level of expertise, but also demonstrates great dedication. Despite appearing industrious on the surface, Xia Yu's responsibilities were indeed burdensome, with numerous aspects requiring contemplation. In contrast to Tang Qingqian's composed demeanor, Lu Shiran silently crept into Xia Yu's bedroom. At last, I've caught sight of his room. Lu Shiran thought triumphantly, recalling how Xia Yu had criticized her own room for its disarray on several occasions. To her surprise, Xia Yu's room was remarkably tidy. Huh. Lu Shiran stepped back in disbelief. Am I truly that messy? What is wrong with you? Xia Yu asked, observing Lu Shiran's startled retreat. You and I will tidy our rooms when we get back, Lu Shiran replied glumly, moving towards her suitcase to retrieve her water cup. Oh. Her gaze lingered on a keyring hanging on the wall, one solitary key adorned with a sticky note. Aren't we in 303? Yes, what about it? Xia Yu, also seated on the sofa packing his suitcase, responded. Then why is the key for 304 hanging here? Because 304 belongs to my family as well, Xia Yu explained, noticing both girls looking at him simultaneously. What is the matter? Xia Yu swallowed hard, fearing that his fleeting thought might have manifested into reality. No, everything is above board. There is nothing to fear. My grandparents reside in 203, and you and your uncle and aunt live in 303. Who stays in 304? No one lives there, so it's completely empty. Take me to see it, would you? Lu Shiran proposed boldly. There is nothing there, aside from some tiled walls. It's entirely vacant. If it had been Tang Qingqian, she would have given up by now, but since it was Lu Shiran raising the question, the sisters exchanged glances. And Lu Shiran subtly nodded. I just want to take a look. I'm bored. Lu Shiran exaggeratedly leaned in, adopting a coy demeanor that Xia Yu found irresistible. Fine. But truly, there is nothing there, Xia Yu conceded, taking the key as both girls followed closely behind. All the items my grandparents couldn't bear to part with are here, Xia Yu said, opening the door to reveal the living room, where a set of aged furniture stood prominently in the center. Beside them lay two beds, one large and one small. Why are there two beds? Because they had moved to a new home, and all the beds in 303 were brand new. As Xia Yu recalled something, he explained while making his way toward the study room. The sisters lingered behind, murmuring to each other, and Xia Yu could not discern their words. After all, they had everything here. Lu Shiran glanced around. Aside from some worn furniture, the decor was quite exquisite, with even the chandelier being a carefully selected piece. Just moments ago, Xia Yu had adjusted the lighting from warm to white. It was merely that I was the only one residing here. Xia Yu rummaged through a book box and unearthed 100 Years of Solitude, discovering a note tucked within its pages. Here, Qingchuan Jia, this is for you. Xia Yu handed the book over. Tang Qingchuan, lost in thought while gazing at the bedroom, instinctively accepted the book and inquired, Are you renting this place? Why bother? The environment here is not as good as in Jiangcheng, and my computer is there. Moving back and forth is quite troublesome. No, I am very satisfied. It just needs a few minor adjustments. The more Tang Qingchuan observed, the more she found it entirely to her liking. Did Aunt Tang agree? Xia Yu asked, rubbing his temples. No. Upon hearing this question, Tang Qingchuan fell silent for a moment before honestly replying. What do you plan to say? I don't know. Xia Yu's head throbbed even more. He wanted to speak, but was reminded of the matter of his aspirations, so he ultimately remained silent. It's all right, Xia Yu. You're not planning to rent it out for now, are you? Lu Shiran leaned in to lighten the atmosphere. No, I have no such thoughts at the moment. Then let us keep an eye on it. If everything is settled, can we stay here? That should be fine. All right, it's settled then. Let us eat first. I feel like I'm starving. Xia Yu paused, considering that Tang Qingchuan's first choice was indeed Huai Prefecture University, while in his previous life, it had been Jiangxing University. Had his rebirth altered something? Shall we go out to eat? Can we eat at home? Lu Shiran seemed to relish the prospect of cooking together. We just got back. There is nothing in the house to eat. Then how about we go buy groceries now? Lu Shiran gazed at Xia Yu with a pleading expression. I'll go downstairs and ask Grandma and Grandpa if there are any vegetables in the fridge. Lu Shiran chuckled. The sisters watched as Xia Yu descended the stairs, both still contemplating 304. I think this place is quite nice, Lu Shiran remarked, turning to her sister. Yes, but it's genuinely difficult to persuade Mom. Tang Qingchuan had a premonition. If a conflict arose between them, it would likely be hard to resolve. She truly did not wish to continue following the path laid out by her mother. She disliked it. She was not fond of the niceties. Nor did she have any interest in finance or management, believing she lacked the aptitude for such fields. Xia Yu often claimed that coding was tedious, yet she found it enjoyable. Code was honest. It would point out problems directly. However, when it came to human emotions, Tang Qingchuan felt she could not see through them. Even after she had expressed her disinterest numerous times, Tang Wanrong still insisted. Lu Shiran noticed Tang Qingchuan's lack of enthusiasm and chose not to press further. We really can't finish all this. Xia Yu emerged with an armful of groceries, while the two girls leaned over the railing to look down. If we can't finish it, put it in the fridge. Li Tsuelon brought out the simmering chicken soup, preparing to follow Xia Yu upstairs. Just as she lifted her gaze, her eyes collided with another pair in midair. "Good morning, Grandma," Lu Shiran exclaimed, displaying her keen perception as she rushed down. Tang Qingshan lagged slightly behind, but soon followed. "Oh," Li Tsuelon responded with a warm smile. "Let me take that upstairs. You shouldn't tire yourself." Lu Shiran beamed, resembling a golden retriever. "After you finish your meal, we will head to the city center. The hotel is booked there," Lu Shiran informed. "All right," Tang Qingshan murmured, quietly retrieving some dishes from Xia Yu's embrace as the trio wobbled their way upstairs. Chapter 117. Handcream. Xia Yu, hearing the vibration of his phone on the bedside table, struggled to answer. "Hello?" "Hello." Lu Shiran's voice floated through the line, languorous and alluring. "What is up? We took the day off this morning. Qingshan and I plan to sleep." "Okay, I'll rest then. Call me if anything comes up." After arriving in the city the previous night and securing their hotel, the trio had explored the area, undoubtedly exhausting themselves from the journey. Yet, he had his own reasons to rise. After a quick wash, he opened a carton of milk and fetched a corn cob from downstairs for breakfast. He neatly packed the gift box and hung it in the car, leisurely making his way to Xia Yaoyao's home. To his surprise, no one was home at Xia Yaoyao's. The door was locked. However, Xia Yu was unfazed, quietly sitting on the bluestone slab, nibbling on the corn. If he didn't deliver it today, it would be quite difficult to do so later. The sun gradually climbed above the eaves, weaving a veil of golden light across his knees. The screen snake game slowly filled the entire display. The fragrant citrus scent wafting from his hair dissipated the drowsiness that lingered in his fingers. When he looked up, he encountered the backlit silhouette of Xia Yaoyao, her wispy hair catching beams of light, creating a cascade of glimmering golden bells upon her nose. The strands of hair brushed against his cheek, imbued with a delightful fragrance. "Sorry for making you wait so long, Brother Xia Yu," Xia Yaoyao said, smiling as she approached with her hands behind her back. "Where's Xia Yunfeng?" "He went to the hospital with Grandma for a checkup." "How is Grandma?" "She's well. It's just a routine checkup every 3 months." "So why did you come back?" "I came back early to prepare dinner. It's been a week since I last saw you." 6 days, Xia Yaoyao noted as she settled beside Xia Yu, tucking her hair behind her ear. The cicadas buzzed amidst the golden fragments filtering through the locust leaves. Xia Yu caught the scent of citrus carried by the breeze. "I brought a gift for you from Jiangcheng," he said, handing the gift box to Xia Yaoyao. "Is it very expensive?" The craftsmanship was quite affordable. Understanding Xia Yu's implication, Xia Yaoyao couldn't help but chuckle. The sunlight cascaded onto her face, and the joy in her eyes resembled the first sip of sweet wine. "May I open it?" "Of course." As Xia Yaoyao unwrapped the gift box, she paused at the meticulously tied heart-shaped bow by the sales attendant. "Brother Xia, you wouldn't have tied such a knot, would he?" She mused, attributing it to the person who packaged the box. What is this?" "This one is for hydration. This one controls oil. And this one is for wrinkle prevention, which I think you might not need." Xia Yaoyao gazed at Xia Yu as he persistently presented one item after another, his chatter revealing more about himself, a deeper smile gracing his lips, while the intoxicating aroma of sweet rice wine lingered in the corners of his eyes. "And this?" Xia Yu unveiled the hand cream he had saved for last. "Is this hand cream?" Xia Yaoyao inquired upon seeing the label. "Yes, if you consistently apply it. The calluses on your hands will gradually diminish." "Really?" Xia Yaoyao instinctively rubbed her small hand, feeling a hardened callus at the joint of her index finger, which now throbbed painfully in her heart. Xia Yu, devoid of any disdain for her, merely thought that at her age, she ought to be a bit cuter. He had never gifted her anything before and believed this would be quite practical, hence she would likely accept it. Xia Yu realized the young girl had misunderstood his intentions. Xia Yaoyao stared at him in a daze. He always seemed to decipher her thoughts, even the slightest shifts in her emotional state. She was on the verge of tears. "Then I must deserve the utmost punishment for making Yaoyao cry." Xia Yaoyao chuckled, her gaze falling upon the pouch at his waist, which indeed still hung there. "I've learned 2 new types of pastries. I tried a new recipe and steamed the lotus root cake until it resembled a green brick." The image made Xia Yu smile involuntarily. Earlier, Brother Xia Yu mentioned that the sour plum soup from the pharmacy wasn't sour enough. I suspected it was due to the dried tangerine peel, so I dried a bit more. The young girl pointed towards the sun-dried peel, which curled under the sunlight. Time seemed to slow down suddenly. As the day progressed, and everything flourished, Xia Yu lived a life that was both simple and unremarkable, yet she held no disappointment. Preserving the moments of time as specimens tucked away in the nooks and crannies of her home, Xia Yu meticulously savored each moment. Engrossed in conversation with brother Xia Yu, she almost forgot to prepare the meal. Realizing how time had slipped away, she stuck out her tongue and rose to enter the house, with Xia Yu following suit. Brother Xia Yu, will you join us for lunch? Of course, I will accompany Yao Yao to test the effectiveness of the hand cream. All right. Habitually, Xia Yu trailed Xia Yao into the kitchen, where she paused to delineate their respective tasks. Their cooperation was seamless until the voice of Xia Yunfeng echoed into the living room. I knew it. This little rascal has certainly come again. Xia Yunfeng chuckled as he spoke to Grandma, having spotted Xia Yu's car parked outside the alley upon entering. Ah, he's here again for a free meal, Xia Yu quipped, laughing at himself. It was Yao Yao who invited brother Xia Yu to stay for dinner. Xia Yao opened the rice cooker, revealing perfectly cooked grains. Finally returned from Jiangxing, Xia Yunfeng began to serve the rice. Yes. How did the exam go? Xia Yunfeng's question caused both to momentarily halt their actions. Did Yao Yao sneak home to inquire about the results? Xia Yu glanced at Xia Yao, who, with her head down, was stirring the vegetables, her ears flushed with embarrassment. 762. Not bad. Huaizhou No. 1 high school should be no problem. Indeed, I owe it to Yao Yao for the pouch she gave me. I performed exceptionally well. It seems I must ask my sister for one as well. Yao Yao is quite clever. Brother Xia Yu, unable to contain herself any longer, Xia Yao interrupted him. Her face flushed as she carried the dishes outside. The conversation during lunch was quite casual, yet Xia Yu found it delightful. In life, there aren't always extraordinary events. Mastering the art of savoring mundane days is indeed a remarkable feat. After the meal, Xia Yu offered to wash the dishes, but was stopped by the other two. Ultimately, Xia Yunfeng, with a glum expression, took the bowls into the kitchen. I can manage wiping the table, Xia Yu said with a smile, sidestepping Xia Yao's outstretched hand. Shall I give it a try? Xia Yu gestured. All right. Xia Yao washed her hands and squeezed a small amount of lotion onto the back of her hand. That's too little. Squeeze out a bit more. After Xia Yu finished wiping the table, he leaned closer. Xia Yao squeezed out a bit more. Share the excess with Grandma or your brother. Be bold in squeezing. That's too wasteful. The scent of peach blossoms wafted in Xia Yu's palm as he observed the calluses on Xia Yao's knuckles. Suddenly, Xia Yao felt that the calluses had softened significantly and were faintly warm. It seems effective, she remarked. How could it already be useful after just one application? You can apply some whenever you have free time. It won't harm your hands. Watching Xia Yao excitedly spread her small hand, Xia Yu chuckled. All right. Xia Yao nodded, suddenly feeling that her calluses were not so unpleasant after all. Chapter 118. Huai Prefecture University. As Xia Yu knocked on the door, his knuckles bore the hand cream Xia Yao had applied for him. The little girl scolded herself for not squeezing enough. The cold air seeping through the door crack was imbued with the scent of cedar. Tang Qingqian opened the door. Her hair, styled with a sharp clip, glimmered in the backlight. Droplets from the tips fell onto the linen carpet, creating dark spots. Glancing at the air conditioner, Tang Qingqian noticed Xia Yu's gaze and said, "It's a steady 28 degrees. You won't catch a cold." Her voice mingled with the hum of an electric toothbrush, the light illuminating her collarbone with a radiant glow. Lu Shiran was cocooned in her blanket, the cool air from the vent gently brushing against her tousled hair, reluctant to stir from her nest. A muffled protest emerged from the cocoon. The curtains. Lu Shiran suddenly poked half her face out from under the covers, the sunlight gilding her messy bangs. Only then did Xia Yu notice a 10-centimeter gap in the blackout curtains, splitting her nose into light and shadow. As he sat on the edge of the bed, the springs creaked softly, and suddenly, a bare ankle emerged from the duvet, resting against his thigh. Lu Shiran's foot arched beautifully. "Aren't you getting up?" The creature stirring beneath the covers emitted a sound akin to a mewling kitten, the muffled tone reminiscent of a milk candy in her mouth. "This afternoon, I plan to accompany Qingqian to Huai Prefecture University. Will you be sleeping in the hotel?" The little girl grumbled, her toes unconsciously brushing against Xia Yu's thigh, her voice dissolving in the airflow from the air conditioning fan. "You've been up late every night. I bet you've got some pimples on your face and your eyes." Tang Qingqian quietly washed her face an extra 2 times, reflecting on her recent schedule. Before Xia Yu could finish his sentence, Lu Shiran, eyes closed, stretched out a slender leg, so pale it was breathtaking. She lightly kicked Xia Yu, then buried her entire head back under the covers. I'm going out to change. All right. Xia Yu rose and closed the door, pausing for a moment. Come in, he beckoned. Tang Qingqian opened the door once more. Do I have any blemishes? She inquired as Lu Shiran stood before the mirror. Her mint green spaghetti strap nightgown slipping down to her elbows. She indignantly addressed Xia Yu. Is that how you encourage me to get up? Liar. Lu Shiran had initially hesitated to face her reflection upon waking, only summoning the courage after applying concealer. What shall we have for lunch? She asked. The hotel offers a buffet at noon. Qingqian and I will dine there. What about you? I've already eaten, he replied. Then wait here for a moment. Once we finish, we shall depart. Xia Yu nodded in agreement. The trio tidied themselves, with Xia Yu securing his waist bag as they hailed a cab to Huaizhou University. The retractable gate at the entrance was under repair, its caution tape fluttering in the breeze around the stone bollards. Lu Shiran tiptoed and tugged at the caution tape in front of the main building, the gilded nameplate shimmering under the blazing sun. Can one really enter freely during summer vacation? She mused, turning around as her canvas shoes squeaked against the granite steps, startling a pigeon dozing on the eaves. As long as you register your information, Huaizhou University is quite accommodating, Xia Yu remarked, tucking his ID back into his waist bag, the verdant history wall casting a shifting shadow on his profile. Tang Qingqian, still recovering from her cold, stood quietly beside Xia Yu, a medical ice patch on the nape of her neck dissolving into a translucent gel. As they crossed the porch, the old ceiling fan from the 1940s cast a rotating shadow overhead. Lu Shiran, bursting with mischief, suddenly leaped onto the polished terrazzo floor, arms wide to maintain her balance. Do you think every freshman has a similar experience here? She began, but before she could finish, she slipped towards a sign warning caution, slippery, only to be rescued by Xia Yu, who grasped her sun hat. Can you be a bit more honest? Lu Shiran chuckled, clasping her hands together, while Tang Qingqian sighed beneath her mask. Dappled golden spots floated among the sycamore leaves as the three stood on the shaded path in front of the School of Materials Science. Lu Shiran crouched by a drainage ditch, poking at a molting cicada, while Xia Yu gazed up at the ivy sprawling across the wall. The leaves flipped over in the warm breeze, revealing their silvery undersides, reminiscent of countless green carps swimming against the red brick backdrop. This ventilation system was designed by Soviet experts back in the day, Xia Yu remarked, lightly tracing the cast-iron vent with his fingertips, the metal grating warmed by the sun. It has since been converted to central air conditioning. Lu Shiran teased Tang Qingqian with the cicada's shell, but Tang Qingqian furrowed her brow and evaded. Lu Shiran's laughter startled a flock of sparrows perched on the second-floor laboratory window ledge. Keep your voice down. Someone is conducting experiments in there, she cautioned. Oh, right. Lu Shiran replied sheepishly, glancing at the second floor before standing next to Tang Qingqian with a grin. As they passed through Mechanic Square, two dragonflies perched upon the glasses of the bronze statue of Qian Shuessen. Lu Shiran crept closer to the statue, raising her phone to snap a selfie with the esteemed figure. Suddenly, Xia Yu exclaimed, pointing at the ground, Did you step on something? The girl's smile froze, and like a startled rabbit, she jumped back, only to realize that the engraving on the ground was actually the Bernoulli equation. You deceiver. You tricked me again. Lu Shiran chased Xia Yu around the statue in circles. Meanwhile, Tang Qingqian sat under the shade of a tree on a bench, raising her sunshade, its ribs casting a web-like shadow on the ground, ensnaring a procession of ants transporting breadcrumbs. Three individuals made their way to the library, and for the first time, Tang Qingqian found herself intrigued. Xia Yu politely inquired with the librarian, presenting his identification from his pocket, and only then did the trio gain entry. As Tang Qingqian wandered quietly among the shelves, her gaze drifted until she caught a glimpse of Xia Yu through the gaps between the bookshelves. Captivated by the profile of the young man, she remained lost in thought until their eyes met as he passed through the opening. Perhaps her uncle had once paused here as well. Xia Yu smiled softly and remarked, Maybe my father once lingered here too. What could have drawn him? Tang Qingqian gazed back into his eyes, filled with warmth. In truth, she had indeed lingered for a moment, for the library was vast. Lu Shiran sidled up to Xia Yu, not embodying the persona of a literary girl, as she showed little interest in such surroundings. You should read more, otherwise. When you see a library, all you can say is it's so big. Xia Yu playfully tapped Lu Shiran. What I meant was returning to simplicity. It's Fanpuge-jun. He corrected her with a hint of exasperation. Oh, Lu Shiran nodded in sudden realization. The three shared light laughter in the library. By the time they reached the playground, evening was approaching. Lu Shiran leaned against the wire fence, observing the basketball team training, their sun-kissed legs moving in a blur during the ebb and flow of the game. Noticing Tang Qingqian's discomfort, Xia Yu retrieved a bottle of herbal medicine from his pocket. At the moment a three-pointer struck the hoop, Lu Shiran abruptly turned and asked, "Do you think college physical education classes will teach fencing?" As Xia Yu was opening the herbal solution for Tang Qingqian, the dark liquid foamed slightly in the glass bottle. "You can take an elective on sports injury prevention. You might attend theoretical classes. As for fencing, I suspect some sports universities in the capital might offer it." Tang Qingqian furrowed her brow as she swallowed, then spoke. "Once I've mastered it, I'll be able to thrust at you." Lu Shiran struck an exceedingly unrefined pose, poking her finger randomly at Xia Yu. "You're quite ruthless." Xia Yu allowed Lu Shiran to continue her antics. "If you provoke me, this is the outcome." Lu Shiran giggled and softened her movements. Chapter 119. Filling out applications. The application process was rather straightforward, to the extent that when Xia Yu emerged, Yu had yet to come to terms with it. "Is it all filled out?" "Yes, I told you not to come back." The time taken to fill out the applications was even shorter than the time it took for Xia Qi to return with the car refueled. Currently, the applications were still in paper format, and a group of students just out for vacation gathered without even a pen among them. The moment Xia Yu took out a pen from his pocket, all eyes turned toward him. "No, both your father and I firmly believe that you should not miss any moment in your life, including filling out applications." Yu looked earnestly at her son, suddenly recalling the wrinkled, tiny face presented by the nurse at his birth, which now had matured into that of an adult. "Including your high school entrance, the oath-taking ceremony, the college entrance exam, and now filling out applications." Xia Qi chimed in. "All right." Xia Yu smiled, recognizing the bond of family, where none would resent adding to another's burdens. "I haven't seen Luo Yongqiang in a while. Let's go to an internet cafe for some fun." Xia Yu cast his gaze toward the distance, where Luo Yongqiang was indulging in snacks. Noticing Xia Yu's attention, he waved the snack bag, suggesting whether he should save a bit for him. Xia Yu shook his head, indicating that it was unnecessary. "Should I use my ID?" Yu inquired. "In an internet cafe, they do not check these things. Only the money," Xia Yu replied, dismissing the idea. "Shall I and your father head back? Do you want me to save some lunch for you? Let's discuss it over the phone later. If there's any left over, I can just store it in the fridge and consume it slowly," he said. "All right." Xia Yu and Luo Yongqiang made their way toward the internet cafe. "Do you think my grades will be sufficient to get into Huaizhou No. 1 high school?" Luo Yongqiang queried, his score slightly above 730. "You will get in," Xia Yu reassured him, recalling that their scores had been quite similar, and they had even shared a class before the division into science and liberal arts. "Such confidence? Do you have insider information?" "Just a hunch." "Oh, come on." As they entered the cafe, the proprietor, who was busy grinding away in a game at the far corner, acknowledged Xia Yu with a nod. Just as Xia Yu settled down, his phone vibrated in his pocket. "Hello?" Gu Shue's voice came through, slightly muffled. "What are you doing?" "Tying my hair up. It's inconvenient with a hair tie in my mouth. I have class soon." Gu Shue's tone brightened. "What class?" "Broadcasting and hosting. There are still a few sessions left to finish, and I've already paid the tuition." Gu Shue swayed her ponytail in front of the mirror, the pearl hair accessories glimmering under the lights. "Have you filled out your application?" "Yes, Huaizhou No. 1 high school is a sure thing." "Impressive, my Xia Yu." "Indeed. Your Xia Yu is remarkable." The girl chuckled on the other end of the line. "Why is it so noisy on your side?" Gu Shui inquired, noticing the raucous sounds and a particularly familiar voice shouting animatedly. "Luo Yongqiang, must you yell so loudly just to play a game? What do you know? It's the excitement of being in an internet cafe. Look around, everyone else shouting." Luo Yongqiang positioned himself with a sniper rifle, intensely waiting at the middle entrance. "Now you understand why it's so loud," Xia Yu said helplessly into the phone. At the cafe again, Gu Shui huffed. Knowing that Xia Yu was likely at the cafe adjacent to the school, a place filled with swirling smoke, from which he always emerged carrying the scent, she felt she could no longer detect his original fragrance. "All right, just this once. I want to go again next time," Xia Yu promised with a wry smile. "My mother and I have discussed it. I'll probably return in August. I still have some sessions left for my broadcasting course. And then I'll stay in Huaizhou for a month before heading back to the capital when school starts." "Okay, I'll be waiting for you." "All right. I'll hang up now." Mua. The line fell into a busy tone as Xia Yu remained dazed, reflecting on Gu Shue's farewell. Just as he set his phone down and logged into his account, the ringtone sounded again. "Hello?" "Hello," Lu Shiran yawned, switching the phone to speaker mode as she cozied up in her blankets. "Have you completed your application?" Tang Qingqian rolled over, glancing at the sleepy Lu Shiran, or rather, at her phone. "Yes, I finished it." "When will you announce the admission results?" "Around July 14th. Why is it so noisy over there?" "I'm at an internet cafe with friends." "The place where we used to work?" "Yes." "Is the boss still around?" "Yes, why? Do you want to reminisce?" "No. Just asking." Lu Shiran gave a lazy hum, accustomed to idleness, and was unsure if she had the inclination or mood to sit in front of a computer for 7 or 8 hours. For her, gaming was more of a pastime. Summer Yu had a commendable attitude towards playing games. Moreover, if it weren't for playing with him, Lu Shiran wouldn't even bother to open a game. Today, since Uncle and Aunt are back, Qin Xian and I are going to the zoo in Huaizhou this afternoon, and later we'll visit Uncle and Aunt. All right. It's settled then. Lu Shiran hung up the phone, and Summer Yu took a sip of water. Luo Yongxiang officially joined the room. This year's newly released biohazard mode was quite imposing. The biohazard ghosts were currently overpowering, making it impossible for the human side to compete. Hey, wait a second. This character's vision suddenly distorted. The character named Cold Young Master of Morning Love began to defy the laws of physics. This burly man spun like a top on fast forward, AK-47 bullets radiating outward, causing the zombie horde to fall like cut wheat. A half-eaten chip fell from Luo Yongxiang's mouth into the keyboard. Summer Yu widened his eyes. Damn, brother. The moment Luo Yongxiang shouted, he was kicked out of the room. This biohazard mode is unplayable without cheating. Luo Yongxiang recalled the fatal blow dealt to him earlier by the Terminator. Indeed, it should be balanced better. Summer Yu nodded. The map had just been released, and no one had developed a sense of teamwork, leaving various positions unexplored. This inevitably led to the biohazard ghosts being overly dominant. Let us go home. Luo Yongxiang sighed deeply. Not playing anymore. No. Luo Yongxiang shook his head, stating that without spending money, the gaming experience was extremely poor, and some issues couldn't be compensated for by skill alone. Summer Yu had no objections. They had only played for an hour, just in time to return home for lunch. The two walked toward the bus station. Where did your family move to? Summer Yu inquired. Near the West Station, commuting back and forth by bus is quite a hassle. The only advantage is that it's close to the city center. Not far from the south of the city. It's certainly not far if you have a car. I still haven't managed to get one. Uncle, doesn't he agree? Yes. He says it's not safe for me to ride alone. I'll ride over and teach you. It's simple. All right. Luo Yongxiang noticed the number 9 bus arriving and bid farewell to Summer Yu before boarding. Summer Yu stared blankly at the bus stop map until a motorcycle pulled up in front of him. Where to? Xia Yunfeng removed his helmet. Home. Get on. Xia Yunfeng gestured. Chapter 120. Have you eaten? Have you eaten? This is a traditional Chinese greeting, primarily used to initiate conversation. No, I'll eat when I get home. What about you? I'll eat at home. Xia Yunfeng nodded. I'm leaving now. The midday sun blazed fiercely, and the only sound left was the chirping of cicadas. Xia Yunfeng unconsciously rubbed the handlebars, his chin casting a shadow beneath the helmet. Are you really leaving? Yes. The reason at home is reflected in the rearview mirror, revealing the hesitant face of a young man. It is said that the newspaper office is sending people out for development purposes. The jolt from the tires rolling over the speed bump made his voice quiver. Earning a living is certainly more credible than claiming to go to Myanmar to mine jade. The red light, dimmed under the glaring sun, cast shadows in places where sunlight fails to reach. Suddenly, Xia Yu noticed a few strands of white hair at the temples of the other man, a person in their 20s. Yet they appeared as if steeped in soot and ink. Where? I surmised it was in Yenzhou. Yenzhou? He felt a tightening in his throat. At least I wouldn't have to resort to smuggling. If I were really going to Myanmar or Laos, I would have to weigh my options carefully. Xia Yunfeng let out a short laugh, the sound dissipating amidst the hum of the motorcycle. The flickering light from the electronic billboard at the intersection danced across his pupils, reflecting a certain desperate brilliance. Is there anything else you wish to discuss? Xia Yu did not want to engage in a tedious question-and-answer exchange with Xia Yunfeng, as he was entirely unfamiliar with such matters and could only confine his inquiries to his own imagination. I plan to infiltrate their pyramid scheme. Pyramid scheme? ISN Tieta Construction Materials Company? Yes, on the surface, it operates as a construction business, but beneath the surface, various activities are concurrently underway. The pyramid scheme is merely one aspect. Which company? Do you truly wish to know? They have a slew of shell companies that change every year. We could talk for a while. Xia Yu pulled a piece of notepaper from his pocket, the pen poised above the stark white surface. There must be a name or a leader. Rongxin Construction Materials? Chonglong Trading? Xia Yunfeng recited several names as if reading from a menu, each syllable coated in a tar-like thickness, with these shells needing to be replaced 3 times a year. As the dashboard read 60 miles per hour, Xia Yunfeng heard himself say, I'll speak again once I get to the head of the snake. His voice carried a note of self-deprecation. Xia Yunfeng did not wish to elaborate further. He had irresponsibly pushed part of the burden onto the other man, while keeping the remaining weight to himself. The pen left a blot of ink, and Xia Yu sensed the reluctance of the other to discuss further. He tore the notepaper, creating a jagged edge. Xia Yu tucked the slip of paper with the number into Xia Yunfeng's pocket. What did you put in? Call me if you're alive. At another red light. Xia Yunfeng pulled out a cigarette box from his pocket, offering it to Xia Yu. Xia Yu shook his head. In the moment, the metal lighter sparked to life. Xia Yunfeng saw the young man's taut jawline in the rearview mirror. Why be so tense? I'm merely a misguided youth stepping into a pyramid scheme. It's not as if it will cost lives. If something unexpected occurs, just contact me, and I'll figure out a way to help. For the first time, Xia Yu spoke with such resolve regarding the unknown. All right. Xia Yunfeng nodded, but suddenly recalled a year ago, when they first met at the post office. This boy clutching a piece of manuscript to mail still bore the thinness of a student. If that political piece had altered Xia Yunfeng's perception of Xia Yu, the matter concerning Gu Shui had truly compelled him to regard Xia Yu as an adult. Now, he resembled a well-tempered short blade, fully aware of the chaos it would cut through, yet polished to a shine. Upon arriving home, Xia Yu disembarked. There is indeed an issue. We must find a way to contact me, Summer Yu reiterated with concern. What a coincidence. Xia Yunfeng casually waved his hand. The sunlight today is truly brilliant. Summer Yu lowered his gaze and turned to ascend the stairs. The ringing echoed in the stairwell. Hello? Will you be home for lunch today? Summer Yu paused in quiet contemplation for a moment, feeling the weight of the pouch hanging at his waist. He would be dining out with Luo Yongqiang and would not return home for lunch. All right, just don't stay out too late. Okay. Taking the keys from his pocket, Summer Yu pushed the bicycle out of the shed. The return journey was filled with red lights, a stark contrast to his earlier trip, which had been uninterrupted green. Summer Yu turned into an alley, where the branches of the locust tree filtered the sunlight into delicate patterns. Xia Yunfeng leaned against his motorcycle, exhaling smoke. The rings transforming into shimmering silver fish in the backlight, sparks flickering between his fingers. Xia Yunfeng noticed Summer Yu and exclaimed in surprise, "Come to mooch a meal. You little rascal. What? Is that a problem?" Summer Yu pushed the bicycle further inside. Do you want me to show you a trick? Xia Yunfeng walked ahead. Let us leave that to Yao Yao. I trust her cooking. The two entered the courtyard one after the other, and as Xia Yao Yao turned, her braided hair brushed against the sun-dried wooden sign, stirring up a cloud of dust that danced in the beam of light. Yao Yao, your braid looks lovely today. Oh, Summer Yu Gidge, have you filled out your application yet? Summer Yu was taken aback that the first thing the young girl said upon seeing him was this. He had indeed completed it today. Xia Yunfeng entered the house, leaving only his voice lingering in the courtyard. Yes, I filled it out for Huaizhou No. One high school. Just that one choice? One is sufficient. Yao Yao will surely bless me. Teasing her further would mean Yao Yao might reclaim the pouch. Xia Yao Yao said with a smile. Have you been applying hand cream regularly? Summer Yu gently tapped her reddened knuckles. I just applied it yesterday. The girl hurriedly turned her back, her wrist colliding with the bamboo sieve, producing a soft rustle. Xia Yao Yao realized she did not wish to lie in front of him, so she opted for a more tactful response. Then I feel quite saddened. It seems Yao Yao doesn't actually like the gift I gave her and just wants to console me, right? No. Xia Yao Yao quickly defended herself. I just can't bear to use it. She fumbled to express her thoughts. Then why do I still come to Yao Yao to mooch a meal? Without hand cream. I will still cook for Summer Yu Gidge. Xia Yao Yao became somewhat anxious, fully aware of the subtlety of the other's emotions, fearing that a misstep in her expression might lead to misunderstandings. All right, I understand, but this is the only way I can confidently seek Yao Yao out. Xia Yunfeng was profoundly moved. Summer Yu's sense of responsibility placed him on the same level as Xia Yunfeng. In the future, Xia Yunfeng would be leaving for a time, and he would take it upon himself to care for this side as an older brother. Yet, he remained unaware of the inherent differences between Summer Yu and Xia Yunfeng. Okay, I'll apply some after lunch. What are we having for lunch? Had I known Summer Yu Gidge was coming over, I would have prepared a bit more. Then I'll help out too, Summer Yu replied with a smile. The two followed inside, and Grandma noticed Summer Yu's arrival, smiling and nodding. I'll bring some out first. Xia Yunfeng followed suit, stepping inside. Grandmother gazed at the silhouettes harmoniously intertwining in the luminous dust, suddenly realizing the precarious balance of danger. Xia Yu had embedded himself within this fractured family, yet had forgotten the retreat that a youth ought to possess. It was as if, at this moment, the kitchen light was twisting the shadows of the three into a thick rope, while in the darkness, something quietly burgeoned along the silk threads of the brocade pouch. Chapter 121. What should be given? The leaves of the parasol tree cast fragmented patches of light upon the bluestone path, as the afterglow of the setting sun scattered across the pedestrian street. As Lu Shiran halted for the third time, Tang Qingxian finally grasped the hem of her mint-green sun protection jacket. If we turn around any further, we shall become living billboards for this street, Tang Qingxian remarked. gesturing towards the shop windows where their reflections were sliced by colorful store signs. The aromatic sandalwood from the tea shop across the street mingled with the caramel sweetness of roasted chestnuts next door, weaving a viscous web between the two. Lu Xiran fixated on the rising steam from the purple clay teapots within the tea shop and suddenly tugged Tang Qingqian inside. Gifting tea leaves should be a safe choice. Yet, before she could finish her sentence, her eyes were pricked by the wall full of price tags. Even the cheapest Mingxian Longjing commanded a 4-digit price, glimmering like jade within the glass jars. How about this one? Tang Qingqian pointed to a corner where a tin can was labeled with curled edges, inscribed in red song typeface with jasmine tea. It's both economical and absolutely not. Lu Xiran abruptly turned, her gaze drifting over the tea canisters. Her voice lowered suddenly, her ears tinged with a coral hue. If we are to give a gift, let it be the finest. Tang Qingqian tilted her head, observing Lu Xiran as she muttered to herself. She was merely lacking in emotional intelligence, not foolishness, and it was evident to anyone, even a simpleton, that her sister was acting the part of a fool. Moreover, they spent every day together. Back at the zoo, Lu Xiran had been frequently lost in thought, meticulously selecting items in the gift shop. When they had visited Jinling, Lu Xiran would silently capture the scenery, sending it to Xia Yu with a smile. Even knowing he was offline, she relished it nonetheless. The sisters ultimately escaped the tea shop empty-handed, only to collide with a realm filled with the sound of chimes around the corner. Beneath the old-fashioned doorframe hung a brass bell, while a wooden rack displayed an array of blue and white porcelain cups, the glaze shimmering with the secret hues of porcelain in the afternoon sun. Lu Xiran's gaze was ensnared by a pair of entwined lotus-patterned cups, the lotus flowers barely visible at the bottom. Boss, how much for this? Oh, this? It dates back to the Jiaqing era. Little girl, if you truly desire it, I'll sell it to you for a 3-digit price. The proprietor rubbed his hands and smiled. Let me think a bit more, Tang Qingqian interjected. The boss claims it's from the Jiaqing period. Lu Xiran began to reach for it, only to have her wrist gently restrained by Tang Qingqian's cool fingertips. Are you truly that naive? Tang Qingqian lightly flipped the cup over. The new growth underneath the shadow gleamed with a blinding white. Have you never seen a treasure appraisal? Laser engraving, antiquing, techniques abound. Do you presume yourself an expert? Lu Xiran fell silent, chastened. Tang Qingqian's eyes rippled with amusement as she resolved to ensnare her dim-witted sister. In truth, gifting a cup is quite splendid. After all, she elongated her tone, a cup lasts a lifetime. You're talking nonsense. The golden-haired Lu Xiran suddenly bristled, the sun protection jacket slipping from her shoulder as she forgot to pull it back up. We aim to please our future landlords, who happen to be Xia Yu's parents. Thus, it is only fitting to present them with a gift that is both practical and dignified. Her rationale was swiftly drowned out by the clamor from the neighboring flower and bird market, where flocks of budgerigars echoed, congratulations and prosperity. As the sisters stood before the glass tank at the goldfish shop, the koi swam gracefully within. The only fish I have ever raised were goldfish, and I failed to keep them alive. A wistful thought crossed Lu Xiran's mind. What if I were to gift him koi? If he manages to care for them well, might it signify that he genuinely values the things I offer? This could serve as an exquisite means of testing. Lu Xiran's eyes sparkled with excitement, her golden retriever's tail wagging vigorously. Should we buy this? Tang Qingqian was perplexed by Lu Xiran's line of thought. In her understanding, the purpose of gift-giving should be to provide convenience to the recipient, such as food or daily necessities, and certainly not to impose additional burdens. However, what about koi? Once received, one must also invest effort in their care. 2 fish will ensure they are not lonely. Let us acquire a small porcelain tank as well. Lu Xiran had already begun counting her money from her wallet. As dusk deepened, Lu Xiran cradled the bubble-wrapped porcelain tank while hailing a taxi. The koi bubbled contentedly in the tub, and the shopkeeper, clearly pleased, provided an abundance of fish food. Seeing you so eager to spend, I too shall offer extra. Tang Qingqian gazed at her sister, the light from the neighboring cake shop illuminating her profile, and suddenly chuckled softly. What are you laughing at? Have you redreamed of the Red Chamber? I've heard of it, but I detest it. Tang Qingqian was speechless, without Xia Yu. She pondered how she and her sister could find common ground. What is it? Just tell me. Lu Xiran was eager for the continuation. There is a passage in Dream of the Red Chamber where Lin Daiyu prepares birds' nest with rock candy. And then, if you did not comprehend, simply disregard it. What? The taxi halted before them, and Lu Xiran carefully maneuvered the fish tank into the back seat. Before Tang Qingqian could speak, Lu Xiran swiftly recited the address, as though she had rehearsed it numerous times. The ride was smooth, and as they turned into the community, they spotted Xia Yu standing at the entrance, engrossed in conversation with the doorman. Xia Yu, Lu Shiran called as she lowered the car window. Xia Yu nodded. Driver, please take us to building 67. Tang Qingxian interjected, acknowledging that Lu Shiran was full of energy, but she herself could not manage the burden. Uncle Zhao has left. Xia Yu waved goodbye to the doorman. What are you two doing with that? As he approached, Lu Shiran was carefully taking the small fish tank out. It's a gift for uncle and aunt, Lu Shiran replied. Adjusting her hair. They are seldom at home, so in the end, it will be I who takes care of them. Well, if you want to care for them, then go ahead. It's still a gift for uncle and aunt. Xia Yu remained silent, accepting the tank from Lu Shiran's arms. Let us head upstairs for dinner. My mother has personally prepared the meal. Tang Qingxian led the way, while Lu Shiran and Xia Yu each carried the small fish tank. In truth, it was not heavy. They simply wished to spare each other the burden. Tang Qingxian pressed the doorbell, and Xia Yu opened the door with a warm smile. Qingxian and Shiran, welcome. Good evening. Aunt. Tang Qingxian politely nodded, stepping aside to reveal Lu Shiran and Xia Yu behind her. Good evening, Auntie. I truly did not know what to bring, she expressed. Her thoughts swirling at the time, yet now she found herself devoid of a single valid reason. Oh dear, you've treated us too generously. Next time, just come directly. Xia Yu quickly ushered the three inside. Mom, where should we place this? Let's put it in room 304 for now, Xia Yu decisively stated. I'll handle it. Lu Shiran naturally took the key to room 304 and, alongside Xia Yu, moved the fish tank onto the table. Had she mentioned the key to 304 was hanging there? Xia Yu gazed at their retreating figures, momentarily reminiscing. How has your time in Huai Prefecture been these past few days? Huai Prefecture is delightful. And Huai University is quite impressive. Tang Qingxian recalled their outing yesterday. Is that so? Xia Yu nodded, as Xia Qi emerged carrying dishes. All right, let's eat. It's a perfect opportunity to savor Annie's cooking. Xia Yu learned it all from me, she added with a hint of pride. You're in for a treat. Lu Shiran chimed in with a smile, while Xia Yu turned to close the door. Chapter 122. Commanding presence. Morning light sliced through the blinds, casting golden lines. As Xia Yu gazed at the glass cup on the bedside table, the chill of the sour plum soup from last night lingering in his throat. That little girl, Xia Yao, sent over a modified sour plum soup recipe. It's quite tart. The digital clock clicked to 11:01, prompting Xia Yu to make a phone call. Hello? The voice was intermingled with the sounds of static and a car radio. Have you arrived in Jiangcheng? Yes, just got off the highway. That reassured Xia Yu, calming his heart despite knowing all was well. He struggled to take another sip of water when he heard his mother's voice. About the rental situation. Her tone shifted abruptly, accompanied by the soft sound of her twisting the lid of her thermos. Qingxian mentioned she wanted to play games away from home, seeking a quiet place, but the pause hung in the air like dew suspended on a spider's silk. Xia Yu recalled her conversation with the two sisters from the night before, in comparison to Tang Qingxian. Lu Shiran had begun to exhibit an undeniable awkwardness and restraint when facing her. Ahem. Xia Qi gently cleared his throat, signaling the two to return to their previous discussion. What do you think? Xia Yu inquired delicately, wishing to avoid meddling in her son's romantic affairs, despite having noticed subtle hints. It was best left for him to choose and discern. Any advice she offered might merely serve as a future excuse for grievances. But what can I say? They might only rent for 2 months. They should leave after the semester begins, Xia Yu reflected. So, shall we rent to them? You agree? Yes. With my son backing it, and since 304 is indeed unoccupied, I find no reason to oppose. Xia Yu paused, yet a thought crossed her mind. Still, it might be wise to issue a gentle reminder. Is Xiaoxue returning in August? Did Guxue mention it to you? Yes. She even asked when I would be back in Huai Prefecture, saying if that wasn't possible, she'd visit Jiangxing first before heading to Huai Prefecture. Xia Yu chuckled softly. She used to be too shy to call you. When I answered, she wouldn't even dare to breathe. Sitting beside her, he resembled a quail, filled with trepidation, yet brimming with anticipation for Xia Yu to mention his name. During their first phone call, he nervously called her mom. Surely, he would not misstep again this time. Xia Yu gazed at the dappled light on the window sill and chuckled softly. However, Xia Yu's smile did not reach her eyes. This likely meant that she ran, that young lady, was probably unaware of her son's romantic involvement. Sighing, Xia Yu could not help but express her thoughts. What is the matter? Oh, nothing. I just feel that perhaps if you were a bit more willful at times, it could be quite beneficial. Being overly accommodating may inadvertently cause harm. What do you mean? I'm talking about you. You are too obedient. No wonder you're my son. You give me peace of mind. Xia Yu did not wish to delve further into the topic. If there were to be a party at fault, it would be Xia Yu. All right, your father and I will find a place to dine. We need to return to the office this afternoon. Understood. The call ended with a busy signal. Xia Yu stared at the ceiling, contemplating, before dialing another number. Hello? Lu Xiran's voice was soft, like a dandelion floating in the air. What's wrong? Is Qingqian sleeping? The corridor light cast a web-like shadow on Lu Xiran's eyelashes as she pressed her hot phone against the fire door, feeling the metallic knob's warmth seep through her palm and travel up her spine. I'm heading home. Aunt Tang asked Qingqian to return first. I think the mother and daughter might have something to discuss, so I'm going back to check. Peering through the door crack, she saw Tang Qingqian tidying up clothes. Memories of what Tang Qingqian had mentioned a couple of days ago resurfaced. If there were to be another conflict this time, it would likely be difficult to resolve. Xia Yu sensed the concern in Lu Xiran's words. You're starting to sound like an older sister. I've always been. Lu Xiran retorted, slightly disgruntled. When are you leaving? In the afternoon. I have a ticket for the 4 o'clock train, so I should be home by 7 or 8. What about lunch? At the hotel. Lu Xiran paused, suddenly realizing something, and an involuntary smile spread across her face. Is that all right? What do you want to eat? I'm not sure. Let me ask Tang Qingqian. The conversation, under Xia Yu's deliberate guidance, lightened unexpectedly as Lu Xiran returned to her room. Shall we have lunch at Xia Yu's place? Tang Qingqian's movements faltered slightly. She could probably guess why Tang Wanrong had called her back. It was likely about a project in Jiangcheng that had been finalized, and she wanted her to accompany her to observe. I'm fine with anything. Sweet and sour ribs? Lu Xiran swallowed involuntarily. The sweet and sour ribs Yu made last night were delightful, and she had refrained from taking more out of modesty. To her surprise, Xia Yu had noticed. What about Qingqian? I want to eat the stir-fried shrimp from last night. Tang Qingqian paused, realizing she had once again voiced her desires. She had just mentioned being fine with anything. There are no shrimp left at home. I spent all afternoon peeling yesterday, just enough for last night's portion. No worries. I'll buy them and peel them. With a 4 o'clock train, can't we eat before 3? Lu Xiran suggested. Tang Qingqian, upon hearing this, felt her own desire to taste it again. All right then, remember to choose either green shrimp or white shrimp. They must be fresh. Got it. The phone fell into a busy tone as Xia Yu yawned and sat up. After a brief morning wash, he took fish food to room 304. As droplets condensed on the porcelain tank's wall cascaded into the water, they scattered the shimmering spots among the floating duckweed. Xia Yu's fingertips hovered in the steamy air as he observed an orange-red koi shatter its own reflection, its scales glimmering with golden edges. Always fond of brushing against his fingers while he fed them. Another koi, cloaked in dark scales, typically lingered behind the mossy stones, but suddenly swirled out in a whirlpool. Xia Yu watched it voraciously consume the fish feed, reminiscent of last night, when Tang Qingqian silently snatched the lychee peeled by Lu Xiran, her porcelain fingers still glistening with the sweet, sticky juice of the fruit. Be a bit more reserved. He gently tapped the tank's rim, and the rippling water merged their reflections into one. The orange-red koi unexpectedly leaped, splashing water on Xia Yu's wrist, causing him to lose grip on the bag of fish food. Seizing the opportunity, the dark-scaled koi devoured the last few floating pellets, its tail brushing against its stunned companion. Afterward, Xia Yu scattered some more fish food into the tank, and the orange-red koi, unperturbed, gradually approached. As Xia Yu tossed a little, it eagerly consumed it. Appearing rather pitiful, the dark-scaled koi, now sated, meandered nearby, ignoring both Xia Yu and its orange counterpart. Xia Yu couldn't help but chuckle, feeling a premonition that the future held mischief for the orange-red koi at the hands of the dark-scaled one. Just as he exited room 304, he spotted 2 young ladies ascending the stairs with their luggage in tow. We bought a lot. Lu Xiran exclaimed joyfully, raising the bag in her other hand. Tang Qingqian followed closely behind and caught sight of the fish food bag in Xia Yu's hand. Feeding the fish? She inquired. Yes. How's that orange one? Isn't it fierce? Lu Xiran's favorite was indeed this particular koi. Yes, quite imposing. Xia Yu recalled the earlier scene and nodded with a smile. Chapter 123. The last page of the notebook. Sunlight streamed through the kitchen window, illuminating a stainless steel sink filled with a half-basin of bluish-gray shrimp. Did you buy so many? Xia Yu estimated, counting at least 20 or 30. The more you buy, the more enjoyable the feast. Lu Xiran chimed in. You'll understand how delightful it is when you start deveining the shrimp. How difficult could it be? Xia Yu rolled up his sleeves, pinching the third segment of the shrimp's back with his left hand while gently pricking out the black vein with a toothpick using his right, extracting it flawlessly. The 2 sisters frowned in concentration, and upon noticing Xia Yu's gaze, Lu Xiran huffed defiantly. It doesn't seem too hard. Wait until I show you how. Leaning against the sink, she bent over, her hand trembling as she grasped the shrimp's tail, her nails leaving crescent marks on the bluish-gray shell. Don't worry. If you don't do it right, I can fix it, Xia Yu reassured her, albeit with a hint of exasperation. Lu Xiran visibly relaxed, applying a bit more force as she pierced through the shell. The shrimp was punctured completely. Tang Qingqian mirrored this action, her grip on the shrimp's antenna resembling that of a surgeon wielding a scalpel, and when she pierced it, the flesh burst. You have to follow the grain, Xia Yu advised, picking up another shrimp, but was halted by Tang Qingqian's voice. I need my glasses. The two girls, one on each side, attentively observed Xia Yu's movements. He deliberately slowed down, demonstrating once more. Oh no, it broke again. Lu Xiran, for the third time, severed the shrimp vein into two pieces. The briny scent of seawater lingering on her fingertips made her wrinkle her nose. Xia Yu smiled as he accepted the flawed piece from her hand, casually sliding the chilled plum juice closer to her. Tang Qingqian, in silence, placed the fourth peeled shrimp into the porcelain bowl. Let us work on it together, Sister Qingqian. Lu Xiran glanced around, ultimately resting her gaze on the ribs upon the cutting board. Then I shall chop the ribs. She relished such purely physical labor, devoid of any need for finesse. You can do that, but head over to room 304. The sound of chopping ribs is too loud. All right. Lu Xiran picked up the cutting board and knife, cradling the ribs as she made her way across. My mother has agreed to the rental. Oh, your aunt has given her consent? Yes. At the moment the shrimp vein was extracted, it snapped, leaving half of the grayish-green remnant embedded within the translucent flesh. Tang Qingqian prodded at the severed end with a toothpick, as if attempting to reconnect something that had broken. I might not be able to rent now. Xia Yu reached out to take it, but Tang Qingqian subtly evaded. It's fine. I'll always keep it for you. Good. I suppose I must also temporarily pause my gaming activities. During the day, I will likely accompany my mother on various errands. Tang Qingqian struggled for a moment, but ultimately decided to comply, recognizing the challenges her mother faced. No rush. This gives me a chance to reorganize your study progress. You've advanced so swiftly that I scarcely know what to teach you next. Tang Qingqian sensed the comfort in the other's words. Xia Yu? What is it? Do you ever have moments when you just want to disregard everything? Yes. How do you cope with that? I take a pause, find someone to talk to. Xia Yu hesitated for a moment. He was indeed fishing for information. Given his nature, he would likely compel himself to confront those matters he wished to ignore. Leaving issues unattended would only exacerbate them. From Lu Xiran, he gleaned that the relationship between mother and daughter had recently soured. Knowing a little more might grant him greater assurance when offering assistance in the future. Suddenly, Tang Qingqian pressed her shrimp-scented fingers against the edge of the countertop. The pale skin immediately marked by coral red indentations. When she lifted her gaze, Xia Yu noticed the grayish hue around the edges of her irises. A telltale sign of sleepless nights. May I speak with you? The person across from her nodded in affirmation. She had already shared much with him. A little more wouldn't he hurt, would it? Tang Qingqian understood her mother's intentions, which were merely to encourage her to engage more with society. Yet, had her mother become overly preoccupied with her career? So much so that she hadn't even arrived home when her father departed. Following her mother's surname was, in fact, the result of her father's continuous concessions. It did not imply that her mother was particularly selfish, but rather that every family requires someone to yield and sacrifice. Thus, she instinctively recoiled from the so-called construction business. Xia Yu's hand slowed momentarily as he adjusted the gas valve, the flame flaring up and then subsiding. Every household has its own struggles. There is no absolute right or wrong. Does your uncle have any hobbies? The colorful ideas in Xia Yu's mind grew ever more elaborate. In his lifetime, my father was fond of climbing mountains, having traversed most of the peaks in the Zhanghuai region. However, as his health deteriorated, he could no longer indulge in this passion. Tang Qingqian suddenly interjected. Which mountains did he climb? Huangshan was undoubtedly one of them. He took me there once, though my recollections of that outing are scant. Beneath Huangshan, there appears to be an ancient village. At that time, my mother was not overly occupied, and our family spent 2 days in Shidi and Hongsuan. Perhaps for Tang Qingqian, this was one of the rare occasions when the family ventured out together. It's done, Lu Xiran exclaimed as she returned with pork ribs, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. Xia Yu cast a brief glance. The young girl was indeed bursting with energy. I had already begun preparing the rice, and once the sweet and sour ribs were ready, we could dine. This time, neither of them was of much assistance, so they retreated from the kitchen. They settled in the living room, with Lu Xiran's gaze fixed intently on Xia Yu's silhouette, while Tang Qingqian returned to the computer desk, flipping open Xia Yu's notebook. As expected, Xia Yu had added some content, albeit in a disorganized manner, comprising mostly fragmented ideas. A hidden gem? Tang Qingqian's eyes fell upon the last page of Xia Yu's notes. Had it not been for the notebook nearing its final pages, she might not have idly flipped to the end. Yet the hidden gem was vaguely expressed, consisting of a few sparse concepts. The everlasting flower was named Qingqian. Her father gazed at his daughter, smiling as he handed her the flower. The once fragile bloom became immortalized through the songs of many along the journey. Sister Qingqian adored lotus flowers, and the form of the everlasting flower could be conceived along this line. The daughter's appearance could be designed in accordance with Sister Qingqian's likeness. Tang Qingqian clearly remembered Xia Yu mentioning that the protagonist of this game would keep running. They had previously spent considerable time discussing the repetition and reference of scenes. The game had yet to be named. Neither of them had brought it up, but unexpectedly, Xia Yu had tentatively settled on a title, Escaping to the Human Realm. Tang Qingqian took a deep breath and glanced once more at Xia Yu in the kitchen. Dinner's ready, Xia Yu called out. Coming. Lu Shiran promptly rose, gliding into the kitchen like a graceful koi. Sister Qingqian, serve yourself as much as you like. Xia Yu was pouring the sweet and sour ribs from the pot. Lu Shiran pinched one and popped it into her mouth. Isn't it hot? Very hot, very hot, she replied, chewing while gently blowing on it. But it has a crispy bone. It's delicious. Lu Shiran attempted to grab another piece, but was met with Xia Yu's gentle admonition to take it outside to eat. All right. As Tang Qingqian approached, Xia Yu was ladling soup. Be careful. It's hot, he cautioned. Okay, you be careful too. Tang Qingqian smiled tenderly for the first time, leaving even Xia Yu momentarily stunned. Clearing his throat, Xia Yu turned his face away. What's wrong? I was choked by the smoke. Suddenly, a warm palm pressed against his back, and Tang Qingqian's fingers lightly traced along his spine. She gently patted Xia Yu's back. Are you feeling better? Yes. Let us take the food out. Xia Yu felt that if this continued, the soup in his hands might spill. All right. Chapter 124. Amusement park today, Xia Yu returned, only to discover that Xie Yunfeng had already left home. Pursing her lips, she feigned casual curiosity and inquired why her grandmother was not at home today. Her grandmother replied that she had gone out to chat with some friends and would likely not return for dinner. Xie Yao capped her pen. With only a small portion of her summer homework remaining, with nothing else to do at home, she occupied herself with her assignments, household chores, and even listening to her grandmother recount stories, which she considered her modest forms of entertainment. Her brother had mentioned that his newspaper, in light of developmental aspirations, sought new opportunities in the Shanghai market. Xie Yao tilted her head in recollection. Overall, the discussion had a serious tone, indicating that the newspaper was experiencing a downturn and suggesting that it would be wise to integrate with the internet, a concept referred to as media convergence. Xia Yu observed with a hint of surprise. Regardless of the true intent behind Xie Yunfeng's remarks, it was evident that he was destined for greatness. While he possessed the foresight that Xia Yu had gained through rebirth, Xie Yunfeng had already begun envisioning new pathways for media development in this era. Xia Yu understood that to spin a tale, one must weave in elements of truth. Pursuing internet ventures in Shanghai sounded far more plausible than merely visiting Yin Prefecture. Indeed, your brother is correct. The internet will be an essential avenue for future growth, a cutting-edge and astute perspective, he affirmed. Is that so? Xie Yao couldn't help but smile, her expression brimming with pride and delight. However, her tone shifted as she leaned closer, her youthful fragrance mingling with the warmth of her presence, akin to the sunlit gardenia blossoms unfurling their petals. Since my brother went to Shanghai, why has Xia Yu suddenly been visiting so frequently? Has he? Xia Yu instinctively leaned back. Yes, this week has only just begun, and you've already come twice. There was a time when you didn't visit for 6 consecutive days. She teased. Well, since it's a holiday and there's little to do at home, I thought I might come to entertain myself, Xia Yu explained, scratching his nose. Oh, so you wanted to play with me, she replied, returning to her seat with a bright smile. Xia Yu, are you aware of a habit you have? What habit? Whenever you are nervous or telling a lie, you tend to touch your nose. Do I? Xia Yu instinctively reached to pinch his nostrils, but suddenly realized that this young girl was attempting to tease him. He abruptly halted the motion and regained his composure. Impossible. I had no idea I had such a habit. Ah, you couldn't even be tricked by that. You're so cautious with me. It makes me quite sad, Xie Yao pouted, resting her chin on the table. Xia Yu couldn't help but roll his eyes. He had leaned in earlier to alleviate his own psychological pressure, only to find himself ensnared by her words. If he followed her lead, it would naturally imply that he was harboring secrets. Yao, I have always been honest with you. If I don't know something, I simply don't know. Really? Xie Yao scrutinized his face, unwavering in her determination to discern the truth, aware that if she failed this time, it was unlikely she would extract any further revelations. You deceive me, and your sins multiply. What other transgressions have I committed? With a playful tone, Xia Yu continued along her train of thought, wary of what other tricks this young lady might have up her sleeve. Brother Xia Yu. Xia Yao mused as she leaned on the table, pondering for a moment, unable to discern any faults in him. However, she couldn't shake the fact that brother Xia Yu, even in the presence of sister Gu Shui, was acquainted with two other beautiful sisters, and they shared a close bond. The mere thought of it made her quite upset. Xia Yu was momentarily taken aback. Just wait until sister Gu Shui returns. I shall tell her everything. You think sister Gu Shui is unaware? I've spoken to her about it. Oh, what is sister Gu Shui's stance on this matter? The young lady asked, half fearful and half expectant. She said nothing. She trusts me, Xia Yu replied, his confidence stemming from the openness and trust he shared with Gu Shui. Is that truly all she said? Xia Yao felt uncertain, suspecting that such reticence was uncharacteristic of sister Gu Shui. Nevertheless, her disappointment was somewhat tempered by this answer, which was not entirely unexpected. She was aware of some of the dynamics from Gu Shui's perspective during their interactions, where the other party seemed to shine in her eyes. However, Gu Shui was likely to return in early August. Xia Yu calculated the time. July was fast approaching its midpoint. Originally, they intended to have a prototype of the game ready by August, but it had been temporarily shelved due to Tang Qingqian's circumstances. Lu Shiran exclaimed about gaining weight and enrolled herself in Taekwondo, revealing that she had previously practiced karate and even held a third-degree black belt. To dispel any doubts, Lu Shiran even showed her certificate to Xia Yu. It was conceivable that her claim of being able to take on 5 of him was not mere bravado. Perhaps this young lady truly possessed an extraordinary talent in that regard. Is that so? Xia Yao was reluctant to discuss this topic further with Xia Yu, who surveyed the surroundings of the house. In truth, there was little amusement to be found in Yao Yao's abode, having frequented this place for some time. Xia Yu was well aware of her habits. Xia Yao was quite sensible. If he had not come to find her, she would likely be curled up in her study, engrossed in a book. What kind of books were in that study? Perhaps news magazines from Xie Yunfeng's newspaper or the detective novels that her grandmother often read. Those were rather dull reads for him. Would you like to go out with me? Xia Yu proposed. Where to? Xia Yao hesitated, tempted but mindful of the expenses. There's a newly opened amusement park in the north of the city. I remember they're offering a 30% discount for 2. It boasts to be the largest amusement park in the Jianghuai region. However, the northern part of the city was quite desolate compared to the south, which explained the park's vastness. Isn't it expensive? Upon hearing amusement park, Xia Yao instinctively wanted to refuse. Not really. Xia Yu rummaged through his waist pouch on the table and produced 2 amusement park tickets. Xia Yao was momentarily taken aback. My father has a good relationship with the park's owner, who gifted him a few discount vouchers. Xia Yu fibbed, having initially planned to bring Yao along. The young lady had too few avenues for entertainment, and it was impossible for them to converse endlessly. Nature necessitates occasional outings together, enhancing the topics of our daily conversations. Moreover, once I have made a promise, I shall certainly fulfill it. Before Xie Yunfeng returns, I must ensure the well-being of my grandmother and Yao. As for you and sister Gu Shui, the validity of this discount coupon expires this week. It would be a waste if left unused. However, there is no room for negotiation. Would Yao truly allow me to visit the amusement park alone? Xie Yao pursed her lips in silence, leaping from her seat. Then I shall change my clothes and leave. Very well. Xie Yao deliberately retrieved her cherished canary yellow cardigan, its sleeves adorned with creamy white camellia lace, creating the illusion of 2 floating clouds as she moved. The inner linen dress, reminiscent of gardenia in its moonlit hue, featured a front adorned with 7 tiny bells, originally designed for mosquito-repelling sachets, which she had transformed into delightful chimes. Summer Yu discovered that the inner hem of her skirt was hand-embroidered with a circle of tiny strawberries, the stitches cleverly concealed within the pleats. Peeking from her cardigan pocket was a half-crocheted carrot, serving as a charming coin pouch. Do you find it lovely? Xia Yao twirled around, smiling at Summer Yu. I maintain that Yao was tasked with embodying cuteness in ancient times. Today, we take a little deity to the amusement park. Her laughter shattered the sunlight, causing it to shimmer even more brilliantly. Chapter 125. May you be safe. The midday sun fractured into shards of glass at the entrance of the amusement park. Which ride shall we experience first? Summer Yu inquired, seeking Xia Yao's preference. She tilted her head, surveying her surroundings, just about to speak, when, be careful. A warm hand suddenly pressed against her lower back. Summer Yu's voice mingling with the shrieks of the nearby roller coaster. The steps were slick with water. Xia Yao looked down, her reflection splintered in the colorful puddle, their gazes meeting within the liquid mosaic. Thank you, brother Summer Yu. Today, my mission is to protect the divine Yao. Hee hee. Yao Yao wishes to try that. Following the direction of her outstretched finger, Summer Yu observed the drop tower ascending to its peak, its metallic framework glinting coldly under the azure sky. Moments later, without warning, it plummeted downwards, accompanied by piercing screams. Shall we perhaps start with something milder? Summer Yu swallowed hard. He had initially believed that visiting the amusement park with Yao Yao would culminate in the exhilarating roller coaster. Yet, here they were, beginning with the drop tower? But dinner time is approaching. If we leave this for last, will we still be able to eat normally? Summer Yu found Yao Yao's reasoning surprisingly astute. Shall we give it a try? Let us go? Xia Yao grasped the sleeve of Summer Yu, leading him in line. The scent of peach blossom hand cream swirling around her fingertips. Under his encouragement, she inadvertently squeezed out a bit more than intended. 2, please. Yes, 2. At the moment the safety bar clamped down, Xia Yao suddenly gripped Summer Yu's arm tightly. Do you think if there's a malfunction? It shouldn't happen, Summer Yu reassured, checking their safety harnesses once more. As the drop tower began to ascend, Summer Yu watched as the figures on the ground shrank into mere dots. He felt as if he could hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat within his chest. Are we at the top yet? The little girl asked, tightly closing her eyes as she turned to him. Xia Yu was about to speak, yet a slight pause seemed to convey the answer to both individuals. As the sensation of weightlessness tore through his chest, the cries that had been deliberately sealed for 12 years finally burst forth, mingled with screams. His parents were missing, his grandmother was ill, and his brother claimed to be on a business trip, yet the image of a gentle smile flickered across his tightly shut eyelids. Xia Yu, my dear. The sound of rushing air filled his ears, rendering him unable to open his eyes. Xia Yu could not decipher what Xia Yao was saying, but he tightened his grip on her small hand. As they landed, Xia Yao stumbled into Xia Yu's embrace, unable to articulate the scent that enveloped him, yet feeling a profound sense of peace within. Supporting the little girl, he guided her to a bench in the amusement park. Xia Yao appeared still trapped in the recent turmoil, her eyes rimmed with red as she stifled soft sobs. Are you still feeling unwell? Xia Yu inquired. Retrieving a small water cup from his waist bag, he had taken the time to clean it thoroughly before their departure, filling it with hot water. He twisted the cap off and offered it to her. I'm fine. Yet, unexpectedly, Xia Yao smiled brightly. I couldn't cry until now, but finally, I have. Xia Yu felt a heavy weight in his heart. Although Xie Yunfeng's reasoning was impeccably articulated, it was apparent that everyone could guess the underlying truth. The superficial explanation served merely as an excuse to carry on with life. Thank you, Brother Xia Yu, for accompanying me. Otherwise, I would not have dared to try. The little girl gently nudged him. Look, there's the roller coaster. Xia Yao, with a mixture of trepidation and hope, gazed at him while pointing towards the roller coaster adjacent to the drop tower. Let us go. Xia Yu rose resolutely, embodying a fearless heroism. What's the worst that could happen? I could be reborn. Just kidding. If I ride the roller coaster again, how will I eat dinner tonight? Xia Yao laughed lightly, pulling him along. Xia Yu purchased 2 cups of lemon tea. The little girl grumbled about the expense while enthusiastically analyzing the preparation of the drink with him. An occasional outing would serve as a delightful topic for future conversations. At least next time, they could explore the art of making lemon tea together in the kitchen. As they felt sufficiently rested, the two continued to wander around the amusement park. At the air gun booth, Xia Yu, uncharacteristically intrigued, bought 5 bullets. After a couple of attempts that failed to yield a prize, he left the remaining 3 for Yao Yao. This too was part of experiencing life. To his surprise, Xia Yao accidentally knocked down the largest stuffed toy. It's so big, she exclaimed, struggling to embrace the giant bear, her height nearly matching its own. Shall we exchange it with the vendor? All right. Xia Yao had little interest in such items, as her own small bed lacked the space to accommodate it. The vendor was agreeable. After all, the bear was the grand prize, and exchanging it for anything else would be a loss. How about this? Xia Yu suggested, pointing to the second prize, a small cat backpack. Xia Yao nodded, and they exchanged the grand prize for the second one. Don't you feel it's a loss? The vendor inquired before departing. Xia Yu remained silent, turning his gaze towards Xia Yao. I find it quite acceptable. The price of the bear may indeed be exorbitant, yet it holds no utility for me. If it could be exchanged for a backpack, I could utilize it to carry items, alleviating the burden on Summer Yu, who wouldn't need to stow so many things in his waist pouch. I could assist by carrying some. Xia Yao pondered for a moment, then smiled at Summer Yu. It depends on the individual. Some things cannot be measured by their worth. Summer Yu was momentarily taken aback, taking a while to respond. What an intriguing pair of young lovers. In that case, you two should take 2 balloons and ask my wife for 2 ice creams across the way. The shopkeeper chuckled, stating that this was the most romantic rationale he had ever heard. They always consider each other's needs. As night descended, the lights behind them twinkled brilliantly, and the couple stepped out of the amusement park. Xia Yu paused, cotton candy in hand, suspended in the air. The colorful strands embraced the unique caramel aroma of the park. So sweet, she murmured, tearing off a small piece of the cotton candy. It appeared substantial, yet upon tasting, she realized there wasn't much. Summer Yu also tore a bit to savor. Thus, Summer Yu need not purchase it after all, Xia Yu remarked with a hint of resignation. She had merely gazed at the cotton candy stall a tad longer, and Summer Yu expressed a desire to taste it. Ultimately, he chose the orange flavor he favored. How clumsy, Xia Yu chuckled softly to herself, harboring her doubts, yet Summer Yu's demeanor seemed to provide her with an answer. Even Summer Yu could occasionally lose his composure. Was it because of her? How was your day? He inquired. I had such a wonderful time. She replied. That's great. They stood at the entrance, waiting for their ride, as the young girl gently tugged at her clothing. What's the matter? This is for you. Xia Yu retrieved a safety charm from her pocket. Yao Yao has received a new blessing? In the glow of the lights, the small silver fish at the tip of the charm nibbled on the character for safety, with stitches more delicate and orderly than the previous pouch. You have one. This one is for you, Summer Yu. Xia Yu watched as he removed the pouch gently, placing it into his waist bag and hanging the new safety charm. How does it look? Hanging at your waist is fine, right? Summer Yu asked Xia Yu. MHM. She replied, smiling and nodding. May you be safe, Summer Yu. Her whisper melded with the moonlight, the bright moon shining down. Chapter 002. Extra. Yao Yao's Tale. Radiant Blossoms. Note. This world line reflects the timeline prior to Summer Yu's rebirth, depicting the events he experienced during his normal development. Summer Yu returned before this point. Is the afternoon tea at your company truly this delightful? You should have mentioned it earlier. I must take some home for my wife to taste. Luo Yongxiang stuffed his mouth heartily. The flavors were indeed remarkable. He had stumbled upon a place called Yao Yao Cake House. Summer Yu pointed to a location across from the company. The owner is rather elusive, apart from our contract signing. I have never encountered her again. Usually, it's just the staff on duty. Summer Yu realized he was similarly unfamiliar with this enigmatic proprietor, but it mattered little. The priority was to focus on perfecting the game. The outlook appears promising, and the overall response has been quite favorable. However, the feedback from my friend, who participated in the beta test, is indeed significant, as the perspectives of designers and players inevitably differ. Is this the friend who has been accompanying you in your gaming endeavors? If even they, with their expertise, find certain aspects challenging, then it seems the difficulty level may indeed require adjustment. I had thought you might invite them to participate in the first live stream. They are reluctant to appear in front of the camera. By the way, it seems you are still their #1 fan. After all, I have been following them since they began streaming. It's entirely up to you. I am merely responsible for the financial contributions. My goodness, when will I ever be able to express such sentiments? Spare me. To support you, I have even covertly contributed all my savings without my wife's knowledge. Your sister-in-law is completely unaware? Of course, she is oblivious. No wonder you haven't been thrown out. What do you know? My standing at home is rather precarious. Just as Luo Yongxiang was about to finish speaking, a knock echoed at the door. Come in. Luo Yongxiang straightened his posture, and in walked a charming young lady. The name tag read Lin Yi in a charmingly smudged script. President Xia? Ah, hello, Miss Lin. Xia Yu took a moment to recall who she was, the employee from the cake shop across the street. The contract for this month has been drafted by our boss. Could you sure? It's south right across the street. Let us go now. The three of them exited the office, and Xia Yu engaged in light conversation with Lin Yi. Is your boss Yao Yao not present today? Sister Yao Yao left for the mountains before dawn this morning, mentioning that the blooming period of the old peach trees in the eastern suburbs could not wait. So, there really are peach blossoms in the peach blossom cakes? Xia Yu inquired with surprise, having assumed it was merely a gimmick. Sister Yao Yao even had the stone mill specially transported from southern Anhui. Of course there are. It is precisely for this reason that I have continued to collaborate with your cake shop, especially for the blueberry cake. By the way, if I send an employee over to purchase pastries, holding their employee card, the boss has specifically stated that any customers you bring will enjoy a 20% discount. Isn't that taking too much advantage? Not at all. Sister Yao Yao insists on thanking you for bringing in so many customers. Xia Yu chuckled. The female store manager of Yao Yao's cake shop was indeed rather peculiar. There was no need to drive, as it was merely across from the office. The dappled shadows of the sycamore leaves outside the glass window danced playfully as Xia Yu pushed open the shop door, the wind chimes jingling melodiously. The aroma of freshly baked blueberry muffins mingled delightfully with the sweet notes of peach oolong tea. Ah, Sister Yao Yao, an employee exclaimed with surprise, following their gaze. Xia Yu saw a gentle and graceful figure standing in the center of the cake shop, engaging in conversation with the surrounding staff. The warm yellow light enveloped Xia Yao's softly curled hair, reminiscent of the sun setting upon the eaves of an intricately carved ebony sculpture. Dressed in a sage green cotton linen dress, the hem was adorned with a delicate embroidery of a half-bloomed peach blossom. The fabric, dyed with mugwort, bore the gentle creases wrought by the mountain breeze, while the uncolored peach blossom accentuated her rosy lips. It has been a while, Yi. She smiled lightly, her gaze resting upon Xia Yu. So, you are President Xia. May I inquire your surname? My humble surname is Xia Yao. Before the two had the chance to engage in conversation, one of the employees approached with a troubled expression. Sister Yao, we inquired around. But there are indeed no spare vehicles available at the moment. Well, let us wait a bit longer then. However, if the peach blossoms are not processed immediately after being picked, they might end up being discarded. Their exchange was brief, yet Xia Yu grasped the essence of it. With a light chuckle, he twirled the car keys, saying, "It seems my car can serve as a floral carriage today. Would that be too much trouble for you, Mr. Xia?" Xia Yao found Xia Yu's words amusing, and she couldn't help but smile. "If I can savor the new peach blossom pastries on this trip, I think it will be quite worthwhile. Sampling the new peach blossom pastries would also require time. It appears I will have the opportunity to try a variety of flavors." They shared a light laugh. "Then I shall trouble you, Mr. Xia." While Xia Yu took the opportunity to drive, Xia Yao gave a few brief instructions to the staff in the store. "Everyone, please reserve more pastries for tonight. We'll visit the orphanage later." "Of course." The staff responded with radiant smiles. Sitting in the car, Xia Yao curiously surveyed the spacious interior. Mr. Xia's vehicle has such ample space. It ranks among the larger SUVs. It's quite comfortable to drive, and the spacious interior can hold plenty, Xia Yu replied. As they sped along the inner-city highway, the scenery blurred into shadows, the aroma of the car's fragrance mingling with that of the peach blossoms. Xia Yao nestled in the passenger seat, perusing her baking notes. The sheepskin cover adorned with gilded vine patterns. In the rearview mirror, a stray peach blossom had found its way into her hair, swaying in and out of view like a flickering shadow against her dark locks. "Here we are." She suddenly pointed toward a fork in the road, as the asphalt transformed into a gravel path. When the mountains adorned with peach blossoms came into view, Xia Yu finally comprehended the essence of the peach blossoms depicted in the Book of Songs, with their gnarled branches supporting the misty hues, petals cascading like shattered jade and pearls. The peaches bloomed freely, and so did the people. "Is there such a beautiful place on the outskirts of Jiangxing?" Xia Yu raised an eyebrow, pondering that this site might serve as a potential venue for future company team-building events. However, he would likely need to discuss it with manager Xia. "I've reserved it." Xia Yao chuckled lightly as she walked straight in. Two large baskets of peach blossoms nestled among the trees, and her movements were graceful. Xia Yu noted that the two peach trees supporting the baskets were surprisingly robust. The baskets leaned against an ancient tree, its trunk entwined with faded red silk. Those two trees hold special significance. A hint of mystery danced in Xia Yao's smile. "Oh really? May I hear about it? Perhaps we can discuss it once Mr. Xia and our little shop establish a deeper collaboration." Xia Yu understood her reluctance to elaborate and smoothly continued the conversation. "Then I shall look forward to the new flavors of peach blossom pastries starting today." "Mr. Xia, saying that puts pressure on me. I feel quite pressured as well." "What kind of pressure do you face?" "The pressure of not being able to eat." Xia Yao shot him a sidelong glance, and they each carried a basket as they gradually made their way out. As dusk enveloped the mountaintops, the trunk was filled with the essence of spring. Suddenly, Xia Yao placed something into Xia Yu's palm. The cool sensation against his skin revealed a peachwood amulet, its patterns imbued with vermilion. A deposit. The corners of Xia Yao's eyes curved into a crescent moon. "As the new oven is being constructed, please allow General Xia to sample the first batch of peach blossom pastries." On the return journey, the navigation system fell silent while the car radio played nostalgic melodies. In the rearview mirror, the cake shop manager furrowed her brow, engrossed in her phone, and the fleeting words Qingshan Orphanage appeared in the chat box. Xia Yu pressed the accelerator, and the fragrance of peaches intensified in the enclosed space, resembling an unshakable dream of early spring. Chapter 126. Escalating conflicts. The afterglow of the amusement park's sunset lingered on the retina. Yet, Xia Yu could already envision, with closed eyes, the graceful curve of Xia Yao's wrist as she stirred lemon tea, while the pickled plums in the celadon jar fermented slowly. It had long been said that sour plum soup paired with lemon tea was a culinary aberration. Xia Yao twirled her finger around the rim of her glass, resting her chin on her hand as she smiled at Xia Yu. The boy's face contorted in a frown, choked by the tartness, resembling a startled cat. Another failure. Regaining his composure, Xia Yu chuckled along. Sour plum lemon tea. How peculiar it sounded. I believe this is a stroke of genius. Perhaps one day, it will find its audience. Really? Indeed. Their earnest exchange elicited laughter from the grandmother nearby, who coughed lightly and inquired, "When will we have news about Xia's admission results?" "About July 20th, I suppose. It's not too far away, just a week left. Do you feel confident?" Xia Yu glanced at Yao Yao, and they both lowered their heads simultaneously to gaze at the safety talisman hanging from Xia Yu's waist. Almost certain. Suddenly, Xia Yao felt an invisible thread tugging at the corners of her lips, akin to a curtain swaying in the afternoon breeze. The grandmother observed the two with growing concern. "Xia, is everything all right?" "Yes." "What's the matter, Grandma? I heard from Yao Yao that Xiao Xue is coming back." Xia Yao's smile faltered momentarily. "Yes. She should return in early August. I'll bring her to see Grandma then." "Very well." Yet, the elder's expression did not radiate joy. Xia Yu noticed his phone vibrating in his pocket. "Grandma, I need to take this call." He stood and walked outside, only to find the screen displaying Lu Xiran's name. "Hello?" It was rare for this girl to call him directly, as they usually communicated through QQ. "Oh no." Lu Xiran's weary voice crackled through the line. "What's wrong?" "Tang Qingxian and her mother are embroiled in a fierce argument, so I stepped out to escape." It was the first time Xia Yu had witnessed Tang Qingxian speak so vehemently. Every word felt like a dagger. Tang Wanrong's face was ashen, and she had tactfully excused herself to provide space for the mother-daughter duo. "What is happening?" Xia Yu frowned, finding it hard to associate Tang Qingxian with the idea of conflict. Was it even conceivable for her to be so emotionally charged? Tang Ant altered Tang Qingxian's application. "What?" Xia Yu's voice suddenly rose. At this moment, filling out paper applications was indeed still the norm, thereby creating numerous opportunities for manipulation. It can't be Jiangxing University, can it? Well, I'm not certain of the specifics, but I know that Tang Ant privately changed Tang Qingxian's first choice to the finance department of Jiangxing University. The finance department? Yes, her scores are more than sufficient for Jiangda's finance program. Xia Yu furrowed his brow, distinctly recalling that during her third year at Jiangxing University, she was majoring in computer science. It is highly probable that this young lady would later change her field of study. Originally, I intended to discuss the admission results with Tang Qingxian today, but while I was still searching, I noticed Tang Qingxian emotionlessly entering her bedroom. Lu Xiran paused briefly before continuing her recollection. Soon, Tang Qingxian's voice resonated from within the room. I could hardly make out her words, and before long, Aunt Tang arrived. Subsequently, the two of them began to argue. "You stepped out to avoid it, didn't you?" Xia Yu interjected, recalling the final scene. "Indeed." Xia Yu rubbed his temples, well aware of the complicated mother-daughter relationship from Tang Qingxian's perspective. "What about you? What about me?" Lu Xiran appeared momentarily taken aback, failing to grasp Xia Yu's intent. "I mean, what about you? You also applied to Jiangxing University, did you not?" "I was accepted as well, in the field of sports training." Lu Xiran's mood lightened somewhat. This insufferable younger brother still demonstrated concern for her well-being. "Sports training? I understand that this program is designed to cultivate elite athletes or train high-level coaches, though I am not well-versed in it. Do you need to make a trip to Jiangxing?" Aunt Tang likely believed that Tang Qingxian's grades were not sufficient for admission to the computer science program at Huizhou University and felt that her daughter should take over her company, given that finance is Jiangxing University's flagship major. Ultimately, from Aunt Tang's viewpoint, everything was done for her daughter's benefit. Tang Qingxian must also feel wronged, despite her obedience. Her mother remained aggressive, stripping her of her last vestiges of autonomy. "What brings you to Jiangxing?" Xia Yu pondered aloud, but before he could finish, Lu Xiran interrupted. "Come now. As your sister, I cannot intervene. If you enter, you will be caught in the middle." Lu Xiran's analysis was quite astute. "So what do you plan to do now?" "I will observe my father. He chose his own wife, so he must find a way to appease Tang Qingxian. Right now, she resembles a butterfly trapped beneath a glass dome." Lu Xiran crunched on a mint candy, her sigh mingling with the sound, as she empathized with Tang Qingxian's emotions. When she faced Lu Zhongyuan's scrutiny years ago, she felt similarly. However, due to Xia Yu's intervention, the situation did not escalate beyond repair, and they each took a step back. Her wings fluttering unnervingly, Xia Yu remarked. "Sister Qingxian must be holding her breath. You should keep a close watch on her." Xia Yu expressed his concern. During that competition years ago, due to a mistake by the supervising teacher, she nearly failed to advance past the preliminary round. The young lady had gone to the venue alone, submitting the revised manuscript to the reviewing teachers. By the time I arrived, the two of them had managed to conduct a makeshift defense together. "You know her so well?" Lu Shiran squinted and asked. It is merely a feeling, an instinct. All right then, I will return after lunch. I am craving Auntie's sweet and sour ribs. Lu Shiran lamented over the phone. Xia Yu's family truly elicited envy. Come now. You just arrived in Huaizhou a week ago. Before you left, I prepared sweet and sour ribs, and in less than a day, you've had them twice. Humph. Auntie's cooking is quite different, Lu Shiran huffed softly. All right, I shall find something to eat. Have you dined yet? Xia Yu glanced back at the living room, and as he turned, he inadvertently collided with the gaze of Xia Yu, who had no time to withdraw her eyes. We shall eat shortly. Very well. The phone line buzzed with a busy tone as Xia Yu returned. Is brother Xia Yu not having lunch here today? Xia Yu inquired. Oh, has Yu begun to disdain me? A frown creased Xia Yu's face. How could that be? I just noticed brother Xia Yu casting a glance in my direction. I thought it was a call from grandpa and grandma, urging you to return for dinner. Xia Yu hastily defended herself. No, it was merely a friend. There are some family issues that require my input. Oh, so Yu is starting to cook now? Upon receiving the desired answer, Xia Yu deftly shifted the topic. Good. I shall assist as well. By the way, where is grandma? In the study. Xia Yu nodded, and the two entered the kitchen. Chapter 127. Running away from home. The weather today was overcast, heavy clouds obscuring the sun, rendering the atmosphere stiflingly silent. The air was infused with a hint of mint. As Xia Yu pondered over the events of the previous day, following a fierce argument, Tang Qingqian had locked herself in her room, shunning all company and neglecting even dinner. Aunt Tang's eyes were reddened, yet she still proceeded to work. This was all relayed to him by Lu Shiran. The mirror reflected his pale visage. As his phone vibrated on the edge of the sink, Xia Yu nearly dropped his cup. A wave of ominous premonition washed over him at this hour. Receiving a call could only mean one thing. Hello? Tang Qingqian is missing. Lu Shiran's voice crackled through the line, piercing his eardrums like a searing bullet. Xia Yu doubled over, coughing, the minty chill invading his nostrils, and the mirror fogged up with condensation. He hastily wiped his face, cold water trickling down his jawline and staining the collar of his pajamas. It dawned on him that the impulsiveness during the competition years ago was not without reason, as it had been rehearsed at home once before. Coughing, he urged, speak slowly. He gripped the warm phone, the lingering spiciness tickling his throat. When was the last time you confirmed she was there? Sounds of fabric rustling emanated from the receiver, suggesting Lu Shiran was sitting against the wall. At 2:15 in the morning, her swallowing was exceptionally clear. I crept to the kitchen to pour myself a glass of water, and light seeped through the crack of her door. I intended to have a chat with her, but the doorknob wouldn't budge. Xia Yu wedged the phone between his shoulder and ear, using one hand to draw back the curtains and open the window. A sliver of light illuminated the scattered manuscript papers on the table, remnants of his efforts to refine the surprise content from last night. The stillness was suffocating, devoid of even a whisper of wind. This morning at 6, I went for a jog. Her door remained firmly shut. Lu Shiran's words quickened, stating that the entrance sensor light had never illuminated, and the keychain remained intact, but he was uncertain whether she was still there at that time. At 7, I returned with breakfast, intending to persuade Tang Qingqian to eat a little, only to find the door swung open, revealing an empty room. The sound of keyboard strokes suddenly interrupted the conversation, and Xia Yu focused on the blinking cursor on the screen. Now, go check what shoes Tang Qingqian is wearing in the shoe cabinet. Lu Shiran paused momentarily, then acted upon Xia Yu's suggestion. Silence spread like ink dissolving in clear water. A pair of sneakers had vanished. What about the other shoes? Nothing much, just a pair of sneakers, sandals, some leather shoes, and a few pairs for autumn and winter. Lu Shiran said while rummaging through the belongings. Is there surveillance in the community? Let us contact the property management to check the footage and see if we can determine when Qingqian left. Xia Yu rubbed his brow. The sound of Lu Shiran opening the door overlapped with the click of Xia Yu's mouse. I see. Do uncle and aunt know yet? No, I called you first. Xia Yu was amused with a hint of frustration. Instead of informing uncle and aunt, she contacted him first. This silly girl, contact uncle and aunt first. Xia Yu interrupted, unconsciously rubbing the jagged edge of the book page with his fingertip. Fine. The information available to him was scant. The fact that Tang Qingqian wore sneakers before leaving indicated she likely anticipated considerable walking during her journey. The blue light of the LCD screen flickered in Xia Yu's pupils, and the railway schedule unfolded before him like a web, starting from Jiangqing. Pulling up an Excel spreadsheet, Xia Yu began to fill in the details according to the timeline. If he considered starting from 2 in the morning, the volume of information was overwhelming. He could only focus on the most peculiar timeline and then slowly extrapolate from there. The earliest subway in Jiangqing departed at 6. The nearest station to Lu Shiran's home required half an hour, while the farther one took nearly an hour. This meant that if Tang Qingqian intended to travel far, it was likely after 6:30. Amid the rapid scrolling of the mouse wheel, his phone vibrated again. Hello? What's the matter? I accessed the community surveillance. Tang Qingqian left at 6 in the morning. That aligned with his assumptions. Did Qingqian take her phone? She likely did. But I couldn't get through. It keeps showing as powered off. My dad has already taken Aunt to the police station. A certain number suddenly seared into his retina. The G7312 train departing at 0650, stopping at Jiangxing East before heading directly to Huangshan North. His father had loved climbing mountains. He had scaled most peaks in the Jianghuai region, but after his health declined, he had not climbed again. He had surely ascended Huangshan, having taken Xia Yu there once, though he could only recall that faint memory. Chiron. Xia Yu proactively interrupted Lu Chiron's ongoing thoughts. Do you believe me? Lu Chiron paused, instinctively responding before contemplating. I believe you. Then, I think Qingqian must be heading to Huangshan. When shall we leave? Lu Chiron almost asked why but halted, trusting him instead. The only direct train from Jiangxing to Huangshan was the one just mentioned, if they couldn't find Qingqian at the summit today. The chances of locating her afterward were nearly non-existent, and applying for a missing person investigation would take time, which he was not entirely confident about. I trust you. Just tell me your plan. All right, there is another train to Huangshan from Huaizhou, but it departs at 8 in the morning. I'll pack my things and leave now, hoping to catch up with Qingqian. What about me? Lu Chiron asked in a daze, having prepared herself for a grand adventure alongside him. Sister Chiron, first calm down, uncle and aunt. I'll keep my phone with me, and we will stay in touch. Lu Chiron wanted to express her intention to travel to Huai Prefecture, but she currently had no tickets available. Nor could she possibly catch the train to Huangshan that departed at 8 o'clock. Please ensure your safety. You must prioritize your own well-being. I will set off from Jiang City in the afternoon, transferring to Huangshan, and I should arrive around 8 in the evening. What is Qingqian's phone number? Lu Chiron recited the digits, which were saved in Xia Yu's phone. Xia Yu nodded, noting that there was still a bit of time. He left a lengthy message for Tang Qingqian on QQ, explaining his speculation about her journey to Huangshan, stating that he would wait for her at the summit until 5 o'clock in the evening. If she saw the message but did not find him, he asked her to wait a little longer for him. If she had not gone to Huangshan, he requested that she send him a message to confirm her safety, assuring her that he would not mention this to uncle and aunt. It was also entirely possible that Tang Qingqian remained in Jiang City, simply seeking a place to unwind. She might even come to Huai Prefecture, considering her father graduated from Huai Prefecture University. Xia Yu did not believe that fate would align their paths so conveniently. Rather, he recognized this as his own wishful thinking. The destination for Tang Qingqian was exceedingly broad, and he felt compelled to seize any potential opportunity. Xia Yu donned his backpack, gazing at the overcast sky, and took along an umbrella. Chapter 128. Climbing the mountain, the windshield wipers traced arcs across the glass as the train traversed the leaden curtain of rain. Xia Yu gripped the ticket for the 8:06 train tightly, his knuckles turning pale. The phone screen flickered to life and dimmed again, revealing no new messages. The electronic display at Huangshan North Station emitted a cold glow as Xia Yu paused for 2 seconds in front of the supermarket, stuffing a few energy bars into the pocket of his jacket. The foot of the mountain was sparsely populated, likely due to the unsuitable weather for climbing. Xia Yu purchased a plastic raincoat and a waterproof bag, placing his phone inside. Climbing while holding an umbrella was indeed impractical. As the tourist bus rolled through the puddles, he focused on the meandering hiking trail indicated on the guide map at the base of the mountain. The cable car at Yungu was suspended due to thunderstorms, meaning he would have to ascend the 6,000 stone steps on foot. The electronic clock at the ticket office showed 10:47, and Xia Yu tightened the hood of his raincoat. Will it still be possible to ascend today? Xia Yu gritted his teeth and stepped onto the first moss-covered stone step. The rainwater trickled down the rock face, and the umbrella he was using as a makeshift hiking stick slipped in his palm several times. Taking a deep breath, Xia Yu noticed his phone vibrating. Hello? Where are you? I'll take a few more stops and arrive at Huangshan in the afternoon. Yet, Lu Chiron could only hear the sound of rain on the other end. Call me when you reach the 3rd zigzag bend. Was his stamina perhaps too feeble? Xia Yu reflected inwardly. How could I possibly know where that is? Lu Chiron tilted her head awkwardly, the sounds of Xia Yu's heavy breathing filling her ears. I have no idea either. I'm just climbing upward. The Yungu cable car is suspended, so wherever I end up is where I'll be. At this moment, I find myself too lethargic to analyze the situation, surrendering everything to instinct. The past 2 days have seen persistent rainfall in Huangshan. Why don't you descend first? And tomorrow we can ascend together to take a look? Do you think, given Qingshan's physical constitution, she can manage to climb the mountain twice? How can you ensure that she will ascend today? I cannot guarantee that. Hence I intend to make an attempt today. If I find no news by then, I shall ascend again tomorrow. A sudden wave of inexplicable emotions surged within Lu Shiran. Jealousy? It seemed not to be that. Rather, a twinge of sympathy. Concern? It did not quite fit either, as there was a hint of anger. Why do you care so much about Tang Qingshan? Why do you say that? Look at you. Clearly, both my father and aunt. Xia Yu took a moment to steady his breath, finally encountering a temporary resting platform. Lu Shiran, interrupted, remained unbothered, awaiting Xia Yu's next words. Regardless of the time, whether it be you or Qingshan, I must ensure your safety. Xia Yu paused, gazing at the swirling clouds in the distance, truly a marvel of Huangshan. When you arrive in Huaizhou, I will come to fetch you without delay. The same principle applies to Qingshan. This is genuine concern. If there must be a reason to treat someone well, it is simply because I refer to her as Qingshan and you as Shiran. Silence enveloped the phone, punctuated only by Xia Yu's slightly hurried breaths. Xia Yu. Be mindful of your safety. Wait for me to arrive, sister. All right. Xia Yu halted at the waistline of Lianhua Peak, his waterproof map's edges stuck together from saturation. After consuming an energy bar, overly sweet, he nearly choked. He took a sip of water from his waist pouch to recover. As he rounded Lianhua Peak, Tang Qingshan was also gasping for breath. She looked up, realizing nearly half the journey still lay ahead, yet her heart brimmed with determination. Qingshan, be careful. A man gently supported Tang Qingshan, his smile warm, yet he failed to notice the precariousness of their footing, causing both to stumble on the steps. Fortunately, apart from some pain, they were not seriously harmed, and they both shared a silly laugh. Tang Wanrong, standing nearby, helplessly advised them to be cautious, reminding them that the path was slippery in the rain. The stone steps grew increasingly steep, the sound of raindrops striking the brim of her hat resembling urgent drumbeats. Yet, Tang Qingshan paid no heed, vividly recalling the words exchanged with her father. The greatest peril of Huangshan is not the summit of Tiandu Peak, but the mental hurdles one cannot surpass. At this moment, it seemed she faced an insurmountable obstacle. Excuse me. Hello, I am a photographer. May I take a picture of you? A young man holding a DSLR approached Tang Qingshan. No need. Tang Qingshan cast a glance at the youth, delivering 3 frosty words. I wish to capture a silhouette of you climbing. I believe it possesses great artistic essence, and I assure you, it will not reveal any personal information. No need. The young man scratched his head in resignation, feeling that his request was not unreasonable. Very well, I wish you a pleasant climb. The photographer observed the young girl ascend alone, her posture straight and resolute. By some strange impulse, he raised his camera and captured the moment. Climbing the mountain alone in the rain, he would title this photograph Self. As I perused through the collection of my works, immersed in the delight of naming them, I noticed a young boy stumbling towards me. Why is the Aou cave filled with mud? Xia Yu lamented, maneuvering along the damp rock wall. Before the mobile signal completely vanished, he captured a photograph of the inscription on the rock wall, which read 34 immediately empty, EC34. Do you need assistance? A photographer, holding a DSLR, grasped his arm. The lens cap was speckled with droplets. You're climbing in this weather? I'm looking for someone, Xia Yu replied, wiping the raindrops from his eyelashes. A girl in a light blue tracksuit, with long hair, about this tall. As he gestured, the water dripping from the cuffs of his jacket mingled with the rain curtain. Is it her? The photographer hesitated as they sheltered together in the cave from the rain. Opening his camera, Xia Yu's pupils dilated. He had indeed guessed correctly. Tang Qingshan did not possess such physical endurance and was lacking in sleep. They were merely 2 hours apart from reaching the summit of Huangshan, and he had managed to catch up. Right. When did you see her? Half an hour ago. I wanted to take her picture, but she refused. This was a candid shot. The young man smiled sheepishly, unaware that his actions had inadvertently aided another. You too are. I'm her brother. She ventured out alone to clear her mind, and I was worried, so I followed her. What a good brother. Before he could finish, a sudden movement in the mountain mist occurred. The clouds parted, and a golden beam of light penetrated the rain, casting a rainbow halo on the opposite rock wall. Buddha's light, the photographer exclaimed, knowing that climbing in the rain would surely yield unexpected joys. All the hardships endured were finally rewarded with a delightful surprise. Yet, Xia Yu's gaze was fixated on the blue dot at the edge of the halo, a familiar hue moving towards the summit. He seized the umbrella and dashed into the curtain of rain, an energy bar slipping from his torn pocket and rolling down the stone steps. I've helped him a bit. He shouldn't mind. The photographer scratched his face, refraining from advising Xia Yu on how to pose for the shot, as he sought a sense of naturalness. The young boy, bathed in light, yet maintaining an upright posture. Resolutely ascended the mountain alone. What shall we title this photograph? The photographer mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. Chapter 129. The offensive branches of the welcoming pine rustled in the wind as Xia Yu, soaked to the skin, burst through the final veil of mist. The observation deck was deserted, and the metallic taste of rust filled his throat, his voice muffled by the rain. His phone vibrated in its waterproof pouch. Hello? On the train, Lu Xiran recognized Xia Yu's call and immediately answered. I found Qingqian. The voice on the other end was intermittent, causing Lu Xiran to feel a surge of anxiety. You encountered Tang Qingqian? Yes, I'm worried about her below. I can't hear you clearly. The signal is poor. We'll meet when it's better. Xia Yu replied helplessly, repeating each sentence twice, uncertain of how much he could convey to Lu Xiran. The signal flickered. He longed for the future's 5G network. Having not eaten lunch, he had been climbing since morning, glancing at the time, which was nearing 4 o'clock. Yet, where could Tang Qingqian be? Surely, she couldn't have descended the mountain. The garbage bin beside the stone railing suddenly swayed, and Xia Yu's pupils constricted as the figure curled beneath the transparent raincoat trembled. His blue sneakers were caked with mud, and droplets cascading from his hair traced intermittent arcs upon the bluestone tiles. Qingqian, he called, his voice hoarse, almost unrecognizable, as he opened the umbrella. The moment the raincoat lifted, a waft of mint mingled with the scent of mountain rain enveloped him. When Tang Qingqian looked up, the corners of her eyes were tinted with a blush akin to blooming watercolor, and the screen of her phone illuminated with an unsent message. Don't come closer. The rain is too heavy. Xia Yu crouched down, the phone within the waterproof bag still vibrating. You're dressed too lightly. He unzipped his jacket, wrapping her in the warmth of its inner lining. Next time, remember to wear a proper jacket for hiking. Silence enveloped them as they huddled in a corner of the observation deck, the umbrella creating a cocoon of warmth. As the rain began to ease, the sea of clouds swelled like waves. Tang Qingqian's frozen fingers gradually warmed in Xia Yu's palm. Xia Yu, let us eat something first. However, he interrupted her, insisting on replenishing their energy first. Yet, as he rummaged through his pockets, his hand grasped only emptiness. He realized one of the pockets had been torn. The girl noticed his predicament, her lips parting to speak. Fortunately, I have a backup plan, Xia Yu said with a triumphant smile, retrieving the last 2 energy bars from his waist pouch. In anticipation of his own inability to resist temptation, he had separated some provisions, never expecting them to serve such a purpose now. The rain had ceased. Xia Yu set the umbrella beside him as they sat on the bench of the observation deck. Both thoroughly drenched, yet it mattered little. He pressed the energy bar into her palm, the crinkling of the aluminum foil adding a tangible note to the quietude surrounding them. Suddenly, the evening sun pierced through the clouds, casting brilliant rays of gold upon the damp mountain peak. Tang Qingqian gazed towards Shixin Peak, the first mountain her father had taught her to recognize. That is Shixin Peak, she suddenly spoke, pointing with her delicate finger. Lion Peak, Danxiao Peak, Holy Spring Peak. Xia Yu understood that Tang Qingqian was not merely naming the mountains. She was sharing stories of her father. Ao Yu, she coughed, having choked. Spotting the small water cup in Xia Yu's waist pouch, she unscrewed the lid without hesitation. I've had some, Xia Yu began, but Tang Qingqian disregarded him entirely. Should I save some for you? He asked, shaking his head as he watched her raise the cup and drink deeply. I saw the message you sent me, Tang Qingqian said, pursing her lips, finally voicing her curiosity. What if you hadn't seen me today? I would wait until 5 when the attraction closed. Xia Yu replied nonchalantly. But what if you still didn't see me? Then I would return tomorrow. Today the cable car was unusable due to the rain, after all. Mountain winds swirled the remnants of rain mist, and droplets cascading from the branches of the welcoming pine refracted the evening light into a shower of diamonds. Tang Qingqian's fingertips still bore the remnants of the energy bar when she suddenly leaned in to kiss him. Xia Yu noticed the droplets of water clinging to her eyelashes. About to fall, her lips felt icy against his. As he leaned back, he accidentally overturned the umbrella, the metallic frame bouncing and rolling across the bluestone towards the precipice. The girl's lips were colder than he had imagined, imbued with the sweet residue of the energy bar. This kiss felt like a blade wrapped in honey. Why? Tang Qingqian furrowed her brows. Sister Tang Qingqian, I have a girlfriend now. Who? Lu Xiran. Unexpectedly, Tang Qingqian merely retorted. Is it that little girl who once delivered you the top scholar cake? No, she is the sister of my friend. My girlfriend is currently in the capital. Huh. I initially thought my rival was Lu Xiran or that Xia Yu, but I never anticipated losing to someone I've never even met. Xia Yu was at a loss for words. What is her name? Gu Shui. The name Gu Shui lingered on Tang Qingqian's lips, like the taste of an unripe green plum. Suddenly, she laughed, her fingertip brushing against the pulsating vein on the young man's neck. A long-distance relationship? Yes. Due to certain circumstances, we are temporarily apart. Huh. I should have anticipated this, considering your nature. Tang Qingqian cast a glance at Xia Yu. What about Lu Shiran? What? You cannot possibly tell me that you, who are in a relationship, are unaware of Lu Shiran's feelings for you. Is Sister Shiran truly so clumsy or merely pretending? Have you ever seen anyone speak continuously to a gray-white portrait? Oh, your long-distance girlfriend. Xia Yu finally grasped the implication of Lu Shiran's earlier words. So this is what it means when every utterance feels like a knife's thrust. Tang Qingqian, without any reservations, struck directly at the core with each phrase. I had thought you liked Lu Shiran, especially since you treat her so well. Yet I realize now that you extend the same kindness to me as well. Huh? It seems you are equally benevolent to everyone. Do you know what you resemble? The evening light stretched her shadow, melding it with the silhouette of Shixin Peak behind her. The Huangshan pine drove its roots into the crevices of the granite, yet aspired to nourish an entire forest. Why the silence? Xia Yu rubbed his brow, reluctantly responding. Your words leave no room for evasion. I need to ponder for a moment. My disposition is rather unpleasant, I assentee it. At this moment, it certainly is. Tang Qingqian chuckled lightly, crafting a paper crane from aluminum foil with a broken wing. Your character is actually more dreadful than mine. Another statement that rendered Xia Yu speechless. Let us descend the mountain. I'll engage in conversation once I've contemplated thoroughly. Xia Yu recognized that she had completely seized the rhythm of their dialogue. Influenced by Tang Wanrong, though she concealed it well, masking it with indifference. No need. Let us converse here. Tang Qingqian grasped Xia Yu, who was about to leave. About what? About our future. That need not be discussed. I must now consider how to speak to Sister Shiran. My mother always said that the gravest mistake in negotiations is to reveal one's demands first. Whoever does so first essentially hands the other party leverage, placing themselves in a passive position. Tang Qingqian continued to hold Xia Yu, her right hand casting 1,000 paper cranes into the sea of clouds, where they vanished. However, given your performance this time, I shall reveal my demands, my leverage to you. What do you intend to do? Xia Yu frowned. Tang Qingqian now resembled a sword without a sheath, solely on the offensive. You and that Gu Shui, I shall take on the role of the villain in this relationship. Huh, are you out of your mind? From now on, all decisions will be mine alone, no one can replace me. And I, at this moment, like you. You two are merely in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, still a long-distance one. I, too, am not entirely devoid of opportunities. Impossible. Hee, it's not just me. Lu Shiran and that Xia Yao will also be impediments to your relationship. Tang Qingqian smiled with a carefree demeanor. She departed, descending the mountain. With the events atop the summit known only to us, you will conceal my secrets, and I shall cloak yours. Tang Qingqian rose, leaving Xia Yu alone on the bench. Chapter 130. I surrender. The mountain winds were fierce, and the cableway remained closed. The two could only descend the mountain in silence. Tang Qingqian seemingly reverting to her original nature. Residual rainwater pooled along the stone steps, and as Xia Yu stepped onto the slick moss, he reached out to support Tang Qingqian, only to be evaded. The girl's sneakers crushed the reflections of the sunset in the puddles, droplets cascading from her hair to form small pools at her collarbone. Be cautious of these loose stones. They may be dislodged by the mountain winds. Tang Qingqian suddenly halted, her fingertips grazing the crevices of the rock wall. Though these fissures appeared slender, they had been deepened by torrential rains. Before she could finish her sentence, the sound of tumbling stones echoed from above. Xia Yu instinctively grasped her wrist, pulling her inward. A fist-sized rock grazed the sleeve of his windbreaker, plummeting into the abyss, creating silent ripples within the mist. Tang Qingqian's back collided with the rock face, the mingling sense of mint and cold sweat infiltrating Xia Yu's senses. A metallic taste of blood began to spread from the back of his right hand. Heh, Tang Qingqian smirked, yet Xia Yu did not meet her gaze. Even while injured, should one sustain an entire forest? Tang Qingqian's words remained sharp as icicles. For someone like you, I could feed you until you spit out bones. Just as Xia Yu was about to release his grip, he noticed her fingertips trembling slightly. The phone in the waterproof pouch vibrated vigorously. Lu Shiran's 8th call flickered in the dusk. Hello? I've been frantic. Finally, you picked up. I'm at the foot of the mountain. Where are you two? Perhaps still a third of the way down. I'm coming up to find you. No need. The call fell into a busy tone. The moment he pressed the screen off, Tang Qingqian suddenly chuckled. Do you think Sister Shiran might just happen to catch us here? Qingqian, Xia Yu softly admonished, halting her further remarks. As they turned the 18th bend, Tang Qingxian gasped for breath, noticing Xia Yu's gaze upon her. She forcefully struck her trekking pole against the bluestone slab. Do not look at me with such eyes. It's merely. The mountain wind surged, sweeping loose stones down with a thunderous roar. Xia Yu had barely enough time to shield her beneath him, feeling a dull pain in his shoulder as she heard his muffled groan. Tiny stones scattered across his back. Yet his mouth lingered with the memory of that rust-tinged kiss on the observation deck. Let us go? Xia Yu raised his gaze, only to catch the glimmer of tears in her eyes. Why are you crying? He asked helplessly. This windbreaker is likely ruined. A sharp rock has torn the fabric on my back. Show me inside. I'm fine, it just hurts a bit. Show me. Otherwise, I'll immediately tell Lu Shiran on the way down. Tang Qingxian watched as Xia Yu silently turned away, reaching to pull up his sweatshirt. A long, crimson streak appeared, and Tang Qingxian gently brushed her fingers over it. Does it hurt? Not too much. The pressing matter is to descend first. I do not wish to gamble on whether the stones will fall again or where they may land. Let us depart. Tang Qingxian took the initiative to grasp Xia Yu's hand this time. I concede defeat. What? Xia Yu struggled to comprehend her sudden admission of loss. I thought that if I were a bit harsh with you, you would respond with indifference, thus allowing me to justify my misdeeds as a wicked woman. Tang Qingxian gazed at his retreating figure. A dagger should not be directed towards those who care for you. I merely wish to preserve the relationship we once had. Of course, that is possible. It turns out that the spirited Tang Qingxian was merely putting up a brave front. She feared that her kiss might sever their bond irreparably. Thus, this was her most effective method to safeguard their relationship from deteriorating in a moment of crisis. Tang Wanrong had only taught her the means, yet had not imparted the requisite ruthlessness to match. But what of taking a further step? Do you believe that is feasible? It is impossible. Hence, I shall inevitably remain the villain. Tang Qingxian possessed a keen self-awareness. One cannot, one must not. Xia Yu fell silent once more. Then I must refuse you, correct? Indeed, you reject me time and time again, and I charge forth repeatedly. Quite well, you may as well place all the blame upon my shoulders. Such a mistake cannot solely rest upon one party, or rather, the primary fault must lie with me. Therefore, I must strive harder. Is it truly necessary to go to such lengths? Perhaps from your perspective, your actions are born of goodwill, stemming from friendship. However, to me, you are different. Where have I heard this before? Xia Yu recalled a young girl from the capital. I no longer wish to be blindly obedient, only to lose something once more. Tang Qingxian tightened her grip on Xia Yu. Xia Yu! The exclamation pierced through the mountain mist. Lu Shiran, holding an emergency light, rushed up the steps from below. Tang Qingxian instinctively released his hand. Watch your step. Xia Yu cast a glance at Tang Qingxian, then moved forward to catch Lu Shiran. What happened to your hand? Lu Shiran immediately noticed Xia Yu's bloodstained palm. It was merely a scratch from climbing. We should take a cab to the hospital shortly. Lu Shiran hesitated, suddenly recalling why Xia Yu had insisted on purchasing medicine for the wound on his thigh when they were downstairs. At the time, she had thought it unnecessary. Tang Qingxian. Lu Shiran turned to look at Tang Qingxian, who stood behind Xia Yu. What is it? Tang Qingxian shot a glance at Lu Shiran. Do you have any idea how worried your family was during your little escapade? You did something similar, going to Huai Prefecture to find him. Now he has come to Huangshan to seek you out. It's a matter of equivalence. Lu Shiran was momentarily speechless. Enough, let us descend the mountain. There is still a bit of distance to cover. Xia Yu interjected, interrupting the dispute between the two ladies. Have you informed your uncle and aunt? No, I have not. Then come here. Do you believe those two can communicate effectively? Lu Shiran's meaning was clear, referring to Tang Qingxian and Tang Wanrong. First, let us assure them of our safety. Simply say that Qingxian is still in Jiancheng, but wishes to be alone for a while. How should I phrase it? Lu Shiran looked towards Tang Qingxian. I will defer to his judgment. Lu Shiran paused momentarily, her gaze flickering between the two individuals. Tang Qingxian stifled a laugh, realizing that her sister was still naively on guard against her. Yet, she felt unqualified to mock her in return. First, let me assure you I'm fine. I'll check for nearby dining options. I still haven't eaten. I can visit the hospital later. She had to catch a bus in the morning, only having had a meager breakfast and a few energy bars since then. While the sisters conversed on the phone, Xia Yu went to the storage area to retrieve their bag and inquired with the staff about nearby accommodations and eateries. Yes, I'm with Qingxian. We're just taking a little break. Lu Shiran nodded reluctantly as she listened to Lu Zhongyuan's advice over the phone. What about Qingxian? I've transferred some money into both your accounts. You must eat well while you're out. If your clothes get cold, buy new ones. Tang Wanrong's voice echoed from the receiver. Lu Shiran glanced at Tang Qingxian. Mom, I have to go now. I'm sorry. Tang Qingqian recalled the look in Xia Yu's eyes when he held her close. He was right. She shouldn't direct her sharpness toward those who cared for her. However, this time, it was not merely a prick. Chapter 131. This is unfair. The silhouette of Huangshan Mountain shimmered dimly against the backdrop of the evening sky beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows. Xia Yu pressed his heated back against the cool porcelain tiles. The steam from the bathroom had yet to dissipate, droplets glistening as they trickled down his collarbone. He glanced down at the ghastly abrasion on his hand, the dark red scab edged with an abnormal swelling, the fiery pain in his back becoming increasingly pronounced with each breath. Surely, luck cannot be this cruel, Xia Yu. A sudden, urgent knock shattered the silence of the room. Lu Shiran's melodious voice pierced through the door. Qingqian, I just realized I forgot to bring a change of clothes. Do you have any extras in your suitcase? Huh. Xia Yu gazed at the distant mountains, a wry smile playing on his lips. In this desolate wilderness, Miss Lu should simply use her lightness skill to fly to town? Before he could finish, the door lock clicked open. He was astonished to see half of a lovely face peering through the gap. Lu Shiran's hair was still damp with the night dew from the mountains. I practice karate and taekwondo. I'm not skilled in anything else. How did you get in? I opened the room. Naturally, I have the keys for both rooms. Her gaze froze as it swept over Xia Yu's rolled-up sleeves. Is your wound infected? Xia Yu instinctively moved his right hand behind his back, inadvertently pulling on the injury, causing him to gasp in pain. The neatly folded cotton t-shirts in his suitcase still carried the scent of lavender sachets, a precaution he had taken before leaving, as he had intended to stay here for 2 days. Wait, was Tang Qingqian being deliberate? No, that seems unlikely. It must be coincidence. Perhaps I'm just too sensitive. I'll head to the hospital to deal with it shortly. You two can go to the city to pick out some clothes. As he handed the garments to Lu Shiran, her fingers inadvertently brushed against his burning wound. The faint scent of orange blossom from the girl made Xia Yu take a step back. What's wrong? Can't you two manage to choose well? He felt a wave of caution rise within him. Dealing with just Tang Qingqian was already challenging enough. The thought of adding Lu Shiran into the mix was daunting. She wasn't wearing any undergarments. How could she leave? It was just the two of us going out. Xia Yu felt a pang of despair, uncertain about how to interact with Lu Shiran. As Lu Shiran prepared to return to the adjacent room with her clothes, Xia Yu noticed his phone vibrating. Hello? Why haven't you returned yet? Li Zuelan's voice resonated through the line. I'm at Luo Yongxiang's house. Won't be back tonight. Tell Xiao Luo to speak to me. Xia Yu's expression soured. Speak frankly. Where have you been? Out with friends. Have your friend talk to me. Xia Yu glanced at Lu Shiran. Ahem. Good evening, Grandma. This is Lu Shiran. Lu Shiran coughed lightly, striving to maintain a calm tone. Oh, Shiran. Is it just the two of you? My family is all here. I had arranged to go out with Xia Yu after the admission results were released, and now we're at Huangshan. Oh good. Please take care of Xia Yu. Hom. Shall I hang up? Xia Yu interjected. When will you be back? Probably tomorrow. All right. Lu Shiran cast a triumphant glance at Xia Yu. See how quick-witted I am. Take these clothes to Sister Qingqian. I'm going to the hospital after dinner. Xia Yu rubbed his temples, feeling both physically and mentally drained. Noticing Xia Yu's fatigue, Lu Shiran nodded and returned to the neighboring room. Sister Qingqian said she didn't want to move and asked us to bring her a portion when we return. Okay. The two exited the hotel, waiting for a taxi to arrive. Xia Yu. Lu Shiran wanted to inquire about what had transpired between them on the mountaintop, but hesitated, unsure of how to phrase it. Why does it seem like Tang Qingqian has become much calmer since coming down from the mountain, as if something has changed? Lu Shiran asked delicately. Xia Yu swallowed hard. Recalling 3 hours prior when he released the paper cranes at the edge of the cliff at an altitude of 1864 meters, stating he wanted to be a bad woman, as the mountain wind swept away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Yet, the young lady also cared about her dignity. Failing to confess was not a matter of pride. Perhaps another opportunity would arise. It might be a partial reconciliation with her past self. Such as? She said she wanted to be the playwright of her own life. He fixated on the taxi meter's flickering red digits, no longer needing to recite lines from someone else's script. Is that so? Lu Shiran was about to speak again when a taxi halted at the hotel entrance, and a couple disembarked. Seizing the moment, they hurriedly entered the vehicle, taking a seat in the back. First, let's go to the hospital. And then you can bring food back. I'll return once I've managed things, Xia Yu instructed. No, I'll accompany you. Lu Shiran looked at the wound on the back of Xia Yu's hand, which was still oozing blood. Should we let Sister Qingqian go hungry? Aren't you also going hungry? Lu Shiran retorted. Stop it. These minor abrasions can be treated quickly. You mentioned it would be quick. We can buy food after you finish. Shiran. Xia Yu furrowed his brows, emphasizing his tone. Lu Shiran swallowed her words, turning her face away. Fine, you go ahead. Lu Shiran's eyes glistened with unshed tears. In just one evening, this was already the second time. She truly had no idea where she had offended him. Xia Yu paused momentarily, suddenly realizing that he had been influenced by Tang Qingqian's actions. Regardless of whether Lu Shiran had expressed any affection, it was not her fault, for she remained oblivious to the situation. Yet, he had unwittingly projected his own vigilance and wariness onto the unsuspecting Lu Shiran, which was decidedly unfair to her. Shiranjia. Xia Yu tugged gently at Lu Shiran's sleeve. She, however, paid him no heed. I'm hungry, he stated. I can find something to eat once my wounds are bandaged. In truth, he had another injury on his back. Lu Shiran abruptly turned around. What did you say? There's a scrape on my back too. But it's not too serious. Show me. Now it was Lu Shiran's turn to furrow her brow. Here, let us wait until we're at the hospital. Quickly. Do I have to wait for you to help me? The young lady had quite a strong grip on his wrist. Xia Yu, feeling helpless, turned around. He was merely wearing a t-shirt. Lu Shiran stared in astonishment as she gingerly touched the wound. Does it hurt? Not too much. Lu Shiran recognized the nature of such injuries. If not treated properly, they could leave a significant mark on the back. Why didn't you tell me? This could easily lead to bruising. Upon arriving at the hospital, Lu Shiran swiftly approached the front desk to register for emergency care. Xia Yu lay on the examination bed, cold sweat trickling down his spine. The pain, already sharp, intensified further after the iodine was applied. As Lu Shiran gently wiped his nape with her sleeve, her fingertips encountered a feverish warmth. 37.8 degrees, the nurse announced while shaking the thermometer. A low-grade fever caused by wound infection. Observation is required. Can I skip the observation? Xia Yu attempted to rise, but Lu Shiran was about to speak when he interjected. Shiran Jia and Qingqian Jia haven't eaten either. I'm hungry too. Let us find something to eat first. Lu Shiran was uncertain and glanced at the nurse. It's possible, but there are significant risks. Generally, with ample rest, such complications don't arise. Just remember to disinfect frequently. All right. Xia Yu nodded, procuring more iodine from the hospital before they finally exited. Chapter 132. The moon marsh wish as morning light streamed through the curtain-esque crevice. Xia Yu remained lost in thought. The scab on the back of his hand tingled with an ant-like itch. Bending his fingers strained the muscles in his back, causing the iodine-treated wound to send sharp signals of discomfort, akin to rusty tweezers traversing his spine. Xia Yu. Lu Shiran's knock was accompanied by the metallic jingle of keys, suggesting she was using a spare to open the door. The shrimp dumplings in the cafeteria are getting cold. Thankfully, he had locked the door. Otherwise, she might have barged in. As he propped himself up, he heard his cervical spine emit a distressing crack. The bathroom mirror reflected the bandage on his shoulder, stained with blood. I'll tend to it tonight when we return to Huaizhou. As he released the latch and opened the door, Lu Shiran's hand froze midair. With her left hand holding a breakfast bag smeared with oil, her right hand remained poised on the doorknob. We've already eaten, she said, her gaze fixed on the bandage barely visible at his collar. The cup of soy milk within the breakfast bag was slowly releasing a warm mist. Thankfully, thank you, Shiranjia, for bringing it over. Tang Qingqian leaned against the door of the opposite room, still clad in her white t-shirt, with her blue jeans rolled up, revealing the delicate blue veins at her ankles. When had Tang Qingqian curled her hair? Lu Shiran had been supervising in the kitchen since 5 o'clock, nearly prompting the hotel chef to call the police for alleged theft of culinary skills. What's the matter? I just couldn't sleep, Lu Shiran mumbled, her ears tinged with red. Xia Yu stepped aside to allow the two women to enter. When are you heading back? The sisters sat on the bed, observing Xia Yu mechanically stuffing shrimp dumplings into his mouth. You two can return to Jiangcheng. There's a direct bus at 4 this afternoon. But the last bus to Huaizhou won't leave until 8 tonight. You should go ahead. No way, they replied in unison. Xia Yu paused in his chewing. Is there a problem? I'm worried about you going back alone. I'll accompany you to Huaizhou. The former speaker was Lu Shiran, and the latter's identity was obvious. What are you going to Huaizhou for? Xia Yu inquired, echoing Lu Shiran's confusion. The game has been delayed for half a month. We need to catch up on progress. But you don't even have a computer. How will you manage? As if you were the one doing it. The content was all built by me. Except for that little Easter egg of yours. What Easter egg? Lu Shiran looked between them. He had designed an Easter egg in the game, providing it with an ending. Tang Qingqian responded to Lu Shiran, yet her dark eyes remained fixed on Xia Yu. Uncle and Auntie, I'll handle it. Room 304 hasn't been cleaned. I can manage for a night on the sofa in 303. Xia Yu cast a pleading glance at Lu Shiran. Qingqian, I really don't want to go back yet. I will clear things up with my mom. Aren't you worried about him too? Why not come along to Huaizhou? Xia Yu gazed at Tang Qingqian in despair as she effortlessly swayed Lu Shiran to her side. After finishing his soy milk, Xia Yu had an epiphany. It was best to address matters in Huaizhou, at least to dispel the girl's unrealistic notions. Let us visit Shidi and Hongzuan at noon. They are nearby, and we can return in the evening. Tang Qingxian had thought Xia Yu would continue to find excuses, but was surprised to hear the next destination. She had indeed mentioned Shidi and Hongzuan to him before. So that Gu Shui is enjoying his meticulous care like this? Tang Qingxian grew increasingly intrigued by the so-called long-distance girlfriend. Aren't you two packing your things? Why are you staring at me? Xia Yu folded the damp clothes and placed them in a plastic bag. I didn't bring anything when I came, so there's nothing to pack. I left my outfit in your suitcase, Tang Qingxian said. You didn't bring a suitcase? I didn't bring anything either. In truth, she had lied. She had discarded her bag at the foot of Huangshan for this opportunity. After all, it contained only one change of clothes, and the bag was just a roadside purchase. Lu Shiran went to the hotel front desk to check out, while Xia Yu took the plastic bag containing the clothes from Tang Qingxian. Don't you want to take a look? I placed my underwear on top. Guess the color. Tang Qingxian whispered lightly in Xia Yu's ear. Xia Yu felt the pain in his two wounds intensify, ignoring Tang Qingxian as he stuffed the clothes into the suitcase. Tang Qingxian pouted. Shidi and Hongzuan are indeed not far apart, standing as quintessential representations of Hui-style architecture and renowned tourist destinations. The sun hangs above the eaves, casting light upon the ornate dragon-headed gargoyles. Xia Yu squints at the shimmering heat rising from the bluestone slabs beneath him. The chorus of cicadas erupts from the clusters of tile vines on the gable walls. Nearby, a guide is introducing the village to a group of tourists. The trio does not have a specific destination in mind, as the alleys within Hongzuan are numerous. They decide to blend in with the visitors and follow the guide to explore the village. Xia Yu gazes ahead at two graceful figures walking in tandem, a sensation he cannot quite articulate stirring within him. The sunlight spills over the gable walls, and Tang Qingxian's fingertips strike a clear sound against the bluestone. This is how the brick carvings of Zhuangyi Wanfeng should be appreciated. Suddenly, Tang Qingxian seizes Xia Yu's wrist, pressing him against the stone railing by the moon pond. In the water's reflection, her fingertips graze over the cut on his hand from yesterday, pressing into the flesh of his palm. At a 45-degree angle, one can see the mandarin ducks hidden within the lotus blossoms. Xia Yu winces in pain but refrains from pulling his hand away. The pressure from her fingers gradually eases, indicating that the girl has likely calmed down. Wait, why didn't I hear the guide mention that? My father told me. Lu Shiran interjects as she leans closer. Your uncle studied architecture, right? Lu Shiran has mostly learned about Tang Qingxian's biological father through Tang Wanrong, but their discussions have been limited. Yes, Tang Qingxian nods. Hui-style architecture boasts a long and profound history, which he greatly enjoys studying. Why are there so many coins down here? Lu Shiran, with her keen eyes, notices the glimmering silver beneath the moon pond, predominantly 1 yuan coins. It must be used as a wishing well, Xia Yu speculates, admitting that it is his first visit as well, but can still make an educated guess. Is it effective? What can a single yuan wish for? Lu Shiran counters. Then why not toss in a few more? Or better yet, give it to me, and I'll see if I can help fulfill your wish. Xia Yu glances sideways at Lu Shiran. Do you have a yuan? I only have change, Xia Yu replies helplessly, taking a coin from his pocket and handing it to Lu Shiran. The girl lightly flicks the coin, watching it spin in the air before it plunges into the moon pond. Now close your eyes and make a wish. What did you wish for? Can you share it? Wouldn't that ruin the wish? Lu Shiran inquires. I think it depends on the value, considering you only tossed in a single yuan. My wish is quite simple. The simpler the wish, the more difficult it is, Tang Qingxian chimes in. All right, the guide has already moved on. We should too. However, Lu Shiran notices that neither of them seems inclined to leave. I haven't made my wish yet, Tang Qingxian insists. You believe in this now? Lu Shiran is taken aback, as it is surprising that she hasn't scoffed at the moon pond today, given her character. What I wish to do requires uniting all possible forces. Tang Qingxian casts a half-smile at Xia Yu, who continues to gaze at the pond, ignoring her. Very well. You two hurry up. I'll go ahead and see what else is around, Lu Shiran declares, not perceiving the coin toss as a significant matter, expecting it to take no more than 2 minutes. Are you going to try making a wish at the moon pond? Tang Qingxian watches Lu Shiran's retreating figure and slips the coin into Xia Yu's palm, its face representing her breakup with Gu Shui, and its reverse reflecting her sudden closeness to him, secretly dating 4 others simultaneously. Do you believe in this? Xia Yu finally speaks. Skeptical as I may be, I cannot help but perceive a favorable omen. I shall refrain from making a choice for now. Impulsive emotions serve no purpose. Xia Yu flipped the coin into the air and turned to leave. Tang Qingxian watched as the coin traced an arc in the sky, ultimately wedged between two fragments of stone. Chapter 133. This is not you in the courtyard of Qingshitang, wisps of smoke entwined with fragrant ash, swirling gracefully. The intricately carved lattice window transformed the midday sun into strands of golden light, which fell obliquely upon the azure bricks below. Xia Yu lowered his gaze to count the gaps between the bricks when suddenly, a warm breath caressed the nape of his neck. The minty scent of her hair mingled with the aged camphor aroma of the ancestral hall, delicately permeating his senses. When you reach the 99th brick, remember to look back at me. Don't be silly. Xia Yu stepped forward, while Tang Qingqian's delicate fingers glided across his neck, lightly tapping at his Adam's apple. She whispered, "Do you think your sister Shiran is watching us right now?" "Sister Shiran?" Xia Yu began, his peripheral vision catching the faded vermilion columns. Suddenly, the apricot yellow drapery behind the offering table trembled, and Lu Shiran peeked out from behind a Taihu stone, her ponytail ensnared in cobwebs. "Hey, what is going on? What are you doing over there?" Xia Yu brushed the cobwebs from Lu Shiran's ponytail, and she allowed him to do so without protest. "I noticed a camera pointed this way and was curious if there were any blind spots behind it. And there's another camera back there too. What? Are you interested in the ancestral hall?" Boredom struck, so I was merely glancing around. The tour guide has been droning on incessantly, and I find myself disinterested in this place. The young girl wandered off to another part of the area. Tang Qingqian chuckled softly. Feudal etiquette governs the living, while modern technology oversees the dead. Which should we fear more? She suddenly pinched his earlobe. Before he could respond, she had already spun away, her hair brushing past the copper bell suspended in the corridor. "I'm hungry," Lu Shiran returned. "Shall we find somewhere nearby to eat? Perhaps sample the stinky mandarin fish the tour guide mentioned?" The two sisters expressed no objections and followed Xia Yu as he turned left and right, entering an alleyway. "When did you inquire about restaurants?" Lu Shiran asked suspiciously, though the three of them had been together the entire time. The youth always seemed adept at uncovering hidden paths amidst the bustling streets, as if he could effortlessly see through her. "I noticed it while eavesdropping on the locals discussing their favorite dining spots. The places where the locals eat should not be lacking in quality." Tang Qingqian regarded him thoughtfully. Ever since she had clarified her feelings, she had reassessed Xia Yu. To speak candidly, she could not discern any flaws in him. They shared mutual understanding and interests. The only dilemma was his kindness towards everyone. However, that was a concern for Gushua to ponder. The wooden stairs creaked beneath Lu Shiran's feet, and the table by the window on the second floor still bore the tea stains of previous patrons. She hurriedly seated herself to Xia Yu's left, the sound of her porcelain tea bowl clinking against the wooden grains startling the sparrows on the nearby sweet gum tree. "I'll sit here. I can see the courtyard," Lu Shiran asserted as she settled in. Tang Qingqian silently took her place on Xia Yu's other side. "Shall we sample the premium malfoam?" A server dressed in blue floral fabric carried a long-spouted copper kettle, pouring amber-hued tea that arced gracefully through the air. Tang Qingqian rested her chin on her hand, watching as the tea filled the bowl, then suddenly extended her finger to lightly scratch Xia Yu's knee beneath the table. "I have heard that when sharing a cup of wine, one must intertwine their wrists. However, I am unfamiliar with the concept of a shared cup of tea. And neither has my sister, Shiran." Lu Shiran, blushing, sipped her tea without uttering a word. "Should the mandarin fish be steamed or braised?" Xia Yu inquired, his eyelashes casting delicate shadows beneath his eyes as he perused the menu. "Your wound has yet to heal. Let us opt for steaming." Just as Lu Shiran was about to speak, Tang Qingqian interjected with a differing opinion. "Perhaps we should braise it instead, without any spice, of course. After all, a touch of excitement in our otherwise mundane lives can be quite amusing, don't you agree?" It was rare for Tang Qingqian to smile. The two sisters glanced at each other. What flavor does Shiran wish for? Lu Shiran found Xia Yu's behavior peculiar today. He usually addressed her as Lu Shiran or simply Yu, seldom referring to her as Sister Shiran so frequently. Moreover, her sister seemed unusually attached to Xia Yu today. Surely something must have transpired at the summit. "Let us go with steaming. Braising may introduce some spiciness. I shall wash my hands." Lu Shiran decided to test the waters. The two watched as Lu Shiran turned the corner down the stairs, yet she paused in the shaft of light spilling through the floorboards. Tang Qingqian was playfully tugging at the hem of Xia Yu's shirt with her pinky. "What is going on? Is today the day for the aloof younger brother?" Tang Qingqian leaned closer. "And you, the enthusiastic sister? So, you do not favor this style? What is your true style? I would imagine you to be quite proactive, otherwise you would not have awakened this dense fellow. Yet, it seems you do not particularly enjoy my earlier demeanor. Could it be that you embody the cool exterior with a warm interior?" Tang Qingqian pondered, resting her chin on her hand. "That is enough, Qingqian." Xia Yu interrupted her analysis. What's wrong? Is your little girlfriend feeling upset? This is not you. Even if we were together, you could never maintain a facade that contradicts your true nature. In the end, you would still. I could perform for you a lifetime. Xia Yu was taken aback, for there was genuine seriousness in her gaze. Truly. Yet, Xia Yu suddenly chuckled. What is so funny? I almost thought that Tang Qingqian was revealing her true nature. I nearly believed that the Tang Qingqian I have known for so long was merely an illusion. What are you laughing at? Tang Qingqian frowned, feeling as though Xia Yu's laughter had inverted the dynamics between them. Isn't portraying today as persona exhausting? Her fingertips lightly brushed against the wrist he was about to retract. The ripples on the surface of the tea dispersed the reflected clouds. The knuckles of Tang Qingqian's resting hand turned slightly pale. Last month in Jiangcheng, when you silently followed closely behind me under the umbrella, shielding me from the sun. Your ears were flushed, yet you feigned composure, far more endearing than you are now. Amidst the swirling tea smoke, Tang Qingqian's sardonic smile lingered at the corner of her mouth. She suddenly realized that the reflection of herself in the youth's eyes appeared strikingly unfamiliar. What you perceive as flattery is erasing the most precious parts of yourself. Xia Yu pushed the pine needle tea toward her, reminiscent of an ancient painting beside a dilapidated well. I would rather have an imperfect reality than a perfect counterfeit. The light filtering through the railing danced upon Tang Qingqian's hand, reminding her of the ends of her hair, which she had deliberately curled that morning, now resembling withered vines cascading over her shoulders. But you once said you liked my eyes. She suddenly grasped the cuff of the other's sleeve, her nails nearly digging into the fabric. If my original temperament were as tranquil and cold as a frozen lake, then I should be the one chiseling the ice. Rather than waiting for spring, Xia Yu covered the trembling back of her hand, yet I must insist on hearing the sound of the flowing water beneath the ice. Oh. Tang Qingqian curled her lips into a smile, gradually widening the distance between them. Is it truly this comfortable? Xia Yu gazed into her eyes. The emotions he perceived were indeed genuine. I must reevaluate myself. Very well. Xia Yu nodded. If possible, he preferred not to create an awkward situation. It was sufficient for the young girl to come to her own understanding. However, this did not signify that I had relinquished my intentions. Xia Yu smiled ruefully, but nodded nonetheless. Lu Shiran observed Xia Yu abruptly seize Tang Qingqian's wrist. After their brief exchange, Tang Qingqian unexpectedly distanced herself again. Yet the atmosphere between them became markedly more natural. Both Tang Qingqian and Xia Yu resumed their smiles. Being too far away, she could not discern their conversation. Could it be that Xia Yu confessed and Tang Qingqian accepted? Chapter 134, Bitterness. The moon hung high, stars sparse. In a moment, when we return, Shiran, you and Qingqian will sleep in the guest room. We shall tidy up room 304 tomorrow. As Xia Yu posed the question, Lu Shiran was fixated on the flickering electronic screen at the ticketing gate. The red LED light seared a hazy afterimage onto her retina, mirroring her current chaotic thoughts. Her nails dug deep into her palm, yet she felt no pain, since she had seen Tang Qingqian's fingers hook onto the edge of her clothing. A dull ache had settled in her stomach, each breath tinged with a damp scent. The announcement in the waiting hall suddenly blared, causing Lu Shiran to jolt. The sound waves pierced her eardrums like fine needles, and she hastily lowered her head to conceal her reddened eyes, only to discover 2 droplets of moisture had inexplicably stained the tips of her shoes. The overhead incandescent lights buzzed and trembled, slicing through her retina with countless beams of light. What did you say to her? Xia Yu glanced at Tang Qingqian. I said nothing at all. Tang Qingqian returned Xia Yu an innocent look. Indeed, there was no need for deception. The exchange of glances between them revealed a sense of helplessness to Lu Shiran, who felt excluded from their connection. Her fingers tightened in front of her abdomen, knuckles turning pale, until the fabric twisted into a bitter vortex. Xia Yu raised his hand to hail a taxi and announced the destination. You two go ahead. I'll inform Grandma that I'm safe. Xia Yu handed the keys to Lu Shiran. However, she remained lost in thought, prompting Xia Yu to pass them to Tang Qingqian instead. Tang Qingqian pouted and reached out to accept them. The sisters ascended the stairs, and upon seeing Xia Yu enter room 203, the moment the security door closed, the corridor's motion sensor lights abruptly extinguished. Moonlight seeped through the slats of the blinds, casting a pale prison on her face. What did you see? You've been absent-minded since noon. Tang Qingqian's voice sliced through the stagnant air like a scalpel. She walked directly to the coffee table, naturally picking up the teapot resting upon it, preparing to boil water. Lu Shiran's eyes regained a flicker of clarity. She opened her mouth, but found herself at a loss for words. Tang Qingqian furrowed her brow, deciding to lay the matter bare. You like Xia Yu, don't you? What did you say? Lu Shiran abruptly looked up, realizing that the other had unknowingly closed the distance to within half a step. Why pretend with me? It is evident to all discerning individuals, save for you and Xia Yu. Is it not patently obvious? The voice seemed to emanate from a distant place. A light chuckle shattered the stillness of time. Tang Qingqian suddenly reached up to sweep her damp hair from her forehead, her cool fingertips gliding over her brow. Did you think you could conceal it? Each message she sent him was laced with a smile. She always insisted on occupying the seat to his left during meals. Even the final notes of her voice melted into the sudden warmth of her breath as Lu Shiran caught the scent of mint wafting from her. Regrettably, Tang Qingqian stepped back, shadows reclaiming her visage. He already had a girlfriend. Who? You? Lu Shiran could hear the rhythmic pounding of her heart, her lips struggling to maintain a ridiculous curve. Why do you feel it is me? Something must have transpired between you two at the mountaintop. Today you appeared particularly intimate. I even saw. Lu Shiran faltered, her heart twisting painfully. Upon hearing this, Tang Qingqian immediately recognized that Lu Shiran had indeed witnessed their interaction earlier. A surge of unbridled anger coursed through her, and she inhaled deeply twice to regain her composure. Regrettably, I too wish it were me. Gu Shui, his long-distance girlfriend residing in the capital. Tang Qingqian's voice suddenly became laden with ice. Lu Shiran, reflecting in her mind, realized she had no recollection of this girl, and it seemed Xia Yu had never mentioned her. It is unfortunate. I do not know her either. The only certainty is that she will return to Huaizhou in August. Lu Shiran slowly processed this information, her gaze fixed in astonishment upon Tang Qingqian. You mentioned being in 304, correct? I must see who she is, at the very least. I wish to lose with dignity. The shocking news hit her tenfold harder than she had anticipated, the burning sensation in her stomach intensifying. And Lu Shiran felt a wave of nausea wash over her. There are still 2 weeks remaining, yet you could very well return tomorrow. And what about you? Would you like to hear? I intend to play games with him. The living room fell into an oppressive silence until the doorbell rang. Tang Qingqian opened the door. Oh, finally back home. Xia Yu exhaled, placing his suitcase on the floor. The wound on his back throbbed faintly, but it was too late and he was too weary. He would handle it at home. The water is boiling. Will you be taking a shower tonight? Tang Qingqian inquired. Yes, I will shower today. I may have to visit the hospital tomorrow. Perfect, I shall shower as well. And what of Sister Shiran? Xia Yu glanced toward Lu Shiran, who was seated on the sofa. Lu Shiran nodded reluctantly. However, I lack a change of clothes, so. Xia Yu shot a glance at Tang Qingqian before turning back to Lu Shiran. I understand, I will go buy some. Lu Shiran was unsure how to face Xia Yu, and the moment seemed opportune to step outside and gather her thoughts. I will accompany you. The lingerie you bought is a bit large. I purchased it scaled down a bit for your figure, Lu Shiran replied. Tang Qingqian glanced at Lu Shiran's curvaceous form and then lowered her gaze to her own. TSK. This time, Tang Qingqian refrained from retorting, silently standing at the door. Take the keys, I will shower first. If I need to apply medicine, I may not be able to open the door for you. Xia Yu handed the keys from his pocket to Lu Shiran. This time, Lu Shiran accepted them, and Tang Qingqian opened the door to descend the stairs. Xia Yu retrieved clothes from the suitcase. Indeed, Tang Qingqian had not lied. Her undergarments were placed on top, a black sports set. He grimaced and tossed it into the wash basin on the balcony, deciding to let the young lady wash it herself upon her return. He sorted the clothes by color, first throwing the lighter garments into the washing machine. As for his own windbreaker, it had already become quite tattered. Xia Yu felt his phone vibrate. Hello? Gu Shui's voice came through. Have you finished taking care of things? Yes, just got back. Did you find your Tang sister at the mountaintop? This young lady was indeed feeling jealous. He had hesitated before leaving, contemplating whether to inform Gu Shui. However, having promised her honesty, he succinctly recounted the events. This was also the reason Gu Shui had refrained from calling him in the past couple of days. How is it? It must be difficult to wrap things up now. Gu Shui took a moment before replying. The main issue lies with me. What? Don't I know you well enough? So, is your Tang sister giving up? Or is she preparing to chat with me? Xia Yu felt a shiver run down his spine. I returned to Huaizhou with her. I'll clarify things with her over the next couple of days. Xia Yu, she said, her tone shifting. This was their tacit understanding. Once the word classmate was employed, it indicated that the matter required serious consideration from both parties. Your temperament is ill-suited for handling such affairs. And this is not your business. I'll be back in a couple of days. Gu Shui sighed, having anticipated this moment, though she initially believed it to involve Xia Yaoyao. Now, it seemed a more troublesome presence had emerged. Shall I handle it? Xia Yu wished to shield Gu Shui from facing these challenges. Tang Qingqian's emotions remained volatile, and at times, she was oblivious to her impulsive decisions. He did not want Gu Shui to endure any distress, however minor it might be. Trust me, will you? The young lady fell silent for a moment before finally uttering a single word. All right. Chapter 135. You are imitating him. Morning light filtered through the sheer curtains. Xia Yu curled up amidst the damp bedding, akin to a beast ensnared in molten lava. The wounds on his back and right hand continued to throb with searing pain, each breath tugging at the nerve endings, veiling his retina in a haze of boiling blood mist. Xia Yu, what did you have for breakfast? Lu Shiran's voice penetrated the door. Xia Yu struggled to swallow the metallic taste in his throat, realizing that even the strength to lift the corner of the blanket had transformed into the cold sweat evaporating between his fingers. I don't eat breakfast at home, he murmured, his voice too faint even for himself, casting doubt on whether he was speaking or merely imagining it. The tail end of his words was consumed by a piercing tinnitus, and the ceiling began to warp into the starry sky of Van Gogh's brushstrokes. He heard the faint sound of sneakers scraping against the floor outside, reminiscent of an anxious bird flitting about on a branch. In a haze, Xia Yu envisioned her tiptoeing against the door. He yearned to respond, only to find his vocal cords submerged in scalding asphalt. Xia Yu? Lu Shiran raised her voice again, prompting Tang Qingqian to emerge from the guest room. Xia Yu remained unresponsive. Speak up, I'm uneasy. Lu Shiran glanced at her younger sister. Can't get it open? Tang Qingqian inquired. He locked it from the inside, yet that noise didn't rouse him. I fear it's the wound. Lu Shiran recalled the doctor's admonitions from that day. The following morning, he pretended to be fine and took the two of them for a stroll in Hongsuan. Tang Qingqian frowned, scrutinizing the door lock. I'll kick it open. I can afford the damages. In a daze, Xia Yu suddenly heard the voice of the koi from room 304 conversing with the orange-red koi next door, though he couldn't decipher the words. The repeated, crisp sound of the doorknob being twisted startled the pigeons perched on the window ledge, their fluttering mixed with Lu Shiran's receding footsteps. Xia Yu let his consciousness sink into a black tide until a thunderous bang shattered the silence, the doorframe exploding into chaos. Amidst the flying wood splinters, Lu Shiran held her sidekick pose, frozen in the morning light, her sweatpants still creased like a hunting cheetah's pounce. She saw Xia Yu's half-raised forearm, the skin flushed with an ominous crimson hue. Your broken voice lingers in the air. Lu Shiran stumbled to the edge of the bed as her forehead met his. Her eyelashes trembled from the rising heat. In Xia Yu's barely focused pupils, the glimmering light reflected off the strands of the girl's disheveled hair. Sister Shiran, good morning. I'm going to hit you. The words squeezed out between her teeth as she measured the warmth at the nape of the young man's neck with her palm. His damp pajamas clung to his spine like a melting map. Cough, cough. Xia Yu cleared his throat, his awareness gradually returning. Lu Shiran gently helped him sit up. We should go to the hospital. Tang Qingqian spoke up. I'll go downstairs to hail a cab and call you. Can you move? Xia Yu nodded. The instant his skin met the cool air, he involuntarily shivered. Lu Shiran promptly fetched a coat. I'll freshen up. Xia Yu croaked. Wait, I'll pour some hot water. Lu Shiran hurriedly filled the basin and cup with steaming water. Sister Shiran, I just have a fever. I'm not incapacitated. Xia Yu managed a weak smile. Speak less. Lu Shiran gently tapped Xia Yu's forehead. I'll deal with you once you're well. You're increasingly sisterly. Xia Yu observed as Lu Shiran retrieved his usual waste bag from the living room, contemplating what to add inside. Let us go? Lu Shiran watched as Xia Yu donned a light green coat, securing the waste bag around him. All right. Xia Yu nearly stumbled, but Lu Shiran gently steadied him with her back. I'll support you. No need. There's a handrail. Xia Yu, hesitant to appear too reliant, found himself unexpectedly dependent on her care. Could it be that what his mother said was indeed true? Lu Shiran opened her mouth, but ultimately fell silent, walking ahead. She maintained a step with Xia Yu, ensuring that if he faltered, she could catch him. Hello? Lu Shiran pulled out her phone. I've hailed a cab. We're heading down now. We'll arrive shortly. Take your time. If need be, we can flag down another one. Lu Shiran pressed the microphone on her phone. If you keep caring for me like this, I'll really become useless. Xia Yu chuckled, though his voice remained hoarse. Prepare yourself to be rendered utterly incapacitated. Lu Shiran did not turn back, yet Xia Yu discerned a sharpness in her words. Are you angry? First, let us head to the hospital. Sensing Lu Shiran's reluctance to discuss further, Xia Yu fell silent. You two go ahead. Tang Qingqian opened the car door, ushering Xia Yu inside. All right, Lu Shiran nodded. Xia Yu's mind was in a haze, the atmosphere in the vehicle oppressive. Several times, he nearly collapsed into Lu Shiran's embrace. Lu Shiran instinctively pressed Xia Yu down, gently placing him on her lap. The People's Hospital is a bit far from here. It would be fine to rest against me for a while. In the next 20 years, there will still be a People's Hospital in this new district, Xia Yu rasped. Speak less. Lu Shiran softly patted Xia Yu's head. Don't believe me? Surrounding the people's hospital, there will also be a technology building. Cough, cough. Especially cough, cough. In this moment of dizziness, his desire to express himself surged inexplicably. I told you to talk less. Lu Shiran's gaze remained fixed on Xia Yu's eyes. Fine. Xia Yu obediently closed his mouth. Lu Shiran accompanied Xia Yu to register, consult a doctor, pay fees, and purchase medicine. Xia Yu merely felt as if he were being led by Lu Shiran for a while, and then inexplicably found himself seated on a bench, awaiting in for drip. After the drip, we will return home for dinner. The fever caused by the wound infection, compounded by physical exhaustion, Lu Shiran remarked, sitting beside Xia Yu. Xia Yu looked up at the four, his rationality gradually returning. Shiranjia. What did Qingqianjia tell you? Nothing of consequence. Then why do you seem so resolute in your demeanor around me today? Xia Yu finally understood why he had felt such an overwhelming urge to express himself earlier. He instinctively sensed a farewell quality in their interactions. Every word he uttered was a subconscious plea to hold on. Lu Shiran remained silent. Does she know about her confession on the mountaintop? Or perhaps she is aware of my girlfriend, or of her intentions to embrace a more reckless persona? Or does she know all of it? Lu Shiran recalled the conversation between the two sisters the previous night. Avoiding the issue? Do you think everyone is like you? What? Lacking shame. Lu Shiran opened her mouth, but found herself at a loss for words. How can you be so certain that Gu Shui is the right person for him? Is there not a possibility that you are the one who is right? Tang Qingqian scoffed. I don't believe I am right. Then I believe I am. Lu Shiran gazed at her sister, usually so taciturn and socially awkward, now boldly speaking such words. Lu Shiran, if you like someone, you must fight for it. If you fail to win them over, it is simply a matter of skill. If you succeed, it is your ability. Besides, I don't think it is something to be ashamed of. Lu Shiran rubbed her forehead. You are increasingly resembling him in your mannerisms. Tang Qingqian leaned closer. You are unconsciously imitating him. Chapter 136. The best gaming partner. The scent of disinfectant hung between them, forming a transparent layer of ice. Lu Shiran fixed her gaze on the flickering sign at the end of the corridor, the armrests of the waiting chairs chilling to the touch. Suddenly, the foreline at Xia Yu's wrist trembled, and she observed fine bubbles rising in the drip bottle, akin to countless unvoiced justifications drowning in the liquid. Xia Yu sniffled, only to feel a tickle in her throat, prompting a couple of coughs. Sister Shiran, I do not wish to pressure you, but the weight of expectation from Sister Qingqian is overwhelming. I need to clarify things with you. What? Do you think I am easy to bully? That was not the intent. Xia Yu had not anticipated that Lu Shiran's first words after such a prolonged silence would be so difficult to navigate. What do you mean by that? If you remain silent, I would naturally concoct an excuse to retreat to Jiangxing tonight, curling up in bed to weep, pretending I am heartbroken. Once I recover, I would continue to be the carefree Shiran I have always known. Her nails dug deeply into her palm, and she looked down at the mottled red marks, pondering, must we truly tear away this veil of modesty, leaving no room for a dignified farewell? The final words quivered with a tremor that resonated through the quiet corridor. Xia Yu listened to Lu Shiran's outburst, realizing that her own words would only spark contention. It was better to accept the moment. I truly regret it. Perhaps that day I should have stayed home sulking instead of rashly heading to Huai Prefecture, Lu Shiran murmured. Then I would not have encountered a deceiver, someone who has been misleading me all along. A 30-year-old man deceives me, persuades me to uninstall games, convinces me to study, and tells me that university will be easy, all lies. Tears began to cascade down Lu Shiran's face, droplets splattering against the metallic armrest, sending tiny ripples. Xia Yu reached out, still feeling the calluses at Lu Shiran's knuckles. For 4 months, Lu Shiran had complained daily, yet she had gritted her teeth and persevered. But my desire to see Sister Shiran improve is no deception. Lu Shiran allowed Xia Yu to act, but they were seated too far apart, making it inconvenient for Xia Yu to manage the four with just one hand. Rising, she carefully moved closer while holding the drip, retrieving a tissue from her waist pouch. She realized it was the last one. The current one must have been taken by Lu Shiran earlier at home, when I came to Huai Prefecture to fetch you. Xia Yu's voice melded with the rhythm of the dripping liquid, the hem of her outfit dancing in the evening breeze, transforming into a soft blue wave. I suddenly felt that such a bright wave should not be confined within the gaming coaching hall. Do you wish to hear a story? What story? A nurse pushed a treatment cart from afar, the glass bottles in the stainless steel tray clinking against each other, shattering the tears resting on Lu Shiran's lashes. Xia Yu caught the cool droplet with her uninfused hand, the water's sheen reflecting the flickering glow of the ding sign. A somewhat regretful story. Xia Yu gathered her thoughts. acknowledging that she did not entirely understand the previous life of Xiang. However, she had been a constant companion during her live streams. She had formed some conjectures, and now, with the information from this life, the fragmented puzzle was slowly coming together. As Xia Yu spoke, her fingertips unconsciously brushed against the adhesive, the edges of the tape already fraying. Uncertain about whether to confide in Lu Shiran, I found myself reflecting on the genuine affection this young girl harbored for me. I have a friend, exceptionally skilled at gaming, who, during my school years, abruptly announced her intent to commence live streaming. Lu Shiran gently pressed down on his fidgeting fingers, while Xia Yu smiled, allowing her to continue. At that time, I was oblivious to the concept of live streaming and inquired about its purpose. She explained that her prowess in gaming was noteworthy and that she often dedicated long hours to playing. Her intention was to document her dazzling gameplay and share it online, hoping to garner a following that would eventually translate into financial gain through live streaming. Thus began her clumsy journey into video editing. I would select the segments, and she would handle the cuts. Occasionally succumbing to the urge to play, I would join her in gaming escapades, indulging in various titles. She patiently accommodated me, often setting aside her own gaming commitments during the day to catch up on them late into the night. Yet, her demeanor was somewhat peculiar, as she preferred to communicate through text rather than voice chat. We encountered many hurdles along the way, including her initial struggles with defining her target audience and the type of content she wished to create, leading to numerous trial-and-error attempts. At times, she would lament that perhaps attending university would have spared her from such predicaments. I chuckled, questioning what university would teach her this. She confided in me that due to poor exam results and her refusal to repeat a year, she had a falling out with her family and now resided alone, renting an apartment. Xia Yu remained unaware of whether Lu Shiran had failed to gain admission or simply chose not to attend. These were her private sorrows, and I refrained from prying. Had she still been in school, perhaps she would have had more opportunities for exploration, and the rift with her family might have been avoided. Alleviating her frantic struggles with life, Xia Yu paused, realizing that her constant reminders about studying were primarily motivated by this concern. Nevertheless, Lu Shiran proved to be remarkably resilient, far surpassing my abilities. She persevered for 2 years in her streaming journey, enduring the most challenging times with only me as her viewer. I would switch accounts to support her, showering her with gifts, and she would express her gratitude in the chat. Her editing skills improved significantly, and her streaming career gradually flourished. She became a well-known streamer, yet during our conversations, she still expressed a sense of estrangement from her family. I wished to assist her, but was painfully aware of my limitations as merely an online acquaintance, lacking the standing or right to intrude upon her life. Gazing into Lu Shiran's eyes, I reflected, perhaps I had been deceiving you all along, yet my desire for you to thrive has remained unchanged. I cannot assert what your future would hold without me, but I believe that with my presence, you might navigate certain challenges with a smile. This sentiment transcends any other considerations. It simply stems from who you are, Lu Shiran. Suddenly, Lu Shiran grasped the back of his hand, which was healing, her icy fingertips pressing against the engorged veins. The hospital's emergency lights cast warm, yellow diamond patterns at our feet, reminiscent of melting toffee. The accusations of a great deceiver, tinged with nasal tones, settled on Xia Yu's shoulders, warmed by his breath, as even rejection was delivered in such a gentle manner. Lu Shiran's chin rested against Xia Yu's collarbone, her hair wafting the fragrance of shampoo. Your friend is my best gaming companion. And what about me? She is no longer that. How heartless. There's simply no comparison to Shiran. What else do you know about her? Did you truly believe? I am, after all, a deceiver. Let me concoct something on the spot. Give me a moment. You take advantage of my trust to spin tales that ensnare me. Your tone flows like melted snow, carrying the gentle sound of trickling water as it dissolves. She picked up a fallen tissue, smoothing it against the back of his hand. Her touch is light as a brush against fragile morning dew. I must return to Jiancheng to reflect, and no matter how our relationship may shift in the future, I will always be your best gaming partner, right? Yes, you are my best gaming partner. Lu Shiran slowly smiled. Chapter 137. The last time the bitter scent of antiseptic lingered in his nostrils as Xia Yu was pressed into the indentation of the sofa. Lu Shiran unfolded a light blanket, the shadows cast by the coral fleece fabric perfectly concealing the four-patch on his wrist. The cicadas of July shattered against the air conditioning unit, while Tang Qingqian hung her pajamas on the balcony. This is summer. Just as Xia Yu intended to move, Lu Shiran gently pressed her slender fingertip against his forehead. You've only just recovered. Don't catch a chill. I'll prepare dinner. Have you resolved things? She secured the last sock at the end of the drying rack, her movements reminiscent of a hunter setting a trap. Xia Yu gazed at the ceiling in silence, the glass pendants of the chandelier refracting rainbows in the sunlight. Suddenly, Tang Qingqian leaned in, the minty scent of her hair mingling with the aroma of laundry detergent wafting over his clothes. It seems you've managed to placate yet another one. Her fingertip traced the pattern on the armrest of the sofa. Only 2 remain. Keep it up. A soft sound emanated from the egg carton inside the refrigerator. Lu Shiran's hand hovered in midair as she selected a tomato, droplets of water cascading from the vibrant red surface onto the storage box, resembling a countdown timer. I still need to return to Jiangqing. Huh, not yet soothed? Tang Qingqian lifted Xia Yu's pillowcase with the drying rod, the wrinkles in the fabric suddenly mirroring the lines of someone furrowing their brow. Lu Shiran carefully cracked an egg against the edge of the countertop, the shell fracturing like her current tone. Of course, you can choose to leave without a care. The sound of egg white sliding into the porcelain bowl was sticky, her back taut like a drawn bow. But how would I explain this to my father and aunt? Moreover, I also need a brief separation to contemplate. Rationality urged her to sever ties cleanly, yet she continued to cling to the flimsy excuses they maintained. The best gaming partner. Lu Shiran pursed her lips, secretly unwilling to part ways. Tang Qingqian suddenly released the drying line, a clothespin holding a lavender sachet falling to the ground with a soft thud. She ran is truly wonderful. Tang Qingqian tucked the sachet into Xia Yu's collar, her fingertip brushing lightly against his earlobe. Don't say that. The tomato under Lu Shiran's knife suddenly burst with juice, staining her apron. While handling the tomatoes, Xia Yu remained unconvinced and raised his voice. It's easier to peel them after scalding them with hot water. Cough. What? Is this title reserved solely for him? Tang Qingqian meticulously wiped her fingers with a wet wipe, water streaks creating a winding river across the glass surface of the coffee table. Xia Yu suddenly grasped Tang Qingqian's wrist, the rough texture of the medical tape causing them both to flinch. What persona are you embodying today? It's also me. Tang Qingqian gracefully reclined into the other side of the sofa, deliberately pressing her calves against the edge of the thin blanket. However, she now tilted her chin towards the kitchen, existing only within the cognitive fissures shared by you and Sister Lu. Lu Shiran brought the knife down onto the cutting board, the celery snapping in response. How about noodles for lunch? Can you cook? I've gained a bit of experience. You should join us. Xia Yu gestured for Tang Qingqian to participate. Sigh, all right. Tang Qingqian rose from the sofa, tidying the bedding and doing laundry. And now she had to cook as well. Then you sit here. Sister Shiran and I will handle the cooking. Xia Yu attempted to rise, but was gently pushed back into place by Tang Qingqian with a cushion. Initially, he had intended to sit calmly for a while. Yet his gaze was uncontrollably drawn towards the kitchen. What's wrong? Are you ordering something for the kitchen? As she approached, Tang Qingqian was lost in thought, staring at the countertop, and upon hearing the question, she hastily released the gas stove. The stove finally ceased its incessant clicking. The tomatoes were scored with a cross. Xia Yu's voice wafted in, mingling with the scent of disinfectant. Lu Shiran paused, gesturing for a long while, failing to understand how to score the tomatoes. The moment the oil in the pan began to smoke, Lu Shiran recoiled like a startled cat. First, boil the water in the pan dry, and then adding cool oil will prevent this from happening. Xia Yu bore no resentment. It was simply a matter of skill, and there was no need for harsh criticism. The egg mixture splattered into the hot oil, creating golden flecks, prompting Xia Yu to instruct the 2 girls to step back. A girl's arms are so fair and lovely. Let me take care of this. Xia Yu raised an eyebrow, noticing the eggs were not yet fully beaten. Does it hurt? Lu Shiran inquired, observing the faint red marks on Xia Yu's arm. It's nothing. Where are the tomatoes? I'm not pampered. So it's all fine. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Qingqian pushed the crooked tomato pieces into the pan, the juices sizzling upon contact with the hot oil, startling both of them into retreat. Xia Yu chuckled softly, the vibration resonating in his chest, deciding to teach the 2 young ladies a bit more. The spatula should be pushed across like this. When the time is right, you can sprinkle in some salt. 2 ceramic jars were simultaneously presented before them. Sister Shiran, you've got monosodium glutamate, while Sister Qingqian has sugar. I was wondering why the salt granules were so large, Lu Shiran said with an awkward laugh, returning the jar. Tang Qingqian silently followed suit, her ears tinged with red. I'll stir-fry some greens. Is this all we're having for lunch? That's sufficient. We don't need to eat lavishly every meal. The sisters nodded in agreement. The noodles in the bowl emitted steam, and Xia Yu used the tips of his chopsticks to part the soft-boiled egg. However, he noticed a half-open bag of fish food resting on the table. The girl was unsure how to tie it up and resorted to twisting it in a circular motion. Haven't you finished feeding them? The weather is too hot. The fish have a poor appetite, so it's better to feed them little and often. I told you, raising fish is quite troublesome, Tang Qingxian remarked. Lu Shiran feigned ignorance as the porcelain spoon clinked against the bowl's edge. How should we handle room 304? She suddenly turned to Xia Yu, who was sipping soup. How will we tidy 304 later? Xia Yu then looked at Tang Qingxian. Is this really rented to me? What else would it be? A contract to sign. What about the rent? Xia Yu pondered for a moment. No rent is necessary. Utilities are to be managed independently. Quite a bargain, isn't it? Tang Qingxian nodded. What about Sister Shiran? When will she return to Jiangqing? Are you eager to see me leave? Lu Shiran bit through the noodle, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. If Sister Shiran stays, I'll cover the utility bills. Tang Qingxian chuckled in exasperation, leaning across the dining table. Her dark eyes fixed on Xia Yu's. Where did I lose to her? It's because you're not Sister Shiran. The boy methodically wiped his fingers with a napkin. Just eat quietly. I'll be returning in early August. Lu Shiran's lips curved upward, the broth in her bowl rippling as she finally interjected to halt their exchange. She too wished to concede willingly. After lunch, Xia Yu followed them to room 304, where the sisters began to organize their rented space. Xia Yu wanted to assist, but Lu Shiran restrained him, due to the injury on his back. He truly could not engage in vigorous activity. However, helping to carry a few items was not an issue. There's no mattress, Lu Shiran mused, staring blankly at the two beds. I'll request 2 for my mother's company, Tang Qingxian replied matter-of-factly, squatting by the bed to measure the dimensions. You're only staying for a month. Why go to such trouble? Xia Yu inquired, holding a vase and casting a glance. I plan to stay here long-term, so why not? Lu Shiran paused at her words and added 2 pots of pothos to the shopping list. This adds a more vibrant touch to life. Stop it. University starts in a month. Xia Yu's words rendered Tang Qingxian momentarily silent. Jiangqing University is Jiangqing University. This is the last time. Chapter 138. The cake shop. As Xia Yu bent down to tie his shoelaces, his bones still whispered of the lingering pain after the fever. The entrance mirror shattered the morning light into fragments, reflecting the silhouettes of the two on the sofa. Lu Shiran gazed down, caressing the chrome edge of the remote, her fingertips wandering between matte and mirrored surfaces. Tang Qingxian's notebook keyboard played a symphony of rain on banana leaves, the blue light from the screen flowing like a river across her glasses. I'm stepping out for a bit. Are you having lunch when I return? Lu Shiran illuminated her phone screen, the lock screen wallpaper showcasing a close-up of a fish tank taken the day before. The orange-red tails of the koi swam amidst the pixels, causing ripples in her pupils. I probably won TB back. I'm going to my friend Yao Yao's. Xia Yu realized, surprisingly, that he was rather candid in front of them. Oh, off to charm the third one. The return key emitted a sharp crack, and Tang Qingxian's chin lifted, taut like a drawn bowstring. Get lost. All right, keep it up. I'll cheer you on. Suddenly, she broke into a dimpled smile, her nails producing a sharp sound as they danced across the keyboard. Do you need me to help you order preserved flowers? Just move your computer to 304 today. I apologize. Can we skip the move? Tang Qingxian decisively admitted her fault. No, heartless. Lu Shiran gazed at the bandage hanging from the edge of the medicine box, the coiled gauze resembling a shedding silver ring snake. She suddenly realized that the transparency among the three was more suffocating than fog, akin to specimens immersed in formaldehyde. All veins visible, yet no longer growing. She could no longer articulate what their relationship truly was. The honesty among them was somewhat terrifying, yet none of the three had the right to partake in each other's emotional lives. Tang Qingxian increasingly exhibited a side of herself that was markedly different from before. Or perhaps this was her true nature all along. Yet she too had changed. Lu Shiran found it difficult to discern whether it was a blessing or a curse. The sound of the security door closing roused the dust in the entrance hall, prompting Lu Shiran to glance at her sister. Are you truly planning not to return in August? Impossible. Setting aside our father, there is no doubt that our mother would come over to check on the situation. Yet, he has shown no resistance when facing us. But this is not the time for further progression. Tang Qingxian furrowed her brows as she scrutinized a line of code. How did this even run? Upon meeting Miss Gu, I will briefly engage with her before we return together. Lu Shiran found Tang Qingxian increasingly perplexing. Surely, you cannot expect me to face our parents' pressure alone, dear sister. Tang Qingxian, sensing Lu Shiran's gaze, turned around. Do you think everything is so simple? Not to mention our parents. What about Xia Yu's parents? How shall we manage that? I have looked into Uncle Xia and Aunt Ye's company. They previously collaborated with my mother. Lu Shiran's eyes widened in surprise. Therefore, it is sufficient to apply some pressure on Xia Yu. If it is excessive, it may backfire. There is still ample time. Flaws will inevitably emerge. Tang Qingxian appeared quite confident. Are you so certain? In negotiations, a lack of patience may lead to being thoroughly outmaneuvered. Besides, our leverage is rather minimal. Tang Qingxian turned back around. Our game at present serves as an excellent bargaining chip. I truly wonder how Xia Yu intends to handle this little girl. Lu Shiran sighed. As Xia Yu pushed open the ajar door, sunlight streamed through the lace curtains, casting diamond shapes upon the tiles. Grandmother, wearing her reading glasses, was curled up in a wrought-tan chair, holding a yellowed copy of the Jianghua Evening News. Dated 3 years ago. Since Xie Yunfeng's departure, the Jianghua Evening News had temporarily ceased publication. Little Xia has arrived. Wrinkles formed a fine network at the corners of the elderly woman's eyes. As she removed her glasses, the metal arms left faint creases on the newspaper. Xia Yu placed the loquat honey he was carrying on the eight immortals table, his gaze sweeping across the empty living room. Is Yao Yao not home today? She went to the newly opened Rainbow Workshop across from the post office, claiming she wanted to learn authentic English cake decorating from a master. The elderly woman dusted off non-existent particles from the newspaper. It had previously been located at the end of the alley, but had to relocate due to demolition. Xia Yu gazed outside at the shadows of the phoenix trees, where dancing patches of light suddenly brought to mind Yao Yao holding a blueberry cake, her eyes gleaming. The cream that had settled on her nose in the spring sunshine transformed into little stars. He instinctively rubbed his wrist, recalling the long journey from the alley to the post office, nearly reaching the school. This girl is quite stubborn. Suddenly, Grandma Xia chuckled. Every day she steps out at dawn, her white apron tied more precisely than a flag-raising ceremony. Last week, she ruined 6 batches of cookies, insisting it was the oven throwing a tantrum. Xia Yu couldn't help but smile. Xia Yao Yao occasionally displayed an endearing stubbornness. The sound of cicadas outside surged, and Xia Yu heard the crisp clink of a porcelain spoon against the glass pot. The elderly woman's hand was steady as she poured tea, the rich aroma of the leaves mingling with memories, slowly unfurling in the air. One must find some sweetness to sweeten life, wouldn't you agree? Xia Yu paused momentarily in his tea sipping, the hot liquid grazing his fingertips, yet he placed it down with unwavering steadiness. Xia Yu realized that the elder was attempting to gauge him. The mere fact that his grandmother was healthy and well was already a blessing. Oh, the elderly are indeed not as capable. Their bodies deteriorate day by day, the old woman remarked with a self-deprecating smile. How could that be? With grandmother's spirit, I assure you there are no issues. By the way, will Yao Yao be returning for lunch? Xia Yu deftly shifted the topic. Considering the time, she should be back soon. She only went out in the morning and had been reading at home in the afternoon. Perfect timing, then. I shall go to fetch Yao Yao now. Xia Yu stood up, feeling uncertain about whether he could maintain his composure in the presence of his grandmother. In truth, everyone already possessed the answers, yet certainty and suspicion were still quite distinct. Xia Yu began to comprehend the emotions that Xie Yunfeng must have felt at that time. It wasn't that he didn't wish to reveal something. Rather, even a slight disclosure could lead to both parties knowing almost everything. Well then, Xiaoxia, shall we have lunch here? I will start steaming some rice. He had been thinking on his way here how long it had been since he had savored his grandmother's cooking. Sounds good. The elder nodded with a smile. Across from the post office, the Rainbow Bakery glowed with warm orange lights. In the window, a rotating cake stand showcased a mousse cake adorned with blueberries, slowly turning. Through the glass, Xia Yu caught sight of Yao Yao on her tiptoes, adjusting a display sign. The mint green apron tied at her waist fluttered like a butterfly taking flight. Welcome. How may I assist you? Yao Yao noticed the door being pulled open and, without turning around, instinctively spoke the familiar words. I'll have a slice of the cake made by my dear brother Xia Yu. Xia Yu Gij. At that moment, the golden sunlight streamed over the doorframe. And as Xia Yao Yao suddenly turned, the halo of light caught the tips of her hair. Xia Yu leaned against the doorframe, raising an eyebrow with a gentle smile. The mint green apron fluttered in the draft, blooming behind her like translucent butterfly wings.